Han Li unexpectedly reincarnated in the Soul Master Continent, acquiring a divine-grade, life-draining system, which allows him to grow stronger by sacrificing his own life force. From that moment onward, he began his life as Han Ao-Yin, triumphing over Tang San with his fists and kicking Master with his feet, engaging in reckless life-draining and relentless leveling up. Before him, even the prodigious talents of the Seven Monsters, the formidable Douluo experts, and even gods trembled in fear. Please, young Master Han, show us mercy and refrain from draining any more life. If this continues, we shall surely perish. Chapter 1. Emperor Soul Village, Awakening of the Martial Soul. In the Soul Master Continent, Emperor Soul Village, renowned for producing a Soul Emperor, lies a mere 4 to 5 miles from the neighboring Saint Soul Village. At noon, within the central wooden house of the village chief, Old Dog Egg, stood ready with Han Li and 10 other children, all aged 6. Today marked the day of the martial soul awakening, and they were eagerly anticipating the arrival of Master Su Yuntao from the Martial Soul Hall. Heavenly beings, I beseech you, let this year bring forth a soul master from our Emperor Soul Village. Especially bless the clever child, Han Li, with a fine martial soul, so that he may bring glory to our village. Old Dog Egg fervently prayed, as their village lagged behind the more prestigious Saint Soul Village, which had long looked down upon them. Every year, Old Dog Egg hoped for the emergence of a soul master to showcase before the villagers of Saint Soul Village and Old Jack. Yet, in recent years, their village had met with failure, and Saint Soul Village had similarly faltered. Grandpa Village Chief, do not fret, have faith. This year, the children from Saint Soul Village are unlikely to succeed, and our village stands a good chance. Compared to his peers, Han Li appeared remarkably composed, though a flicker of nervousness lingered within him. Originally a student who had stayed up late reading the Douluo, a continent novel, he unexpectedly traversed into this world, growing from infancy. He had anticipated that as a reincarnator, he would surely possess a system, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Tang San, overpower Master, and vanquish Qian Douluo, while lavishing affection upon the beautiful girls like Qian Rinxua, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Lu Erlong. However, after 6 years of waiting, there had been no signs of such a system. Even his attempts to visit Tang San's home in Saint Soul Village to tap into some luck proved fruitless. Han Li could only pin his hopes on the martial soul awakening, praying fervently not to awaken a useless martial soul and to possess some soul power, thus enabling him to become a soul master. He envisioned that as he matured and gained strength, he could venture to those fabled locations to gather wondrous herbs and elixirs to enhance his power. As a model youth of the 21st century, even without a system or the guidance of an elder, he resolved to find a way to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would not do justice to his identity as a reincarnator. Let us hope for the best. A faint smile emerged on Old Dog Egg's weathered face, as he had previously learned that this year, 8 children from Saint Soul Village would undergo their awakening, and they appeared rather ordinary, suggesting that none would succeed. In contrast, their Emperor Soul Village had 10 children participating, enhancing their hopes. Most importantly, they had their seed candidate, Han Li, whose intellect was quite agile, instilling great confidence in Old Dog Egg. With anticipation building, Su Yuntao finally arrived. Master, have any children from Saint Soul Village successfully awakened their martial souls? What is the situation? Old Dog Egg inquired eagerly. A few children have successfully awakened their martial souls. However, only one possesses soul power, and it is a waste martial soul. Such a pity. I have traveled to several villages without encountering a qualified candidate. I sincerely hope that Emperor Soul Village can produce one. May I borrow your auspicious words, Master? All right, children, let us commence the awakening. Su Yuntao's gaze fell upon the 10 children of Emperor Soul Village. As a patrolling deacon of a martial soul hall, it was his duty to assist ordinary individuals in awakening their martial souls. That he skillfully retrieved 2 items from his bag, 6 glossy black stones and a sparkling crystal ball. Arranging the 6 stones in a hexagonal formation, he gestured for the first child to step inside. Being a child, it was natural for him to feel nervous and frightened during such a momentous occasion. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes emanated an unusual light, a sign heralding the awakening of the martial soul. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, and subtle changes occurred in his body, revealing numerous wolf-like traits. A ghostly green cold light erupted from his eyes, and his fingernails transformed into sharp claws. There's a ghost. The child standing in the center of the stones trembled in terror, instinctively wanting to flee. Chapter 2. The Scythe Martial Soul, Innate Soul Power Level 5. Su Yuntao firmly grasped the child's shoulder. Fear not. This is my martial soul. Should fortune favor you, and you become a soul master, you too shall possess similar abilities. The only individual unperturbed by Su Yuntao's display was Han Li. As a seasoned reader of the Douluo Conant novels, he was well aware of the extraordinary nature of martial souls. I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken. As a transmigrator without a system, it would be utterly unacceptable if I were to be granted a lackluster martial soul. Han Li mused silently. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Su Yuntao clapped his hands lightly, channeling a faint green light into the 6 stones. The stones erupted with a brilliant golden glow, coalescing into a protective barrier that enveloped the child. For reasons unknown, the once terrified child suddenly fell into a tranquil stupor. But the process was not yet complete. Golden specks of light drifted from the stones and entered the child's body, signaling the conclusion of the martial soul awakening. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded, his gaze fixed intently upon the child. The dazed child, roused by his voice, complied obediently. As the light flickered, an ordinary small home materialized in the child's palm, appearing undeniably real rather than illusory. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. A farming tool as a martial soul? It seemed ill-suited for combat. Nonetheless, he proceeded to have the child undergo a soul power test, as any measure of soul power would indicate a potential to become a soul master. Guided by Su Yuntao, the child placed his hand upon the crystal ball, only to find that he possessed no soul power whatsoever. The absence of soul power meant he could not cultivate and would thus be unable to become a soul master. Following this, Su Yuntao continued the martial soul awakenings for several other children, adhering to the same procedure. Aside from the first child, 3 others successfully awakened their martial souls, which were identified as a wolf, a blade of grass, and a fan. Yet, without exception, these children also lacked even a trace of soul power. Su Yuntao felt a pang of disappointment, pondering why this year's children seemed so lackluster. After all his efforts, the waste of soul power left him questioning what he had gained. The village chief, Old Dog Dan, grew anxious and hastily pushed Han Li forward, asserting that this child was intelligent, clever, and possessed great potential. Despite his fatigue, Su Yuntao followed the protocol and prepared to awaken Han Li's martial soul, though he harbored little hope and merely wished to return for some well-deserved rest. Han Li, however, was filled with excitement. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. I must awaken a powerful martial soul. He longed to shine brightly in the Douluo continent. As golden specks of light converged rapidly, Han Li did not disappoint the village chief's expectations and successfully awakened his martial soul. However, the outcome was somewhat less than satisfying. Han Li felt a numbness wash over him. Heaven had not favored him with a prestigious martial soul. He had received a scythe. Su Yuntao was at a loss for words. Another farming tool? Yet compared to a hoe or a blade of grass, a scythe did possess a modicum of offensive capability. Do not lose heart. What if you possess soul power? The village chief, Old Dog Dan, gazed at Han Li with hopeful eyes, imploring Su Yuntao to test Han Li's soul power without delay. Han Li, equally unwilling to accept such a humble martial soul, placed his hand upon the crystal ball as instructed by Su Yuntao. The moment he made contact, he felt a powerful pull, his body beginning to tremble as an internal force surged forth. Soon, the crystal ball illuminated. Its glow, while not blinding, was nonetheless dazzling. Your innate soul power is level 5, Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment. This indicated that with diligent cultivation, Han Li could potentially become a grand soul master akin to Su Yuntao himself. At that moment, Han Li was suddenly engulfed in a dizzying sensation, as if his consciousness were being drawn by an unseen force, spiraling out of control. When he finally opened his eyes, the scenery around him had transformed. He found himself inexplicably transported from the village to a dark, void-like realm, eerily silent and hauntingly still. This was, in fact, Han Li's spiritual world. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the God-level life exchange system. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed. Han Li felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping in joy, at long last. After 6 years of traversing the Douluo continent, he had obtained the system he had longed for. How long I have waited for this day. However, amidst his exhilaration, Han Li was struck by curiosity regarding the nature of this God-level life exchange system. The host could exchange their own life or that of others upon defeating them, in order to redeem various items from the system shop, including soul power enhancement pills, 10,000-year soul rings, divine soul rings, dual martial souls, spirits, soul-guided devices, various soul techniques, domains, celestial herbs, and soul beasts, among others. The better the item, the greater the cost. Information regarding the God-level life exchange system flooded Han Li's mind. Exchange my own life? Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief. If he were to extinguish his own life, what use would his newfound power serve? The host automatically gains 2 days of lifespan for each day lived. The system seemed to read his thoughts, adding a reassuring note. This ability was indeed remarkable. If Han Li were initially destined to live for 100 years, the system would extend his lifespan to 300 years, effectively granting him triple longevity. Yet, he remained reluctant to exchange his own life and resolved to explore the possibility of exchanging others' lives instead. The system also featured a built-in sign-in mechanism. Should the host sign in at renowned locations and escape unscathed, they could earn additional lifespan. Examples included Shrek Academy, the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Tiando Prince Palace, the Ice and Fire Inyang Well in the Sunset Forest, the Xing Luo Palace, the inner areas of the Stardo Great Forest, the core regions of the Stardo Forest, the Martial Soul City, the Elder Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, the Popes Hall, the Offering Hall, Sea God Island, and more. Note, the more dangerous the location, the greater the challenge for the host, and the more lifespan rewarded. With the potential for additional rewards, such as enhanced soul power levels, soul rings, celestial herbs, and more. Chapter 3. Frantically exchanging lives, continuously growing stronger. Furthermore, after defeating others, the host could exchange the lifespan of the target character in the system shop. The stronger or more renowned the target, the greater the challenge for the protagonist, and the more lifespan that could be exchanged. In the next moment, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, and a system panel materialized before Han Li. Host, Han Li. Martial Soul Scythe. Soul Power, Level 5. Soul Ring Color, none. Host Lifespan, 100 years. Other lifespan available for exchange, none. This God-level life exchange system was indeed intriguing. While Han Li was immersed in studying the system, a rare smile graced Su Yuntao's face. Wonderful. After traversing so many villages, we have finally unearthed a promising talent. What a delightful outcome. This journey had not been in vain. Admittedly, Han Li's martial soul was not exceptional. It was merely an ordinary scythe, but it was vastly superior to a useless martial soul. Provided this child committed to diligent cultivation, there was a significant chance he could become a soul master. The village chief, Old Dog Dan, could hardly contain his joy, his weathered face breaking into a radiant smile. Old Jack, how will you compete with me now? What if a child emerges from Holy Soul Village with full innate soul power? ISNT, that's still a worthless martial soul, the blue silver grass? How could a mere tangle of weeds ever compare to a sharp scythe? As Han Li emerged from the depths of the spiritual realm, he was immediately engulfed in the exuberant embrace of the elderly village chief, his mouth stretched into a wide grin. Our Empire Soul Village has finally risen to prominence, surpassing the Sacred Soul Village. In his excitement, the old chief, Dog Egg, momentarily forgot about Master Su Yuntao, who was approaching. Upon noticing him, he released Han Li and cleared his throat awkwardly to dispel the tension. Master Su Yuntao, however, paid little heed to the awkwardness, his entire focus directed towards Han Li. What is your name? He inquired. Han Li, came a reply. In my travels across several villages this year, you are the only child who has awakened not only a non-defunct martial spirit, but also possesses soul power. Though I am revered as a master in the village, I am but a mere figure in the martial spirit hall, incapable of aiding you. Whether you can become a soul master rests solely upon your own exploration of this path. With that, Su Yuntao hurriedly departed. The village chief, Dog Egg, pulled Han Li aside and, squatting down with a serious expression, declared, Child, you are the hope of our Empire Soul Village. This year's opportunity for a student worker in the village belongs to you. The closest city to Empire Soul Village is called Nodding City, home to a Junior Soul Master Academy, which annually offers a position for a student worker to the surrounding villages. Ordinary individuals who awaken their martial spirits must go there to learn the cultivation methods of soul masters. It is the only place where one can find the most accurate knowledge about martial spirits. Han Li offered a few perfunctory responses before excusing himself to return home, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the life-draining system. If he could master this divine life-draining system, he would become invincible across the continent. Once finally departa. The village chief, Dog Egg, hastened out of the village, heading straight for Sacred Soul Village. On the rural dirt road, Old Jack was engaged in conversation with the villagers. My fellow countrymen, after many years since our village produced a soul saint, we've now given birth to a prodigy with innate full soul power, he exclaimed. I have decided to send that child to the Nodding Academy for further education. Just then, Dog Egg swaggered over, brimming with pride. Dog Egg, what brings you to our village? Old Jack inquired, his brow furrowed. The two had always been rivals, both serving as village chiefs and relishing in their competition. What does innate, full soul power matter? Do not think I am unaware that the child's martial spirit is the blue silver grass, a useless martial spirit. How do you know that? Old Jack asked in surprise, quickly deducing that it must have been Master Su Yuntao who informed him. A useless martial spirit with high soul power is of no consequence. Our village has truly produced a prodigy this year. His martial spirit is a scythe. With innate soul power at level 5, Dog Egg boasted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Old Jack's expression darkened instantly. I advise you not to send that child with a useless martial spirit to the Nodding Academy. Otherwise, once he arrives, he will be overshadowed by our villagers. It will be quite unfavorable. Dog Egg laughed heartily in response. You! Old Jack nearly spat blood in frustration. Meanwhile, back in Empire Soul Village, Hanli resolved to experiment with the divine life-draining system. Naturally, he wouldn't recklessly drain his own life. That would be decidedly foolish. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly turned his gaze to the poultry in the yard. Is it possible that I could drain the lives of other animals as well? Without hesitation, Hanli approached a hen, clenching one fist and striking. To his astonishment, the 6-year-old Hanli knocked the hen unconscious with a single blow. This was likely due to the significant enhancement of his physique following his awakening of the martial spirit. He could probably overpower 1 or 2 physically weak adults now. I want to drain the life of this hen, Hanli silently affirmed. In the next instant, the system chimed in. Target, hen defeated. Congratulations, host, life drain successful. Could it truly work? He then set his sights on a barking wild dog at the gate, rushing forward and delivering a punch that rendered it unconscious. I want to drain the life of this wild dog. The same message of success resounded. However, these creatures were rather ordinary, and even a 10-year-old soul beast far surpassed them. The lives he could drain were minimal. The hen yielded 10 days of life, while the wild dog offered a fortnight. Subsequently, Hanli experimented with several other beasts, but the maximum he could achieve was a year. In summary, while he could drain the lives of such poultry, the efficiency of doing so was dismally low. To exchange for desired items in the system shop, he could only wonder how long it would take. It seemed imperative to swiftly enhance his own cultivation, defeating formidable foes to drain their lives for greater rewards, or seek out locations suitable for signing in. However, only the more perilous locations offered substantial rewards. Thus, Hanli's immediate priority remained to find ways to elevate his cultivation. For it was only through this enhancement that he could fully harness the system's capabilities. Perhaps a visit to the Nodding Academy would yield unexpected fortunes. In the days that followed, Hanli frequently ventured out to hunt various ordinary beasts, draining their lives. After all, even the smallest fly is still meat. Given Han Li's current strength, he could only prey upon these lowly creatures. A few days later, on a bright sunny day, the village chief, Dog Egg, arrived early at Han Li's doorstep, ready to escort him to the Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Perhaps due to the impending journey to the Grand City, Dog Egg had donned a new outfit, exuding vitality. Shall we set off? He urged eagerly, as though he were the one about to enroll. On their way out of the village, Dog Egg regaled Hanli with tales he had gathered over the years. Each year, we in the surrounding villages receive a position for a student worker at Nodding Academy. However, talents like you are rare, which is why it's been so long since anyone has gone to study. Student workers are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees. The conditions are quite favorable, requiring only that you cover your own meals. Once you enroll, you can take on simple jobs at the school in exchange for food. It's a form of self-reliance. Once Dog Egg began his monologue, there was no stopping him. Hanli would occasionally respond, but most of his thoughts were consumed by future plans. The journey from Empire Soul Village to Nodding City was merely half a day's trek. They set out early in the morning and arrived by afternoon. Strictly speaking, Nodding City was not a bustling metropolis, yet far outshone the humble Empire Soul Village. The city in trance boasted thick walls, and its streets were paved with high-quality cement rather than the dirt roads of the village. Various shops lined the sides of the roads, bustling with activity. Hanli, once I drop you off at the school gate, I must take my leave. You must study diligently on your own and avoid causing any trouble, Dog Egg implored earnestly. Staying overnight at an inn in Nodding City was prohibitively expensive. A poor villager like him could hardly afford such luxuries. The two made their way to the west side of the city, with the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy within sight. At the entrance of the academy stands a grand archway, beneath which lie two iron gates of exquisite craftsmanship. Is that not old Jack from Holy Soul Village? The old dog glanced towards the school's entrance, where an elderly man accompanied by a child seemed to be embroiled in a dispute with the gatekeeper. Han Li's gaze was drawn to the blue-haired child, who was none other than Tang San. This is the Soul Master Academy. What business do you two rustic bumpkins have here? The gatekeeper barked, blocking old Jack's path. Despite the gatekeeper's aggressive demeanor, old Jack maintained his composure and began to explain. Young lad, this is our village's work-study student for the year. To his dismay, the gatekeeper scoffed, a work-study student? I haven't heard of such a thing. You must have gone to great lengths to gain entry. Take my advice and vanish from my sight at once. The latecomers, the old dog and Han Li, stood off to the side, watching the spectacle unfold. Witnessing Tang San's embarrassment brought a sense of satisfaction to Han Li. I hope we want TB turned away by the gatekeeper as well. Should we go over and see? Old dog felt a sense of trepidation. Soon, old dog and Han Li arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Academy. Old dog, you're here too? This lad, doesn't he believe we are work-study students? Please let me explain, old Jack said helplessly. This marked the first encounter between Han Li and Tang San. Over the past few days, Tang San had heard rumors of a child from a neighboring village possessing innate soul power at level 5, with a martial spirit far more formidable than blue silvergrass, a scythe. For some reason, Tang San felt that Han Li was an enigmatic individual, seemingly possessing a maturity beyond his years. What a day it is. Why must two more country bumpkins show up? The gatekeeper's expression was one of utter disdain, as if merely breathing the same air as these villagers repulsed him. He mocked Tang San and old Jack, while Han Li merely observed the unfolding drama. However, should the gatekeeper turn his aggression towards him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. System, I wish to unleash a beating upon this scoundrel. Han Li was incensed, and the repercussions would be severe. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated a life force expenditure. In the next moment, Han Li felt a surge of power coursing through him. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and seized the gatekeeper by the collar. You lowly scoundrel with your contemptuous gaze. The scene was surreal. A mere 6-year-old child gripping tightly onto the collar of an adult man who found himself unable to escape. Han Li swung his fist towards the gatekeeper's abdomen. The fists of a 6-year-old may be small, but under the system's enhancement, each strike held the force comparable to that of a fully grown man. The relentless barrage of punches caused the gatekeeper to lose all bravado, instinctively pleading for mercy. Yet, Han Li, reveling in the moment, showed no signs of halting his assault. Time seemed to stretch on, until at last, the gatekeeper collapsed, rendered unconscious. Han Li, still unsatisfied, paused his onslaught. The three bystanders stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have deemed it impossible. Tang San was taken aback. This person was truly remarkable. Even with the Tang sect's secret arts, he could not guarantee victory against the gatekeeper without the use of hidden weapons. Hubbins, Funli, how did you accomplish that? After a long moment, old dog finally snapped out of his astonishment and asked incredulously. Perhaps it is due to the awakening of my martial spirit? Anli fainat ignoranza. Upon mention of the martial spirit, both old dog and old Jack appeared relieved. Ding! A target for life force expenditure has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the expenditure? The system's voice echoed in Han Li's mind. Having just defeated the gatekeeper, he could indeed choose to expend his life force. Yes, of course. Anli shota witot azitation. This arrogant buffoon, who looked down upon others, certainly deserved it. The gatekeeper was a living being, and the life force he possessed was far superior to that of mere chickens or stray dogs. As of now, Han Li had accumulated enough life force to redeem an item in the system shop. What should he redeem first? Just then, Han Li recalled the village chief, old dog, standing beside him. Over the years, he had been without parents and owed his survival to old dog generosity. Although Han Li often found old dog's incessant chatter tiresome, he was indeed his benefactor. Now, having arrived at Nodding Academy and awakened the system, Han Li feared he might not see old dog again. Chapter 5. Ignoring the Master. Soul Power Enhancement. Upon closer inspection, the village chief, old dog, was gray-haired, with sunken eyes and a face lined with the marks of time, clearly in the twilight of his years. Han Li was a person who valued gratitude, and thus he ultimately decided to redeem a longevity pill in the system shop. Grandfather, this pill is for you, a parting gift from me, Han Li said softly. Old dog reached out to accept it, not taking the pill seriously, thinking it merely some candy Han Li had found. After all, Han Li was just a 6-year-old child, regardless of how one looked at it. Grandfather, please take it, Han urged, fearing Old Dog might forget about the pill or give it to other children in the village. All right, Old Dog, still dazed from the earlier events, instinctively complied and swallowed the pill. The moment it went down, he felt a warm current fill his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. At that moment, a man of average height and slender build approached, dressed in black. He possessed an ordinary appearance common among the masses, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. "What are you doing here?" he asked, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. Han immediately recognized his identity. He was Yu Xiaojiang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whose mutated martial spirit was considered rather weak, with combat abilities only marginally superior to those of ordinary individuals. However, due to his profound insights into martial spirit theory, he was often referred to as the Master. "Why is the gatekeeper unconscious?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, perplexed. Village chief Old Dog hesitated for a moment, but ultimately recounted the entire story. Yu Xiaojiang listened intently, then pondered for a moment before asking, "Are these two children work-study students from a nearby village? Do you have proof?" The two village chiefs realized that this man was likely an authority figure, and they quickly retrieved their crumpled work-study certificates from their pockets. These certificates were issued by the Martial Spirit Hall, bearing the hall's emblem and the signature of Su Yun Tao. "This proof is legitimate. Elder, I apologize on behalf of the Academy. I will take these two children under my care," Yu Xiaojiang said after a brief examination. Being publicly apologized to by someone of apparent significance greatly satisfied the vanity of the two village chiefs, though Old Dog remained concerned about the gatekeeper. He feared that Han Li's actions in knocking out the gatekeeper would draw the Academy's ire, risking their opportunity to attend school. "It is of no consequence. My apology signifies that the gatekeeper was in the wrong and should face some form of punishment." The master waved his hand dismissively, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang began to scrutinize the two children poised to enter the academy, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. "Which child rendered the gatekeeper unconscious?" he inquired. As a seasoned reader of the Douluo, a continent saga, Han Li was acutely aware of all the plot lines and, as such, harbored a particular disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. He was even reluctant to engage with the man and, after hastily bidding farewell to Old Dog Dan, pivoted and made his way into the academy. "Master, it was he who incapacitated the gatekeeper." Tang San attempted to capture the attention of this esteemed figure. However, his efforts were in vain, for before he could complete his statement, Old Dog Dan interjected. Han Li is usually quite well behaved. Today's incident was merely an anomaly, he hastily clarified. Yu Xiaojiang did not express anger at this, recognizing that the other party was merely a child. Rather, he found a certain charm in Han Li's character. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Xiaojiang led Tang San inside. "Thank you, Master," Tang San murmured softly. "I'm not a teacher of this academy." Yu Xiaojiang promptly refuted. "Then why do you represent the academy? Who exactly are you?" Tang San inquired, blinking with curiosity. "I am merely a guest here for the sustenance," Yu Xiaojiang replied, his eyes devoid of luster as he spoke. "I see that your proof states your martial soul is blue silvergrass, and that you possess innate full soul power?" Yu Xiaojiang abruptly shifted the topic. Tang San nodded, extending his palm to reveal a luminous blue silvergrass. "If my conjecture is accurate, you must possess a twin martial soul," Yu Xiaojiang asserted. A tremor of surprise coursed through Tang San as he hastily inquired how the man knew this. "I possess a profound understanding of martial soul theory. Such knowledge is not particularly challenging for me," Yu Xiaojiang replied nonchalantly. "Would you be willing to be my teacher?" Tang San, fully aware of the man's extraordinary nature, eagerly sought his patronage, perhaps recognizing Tang San's potential due to his dual martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before agreeing to take him as a disciple. Meanwhile, Han Li had not walked far before receiving a notification from the system. "Ding! Host has arrived at Nodding Academy. Sign in successful. Ding! You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 2 levels. Lifespan extended by 2 years. Compared to other sign-in locations, Nodding Academy was the safest. Thus, the rewards bestowed upon Han Li were relatively modest. Nevertheless, for Han Li at this moment, such rewards were quite satisfactory. His soul power level had surged to level 7, just 3 levels shy of obtaining his very first spirit ring. Elated, Han Li strode joyfully towards the Academic Affairs Office. All new students were required to report to the Academic Affairs Office. The layout of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was rather straightforward, divided into 3 main areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building. Regardless of their home locations, All students attending Notting Academy were required to reside in the dormitories under the institution's unified management. The Academic Affairs Office was situated on the first floor of the main teaching building, and Han Li quickly located it. Inside the office stood a long table, attended by 3 reception teachers, the foremost being a septuagenarian gentleman named Su, who served as the director of the academy. "Greetings. I am a work-study student from Emperor Soul Village," Han Li stated, handing over his credentials with an air of nonchalance. "I never expected a talent to emerge from Emperor Soul Village this year," Director Su remarked with mild surprise. Han Li's martial soul, a scythe, was rather unremarkable, and while his soul power was passable, it did not attract the attention of the teachers present. Director Supersedidor Registeran Li, issuing him a set of pristine white school uniforms. "This is your uniform, free of charge. You have been assigned to Dormitory 7. From this day forth, you are a student of Notting Academy and must adhere to the Academy's regulations." Next, he was directed to the dormitory building, which was singular and easily located. Given that Notting City was relatively small, located in a somewhat secluded area with a sparse population, the number of enrolled students was correspondingly low. Each grade maintained an approximate count of 40 students, and due to their youthful age and generally smaller stature, all students in a grade resided in a single large dormitory for streamlined management. Dormitory 7 was an exception. It was the only mixed-age dormitory, and the reason was quite simple. It housed work-study students. Chapter 6. I am the leader of Dormitory 7. I will protect you all. The tuition and accommodation fees for work-study students were exempt, resulting in their dormitory conditions being the most rudimentary. Upon arriving at Dormitory 7, Han Li discovered the door ajar, with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. He strode straight inside. The dormitory was spacious, containing 50 beds, though most were devoid of bedding. In the central corridor of the dormitory, 7 or 8 children of similar age to him were engaged in playful antics. "Sign in. Anli Silan Li Urja." Ding. Host has arrived at Notting Academy Dormitory 7. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 1 level, lifespan extended by 1 year. The rewards here were slightly less than those received at the Notting Academy sign-in. Yet Han Li remained unfazed, recognizing this sign-in location as a mere branch of the academy. After completing the sign-in, Han Li offered a token greeting to the group, "Hello?" He then began to scan the room, searching for an unoccupied bed. "Are you the new work-study student?" A sturdy, taller boy emerged from the crowd, fixing a penetrating gaze on Han Li. "Yes," Han Li replied calmly with a nod. "I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, destined to be a Battle Soul Master," the boy declared with an air of arrogance. "I am the leader here. You'll follow my lead from now on, and I'll look out for you," Wang Sheng boasted, patting his chest with pride. Noticing Han Li's silence, Wang Sheng pressed on. "What is your name, and what is your martial soul?" "I am Han Li, from Emperor Soul Village, and my martial soul is a scythe," Han Li responded. "Currently, my soul power is level 8. He deliberately placed this information at the end, carrying an ulterior motive. The others present, upon hearing that his martial soul was a scythe, did not display much astonishment, recognizing it as a rather ordinary weapon martial soul. Ordinary it may be, yet it possessed a degree of offensive capability, far superior to that of a mere grass martial soul. However, their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his final statement, their composure fracturing. "What? Your soul power is at level 8. Is that true?" They all exclaimed in shock. Their reactions had long been anticipated by Han Li, who regarded them with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Do you not believe me? Perhaps a sparring match would convince you?" In unison, the group turned to Wang Sheng, their leader, knowing that only he could make such decisions. Wang Sheng, skeptical yet intrigued, scrutinized Han Li, pondering whether the newcomer was merely posturing. Yet, should it prove true, he could find himself in quite the predicament. Being the leader of Dormitory 7, Wang Sheng possessed a modicum of intelligence and promptly devised a compromise. "All right, you go first." Wang Sheng suddenly pointed at the youngest child, intending to have him test Han Li's mettle. However, Han Li shook his head, fixing his gaze on Wang Sheng. "No, you should go. If I defeat you, I'll be the leader here, correct?" Wang Sheng was taken aback by the newcomer's audacity, igniting a competitive spirit within him. "Humph. You truly do not comprehend your own insignificance." Indeed, the others chimed in, amidst the raucous laughter of the other minions, who found the notion of defeating their leader. Vong lo da, utterly ludicrous, Han Li remained unfazed. Silently, he activated the system, exchanging a fragment of his life for a powerful soul skill. "Very well. I shall oblige you," Wang Sheng declared, his fist clenched as he rushed forward. Han Li unleashed his soul skill with a single, forceful punch, effortlessly bringing Wang Sheng to his knees, rendering him unconscious. The onlooking minions were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such an unexpected manner. They dared not lift their gazes to Han Li, who wore a slight smirk. "From now on, I will protect you all. Why do you linger? Call me your big brother." The young followers quickly complied, chanting, "Big brother, big brother." After the altercation, Han Li accessed the system panel, visible only to him, and was taken aback to discover that defeating Wang Sheng had cost him half a year of his lifespan. However, he felt no pang of regret. 2 successful sign-ins had already granted him 3 additional years, and he was confident that future advancements would yield even more. Approaching Wang Sheng, who lay on the ground, Han Li extended his palm and delivered several sharp slaps to his face, waking him. Rather than expressing anger, Wang Sheng beamed with delight, realizing the immense potential Han Li possessed. "Han Li, you have bested me. Thus you shall be the leader of our dormitory," he proclaimed with utmost respect. "But let me forewarn you, being a leader is no easy feat. We are all students from humble backgrounds, often bullied. The leader must stand up for his subordinates." "Look here," he said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal several prominent bruises on his robust arm. "Considering your strength, I am certain you will protect us well," Wang Sheng asserted confidently. Han Li, observing the scars, nodded sympathetically, promising, "Rest assured, with me around, no one shall dare to bully you." His words ignited smiles among the children, who simply wished for a peaceful academic life, free from harassment. As Han Li selected a bunk, a petite girl clad in pink strolled over, her long black braid swaying gracefully. This was Xiao Wu, her youthful visage radiating a charming blush, a true beauty. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, students were generally young, and dormitories were co-ed until the intermediate level. "How peculiar," Wang Sheng murmured. "Last year, there wasn't a single work-study student. Now we have 2. Boss, go for it. Show her who's in charge," Wang Sheng whispered in Han Li's ear. Xiao Wu hopped into the circle, greeting everyone with a cheerful, "Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer." Her soft, adorable voice melted hearts. "Greetings, Yamafan Li." "Your new leader," he replied. Wang Sheng interjected, "In our dorm, newcomers must showcase their martial souls and abilities." Xiao Wu struck a cute pose. "Are you sure? Bring it on." Anli up Bruaka calmly. In an instant, Xiao Wu extended her bag and shifted into a combat stance, launching a swift kick toward Han Li. Such an attack posed no threat to Han Li. With a graceful pivot, he evaded her strike. Xiao Wu, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of agile attacks. Her flexibility allowing her to deliver unexpected blows, each powerful in its own right. While other children would have succumbed to her assault, Han Li adeptly countered all her attempts and seized her ankle. In a manner akin to his bout with Wang Sheng, he subdued Xiao Wu with a single punch, sending her crashing to the ground. Unlike Wang Sheng, she did not faint but instead clutched her stomach, giving him a thumbs up. "Han Li, you are incredible," she exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. The system chimed in. "Ding. Host has successfully defeated Xiao Wu. Rewards granted." "Ding. You have earned the reward. You may sacrifice 5 years of Xiao Wu's lifespan." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward. An elevation in cultivation by 2 levels, alongside a 500-year yellow soul ring. Note, the age of the soul ring can be enhanced." Han Li was elated. On his very first day at the new Ding Academy, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Though the soul ring's grade was somewhat modest, it was a gift nonetheless. What more could one desire when it is free? "I shall absorb this soul ring immediately," he declared eagerly. With remarkable efficiency, the system facilitated the fusion of the soul ring, and Han Li's soul power ascended to level 11. Shortly thereafter, Tang San completed his enrollment and arrived at Dormitory 7. Wang Sheng and the others were astonished. After years of seeing none, now they had encountered 3 work-study students in quick succession. Having witnessed the prowess of the first 2, they were eager to ascertain the strength of Tang San. "Newcomer, what is your martial soul?" Wang Sheng inquired first. "Blue silvergrass," came Tang San's response. The revelation caused the group to collectively gasp, their hopes dashed as they realized he wielded a seemingly worthless martial soul. "What is your soul power level?" Wang Sheng continued, slightly disappointed. "I possess innate full soul power at level 10. "What?" The onlookers were taken aback. Innate full soul power was a rarity. It was unfortunate that it was paired with such a lackluster martial soul. "Ahem, Tang San. In our dormitory, newcomers must spar with the leader." "And who might that be?" Tang San questioned, perplexed. "That would be him, Han Li." Wang Sheng pointed once more to Han Li. Upon recognizing Han Li's familiar face. Tang San expressed gratitude. Han Li, thank you for coming to our aid earlier. Having witnessed Han Li's display of strength against the gatekeeper, he continued, You helped me. I have no desire to challenge you, nor do I wish to assume the role of leader. Oh, it is merely a formality, not a life-or-death battle. Just a friendly spar, Wang Sheng urged, encouraging Tang San. Tang San, undeterred, remained resolute until Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, pointed an accusing finger at him. You, a boy, lack any courage or backbone. Her words struck a chord within Tang San. Fine, I will fight him, he conceded reluctantly. The surrounding crowd quickly cleared a space for the impending duel. Han Li was reluctant to squander too much time on this matter and took the initiative to launch an attack. In a flash, he appeared before Tang San and delivered a solid punch that struck Tang San with greater force than his earlier blows against Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu. Tang San's slight frame could hardly withstand the impact, rendering him momentarily dazed. Wang Sheng and the others were left utterly astonished. How could Han Li have grown stronger in such a brief span of time? Han Li had no time to concern himself with others. His thoughts solely fixated on the rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Tang San. Ding! You have received the reward. The ability to reduce Tang San's lifespan by 5 years. Ding! Additional reward. Soul power increased by 3 levels, along with a 1,000-year purple soul ring. With this, Han Li's soul power level rose to 14. He needed to ascend 6 more levels to acquire a second soul ring. Thus, the 1,000-year purple soul ring would have to be temporarily stored within the system space. Han Li's face was alight with joy. At this pace, becoming a level 100 powerhouse seemed not too distant a dream. Wang Sheng, kindly provide me with an overview of the school situation, Han Li stated with a casual air. Following a brief introduction from Wang Sheng, Han Li gained a general understanding of the various affairs of Notting Academy. By the way, boss, while we work-study students are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees, we must cover our own meal expenses. Considering our young age, the school has assigned us different chores. You 3 first-year students are responsible for cleaning the garden on the southern side of the playground. Daily cleaning and tidying up will earn you 10 copper soul coins. Before Han Li could interject, Wang Sheng continued, Of course, as our leader, you need not lift a finger, and since Xiao Wu is a girl, we'll handle that along with Tang San. One must admit, Wang Sheng was quite adept at managing matters. Han Li cast him an appreciative glance. Furthermore, Han Li learned from Wang Sheng that the opening ceremony was scheduled for the next day, with classes commencing the day after. Just then, a teacher approached, carrying a bundle of bedding. Where is Tang San? The master sent me to deliver his bedding, the teacher said slowly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu's expression darkened as she realized the implication. As a transmigrator, Han Li was aware of Xiao Wu's true identity and knew she lacked funds. Thus he said to her, Come with me, we shall go buy bedding. Boss, there's no need for such trouble. You can use ours. Wang Sheng and the other subordinates immediately stepped forward to offer their assistance. All of them were work-study students hailing from impoverished villages, their families struggling financially. No, I prefer to take Xiao Wu to purchase new bedding, Han Li insisted, unwilling to appropriate the meager possessions of these unfortunate children. Although Han Li had no money, he was aware of ways to earn it. On the road outside the academy, Han Li and Xiao Wu walked side by side, a refreshing breeze blowing towards them. Han Li, where are we headed? Xiao Wu inquired with a hint of curiosity. You shall know shortly, Han Li teased. Chapter 8. 2 6-year-old soul masters shock Su Yuntao. The Wuhuan Hall in Notting City was a grand structure with a soaring dome, both solemn and imposing, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it. The emblem adorning the main entrance featured only a long sword, signifying that such a magnificent Wuhuan Hall was of the lowest rank. Han Li, what are we doing here? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Han Li did not respond, but walked towards the grand doors of the Wuhuan Hall, where 2 gatekeepers appear to be in their 20s. We are students from Notting Academy, here to register as soul masters, Han Li stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the gatekeepers exchanged incredulous glances. These 2 children appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old. How could they possibly be soul masters at such a tender age? Children, this is not a place for frivolity. Go play elsewhere, one gatekeeper retorted skeptically. Given the scarcity of soul masters in Notting City, most of whom were considerably older, the gatekeeper's reaction was not unexpected. Without further ado, Han Li activated his martial soul, revealing his soul power. The 2 gatekeepers instantly felt a wave of pressure emanating from the young boy. Can we enter now? Han Li inquired calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Yes, of course, the gatekeeper stammered, utterly taken aback. With the obstruction lifted, Han Li led Xiao Wu inside. The interior of the Wuhuan Hall was exquisitely decorated, with tall walls adorned with various murals. Sunlight streamed through the surrounding crystal windows, adding several layers of ambience to the space. As they traversed through the hall, Han Li spotted a familiar figure in the reception area. Was that not Su Yuntao, who had recently assisted him in awakening his martial soul? Master Su Yuntao, do you remember me? Han Li called out. You are Han Li from Emperor Soul Village, Su Yuntao replied, recognizing Han Li immediately. Responsible for the martial soul awakening across several villages, he had encountered countless children and typically would struggle to remember each one. However, Han Li was an exception. He was the only child this year with a natural soul power of level 5 and an offensive martial soul, leaving a lasting impression on Su Yuntao. What brings you here? It appears you have enrolled, Su Yuntao remarked slowly, noticing that both Han Li and Xiao Wu were clad in the uniforms of Nodding Academy. We have come to register our identities as Soul Masters, Han Li explained. Oh, so you wish to register as Soul Masters? Su Yuntao nodded instinctively before quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. What? Register as Soul Masters? Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock. Last time I measured your soul power, it was only level 5. How could you possibly have progressed so rapidly in just a few days? I'm not certain why my soul power has increased so swiftly, Han Li replied, opting to tell a small lie rather than divulge the existence of the system. Sensing Su Yuntao's lingering skepticism, Han Li activated his martial soul. And a yellow 100-year soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. Soul rings cannot be feigned. Su Yuntao was taken aback, standing in place for a considerable time, astonished by the revelation. Could it be that this child is inherently suited to be a soul master? After regaining his composure, Su Yuntao led Han Li and Xiao Wu up the stairs to the second floor. He refrained from inquiring about the soul ring, likely suspecting that it was acquired with the assistance of Nodding Academy's instructors. The second floor housed the administrative offices of the Wuhuan Hall. The corridors were lined with various rooms, and Su Yuntao quickly located the one they needed, pushing the door open. Master Matthews, these two children have come to register as Soul Masters, Su Yuntao said respectfully. Inside the room sat an elderly gentleman, dressed in a neat Soul Master uniform. Huh, Yuntao, you must be joking. Are you certain these little ones are here to register as Soul Masters and not for a martial soul awakening? The elder remarked, his gaze fixed on Han Li and Xiao Wu in astonishment. I am not jesting. Han Li's martial soul is the one I recently assisted him in awakening. And I indeed just witnessed his first soul ring, Su Yuntao explained swiftly. Matthews began to re-evaluate Han Li, who maintained a calm exterior. Exceptional talents emerge in every generation, each commanding their own brilliance for centuries. Matthews mused. At the tender age of 6, this child has already ascended to the status of a soul master, and his future accomplishments are bound to be limitless. Follow me. Master Matthew slowly rose and exited his office. Han Li and Xiao Wu closely trailed behind, while Su Yuntao suddenly recalled a prior engagement with a female companion and had to take his leave. Under Master Matthew's guidance, they traversed the lengthy corridor toward the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. At the corridor's end stood 3 grand archways. Master Matthew pushed open the leftmost door to reveal an extraordinarily spacious room, its lofty ceiling adorned with an array of unusual black stones. Very well, let us commence officially. After a brief assessment, the yellow crystal orb in Master Matthew's grasp revealed Han Li's current level of soul power. Level 11, along with a century-old soul ring. Indeed, you have met the criteria for registration as a soul master. Following this, it was Xiao Wu's turn to be evaluated, and she too satisfied the requirements, possessing a yellow century-old soul ring. From this moment forth, you are both soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Shortly, I shall present each of you with a badge, which will entitle you to receive a monthly allowance, 1 golden soul coin per month. Thank you, Master. Though merely 6 years old, they had achieved the status of soul masters. Their martial spirits may not be exceptional, yet their potential was immense. Master Matthew resolved to report the information of these 2 children, keeping a close eye on their development. Should they continue to progress at such a rapid pace, they might attract the attention of the Hall's influential figures, thereby benefiting him as well. After completing their registration as Soul Masters, Han Li took Xiao Wu out for a shopping excursion. Upon reaching the storefront, Han Li intended to purchase 2 betting sets, but was halted by Xiao Wu. 1 set of betting will suffice. We can share it, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure. Xiao Wu whispered. The cost of a single betting set was trivial to Han Li, Yet he could not resist the delightful prospect of sharing a bed with Xiao Wu. Subsequently, Xiao Wu requested some money from Han Li to procure a variety of delectable treats, and both were immensely pleased. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Nodding Academy, Tang San joined Wang Sheng and others for a meal. The cafeteria was vast, capable of accommodating 300 to 400 diners simultaneously. Oh, isn't that the gang of paupers led by Wang Sheng? A voice echoed from the second floor, where several students in uniforms leaned against the railing, casting malevolent glances toward Tang San and his companions. You destitute wretches will never experience the delicacies of the second floor. The taunting continued. The second floor was a separate dining area offering more exquisite dishes at a higher price, far beyond the means of work-study students. Let's just eat this time. We can deal with Wang Sheng and his crew later, one of them suggested, and they soon dispersed. Their remarks incensed Wang Sheng and his companions. Yet they could only swallow their indignation for the time being, as their adversaries were not only affluent, but also formidable. San, come here. Master arrived at the dining hall, waving at Tang San. Tang San hurriedly approached, momentarily casting aside the earlier incident. Since I have taken you on as my disciple, I must fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher. I have some free time now. Feel free to ask any questions. After the instruction concluded, Master informed Tang San to prepare over the next couple of days, as he would take him into the nearby forest to acquire his first soul ring. Overjoyed by this news, Tang San realized that once he obtained a soul ring, he would officially become a soul master. Time flew by, ephemeral as a fleeting moment. As night fell, Han Li and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, quickly noticing the glum demeanor of Wang Sheng and the others, prompting them to inquire about the cause. Boss, we were ridiculed by others while dining in the cafeteria today. Each of them sighed heavily, as this was not their first encounter with such bullying. I thought something serious had happened. It turns out it was just bullying, Xiao Wu remarked softly. Let me tell you, Han Li and I have registered as soul masters at the Spear Hall. Tomorrow, we will help you avenge this slight. Xiao Wu continued with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others perked up. It was known that their rival was the 6th grade leader, Xiao, the only student in the academy to have become a soul master. For other students, he was an unassailable presence. However, with Xiao Wu and Han Li also being formidable, their recent registration as soul masters indicated that their soul power levels began at a minimum of 10. They possessed soul rings and soul skills, and perhaps other hidden strengths, making them capable of confronting Xiao. As for Tang San, while his soul power level was 10, he possessed a defective martial spirit and had always exhibited a timid demeanor, and thus was not counted among their ranks. Excitedly anticipating a confrontation, Xiao Wu was invigorated and eager to prepare for battle that evening. Her method of preparation involved sparring to maintain optimal combat readiness. She glanced at Han Li, recalling how he had effortlessly dispatched her with a single blow, and promptly dismissed the idea of sparring with him. Ultimately, Xiao Wu chose Tang San and Wang Sheng as her sparring partners. Neither Tang San nor Wang Sheng stood a chance against her. Rather than a sparring session, it resembled a one-sided assault. Xiao Wu relished the experience of thoroughly defeating the two, the earlier gloomy memories of being bested by Han Li dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, Han Li remained vigilant, feigning interest in their sparring while secretly activating his system. I wish to extract 3 years from Tang San's lifespan, Han Li declared without hesitation. Congratulations, host. The lifespan extraction was successful, and your soul power has increased by 3 levels. Han Li's soul power surged to level 14 in less than 2 days. He refrained from fully depleting Tang San's lifespan, reserving 2 years for potential future needs. It was evident that Tang San, as the original protagonist of Douluo continent, possessed extraordinary fortune. In contrast, extracting 10 years from someone like Wang Sheng would likely result in only a single level increase in soul power for Han Li. As for the dogs and chickens from the former Imperial Soul Village, it would require at least 20 years of their lifespans to raise a single level. Yet, with Tang San, it seemed he could gain a level for nearly every year extracted, a most favorable scenario. Although Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng had been defeated by Han Li, he had no intention of extracting their lifespans. Just as Tang San was recovering from his recent defeat by Xiao Wu, Han Li approached him. I would like to spar with you again, Tang San. Tang San was at a loss. However, Han Li would not easily let him off. Once more, Tang San faced a fierce beating. Strangely, this time, defeating Tang San did not trigger a system reward. Could it be that there exists a limitation on the opportunities for extracting others' lifespans? Han Li speculated that perhaps only one reward could be obtained within a day or a certain time frame. The validity of this hypothesis would require further experimentation in the future. As the night deepened, it was time for slumber. Xiao Wu had not purchased a blanket, having previously arranged with Han Li to share a bed. Wrapped together in the same blanket, Han Li could detect the faint fragrance emanating from Xiao Wu. After all, both were merely children, and nothing transpired that night. The following morning, the gentle rays of dawn illuminated the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. The birds chirped merrily, and the campus was alive with vibrant energy. Tang San set out early, eager to accompany the master in quest of soul rings. Before retiring for the night, he assured everyone that upon his return, he would gladly take on all the cleaning duties. Notting Academy was hosting its opening ceremony. Faculty and students gathered in a spacious hall to listen to the dean articulate the vision for the new academic year, filled with trite remarks. The ceremony concluded swiftly. Wang Sheng summoned that bully and challenged him to a duel, Han Li stated coolly. In an open space behind the academy, two factions congregated, one led by the domineering Xiao Lao De, a senior student, and the other by Han Li, representing the working students. I never expected you impoverished lot to dare challenge me, Xiao Lao De boasted arrogantly. Oh, Wang Sheng, why are you lurking in the back? I see. You found yourself a new leader among the working students, haven't you? No matter how many leaders you switch, it's futile. For you are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. His scathing words revealed a history of bullying the working students. This infuriated Xiao Wu, who clenched her fists, eager to spring into action. Leave this guy to me. You take care of his lackeys, Han Li instructed her. The tension escalated. Han Li approached Douluo, fixing him with a steely gaze as his century-old soul ring shimmered beneath him. What? This kid is also a soul master, and he possesses a century-old soul ring. Xiao Lao De was momentarily taken aback. Han Li's fist surged forward, striking directly at Xiao Lao De's abdomen. Unable to match Han Li's speed, Xiao Lao De was sent flying by the punch. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Lao De summoned his martial soul, a wolf, preventing his immediate defeat. How formidable, he said, his voice tinged with anxiety. I may have truly kicked a steel plate this time. In the next instant, Han Li launched another assault, his speed surpassing that of before, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. But he could not catch sight of Han Li, who struck him from behind. A gleaming sit manifested, exuding intimidating aura. With a mere flick of his wrist, Han Li rendered Xiao Lao De unconscious, leaving him devoid of awareness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the enemy. 1 year of lifespan can be harvested. After neutralizing Xiao Lao De, Han Li rushed to offer assistance elsewhere. In terms of overall quality and combat prowess, the working students were indeed outmatched by the seniors, with only Xiao Wu holding an advantage while the others faltered. However, with Han Li's support, the senior students were thoroughly thrashed. The outcome of the duel was no longer in doubt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the enemy. Lifespan can be harvested. Yet, the rewards were meager, far inferior to those gained from defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, and comparable only to those from Wang Sheng. Aside from the ability to harvest half a year of lifespan from each opponent, no additional rewards were available. Fortunately, the sheer number of adversaries allowed Han Li to elevate his soul power by 1 level, bringing it to level 15. This battle was truly satisfying, and Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, and the others were filled with joy. In the following days, Han Li relentlessly punished the mischievous students at the academy, establishing an illustrious reputation. No one dared to provoke the working students any longer. In fact, students would scatter at the mere sight of Han Li, avoiding eye contact as if fearing he might devour them. Xiao Wu would occasionally spar with Han Li, but given his high level of soul power, he could easily triumph without even resorting to the system's life force harvesting. Han Li's fame became well known, and he naturally ascended to the position of the school's leader, earning the moniker Scythe Boss. Xiao Wu's status also soared, becoming the second in command of the academy, basking in glory and revered by many. Even Wang Sheng and the other lackeys rejoiced. They no longer had to endure bullying, finally able to lift their heads high and sing songs of triumph. Everyone feared and respected Han Li. Through defeating those students, he gradually exchanged the harvested lifespan for soul power, transforming quantity into quality. Thanks to the divine life force harvesting system, Han Li's soul power surged at a pace unmatched by others, reaching level 16 in just a few days. Moreover, as a seasoned fan of Douluo continent, Han Li possessed an exceptional understanding of martial souls, surpassing even many of the academy's teachers. They felt unworthy to instruct him, often seeking his guidance instead. This was the true definition of a school bully. Teachers submitted, students obeyed. Tang San finally succeeded in obtaining his first soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength and boosting his confidence. Shortly after his return, he eagerly sought Han Li for a sparring session, believing that with his first soul ring, he could defeat Han Li. However, he ended up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. "You still have a long way to go," Han Li remarked condescendingly as he looked down on Tang San. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San. 1 year of lifespan can be harvested. This time, there were no additional rewards in the form of soul rings. Han Li promptly decided to harvest Tang San's year of lifespan, perhaps due to his recent soul power boost. This time, Tang San's lifespan could only be exchanged for about 70% of a level of soul power. However, a few more beatings might yield significant gains. The next morning, Han Li sought out Tang San again and, unsurprisingly, gave him another thrashing. This time, the system indicated that half a year of Tang San's lifespan could be harvested. Han Li realized that for the same target, he could reap rewards every other day, albeit with diminishing returns. "How can you have a spar without me?" Xiao Wu, feeling impulsive, launched an attack on Tang San before he could respond. Tang San was left severely battered. Han Li knew that Tang San, being from the Tang sect, was skilled in hidden weapons, having crafted some rudimentary ones before enrolling in the academy. If he were to employ those hidden weapons, it would be a disproportionate advantage against peers of his age. However, Han Li feared nothing from Tang San's hidden weapons, fully aware that the boy would refrain from using lethal force unless absolutely necessary. After a considerable time, Xiao Wu ceased her assault, leaving Tang San bruised and battered. Deeply frustrated, he had never witnessed Han Li and Xiao Wu acquiring soul rings. So how were they so formidable? Despite having recently obtained a soul ring and possessing decent soul power, Tang San's martial soul was severely lacking. The blue-silver grass martial soul offered minimal assistance in real combat situations. Little did he know that both Xiao Wu and Han Li's soul powers far surpassed his own, with Han Li nearing the threshold of level 20. The significant disparity in soul power guaranteed that Tang San would remain a mere plaything for Han Li and Xiao Wu. Han Li paid no heed to Tang San's thoughts as he silently converted the lifespan he had extracted from Tang San today into soul power. With the addition of the soul power from yesterday, Han Li experienced yet another upgrade, elevating his soul power to the 17th level. Soon enough, it was time for Tang San to attend class with Master. The Master, recognizing the potential of Tang San's dual martial souls, took a keen interest in him, aspiring to cultivate him into a top-tier powerhouse. "Master, I have arrived," Tang San announced as he pushed open the door. "What has happened to your face?" The Master inquired with concern upon seeing Tang San's bruised visage. "I was injured while sparring with Han Li and Xiao Wu," Tang San replied weakly. "What?" The Master exclaimed in shock. While he supported soul masters engaging in sparring to hone their skills, he could not fathom such ferocity in practice. Moreover, Tang San was on the verge of acquiring his first soul ring. How could he have been beaten? Was he besieged by a group? This was clearly an attempt on his life. The Master felt his anger rising, perplexed by such behavior. Without delay, he made his way to the 7th dormitory, seeking an explanation from Han Li and the others. As the Master forcefully pushed open the door to the 7th dormitory, he immediately garnered the attention of all present. "Where are Han Li and Xiao Wu?" the Master demanded coldly. Moments later, the two emerged slowly. "Did you two harm Tang San?" "We were merely sparring." Han Li maintained his composure, unfazed by the circumstances. However, Han Li's calm demeanor only fueled the Master's fury further. "Sparring shouldn't leave Tang San in such a state. I believe you two intended to do just that." The Master's emotions spiraled out of control, and it seemed a conflict was imminent. Chapter 11. Achieving Soul Mastery. 2,000-year Soul Rings. Though Master Yu Xiaozhang's martial soul had undergone negative mutation, resulting in the three-headed dog, his soul power of 29 was very much real. Han Li, now at level 17, had no chance of victory against him in a direct confrontation, even with a superior martial soul, given the significant level gap. Upon checking the system, Han Li discovered he had limited lifespans available to extract. Only 2 years from Tang San and 5 years from Xiao Wu remained. Along with his own, Han Li was reluctant to sacrifice either his own or Xiao Wu's life, and after careful consideration, he decided to extract 1 year from Tang San to redeem a poisonous soul skill in the system's shop. Congratulations, host, successful redemption. You have obtained the soul skill, Poisonous Mist. Seeing that Han Li had ignored him, Master Yu Xiaojing grew increasingly irate. "If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, then I will." Before the Master could finish, Han Li swiftly unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, poisonous mist. The master was completely unprepared, never anticipating that Han Li would take action against him. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power, followed by a wave of toxic gas that crept into his nostrils. The master turned pale, struggled to breathe, and soon collapsed. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Yu Xiaojiang. You may extract 6 years from Yu Xiaojiang's lifespan. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward, a 5,000-year purple soul ring, which can be upgraded later. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new soul skill, Three-Headed Dog Stench. Without hesitation, Han Li consumed Yu Xiaojiang's 6 years of lifespan entirely. Perhaps due to Yu Xiaojiang's soul power level of 29, he was significantly more powerful than Han Li, allowing each year of his lifespan to be converted into 2 levels of soul power. Han Li was overjoyed. This 6 years of lifespan had propelled him up by 12 levels. In no time, Han Li advanced from the 17th to the 29th level, proudly becoming a soul master. Had Yu Xiaojiang remained conscious at that moment, he would undoubtedly have sensed the deterioration of his physical capabilities and mental acuity, an unmistakable manifestation of his reduced lifespan. Successfully surpassing the 20th level meant Han Li could finally acquire a second soul ring for his martial soul. The 5,000-year soul ring from the additional rewards was the optimal choice. However, Han Li did not absorb it immediately. Instead, he feigned a worried expression. In the world of Douluo continent, the maximum threshold for a soul master's second soul ring was 700 years. The current soul ring's age vastly exceeded 4,000 years. If he were to absorb it forcefully, he risked explosive demise, a loss too great to bear. System, is this soul ring's age too excessive? Will I be able to withstand it? Anlisu drea suransa, displaying a desire for caution. No problem at all, the system responded coldly, providing the most succinct affirmation. Reassured by the system's words, Han Li felt his anxiety dissipate. Surely, the system would not lead him astray? Thus, he promptly commenced the absorption of the 5,000-year soul ring. As the system had indicated, everything proceeded smoothly without incident. Upon fusing with the soul ring, Han Li's soul power level surged to 30. In this manner, having just absorbed his second soul ring, Han Li was poised to absorb his third soul ring at once. One exhilarating experience. Among the rewards for previously thrashing Tang San was a 1,000-year purple soul ring, which Han Li promptly absorbed. This bold move allowed him to break through to the rank of Soul Ancestor. Reaching level 31, Han Li was elated. Becoming a Soul Ancestor enhanced his overall prowess. However, despite his joy, he remained cautious, aware that beyond Soul Ancestors lay Soul Masters and Soul Kings, realms where he was still vastly outmatched. The road ahead remained long, and he would take it one step at a time. Subsequently, Han Li browsed through the system shop, discovering a skill that concealed his soul power and soul rings. This skill held immense allure for Han Li at present. He understood the concept of bearing a jewel brings trouble. Revealing superior talent too early could incite envy and lead to deadly consequences. Thus, Han Li exchanged the remaining year of lifespan he could extract from Tang San for this skill. Under the influence of this skill, Han Li's true soul power and soul rings would remain hidden for 1 year. Tang San followed closely, and upon seeing Master lying unconscious on the ground, he grew increasingly anxious. As a master of poison himself, Tang San quickly discerned that the Master had been poisoned. He carefully lifted the Master and placed him on his bed, examining his condition with diligence. Fortunately, the poison was not lethal. However, Tang San lacked the antidote for this particular toxin. He suspected Han Li was responsible but lacked substantial evidence, and with Han Li's formidable strength, he dared not provoke him. Yet, since Yu Xiaojiang was his teacher, he could not simply abandon him. After moments hesitation, Tang San courteously approached Han Li. Could you lend a hand to help the Master? His tone was humble, almost pleading. I have no idea what happened. He stormed over here and berated us. Then fainted without warning. Han Li shrugged, adopting a demeanor of helplessness. But don't worry. Perhaps he just had a stroke due to his age. A good rest might suffice. This matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. The soul skill poisonous mist that Han Li redeemed from the system shop was an instantaneous technique. Silent and without any indication of release. On the surface, it appeared as though the Master had suddenly fainted. Yet, how could such a coincidence exist in this world? Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng deduced that this was the handiwork of Han Li, finding him even more unfathomable. The following morning, as dawn broke, the Master abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber. The human body possesses a certain degree of self-purification, capable of eliminating toxins unconsciously. The abilities of Soul Masters in this regard surpass those of ordinary individuals. As long as the toxins are not particularly lethal or overwhelming, recovery can occur gradually. Upon awakening, the Master felt a significant depletion in both body and spirit, which incited his fury. However, he was oblivious to the events that had transpired, thus directing his ire towards Han Li and Xiao Wu. After all, he had initially intended to avenge his student Tang San. Han Li, Xiao Wu, you two have gone too far. You wield superior strength, yet bully your classmates without remorse. You are unworthy of being students here. The Master berated vehemently. Han Li snorted dismissively, unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. Chapter 12. A Journey to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tang San's frustration. Did he think this was still yesterday? He was now a soul sovereign. Why would he fear the likes of Yu Xiaojiang, a mere 30-level weakling? To claim they were unworthy of being students here? Did he himself deserve to remain? A man in his 40s hiding away like a timid turtle in such a small place, and he dared to criticize others? An literaturta mercilessly. Xiao Wu joined in the verbal fray, supporting Han Li in chastising the Master. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and the others appeared somewhat fearful, utterly unsure of how to react. After all, the Master was an adult, a teacher to Tang San. Although many looked down upon him, his strength was undeniable. A 30-level Grand Soul Master was not something they could contend with, and they couldn't help but worry for Han Li, fearing that the Master might suddenly strike and injure him. The Master had extensive knowledge in martial soul theory, yet his prowess in verbal disputes was clearly lacking. Furthermore, he was outnumbered, with both Han Li and Xiao Wu targeting him simultaneously. As the exchange escalated, the Master decided to unleash his martial soul. Although the three-linked cannon was somewhat lacking, it sufficed to maintain an imposing presence. He attempted to use the aura emitted by his martial soul to suppress Han Li and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, Tang San, Wang Sheng, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a potent aura that nearly suffocated them, causing them to retreat several steps in haste. Xiao Wu felt similarly uncomfortable, her entire being uneasy. Observing this, Han Li released his scythe martial soul, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. Due to the activation of his hidden skill, Han Li revealed only a single 100-year soul ring, though in truth, he possessed three. Yu Xiaojiang's feeble martial soul trembled under the might of the scythe. The three-linked cannon? The Master exclaimed, bewildered. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Han Li decisively took action. The Master had not anticipated Han Li would initiate the attack first, catching him off guard. Being inherently non-combatant and lacking practical experience, the Master found himself at the mercy of Han Li's onslaught. Han Li struck relentlessly, pummeling the Master, leaving him battered and bruised. The scene was undeniably brutal, as the Master's cries echoed throughout the dormitory. It was not until the Master fell silent that Han Li gradually ceased his assault. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yu Xiaojiang. 1 year of his lifespan can be redeemed. Beyond this, no further rewards were granted. Han Li observed that since reaching level 31, his soul power surpassed that of Yu Xiaojiang, rendering the latter's year of life insufficient to exchange for even a single level of soul power. Therefore, Han Li decided to retain Yu Xiaojiang's lifespan for future use. Tang San, Wang Sheng, and the others were left in shock. When Yu Xiaojiang unveiled his martial soul, they were all filled with trepidation. A 30-level Grand Soul Master was an entity they could only revere from afar. Not to mention confronting him, they lacked the courage even to meet his gaze. Yet, Han Li, a newly ascended Soul Master, exhibited no fear, advancing boldly to confront this Grand Soul Master, ultimately turning the tables and delivering a severe beating to the Master. Their minds were utterly baffled, as if they had momentarily short-circuited. Tang San gained a deeper understanding of Han Li's terrifying capabilities, vowing in his heart to avoid provoking Han Li at all costs in the future. Opposing Han Li was akin to jesting with one's own life. With this incident concluded, tranquility returned. Han Li remained at the Nodding Academy for a few more days, growing increasingly bored. It was simply devoid of interest. I believe it is time to leave this place, he declared to Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu one day. Huh? Where do you plan to go? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. I wish to explore grander horizons and expand my knowledge, Han Li replied, gazing into the distance. Xiao Wu immediately expressed her desire to accompany Han Li. She grasped his hands, shaking her rabbit ears adorably as she pleaded. Witnessing the scene, Wang Sheng felt an immense sense of envy. Before long, Han Li and Xiao Wu successfully graduated from Nodding Academy. intending to proceed to an intermediate Soul Master Academy for further study. Upon hearing this news, Tang San was consumed with jealousy. When will I get the chance to explore the outside world? Meanwhile, the master, whenever he thought of Han Li, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He informed Tang San, I have long since paved the way for your future. All you need to do now is train diligently. Once you break through to level 20 and become a Grand Soul Master, we will also attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. The master spoke with confidence. But we shall not be attending just any school. We are destined for Shrek Academy, renowned for its superior teaching quality and exclusivity to prodigies. Hearing the master's words, Tang San felt somewhat reassured, though a lingering dissatisfaction remained. Han Li's extraordinary talent cast a shadow over him, leaving him feeling insignificant and fostering a sense of inferiority. Little San, do not be disheartened. Han Li and Xiao Wu lack the guidance of esteemed mentors. Trust me, they will not venture far, the master asserted resolutely. As long as you heed my guidance, lay a solid foundation, and progress step by step, you will undoubtedly achieve greater heights than they. I understand, teacher. I will strive to improve. From that point onward, Tang San dedicated himself tirelessly to training, gradually enhancing his soul power. After departing Nodding City, Han Li, accompanied by Xiao Wu, journeyed southward. With their funds dwindling, they were unable to rent a carriage and thus had to travel on foot. As they meandered along, they played and enjoyed each other's company, finding joy in the journey. A year swiftly passed. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination. We have arrived. Han Li stretched, loosening his limbs. Before them lay a grand city, characterized by towering walls and bustling gates, with a constant stream of people entering and exiting. Compared to Nodding City, this city was vastly larger, and above the gates, 3 gilded characters proclaimed, Sutua City. The Kingdom of Barak is situated on the southern fringe of the Heavenly Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within the empire, bordering the Xinglua Empire. As the southern gateway to the Heavenly Empire, it is destined that the Kingdom of Barak possesses formidable military strength. Within this kingdom, 2 cities hold immense significance, the capital, Barak City, and the present location, Soto City. Both cities are of paramount importance within the kingdom and are heavily guarded. Chapter 13, The Rose Hotel in Soto City. Featuring but a single room. At last we've arrived. If we walk any further, my legs will surely give out, sighed Xiao Wu. Over the course of the past year, the two had not only traveled, but also diligently practiced their skills. Xiao Wu, blessed with remarkable talent, had elevated her soul power to the 20th level, thus becoming a Grand Soul Master. When preparing to acquire a soul ring, she cleverly feigned a separation from Han Li, opting to indulge in some leisure before sauntering back leisurely. She claimed that shortly after parting ways, she encountered a soul beast suitable for acquiring a soul ring, defeating it after a brief skirmish. However, Han Li was well aware of Xiao Wu's true identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, capable of generating the first 7 soul rings and their corresponding abilities without the need to hunt soul beasts. Han Li merely chuckled in response to Xiao Wu's fib, praising her luck without exposing the truth. After all, who doesn't have their own little secrets? Are you tired of my company? If so, you may leave at any time. Unlijesta, I have no such thoughts. Don't slander me, Xiao Wu protested, pouting. The two playfully bantered as they entered Soto City. Indeed, it was a bustling metropolis, starkly contrasting with Nodding City. The streets were impeccably paved, and a myriad of shops lined the way. Besides the locals, armored soldiers and tourists mingled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with lively chatter and the sounds of commerce. This place is quite splendid, Xiao Wu exclaimed. After our long journey, shall we find a spot to rest? Unli Kidath. There's no rush. We can go later. Just moments after expressing her fatigue, Xiao Wu was invigorated by the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. She eagerly tugged Han Li toward the bustling areas, her eyes sparkling at the sight of delectable treats. As if by magic, she soon amassed a collection of goodies, savoring each morsel with immense satisfaction. During this time spent with Han Li, Xiao Wu had gained much insight, feeling that her cultivation speed had significantly accelerated in his presence. Han Li, akin to a walking encyclopedia, seemed knowledgeable about everything under the sun. Furthermore, his profound understanding of martial soul theory always provided Xiao Wu with invaluable assistance. Observing this remarkably dependable man by her side, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of contentment in her choice of companion. Since attaining the rank of Soul Sovereign, Han Li's progression had slowed considerably, having only risen 2 levels over the past year. His soul power now stood at 33. A daunting journey lay ahead. Ding! New checkpoint detected. Would you like to sign in immediately? The system's voice chimed. Sign in now, Han Li commanded. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at Soto City. Ding. You have received a reward. An increase of 1 level in soul power. Though it was merely a single level, Han Li felt quite satisfied. For a soul sovereign, such an elevation was a challenging feat. Moreover, the safety of Soto City as a sign-in location posed no risks, zero danger. Han Li speculated that if he ventured into the soul-hunting forest, he might also receive sign-in rewards, likely more generous in nature. However, the peril of encountering powerful soul beasts in such a place was daunting. Unless Han Li were to gamble with his life, relying on the system's assistance, he would not recklessly pursue sign-ins in such hazardous locales. After a time of revelry, Xiao Wu, having indulged in food and fun to her heart's content, felt the weight of fatigue settle in. Let us find a place to rest, she said weakly. Finally acknowledging your exhaustion, having just arrived in Soto City, they noticed the sky darkening and decided to seek out a hotel for the night, planning to attend to business the following day. Before long, Han Li led Xiao Wu to the entrance of a hotel. The grand sign prominently displayed the name Rose Hotel, and the exquisite decor was evident even from the outside. Ding! New sign-in location detected. To Han Li's surprise, the Rose Hotel was also a designated sign-in area. Ding! Congratulations on successful sign-in. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a reward. 6 months added to your lifespan, and a new soul skill. Enchantment. Huh. For a fleeting moment, Han Li thought he had misheard. What? Enchantment? Are you jesting? A man of my stature has been granted a skill of seduction. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on him. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered that perhaps this enchantment skill could be advantageous in interactions with women. As Han Li and Xiao Wu entered the hotel, they were greeted by a subtle fragrance of roses, perfectly aligned with the hotel's name. The interior was predominantly adorned in shades of rose red, complemented by other hues, creating an elegant and inviting ambience. Hello, we would like to check into a room. Han Li approached the counter and spoke. The attendant glanced at Han Li, then at Xiao Wu behind him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Sir, you are quite fortunate. We have only 1 room left. Considering their youth and the fact they had shared accommodations throughout their journey, Han Li felt a touch of embarrassment. Just then, a voice interjected. Wait, that room belongs to me. Chapter 14. The Scythe Against the White Tiger, a confrontation. Approaching them were 3 individuals. The center figure a young man of approximately 1.7 meters, robustly built with broad shoulders and striking features, his golden hair cascading down his back. At a glance, Han Li recognized him as Dai Mubai. Perhaps due to Han Li's presence, the dynamics of the situation had shifted from what they once were. Dai Mubai appeared quite pleased, flanked by a pair of alluring twin sisters, exuding charm and allure. This last room is mine, Dai Mubai reiterated. Before Han Li could respond, Xiao Wu was already ready for a confrontation. On what grounds? We arrived first. From your appearance, you must be country bumpkins visiting from afar, Dai Mubai retorted, momentarily captivated by Xiao Wu before adopting an air of superiority. Who are you to compete with this young master for a room? This is hardly a place for your kind. The atmosphere thickened with tension, laden with an unmistakable air of hostility. While the attendant at the counter found herself in a predicament, a new employee unaccustomed to such confrontations. Be sensible and vacate the room for me at once, or else. Dai Mubai remarked with a disdainful snort. His words incited a fiery rage in Xiao Wu, who then pointed an accusatory finger at his nose. We refuse to yield. You, with your condescending gaze, do not presume us to be easy prey. The expression on Dai Mubai's face shifted from sunny to stormy, dark clouds gathering over him. Oh, so you dare to insult me? Even if you relinquish the room now, I shan't forgive you. The atmosphere was undeniably charged with the impending threat of conflict. The attendant, unable to remain passive, pleaded, Gentlemen, should a brawl ensue, please do not let it unfold here. My misfortune would be dire. Dai Mubai promptly declared that any damages incurred would be solely attributed to him. After all, what princely figure would ever be short on funds? He then scrutinized Han Li and Xiao Wu before him, seemingly uncovering some revelation. I see both of you radiate fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters as well. Here's the deal. I shall not be accused of bullying you. You may both come at me together. The twin sisters accompanying Dai Mubai prudently stepped back, providing ample space for combat, their faces adorned with infatuated smiles directed at him. Xiao Wu, undeterred, bristled with determination to engage in battle. However, at that moment, Han Li suddenly grasped Xiao Wu's arm, asserting, "Allow me to handle this." At this juncture, Dai Mubai had already spent a year at Shrek Academy, his soul power level hovering around 28, poised to ascend to soul venerable status. Conversely, Xiao Wu had just attained the 20th level and was evidently no match for Dai Mubai. The two faced off in an open space, each revealing their respective martial spirits. Dai Mubai's spirit was the evil white tiger. Though not as renowned as the blue lightning tyrant dragon, it belonged to the upper echelons of beast martial spirits. Upon witnessing Han Li's spirit, a mere scythe, a look of derision crept across Dai Mubai's lips. A sigh? Truly, one could not describe you as anything but a rustic. Yet in the next heartbeat his smirk faltered, for he beheld two soul rings illuminating beneath Han Li's feet. Radiating brilliance, it appeared he had encountered a worthy adversary, a formidable great soul master, contrary to his initial assumption that the opponent was merely a fledgling soul master. To his astonishment, the two soul rings were of one yellow and one purple. Such a phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. Wasn't he the optimal soul ring configuration for a soul venerable two yellows? Who was this individual? Could he perhaps belong to a royal lineage or a prestigious family, or a disciple of a grand sect? Otherwise, how could he possess such exceptional soul rings? If Han Li had not concealed his true prowess, he would have revealed himself as a soul venerable with one yellow and two purple rings, which would have undoubtedly left Dai Mubai astounded, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Regret washed over Dai Mubai as he recognized the recklessness of his earlier actions. However, having issued such bold proclamations, he could not simply retreat. Steeling himself, he pressed forward. Presently, Han Li's soul power had reached 34, making the confrontation with a 28-level Great Soul Master a trivial endeavor. Devoid of the need to waste his life force with system-assisted combat, grasping the cold, gleaming scythe, he lunged forward with a swift thrust. First soul skill. White Tiger's protective barrier. Dai Mubai shouted, and a translucent white shield enveloped him, significantly enhancing his attributes. Merely a trifling skill. Anli Charja Hiadlon. Swinging the death scythe with ferocity against Dai Mubai, the impact reverberating with astounding force, sending him crashing backward. Dai Mubai desperately attempted to mitigate the blow by dragging his feet against the ground, leaving two deep impressions in the earth. What terrifying power, he thought, feeling a twinge of pain in his right hand. Fortuitously, he had activated the White Tiger's protective barrier beforehand. Otherwise, this strike could have rendered his arm incapacitated. Yet Han Li did not grant Dai Mubai any respite. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward once again, scythe in hand, a formidable force. Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth, braced himself to counter, swinging his arm to deflect the onslaught of the scythe. The disparity in soul power became increasingly apparent. His breath growing labored as sweat poured down his brow. As Dai Mubai's stamina waned, Han Li prepared for the final blow, swinging the scythe in a wide arc, gathering tremendous force. Ultimately, the death scythe harvested the evil white tiger, leaving Dai Mubai sprawled helplessly on the ground. Throughout this confrontation, Han Li had maintained absolute dominance over Dai Mubai. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Dai Mubai. You may siphon 5 years from his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. Soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Han Li reveled in joy. The White Tiger's Diamond Transformation was a formidable enhancement skill, which doubled both defense and attack power, equating to a 100% amplification effect. This skill was originally Dai Mubai's third soul skill, yet he had unexpectedly acquired it before him. Subsequently, Han Li examined the requirements for exchanging for a level of soul power. It would necessitate 2 years of Dai Mubai's lifespan. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li resolved to siphon 4 years from Dai Mubai, thus elevating his own soul power by 2 levels. Consequently, following this battle, Han Li successfully ascended to 36. The twin sisters were left in shock, their faces devoid of color, unable to fathom the extent of Dai Mubai's defeat. You ought to leave. Refrain from associating with such individuals in the future. Han Li dismissed the 2 women with a few curt words. Upon hearing this, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief, hastily fleeing the scene. As for the gravely injured and unconscious Dai Mubai, Han Li intended to leave him there. Before departing, Xiao Wu approached and stepped on Dai Mubai, leaving a conspicuous footprint. You lecherous scoundrel dared to vie for a room with us. You've gotten what you deserved. From now on, I shall lay waste to you every time we meet. Xiao Wu vented her frustrations upon the unconscious Dai Mubai, alleviating her pent-up grievances. Chapter 15. Astonishment. The youngest great soul master? With a buoyant spirit, Xiao Wu followed Han Li back to the hotel as reception. Now that no one is contesting the room. Might I have the key? Han Li inquired nonchalantly. The attendant hurriedly presented a golden key with both hands, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. I apologize for inadvertently damaging the lobby floor during the altercation. How much must I compensate? No, there is no need. You've caused us trouble. Please proceed to check in. The compensation can be settled once that individual regains consciousness. The attendant had witnessed Han Li's formidable strength. Being a great soul master at such a young age, he presumably hailed from a powerful family. This was not someone a mere attendant could afford to offend. Han Li nodded, ascending the stairs with Xiao Wu. Their room was spacious, adorned with a vibrant crimson carpet, and at the center lay a heart crafted from rose petals. Upon entering the bedroom, they found a grand heart-shaped bed, draped in rosy bedding and pillows, with a crystal chandelier overhead, evoking a dreamlike ambience. In summary, the entire room exuded an atmosphere of intimacy, unmistakably designed for couples. Xiao Wu, however, paid little mind to such details, plucking a rose and bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrant aroma. How delightful! Immediately thereafter, she reclined upon the plush bed, rolling about in sheer delight. This was the first occasion for Xiao Wu to rest on such a comfortable bed. After their extended travels, the two were finally able to enjoy a peaceful night as slumber. The following morning, a bright hue of dawn painted the distant sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. With their funds dwindling, they resolved to visit the Spirit Hall to collect their previous subsidies. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they noticed the absence of Dai Mubai, who apparently had left after regaining consciousness. Soto City, indeed a major metropolis within the Baroque kingdom, bustled with life. The streets teeming with a vibrant crowd, even in the early morning. In comparison, the small towns they had encountered along the way, including Nodding City, seemed insignificant. Every city on the Douluo continent boasts a Spirit Hall, classified into 5 distinct tiers: the Spirit Branch Hall, the Spirit Sub Hall, the Spirit Main Hall, the Spirit Sacred Hall, and the Pope Hall. The classification is primarily based on the size of the city and the number of soul masters present. Nodding City's Spirit Hall is merely a Spirit Branch Hall, while Soto City houses a Spirit Main Hall. Furthermore, Han Li was aware that there are only 2 Spirit Sacred Halls across the continent, located in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The final Pope Hall, the most revered location within the Spirit Halls, resides in Spirit City, the abode of the current Pope. However, the Spirit Hall's influence extends beyond this, for it also harbors a legendary worship hall, the ultimate resting place for all titled Douluos of level 95 and above. The disparity in rank was palpable. The Spirit Hall before them far surpassed the one they had previously encountered in Nodding City, though retained the same domed architectural style. This Spirit Main Hall was grander and more imposing. Standing at its base, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Han Li was profoundly awed, indeed. The written words he had perused in tomes paled in comparison to the monumental reality before him. In contrast to the Spirit Branch Hall, the Spirit Main Hall exhibited a notable characteristic: a greater number of soul masters, whose powers were considerably more advanced. In Nodding City, Su Yuntao, a mere great soul master, held a significant position within the local Spirit Hall, enjoying considerable favor. Yet in Soto City's Spirit Main Hall, even the 2 gatekeepers were at least level 10 soul masters, suggesting that the status of great soul masters here was likely not much higher. Xiao Wu, given that our monthly subsidy is merely 1 gold soul coin, perhaps we should seize this opportunity to register as great soul masters? Han Li inquired gently. A splendid idea. This way, we can secure a larger subsidy. Xiao Wu responded with palpable excitement. Before long, they stepped into the Spirit Hall. Initially, the officials paid little heed to Han Li and Xiao Wu, dismissing the notion that 2 7-year-olds could possibly be great soul masters. However, their persistence prompted the officials to conduct a test, thinking it would quickly send them on their way. To their astonishment, the results were shocking. The officials were flabbergasted to discover that they truly were 2 great soul masters. This cannot be. Such an anomaly has never occurred before, one official exclaimed, astonished as he tapped the crystal ball in his hand. It was no wonder they preferred to believe there was a malfunction rather than accept the results as genuine, primarily due to the extraordinarily young ages of Han Li and Xiao Wu, which defied all common sense. Witnessing the commotion, Han Li decided to reveal his martial soul and soul rings. He deliberately concealed his true level and power, allowing only his 20+ level soul power and 2 soul rings to be visible. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, staring in stunned silence for a considerable time. Once they regained their composure, someone dashed out to summon the person in charge, who, at a loss for how to proceed, called for the Hall Master. Upon learning that two 7-year-old Great Soul Masters had arrived, the Hall Master, a robust middle-aged man with pronounced muscles and a nondescript face, immediately rushed to the scene. His presence exuded an aura of authority, simply standing there radiating the essence of a strong leader. After grasping the situation, the Hall Master scrutinized Han, Li, and Xiao Wu, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity with their faces, as if he had seen them before. Soul Masters possess remarkable memories, and it quickly dawned on him that about a year prior, the branch hall in Nodding City had reported information regarding Han Li and Xiao Wu, complete with their photographs. The fact that two children, just over 6 years old, had registered as Soul Masters left a lasting impression on him. However, after much contemplation, he had deemed their martial souls inadequate and not worth further attention. Who could have anticipated that merely a year later, they would both have become Great Soul Masters? It would be a daunting task to find such young Great Soul Masters throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. The Hall Master pondered the potential of these two prodigies. He shuddered to think what they might achieve in the coming years. Undoubtedly, Han Li and Xiao Wu represented the most promising Soul Masters the Hall Master had ever encountered. May I extend an invitation for you both to visit my office? After a moment of silence, the Hall Master inquired with a warm smile. The officials present were left speechless. The Hall Master of the Spirit Main Hall held a status comparable to that of the city lord in Soto City. It was astonishing for such a high-ranking individual to lower himself to invite two children to his office. Very well, Han Li nodded in agreement. The Hall Master then led the way, instructing the others, "There's nothing for you here. You may disperse." The Hall Master's office was located on the top floor of the Spirit Hall, spaciously adorned and well-furnished, equipped with essential office amenities alongside an array of furniture. Facing the entrance was a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. "Please, take a seat and feel at ease." The Hall Master gestured towards two chairs outside his desk. Once they were seated, he retrieved two badges from his drawer, symbols of their identities as Great Soul Masters. "These are rightfully yours. With these badges, you may collect 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall each month. Do not underestimate these 10 gold soul coins. In the world of Douluo continent, 3 primary currencies circulate: gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins. 1 gold soul coin can be exchanged for 10 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin for 10 copper soul coins. Thus, these 10 gold soul coins are equivalent to 1,000 copper soul coins, which is more than sufficient for an ordinary family's annual expenses. This underscores the esteemed status of the Soul Master profession on the Douluo continent, explaining why so many strive to join their ranks. Upon becoming a Soul Master, one can effortlessly receive substantial wealth, along with various privileges, and as one strolls through the streets, every passerby tends to regard you with a certain admiration. Such treatment is undeniably enticing, is it not? "You are the most talented young individuals I have ever encountered," the Master of the Hall continued with a measured tone. "Your presence at the Hall of Spirits to claim aid signifies that you lack the backing of formidable families or sections. No matter how much talent you possess, without abundant resources and a reliable mentor, your future path will be fraught with difficulties. If you wish to avoid letting your talents go to waste and aspire to continuously grow stronger, ultimately becoming a Soul Sovereign or even a titled Douluo of higher rank, then I implore you to join the Hall of Spirits." The Master's intentions were decidedly clear. No wonder he had summoned Han Li and Xiao Wu to his office. He sought to recruit them. He assured them that should Han Li and Xiao Wu be willing to join, he would personally appeal to his superiors for ample training resources and secure the finest instructors for them. He promised that their teachers would at the very least be of the caliber of a senior Soul Master Academy, undoubtedly guiding them along a less arduous path. With that, the Master gazed expectantly at Han Li and Xiao Wu, awaiting their response. Should he successfully recruit such extraordinary talents for the Hall of Spirits, he would undoubtedly earn considerable merit, possibly even the chance to ascend to the position of Master at the Sacred Hall. Such is the nature of reality. Those in high positions often yearn for further elevation. "We sincerely appreciate your kind offer, Master, but we are still quite young and prefer not to affiliate with any particular faction at this moment. Perhaps we shall reconsider in the future," Han Li thoughtfully replied. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the Master appeared as though doused with cold water, his expression turning sour. Nevertheless, as the Master, he refrained from pressuring them, merely expressing a hint of regret, saying, "Very well, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Very well, we shall meet again. Anli afirmat. The master personally escorted them downstairs, watching as they departed. He was not inclined to relinquish his pursuit so easily. He resolved to covertly monitor Han Li and Xiao Wu's every move. Additionally, he immediately summoned several subordinates. You are to make haste to Nodding City and inquire with Matthew about more information regarding Han Li and Xiao Wu at the hall's branch there. Shortly thereafter, in Nodding City, the Hall of Spirits, the main hall unexpectedly dispatched personnel, leaving Matthew in a state of astonishment upon learning that they were there concerning Han Li and Xiao Wu. It was evident that the master of the main hall had recognized the potential of these two children and was determined to recruit them at all costs. Matthew saw this as an opportunity to gain favor and possibly earn a promotion. Han Li, Xiao Wu, you're my lucky stars. When we meet again, I shall treat you to a meal, Matthew mused inwardly. But those thoughts were for another time. Meanwhile, with the substantial subsidies from the Hall of Spirits, Han Li and Xiao Wu indulged in a carefree life, reveling in the delights of Soto City for a while. Xiao Wu esa shopping pruebas aksada, Han Li esa expectations. Without adequate means, he would indeed struggle to support her. However, as days of carefree living stretched on, Xiao Wu began to feel a tinge of boredom and yearned for something more exciting to engage in. Coincidentally, Han Li shared this sentiment and had already conceived a destination in mind. Where are we headed? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Do you remember the gentleman we encountered upon checking into the Rose Hotel? The one with two girls in tow? Upon mentioning this, Xiao Wu instantly recalled the encounter. Han Li informed her that their next destination was the residence of Dai Mubai. Upon receiving this revelation, Xiao Wu became exhilarated, immediately clamoring to head to the academy without delay. Moreover, she expressed that if they encountered Dai Mubai, she wanted Han Li to refrain from intervening, as she desired to teach him a lesson herself. Thus, Han Li led Xiao Wu out of Soto City and into a rather secluded area. They found themselves amidst a vast expanse of dense woodland, with a cheerful chirping of birds accompanied their steps, and the path grew increasingly desolate. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally glimpsed a few scattered buildings. They quickened their pace, and Xiao Wu could not resist asking, despite being rather obnoxious and a scoundrel, he appears quite affluent. Why would he reside in such a remote and impoverished locale? Anli Ramainat Silin. Pointing ahead toward a grand entrance adorned with a weathered sign. The sign bore 5 prominent characters, Shrek Academy. Oh, I did not anticipate this to be an academy. Thus, he must be a student here, Xiao Wu remarked. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the encounter with the arrogant Ma Hongjun was imminent. What a reflection of the academy itself. Xiao Wu could not help but scoff. It was no wonder she felt this way. Shrek Academy was in a state of disrepair, the entrance appearing hastily constructed, and most of the buildings were wooden, no taller than 2 or 3 stories, looking precarious and unstable. Surrounding them were a few scattered villages, starkly contrasting with the vibrancy of Soto City, with the only advantage being its secluded location, far removed from urban clamor, offering a semblance of tranquility. Just then, they heard a series of shouts. Following the commotion, they saw a chubby young man with red hair rushing toward them, pursued by a woman. The woman, of above-average appearance, chased after him while shouting, "Stop running. You haven't paid me yet." Han Li recognized this red-haired youth as the rotund Ma Hongjun, and he could surmise the situation. This must be the result of his evil fire martial spirit. However, Xiao Wu was unaware of this, lacking Han Li's insight. She assumed that the chubby boy had stolen the girl's money, and her sense of justice surged forth. Though Xiao Wu was a powerful assault-type soul master, her agility rivaled that of many speed-type fighters. Without hesitation, she darted forward, positioning herself directly in Ma Hongjun's path. "Move aside, Ma Hongjun bellowed." But Xiao Wu, convinced that he had robbed the girl, could not stand idly by. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson and rid the world of your kind," she declared with righteous indignation, launching a kick. Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, raising his arms to shield his vital areas, absorbing the impact of her kick, which sent him staggering back several steps. "Are you here to pick a fight?" Ma Hongjun, taken aback by the sudden attack, glowered at Xiao Wu. "Shouldn't scoundrels like you be punished?" Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Her words ignited Ma Hongjun's fury. He ceased his retreat and assumed a combat stance, revealing his soul power. Ma Hongjun possessed a soul power level of 22, with his martial spirit being the evil fire phoenix. Though tainted, it was still a formidable beast martial spirit. A fierce battle was imminent. Xiao Wu's agile form darted forward, swiftly closing the distance to Ma Hongjun, who prepared to strike. She crouched to evade his punch, then executed a sweeping counterattack aimed at his lower body. Ma Hongjun lost his balance and fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, covered in dirt and dust. You! He fumed, rising to his feet, unleashing a torrent of flames at Xiao Wu. The flame attack, while undeniably powerful, harbors a critical drawback: its difficulty in achieving accurate hits, particularly against agile opponents like Xiao Wu, renowned for her swiftness. She flits about like a nimble sprite, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaughts that fail to touch her. However, Xiao Wu does not merely adopt a passive approach of dodging. She continually advances toward her target. In a remarkably brief moment, she closes the distance to Ma Hongjun, leaping high and vaulting over him, landing deftly behind him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Ma Hongjun is acutely aware that his vulnerability lies in his unprotected back, prompting him to hastily turn around. Yet, it is already too late. Xiao Wu delivers a powerful kick to his back, sending him soaring into the air, and she follows suit. Utilizing her first soul skill, Waist Attack, Xiao Wu channels her energy through her waist, maximizing her offensive potential as she unleashes a flurry of kicks upon Ma Hongjun. He crashes heavily to the ground, racked with pain. Ma Hongjun is taken aback. After all, he is a prodigy from Shrek Academy, whose potential has drawn praise even from the Academy's headmaster. How could someone of his formidable strength be bested by this seemingly harmless young girl? His expertise lies in long-range attacks, and he is particularly susceptible to close-range pressure. Encountering Xiao Wu is akin to facing his nemesis. Even a slight advantage in soul power proves futile. He remains overpowered. Are you ready for more, chubby? Xiao Wu taunts, signaling a challenge. Bring it on. If you dare, wait right here. Ma Hongjun retorts defiantly as he strides toward Shrek Academy. Han Li, who had refrained from joining the fray earlier, has been keenly observing Ma Hongjun's every move. Recognizing his intent to seek assistance, Han Li cannot simply stand by and watch him depart. In an instant, he darts forward, moving even faster than Xiao Wu, akin to a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he positions himself behind Ma Hongjun and delivers a powerful punch to his back. Ma Hongjun has no opportunity to react before he collapses, unconscious and unresponsive. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Ma Hongjun. You may exchange 4 years of his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward, a premium phoenix hatchling. The premium phoenix hatchling is temporarily stored within the system space and currently offers no tangible assistance to Han Li. It can only mature through the sacrifice of lifespan. Han Li glances at the hatchling, but chooses not to dwell on it further. At this stage, he cannot afford to waste any lifespan. He decides to postpone any engagement with it until later. After perusing the system shop, he notes that Ma Hongjun's 3 remaining years of life can be exchanged for a level 1 soul power. This aligns with Han Li's expectations, given that Ma Hongjun's soul power level is significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's, while Han Li's power surpasses theirs substantially, resulting in reduced gains. Without hesitation, Han Li opts to exchange 3 years of Ma Hongjun's lifespan for a level 1 soul power, raising his own soul power level to 37. With 1 year of lifespan remaining for Ma Hongjun, Han Li resolves to consume it all at once. After a brief selection in the system shop, he ultimately decides to utilize the remaining year to enhance the duration of his first soul ring. The duration is successfully upgraded to a millennium, transforming it into a shimmering purple. Now, Han Li possesses 3 purple millennium soul rings. If other soul masters, particularly Yu Xiaojiang, were to witness this, they would surely be left in utter disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang would likely be baffled, unable to fathom how this feat was accomplished. Xiao Wu approaches, delivering several increasingly forceful kicks to Ma Hongjun's rotund belly. As she kicks, she curses vehemently, lamenting that this academy seems to be a haven for lecherous individuals. Having previously encountered one, she now finds another, which she deems most unfortunate. Unsatisfied with her own kicks, she calls over the girl who had been chasing Ma Hongjun, who had been cowering in a safe corner during the confrontation. Are you calling for me? The girl asks, trembling with trepidation. Xiao Wu nods, assuring her, don't be afraid. Come and kick him a few times too. The girl obediently joins Xiao Wu in kicking the unconscious Ma Hongjun. Chapter 18, Another Battle with the White Tiger. 1 against 2. Now that Ma Hongjun is incapacitated, he remains oblivious to his surroundings. When he eventually regains consciousness, he will likely feel as though his entire body has been disassembled, suffering from intense pain. Despite having tormented Ma Hongjun for an extended period, Xiao Wu still feels a sense of unresolved anger. As a young girl, she harbors a deep disdain for the likes of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. vowing to enter the academy and seek out others to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget, ensuring they would think twice before threatening young girls again. Han Li and Xiao Wu make their way through the gates of Shrek Academy, where they encounter an eerie quietness with few souls in sight. Soon, they arrive at a spacious area that appears to be a plaza, where two figures are positioned at the center. One of them is instantly recognizable. It is Dai Mubai, whom they previously encountered at the Rose Hotel. The other, sporting short white hair and a somewhat shabby appearance, looks like an unkempt middle-aged man. Han Li quickly deduces that it is Oscar. Attempting to check in at this location, Han Li finds the system persistently indicating that the check-in is ongoing, with no progress to be made despite several attempts. He speculates that the lack of success may stem from his insufficient penetration into the core area of Shrek Academy, as well as the fact that he has not yet fully exited, thereby rendering him ineligible for rewards. Xiao Wu, meanwhile, shouts toward the figures, "Hey you, I finally found you. Let me teach you a lesson again, and see if you dare to bully girls in the future." Dai Mubai tarns, his expression darkening as he recognizes Han Li and Xiao Wu. They're the very individuals who had recently laid him low. After recovering from his injuries over the past 2 days, Dai Mubai had intended to return to the Rose Hotel for revenge. But fate had not favored him in that endeavor. Oscar had previously mocked Dai Mubai when he witnessed the latter's bruised visage after the altercation. However, prideful as he is, Dai Mubai had fabricated an excuse, claiming he had merely slipped and fallen. Now, with the passage of several days, the two confrontations stir memories of humiliation within Dai Mubai, igniting his fury. Oscar notices the tension between them and wisely refrains from intervening, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama, intending to inquire about the situation afterward, curious if Dai Mubai had indeed provoked the girl clad in pink. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu wastes no time in idle chatter and swiftly launches her attack. With her recent victory over Ma Hongjun bolstering her confidence, she believes she can easily contend with Dai Mubai. Unfamiliar with Xiao Wu's capabilities after only having clashed with Han Li, Dai Mubai, nonetheless, does not dare underestimate her. He immediately summons his martial soul, and a phantom of the evil white tiger materializes behind him. The two engage in a fierce battle, each struggling to gain the upper hand in an evenly matched contest. Despite both being assault-type soul masters, their fighting styles exhibit considerable divergence. Dai Mubai's approach is aggressive and domineering, each move a testament to raw power, leaving a striking impact on the audience. Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable prowess, though her ferocity was not as overt as Dai Mubai's. Her more prominent characteristics lay in her grace, agility, and remarkable speed. The ensuing exchange between the two was nothing short of spectacular, with each delivering and countering strikes with finesse. Oscar was taken aback. He had initially believed that Dai Mubai could easily overwhelm his opponent, yet this seemingly fragile girl held her ground convincingly. Dai Mubai, inwardly astonished, realized that this girl was indeed formidable. Although she fell slightly short compared to Han Li, he understood that without exerting his utmost effort, victory would elude him. Consequently, Dai Mubai ceased his preliminary probing and commenced with earnest intent. His techniques evolved, with both power and speed amplified. Under the weight of his full assault, Xiao Wu began to feel the strain. Fortune favored the diligent, and Dai Mubai finally seized a prime opportunity, charging forward. The distance between them was minimal, leaving Xiao Wu no time to evade, forcing her to respond with her fists. However, her strength paled in comparison to Dai Mubai's. He struck her back, causing her to stumble several steps and nearly lose her balance. Frustrated, Xiao Wu clenched her fists, eager to retaliate, but at that moment, Han Li approached her side and said, "Enough, Xiao Wu. Stand down. I shall take over now." Recognizing the unyielding authority in Han Li's gaze, Xiao Wu nodded in acquiescence, refraining from continuing her contest with Dai Mubai. Achieving a stalemate against an opponent whose soul power surpassed hers by 6 levels was already a commendable feat. Dai Mubai regarded the advancing Han Li with trepidation, memories of their last encounter still vivid in his mind. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, Han Li summoned his martial spirit, a razor-sharp scythe materializing before him, glistening ominously and cutting through steel with ease. Oscar scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the scythe as a mere trifle. Almost immediately, Han Li's soul rings illuminated beneath him, revealing only the first and second rings. The third ring remained concealed, yet both purple soul rings exuded an unusual radiance, causing Dai Mubai and Oscar to recoil in shock. What? Just a few days apart, and this fellow's first soul ring is also purple? Oscar was left aghast. marveling at the astonishing revelation. Typically, a soul master's initial 2 rings were yellow, representing a century of soul power. It was not that individuals did not aspire to acquire higher-age soul rings. Rather, such endeavors could easily overwhelm the body, leading to catastrophic consequences. Han Li's 2 purple soul rings shattered Dai Mubai and Oscar's perceptions. They had never encountered such a precedent. Could it be that Han Li hailed from a mysterious and powerful hidden lineage, one that had discovered a means to transcend physical limitations? However, contemplation on such matters was rendered moot as the adversary loomed closer, exuding palpable intensity. Dai Mubai felt an immense pressure, realizing that his singular strength would not suffice for victory. Oscar, this fellow is formidable. Lend me your assistance. Dai Mubai called out without hesitation. Only through their combined efforts did they harbor any hope of triumph. Thus, Oscar joined the fray, albeit as a food-type soul master. His contributions were somewhat limited, yet better than none. Come, let me witness your growth in strength. Han Li gestured to Dai Mubai, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, both Dai Mubai and Oscar launched an aggressive onslaught against him. Yet, they were no match for Han Li, who faced them both with ease, skillfully toying with them without resorting to any life-risking abilities. He swung his scythe, unleashing 2 arcs of blade energy towards them. Chapter 19. Who struck? The elder, Dean Fu, was incensed. The 2 combatants dared not underestimate their opponent, utilizing every ounce of strength to deflect the incoming blade energy. After enduring several rounds of combat, both were nearing exhaustion, sweat cascading down as they gasped for breath. In stark contrast, Han Li appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if untroubled by the skirmish. Enough. I have no time to indulge you further, Han Li stated coldly. It became evident that he had been concealing his true capabilities. Rather than engaging in a fight, he had been mocking them. With that, Han Li vanished from sight, not through teleportation, but because his speed was unparalleled. Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes darted around, struggling to pinpoint his location. By the time they regained their senses, they were startled to find Han Li standing directly before them. There was no time for counterattacks or evasions. Han Li concentrated a significant amount of soul power into his fists, which shimmered with a faint glow. In less than a minute, he unleashed a flurry of punches, dozens in total. His fists struck Dai Mubai and Oscar relentlessly, leaving them no room for defense. Soon, they were left battered and dazed, resembling ragged figures. As Han Li delivered his final 2 blows, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Dai Mubai. 2 years of lifespan can be consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Oscar. 4 years of lifespan can be consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Food type, soul skill. Han Li briefly examined the rewards. 2 years of Dai Mubai's lifespan could be exchanged for 1 level of soul power, while Oscar, akin to Ma Hongjun, required 3 years for the same. Han Li consumed 2 years from Dai Mubai and 3 years from Oscar, successfully trading them for 2 levels of soul power and elevating himself to level 39. Elated, Han Li felt a surge of joy. At this rate, he would soon reach the threshold of soul ancestor. Once the battle concluded, Xiao Wu could not contain her excitement, applauding as she reveled in the sight of Han Li decisively defeating the 2. Striding over, she delivered a series of vigorous kicks to them. Although Dai Mubai and Oscar had not lost consciousness, their exhausted and battered state rendered them incapable of rising. They could only endure Xiao Wu's one-sided assault, wailing in distress. Despite Dai Mubai's current position allowing Xiao Wu to kick him, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as she had not personally vanquished him and thus sought other avenues for retribution. Han Li, let us find other students, Xiao Wu eagerly suggested. However, Han Li shook his head resolutely. There were scarcely any students left at Shrek Academy, with most being faculty members, known for nurturing exceptional talents. The teachers at Shrek Academy possessed formidable abilities, with any one of them likely to be a soul emperor. There was little reason to provoke them. Nevertheless, Han Li remained unfazed should they encounter a teacher, if it came to blows. He could always sacrifice several years of life to exchange for soul skills or other means, ensuring he remained a formidable contender. Han Li had brought Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy primarily to register, yet the status still indicated that they were in the process of signing in. Pondering whether to leave the academy to explore, Han Li suggested, Xiao Wu, it's getting late. We should return. You can seek your retribution another time. Xiao Wu remained obedient to Han Li, dutifully following him as they departed from the academy. Upon reaching the entrance of Shrek Academy, She was incensed to find Ma Hongjun still sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Before leaving, she delivered several kicks to his body, leaving a multitude of imprints on him. Han Li, on the other hand, was elated, for the system had finally confirmed his successful check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at Shrek Academy. Ding. You have received the following rewards: an increase of 5 levels in soul power, an extension of 500 years to the first soul ring, an extension of 1,000 years to the second soul ring, and an extension of 2,000 years to the third soul ring. Furthermore, all attributes including attack, defense, and speed have increased by 10%. As a result, Han Li's soul power level surged to 44, officially elevating him to the rank of Soul Master. He was thoroughly pleased with the rewards from this check-in, though he lamented the absence of a new soul ring. It seemed that the quest for the fourth soul ring would necessitate a venture into the Star Dove Forest in hopes of fortuitous encounters. That evening, as the sun descended, its golden rays bathed the Shrek Academy's playground. The dean, Flinder, took a leisurely stroll to refresh his spirits, only to stumble upon Dai Mubai and Oscar lying pitifully on the ground. What happened to you? Who reduced you to this state? Flinder approached, noticing their bruised faces, his anger brewing. Flinder was characterized by 2 prominent traits: a miserly nature and a fierce protectiveness of his students. From the 2, he learned that a pair of younger children had come to the academy to provoke them. When the girl was unable to best Dai Mubai, the boy stepped in and soundly thrashed both of them. What? I must be mistaken. You were bested by a boy younger than yourselves? Flinder furrowed his brow. You truly are disgraceful. Do you not feel ashamed? Dai Mubai and Oscar fell silent, realizing that their usual discipline had been far too lax. You shall recuperate for 3 days, and during that time, focus on your training. No one is permitted to leave until you reach the rank of Soul Elder. As soon as he finished speaking, a portly figure limped into view. What happened to you as well? Flinder inquired with surprise, looking at Ma Hongjun. Among the 3, Ma Hongjun had been the first to fall, and his injuries were not as severe as Dai Mubai's and Oscar's, allowing him to recover slightly quicker. He recounted the events that had transpired. Those 2 children again. Very well, you will receive the same treatment as the others. Once you have recovered, intensify your training, and do not venture out until you reach the rank of Soul Elder. After the 3 departed, Flinder found himself lost in thought. Having traveled extensively, he was well acquainted with the potential of both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun among their peers. Their martial souls were of the highest caliber, truly monstrous. Yet, such formidable beings had been vanquished by someone even younger. This indicated that the 2 provocateurs were not merely exceptional, but rather extraordinary. Super monsters, one might say. Chapter 20. Frustration in the hunt. Suddenly, Flinder contemplated an astonishing possibility. According to Dai Mubai and the others, the boy possessed 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings. Flinder was baffled. Despite his long friendship with the Master and his extensive knowledge of martial soul theories, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Unless, of course, the boy was a legendary dual martial soul wielder. However, this too seemed implausible. If the boy truly possessed dual martial souls at such a tender age, there would be little reason for him to utilize his second martial soul so early. It would be far more prudent to add soul rings to the second martial soul after achieving the rank of Soul Sage, or even title Douluo, ensuring that his innate potential was not squandered. Though the specifics of the boy's situation remained uncertain, Flinder firmly believed that he was indeed a super monster. If he could locate this boy and persuade him to join Shrek Academy, it would be a monumental breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Flinder felt a surge of impatience. He hastily returned to the chambers of Dai Mubai and his companions. Dean, why are you here again? Dai Mubai asked, bewildered. Flinder meticulously examined their injuries and found them to be minor, merely superficial wounds. Look at you 3, what a disgrace. Hurry and tidy yourselves up, we are going out. Flinder said tersely. Out? For what? We're going to find those 2 children who attacked you today. I wish to confront them personally. Although Dai Mubai and the others were somewhat reluctant, they did not dare defy the dean's orders and quickly changed into fresh attire before stepping outside. They first circled the academy, but did not catch sight of Han Li and Xiao Wu. Realizing that the duo had likely departed, Flinder resolved to search Soto City the following day. Dai Mubai and the others felt a sense of futility, unable to comprehend the purpose of their endeavors. Upon returning, Flinder exceptionally convened a faculty meeting, recounting the events involving the 2 children in detail. The teachers, including Zhao Wujia, expressed profound astonishment. They shared Flinder's sentiments, recognizing the necessity of making every effort to recruit the 2 children. Shrek Academy had operated for many years under the principle of admitting only monsters, resulting in a consistently low student population. It had become commonplace for there to be more teachers than students. Currently, there were only 4 students in the academy, one of whom, a 20-year-old Soul Elder at rank 39, was on the verge of graduation. The remaining 3 were Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai was at Soul Power level 28, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun were both at 22, brimming with potential. However, when compared to the 2 children, Flinder and the others felt a sense of inadequacy. Tomorrow, I will head to Soto City and dig to the ends of the earth to find those 2 children. The future of Shrek Academy depends on them, Flinder declared resolutely to the gathered teachers. Meanwhile, shortly after Han Li and Xiao Wu returned to their hotel, Han Li expressed his desire to explore the Stardow Forest and procure a new soul ring. They had lingered in Soto City for quite some time, and the initial excitement had long since faded. The only thing that piqued Xiao Wu's interest was the thought of confronting Dai Mubai at Shrek Academy. However, with her soul power level only just reaching 20, she was too weak to contend with Dai Mubai. Thus, a trip to the Stardow Forest seemed an opportune choice. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu also wished to find an opportunity to visit Deming and Air Ming, as it had been a long time since they had last met. Wow, Hanli, you've already reached level 30. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Anli pauja momentarily bafura nudding slowly. I hardly saw you spend much time training today. How you leveled up so quickly? Xiao Wu expressed her confusion. If Hanli were to reveal the truth, that he had already reached level 44 and sought the 4 soul ring, Xiao would likely be infuriated to the point of losing her appetite. Time flies swiftly. Upon returning from Shrek Academy, the sky had already darkened. With nightfall upon them, the 2 decided to postpone their departure until the early hours of the morrow, opting instead to enjoy a well-deserved rest at the hotel that evening. The following morning, a brilliant hue of dawn broke across the distant sky. Rising early, the pair donned their attire and exited the hotel. They had recently registered as Great Soul Masters at the Spirit Hall and had received a substantial amount of financial support. The dire straits they faced upon departing from Nodding City were now a distant memory. With their newfound wealth, they chose to indulge themselves by hiring a carriage to journey towards the Stardow Forest. The journey was uneventful, save for a few bumps along the way. Everything else proceeded normally. Unbeknownst to Han Li, as they set out, Flinder had mobilized the entire faculty and student body in a relentless search for their whereabouts. Soto City was no small locale, sprawling across a vast area and divided into several districts. Even with a multitude of teachers and students, locating 2 individuals in such a large city proved to be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After hours of fruitless searching, Flinder, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "Dean, I actually had a prior conflict with those 2. I last saw them at the Rose Hotel. Why did you not inform me of such crucial information sooner? After all this wasted effort, I'm furious." Flinder's teeth chattered with rage. Without delay, they hastened towards the Rose Hotel, quickly arriving at the front desk. "Good day. Have you seen 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl? The girl is dressed in pink." Flinder described their features as best as he could. "They left early this morning." "I have no idea where they went," the attendant replied, appearing helpless. With a resigned sigh, Flinder refused to give up, continuing the search. Days passed, yet they failed to catch even a glimpse of the duo. Flinder's frustration reached a boiling point. For 2 consecutive days, he could hardly eat. His foul mood was vented upon Dai Mubai and his companions. "You 3 inept fools can't even overpower children younger than yourselves. Intensify your training." Flinder subjected them to grueling drills, the intensity magnified several times over compared to before. Under the scorching sun, the trio sweated profusely, running tirelessly, required to circle the training ground 60 times without using their soul power. In addition to this fundamental physical training, a myriad of innovative drills were imposed upon them. Dai Mubai and his friends endured relentless torment, lamenting how long this wretched existence would continue. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Man-Faced Demon Spider. Han Li, oblivious to Flinder's frantic search, had his thoughts entirely focused on the Stardow Forest. Shortly after their arrival, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. "Ding. Detection indicates that the host has reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Check-in successful. Ding. You have received a reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. The Stardow Forest is renowned as the most densely populated area of soul beasts on the Douluo continent, vast in expanse, comparable to the territory of the Barak Kingdom. It is a colossal primeval forest characterized by its complex terrain, including swamps and wetlands. The closer one ventures toward the central region, the more formidable the soul beasts become. Consequently, the Stardew Forest boasts multiple check-in points. As Han Li and Xiao Wu traversed the forest, they encountered several soul beasts along the way. Being near the periphery, these soul beasts possessed relatively low strength, typically boasting only a century or a millennium of cultivation. Han Li merely dispatched these creatures with casual ease, harboring no intent to inflict lethal harm. His goal was solely to acquire system rewards through their defeat. However, due to their lower cultivation levels, the rewards he garnered were minimal. Each vanquished soul beast yielded roughly a month of lifespan, with the more formidable ones providing up to half a year. Xiao Wu observed Han Li's actions closely. Having once been a 10,000-year soul beast herself, she naturally detested witnessing the cruel harm inflicted upon her kin. Her fondness for Han Li grew even stronger. As they continued their journey, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, the ground trembling slightly as if some creature was hastily approaching. Soon, a massive blue serpent came into view. Han Li recognized this old beast as the mandala snake, notorious for its potent venom and paralyzing effects, making it one of the most fearsome poison attribute soul beasts with virtually no natural enemies. The mandala snake seemed to have been lying in wait, charging toward them with intent. Its speed was astonishing, and its agility posed a significant challenge for ordinary soul masters. A battle was unavoidable. Han Li took on the role of the primary attacker, while Xiao Wu coordinated from the side, both nimbly evading the mandala snake's initial assault. Subsequently, Xiao Wu capitalized on her speed advantage, swiftly closing the distance to the serpent. The mandala snake lashed out with its tail, but Xiao Wu deftly dodged. Leaping high, she landed atop the mandala snake's head and delivered a powerful kick. Although the strike did not inflict significant damage, it momentarily stunned the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li unleashed his martial spirit, wielding the death scythe to deliver a powerful slash. The mandala's hide was tough, rendering typical attacks ineffective. Yet, it faced the terrifying might of Han Li. The side strike left a substantial gash on the mandala, blood splattering forth. It was evident that the mandala snake had sustained serious injuries. Without resorting to the system, Han Li was able to secure an effortless victory. Realizing it had provoked two formidable adversaries, the mandala snake, having suffered a significant setback, summoned all its strength and fled the scene with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the serpent vanished from sight. Han Li had no intention of pursuing. He had no desire to claim a 1,000-year mandala snake as a soul ring. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully defeating the mandala snake, you may exchange its lifespan for 2 years. Ding! Congratulations, host. On receiving an additional reward, speed attribute 1. Han Li scrutinized the details. The 2 years of the mandala snake's lifespan could be exchanged for half a level of soul power and other benefits. However, he chose not to redeem it immediately, contemplating the wisdom of accumulating the exchangeable lifespans. Presently situated within the Stardew Forest, should they encounter a powerful soul beast, he could convert these lifespans into life-saving soul skills. After their encounter, the two continued onward. As they ventured deeper into the Stardew Forest, the strength of the soul beasts they encountered significantly increased. After approximately half an hour of travel, they stumbled upon a colossal spider. This spider was known as the man-faced demon spider. Based on its characteristics, Han Li surmised it possessed at least 2,000 years of cultivation. The creature's massive form was adorned in a dark purple hue, with sharply pointed tips on its 8 appendages and eyes radiating an eerie glow. Xiao Wu immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from this soul beast. Han Li, this soul beast is exceptionally powerful. We may not stand a chance against it. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat, Xiao Wu suggested, her voice quavering with trepidation. Now that we are here, how can we know if we can't defeat it unless we try? Han Li replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed intently on the human-faced demon spider. He noted the exceptional quality of this creature, deeming it highly suitable for a poison-wielding soul master to absorb. For instance, individuals like Dugiyan and Mengyaran could benefit greatly from it. However, at present, their soul power levels hovered around 20, rendering them incapable of absorption even if they were present. Tang San, the destined child of Douluo, had only recently surpassed the 30th level. Had Xiao Wu not gone missing, he would not have risked his life to absorb it. The process of absorption was perilous, with even a minor misstep leading to dire consequences. Yet now, Han Li had reached a soul power level of 45, making the absorption of this human-faced demon spider a feasible endeavor. The crux of the matter lay in Han Li's belief that the age of this spider was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, if he could vanquish it without incurring significant costs, absorbing its soul ring would indeed be the commendable option. Given the existence of the system, he was confident that future opportunities would arise to enhance the longevity of this soul ring. Its attributes were undeniably impressive. Han Li's martial soul was a scythe. While a typical scythe was merely sharp, it could not compete with an ordinary longsword in terms of lethality, as it was fundamentally a simple farming tool not designed for combat. However, if the scythe were imbued with potent toxins, its danger would significantly escalate. Moreover, no one would suspect that a seemingly unremarkable scythe could harbor such venom. The very thought of it was exhilarating. Very well, but we must exercise utmost caution. If the situation turns unfavorable, we must flee swiftly, for our lives are paramount. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns. The pair resumed their earlier strategy, with Han Li taking the forefront in the assault, while Xiao Wu remained poised to assist. Although Han Li's soul power stood at 45, he had yet to acquire his fourth soul ring, leaving him without a formidable soul skill. Chapter 22. Absorbing the fourth soul ring, the appearance of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Without relying on the system to exchange for soul skills or other means, Han Li felt a degree of pressure in facing the creature alone. Xiao Wu's soul power was relatively low, with her primary strength lying in close combat. During her encounters with the mandala snake, she had proven instrumental, but against the potent poison of a human-faced demon spider, her role was relegated to support. The human-faced demon spider advanced steadily towards them, launching a barrage of sinister webs. A mere brush against these webs would result in immediate poisoning. Undeterred by the onslaught of webs, Han Li activated his martial soul and wielded his scythe, slicing through the webs with precision. In an astonishing display, the demon spider leaped towards him. Fortunately, Han Li's reflexes were sharp. With a graceful pivot, he evaded the creature's assault. As the spider landed, it kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring its vision. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Han Li charged forward, leaving numerous wounds on the demon spider, though none were fatal. His offensive seemed to enrage the creature, which raised its four forelegs and launched a counterattack from multiple angles, accompanied by a flurry of webs that blanketed all directions. Han Li had no choice but to retreat swiftly, creating distance to avoid peril. With his 45 soul power, Han Li's combat prowess was formidable. He believed that if he could maintain a relentless assault on the human-faced demon spider, it would not be long before he triumphed. Regrettably, engaging the creature up close was exceedingly perilous, as he had already learned. The battle had reached a stalemate. To defeat the demon spider, Han Li needed to find a way to restrain its movements. If he could attack without interruption, success would be half assured. At this critical juncture, he turned to the system for assistance. Han Li accessed the system panel and exchanged the lifespan of the mandala snake for a soul skill in the shop. This skill was named Death Entanglement. Without hesitation, he unleashed it. He raised his empty left hand, performing a grasping gesture, and a surge of soul power radiated around him. In an instant, countless dark green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the human-faced demon spider with astonishing speed. These vines possessed the resilience of the mandala snake and were laced with its venom. The moment the spider came into contact with the vines, it was poisoned, suffering a drastic reduction in its attributes and experiencing a potent paralysis effect. In this state, the demon spider was utterly incapable of breaking free. It was all over. Han Li approached the ensnared demon spider with his scythe, which had now been rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Under his relentless assault, the spider's consciousness fractured, leading to its demise. Han Li felt elated. This battle had not exacted a heavy toll, as he had triumphed solely through his own strength. Aside from the exchanged soul skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the human-faced demon spider. You may exchange for 4 years of its lifespan. The 4 years of lifespan were just enough to exchange for 1 level of soul power. Han Li decided to redeem it on the spot. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu approached, exclaiming, Han Li, you are truly remarkable. You actually defeated that spider. Her face radiated admiration as she pointed to the rear. A purple 1,000-year soul ring emerged from the corpse of a human-faced demon spider, sparkling brilliantly. Han Li, quickly absorb that soul ring. I will keep watch over you. Xiao Wu kindly urged. Han Li nodded, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Although the age of this soul ring was not particularly high at 2,000 years, inferior to his third soul ring, it was perhaps due to this being Han Li's first experience absorbing a soul ring in this manner, or perhaps because of the high quality of the demon spider. The process was not entirely smooth. He felt a degree of discomfort, but it was merely a slight pain, without any threat to his life. In a short while, Han Li successfully absorbed the soul ring, raising his soul power level by 1. He had officially become a 4-ring soul master, with a soul power level reaching 47. The realm of Soul King was now tantalizingly close. The rapid enhancement of his abilities filled Han Li with joy, prompting a radiant smile. Han Li, congratulations. You have ascended to the rank of Soul Master before even reaching 10 years of age. How extraordinary. Xiao Wu remarked. Ite isa maraliluk, fanli raplia astili. Having acquired the desired soul ring, there was no need for them to linger any longer. After all, the Stardew Forest is indeed quite perilous. Just as Han Li and his companions were preparing to depart, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Following the sound, they beheld 2 figures making their way toward them, an adult male and a young girl. The man exuded no trace of masculinity. Rather, he possessed an alluring charm. Clad in a fitted battle suit, his every gesture imbued with a feminine grace. Yet, despite this appearance, he emanated an aura of profound mystery, suggesting he was a formidable expert. The girl, comparable in age to Han Li, exhibited a charisma that belied her youth. With her short orange hair and fair, delicate skin, she appeared almost fragile. Han Li quickly deduced their identities. They were likely Douluo and Hulaina from the Spirit Hall. Their presence in the Stardew Forest was most likely to assist Hulaina in acquiring a soul ring. Causing his heart to race with trepidation. Douluo had attained the rank of title Douluo and possessed an exceptionally keen perception, capable of discerning that Xiao Wu was a transformed being from a 100,000-year soul beast. If he were to uncover this truth, Xiao Wu's life would be in grave danger. Sensing the impending peril, Xiao Wu instinctively retreated behind Han Li, visibly distressed. In a moment of urgency, Han Li exchanged a year of Xiao Wu's lifespan in the system shop for a concealed skill. By employing this skill, he could shroud Xiao Wu's identity, even from the likes of Qian Dalu himself, ensuring her safety. With this, Han Li's anxiety began to dissipate. Chapter 23. Judo Amidola, bow to me as your master. With Xiao Wu's predicament resolved, Han Li felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to Douluo and Hulaina, who were not far off. He sensed that Hulaina's soul power was approximately at the 30th level, indicating her quest for a 3rd soul ring. At the same time, Douluo noticed the corpse of a face-devouring spider, estimating it to be around 2,000 years old. The signs of battle were evident, suggesting it had perished recently. Observing the surroundings, he noted that apart from the 2 children, there was no one else present. Douluo's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he inquired, Hey, those 2 children, did you slay this face-devouring spider? Han Li shook his head lightly, indicating that they had just arrived, intending to gather herbs nearby, and had stumbled upon the soul beast carcass while preparing to collect it before encountering Douluo and Hulaina. Since you're interested in this soul beast, I shall relinquish it to you, he remarked, preparing to depart with Xiao Wu. Douluo was undoubtedly the most powerful individual Han Li had encountered since traversing into the Douluo continent. A tidal daw, an intimidating force. The presence of such a formidable expert was exceedingly dangerous. Should a conflict arise, Han Li would have no chance unless he resorted to extreme measures. The cost of such actions was far too great and not worth the risk. Halt! Douluo commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Do you think I will let you leave? He was unconvinced by Han Li's words. 2 children, barely above a meter tall, daring to venture into the Stardew Forest alone to gather herbs? Even in the relatively safer outskirts, he found it hard to believe. Of course, Douluo did not believe that these children could have slain a 2,000-year-old face-devouring spider, but the situation was clearly more complex than it appeared. Reluctantly, Han Li halted his retreat upon hearing Douluo's words. Show me your martial souls, Douluo demanded, having sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the 2. Xiao Wu was filled with anxiety, her face reflecting an unprecedented panic, as she feared that he might discern her true identity. Han Li exchanged a reassuring glance with Xiao Wu, urging her to comply with Douluo's request. One by one, they revealed their respective martial souls, a scythe and a soft-boned rabbit. In the presence of a titled Douluo, Han Li chose to conceal his true strength, revealing only 2 soul rings, both yellow, indicating a 100-year soul ring. Had he displayed a purple soul ring, it would have drawn Douluo's attention immediately, leading to dire consequences. Given Douluo's temperament, he would certainly take Han Li to the Spirit Hall. Han Li was left with 2 paths, either submit to the Spirit Hall or face annihilation. This was one of the reasons for the Spirit Hall's enduring dominance. Xiao Wu remained tense, but noticed that Zhu Douluo seemed unaware of her peculiarities. Zhu Douluo, well-versed in various matters, found their martial souls rather ordinary, not particularly remarkable. However, he was astonished to see such small children possessing 2 soul rings, indicating their soul power was above the 20th level. Hulaina, standing beside him, displayed a look of disbelief. She had almost believed these children were mere innocents seeking herbs. To her surprise, their soul power levels were unexpectedly high. Her impression of them shifted, considering they might be offspring of a prominent family or sect, as such accomplishments were rare at their tender age. Although Hulaina had just broken through to the 30th level, it was largely due to the support of her teacher, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who had invested substantial resources in her development. Standing at around 1.5 meters tall, Hulaina was clearly several years older than the 2 children, who were just over a meter in height. If they reached her age, it was highly likely they would also surpass the 30th level. The only drawback was their unremarkable martial souls, which lacked any distinctive features. "What is your soul power level?" Hulaina inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. 22. Hanli replied, followed by Xiao Wu, 23. "And how old are you?" Hulaina pressed on. 7 years old, they answered in unison. This confirmed Hulaina's earlier suspicion that they were indeed younger than her. Very impressive. Even Zhu Douluo, a titled Douluo, offered his praise. In the next moment, Zhu Douluo inhaled deeply and unleashed his martial soul, 9 dazzling soul rings illuminating beneath him, creating a stunning spectacle. "You too should become my disciples. After all, I am a titled Douluo. This is a rare fortune for you." Zhu Douluo exuded an overwhelming presence that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Even at a distance, Han Li and Xiao Wu felt the weight of his aura, their bodies responding with discomfort. Han Li instinctively pulled Xiao Wu back several steps, managing to maintain his composure. Zhu Douluo and Hulaina were taken aback. The fact that the 2 children could still stand firm in the face of a titled Douluo's pressure spoke volumes about their extraordinary talent. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li spoke up, "I am Wang Dong, and this is my sister, Wang Xiu'er. We are students of Balak Academy and Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall. Thus we cannot casually accept a master." It must be said that Han Li's psychological resilience is truly remarkable. Under the watchful gaze of the titled Douluo, he brazenly spun tales and lied without so much as a flicker of embarrassment. The master of the Spirit Hall informed us that when we mature a bit more, he would take us to the Spirit Hall's headquarters in Spirit City, allowing us to further our studies at the Spirit Academy, with future prospects beyond imagination. Thus, I express my gratitude for your kind intentions, but I must respectfully decline the invitation. This segment flowed with an effortless grace, leaving no room for criticism. Upon finishing his words, Han Li produced the Spirit Hall's token from his pocket, a memento from their registration as Great Soul Masters in Soto City. Zhu Huaguan and Hulaina exchanged glances. How ironic that they were indeed from the Spirit Hall. What a coincidence. To be candid, I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Huaguan said with a beaming smile. He then produced the token that signified his status as an elder. There are no further doubts, I presume? May we proceed? Chapter 24. Hulaina faces off against Xiao Wu. Han Li shook his head once more, his determination unwavering. "No, we must return to Balak City. Our parents and teachers are there. When we have grown older, we can accompany the master to Spirit City." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Huaguan's expression visibly darkened, revealing his displeasure. Were it not for the rapid growth in the children's soul power, he would have wasted no breath and simply struck them down. It is essential to note that Zhu Huaguan is a highly influential elder within the Spirit Hall, a titled Douluo of level 95, capable of performing martial soul fusion techniques with the Ghost Douluo, making him exceedingly formidable. Countless individuals would eagerly seek to apprentice under him, yet he would scarcely cast a glance in their direction. Now, Zhu Huaguan, having exhibited his impressive prowess, sought to take these 2 children as his disciples, only to find them dismissive. Simultaneously, Hulaina felt a surge of irritation. Throughout her journey, she had been hailed as an extraordinary talent by the members of the Spirit Hall, and apart from her brother, Xieu, she was the most powerful among her peers. Yet, today she encountered 2 children with even greater potential. Hulaina yearned to defeat them. Not only would it elevate her spirits, but it would also restore some dignity to Zhu Huaguan. After all, as a titled Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall, it would be inappropriate for him to engage in battle against 2 children, as it would tarnish his reputation for bullying the weak. Being of similar age, it would be most fitting for Hulaina to step in. How audacious of you to refuse the offer of such a distinguished figure as Elder Ju. You two self-important brats. Do not presume that possessing a soul power of over 20 at the age of 7 makes you exceptional. Allow me to show you what true genius looks like. As she spoke, Hulaina approached, adopting a combat stance. I am currently a 31st level battle soul master. Do not claim I am bullying you. I shall refrain from using my third soul skill and limit my soul power to merely 70%. You two may come at me together. I shall demonstrate what genuine talent entails. Hulaina regarded Han Li and his companion with palpable disdain. Xiao Wu, possessing a competitive spirit, could hardly tolerate such provocation and felt her fighting spirit ignite. How arrogant can you be? One of me is sufficient to handle you. This confrontation between women is undeniably fair. The two girls advanced toward an open space, while Han Li and Zhu Huaguan positioned themselves to observe the match. A fierce battle was imminent. Both Zhu Huaguan and Hulaina believed that with a single move, they could defeat Xiao Wu, given a nearly 10-level disparity in soul power between them. Mesmerize. Hulaina seized the initiative, unleashing her most adept skill, Mesmerize. Her ability could disrupt the opponent's mental state through auditory and visual stimuli, rendering them devoid of combat awareness. Just as Hulaina felt assured of her victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Wu appeared unaffected by the Mesmerize skill. How can this be? Hulaina's composure faltered, her face a mask of astonishment. It turned out that Xiao Wu's martial soul was the soft bone rabbit, which bore a certain immunity to such enchanting effects. Free from the clutches of enchantment, Xiao Wu swiftly dashed toward Hulaina. Capitalizing on her speed advantage, she reached Hulaina before her opponent could react. Hulaina, realizing the situation, attempted to retaliate, but Xiao Wu's agile physique allowed her to evade the attack with grace. Yet, that was not the end of it. Xiao Wu skillfully entwined Hulaina with her limbs. Naturally, Hulaina was not one to remain passive, continuously channeling her soul power in an effort to break free. However, Xiao Wu resembled a sprightly sprite, darting around Hulaina, causing her considerable distress. In the current scenario, it appeared that Xiao Wu held the upper hand. The unfolding performance of Xiao Wu increasingly astonished Zhu Douluo. He had not anticipated such formidable combat capabilities from this seemingly unremarkable girl. Even Zhu Douluo could not help but offer a few words of praise. With proper training, Xiao Wu could become the next Hulaina. No, her potential may even surpass that of Hulaina. Zhu Douluo found himself puzzled. Ideally, a talent of this caliber would not be without adult guardianship. Such prodigies, regardless of their family or sect background, would be cherished and protected. For instance, when Hulaina was set to acquire her soul rings, the Spirit Hall dispatched Zhu Huaguan, a title Douluo, to ensure her safety. Zhu Huaguan speculated that these two children had likely sneaked away. They had heard tales of the Star Doe forest, which had drawn them here. At that moment, a distant intermittent howl of a beast echoed through the air. The roar was terrifying, akin to a wave of sound with overwhelming force, causing many soul beasts to flee in panic, creating a considerable commotion. Han Li recognized that the cry emanated from the Titan Great Ape, the ruler of the Star Doe forest, likely drawn out by Xiao Wu's presence. Zhu Douluo felt some uncertainty, but did not consider the howl significant. In his view, it was probably the result of powerful soul beasts clashing over territory. The sound came from afar and would likely have no impact here. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, the situation appeared to have shifted. As the combat dragged on, Xiao Wu began to struggle, her stamina and soul power evidently dwindling. This was hardly surprising, as Hulaina was a formidable opponent at the soul zone level, and the nearly 10-level difference was akin to a chasm. Even with Hulaina restraining her strength, it was difficult for anyone of the same rank to defeat her. Consequently, Xiao Wu found herself retreating under Hulaina's relentless onslaught, clearly unable to endure much longer. That's enough, Xiao Wu, you should step back, Han Li interjected. Xiao Wu, reluctantly suppressing her aura, retreated with great reluctance. She was headstrong but not foolish, recognizing that continuing the fight would yield no benefits for her. Naturally, Hulaina would also experience some fatigue, but the toll on Xiao Wu was far greater. Han Li stepped forward, glancing at Hulaina, and stated, "You should rest. I have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. We shall resume our battle later." Hulaina let out a cold snort and arrogantly declared, "No need. Even in my diminished state, dealing with you will be more than sufficient." "Very well, those are your words. Let us commence," Han Li replied, no longer inclined to be courteous. The recent battle with Xiao Wu had drained a considerable amount of Hulaina's energy. allowing Han Li to conserve his strength and refrain from revealing his capabilities too soon. The two stood on opposite sides of the clearing, locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Be cautious. Hulaina unleashed her martial spirit and activated her charm skill. Charm is an exceptionally useful opening move. I refuse to believe you can be immune like that, little girl. Hulaina scoffed. Huh? How do you know I can't be immune? Han Li responded with an innocuous smile. It is worth noting that not long ago, Han Li had acquired the charm skill as a reward from the system. Consequently, he was indeed impervious to her charm. This revelation only served to infuriate Hulaina further. The charm was her most trusted and powerful technique, having aided her in vanquishing numerous opponents. Yet today, confronted with both Han Li and Xiao Wu, her charm skill had repeatedly failed her. Deprived of this ability, Hulaina's overall prowess would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, and it was only natural for her to feel angered. Han Li, undeterred by her frustrations, activated his martial spirit, brandishing a sharp scythe and charging forward with fierce determination. In an instant, Han Li and Hulaina were locked in a fierce melee, the intensity of their battle palpable. Compared to Xiao Wu, Han Li appeared far more at ease. His offensive rhythm was methodical, each slash and maneuver executed with precision, directness, and efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements. Hulaina sensed a grave threat. She thought to herself, this fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. Could it be that she would genuinely suffer defeat this time? Watching from the sidelines, Douluo focused intently on Han Li, singing his praises. This lad's potential rivals that of Xiaoyu. They are indeed two little monsters. This realization solidified Douluo's resolve to take these two children as disciples and nurture them within the Spirit Hall. In time, delivering two extraordinary talents to the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly earn him significant recognition from the Pope. Douluo's thoughts were grandiose, as he began to envision the accolades he would receive in the future. Simultaneously, the distant roars of beasts grew louder, indicating they were approaching. Could they have sensed the aura of a titled Douluo like me? Douluo instinctively considered this possibility. If it were only him, he would indeed be curious to see what those soul beasts looked like. However, it was evident that he could not act on this impulse. Accompanying him was Hulaina, a superlative genius of the Spirit Hall and a direct disciple of Pope Bibidong. Should Hulaina find herself in peril, any misstep would result in grave consequences for him. With this thought, Douluo quickly interjected, Hulaina, cease fighting. A powerful soul beast is approaching. We must leave at once. Just a moment longer. I must defeat him. Hulaina, consumed by her anger, was deaf to Douluo's words. She was a fiercely competitive young woman, stubborn in her ways. Recognizing he could not persuade Hulaina, Douluo conceded, urging her to finish the battle swiftly. Time was of the essence, and Hulaina resolutely elevated her soul power to the 30th level, deciding to hold nothing back. Yet, even so, Han Li effortlessly parried Hulaina's attacks, contrary to her expectations. At that moment, Hulaina disregarded any notions of fairness. In her desperation, she instinctively unleashed her third soul skill. Hulaina's third soul skill, the Fox transformation, was an auxiliary technique that enveloped her entire being in a dazzling pink light. During this period, her mental prowess and attack power surged by 150%, while her speed and strength doubled. This was indeed astonishing. Douluo had not anticipated that Han Li would withstand such an onslaught. The young man displayed remarkable resilience, and Douluo found himself increasingly impressed. Douluo was unwilling to undermine Hulaina's pride and chose to observe Han Li's limits. When Hulaina activated her third soul skill and revealed her full strength, he believed Han Li had no chance of turning the tide. However, Douluo still harbored a sliver of hope. He was curious to see how Han Li would respond. To Hulaina, a soul master of her age, her skills and soul power were formidable. Yet to Douluo, a titled Douluo, they were insignificant. Should Han Li find himself in genuine danger, Douluo would undoubtedly intervene to save him. Faced with Hulaina's relentless advance, Han Li resolved to invoke his third soul skill, Blade Light Emergence. Upon executing this move, a brilliant sheen enveloped his scythe. When he struck again with his scythe, the power would be terrifyingly amplified. Furthermore, Han Li unleashed approximately 35 levels of soul power, determined to settle the battle with a single clash. Of course, to avoid arousing suspicion, Han Li concealed his soul power and skills, leading Douluo and Hulaina to perceive a significant increase in his soul power without comprehending its true extent. They unconsciously assumed Han Li had been hiding his strength. estimating his true power to be close to the 30th level. Soon, Han Li and Hulaina engaged in their final confrontation. The two opposing waves of energy intertwined chaotically, causing the ground to buckle and stir gusts of wind. Han Li felt a tingling sensation in his arm, then feigned retreating 2 steps to avoid appearing overly formidable. In contrast, Hulaina was launched backward, her position exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, Zhu Douluo reacted swiftly, catching Hulaina in midair, preventing her from suffering further harm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Hulaina. You may exchange Hulaina's 5-year lifespan. The system's notification rang in Han Li's mind. However, at that moment, Han Li had no time to contemplate how many levels of soul power or other rewards he could obtain from Hulaina's lifespan. Struck by a tremendous force, Hulaina spat blood, her face devoid of color. Zhu Elder, kill them. Hulaina's pupils chilled, seething with rage as she pointed at Han Li and Xiao Wu, unwilling to accept her defeat. After witnessing the previous 2 battles, Zhu Douluo felt an increased fondness for Han Li and Xiao Wu and was reluctant to dispose of them. Miss Hulaina, please calm yourself. Do not act impulsively, Zhu Douluo urged gently. They're also members of the Spirit Hall, just like you and me, and promising ones at that. You must not speak such nonsense again. Zhu Douluo's words jolted Hulaina back to her senses, and she instantly regained her composure. Fortunately, with Zhu Douluo's reminder, she avoided making a grave mistake, though a sense of frustration lingered in her heart. Perhaps sensing this, Zhu Douluo added, we cannot resort to killing, but you may challenge them any time in the future. Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, slowly rising with Zhu Douluo's assistance. Hulaina let out a long sigh, casting a begrudging glance at Han Li and Xiao Wu. Consider yourselves fortunate. Just wait. I shall become your nightmare. The moment those harsh words escaped her lips, she succumbed to a profound faint, utterly unconscious due to her immense exertion. Fortunately, Hulaina was not gravely harmed, and Zhu Huaguan had little cause for concern. This, in fact, presented him with an opportunity to further entice Han, Li, and Xiao Wu. Children, follow me. I shall escort you to the Spirit City, where the mightiest soul masters reside and the finest resources abound. With your exceptional foundations and boundless potential, I assure you that you will emerge as the most radiant talents across the continent, Zhu Huaguan earnestly declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the two. I am quite confident in my ability to cultivate you into titled Douluos, the pinnacle of soul masters. As long as you agree, I will send someone to speak on your behalf to your school and parents. Han Li discerned the sincerity in Zhu Douluo's words, recognizing the substantial earnestness he displayed. Of course, Zhu Douluo's motivation stemmed entirely from Han Li and Xiao Wu's extraordinary gifts. However, Han Li was disinclined to venture to the Spirit City, where he would be treated as a specimen for experimentation and training. The Spirit Hall was no ordinary faction. Should he choose to join, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared. His freedom a challenging pursuit. Such a subjugated existence was not what Han Li desired. Thus, Han Li spoke slowly, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Douluo, but I would prefer to return to school first and consider attending the Spirit Academy once I have matured. Throughout his discourse, Han Li maintained a vigilant demeanor, closely monitoring Zhu Huaguan's every action, apprehensive that the latter might resort to coercive measures. Should Zhu Douluo indeed attempt such a thing, Han Li had a contingency plan to sacrifice his own life force to resist. Even if it meant death, he would refuse to be captured by Zhu Douluo. Quickly, stop dawdling. Zhu Douluo gently lifted Hulaina and surged towards Han Li and Xiao Wu. Han Li realized that the man had indeed made such a decision. Xiao Wu, run, he shouted without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, both Han Li and Xiao Wu darted into the forest, concealing themselves. It appeared they had quietly conferred beforehand, opting to flee in different directions. Upon noticing this, Zhu Douluo contemplated briefly and decided to prioritize capturing Han Li, as he was the one with the most remarkable talent and served as the backbone of the duo. Subsequently, Zhu Douluo cradled Hulaina and launched his pursuit of Han Li. I knew you would come after me first, Han Li remarked, sensing the presence behind him. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. He swiftly sacrificed 5 years of Hulaina's lifespan, frantically exchanging for speed-enhancing soul skills in the system marketplace. With several soul skills stacked together, Han Li's speed surged astonishingly, creating distance between himself and Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such hidden cards, enabling him to flee with such swiftness. No wonder he dared to enter the Douluo Great Forest with a little girl. Alas, in the forest, Douluo found it difficult to leverage his advantages, especially while carrying Hulaina, rendering him less agile than Han Li. It became clear that catching up to Han Li would not be a simple task. Nevertheless, Douluo remained confident. After all, he was a titled Douluo with an abundance of soul power, his greatest asset. If this continued, Han Li would eventually exhaust his soul power. Just then, Douluo's expression dramatically shifted. A colossal soul beast approached rapidly, resembling a gorilla with a body akin to rock, deeply etched with crevices, towering as high as a mountain. The roar of the giant soul beast resonated loudly, and with each step it took, the ground beneath it buckled, toppling numerous trees, truly terrifying. Douluo panicked. He had heard rumors of two sovereign-level soul beasts residing in the core area of the Douluo Great Forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. Both beasts had cultivation levels exceeding 100,000 years, their power formidable enough that an ordinary titled Douluo stood no chance against them. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was currently scheming to slay these two soul beasts to acquire their coveted red 100,000-year soul rings. Douluo never imagined that he would be the first to encounter the true form of such a sovereign soul beast. Merely observing from afar, he was struck with fear by the immense aura radiating from the creature. It seemed that this was indeed the legendary Titan Great Ape, unmatched by any ordinary soul beast. Logically, one of such dominance should inhabit the core area of the forest. What could have provoked the Titan Great Ape to venture to the forest's outskirts? Douluo muttered softly to himself. He had no time for further contemplation. He hastily departed the ominous area with Hulaina at his side. As for Han Li and Xiao Wu, he could not concern himself with them, prioritizing their safety before devising his next steps. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape sent all soul beasts and soul masters within a 10-kilometer radius trembling in fear, fleeing in panic. No one wished to encounter such a terrifying creature. The Titan Great Ape sensed a powerful human presence near Xiao Wu and feared for her safety, prompting its urgent concern. After relentless searching, it finally located Xiao Wu in a secluded corner. Relieved to find her unharmed, the Titan Great Ape delicately raised its massive hand. Ming, what brings you here? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment, leaping into the Titan Great Ape's palm. The Titan Great Ape then carried Xiao Wu toward the core region of the forest. At the same time, having evaded Douluo, Han Li also tracked down Xiao Wu's whereabouts. However, he chose not to reveal himself, opting instead to observe from the shadows. He understood the bond between Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape and was confident that the latter would never harm her. Thus, he remained unhurried. A bold idea suddenly took root in Han Li's mind. He resolved to follow the Titan Great Ape closely, allowing it to pave the way for him. With the Titan Great Ape's presence, no other soul beasts or soul masters would dare approach. They preferred to maintain their distance. Thus, with the unwitting Titan Great Ape serving as his protector, Han Li safely traversed the inner regions of the Douluo Great Forest without a scratch. Upon arriving at this location, Han Li wasted no time and immediately began his sign-in process. Chapter 27. Infiltrating the inner regions of the Douluo Great Forest. The Douluo Great Forest is roughly divided into three areas based on danger levels: the outer region, the inner region, and the core area. The core area refers to the lairs of the two dominant soul beasts near a small lake. At present, Han Li dared not venture into such perilous territory. Should he stray there, he would easily attract the attention of the two soul beasts, leading to unnecessary trouble. Signing in within the inner region was already a source of great satisfaction for Han Li. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Ding. You have received rewards. Soul power increased by 5 levels, along with 2 10,000-year soul rings. Han Li was instantly overjoyed with this enhancement. His soul power level had reached 52. At hand was the latest gift from the system, a Millennium Soul Ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li chose to absorb this soul ring. Moments later, he successfully fused with the Black Millennium Soul Ring, elevating his soul power by 1 level. At just 7 years old, Han Li had already attained a rank of a Soul King at level 53. The news of this achievement would undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves. After careful consideration, Han Li resolved to remain in the forest for the time being. The formidable Douluo would not likely let this matter rest. He could very well be lying in wait at the Soul Master gathering outside the forest, hoping for Han Li to walk into his trap. With this conviction, Han Li returned to the periphery of the Douluo forest, a relatively safe haven for him. Spending a day or two in such an environment posed no threat to him. As night fell quietly, the primitive forest was devoid of city lights, enveloping everything in an inky darkness. The entire night passed peacefully, fleeting by in an instant. The following morning, a bright hue of dawn broke in the distant sky. After a few hours, Xiao Wu returned, having come to the place where the Titan giant ape had taken her, loudly calling out Han Li's name. Upon hearing her voice, Han Li quickly poked his head out, and the two reunited joyfully. "That's wonderful, Han Li. You're safe," Xiao Wu exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in elation. Her greatest worry had been that Han Li might have fallen into the clutches of Douluo. "As long as we are both safe, that is the best outcome," Han Li replied softly, refraining from inquiring how Xiao Wu had managed to escape. He already had an inkling of the circumstances. However, Xiao Wu volunteered a vague explanation, saying, "I was captured by that enormous soul beast, and I even spoke to it. Perhaps it released me after playing with me, thinking I was just a harmless child." To anyone unaware, such a narrative might indeed seem plausible. Han Li chose not to unravel Xiao Wu's fib, instead chuckling in agreement. He soon noticed that Xiao Wu's soul power had increased significantly. Just the previous day, she had been at level 23, but overnight, she had soared to level 31. Han Li surmised this was due to her cultivation at the Lake of Life, aided by two powerful soul beasts. Such progress was entirely reasonable. Upon reflection, he realized that Xiao Wu had not previously shown much enthusiasm for cultivation. It was likely spurred by Dai Mu Bai and Hu Lai's influence, igniting her competitive spirit and desire to enhance her strength. However, Han Li was already a Soul King at level 53, and if Xiao Wu were to discover this, it would surely astonish her. "Shall we head back now?" Xiao Wu asked, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. Han Li decisively shook his head, indicating that it was still perilous to venture out. They could not guarantee that Douluo was not lurking outside, waiting for an opportunity. While the Stardew Forest is fraught with danger, it also presents opportunities. Remaining here to hone our skills is indeed a wise choice, Han Li mused thoughtfully. Xiao Wu found his reasoning sound and concurred with his perspective. The two continued their training within the Stardew Forest, gradually venturing closer to its inner depths as the outer regions no longer suffice for their growth. Consequently, they encountered increasingly powerful soul beasts, including formidable ones exceeding 5,000 years in age. Although these soul beasts were not exactly rulers of their domain, they held considerable sway within the Stardew Forest. Han Li and Xiao Wu engaged in fierce combat with the 5,000-year soul beasts, the battles proving to be intensely challenging for both. However, their prowess was not to be underestimated, and they ultimately achieved a series of victories. They had vanquished numerous 5,000-year soul beasts, although a few had managed to escape. The 3,000 and 4,000-year soul beasts posed no challenge. Against such foes, Han Li and Xiao Wu were overwhelmingly dominant. In no time, they had thoroughly overwhelmed the 3,000 and 4,000-year soul beasts in the area, leaving them so intimidated that they would flee at the sight of the duo. As for the more powerful Millennium Soul beasts, Han Li exhibited a distinct timidity, displaying no inclination to engage them and hastily retreating with Xiao Wu whenever encountered. In truth, had he relied on the system's life-costing mechanics, Han Li would have been confident in defeating these Millennium Soul beasts. However, the rewards for defeating such formidable foes, while substantial, came at a considerable cost. Weighing the risks, Han Li preferred to act within his means, valuing the purity of rewards gained through his own strength. However modest they may be, after all, who could resist a surefire profit? Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Through Han Li's relentless efforts, he had accrued enough life reward from soul beasts to exchange for a level 4 soul power. Han Li was now a 5-ring Soul King. Yet the meager rewards from defeating soul beasts below 5,000 years were scarcely worth the effort, akin to mere handouts. To attain substantial rewards, Han Li needed to challenge those soul beasts with ages reaching 8,000 or 9,000 years, or even millennium. Yet it must be acknowledged, the strength of such soul beasts was formidable. Without relying on the system's life-costing mechanics, Han Li could not be entirely confident. Furthermore, with Xiao Wu accompanying him, the likelihood of encountering danger was heightened. "Xiao Wu, I believe it is time for us to take a break from this perilous Stardew Forest. Remaining in such a treacherous place demands our utmost vigilance, and maintaining peak condition is quite exhausting." "All right, I shall follow your lead. I've made substantial progress recently," Xiao Wu replied, stretching her waist with satisfaction. Her practical experience had noticeably improved, and her soul power had also grown by nearly 2 levels, now standing at 33. Chapter 28. The First Encounter with Qian Renxue. Meanwhile, 2 individuals familiar to Han Li had arrived in the Stardew Forest, the snake spear Douluo and Qian Renxue. Qian Rinxue had now ascended to the rank of Soul King, aided by the snake spear Douluo to procure her 5th soul ring in the Douluo forest. Notably, during this period, Qian Rinxue had assumed the role of an undercover agent within the Heaven Do Empire, disguising herself as the empire's eldest prince, Shueqinghe. Having stealthily ventured out, Qian Rinxue, concerned about being recognized, had removed her disguise to reveal her true appearance. As Han Li and Xiao Wu conversed, they suddenly heard a commotion not far away, as if a battle was unfolding. Exchanging glances, they understood each other and decided to investigate. They soon reached an optimal vantage point, where they beheld the snake spear Douluo and Qian Rinxue in pursuit of a formidable Millennium Soul Beast, which was wounded and desperately fleeing. The Titan giant ape, residing deep within the core area, suddenly stirred, sensing the presence of a tidal Douluo near Xiao Wu, a significant threat to her safety. Without uttering a word, the Titan great ape charged forth once more, barreling straight towards the serpent spear Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback, astonished at the disturbance caused by the overlord of the core area of the Douluo forest. It was evident, by the opponent's demeanor, that the assault was directed at him. Young master, the situation has changed. A terrifying entity of 100,000 years has arrived. I shall confront him. You must stay here. The safety of Qian Rinxue, the granddaughter of the Grand Priest, was paramount. Nothing must happen to her. Just as the serpent spear Douluo prepared to rush in a battle with the Titan great ape, he turned back with concern and cautioned, Young master, do not be reckless. If it becomes too overwhelming, wait for my return. With that, the serpent spear Douluo swiftly took flight. At the same time, perhaps sensing the disappearance of that dangerous aura, the injured 10,000-year spirit beast halted its advance, viciously glaring at Qian Rinxue. It seemed to convey that the formidable adversary it feared was no longer present, allowing it to unleash its fury unrestrained. Undeterred, Qian Rinxue swiftly engaged in combat with the 10,000-year spirit beast, yet she ultimately underestimated its prowess. Even wounded, the ancient beast remained overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of a newly ascended spirit king like her. Han Li and Xiao Wu soon arrived at the scene. Recognizing Qian Rinxue, Han Li felt a surge of indignation at her plight, having cherished her in his previous life. Witnessing her in distress, he could not stand idly by. Without hesitation, he approached her side. Who are you? Qian Rinxue inquired, bewildered. Given the urgency of the situation, they could postpone introductions until after vanquishing the spirit beast. Han Li maintained an air of remarkable composure. Subsequently, Han Li concealed his true power, revealing only 3 spirit rings, demonstrating the strength of a spirit elder. A sharp scythe materialized in his hand as he brandished it, charging valiantly to intercept the 10,000-year spirit beast. I will cover you. Seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. Han Li shouted without glancing back. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Despite being merely a spirit elder, he exhibited such audacity in the face of a 10,000-year beast. In this initial encounter, she regarded Han Li with newfound respect. Han Li created an advantageous moment, and Qian Rinxue did not squander it, promptly unleashing her most potent abilities. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they successfully defeated the wounded 10,000-year spirit beast. At that moment, Han Li received a reward from the system. However, since the victory was a collaborative effort, his reward was considerably diminished. He only obtained a year of the spirit beast's life essence. Nevertheless, considering the beast's status, a year's worth of life essence could be exchanged for a level of spirit power. As the spirit beast perished, a black spirit ring slowly materialized in the air. Quickly, claim the spirit ring. We shall protect you, Han Li remarked calmly. Qian Rinxue nodded and promptly seated herself on the ground, channeling her inner spirit power. After approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, she successfully assimilated the black 10,000-year spirit ring, significantly enhancing her strength. Rising, Qian Rinxue cast a gaze filled with gratitude towards Han Li and Xiao Wu. Had it not been for their assistance, not only would she have struggled to absorb the spirit ring in peace, but she might have perished at the hands of the 10,000-year spirit beast. Thank you ever so much. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qian Rinxue, hailing from the Spirit Hall, she said warmly. She attentively scrutinized Han Li and Xiao Wu before her. Despite their tender ages of merely 7 or 8 years, they had already attained the status of spirit elders. Moreover, Han Li's display of power earlier left no doubt about their genuine strength. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining us at the Spirit Hall? Should you choose to do so, I will ensure you receive the finest treatment. Fulfilling your desires will be but a mere word away. As the young mistress of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinchue's tone was imbued with greater confidence than that of Douluo. We are grateful for your kind offer. However, we are already registered Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall, currently students of Balak Academy. Other matters can be considered when we are older, Hanli replied, echoing the sentiments he had previously expressed to Douluo. Unlike Douluo, Qian Rinchue did not press the issue further, but acknowledged that such a decision required careful contemplation. Very well. The doors of the Spirit Hall shall always remain open to you. Just let me know when you wish to come, she replied. Hanli nodded and suggested, now that you have acquired the Spirit Ring, why not join us as we leave? It is safer to have companions. Qian Rinchue accepted Han Li's proposal. Without the company of the Serpent Spear, Douluo, traversing the Stardow Forest alone was indeed perilous. Considering the immense assistance these two had provided, they appeared trustworthy. Thus, the trio journeyed together, making their way out of the forest. As they ventured into the inner regions of the forest's outskirts, they encountered a mercenary squad comprising 10 members. While they advanced cautiously, 10 shadowy figures suddenly descended from the sky, encircling them. Halt! This is a robbery, the leader of the black-clad figures bellowed. They were not ordinary individuals. Without exception, they were all spirit masters, the most formidable among them being a spirit king of 5 rings. The black-clad figures radiated an aura of malevolence, their eyes sharp as blades, fixated on the trio. It appeared these marauders had been hunting spirit beasts in the Stardow Forest, seizing the opportunity to rob passing spirit masters. In summary, this mercenary squad possessed formidable overall strength, almost unparalleled unless they encountered someone far beyond their level. We are all under 30 years of age and possess no valuables, Hanli stated matter-of-factly. However, the assailants were unconvinced. Whether you have valuables or not, we shall see when we search your belongings. With that, several black-clad figures began to advance menacingly toward them. How do you search us? Such audacity, Qian Rinchue, unaccustomed to such indignities, immediately retorted. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable. This girl has quite the fiery temperament. Let's show her our true strength. The leader of the black-clad figures coldly declared as his subordinates assumed a battle stance. They were no ragtag group. Though the mercenary squad featured only one spirit king, their numbers were significant, accompanied by extensive combat experience. 5 brilliant spirit rings ignited beneath Qian Rinchue, who was undeterred and promptly summoned her sacred angel spirit. The numerous black-clad figures were taken aback, astonished that this young girl was also a spirit king of 5 rings. Qian Rinchue initiated the attack, surging towards the leader of the black-clad figures. He raised his hand to block, yet he underestimated her strength and was forced back several steps. Truly a rare angel spirit. The leader of the black-clad figures mused inwardly. You two, join me in dealing with this little girl. No sooner had he commanded than a spirit master and a spirit elder positioned themselves beside him to assist. The 3 of them besieged Qian Rinchue, leveraging their numerical advantage, which rendered her exceptionally strained. Meanwhile, the remaining dark-clad figures had set their sights on Han Li and Xiao Wu. The 30-level Xiao Wu found herself entangled with a soul master and 2 great soul masters. Despite her remarkable speed, she was still at a disadvantage. Just as Han Li intended to assist Xiao Wu, he was encircled by 4 adversaries, 1 soul sovereign, 2 soul masters, and 1 great soul master. Little one, let us entertain you for a while, declared the 4 dark figures as they revealed their martial souls. Han Li meticulously assessed the battlefield. Although both Xiao Wu and Qian Rinchue were engaged in a 3-on-1 struggle, they appeared capable of holding their ground for the moment. Since they were not in immediate peril, Han Li deemed it unnecessary to waste his life seeking assistance from the system. He resolved to swiftly vanquish his current foes and then rush to his companion's aid. The 4 adversaries exhibited remarkable synergy, their coordination so seamless that Han Li found it challenging to gain the upper hand. The battle raged fiercely. This little fellow may be young, but his combat prowess is impressive, one of the dark figures remarked in astonishment. Despite their combined efforts, they were still unable to subdue Han Li. You've made a grave mistake by crossing me, Han Li retorted, his demeanor unfaltering. In the next moment, he unleashed the White Tiger King Kong transformation, a soul skill recently rewarded to him by the system. During its activation, Han Li's attributes, such as attack power and speed, saw a significant enhancement. Before the dark figures could react, Han Li darted into their midst with astonishing velocity. The chilling scythe moved with a chaotic grace, each strike ruthless and precise. The weakest of the great soul masters could not withstand such ferocity. succumbing to a flurry of blows, blood erupting in a gruesome display. Scatter! One of the dark figures shouted urgently. Escaping would not be so simple. Han Li keenly tracked the movements of the two Soul Masters, swiftly lunging toward them. The earlier struggle had already drained their stamina, leaving them unable to withstand Han Li's subsequent onslaught. Han Li showed no mercy to his enemies, methodically dispatching them one after another. Soon, only the last Soul Sovereign remained to face him. What manner of monster are you? The Soul Sovereign stammered, fear evident in his trembling voice. Han Li, uninterested in idle chatter, surged forward, launching another attack. The scythe danced in his hands with an effortless fluidity, as though it were an extension of his very being. The Soul Sovereign, however, did not resign without a fight. He grit his teeth and resolved to engage in one final desperate struggle. He had hoped that, even if he could not defeat Han Li, he might at least inflict a significant injury upon him. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Throughout the confrontation, Han Li remained unscathed, while the Soul Sovereign was left with a multitude of lacerations, blood gushing from his wounds, painting a rather macabre scene. With no time to rest, her adversaries, a Soul Master and two Great Soul Masters, posed no challenge for him. With a thunderous display of power, Han Li swiftly dispatched the trio, showcasing his remarkable battlefield dominance. Xiao Wu, rest here for a moment. I shall assist Qian Renshua, he instructed. Shaking her head, Xiao Wu replied, I can still fight. I want to help you. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in her eyes, Han Li acquiesced. Together, they swiftly joined Qian Renshua's side of the battlefield. The arrival of the duo left the leader of the dark figures astounded, instinctively glancing around. The other members of the mercenary squad lay defeated, sprawled across the ground in various states of distress. How is this possible? They are merely children. How could they have bested my subordinates? The leader regarded Han Li and Xiao Wu with a gaze reserved for monsters. With the addition of Han Li and Xiao Wu, Qian Renshua found herself considerably relieved, now facing only the Soul King. However, despite this advantage, she lacked the means to swiftly conclude the battle. The leader was no ordinary foe, having ascended to the rank of Soul King years prior. He possessed profound experience and substantial soul power. Even with the advantage of her martial soul, Qian Renshua could only manage a stalemate against him. The outcome of this confrontation ultimately hinged on Han Li. True to expectations, while Qian Renshua engaged the Soul King, Han Li unleashed his full capabilities, swiftly eliminating the two Soul Masters and the Soul Sovereign. With all obstacles cleared, only the formidable Soul King remained. The tide had turned. Now it was the Dark Leader facing overwhelming odds. This useless lot cannot even handle two children. He seethed, barely containing his urge to curse. Chapter 30. The Willful Meng Iran. The leader was not to be underestimated. He unleashed his full power, intent on eliminating all three of them. Die, all of you! He roared, releasing a torrent of soul power. Yet, his triumph was short-lived. Han Li struck from behind, his scythe carving a meter-long gash across the leader's back. The leader let out a pained scream, reaching behind him, blood coating his hand. This was an opportune moment. Seizing the chance, Qian Renshua darted to the side, conjuring an angelic sword, and struck with a speed that was almost blinding. The leader sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but the angelic sword had already locked onto his essence. Ultimately, the leader was struck head-on by the angelic sword, meeting his demise on the spot. Upon his death, a storage bag fell from him, revealing a trove of treasures pilfered from elsewhere. This was tantamount to a bounty for Han Li and his companions. Moreover, Han Li also reaped a reward from the system. He utilized the life essence harvested from the defeated foes, converting it into a level up for his soul power. Now, Han Li's soul power had ascended to level 59, only one step away from becoming a soul emperor. As the three divided the spoils, Qian Renshua cast a gaze of admiration toward Han Li. He was undoubtedly the most formidable soul master she had ever encountered, his combat prowess nearly rivaling her own as a Soul King. Had it not been for Han Li's heroic intervention during their ambush, the outcome might have been dire. This encounter had undeniably deepened the bond among the three. After resting briefly, they resumed their journey toward the outskirts. As they walked, a sudden commotion erupted from their left rear. Could it be another enemy? Qian Renshua voiced her concern. Unlikely. It sounds more like a battle against a soul beast. Han Li remarked, his gaze calm as he peered in that direction. The noise grew louder, the ground trembling beneath them, as a massive serpent burst forth from the underbrush. Its head adorned with a bright red comb, it sported two pairs of small wings that flapped incessantly. This is a phoenix-tailed rooster serpent. Its frantic demeanor suggests it has encountered human soul masters. Qian Rinxue immediately recognized the species. Xiao Wu, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "Are we going to fight this serpent? Better to avoid trouble than to invite it." Han Li decisively shook his head. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from nearby. "Make way! Do not obstruct my pursuit of the soul beast." The speaker was a woman clad in a tight black outfit, her short hair exuding a certain allure. Han Li recognized her. It was none other than Meng Yiran. She hurriedly approached, but his warning came too late, and the crowd failed to react in time to clear her path. As she was about to collide with Han Li and his companions, Meng Yiran quickly halted, intending to navigate around them. However, in that brief moment, the 600-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent had vanished, slipping out of sight with astonishing speed. Renowned for their swiftness, there was no hope of catching up now. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't blocked my way, that phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent wouldn't have escaped." Frustrated by her failure, Meng Yiran unleashed her anger upon Han Li and the others. Xiao Wu immediately bristled, retorting heatedly, "What do you mean we blocked your way? It was you who carelessly ran into us. Your inability to capture that soul beast is solely due to your own incompetence." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Meng Yiran fumed, charging towards her with a fierce demeanor. Both girls possessed fiery tempers and were quick to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Not far behind Meng Yiran was an elderly woman, her grandmother, Granny Shipa Zhaodian. This time, Meng Yiran had ventured into the Stardow forest under her grandmother's guidance to acquire her second soul ring. This indicated that Meng Yiran's current soul power level was merely above 20, rendering her no match for Xiao Wu. The outcome of the skirmish was thus devoid of suspense, with Meng Yiran being soundly defeated by Xiao Wu. Stunned, Meng Yiran marveled at the prowess of this petite girl, who appeared younger than herself. How could someone so diminutive possess such formidable strength? It dawned on her that Xiao Wu was, in fact, a three-ring soul master. This unexpected encounter with a girl of extraordinary talent further ignited Meng Yiran's competitive spirit. However, recognizing her own limitations, she turned to her grandmother and implored, "Grandma, they're bullying me. Please help me defeat them." The trio's gaze fell upon Granny Shi, whose husband was the renowned Long Gongmeng Shu, a famous couple among the soul masters of Douluo continent. While their individual soul power might not have been particularly high, together they could execute a martial soul fusion technique. After employing this technique, they could even contend with titled Douluos, making their strength formidable. At that moment, Long Gongmeng Shu was absent, possibly not accompanying them, or perhaps preoccupied elsewhere in the forest. Meng Yiran, acting with a spoiled and reckless demeanor, hurled accusations at Han Li and his companions, demanding that Granny Shi incapacitate them. This infuriated Han Li, who refused to back down and was determined to stand his ground. Even if fortune were to turn against him and Long Gong arrived, Han Li felt confident with his system as a trump card. "If you entangle with my granddaughter, you shall consider yourselves unfortunate." Granny Shi was exceedingly indulgent towards her granddaughter and would not let her suffer indignities. Upon hearing Meng Yiran's demand, Granny Shi gripped her serpent staff and prepared to engage. Han Li and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, stepping forward to confront her directly. Their scythes and angelic sword clashed against her serpent staff, creating a tremendous gust of wind, and they held their ground firmly. Granny Shi initiated her assault with a series of sweeping and thrusting strikes from her staff, expecting that such a relentless barrage would overwhelm her opponents. However, to her astonishment, Han Li and Qian Rinxue exhibited flawless coordination, effortlessly countering each attack, much to Granny Shi's shock and Meng Yiran's disbelief. Though Qian Rinxue was slightly older and stronger than Meng Yiran, the sight of Han Li, appearing similar in age to Xiao Wu, battling against Granny Shi was utterly unexpected. The clash of the three combatants was intensely fierce, with Granny Shi failing to gain a significant advantage. In a daze, an elderly man with white hair and beard approached, revealing himself to be Meng Yiran's grandfather, Long Gongmeng Shu. Chapter 31. The Savior Arrives, the Serpent Spear Douluo. Long Gong's tardiness was due to his curiosity about the commotion caused by the Titan giant ape's appearance. Upon his return, he was met with a remarkable scene. A young woman and a small boy were evenly matched against Granny Shi, exchanging blows with equal fervor. "Grandfather!" Meng Yiran exclaimed, joyfully bounding towards him. "I was just about to acquire my second soul ring, but these three interfered, causing me to lose my chance. Please help me take them down," she declared defiantly, pointing at Han Li and the others. On the other side, Xiao Wu overheard Meng Yiran's boastful remarks. her teeth clenched in irritation. She yearned to rush over and deliver another thrashing to Meng Iran, but now was not the time for such actions. Xiao anxiously surveyed the battlefield. Although Han Li and Qian Renxue had not faltered, victory seemed elusive. The arrival of an unknown powerful opponent would only exacerbate the situation. If Long Gong joined the fray, the consequences will be dire. All Xiao Wu could do was fervently pray for their safety. Granny Shi's soul power was approximately at the 62nd level, while Long Gong stood at 72. As one a soul emperor and the other a soul sage, their martial soul fusion technique could even rival a title Douluo. Qian Renxue sensed Long Gong's arrival, and, though she could not ascertain his exact strength, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him suggested he was at least at the 70-level threshold. Feeling an impending sense of doom, Qian Renxue's expression turned anxious. There was a real possibility they could meet their demise here today. Han Li shared her apprehension, furrowing his brow as he readied himself for the worst, contemplating exchanging for a powerful soul skill to counter Long Gong's impending attack. If he could intercept Long Gong's assault in time, there might still be a chance to escape. Long Gong did not act immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Han Li and his companions closely. Their remarkable combat prowess at such a young age hinted at significant backing. "Grandfather, why are you dawdling? Hurry and assist Grandma," Meng Iran urged impatiently. Yet, Long Gong remained unfazed, meticulously surveying his surroundings for any hidden experts. After a thorough examination, he discerned that the area was devoid of anyone else, suggesting that these three youngsters had slipped away on their own or had become separated from their companions. Having confirmed this, Long Gong felt unencumbered by any concerns. Even with formidable backing, if no one witnessed his actions, he would not attract scrutiny. "My dear granddaughter, I shall take revenge for you now," Long Gong declared slowly. Just as he was about to make his move, a powerful voice resonated through the air. "Long Gong, Granny Shi, how dare you challenge the people of the Spirit Hall?" Accompanying the voice was an astonishing aura. "I shall not spare you today." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qian Renxue felt an unexpected surge of joy. The newcomer was none other than the snake spear Douluo, who had been drawn away by the Titan giant ape. Clad in resplendent yellow armor and sporting a sharp crew cut, the snake spear Douluo was typically a man of few words, wielding a razor-sharp spear. Without hesitation, he swung his spear towards the Dragon Duke, who had no choice but to parry, instantly feeling an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the snake matriarch found herself ensnared by Qian Renxue and Han Li, rendered incapable of escaping in the short term. They had no opportunity to execute their spirit fusion technique. Without the enhancement of their spirit fusion, the Dragon Duke was no different from an ordinary soul sage, subjected to a relentless beating by the snake spear Douluo. In truth, even if they had unleashed their spirit fusion technique, they might still not stand a chance against the snake spear Douluo. Their formidable technique was merely a manifestation of their combined power, with one being a soul emperor and the other a soul sage. As long as the snake spear Douluo moved swiftly enough to evade their strikes, he could effortlessly take their lives. After a tumultuous exchange, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the snake spear Douluo. The Dragon Duke and the snake matriarch found themselves retreating, eventually regrouping, yet their soul power was nearly depleted, leaving no room for further futile struggles. They exchanged glances, quickly offering apologies and admitting their faults. This debacle stemmed from Meng Iran's actions. "If you truly have sincerity, then allow me to teach her a lesson," Han Li stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Though the Dragon Duke and the snake matriarch felt deep sympathy for Meng Iran, they found themselves with no other recourse. As the saying goes, when under a roof, one must lower their head. In the world of soul masters, the strong always dominate, and the weak must succumb. Subsequently, Han Li swaggered over to Meng Iran, swiftly delivering several resounding slaps across her face. The force of these blows brought her to tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. The bright red handprints stark against her skin. "Do you understand why I have struck you?" Han Li asked, fixing his cold gaze upon her. "Because you deserve it. You are boorish and unreasonable, distorting the truth. You allowed the soul beast to escape due to your own inadequacy, yet you seek to cast blame upon us." Han Li continued to enumerate Meng Iran's transgressions, then turned his attention to the snake matriarch. "And you? Your excessive indulgence of your granddaughter is more accurately described as pampering, leading you to lose all sense of right and wrong. You too deserve punishment." The snake matriarch, being an old hand in such matters, obediently lowered her head, repeatedly acknowledging her mistakes. "That is all I wish to say." You both ought to be more cautious in the future, Han Li remarked indifferently. After resolving this matter, the four of them departed, their figures gradually fading from sight. Meng Iran watched their retreating forms, her eyes brimming with hatred, her fists clenched tightly. Fortunately, the snake spear Douluo harbored no intent to kill us, otherwise we would have been, the snake matriarch said, still shaken. The absence of loss of life is indeed a stroke of good fortune. The dragon duke sighed deeply. This should serve as a lesson for us. Iran, you must temper your headstrong nature and be more mindful in the future. Do not provoke others carelessly. The dragon duke looked at Meng Iran, speaking earnestly. At your age, you ought to act with maturity, yet you continue to behave like a child, throwing tantrums. It was rare for the usually indulgent dragon duke to chastise Meng Iran for such an extended period, leaving her feeling deeply unsettled, tears streaming down her face once more. She had never endured such humiliation before. Meng Iran felt as though the grandparents who had once catered to her every whim no longer held the same affection. This stark contrast filled her with profound sorrow. Chapter 32. Return to Shrek. Xiao Wu seeks revenge. Later, under the escort of the snake spear Douluo, the journey was uneventful, devoid of any incidents. Outside the Stardow forest, Qian Renshua eagerly addressed Han Li and Xiao Wu. I am delighted to encounter you once more. I extend an invitation for you to return with me to the Spirit Hall. Only there will your talents not be overlooked. With unwavering sincerity and anticipation, her gaze was fixed upon them. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but let us defer this until we are older. Han Li once again declined. This outcome left Qian Renshua somewhat disappointed, yet she did not impose further, continuing to express her gratitude. It was clear that without Han Li and Xiao Wu's companionship, Qian Renshua would not have emerged unscathed. This time, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, she declared before departing with the snake spear Douluo. Han Li and Xiao Wu chose not to return directly, opting instead to rest briefly at a gathering place for soul masters outside the forest, as the region with the highest concentration of soul beasts on the continent. The Stardow forest attracted many visitors, stimulating the development of surrounding industries. Though it lacked the bustling vibrancy of a large city, numerous establishments provided various services. They lingered at a small inn for 2 days before finally returning to Soto City. Perhaps the Douluo had grown impatient and vacated this wretched place long ago. The journey was smooth, with the two of them walking and playing, arriving at Soto City without any hindrances. Han Li mused that since Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had arrived at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were likely not far behind. Thus, he intended to return and explore Shrek Academy once more. In his previous life, Han Li had been fond of the two girls, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose aloof demeanor and shapely figure rendered her a paragon of beauty. He was unwilling to see these two beauties fall prey to Dai Mubai and Oscar. Xiao was particularly exhilarated. Brother Han Li, shall we head directly to Shrek Academy? What do you say? During this time, Xiao had made rapid progress. Her strength significantly enhanced, and she was eager to return and unleash her fury upon Dai Mubai and the others. Clenching her two rosy fists, she was brimming with anticipation, exclaiming, "Watch how I defeat them this time." Han Li had initially contemplated resting for another 2 days in Soto City before setting off. But Xiao Wu could hardly contain her excitement, impatiently dragging him along. In the vicinity of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu urged, "Brother, hurry up. I can hardly wait." She led the way, pressing him on. "They won't run away. Whether we arrive early or late makes no difference," Han Li replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then, 4 boys and 2 girls came sprinting towards them from the direction of the academy, presumably following Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen. They were panting heavily, sweat dripping from their brows. The 4 boys were old acquaintances, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San. "Isn't that Tang San from Nodding Academy? I never imagined he would come here to study," Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Han Li merely acknowledged her with a nod. This revelation held little surprise for him. At that moment, his attention was entirely captured by the 2 girls. Xiao Wu, too, noticed the newly arrived Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, but merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting her focus. Her primary intention was to confront the bothersome boys. "Let's go." In the next moment, Xiao Wu stormed over, and Han Li had no choice but to follow closely behind. The members of Shrek Academy were in the midst of a hurried dash when 2 children suddenly obstructed their path, forcing them to halt. "Xiao, Feng Li, is it you?" Tang San greeted the 2. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, Xiao Wu retorted, "Tang San, what on earth are you doing at such a dilapidated school?" Are you not aware that the people here are nothing but lecherous old fools? She then turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, earnestly warning, "You must keep your distance from these boys. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at their mercy." Xiao Wu proceeded to divulge the embarrassing incidents involving Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun being relentlessly pursued by girls at the school gate. Upon witnessing the dark expressions on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's faces, the two girls realized the truth in Xiao Wu's words. They cast scornful glances at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The fury of Dai Mubai and the others ignited instantaneously, their anger palpable. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. At that moment, they were almost driven to the brink of wanting to kill Xiao Wu. "Look at you. Are you itching for a fight? Well, I came here precisely to teach you a lesson." Xiao Wu slowly displayed a provocative gesture. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback by Xiao Wu's boldness. They had witnessed the prowess of Dai Mubai and his companions, who were extraordinary talents amongst their peers, regarded as monsters by the Academy's dean. In contrast, Xiao Wu appeared to be of similar age to them, and despite her commendable talent, she was expected to be no match for Dai Mubai and the others. Yet, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were not intimidated by Xiao Wu's fighting spirit. Rather, they seemed somewhat pleased. After suffering a humiliating defeat last time and enduring a lengthy scolding from the dean, they had been eager to find an opportunity to confront Xiao Wu and her companion again, determined to exact their revenge. Dai Mubai was not afraid of Xiao Wu, as she had once been his defeated opponent. What truly troubled him was Han Li. Upon spotting Han Li, memories of their previous encounter resurfaced, instilling a hint of apprehension. Ma Hongjun, more impulsive, wasted no time and charged forward, unleashing his martial spirit and launching a fiery phoenix flame toward Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu's speed was remarkable, and she swiftly evaded the attack. Thus, the battle commenced. The boys from Shrek Academy held great confidence in Ma Hongjun, believing he would surely redeem their prior disgrace. Learning from his previous failure, Ma Hongjun quickly created distance, convinced that as long as he kept Xiao Wu at bay, victory was assured. "I will no longer underestimate my opponent. You cannot win," Ma Hongjun declared firmly, clenching his fists. He then unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, sending wave after wave of flames toward Xiao Wu. "Child's play," Xiao Wu scoffed dismissively. With remarkable agility, she danced through the flames like a sprite, completely untouchable. Yet, Ma Hongjun had formulated a countermeasure. He leapt into the air, expending significant soul power to unleash 5 streams of phoenix flames, attacking Xiao Wu from various angles, leaving no escape. Even if Xiao Wu was swift, she had nowhere to hide. The battle raged on as Dai Mubai and the others began to applaud Ma Hongjun, celebrating what they believed would be his triumph. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed by the flames surging towards her. Third soul skill, instantaneous movement. She silently chanted in her mind, vanishing from sight. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. Victory seemed within reach, yet she had suddenly disappeared. He scanned his surroundings intently for any sign of her. In the next instant, Xiao Wu materialized behind him without warning. "Taste my waist bow technique," she exclaimed, seizing Ma Hongjun with ease, twisting her waist to deliver a powerful kick. The waist bow technique instantaneously amplified her waist strength by 100% and her flexibility by 50%, further enhancing with her soul power. In simpler terms, any soul master of equal rank who fell victim to Xiao Wu's close-range attack was doomed. Ma Hongjun became a mere plaything in Xiao Wu's hands, subjected to a relentless barrage of brutal kicks. The scene was utterly horrific. Throughout the ordeal, Ma Hongjun's cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Soon, he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. The audience was left in stunned silence. "Dai boss, avenge me." Ma Hongjun managed to raise his hand slightly, pleading pitifully. Seeing this, Dai Mubai sprang into action, revealing his martial spirit. Xiao Wu, unwilling to back down, also summoned her own martial spirit, 3 soul rings illuminating brilliantly beneath her feet. 3 soul rings? How is that possible? The members of Shrek Academy, led by Dai Mubai, were left dumbfounded. Among them, Dai Mubai was at level 28, Ma Hongjun at 24, Ning Rongrong at 22, and the remaining 3 were all at 23. Among their peers, they were indeed monsters. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Wu, they appeared overshadowed. "How could you advance so rapidly?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, his disbelief evident. He instinctively glanced at Han Li behind Xiao Wu, realizing that Han Li was even stronger, indicating that he was at least a soul master of the same rank. Just moments ago, they had been filled with confidence, ready to seize this opportunity for revenge. But now they sensed the gravity of their predicament. First, I find it rather mediocre, Xiao Wu retorted, her vanity greatly satisfied as she spoke with a sardonic tone. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort. So what if you've advanced to Soul Master first? You are not necessarily my match. Indai Mubai se perspective. Xiao Wu had just recently ascended to Soul Master, being only 3 levels above him. With the strength of his martial spirit, he still held substantial confidence in his ability to win. During this time, Dai Mubai and his companions had endured humiliation whenever they encountered Flender. The thought of it only fueled Dai Mubai's rage, intensifying his desire to teach these two a lesson. Suddenly, Dai Mubai signaled to Oscar, hoping he would summon reinforcements. Having been classmates for so long, Oscar understood Dai Mubai's intent immediately and nodded slowly. Before departing, Oscar remembered something crucial. He hurried over to Ma Hongjun, producing a super recovery sausage for him to consume. With the aid of the sausage, Ma Hongjun managed to rise from the ground, albeit still feeling sore all over. I didn't expect your sausage to be so effective in a pinch. I'll prepare 3 more for you. Keep them for later, just in case, Oscar advised. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him, Oscar dashed away from the scene. Dai Mubai then waved his hand, calling Tang San and Ma Hongjun over to assist him, keeping a vigilant watch on Han Li's every move. He planned to defeat Xiao Wu first, then join forces with the others to take down Han Li. With all preparations in place, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu commenced their battle. A spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, who charged forward with remarkable speed. Xiao Wu, not foolish enough to collide head-on with Dai Mubai, skillfully evaded his advances. Despite both being formidable assault-type Soul Masters, it was evident that Dai Mubai's strength held the upper hand. Utilizing her agility to its fullest, Xiao Wu darted back and forth, avoiding his attacks. With a flourish, she unleashed her second soul skill, the White Tiger's fierce light wave. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai raised both arms to his mouth, expelling a milky white orb of light. Yet, Xiao Wu deftly employed her teleportation, effortlessly dodging his assault. In their initial clash, Dai Mubai had expended a considerable amount of soul power, making this the opportune moment for a counterattack. With a series of nimble leaps, Xiao Wu bounded towards him, executing a perfect 180-degree turn to deliver a kick with her heel. Dai Mubai crossed his arms above his head and narrowly blocked the blow. Following this, Xiao Wu repeatedly utilized her teleportation to launch a relentless barrage of strikes against him. Although Dai Mubai managed to fend off a few blows, he ultimately succumbed to Xiao Wu's relentless onslaught. Compared to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai's performance in battle was markedly better, far from disastrous. After all, his White Tiger martial soul boasted exceptional quality, and his soul power was nearly on par with Xiao Wu's. Having thoroughly demonstrated her prowess by soundly thrashing Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu felt a surge of elation, wishing to celebrate with a spontaneous dance. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had been watching the spectacle with amusement, sharing in Zhu Zhuqing's delight at witnessing Dai Mubai's defeat. After a couple of minutes, Xiao Wu strode confidently towards Tang San. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Tang San, leaving him feeling uneasy. It's been a while. Shall we spar? Xiao Wu said, her expression devoid of emotion. This startled Tang San, who was suddenly reminded of a painful memory. Sister Xiao Wu, you're a soul master now. Is there really a need to spar with me? Tang San weakly protested. Without the use of hidden weapons, he knew he stood no chance against Xiao Wu. His only recourse was to plead for mercy. However, Xiao Wu was unfazed by his plight, merely seeking her own enjoyment. Enough chatter. I'm coming in. Tang San, psychologically scarred by Xiao Wu's earlier display, found himself paralyzed by fear, even forgetting the instinct to flee. Thus, under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he was mercilessly pummeled by Xiao Wu. Yet, her thirst for victory was not yet quenched. She yearned to deliver another thrashing to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ahem. Xiao Wu, you've already fought 3 matches. Perhaps it's time for a break? Han Li interjected, taking a deep breath. Let me stretch my limbs as well. With an imposing demeanor, Han Li released his martial soul, his soul rings illuminating in succession. Of course, in front of the gathered crowd, Han Li only showcased 3 soul rings, indicating his status as a soul master. Observing this, Ma Hongjun quickly retrieved the large sausage Oscar had given him earlier. Chapter 34. Shrek's Level 39 Soul Master Reinforcements appear. He shared the recovery sausage with the other 2, restoring a significant portion of their stamina and soul power. Even with the recovery sausages, you're far from your peak condition. Don't say I'm bullying you. Come at me, all three of you. Hanli wasted no time and charged forward. Be careful, this guy is quite strong. Daimubai warned, assuming a combat stance. Before he could finish his warning, a fist seemingly materialized from thin air, striking him with a howl of pain. Didn't your teacher teach you not to be distracted during battle? Hanli had unexpectedly appeared in the midst of the three, delivering that fateful blow. The other two were momentarily stunned, but as they regained their wits, they immediately retaliated against Hanli. Hanli slightly leaned forward, deftly dodging their attacks, causing them to collide with one another. Tang San and Ma Hongjuan's fists met with a painful impact. With an impassive expression, Hanli spread his arms and, with minimal effort, sent both of them sprawling several meters away. Take this. Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, attempted to seize Hanli by the neck. However, such an attack was futile against Hanli. With a swift knee strike, Hanli crashed into Dai Mubai's midsection, delivering a second blow to the same spot. The pain was excruciating. Overwhelmed by agony, Dai Mubai found himself unable to retaliate against Hanli. After all this time apart, I expected some growth. Yet it seems you've regressed since our last encounter. Hanli's words pierced Dai Mubai's pride like a sharp blade. A man of Dai Mubai's strong self-esteem could hardly endure such humiliation. He summoned all his strength, yet the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. A left hook from Han Li sent Dai Mubai crashing to the ground, a blow that would take him considerable time to recover from. Han Li then turned his attention to the two who had been repelled earlier. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were panic-stricken, lacking the courage to continue the fight. Yet Han Li had no intention of letting them off easily. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Tang San, firmly grasping his neck. However, he refrained from attacking, swiftly moving to seize Ma Hongjun in a similar manner. He positioned all three of them together, facilitating a continuous barrage of strikes. They had no means of resistance, forced to endure Han Li's relentless assault. Before long, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were left bruised and battered, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Lying on the ground, they wailed in despair, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong watched in astonishment, contemplating just how formidable Han Li truly was. Even the strongest among them, Dai Mubai, could not withstand a single strike from him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponents. You may siphon 1 year of life from Dai Mubai, 1 year from Ma Hongjun, and 2 years from Tang San. Having recently been bested by Han Li, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun offered meager rewards. However, since Han Li hadn't seen Tang San in over a year, he could extract more life from him. Collectively, the four of them only contributed 4 years of life, insufficient for Han Li to exchange for even a single level of soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li decided to reserve these 4 years for future use when needed. Once he had dealt with the trio, Han Li shifted his focus to the two young women. Hello, ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Han Li. You've come here to grow stronger, but Shrek Academy is rather mediocre. Your progress will be exceedingly slow here. If you're interested, you may accompany me. Han Li, exuding strength and a friendly demeanor, left a positive impression on them. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong did not immediately agree, indicating they needed time to consider. They paid no mind to the defeated Dai Mubai and the others on the ground, but remained cordial towards Han Li. At that moment, Oscar arrived with a man in tow, likely the reinforcements he had summoned. This man was taller and more robust than Dai Mubai, presumably a senior from Shrek Academy. Oscar quickly observed the dire state of Dai Mubai and his companions, feeling fortunate that he had not been present earlier, thus narrowly escaping a calamity. The senior, on the other hand, was visibly enraged, exuding an imposing aura. During their journey, Oscar had provided this senior with a brief overview of the situation. Therefore, he was aware that the troublemakers today were the same individuals who had previously attacked Dai Mubai, and they had all ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Initially, when Oscar narrated the events, the senior had shown skepticism, his expression betraying doubt. In his view, his juniors were already formidable, yet they had only just surpassed level 20. How could individuals of the same age possess a higher soul power level than theirs? As the senior approached, he scrutinized Xiao Wu and Han Li closely. Though their statures were diminutive, they undeniably emanated the aura of soul sovereigns. Hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing, which left him somewhat incredulous. However, it must be said that even if these two children had indeed ascended to soul sovereign, it was likely a recent breakthrough, perhaps around level 31. He, on the other hand, was already at level 39. Admittedly, his age far exceeded that of Han Li, being in his 20s. You are quite audacious to lay such severe hands on my juniors. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to act with impunity. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that there are always individuals beyond your comprehension. The senior proclaimed loudly, revealing his martial spirit, adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. This configuration was already quite impressive. Hearing the senior's voice, Dai Mubai and his companions finally revealed smiles, knowing that this senior possessed formidable strength and would surely avenge them. Han Li immediately sensed that the senior's soul power was nearing 40. Xiao Wu had a similar realization, despite the opponent also being a soul sovereign. The aura he projected indicated a significantly higher soul power level than her own. Just as Han Li was preparing to intervene, Xiao Wu stopped him. "Let me exchange a few moves with him first," she declared with confidence. "Do not underestimate him. This fellow is on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sect." "Anliko Tunat. Little sister, I am a rough fellow, lacking in delicacy. You must be cautious," the senior coldly remarked. In the next moment, he swiftly darted toward Xiao Wu. Indeed, he was a master, his speed several times that of Dai Mubai and the others, causing Xiao Wu to nearly falter and almost lose the initiative. Unexpectedly, the senior smirked. "I did not anticipate your agility." Xiao Wu barely managed to evade his initial onslaught through rapid movement. However, the Shrek Academy senior charged at her again, his speed seemingly increasing. Forced into a corner, Xiao Wu resorted to her 3rd soul skill, teleporting to a safer location. At this moment, she recognized the sheer disparity in strength between them, even in her utmost effort. Victory seemed elusive. Yet, Xiao was not one to concede defeat easily. How could she simply give up? Spatial movement soul skills? No wonder Dai Mubai and the others fell to you, the senior mused. It is a pity that my soul power far exceeds yours, and my speed outstrips yours significantly. Your trick will not be effective against me. With that, he propelled himself forward with a burst of speed, leveraging his momentum. Xiao Wu attempted to teleport again, but this was entirely anticipated by the senior. His attacks were merely feints, creating a grand spectacle while utilizing minimal soul power. He anticipated Xiao Wu's teleportation, maintaining acute focus throughout. Just as Xiao Wu arrived at a secure spot, the senior lunged with blinding speed. The preceding battle had drained Xiao Wu's soul power considerably. She could no longer utilize her 3rd soul skill consecutively. Thus, she was left with no choice but to confront the senior head-on. Channeling her remaining soul power into her arms, she braced for the impending blow. The senior's fist struck with overwhelming force, sending Xiao Wu sprawling several meters back. Dai Mubai and the others, witnessing Xiao Wu falter, felt a surge of joy, as if their own wounds had lessened in pain. "Xiao Wu, allow me to take a turn against him." Although Xiao Wu's battle with the senior was far from over, the outcome was already evident. Han Li was naturally unwilling for Xiao Wu to endure further suffering, knowing it would only lead to greater disadvantage. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xiao Wu obediently nodded and withdrew from the fray. "Are you switching fighters? It makes no difference. Neither of you can match my strength," the senior boasted. Emboldened by his earlier success against Xiao Wu, even forgetting that he was bullying the smaller opponents, Han Li, disinterested in engaging with such arrogance, decisively unleashed his martial spirit. Wielding a sharp scythe as he strode forward, the scythe gleamed ominously, prompting a derisive expression from the senior. "A scythe martial spirit? You might as well use it for farming," he scoffed. Ignoring the senior's taunts, Han Li closed the distance and swung his scythe with force. A wave of razor-sharp energy surged forth, an unstoppable assault. The senior, lacking any intention of defense, aimed to counter with an even fiercer attack. Standing tall, he spread his arms outward, channeling a massive amount of soul power. He extended his right hand, forming it into a blade, ready to meet the scythe's strike head-on. However, just as the senior believed he could effortlessly disperse Han Li's energy, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The energy was far more formidable than it appeared, unyielding and relentless. Ultimately, it was the senior who was sent flying, barely managing to maintain his balance. Had he fallen, his pride would have suffered irreparable damage. What a peculiar martial spirit this fellow possesses. The senior's expression turned grave. His right hand throbbed with pain. Had he not infused it with a substantial amount of soul power, it would have been rendered useless. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the grass as Han Li approached with urgency. "Curse it! Do not think I will be intimidated." The senior gritted his teeth, advancing to engage. Initially, he could barely withstand Han Li's relentless assaults. With each clash, his body trembled uncontrollably. As time progressed, The intensity of their battle escalated, and ultimately, the senior succumbed to defeat. Fearing he might inadvertently kill the senior, Han Li, ever considerate, retracted his martial spirit, opting for barehanded strikes. One powerful punch after another landed squarely on the senior, leaving him battered and bloodied. The senior's senses dulled. He could hardly believe the Han Li before him was merely a newly promoted soul sovereign. The pressure Han Li exerted felt more formidable than that of a soul sect. The senior appeared utterly disheveled, continually on the receiving end of Han Li's merciless blows. In the end, he joined Dai Mubai and the others on the ground, incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating your opponent. You may exchange for 2 years of life. This reward left Han Li somewhat dissatisfied. Though the senior's rank was noteworthy, he likely lacked significant renown and his potential was not extraordinary. Thus, defeating him for the first time warranted only a mere 2 years of life. Dai Mubai and the others' original smiles were frozen, their faces ashen. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were once again astounded by the prowess exhibited by Han Li. That was splendid. Han Li, you are incredibly impressive. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, bouncing with excitement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Li strode toward the senior, delivering a few kicks to his figure. If you lack strength, do not attempt to stand out like others. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Han Li remarked, his demeanor as cold as ice. He then turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai and the others not far away, approaching them with purpose. The expressions on their faces were frantic and fearful, resembling startled birds caught in a bowstring's tension. The oppressive aura emanating from Han Li left them devoid of even the courage to flee. And you lot, from now on, behave yourselves, Han Li stated, delivering 2 or 3 kicks to each of them indiscriminately. When it was Oscar's turn, he regained his wits somewhat and fled without a word. However, escape was impossible beneath Han Li's watchful gaze. Han Li swiftly apprehended him, coldly stating, "Did I permit you to run?" As a food-type soul master, Oscar's primary role was to provide support to his teammates, and his combat prowess was rather lacking. For this reason, he always kept his distance from the battlefield, being the only one among them who had not been thoroughly beaten. Han Li recognized this and clenched his fists, delivering rapid blows. Oscar, evidently less resilient than the others, soon lost consciousness, collapsing into oblivion. After defeating Oscar, the system rewarded Han Li once again, granting him a year of life to be spent. Such fragility, Han Li could not help but mock. Now, standing on the field, aside from Xiao Wu and Han Li, were only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Han Li extended another invitation to the 2 girls. You have all witnessed my strength. Do you not desire to possess greater power? An Likuaksa. A temptation too irresistible for the 2 girls. Chapter 36. A single punch sends Luo Sanpao flying. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the star Luo Empire, a family of significant standing, embroiled in fierce competition for her family's inheritance, leading to a tumultuous relationship with her sister. Zhu Zhuqing had narrowly escaped death at her sister's hands more than once. In a bid for self-preservation and to break free from her family's constraints, she left her home, yearning for immense power. Her desire to grow stronger was unparalleled by her peers. Ning Rongrong, the heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was born with a golden key doted upon endlessly. This was her first departure from her family, driven by a desire to prove herself. Han Li's invitation left both of them deeply moved. After a moment's contemplation, they agreed. Their addition brought immense joy to Han Li. Although Xiao Wu had long admired Han Li, she felt no jealousy and wholeheartedly supported this development. To her, having 2 more companions would enliven their journey. The 4 exchanged introductions, deepening their understanding of one another. Just as they were about to depart, the master, clad in a long black robe, approached with measured steps. The training of Shrek Academy was orchestrated by the master himself. He had not accompanied them throughout, but had awaited their arrival at the station. After such a lengthy period with no sight of them, the master ventured forth to investigate, suspecting they might be slacking off. Upon arriving, he first noticed Dai Mubai and the others sprawled on the ground, then caught sight of Han Li and Xiao Wu. These 2 were no strangers to him, having previously crossed paths in Nodding City, where they had left quite an impression. The master held a certain disdain for Han Li, yet he could not deny the latter's exceptional performance. Even Tang San was no match for him. Han Li had made a lasting impression during their time at the academy. When the master reached Shrek Academy, he had heard from Flander about the 2 extraordinary individuals. Based on Flander's description, the master surmised that these 2 were indeed Han Li and Xiao Wu. A year and a half had passed, and the master was astonished by the rapid pace of their advancement. Now, he was left utterly speechless. Not only had Dai Mubai's group been bested, but even a senior Soul Master of level 39 lay defeated on the ground. To reduce Dai Mubai's senior to such a state, one would need a soul power of at least 45. Otherwise, even if that senior were bested, he would have been able to escape unscathed. Yet, this was simply unfathomable. For someone of Han Li and Xiao Wu's age to attain the rank of Soul Master was already remarkable. Should they ascend to Soul King, it would be nothing short of miraculous. The Master felt a sudden suspicion arise in his heart. Could it be that these two had mastered a spirit fusion technique? If they possessed such an enhancement, they could indeed achieve such feats. Otherwise, it was far too incredible to believe. Taking a deep breath, the Master inquired, "Did you do this?" "Indeed, it was I," Han Li replied, his tone laced with mockery. "Ah, Master, it has been quite some time." Han Li's words dripped with irony, and anyone with keen perception could sense his insincerity. However, the Master had no intention of engaging in combat. He understood his own limitations. At present, he was only at level 29, and attacking Han Li, who had just defeated a level 39 Soul Master, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, after such a long absence, Han Li would not easily let the Master off the hook. "Master, are all of your students this inept? They seem to be getting worse by the day." The Master's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. These were his prized pupils, now ridiculed before him, with no retort available. "It seems your teaching leaves much to be desired. You truly have a knack for misguiding the youth. These two female students have such a solid foundation. I'll be taking them with me. Keeping them here would only squander their potential. As for you, you might as well join them on the ground." No sooner had he finished speaking than Han Li unleashed his martial soul, determined to deliver some bewildering surprises to the Master. 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings glimmered beneath Han Li's feet, radiating a brilliant purple light. The Master's expression turned one of sheer horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, struggling to articulate, 3,000-year. How is this possible? Han Li had anticipated the Master's reaction. "Nothing is impossible. Your ignorance merely underscores your naivety." As Han Li prepared to strike, the Master, though aware of his own inadequacy in facing Han Li, still summoned his martial soul, positioning Luo Sanpao as a shield. Yet, faced with such a scene, Luo Sanpao, the feeble martial soul, quivered in terror, devoid of any combat efficacy. Han Li advanced relentlessly, swiftly sending Luo Sanpao flying with a single punch. He then unleashed a flurry of blows upon the Master, who was unable to mount any effective defense throughout the encounter. The Master's frail form soon lay crumpled on the ground, unconscious. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Master. You may spend 2 years of his life." Anli calculata briefly. The life he had acquired from the individuals at Shrek Academy could be exchanged for a level of soul power. Without hesitation, he conducted the exchange, elevating his soul power to level 60. He still possessed a black 1,000-year soul ring from his previous reward in the Stardow Forest region. Thus, Han Li seamlessly absorbed the soul ring, achieving perfect fusion in a remarkably short time. His soul power level ascended by 1 rank, officially elevating him to the esteemed status of a 61st Soul Emperor. If the village chief, Old Dog Egg, from the Imperial Soul Village were to learn that they had produced yet another Soul Emperor, he would undoubtedly rush to the neighboring village to boast to Old Jack. "Let us depart," Han Li said slowly. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong disregarded the Shrek Academy group sprawled on the ground. Their resolve to follow Han Li was unwavering. On the journey back to Soto City, Han Li mused, "Since we have only just met, why not engage in a friendly spar? This will provide me with a clearer understanding of your strengths." Upon hearing such words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were visibly startled, recalling the vivid memory of Han Li's overwhelming victory over Dai Mubai and the others. However, considering that battling Han Li could enhance their practical experience, and that he would likely not fight them earnestly, the two contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. They soon found an open area, preparing to engage in an intense clash. Zhu Zhuqing took the lead as the primary attacker, while Ning Rongrong positioned herself safely to provide support. 7 layers of 7 colors. The 7 treasures' glorious tower manifests. Ning Rongrong activated her martial soul, bestowing Zhu Zhuqing with the utmost enhancement. Chapter 37. Defeating Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Rich rewards await. There exists an unwritten rule in the Douluo continent. During a battle, if a 7 treasures' glorious tower soul master is present, they must be prioritized as the target. This is due to the fact that the 7 treasures' glorious tower is regarded as the continent's premier support martial soul, often capable of determining the outcome of a conflict. However, Han Li had no intention of adhering to such a strategy. With his current strength, even allowing Ning Rongrong to assist Zhu Zhuqing would not hinder his victory. Zhu Zhuqing, being an agile attack-type soul master, decided to take the initiative with her first soul skill, the ethereal piercing strike. Her claws extended suddenly, doubling her speed to the point of leaving a trail in her wake. With the dual enhancement from her environment and Ning Rongrong support, Zhu Zhuqing's velocity reached unprecedented heights. Not even soul masters of a higher rank could keep pace with her. Yet, this posed no challenge for Han Li. His eyes, rhythmically spinning, precisely tracked Zhu Zhuqing's location. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing gasped, sensing that her position was being pinpointed. Her strategy was straightforward, to utilize her extreme speed to catch her opponent off guard. However, Han Li's ability to locate her exact position rendered her efforts futile. Growing impatient, Zhu Zhuqing realized she could not simply exhaust herself in a stalemate against Han Li, especially since she and Ning Rongrong were already at a disadvantage in terms of soul power. In mere seconds, Zhu Zhuqing darted behind Han Li, unleashing her claws. As I anticipated, you cannot contain your impatience, Han Li remarked casually, effortlessly raising his arm to block her attack. Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal claws were formidable. Contact with them would surely result in grievous injury. Yet Han Li's arm remained unscathed, having previously concentrated his soul power upon it. Be cautious, Han Li suddenly turned serious, extending his other arm towards Zhu Zhuqing. She attempted to evade, but could not escape. After blocking her claws, Han Li seized her hand. In the next moment, his fingers pressed against her delicate neck, halting just short of further aggression, conveying a clear message. Had they been enemies, Zhu Zhuqing would have fallen at that instant. I concede, Zhu Zhuqing declared, resigned. Han Li slowly released her and turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, the only battle soul master among them to be defeated, leaving the support soul master unable to create any significant disturbance. In this contest, Han Li had swiftly asserted control over the situation, stopping just short of inflicting further harm. He had no desire to brutally assault such exquisite young women. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhu Zhuqing. You may siphon 5 years of her lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Ethereal White Tiger. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Ning Rongrong. You may siphon 5 years of her lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. 7 Treasures Glorious Tower, Support Soul Skill. Han Li was overjoyed. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's lifespans could be siphoned, yet Han Li had no intention of doing so. What truly delighted him were the 2 soul skills he had acquired, each more practical than the last. The martial soul fusion technique was an exceptionally formidable existence in the Douluo continent. It was not merely a simple addition of 1 and 1, but rather a manifestation of unparalleled power. The fusion technique executed by 2 soul kings could overpower a soul sage of a higher rank. The dragon and snake couple exemplified this, as one was a soul emperor and the other a soul sage. Yet they could perform a fusion technique that rivaled even that of a titled Douluo. Moreover, Han Li had also obtained the 7 Treasures Glorious Tower Support Soul Skill, which would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in future battles. Let us proceed. The sun is setting, and we must hurry into the city. Han Li suggesta. With spirits lifted, Han Li led the 3 young women back to Soto City. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloping the land as lights flickered to life, casting a soft glow that rendered the city even more vibrant. The 2 women gazed at the bustling streets with sparkling eyes. Han Li, noting their expressions, decided to show them around the city first. The night streets were teeming with pedestrians and tourists, while numerous shops beckoned patrons to enter and explore. The group arrived at a renowned local snack street, enjoying the sights and tastes, reveling in their delightful experience. The smiles on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces lingered for quite some time. Such moments of joy were rare for them, particularly after enduring rigorous training under the master. Finally, they could experience the dazzling world of nightlife. Both women felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation for everything around them. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinder found it peculiar that the master had taken several students for training, yet darkness was approaching, and they remained unaccounted for. Had something gone awry? After waiting fruitlessly, Flinder rose to investigate the situation. He scoured the campus, but found no sign of the master and the others, ultimately deciding to check the school gate. As he approached, Flinder was taken aback to find the group sprawled on the ground, each member injured and in disarray. Shocked and angry at the sight, Flinder demanded, "What on earth happened?" Summoning Zhao Wujin to assist, he had the injured students carried back to the academy and laid upon their beds. After administering some basic treatment, the master and his companions gradually regained consciousness. "Xiao Gang, what transpired? Did you encounter an attack from others?" Flinder inquired with concern. "It is those two children you mentioned last time. They have come again," Yu Xiaojiang said weakly. "What?" Flinder exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. "There is an upperclassman in the academy with a soul power of 39. He was also defeated. Are there others backing those two children?" Flinder calmed himself and inquired. The master shook his head, indicating that the upperclassman had indeed been vanquished by those two children. Upon hearing this, Flinder exclaimed in disbelief, as he distinctly remembered those two children, merely great soul masters. How could they possibly defeat a soul sovereign? Moreover, that soul sovereign was but a step away from becoming a soul sect. They have both already ascended to the rank of soul sovereign, the master side. Speaking in a low tone, Chapter 38, Flinder's Invitation, agreeing to 4 conditions. Upon receiving this news, Flinder's heart was tumultuous with emotion. Truly, these two extraordinary beings had once again reshaped his understanding. Ascending to the rank of soul sovereign at such a young age, what hope was there left for others? In comparison, Dai Mubai and the others suddenly seemed less remarkable. Han Li and Xiao Wu were the true prodigies that Shrek Academy desperately needed. This further solidified Flinder's resolve to recruit them into Shrek Academy. Under the influence of this thought, Flinder was filled with excitement and joy, casting aside any thoughts of revenge. Flinder briefly treated the Master's injuries before leaving the room to summon the teachers for a meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to mobilize all the faculty to search for Han Li in Soto City. Just as they were about to set out, the Master and Dai Mubai, among others, had nearly recovered and joined them. Flinder led the group into the city under the cover of night, commencing a thorough search. That night, the streets remained brightly lit, as Han Li and his companions indulged themselves in revelry before leisurely making their way to the hotel for rest. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, as soon as Han Li pushed open the door, he was met with a throng of people tightly surrounding the area, causing the staff at the counter to tremble in fear. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mubai were all present, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Needless to say, they must have come for Han Li and his companions. Could they be seeking revenge? Xiao Wu said warily, her fists clenched, fully prepared for a confrontation. This was Flinder's first time seeing Han Li and Xiao Wu in person, and his eyes immediately sparkled with an unusual light as he hurried over. Flinder bore no ill will towards Han Li and Xiao Wu for defeating Dai Mubai and the others. In his view, it only proved that Dai Mubai and his cohort were insufficiently strong. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest were immutable truths in the Douluo continent. In the next moment, Flinder directly summoned his martial spirit, unleashing a formidable aura as a blue cat-eagle manifested behind him. Han Li, shall we engage in battle? Xiao eagerly proposed. No need. This individual bears no malice and is likely not here to provoke us, Han Li reassured, grasping Xiao Wu's shoulder. As anticipated, Flinder's subsequent words left everyone in disbelief. Do not be alarmed. I merely unleashed my martial spirit to demonstrate my strength. Flinder initiated the conversation. Flinder was a rank 78 agile attack-type battle spirit saint, a figure of considerable renown in the realm of soul masters. I am Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, and I extend to you both a formal invitation to join our academy, he stated earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li and Xiao Wu. Before Han Li and Xiao Wu could express their astonishment, it was Dai Mubai and the others who lost their composure. What's going on here? Flinder had created such a commotion to seek out Han Li and Xiao Wu, and it was not for vengeance, but rather to recruit those who had previously bullied them. Dai Mubai and his companions were highly displeased, yet as Flinder was the headmaster, they could not voice their objections and had to swallow their indignation. All eyes turned to Han Li. Logically speaking, an invitation from a headmaster signified sincerity and made it difficult to refuse. Yet Han Li shook his head without hesitation, expressing his disinterest. Don't be so hasty in your decision. As long as you join Shrek Academy, you may set any conditions you desire. Flinder was reluctant to let these two extraordinary beings slip away easily. Han Li pondered briefly, casually extending 4 fingers, representing 4 conditions. Condition 1. All teachers at the academy, excluding support-type soul masters, must compress their soul power to match Han Li's level and spar with me. Condition 2. If we choose to confront Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San and Oscar, the Academy's teachers must not intervene. Condition 3. The Academy must pay me a salary of no less than 100 gold soul coins every month. Condition 4. Even if I, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong join Shrek Academy, we shall only hold nominal positions. We remain free and unbound by the Academy's restrictions. If you can agree to these 4 conditions, I might consider it, Han Li said languidly. Flinder found no issue with conditions 1, 2, and 4, but the third condition, requiring the Academy to pay Han Li 100 gold soul coins monthly, pained him greatly. However, thinking of Han Li and Xiao Wu as rare treasures, Flinder gritted his teeth and resolved to comply, allowing the other matters to be addressed later. Flinder did not immediately acquiesce, but pretended to deliberate before finally consenting. In truth, he was already overjoyed at the prospect of welcoming 2 extraordinary beings into the Academy. Dai Mubai and the others wore increasingly grim expressions, resembling individuals who had just suffered a personal tragedy. Yet, they were powerless, and their once proud talents paled in comparison to Han Li, leaving them to silently endure their discomfort. "Welcome to Shrek Academy," Flinder exclaimed with delight. Having achieved his objective, Flinder departed with his companions, while Han Li took the 3 girls to their rooms to rest. In the following days, Han Li resolved to impart valuable lessons to Ning Rongrong and the others, ensuring they recognized their superiority over the Academy's instructors. As a transmigrator, Han Li possessed an extensive understanding of all martial spirit theories, akin to a walking encyclopedia, omniscient and omnipresent. In class, Han Li passionately conveyed martial spirit concepts to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, articulating his points with clarity and eloquence. The 3 girls were astonished. Despite their similar ages, Han Li's depth of knowledge was profoundly impressive. Truly, comparison was maddening. Han Li's teachings were accessible and engaging, allowing them to grasp the concepts with ease, quickly leading to a comprehensive understanding. They rejoiced at having found the right mentor. In addition to imparting fundamental theoretical knowledge, Han Li dedicated considerable time to guiding them in absorbing soul power, which would significantly benefit their future cultivation, enabling rapid advancement. Simultaneously, Han Li discovered a new realm of possibilities, perhaps owing to his enhanced strength, which unlocked new capabilities within the system. Now, Han Li could not only sacrifice his own vitality to strengthen himself, but also utilize the system to empower the 3 girls. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing defeats Tang San, leaving him distressed. In order to validate the feasibility of this function, Han Li immediately sacrificed 2 years of Xiao Wu's lifespan, which astonishingly resulted in an instantaneous elevation of her soul power by 1 level. Subsequently, Han Li also sacrificed 2 years of lifespan from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, each of whom experienced an increase of 2 levels in their soul power. The 3 women swiftly sensed the surge in their abilities. Although the rise was merely 1 or 2 levels, under normal training conditions, even with exceptional talent, such advancement would typically require several months to achieve. Naturally, they attributed this remarkable progress to Han Li, who received their heartfelt admiration. The efficacy of his guidance was indeed immediate, and joyous smiles illuminated their faces. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinder, the Master, and Zhao Wujin, upon encountering an even more outstanding talent, intensified the training regimen for their students, fervently pushing Dai Mubai and the others to the brink. Ma Hongjun and Oscar lamented incessantly, crying out for their parents, wishing for an escape from the relentless grind. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Tang San gritted their teeth and persevered, striving harder than ever, driven by a desire to grow stronger and seek revenge with their own power. After a while, Han Li arrived at Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu and the others, calling for a sparring match with Dai Mubai and his companions. Although it appeared to be a friendly contest, it was akin to a duel. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, recalling the last time they were soundly defeated, were filled with trepidation and fled without a second thought. "You 2 did not run away. Does that imply your acceptance of the challenge?" Li inquired legally, directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Tang San. Dai Mubai and Tang San had already recognized the significant disparity in strength between themselves and Han Li and Xiao Wu after their previous encounter. "Your and Xiao Wu's power is far too formidable. Even if we challenged you 100 times now, we would still fall short. Let us battle again once we break through to Soul Sovereign." Tang San sighed deeply, conceding. "However, if Zhu Zhuqing wishes to fight, we would be more than willing to oblige. Or perhaps Xiao Wu could take on both Dai Mubai and me. That would be acceptable as well," Tang San proposed cunningly. Han Li turned his attention to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, seeking their opinions. Both women, characterized by their competitive spirits, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had previously fled, sneakily returned to observe from a hidden corner. After some deliberation, it was decided that Tang San would face Zhu Zhuqing first. The two stepped onto a spacious clearing, poised for battle. Zhu Zhuqing, now at level 25 in soul power, unleashed her martial spirit and launched the first attack. Aware that engaging a speed-oriented soul master in close quarters would spell doom for him, Tang San resolved to maintain distance. He directed his palms toward the ground, summoning numerous robust blue-silver grasses that surged toward Zhu Zhuqing. If he could exploit the wide reach of the blue-silver grass to ensnare her, victory would be his. Having anticipated Tang San's intentions, Zhu Zhuqing acted preemptively, retreating to a safe distance as the blue-silver grass emerged. However, Tang San's relentless pursuit with the blue-silver grass aimed to secure a decisive victory. Zhu Zhuqing, agile as a nimble cat, darted back and forth, evading Tang San's attempts with ease. No amount of blue-silver grass could hinder her. Tang San was perplexed. He had expected Zhu Zhuqing to close the gap recklessly, thereby exposing herself to vulnerabilities. Yet, aside from her initial attack, she had no intention of pressing further. Was there a hidden scheme at play? Tang San, are you truly capable of nothing more? Zhu Zhuqing remarked icily. This taunt ignited Tang San's irritation. While he conceded defeat to Han Li and Xiao Wu, he believed overcoming her would be far simpler. Disregarding his earlier doubts, he committed himself to a fierce offensive against Zhu Zhuqing. As time passed, however, Tang San's soul power began to wane, and his movements slowed significantly. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smirk. Her plan had worked more effortlessly than anticipated. It is well known that control-type soul masters have a distinct advantage over agility-type ones, and Tang San specialized in control. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's recent growth, defeating him while facing such a constraint was no trivial matter. Thus, she devised a strategy to provoke Tang San into an unrelenting assault, ensuring his soul power would deplete rapidly over time. As Zhu Zhuqing anticipated, the situation unfolded accordingly. The moment had arrived for her to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, she activated her first soul skill, dashing forward with remarkable speed, leaving several afterimages in her wake. Tang San, recognizing the imminent threat, attempted to manipulate the blue-silver grass to obstruct her advance, yet excessive soul power consumption had significantly slowed its response. Consequently, the blue-silver grass could not keep pace with Zhu Zhuqing's velocity. In the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing stood before Tang San, her sharp claws striking out, leaving a purple shadow in their wake. Tang San was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground in a pitiful state. The outcome was clear, and Xiao Wu leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Zhuqing is amazing." Tang San, dejected, rose from the ground like a defeated dog, eager to find a hole to hide in. Following her victory, the system indicated that Han Li could sacrifice 3 years of Tang San's lifespan, which he promptly exchanged for a 3-level increase in soul power. Subsequently, Han Li also sacrificed 1 year of Zhu Zhuqing's lifespan, propelling her to level 29 in the blink of an eye. Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed the transformation within herself, astonished by the magnitude of her progress after merely defeating Tang San. Instinctively, she glanced at Han Li, who offered her a knowing smile. Perhaps this practical experience had deepened her understanding of what she had gleaned from Han Li, catalyzing such results. Filled with gratitude towards him, Zhu Zhuqing reflected. Little 3, I shall avenge you. Dai Mubai rushed forward, striking a reliable big brother pose. Zhuqing, I'm not one to take advantage of others. You should rest for a moment. He feigned gallantry. Zhu Zhuqing resolutely shook her head, indicating that it was unnecessary. In her current state, she felt no pressure in confronting Dai Mubai. Chapter 40. Dai Mubai is also defeated, astonishing everyone. What a bold proclamation. Dai Mubai, harboring feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, was determined to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess. Very well, then let us engage. The battle commenced. Zhu Zhuqing once again took the initiative, aiming to seize control of the encounter as she dashed toward her opponent. As she approached rapidly, Dai Mubai found himself lost in thought. He yearned to display his masculine strength to Zhu Zhuqing, yet he was also wary of harming her during their clash, fearing it would only incite her disdain. Therefore, he held back, using only 50% of his strength to counter her strike. However, it did not take long for Dai Mubai to regret his actions. Zhu Zhuqing descended with a lethal claw strike, forcefully sending Dai Mubai staggering back several steps. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have found himself in a most precarious position. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Was this truly the Zhu Zhuqing he remembered? Not much time had passed since their last meeting, yet she had transformed into such a formidable force. What astounded him even more was Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. Though he could not ascertain her exact soul power level, he could deduce that her strength was now on par with his, and he sensed an undeniable hint of superiority. Zhu Zhuqing pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left Dai Mubai gasping for breath. It was evident that he needed to take this seriously. Seizing an opportunity, he activated his divine position, contemplating his next move. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai opened his mouth and released a milky white sphere of light towards the front, his soul ranged attack, capable of inflicting considerable damage. The speed of this attack was swift, yet Zhu Zhuqing's agility was decidedly superior. With a deft application of her phantom piercing strike, she evaded his assault with remarkable ease. Just as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to counterattack, Dai Mubai was already upon her. With a few years' advantage in age and absent Han Li's presence, he was the most powerful among them, possessing extensive combat experience. Dai Mubai was not a character to be easily subdued. Zhu Zhuqing was startled, quickly realizing that he had no expectation of actually landing a hit with the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. His true intention was to divert her attention and provoke her into utilizing her utmost speed. A speed-type Soul Master, after exerting their maximum velocity, would inevitably find themselves in a state of relative fatigue. This presented Dai Mubai with his opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed, was unable to evade further attacks with her previous swiftness. She could only shield her vital areas with her arms to minimize the damage. Dai Mubai's fist struck against her arms, each blow forcing her back a step. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing found herself retreating under his relentless assault, her situation increasingly dire. Little Wu watched with great concern. Zhuqing, you should concede. At this rate, your body won't withstand it. Dai Mubai reminded her as he swung his fists. The match is not yet over. The outcome is still uncertain, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. She continually urged herself to remain calm, knowing that only with a clear mind could she devise a strategy to overcome her opponent. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing feigned being unable to withstand Dai Mubai's attack and retreated significantly. Observing this, Dai Mubai felt certain of his victory. Yet the next instant, Zhu Zhuqing charged at him once more, claws poised. She had deliberately staged her apparent exhaustion to create the illusion of fatigue, hoping to deter Dai Mubai's relentless pursuit. Once the distance between them widened, Zhu Zhuqing escaped her passive predicament. It was time to strike back. Dai Mubai, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, immersed himself entirely in the battle. The two soon became entangled in a fierce skirmish, the intensity of their combat escalating. As time passed, both their soul powers were depleting at an alarming rate. However, prior to the battle, Zhu Zhuqing had ascended to the higher level of 29. Granting her a distinct advantage in soul power. After a grueling struggle, Dai Mubai was utterly exhausted and could no longer continue the fight, ultimately being knocked to the ground by Zhu Zhuqing. Yet this victory was far from the simplicity of his previous encounters with Tang San. Compared to the fallen Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's condition was not much better. Her soul power was nearly depleted, leaving her in considerable discomfort. She stood there, feeling dizzy, on the verge of collapsing. In a moment of urgency, Han Li rushed over to support the wavering Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, Han Li, Zhu Zhuqing said weakly. After defeating Dai Mubai, she received a system reward, allowing her to siphon 3 years of his life. Han Li exchanged 2 levels of soul power for her within the system. Zhu Zhuqing, now having broken through to level 31, felt revitalized, her robust soul power nourishing her body. Dai Mubai was immensely frustrated, never having anticipated being defeated by Zhu Zhuqing. It left him wondering where he could hide his face. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had been covertly observing the battle, chuckled quietly, relieved they had managed to escape punishment. Dai Mubai and Tang San hastened their recovery, preparing for a 2-on-1 challenge against Little Wu, intent on reclaiming their honor. Han Li noticed Ning Rongrong standing idly by and called out, "You two come out, do not lurk like mice." When he received no response, he raised his voice further, shouting, "Do you require an invitation to emerge?" This provoked a response, as Oscar and Ma Hongjun timidly poked their heads out. "Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are both support-type Soul Masters. You should have a match," Han Li stated nonchalantly. Ning Rongrong, "Sure, no problem." Upon hearing that his opponent was the harmless little princess Ning Rongrong, Oscar readily agreed. Unable to contend with Little Wu and Han Li, he deemed taking on Ning Rongrong a simple task. Moreover, Oscar had long harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, and perhaps this opportunity could draw them closer. The battle between Ning Rongrong and Oscar commenced swiftly. As both were support-type soul masters, their combat revolved around a contest of soul power and stamina. They exchanged blows back and forth, yet it was Oscar who found himself at a disadvantage. Although his physical prowess slightly surpassed Ning Rongrong's, she leveraged her 26th level soul power to suppress him effectively. Feeling increasingly overwhelmed, Oscar struggled valiantly, but ultimately succumbed. What? I can't believe I lost to Ning Rongrong. He lamented, grappling with the cold reality of his defeat. Chapter 41. Dai Mubai and Tang San joined forces against Little Wu. Ning Rongrong, having just tasted the fruits of victory, appeared exceptionally jubilant. As Little Wu approached briskly, the two girls embraced joyously, their eyes sparkling with delight. Achievements in defeating an opponent are rare for support-type soul masters, making Ning Rongrong's triumph all the more precious. Following her victory, the system rewarded her with the ability to siphon 3 years from Oscar's life, and Han Li promptly exchanged 3 levels of soul power for her. In an instant, Ning Rongrong ascended to level 27. In a secluded corner, a figure cloaked in black, Master, observed the unfolding events with growing frustration. Sinsan Guntering Hanli. He had frequently found himself perplexed by matters he could not comprehend. It was worth noting that Dai Mubai and Tang San were prodigious talents among their peers. Rare and exceptional geniuses. He often had the premonition that if Tang San continued along his usual path of cultivation, he would undoubtedly become one of the continent's most formidable powers. Yet, in the face of Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Dai Mubai and Tang San suddenly appeared diminished. Master vividly recalled that Zhu Zhuqing had maintained her soul power at level 23 during her time at Shrek Academy, before following Han Li. After only a few days apart, how could one suddenly defeat the 28th level Dai Mubai? Yu Xiaojiang pondered this to no end, unable to fathom that just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had surged to the 29th level, matching his own. Yet, in terms of sheer strength, Zhu Zhuqing undoubtedly surpassed him. Xiao Wu, not one to let this opportunity slip by, arrogantly challenged both Dai Mubai and Tang San to a duel. Their spirits reignited, they stared intently at Xiao Wu. If they couldn't best her in a one-on-one, surely they could in a two-on-one? The duo brimmed with confidence, believing that their combined efforts would surely vanquish Xiao Wu and reclaim their honor. After a brief period of recuperation, Dai Mubai and Tang San were nearly back to full strength. Xiao Wu, let us get started, Tang San exclaimed eagerly. Xiao Wu, with a contemptuous expression, stepped forward, warning them not to cry for their mothers when she defeated them. Dai Mubai and Tang San clenched their fists, aware that words would be futile against Xiao Wu. They would let their prowess speak for itself. The three took their positions, and the battle commenced. During their earlier recuperation, Tang San had conferred with Dai Mubai on tactics and devised a foolproof strategy for victory. Don't think Xiao Wu is bullying you. I'll let you make the first move, she taunted, making an obvious gesture of provocation. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged quick glances, selecting the optimal positions. As a control-type soul master, Tang San positioned himself behind Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, I acknowledge your strength. Either of us alone is no match for you, but together, we are a force you cannot easily shake, Tang San asserted confidently. Enough idle chatter. Make your move, Xiao Wu urged. In the next instant, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill bind. The resilient blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, launching toward Xiao Wu. Such a feeble attack posed no threat to her. With her nimble speed, she deftly maneuvered around it. Even abundance of blue-silver grass could not endanger her. I thought you were formidable, yet you resort to such pitiful tactics. You won't win this way, Xiao Wu scoffed, her taunts revealing her composure. However, she soon realized that the situation was not as simple as she had presumed. Despite her brazen mockery, her opponents remained unfazed, engaged in a calm, focused battle. This was not a promising sign. Xiao Wu suspected that the duo was concealing some hidden cards. All right, it's time to conclude this battle, Xiao Wu declared suddenly. Even though she sensed a possible trap, she charged forward resolutely, aware that prolonging the fight would not be wise. As a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, she held a clear advantage in soul power, but faced with two opponents, their combined strength would undoubtedly surpass hers. To secure victory, Xiao Wu needed to take the initiative. Before long, she accelerated her speed, resembling a bolt of lightning. The obstacles posed by the blue-silver grass were negligible. In no time, she was before Dai Mubai, executing a powerful kick midair. Dai Mubai, seeing this, unleashed his martial spirit to counter. In a straightforward clash of strength, he was unafraid of Xiao Wu. However, just as they were about to collide, Xiao Wu activated her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. The next moment, Tang San sensed a dangerous presence behind him and turned to see Xiao Wu's foot hurtling towards him. He was sent sprawling onto a large mound of earth. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai charged at Xiao Wu with a vigorous assault. Xiao Wu staggered back, once again utilizing instantaneous movement to create distance. At this juncture, she appeared to hold an undeniable advantage, likely destined to emerge victorious. This match is far from over. Dai Mubai, shedding his prior caution, surged toward Xiao Wu. She felt an unsettling inkling. Did he not fear her using instantaneous movement again? If so, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly exhaust himself, hastening their defeat. "You will never catch me," Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Just as she prepared to employ instantaneous movement once more, Tang San suddenly emerged from the dirt mound, preemptively activating his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Parasite. A mass of blue-silver grass erupted from Xiao Wu, ensnaring her movements and rendering her incapable of executing instantaneous movement. Surprised, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San from afar, finally grasping their strategy. It dawned on her that Tang San and Dai Mubai had deliberately arranged themselves in such a formation to create a deceptive appearance. Anyone witnessing such a scenario would instinctively recall the cardinal rule of Soul Master combat. Prioritize eliminating the control-type Soul Master. Xiao Wu, too, had fallen prey to this notion, laboring tirelessly to strike Tang San, unaware that he had intentionally absorbed her kick. As she struck him, he implanted seeds of blue-silver grass upon her, allowing him to unleash his second soul skill. "Now you have nowhere to run," Dai Mubai exclaimed, exhilarated, as he tightened his fists and launched his offensive. With the binding of blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's movements were restricted, robbing her of her speed advantage. In direct combat, Dai Mubai could easily surpass her. Watching from the sidelines, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged concerned glances. "Hanli, could Xiao Wu really be losing?" Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. One could not deny that Dai Mubai and Tang San had invested considerable effort into their strategy. Had Xiao Wu been merely a great soul master, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet, Xiao Wu was a soul sovereign, possessing an absolute level advantage. She would not succumb so easily. "Brace yourself." Dai Mubai swung his fist toward Xiao Wu. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Xiao Wu unleashed an astounding surge of soul power. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Though this was her initial soul skill, it possessed a rare potential for growth. For every level she ascended in soul power, her strength and resilience during the use of Waist Bow would increase by 1%. Utilizing her formidable waist strength, Xiao Wu shattered the blue-silver grass, ensnaring her. This prevented Dai Mubai from launching an immediate attack. "The game is over," Xiao Wu declared earnestly. The fragments of blue-silver grass obscured Dai Mubai's vision, and amid the chaos, Xiao Wu stealthily approached him. 8 diagram toss. What followed was Xiao Wu's solo performance. With a swift kick, she sent Dai Mubai soaring into the air, then ascended to continue her relentless assault. The 8 diagram toss was a unique technique intertwined with waist strength. Once Xiao Wu closed the distance, there was no escape until the entire sequence was completed. The onlookers witnessed Dai Mubai being tossed around in the air by Xiao Wu like a mere plaything. Dai Mubai is outmatched. In a short span, Xiao Wu concluded the 8 diagram toss, sending Dai Mubai crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dai Mubai completely lost consciousness. His eyes closed as he succumbed to the void. Next, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly, clapping her hands. At this moment, Tang San stood trembling in the wind, shivering uncontrollably. How could this be? According to his calculations, this tactic should have been entirely feasible. He had also anticipated Xiao Wu's spirit power level, thus employing a fierce assault with his blue-silver grass to deplete the opponent's stamina prior to executing the strategy. Even with this additional preparation, he still miscalculated. "How did you break free from my restraints?" Tang San inquired, his voice laced with frustration. "Isn't it obvious? I'm a bona fide spirit master. Though our levels are quite close, there exists a significant disparity between us. As a spirit master, Xiao Wu possessed an extra spirit ring, resulting in astonishing enhancements to her physical attributes. Hence, she could employ her first spirit skill to shatter Tang San's bindings." Following this succinct explanation, Xiao Wu darted forward. swiftly overpowering Tang San with ease. Before her, Tang San stood defenseless. Thus, Xiao Wu triumphed in this contest, achieving the remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 2 opponents. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rushed to her side to celebrate, continually marveling at her prowess. This greatly satisfied Xiao Wu's vanity. Like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu too was rewarded. She could siphon 3 years of life from both Tang San and Dai Mubai. Han Li exchanged all 6 years of life. And since Xiao Wu was now a spirit master, her level surged to 34. Dai Mubai and Tang San, weary and bruised, managed to open their eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. Their faces were etched with disappointment. Once, they had regarded themselves as geniuses among their peers. Yet Han Li and the others had imparted a harsh lesson. A profound sense of disparity weighed heavily upon their hearts, leaving them tormented. The 3 women who followed them had amassed considerable rewards from today's battle, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Han Li. Without hesitation, he advanced, visibly intent on taking action. "Brother, please spare us. We are no match for you," Tang San pleaded urgently. "I know, but I simply want to give you a good beating." Han Li's reasoning was brutally straightforward, leaving Tang San and Dai Mubai at a loss. Subsequently, Han Li relentlessly pummeled the 2, leaving them in a state of utter misery. Soon enough, Tang San and Dai Mubai bore the marks of their defeat, resembling 2 battered swine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Tang San and Dai Mubai. You may siphon 6 months of life from each. Han Li understood that, given his current cultivation, defeating them again would not yield satisfactory rewards. Nonetheless, he found immense satisfaction in thrashing the 2. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong laughed joyously, reveling in their substantial gains. All of this was thanks to Han Li, and they felt fortunate to be on his side. In their moment of exuberance, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the master quickly fled the scene. They dared not linger nearby, knowing that if Han Li turned his gaze upon them, they would be fated to suffer a similar fate. "Han Li, what shall we do next? Shall we return?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Han Li waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was in no rush to return. "You all enjoyed your sparring. I too wish to engage in a couple more exhilarating battles." Thus, they made their way deeper into the academy, where they encountered Zhao Wujin at the entrance of the teaching building. Zhao Wujin, the vice principal of Shrek Academy, was a 7-ring spirit saint, renowned for his legendary feats in the spirit world, often referred to as the Immutable King. Within Shrek Academy, apart from Principal Flander, Zhao Wujin was the 2nd most prominent figure. "Zhao Wujin, I challenge you," Han Li stated directly. "Are you serious?" Zhao Wujin replied, surprised. He recalled that Han Li had previously defeated a student with a spirit power of 39, leading him to deduce that Han Li's spirit power must also be at least 39, likely just a step away from becoming a spirit master. Otherwise, he could not have bested his carefully nurtured elite. Han Li nodded, his demeanor unwavering. "Very well, you truly deserve the title of a super monster. Such courage is commendable," Zhao Wujin acknowledged. "In that case, I accept your challenge. To be honest, I am currently over level 70, but I will not take advantage of you during our battle. I will compress my spirit power to 39 level. I shall also refrain from using my 4th spirit skill." Zhao Wujin contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. He intended to be conservative, knowing Han Li's strength was formidable. During the fight, he could easily employ around level 45 spirit power. As a spirit saint, his physical resilience and experience far exceeded that of lower-ranked spirit masters, allowing him to challenge opponents beyond his level even when limiting his spirit power. However, Zhao Wujin could not foresee just how extraordinary Han Li truly was, reaching levels of prowess he could hardly imagine. Han Li, too, wished to keep some of his cards close to his chest. If Zhao Wujin did not reveal his full strength, neither would he, for he wished to avoid expending his life force seeking assistance from the system, a matter to address later. For now, he would begin at a lower level, hoping to reap some favorable rewards. The 2 decided to battle in the open space at the entrance of the teaching building, and the others quickly cleared a space for them. Meanwhile, Flander and several teachers hastened to the scene, selecting a prime vantage point for observation. "At last, we can witness the battle of a super monster with our own eyes," Flander exclaimed with great excitement, having awaited this day for so long. Chapter 43, Han Li's victory. How could this be? Until now, Flander had only heard of Han Li's formidable prowess through others. He had long harbored the desire to observe Han Li in combat up close. Little did he expect that Han Li's first challenge would be Zhao Wujin, and now he had encountered a formidable opponent. Many teachers began to murmur among themselves, their opinions in unison. Hardly anyone believed Han Li could emerge victorious. Although Flander praised Han Li as a super monster, he was still only a spirit master. Even with Zhao Wujin compressing his spirit power, he still possessed extensive combat experience and formidable physical strength, attributes that Han Li could not hope to rival. Principal, isn't Han Li your prized pupil? You must be cautious. Should he find himself in danger, be ready to rescue him, a teacher cautioned. That's difficult to predict. Have you not considered the possibility that Han Li may ultimately be the victor? Flander replied thoughtfully. The battle commenced. Many teachers initially expected Han Li to be utterly overwhelmed by Zhao Wujin, but soon they were astounded. Han Li struck first, delivering a punch that Zhao Wujin dismissed as inconsequential, intending to withstand it with his formidable physique. To their astonishment, Han Li's punch sent Zhao Wujin flying. The entire assembly was left in shock. Flander, the gathered teachers, Oscar, and the three women, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, stood agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What unfolded before them transcended their understanding. Only Han Li himself was aware that he currently held the esteemed rank of a 61st Soul Emperor. The notion that Zhao Wujie could thwart his assault with mere 39th level soul power was utterly preposterous, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. With a single punch, he decisively defeated Zhao Wujie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Zhao Wujie. You may siphon 2 years from his lifespan. Upon hearing the system's notification, Han Li promptly accessed the system interface, eager to exchange for soul power. However, he discovered that the 2 years of lifespan he had claimed were insufficient even for a single level of soul power. Although his opponent was Zhao Wujie, who was of a higher rank, the latter had not unleashed his full strength, relying solely on 39th level soul power, which accounted for the unexpected outcome. Gradually rising from the ground, Zhao Wujie was seething with fury, brushing the dust from his clothes. That doesn't count. I wasn't prepared. Let us have another go, he insisted. Unyielding, Zhao Wujie, let it be. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses, Flander intervened, keen to prevent his prized student from suffering further humiliation at Zhao Wujie's hands. If Zhao Wujie desires a rematch, then let him come, Han Li responded, his tone devoid of concern, instilling in Zhao Wujie an even greater ire. While he acknowledged Han Li's strength, he was determined to demonstrate his own prowess. This time, Zhao Wujie resolved to harness 49th level soul power, intending to employ his 4th soul skill. He was confident that this would be sufficient to contend with Han Li. As the battle commenced, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding ground. Han Li, however, was reluctant to reveal his full capabilities. Should he eliminate Zhao Wujie once more, his plans for concealing his strength would be thwarted. Nevertheless, he matched Zhao Wujie blow for blow. During the clash, a triumphant grin spread across Zhao Wujie's face, as he believed this time he would finally exact his revenge, continuously amplifying his soul power. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao Wujie unleashed his 4th soul skill, target tracking. This auxiliary skill allowed his 4th soul ring to dart forth, locking onto Han Li's position. As long as Han Li remained within 100 meters, Zhao Wujie could reach him with unparalleled speed, delivering a devastating strike. You've met your end, kid, Zhao Wujie declared, suddenly appearing before Han Li, his right arm charged with concentrated soul power. Come at me, Han Li responded, undaunted, brandishing his scythe to meet the challenge. The collision of fist and scythe produced a shockwave. What? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, aghast. Having deployed his 4th soul skill, why did Han Li still show no signs of defeat? After that exchange, the two retreated, locking eyes. Zhao Wujie believed that even if Han Li was a soul master, his soul power must be nearing exhaustion. In contrast, Zhao Wujie, as a soul sage, possessed abundant soul power and could continue utilizing his skills in battle. 3rd soul skill, gravity amplification, he bellowed. As the technique took effect, Han Li felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Now, let us see how you withstand my assault. With that, Zhao Wujie lunged forward once more, full of vigor. Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile. He sensed the time was ripe to unleash his own soul skill. Silently, he intoned 4th soul skill, souls beneath the blade. In the next instant, numerous blood-red phantoms materialized around him, evoking a spectral presence. These spectral forms infused Han Li's scythe, transforming it into a crimson weapon exuding a palpable aura of death. During the execution of souls beneath the blade, all negative statuses on Han Li were dispelled, and his strength surged by 50%. Moreover, The scythe acquired a death attribute, doubling its lethality. With a swift motion, Han Li swung his scythe at Zhao Wujia, secretly channeling the soul power of a Soul King. Supported by this unending reservoir of power, Han Li turned the tide, defeating Zhao Wujia. This time, Zhao Wujia was not left in such a pitiful state. Though he bore only minor injuries, he felt no sense of pride. Having drawn upon 49th level soul power, yet still succumbing to Han Li was a reality he found difficult to accept. The onlookers were astounded, gazing at Han Li as though he were a monster. A shared question arose among them. What level was Han Li now? To their eyes, he possessed merely 3 soul rings, yet as a soul master, he had managed to defeat Zhao Wujia, who wielded 49th level soul power. The sole explanation lay in Han Li's unique soul ring configuration. With 3 purple soul rings, all of millennial age, could the enhancements they conferred truly be so formidable? Could 3 purple soul rings enable Han Li to effortlessly contend against opponents of higher tiers? The spectators found themselves perplexed. Even a knowledgeable master Yu Xiaojing struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. He began to question his own understanding of reality. How had Han Li achieved such remarkable feats? The master's mind remained in turmoil. Chapter 44. Zhao Wujia's Defiance. Han Li's Challenge to Flandra. Ma Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong applauded, their admiration for Han Li growing exponentially. With Han Li's guidance, they believed they would rapidly ascend to unparalleled strength, a feat beyond the reach of others. This sentiment was most strongly felt by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had first-hand experience of Han Li's impactful instruction. Just days prior, they had been the lowest-ranked students at Shrek Academy, possessing the weakest soul power and scant combat experience. Yet, under Han Li's mentorship, they had risen to the point of being capable of defeating the likes of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Flandra, while astonished, was primarily elated. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Han Li, wielding the power of a soul master, was nearly on par with a Soul King. Yet he had managed to defeat Zhao Wujia, who employed 49th level soul power. As a 7-ring soul sage, Zhao Wujia's combat experience, soul power, physical strength, and martial spirit were all formidable assets. Within the realm of 70 levels, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled force, and with 49th level soul power, he could easily surpass those of 55 levels and below. Fate has smiled upon our Shrek Academy. Flandra felt compelled to sing in jubilation. This was truly exhilarating. The Academy's finances had always been strained, barely scraping by, and Flandra had thought Dai Mubai and his peers would be the last cohort. Once they graduated, he planned to close Shrek Academy and retire. However, Han Li's emergence had rekindled endless hope within him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were utterly flabbergasted. The terror of Han Li had repeatedly shattered their perceptions, and exchanging glances, they reached a silent agreement. From now on, upon seeing Han Li, they would turn and flee without hesitation. They no longer dared to provoke Han Li. In their minds, he was a formidable demon. Should we inform Dai Mubai and Tang San about what transpired here? Oscar timidly inquired. Those 2 foolish individuals remain oblivious to their circumstances, likely still harboring thoughts of challenging Han Li. Let us refrain from engaging them further. Let them continue in their ignorance and fearlessness. This way, we can enjoy the spectacle uninterrupted, and with Han Li having thoroughly bested them, they should no longer pose us any trouble. After contemplating for a moment, Ma Hongjun spoke with a hint of malice. Oscar could not help but give Ma Hongjun a thumbs up, remarking on his cunning, and added that he found the plan entirely feasible. It is worth mentioning that the senior who had been defeated by Han Li, a 39th level student, was also present to witness this confrontation. The senior had never anticipated Han Li's formidable strength. He initially believed his defeat was merely a stroke of luck. Now, however, he was genuinely convinced of Han Li's prowess. At such a tender age, Han Li was already capable of repelling the 49th level Zhao Wujia, placing him on par with the Soul King. It appeared he had yet to unleash his full potential, and one could hardly fathom the extent of his limits. If this individual were to reach the age of nearly 20, he would likely ascend to the rank of title Douluo. No, given his extraordinary talent, he might even achieve this remarkable feat before reaching 20. The mere thought of a title Douluo under 20 years old was utterly terrifying. This senior suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Among his peers, he was regarded as a genius, poised to advance to soul master status by the age of 20. Yet, when compared to Han Li, he felt like nothing more than a novice. Zhao Wujia, overhearing the murmurs around him, felt like a mere clown, his dignity shattered. Still unwilling to concede defeat, driven by his competitive spirit, he once again challenged Han Li. Han Li, let us have another match. This time I shall summon the power and techniques of a Soul King to combat you, Zhao Wujie declared, believing that Han Li was nearing his limits and feeling confident about his chances this time. Han Li, maintaining his calm demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Zhao Wujie, perhaps you should rest for now. I will engage you again in a few days. Having already defeated Zhao Wujie twice that day, Han Li saw no merit in continuing the fight, as victory would yield no reward. Zhao Wujie wished to persist, but under the scrutiny of the crowd, he had no choice but to retreat. Subsequently, Han Li's gaze shifted to the other side, landing on Xiao Xan. Xiao Xan, a teacher at Shrek Academy, with a food-type martial soul known as Jelly Bean, was a soul sage specializing in support rather than combat. Noticing Han Li's attention, he quickly stepped back and stated, I am a support-type soul master and not skilled in battle. Han Li merely smiled and pointed towards the Dean Flinder, indicating that he was the opponent he wished to challenge next. Oh, I didn't expect my turn to come so soon. Flinder, without hesitation, stepped forward, eager to engage. He was keen to ascertain the limits of Han Li's abilities and announced, Han Li, I will employ my 5th soul skill and my 55th level soul power. So be wary. Han Li nodded in agreement, without a moment's hesitation. As the Dean, Flinder was the most powerful individual at Shrek Academy, and the spectators eagerly selected their vantage points to witness the impending battle, eager to see if Han Li could secure another victory. Zhao Wujie, feeling dejected at being dismissed by Han Li, realized he would not have the opportunity to redeem himself today. He could only hope that Han Li would return to Shrek Academy for another challenge. If Han Li did not come back, Zhao Wujie resolved to seek him out personally to teach him a lesson and relieve his frustrations. The moment Flinder took the stage, Zhao Wujie became animated again. Before the battle commenced, he approached Flinder and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially, Flinder, you must help me teach this kid a lesson. Flinder responded with a casual dismissal, sending Zhao Wujie away, as he had no intention of reprimanding Han Li. Unlike Zhao Wujie, who was rather simplistic in his approach, Flinder, known for his frugality, was the most far-sighted individual at Shrek Academy. He had placed all his bets on Han Li, eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. The stronger Han Li became, the more pleased Flinder felt. Although Han Li was merely an honorary member of Shrek Academy, for now, Flinder recognized through their brief interactions that Han Li was not one to be easily swayed. On the contrary, Han Li exhibited remarkable shrewdness, and given the right circumstances, he was undoubtedly someone with whom Flinder could collaborate. It was conceivable that, when the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition arrived, Flinder might invite Han Li to represent Shrek Academy. Chapter 45, Flinder's Defeat. Han Li, as a Soul Emperor? With Han Li's astonishing prowess, even if his teammates were of inferior quality, he would undoubtedly accomplish the remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents. Would Shrek Academy really have to worry about securing the championship title at the Advanced Soul Master competition? As long as they could cling to Han Li's coattails, Flinder was confident that Shrek Academy would flourish, potentially becoming a globally renowned institution in the future. Just the thought brought him immense joy, and he recalled Zhao Wujie's earlier words. Turning to the gathered teachers, Flinder took a deep breath and addressed them, saying, while normal challenges are permissible, as educators, you must not intentionally harm Han Li or his companions. I expect you all to heed my words. Should anyone act excessively, do not blame me for being unyielding as the Dean. The teachers nodded in agreement, while Zhao Wujie appeared quite helpless. All right, Han Li, let's engage in battle. Unlike Zhao Wujie, whose combat relied heavily on brute strength, Flinder's cat-eagle martial soul emphasized speed. This made him a more suitable sparring partner for Han Li, aiding him in honing his abilities further. Both combatants excelled in both offense and defense, resulting in a closely matched exchange. Flinder was thoroughly impressed by Han Li's performance, affirming his belief that Han Li was indeed the super talent he had envisioned, fully deserving of the high praise he received. Han Li, Beko Dios. I am about to unleash my 5th soul skill, Flinder declared earnestly. The onlookers, including Flinder himself, believed the decisive moment was upon them, and that Han Li might very well face defeat. However, even if Han Li were to lose, there would be no shame in it. Rather, it would only heighten the admiration he garnered from others. To the outside world, Han Li's soul power level seemed to cap at around 40, possessing merely 3 soul rings, placing him at a significant disadvantage in terms of resources. Flinder, as the strongest at Shrek Academy, had intentionally restrained his soul power, yet his displayed strength remained formidable. It was entirely normal for even a 55th level Soul King or a 60th level Soul Emperor to be bested by Flender. In the next moment, Flender soared into the air, his cat eagle martial soul manifesting a fierce yellow light. He swung his wings, unleashing 10 razor-sharp blades that hurtled swiftly toward Hanli. I cannot possibly lose, Hanli murmured to himself, determined to defeat Flender and reap the rewards from the system. Once more, he secretly summoned fourth greater power. Fifth soul skill, Void Slash. Merely invoking the fifth soul skill was insufficient to guarantee victory, so he channeled his 60-level soul power with unwavering resolve. A continuous surge of soul power erupted from Hanli's body, causing the scythe in his hand to appear even sharper. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Hanli grasped the scythe with both hands, raising it high above his head. Once he had gathered enough energy, Hanli executed a horizontal strike, known as the Sky Splitter. A beam of pearlescent light shot forth, imbued with unparalleled might, sweeping through the air with an aura of lethal intent. The 10 wind blades unleashed by Flandra collided with this formidable strike, akin to a mere novice facing a master, and were instantly obliterated. The Sky Splitter remained unscathed as it continued its relentless trajectory towards Flandra's location. That single blow had drained Flandra's entire 55 levels of soul power. In a moment of desperation, he was forced to draw upon additional soul power to shield his body. A thunderous explosion erupted from Flandra's vicinity, and thick clouds of smoke billowed outward. The spectators held their breaths, their hearts in their throats, as they awaited the outcome of this fierce battle. You have won. Moments later, Flandra emerged from the smoke, disheveled and in a state of disarray. Had Flandra merely been a 55-level Soul King, enduring Hanli's attack would have left him grievously injured, if not dead. The only reason he still stood was due to his utilization of additional soul power, albeit in violation of the competition's rules, rendering him ultimately defeated. The audience was struck dumb, enveloped in stunned silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Flandra. You may siphon 5 years of his lifespan. Hanli promptly absorbed the 5 years, enabling him to nearly elevate his soul power by 1 level. After the exchange, Hanli successfully ascended to level 62. Flandra, seated on the ground, hastily began to recover from his injuries, yearning to return to peak condition. Hanli, wait a moment. Let us engage in another battle. Flandra spoke slowly, unable to fathom that despite expending his entire 55-level soul power, he had still failed to vanquish Hanli. How could he accept not having tested Hanli's true limits? He resolved to use his 60-level soul power along with his 6th soul skill to continue the fight until he could genuinely ascertain Hanli's boundaries. I have already fought several battles today and feel somewhat fatigued. I shall retreat to consolidate my gains. I will return in a few days for another match. Hanli raplia nonchalantly. While Flandra felt a tinge of regret, he could not dispute Hanli's reasoning and simply nodded in agreement. Very well, let us return. Hanli waved to the 3 women standing beside him, leading them out of the Shrek Academy, as their figures receded into the distance. The onlookers at Shrek Academy buzzed with discussion. That kid Hanli is simply extraordinary. He is merely a Soul Zune, yet possesses the combat prowess of a Soul King or even higher. Flandra exclaimed, astonished. After a moment of contemplation, Master Yu Xiaojiang articulated his thoughts, suggesting that Hanli must have been tirelessly cultivating his soul power, delaying the acquisition of soul rings until reaching the corresponding level. Based on my estimations, Hanli's soul power level must have already surpassed 60. Otherwise, how could a person with such an ordinary martial soul manage to defeat a 55-level Soul King? His reasoning was sound, convincing the others that this was perhaps the closest approximation to the truth. Yet even so, they found it utterly unfathomable. The notion that Hanli, at such a tender age, could have reached level 60 was astonishing. Could it be that Hanli has simply been fortunate enough to encounter rare opportunities, bestowing him with such abilities? Zhao Wujia speculated thoughtfully. My goodness, the more I think about it, the more exhilarating it becomes. This boy's only 7 or 8 years old, and already so formidable. Flandra stood up bewildered. Chapter 46. Changing locations. Off to the Soto, Great Soul Arena. He is even younger than Daimu Bai. How is he so exceptional? Yu Xiaojing brightened with renewed interest and proposed a fresh theory. Could he be a prodigious disciple from the Spirit Hall, or of the Haotian sect? These 2 factions are universally recognized as the most powerful in the Soul Master realm, and whenever a mysterious strong figure appears, people inevitably ponder these 2 places. Though the Haotian sect's inherited martial soul is the Haotian hammer, Hanli clearly does not conform to that notion. Yet, Who could guarantee that his scythe martial soul is not a variation? Regardless of his origins, one thing is certain. He stands before us now. Such a remarkable talent must be given our utmost attention and careful cultivation. We cannot allow him to slip away, Flandra asserted earnestly. Meanwhile, on the road to Soto City, the trio led by Xiao Wu showered Han Li with praises. Han Li, you are truly incredible. Thank goodness you insisted on inviting us. Otherwise, we might have missed out. Ningronggrong ethlimet ethitedli. Standing beside her, Zhu Zhuqing, typically reticent, nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. Clearly, my discerning I was ahead of the curve. I recognized Han Li first, which is why I am now ahead of you both. Xiao Wu could not resist boasting. Upon hearing her words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances of envy. Indeed, Xiao Wu had followed Han Li earlier than they had, and despite their similar ages, she had already become a Soul Zune. If only they had encountered Han Li sooner. Perhaps they too would have reached that level by now. Han Li, when we return, I want to attend your lectures. I must strive to catch up to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong declared, clenching her fists in excitement. However, Han Li gently shook his head. He did not wish to refrain from teaching the three women. Rather, he believed they required extensive practical experience at this moment. Practical combat is the most effective means of strengthening yourselves. I have already decided where we shall go tomorrow. You may simply follow my lead. The trio immediately became curious, inquiring about their destination for the following day. Yet, Han Li only smiled, choosing to keep them in suspense. After fruitlessly pressing for an answer, the three women eventually relented, recognizing that the next day was just around the corner and that it was not worth fretting over. Upon returning to Soto City, they frolicked through the bustling streets for a while before retreating to their hotel to rest. Time flew by, and as night faded, the sky brightened with the first light of dawn, heralding a new day. Han Li rose early and roused the other three women. After breakfast, he set off with them. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at their destination, the Soto Great Soul Arena. This magnificent structure, in an elongated elliptical shape, stood over 120 meters tall. Inside the arena, there was a main battle arena and 24 sub-arena, offering ample space. Surrounding it were rows upon rows of spectator seats, reputed to accommodate over 60,000 viewers simultaneously. This arena could be considered a landmark of Soto City. This will be our training ground for today, the Soto Great Soul Arena, Han Li stated calmly. Such an architectural marvel is not something every city can boast. Only major cities like Soto City have the privilege to construct such edifices. The Grand Soul Arena serves as a battleground for soul masters to engage in combat, where prowess reigns supreme. Little Dance's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired about the competition's rules. Upon securing her first victory, a badge would be awarded, and with each subsequent triumph, she would accumulate points. Once her points reached a sufficient threshold, she could earn a higher tier badge. The badges are categorized into 9 ranks: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. That sounds splendid. Let us strive for a copper badge today, exclaimed Little Dance, brimming with enthusiasm. However, this endeavor is not without its challenges. Han Li chuckled in response. In the Grand Soul Arena, the lowest rank is the Iron Badge, and ascending to the Copper Badge requires 100 points. Yet, each victory only grants a single point, while a loss incurs a deduction of 1 point. What? If that's the case, isn't it nearly impossible to level up? Ningronggrong queriet perplethet. There are shortcuts, however, if your strength is formidable enough to achieve 5 consecutive victories. Each one thereafter will earn you an additional 10 points. Winning 10 matches in a row will result in a 100-point increase upon your next victory. Upon hearing this, the three women breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, their ascension might indeed take an eternity. Soon after, Han Li led the trio into the Grand Soul Arena, arriving at the registration desk to sign up. The registration process required them to provide basic information such as their names, ages, places of origin, and soul abilities. After completing the necessary forms, the staff verified their details and awarded each of them an iron badge. The verification process was straightforward. The Grand Soul Arena would dispatch personnel to assess their soul power levels and abilities. Naturally, each participant was also required to submit 10 gold soul coins upon registration. 10 gold coins was no trifling sum. An ordinary family might toil for an entire year without earning such an amount. Nevertheless, this fee was manageable for soul masters. How frustrating. We spent 10 gold coins without doing anything, lamented Little Dance, her spirits dampened. Han Li, unable to suppress a chuckle, reassured her, worry not. You will soon earn it back. Victories in the arena guarantee a minimum reward of 10 gold coins. This comforted Little Dance considerably. Following the assessment of their soul power, it was revealed that Little Dance possessed a soul power level of 34. Han Li had 31, Zhu Zhuqing was at 30, and Ning Rongrong stood at 27. Among the four, Han Li deliberately concealed his true power level, a skill he had mastered long ago. As for Zhu Zhuqing, though she lacked a third soul ring, her actual power level was 31, resulting in a discrepancy with the reported results. The staff member responsible for the assessment was utterly astonished. These children, all under the age of 10, had already achieved such remarkable soul power levels. Is there a problem? An Li inquired nonchalantly. No, there are no issues. Your registration has been successful, the staff member replied promptly, rising quickly to report this noteworthy occurrence. Han Li and his companions were destined to receive special attention. Not only the staff member, but even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally astonished. Chapter 47. Little Dance takes the stage. First, little sister, perhaps you should concede. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged their own power enhancements, but were taken aback by the extent of their growth. They suddenly comprehended why they had been able to defeat Dai Mubai and Oscar at Shrek Academy the previous day. Of course, they did not forget that it was all thanks to Han Li's assistance. Without him, their current prowess would have been unattainable, and they felt an overwhelming gratitude towards him, resolving to remain by his side for life. After registration concluded, the quartet was assigned to the second-tier Soul Arena. To compete in the main arena, one must achieve 5 consecutive victories and possess a badge of a certain rank. Although it was merely a secondary arena, it still exuded an impressive aura. The central platform was spacious enough for battles, surrounded by multiple tiers of seating filled with spectators. The next contestant to enter was a newcomer, embarking on her inaugural battle at the Grand Soul Arena. Let us witness her performance. The host announced loudly, microphone in hand. Behind the host, a massive screen displayed Little Dance's figure alongside her opponent. Wow, it's my turn already. How exhilarating, Little Dance exclaimed, rushing forward. Ning Rongrong watched her sister's silhouette intently, remarking, with such prowess, she will surely advance before us. Han Li, however, shook his head, expressing skepticism. This is not a certainty. For the Grand Soul Arena employs a strict system of matchmaking based on power levels. Even if you are at level 31 and have just ascended to Soul Elder, you may encounter an opponent of level 39. Little Dance is indeed formidable, but if she faces a rival on the verge of becoming a Soul Master, victory will not come easily. Unlike you two, who are both nearing level 30 and participating in this 20-level competition, your chances of winning are considerably higher. Ning Rongrong's face reflected concern. But I am a support-type Soul Master. Even a mere level 10 attack-type Soul Master could easily defeat me. I shall not allow you to fight alone. You can form a duo with Zhu Zhuqing or Little Dance to increase your points and accumulate practical experience, Han Li advised, taking a deep breath. As the three conversed, Little Dance had already ascended the stage, with a soul power level of 34. Fortune favored her as her opponent matched her level exactly. He was a burly man, sporting a pronounced beer belly and an air of nonchalance. Little sister, this is no place for you. Perhaps you should return home to do your homework, the man mocked derisively, drawing bewildered gazes from the surrounding spectators, who had never before witnessed such a young child in the Grand Soul Arena. Such arrogance. You will soon learn the extent of my abilities, Little Dance thought to herself, refraining from her usual impulsive attacks and instead adopting a seemingly innocent demeanor. Oh dear, big brother, I too find this place rather perilous. I certainly do not wish to be harmed. She cooed, her voice laced with enchantment as she activated her second soul skill, Charm. Despite possessing equal soul power, the man, being a high-attack Soul Master, made a critical error by lowering his guard and falling prey to Little Dance's skill. Fear not, little sister. I shall protect you, he declared, oblivious to the impending turn of events. The burly man's eyes appeared as if they were about to transform into 2 heart shapes. His mental focus utterly fragmented and his movements sluggish. This presented an opportune moment to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu hastened to the man's front, unleashing a rapid barrage of kicks. The man was completely caught off guard, unable to muster any defense against Xiao Wu's relentless assault. After enduring this flurry, he sustained significant injuries and finally realized he had fallen victim to her soul skill, filled with regret. You little girl, how dare you employ such cunning tricks? I will not let you off lightly, the man exclaimed angrily. He advanced toward Xiao Wu, his hefty frame causing the floor to tremble beneath him. Had he been at his peak, he might have had a fighting chance against Xiao Wu. However, in his current state, he was powerless to resist and soon found himself toppled to the ground. The arena fell into an astonished silence. The audience left dumbfounded. The underestimated Xiao Wu, despite her tender age, had triumphed over the seemingly formidable giant. This stark contrast captivated the onlookers. Once they regained their composure, thunderous applause erupted. A notification from a system indicated that Xiao Wu could siphon a year from the giant's lifespan. Han Li facilitated the exchange, unwittingly elevating Xiao Wu's soul power by 1 level. Thus, Xiao Wu descended from the stage in triumph, rejoining Han Li and the others. Sister Xiao Wu, you were absolutely magnificent. Ningronggrong marvelet. You know, I am capable of anything. Only Han Li surpasses me slightly, Xiao Wu declared, her confidence swelling to its zenith. She immediately expressed her desire to continue fighting, yearning to challenge a soul master of level 35 or above. Alas, each soul master was permitted to engage in only 1 personal match per day. Upon learning this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel despondent. How could there be such a rule? It's utterly ridiculous, she lamented. While each soul master can only participate in 1 personal duel daily, they are still eligible for various other types of competitions, Han Li explained calmly. A 2-on-2 team battle would be an excellent choice. Xiao Wu's spirits lifted once more, resolving to partake in a 2-on-2 skirmish shortly. Next up was Zhu Zhuqing, who made a striking entrance clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Upon hearing the host's call, she bid farewell to the others and approached the arena. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong cheered her on, wishing her an early victory. The sight of Zhu Zhuqing astonished the host and the audience anew. Another child of such tender years? What on earth is happening at this grand soul fighting arena today? Zhu Zhuqing's current soul power stood at 31. Although the testing had only revealed level 30, she remained unaware of her true potential, known only to Han Li. Chapter 48. The appearance of level 30 Great Soul Master Zhu Zhuqing. She declared her intent to challenge a level 31 Soul Master. And while the host acknowledged her youth and impressive soul power, he cautioned that high soul power did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Novices often faltered under pressure, diminishing their capabilities. Conversely, some lower-leveled soul masters, rich in combat experience or possessing exceptional martial spirits and skills, could indeed fight above their rank. The arena's rules stipulated battles against opponents of equivalent rank, meaning Zhu Zhuqing, still recognized as a great soul master, would face challengers within the 20 to 30 level range, merely a practice exercise for her, devoid of significant challenge. Typically, soul masters reaching level 30 could hardly contain their eagerness to hunt for soul rings. Few could withstand the impatience. Once a 3rd soul ring was acquired, a soul master S level would invariably ascend, most often to 31. Zhu Zhuqing sought a 30-level opponent but found none, allowing the arena to assign her a match. She thought that once she showcased her strength, they would allocate her a soul master opponent. I shall challenge her, a voice declared. It belonged to a 29-level soul master on the verge of advancing to 30. Judging by his appearance, he was at least in his 20s, tall and robust, a quintessential power-type soul master. Look, it's Li Changliang. Good heavens, it truly is him. The audience recognized the individual and erupted in cheers. It turned out that Li Changliang had previously risen through the ranks by challenging stronger opponents. In doing so, he garnered substantial popularity, amassing numerous supporters. He had also previously faced legitimate soul masters, but failed to succeed against opponents armed with 3rd soul skills, which effectively served as an additional trump card. He had attempted several times without success. Naturally, this did not include support-type soul masters, who would not foolishly engage in direct confrontations with others. Your timing is impeccable, the host exclaimed with excitement. Li Changliang's arrival undoubtedly alleviated the host's concerns. Otherwise, it would have been a significant oversight for the grand arena. Then, noticing Zhu Zhuqing nearby, the host inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Zhu Zhuqing simply shook her head, accepting the forthcoming battle. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Zhu Zhuqing and Li Changliang took their places on the stage. "You are the youngest soul master I have ever faced," Li Changliang remarked. According to the host, this is your debut match in the arena. Encountering me is your misfortune. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the man's enigmatic confidence. Her typically aloof demeanor prevented her from responding as she contemplated the upcoming battle. As the match commenced, Li Changliang promptly unleashed his martial spirit. As anticipated, he was indeed a power-type soul master, with the ferocious guerrilla martial spirit typical of that class. He took the initiative, leaping gracefully into the air and descending towards Zhu Zhuqing's position. Such an ostentatious attack was effortlessly evaded by Zhu Zhuqing. Missing his target, Li Chongliang crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater, a testament to his terrifying strength. Seizing the opportunity during Li Chongliang's landing, Zhu Zhuqing accelerated towards him, launching her assault. However, Li Chongliang was no pushover. He immediately raised his arms to defend. Though a power-type soul master, he possessed commendable defensive capabilities. His outstretched arms resembled a sturdy shield. Zhu Zhuqing's strikes felt to him akin to mere tickles. "Have you forgotten to eat?" Li Shengliang Donta. Zhu Zhuqing disregarded his words, swiftly maneuvering to his rear. Seeing this, Li Chongliang quickly pivoted, raising his arms to block once more. After this round of probing, Zhu Zhuqing discerned his weakness lay in his back. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to turn and defend. Thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing seized complete control of the match, utilizing her agile form, supplemented by her soul power, to relentlessly target Li Chongliang's rear. Initially, he held his ground, but as time elapsed, beads of cold sweat began to adorn his forehead. He had underestimated Zhu Zhuqing. This little girl was far more formidable than she appeared. Furthermore, as Li Chongliang was already fighting above his level, the prolonged confrontation clearly placed him at a disadvantage. Li Chongliang understood that he could not allow the situation to unravel any further. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Yet, nothing was more tragic than watching himself march towards failure with wide eyes. Zhu Zhuqing was simply too swift. Despite Li Chongliang exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not lay a finger on her. Minutes later, Li Chongliang was utterly exhausted, his soul power completely depleted, resulting in his loss. Like Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing also received a reward. Li Chongliang's lifespan was diminished by a year. Due to Li Chongliang's inferior soul power level compared to Zhu Zhuqing, Han Li could only exchange half a level of soul power for her. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious in this match. However, she too had expended considerable energy, her complexion deteriorating, necessitating some time to recuperate. "Ning Rongrong, let us participate together in the 2-on-2 team battle," Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. "I would love to join the competition, but I am merely a great soul master at present. If I team up with you, we would face opponents who are all at level 30. The assistance I can provide is minimal, and winning would be exceedingly difficult," Ning Rongrong lamented, not wishing to hinder Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hesitated. Previously, when facing an opponent of the same 34th level, her victory had largely stemmed from the opponent's underestimation. Had the burly man been vigilant from the outset, achieving victory would have undoubtedly required substantial effort, akin to what Zhu Zhuqing had expended. Teaming up with Ning Rongrong would mean confronting two level 30 soul sovereigns simultaneously. Even with her exceptional martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong could not offer Xiao Wu significant support. "Han Li, why don't you accompany me?" Xiao Wu inquired softly. Xiao Wu refrained from directly inviting Han Li to join her, not wanting to impose upon his formidable strength, which had left a profound impression on them. At Shrek Academy, Han Li had even triumphed over Flender, who possessed a soul power of 55. Facing opponents of over 30 levels would surely be as effortless as slicing through melons for him. Against such novices, Han Li wouldn't even need to employ his soul skills. A mere punch would suffice to defeat them. However, relying solely on Han Li's power would deprive Xiao Wu of substantial gains in battle. Yet at that moment, she had no more suitable candidates. "Very well, let us proceed to register." Han Li nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at the registration desk. "Please choose a name for your team," said the staff member, a blonde beauty with a gentle tone. "What should we name it?" "Han Li, do you have any suggestions?" Xiao Wu pondered, turning to Han Li for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li replied, "Let us go with the 95 combination. After all, the name is merely a code name and not of great significance." Chapter 49, The 95 Combination, Unstoppable. The staff member registered their team name, as per protocol. The two received their team badges and departed the counter. It wasn't long before it was their turn to compete. The host, microphone in hand, enthusiastically announced, "The next teams to face off are the 95 combination and the Frenzied Force combination. Now, please have the members of both teams take the stage." Han Li and Xiao Wu's opponents were two robust men, quintessential power-type soul masters. It must be noted that power-type soul masters hold a significant presence on the Douluo continent. Both were incredibly strong, their bare torsos displaying pronounced muscle definition. "I'm Dainu. Dahu." The two muscular men introduced themselves, appearing to be in their 20s, with the former possessing a soul power of 33 and the latter 34. They stood like two towering mountains, exuding a formidable aura. In contrast, Han Li and Xiao Wu appeared diminutive, thus losing the psychological advantage in terms of presence. Are those two kids here to amuse us? They probably can't even reach the knees of their opponents when they jump. Those little brats. Do you think you can join the Soul Arena with such stature? You'd best go home before you embarrass yourselves. The audience, noticing the stark physical disparity, could not help but jeer at Han Li and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, seated in a corner, scoffed at the behavior of the spectators. The match begins. The host shouted. Han Li turned to Xiao Wu, speaking softly. I'll engage one of them. You take on the level 34-1. To enhance Xiao Wu's practical combat skills, Han Li could not unleash his full power. He swiftly charged forward, skillfully managing his strength to entangle the 33-level Dainyu. Xiao Wu's opponent was the 34-level De Hu. Having trained with Han Li in the Stardow Forest for over a month, Xiao Wu had significantly improved her combat abilities. Although she could not match De Hu in strength, her speed and agility allowed for a back-and-forth exchange. Han Li was fully focused on Dainyu, a task that was child's play for him. Dainyu grew increasingly frustrated. No matter how much strength he exerted, Han Li remained steadfast, akin to a rock. This left Dainyu without any viable options, merely grappling with anxiety while fighting. Prepare to witness my strength. Da Gao Su Dainyu Liashid, Apovir Fu Punch. Xiao Wu, possessing a fiery temperament, retaliated fiercely against De Hu. Their fists collided, and both were forced back several steps, though Xiao Wu retreated farther. It was only natural, given that De Hu was a standard power-type soul master. She even felt a tingling sensation in her arm, an unpleasant feeling indeed. Brother, could you refrain from using such force? It frightens me. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, employing her charm skill with an alluring tone. Momentarily taken aback, De Hu's hesitation provided Xiao Wu with an opening. Swiftly, she utilized her third soul skill to appear beside De Hu. Take this. Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending De Hu crashing to the ground. Who would have thought you possessed such charming skills? However, a true man never falls in the same place twice. Da Hui's Gaozi Hardant. Regaining his composure, De Hu charged towards Xiao Wu once more. Utilizing her agility, she adeptly evaded his attacks while seizing the right moments to counterattack. This became a protracted tug-of-war. Xiao Wu's timing skills were exceptional, consistently draining De Hu's stamina. After a short while, De Hu, fatigued, could no longer continue the fight. Han Li had been closely monitoring Xiao Wu's battle. Upon witnessing her victory, he resolved to act without further delay. With a swift punch, he struck Dainyu, who instantly lost consciousness. The system's notification echoed once more. Han Li could drain a year from Dainyu's lifespan, but due to the significant difference in their soul power levels. Even with Dainyu's 10 years of life, it could not be exchanged for a single level of soul power. Anli Ramainat Undatarat. He knew that even the smallest fly was still meat. He understood that quantity would eventually lead to qualitative change, and through accumulation, achievements would inevitably follow. Furthermore, such an enhancement poses no risk to Han Li, rendering it exceedingly safe. The host was taken aback and, tremblingly, announced the results of the match only after Han Li's prompt. The 95th combination emerged victorious. Both their opponents and the surrounding spectators were left in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. The two robust men in their 20s had been defeated by these seemingly innocuous children. What manner of world had they stumbled into? The duo's remarkable performance further attracted the keen attention of the Grand Spirit Arena. Previously, Han Li and his companions had already garnered the interest of the internal staff due to their high spirit power levels. To their astonishment, their combat prowess proved equally impressive, leaving spectators in awe. As Han Li and Xiao Wu descended from the stage, they noticed Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat disheartened. Thus far, she was the only one among their quartet who had yet to participate in a match. Patience is a virtue. After all, as a support-type spirit master, one must take things gradually. Rest assured, there will certainly be opportunities for you to showcase your abilities in due course. Han Li reassured as he patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted considerably. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were fatigued from the competition, indicating that their day would conclude here. The group decided to leave and collect their reward of 40 gold coins, effectively recouping their registration fees. Upon exiting the Soto Grand Spirit Arena, they opted to indulge in some refreshments to unwind. When night fell, they returned to their hotel to recuperate and gather their strength for the upcoming match. The Grand Spirit Arena held an excellent evaluation of Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing's combat capabilities and would continue to monitor them closely. Since they arrived together with Ning Rongrong, the arena speculated that they were also affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, explaining their extraordinary talents. Consequently, information regarding the quartet had been reported to the Spirit Hall headquarters. Han Li was aware that he and his companions would be under the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. During their registration as Spirit Masters and Grand Spirit Masters, they had already attracted attention, though at that time it had not reached the main headquarters. Now, it was likely that even the Pope, Bibi Dong, would become aware of their existence. However, she had probably already heard about them from Hulaina, as he had shared fabricated information during their encounter in the Stardew Forest. The report from the Grand Spirit Arena could cause some complications. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. The headquarters would require time to process the information, and by then, they would most likely have departed from Soto City. With Flander, a soul sage by his side, and several soul sages from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School covertly nearby, as well as guards of Soul Emperor Strength. The Grand Spirit Arena would regard the 5 of them as representatives of this prestigious sect. Without explicit orders from Bibi Dong, they would merely track and observe, posing no threat to Han Li and his companions. Early the next morning, the quartet arrived promptly at the Grand Spirit Arena once more. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong appeared eager and ready for action. This time, Han Li took the lead, having effortlessly triumphed over a level 33 Soul Master the previous day, and now faced a level 34 opponent. This adversary was also a power-type Spirit Master. Before the match commenced, the Spirit Master cast a disdainful glance at Han Li. However, once the match began, Han Li demonstrated through his actions a vivid lesson to the arrogant Spirit Master. The entire battle concluded in under 10 seconds. Han Li, moving with lightning speed, approached his opponent and delivered a straightforward punch that rendered him unconscious. Chapter 50. Zhu Zhuqing versus the Soul Master. The opponent was still oblivious to what had transpired when he lost consciousness. In a one-on-one battle, Han Li emerged victorious. The arena fell silent, with everyone collectively gasping in astonishment. The scene was simply too incredible to comprehend. 2 Spirit Masters of similar power levels had concluded their combat with such astonishing swiftness that it even led some to suspect foul play. Next up was Xiao Wu. She faced a level 35 Spirit Master, and unlike her previous opponent, this time she would contend with a speed-type Spirit Master named Swift Wind, whose martial spirit was a cheetah, known for its remarkable speed. Although not the pinnacle of beast martial spirits, the cheetah exhibited impressive agility. Swift Wind did not underestimate the youthful Xiao Wu as his predecessors had. Instead, he remained focused and alert, ready for the battle ahead. As a speed-type Spirit Master, Swift Wind did not engage in a direct confrontation like his power-type counterparts, instead opting to test Xiao Wu repeatedly. This strategy proved somewhat challenging for her. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's speed was also formidable, and the exchanges did not allow her opponent to gain a significant advantage. You are indeed strong. If I were of your age, I would not stand a chance against you. However, being a few years your senior, I shall be the ultimate victor in this match, Swift Wind arrogantly declared. Following this proclamation, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, further augmenting his strength. With this enhancement, Xiao Wu found it difficult to keep pace with Swift Wind's velocity. As he closed in on her, Xiao Wu quickly devised a plan and activated her 3rd soul skill. Can you surpass spatial movement? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu vanished from her original spot. Swift Wind, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and began searching for her whereabouts. Utilizing her teleportation, Xiao Wu reappeared behind Swift Wind. Yet, he, employing rapid movements, launched an attack first. However, Xiao Wu's teleportation was not a one-time skill. As long as she had sufficient spirit power, she could execute it repeatedly. Once more, Xiao Wu disappeared and reappeared before Swift Wind. This cycle continued for 5 or 6 rounds until Swift Wind's body could no longer withstand the strain and he could no longer respond with his utmost speed. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wu grasped her opponent's body and executed a powerful 8-stage throw. After enduring the relentless barrage of kicks, Swift Wind ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. I declare Xiao Wu the winner of this match, the host exclaimed after a brief moment of astonishment. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Wu triumphantly descended from the stage to rejoin Han Li and the others. Next to enter the arena was Zhu Zhuqing, who had demonstrated her prowess yesterday and now faced a Soul Master. The opponent was a level 31 Spirit Master, shorter in stature but possessing an exceptionally sharp gaze, signifying that he would not be easily subdued. Young lady, you possess quite the audacity, challenging me before acquiring your 3rd soul ring, the arrogant Spirit Master proclaimed. Though our spirit power levels may be similar, your lack of a crucial 3rd soul skill renders you hopeless. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, choosing not to engage with his provocations. You're quite the feisty one. Remember, the one who will soon defeat you is Zhao Gang. As the match commenced, Zhao Gang unleashed his martial spirit, revealing an ugly bat with dark fur and peculiar wings. This martial spirit was exceedingly rare, with scant documentation available. First soul skill, Black Mist. The bat's phantom swiftly flapped its wings, projecting 2 dense clouds of black smoke. However, the smoke moved at an exceedingly slow pace, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to effortlessly evade it. Black smoke descended upon the ground, unexpectedly triggering a small-scale explosion. It was quite a headache to encounter. Zhao Gang spoke slowly, yet his tone bore no hint of panic, indicating that he had already devised a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, leveraging her speed advantage, continuously closed the distance to her opponent. For a soul master like Zhao Gang, whose attack range was relatively expansive, being forced into close combat would inevitably lead to his defeat. Zhao Gang quickly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's intentions and was determined not to let her succeed so easily. With his second soul skill, Black Smoke, Zhao Gang became the epicenter, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped a 5-meter radius around him. This dark fog obscured visibility, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to retreat hastily as she prepared to charge in. If her adversary could see through this black smoke, entering it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Why have you stopped your advance? Zhao Gang's voice echoed. As you surmised, my close combat abilities are rather abysmal. Once you close the distance, my defeat is assured. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that Zhao Gang was deliberately luring her in, a cunning trap. Her response was straightforward and unyielding. She stood her ground, waiting for his next move. Approximately a minute passed before the black mist dissipated, revealing Zhao Gang once more. Quite perceptive, it seems my second soul skill has proven ineffective against you, he conceded. With the trap lifted, Zhu Zhuqing charged forward once again, intent on concluding the battle swiftly. Little sister, why are you in such a rush? Have you not pondered why I so confidently dispelled my second soul skill? It is because my third soul skill is certain to overpower you. Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance and continued her relentless advance. With her speed, no attack could possibly catch her. As the distance between her and Zhao Gang diminished, he began to feel a pang of anxiety. Initially, he had hoped to showcase his prowess, but now he was compelled to act quickly. With his third soul skill, Bats Take Flight, the spectral bats behind him swiftly ascended, splitting into several small black dots. These dots expanded, transforming into a horde of bats that surged towards Zhu Zhuqing from various directions. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, breathtakingly intense. Many spectators were already concerned for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Phantom Strike. Zhu Zhuqing remained unperturbed. After all, Zhao Gang had expended a considerable amount of soul power by unleashing 3 soul skills consecutively. She maximized her speed, determined to weave through the swarm of bats. The multitude of bats barreled toward her, yet she adeptly dodged each one, sustaining no harm throughout the entire ordeal. Tapter viscumendux, ningrongrongs auxiliari entrance. Both Zhao Gang and the audience were left dumbfounded. Zhu Zhuqing's speed surpassed their wildest imaginations. It was as if a nimble black cat danced upon the arena, eluding all attempts to touch it. Zhao Gang's heart raced. The bats he had summoned were now left far behind. In this desperate situation, he had no choice but to dispel his third soul skill and unleash the black smoke once more. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing had already anticipated his next move. During the activation of Zhao Gang's second soul skill, her gaze remained fixed on him. What did it matter if the black smoke obscured vision? As long as she memorized his position beforehand, she could close the gap with her breathtaking speed and deliver a decisive blow, leaving him no room to defend. Zhao Gang's speed would not be augmented by the black mist. Upon releasing the black smoke, Zhao Gang instinctively darted in all directions, unaware that Zhu Zhuqing had silently approached from behind. With her razor-sharp phantom claw, she struck him, and in an instant he lost consciousness. Both women emerged victorious, receiving rewards from the system, which would extend their opponent's lifespan by a year, given that their adversaries were of comparable strength. This extra year could be exchanged for a level of soul power. Consequently, Xiao Wu's soul power increased to level 36, while Zhu Zhuqing's rose to 32. If they continued to progress at this rate, both women would soon attain the rank of Soul Ancestor. Why don't you two take a well-deserved rest? Next, I will partner with Ning Rongrong for a 2-on-2 team battle. Han Li addressed the 2 women. Ning Rongrong appeared elated and promptly followed Han Li to sign up. As a mere Great Soul Master, she would undoubtedly face opponents composed of 2 Soul Ancestors when paired with Han Li. The staff contemplated advising them to reconsider, as the disparity in strength was excessively vast, rendering the match rather uninteresting. Moreover, their chances of victory appeared bleak. However, recalling Han Li's impressive performances from the previous day and today, the staff ultimately decided to register them. After some deliberation, Han Li and Ning Rongrong's opponents were confirmed. The Grand Soul Arena assigned them a level 34 Battle Soul Master and a level 32 Support Soul Master. In the Grand Soul Arena, it was rare to find a one-on-one combination of a primary and auxiliary role, should their opponents not be similarly matched. Such a combination would find itself at a distinct disadvantage, significantly increasing the likelihood of defeat. This pairing was specifically chosen by the Grand Soul Arena. As the two teams faced off on the arena, Han Li glanced toward the opposing side, where the Battle Soul Master stood at the forefront, flanked by the Support Soul Master. How do we proceed? Ning Rongrong inquired slowly. Do not feel any pressure. Simply provide me with your support, Han Li replied. To cultivate Ning Rongrong's auxiliary abilities, Han Li refrained from unleashing his full combat strength immediately, opting instead to engage the opponent gradually. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, employing her first 2 soul skills to bolster Han Li. It must be said that the sensation of being aided by the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was utterly sublime. The Battle Soul Master found himself perplexed. To him, Han Li appeared unremarkable aside from his youth. He had initially assumed he could easily dominate his opponent. Yet no matter what techniques he employed or how much power he exerted, Han Li managed to counter effortlessly. This left the Battle Soul Master questioning his own capabilities, leading him to ponder a strange notion. Could this individual be far stronger than himself? Was he merely toying with him? The two remained locked in a stalemate for a while, during which Han Li noticed that Ning Rongrong's complexion had begun to deteriorate. Although she was not actively fighting, the prolonged exertion of her soul power for support was taking a considerable toll. Seizing the opportune moment, Han Li revealed his strength and commenced a fierce assault. The Battle Soul Master was utterly incapable of withstanding Han Li's onslaught, finding himself on the ground after just a few strikes, unable to rise. The opposing Support Soul Master promptly assisted him, alleviating much of his injury. Yet, Han Li unleashed another flurry of blows upon the Battle Soul Master, leaving him in dire straits. Subsequently, Han Li tightened his grip on the individual's hands, rendering him immobile. Ning Rongrong, hurry over and give him a few punches, he instructed. Obediently heeding Han Li's command, Ning Rongrong approached, her delicate fists poised as she delivered several strikes to her opponent. Despite her diminutive strength, the fact that Han Li had already incapacitated the Soul Master allowed her to knock him unconscious. The spectators in the stands observed Han Li's actions with perplexity, utterly bewildered by his intentions. Why would he, having already subdued his adversary, allow his teammate to deliver the finishing blows? Such behavior was utterly peculiar. Ning Rongrong herself felt a twinge of confusion, yet she had always adhered to Han Li's words without question. After rendering her opponent unconscious, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Han Li wished for him to experience the sensation of triumph over an adversary. This notion brought a radiant smile to her cherubic face, as she considered how thoughtful Han Li was, even accounting for such trifling details. The 34th level Battle Soul Master was seething with indignation upon realizing the humiliation he had endured. He had never anticipated such disgrace at the hands of his opponent. Fueled by a desire for retribution, he found himself too weak to even rise. Witnessing his companion's humiliation, the 32nd level support type Soul Master could no longer stand idly by. She exerted herself to unleash her soul techniques, but as a support type, her efforts, no matter how fervent, could not inflict any tangible harm upon Han Li. Desperate to avoid the same fate as her teammate, the Support Soul Master hastily leaped off the stage, bringing the contest to an unambiguous conclusion. Whispers circulated among the audience. These two children are remarkably powerful, defeating Soul Masters significantly older than themselves at such a tender age. Truly, talent emerges in every generation, each leading the charge for centuries. Indeed, do not be deceived by the seemingly inconspicuous Support Soul Master. Her martial soul is the unparalleled 7-treasure glazed tile, the foremost support martial soul in the realm. With such a martial soul, her future prospects are boundless. Increasingly, spectators directed admiring glances toward Han Li and Ning Rongrong. Power, after all, is the most persuasive of authorities. As Ning Rongrong had delivered the final blow to the Battle Soul Master, the system deemed Han Li as an assistant in securing victory, consequently diminishing his rewards to merely siphoning half a year from his opponent's lifespan. Conversely, Ning Rongrong's rewards were lavish, as she had triumphed over a foe several levels above her own, directly earning a 3-year lifespan to be converted into 3 levels of soul power. Fuliwing, Fan, Lis Manawaring. Ning Rongrong dramatically ascended 3 levels, raising her soul power to the 30th tier. Will you continue to battle us? Anlin Kirat, nonchalantly. Gazing at the opposing support soulmaster. With a resigned sigh, the latter leaped down from the stage, an act tantamount to surrender. Remaining on stage any longer would likely lead to a fate similar to that of his teammate, being thoroughly beaten by Ning Rongrong. Such an indignity was intolerable. The 7 treasure glazed tile, as the pinnacle of support martial souls in the continent, indicated that this girl was undoubtedly a descendant of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. In the audience, several knowledgeable spectators recognized her lineage. Upon hearing this, astonished expressions spread across many faces. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect ranks among the top 3 of the 7 great sects, possessing immense strength. However, in this battle, Ning Rongrong had not showcased her abilities to their fullest. It was primarily Han Li's formidable prowess that overshadowed her contributions. In the shadows of lesser-known corners, many were observing Han Li and Ning Rongrong's every move discreetly. Within the Great Soul Arena, one staff member mused, "This Han Li is truly exceptional. I have never encountered a soul master with such prodigious talent. We must find a way to befriend him." As he noted down additional information, it was evident that Ning Rongrong, as the heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, was expected to cultivate within her sect. However, driven by a desire to prove herself, she had stealthily slipped away. Unbeknownst to her, her father, Ning Fengji, the sect's leader, was fully aware of her escapade and had dispatched individuals to protect her from the shadows. As his only daughter, he was naturally inclined to cherish and shield her from danger. Members of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were also covertly observing from a secluded spot within the Great Soul Arena. They relayed their findings back to the sect, concluding from their sustained surveillance that Han Li was indeed trustworthy. Earlier, when Ning Rongrong had followed Han Li away from Shrek Academy, she had, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, challenged him. The observers had witnessed this encounter, yet since Ning Rongrong had faced no peril, they refrained from intervening. Their continued observations only deepened their astonishment. The pampered young lady had achieved victory in the 2-on-2 team battle at the Great Soul Arena. Although she had not exerted herself to a great extent, her joy was palpable, a rare and precious sentiment. If the sect leader, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were to receive our correspondence, they would surely be delighted for the young lady. A disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect remarked thoughtfully. Others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Yet, many events remained unseen by these sect members. Previously, when Han Li had taken 3 young women to challenge Shrek Academy, they had refrained from delving deeper into the academy for fear of exposure, thus missing the spectacle of Ning Rongrong's victory over Oscar. Had they witnessed it, they would have undoubtedly been left in utter astonishment once more. Very well, you may continue observing here. I shall return to the sect to deliver the message. In the opulent office at the highest level, where the upper echelons of the Great Soul Arena convened, Han Li and his companions' prodigious talents had already captured their keen interest from the moment they registered. They were also aware of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile, a unique treasure of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, unmistakably marking her as a direct descendant. As for the other 3, they had not discerned anything particularly special about their martial souls. However, since they accompanied Ning Rongrong and exhibited astonishing talent, they naturally assumed that Han Li and his companions belonged to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect as well, likely on an excursion. The higher-ups of the Great Soul Arena remained discreet, carefully observing and reporting their findings. After Han Li and Ning Rongrong's match concluded, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had also recovered. In a seamless collaboration, they decided to form a duo for the 2-on-2 battles, aptly naming themselves the Qing Wu Duo. With a sense of familiarity, they swiftly completed their registration, and the competition was set to commence. Upon ascending the stage, they encountered their opponents for the forthcoming battle. Before them stood a man and a woman. The man appeared to possess a soul power level of 35, identifying him as a pure strength-type soul master, while the woman, with a soul power level of 33, was a control-type soul master. Both exhibited commendable prowess, their synergy remarkable, particularly since they had been engaged in battles here since their days as great soul masters, having participated in hundreds of such contests. This indicated an extraordinary level of coordination between the two. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves in a predicament, as their opponents were considerably stronger than those they had faced previously, as Han Li pointed out from the sidelines. Really? I thought our last opponents were quite formidable. Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion. The strength of support-type Soul Masters lies in their ability to amplify groups, effortlessly assisting 6 or 7 individuals or even more. However, in a 2-on-2 battle, a support-type Soul Master has only one ally, thus their effectiveness becomes markedly constrained. It was no wonder that combinations involving support-type Soul Masters often face challenges. Ning Rongrong came to this realization. However, when we team up, you need not worry about this. Even against 10 Soul Venerates, they would not pose a threat to me, Han Li declared confidently. The duo Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing faced was seasoned, having accrued extensive combat experience, with a favorable win-loss record in battles where soul power levels were comparable. They had recently earned the Copper Soul Badge in a 2-on-2 contest and were now striving for the Silver Soul Badge. Within the Grand Arena, they had also garnered considerable popularity, the majority of the audience favoring them. Flyhammer team, crush your opponents. You are the best. The crowd erupted in cheers. The combination of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing was known as the Flyhammer team, with the man named Wang Shan and the woman named Qiu Shui. The name Flyhammer team bore little relation to their names, but was connected to their martial souls. Chapter 53. The Flyhammer team is formidable. Wang Shan's martial soul is a hammer, focused on strength. Although it cannot compare to the Haotian hammer, it is nonetheless a robust weapon-type martial soul. Qiu Shui's martial soul is also a weapon type, known as the Celestial Green Vine, resembling the blue silver grass but exhibiting greater resilience. Had it not been for the remarkable performances of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in their one-on-one matches, the Grand Arena would not have assigned them such a challenging adversary. This 2-on-2 match took place in a different arena than the previous one, with an entirely new audience unfamiliar with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They were unaware of the true extent of the girls' abilities. Judging solely by their appearances, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appear to be petite girls, lacking the imposing presence of skilled fighters. I saved up to witness an intense battle of equals, yet I'm confronted with these two little girls. Surely, they will be thoroughly beaten by their opponents, one spectator remarked. Indeed, my friend, I frequent this venue. The Flyhammer team is quite formidable, and I doubt those two girls can endure even 3 rounds, another added disheartenedly. I might as well refund my ticket and watch a different match. The audience engaged in fervent discussions, with almost no one betting on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, having already resigned themselves to their inevitable defeat. How can these spectators be so dismissive? Sister Xiao Wu and Zhuqing are undeniably strong. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in indignation, feeling protective of the two girls. However, she too had come to understand the prowess of the Flyhammer team. A concern crept into her heart for Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. Li, do you think Sister Xiao Wu and the others will be alright? I'm so afraid they might get hurt in the arena. Ning Rongrong expressed her worry. Li, however, remained unfazed. Rest assured, while the Flyhammer team may be stronger than most, they cannot exert excessive pressure on Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. I firmly believe they will emerge victorious, he stated resolutely. In Han Li's view, the Flyhammer team provided an excellent opportunity for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to hone their skills. His primary objective in bringing the 3 girls to the Grand Arena was to enhance their abilities. Only when faced with formidable adversaries can one truly progress and unleash their potential. As the match commenced, the host announced the beginning of the competition. Qiu Shui was the first to strike, summoning a multitude of celestial green vines that lashed out like sturdy tentacles toward the 2 girls. Yet, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, agile and nimble, effortlessly dodged the onslaught of the vines. You 2 little girls have decent speed, but mere swiftness will not secure your victory against us. Wang Shan boasted arrogantly. He unleashed his martial soul, revealing a massive hammer in his grasp. Shielded by the celestial green vines, Wang Shan advanced toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, wielding his hammer with intent. Though the match had only just begun, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves at a disadvantage, needing to evade Wang Shan's direct assaults while remaining vigilant against the sudden strikes of the celestial green vines. It was their first team battle, and their coordination felt awkward and unrefined, failing to achieve the synergy of 1 + 1 equaling more than 2, instead inadvertently hampering their capabilities. This was most evident as they dodged their opponent's attacks. Although both girls moved swiftly, the space was exceedingly constricted. Twice they nearly collided, narrowly avoiding disaster through quick reflexes. Had they not, they would have exposed a vulnerability, allowing their opponent to capitalize on the opening. Zhuqing, if we continue like this, we will surely lose. From now on, follow my lead, Xiao Wu suddenly asserted. Given that Xiao Wu's strength surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing, the latter slowly nodded in agreement. Let South first drive Wang Shan back, and then find a way to attack the control-type Soul Master, Xiao Wu proposed. Thus, they decided that Zhu Zhuqing would disrupt the opponent with her speed, while Xiao Wu would wait for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, significantly enhancing her speed to the point of creating afterimages. Observing Zhu Zhuqing darting around under his very nose, Wang Shan became visibly flustered, losing the steady composure he had previously maintained. Those who infrequently become more concerned with victory and the potential for errors, leading to greater chances of mistakes. Wang Shan exemplified this scenario. Despite outwardly dismissing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, he was internally apprehensive about their potential tricks that could lead to his downfall. As all of Wang Shan's focus fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu seized the moment to teleport behind him using her third soul skill. "What are you shaking your head about? Sister Xiao Wu is right behind you," she exclaimed loudly. Wang Shan, taken aback, turned around but was a step too late. Xiao Wu channeled a surge of soul power into her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Shan's back. Following that, she swiftly maneuvered to his front, executing another fierce and forceful kick. Wang Shan was propelled several meters away, and it was fortunate that Xiao Shui promptly utilized the sky blue vine to pull him back. Otherwise, he would have plummeted beneath the stage and been disqualified. These two little girls were certainly not as simple as they appeared. "It seemed we must now showcase our true abilities," Xiao Shui stated earnestly. Wang Shan nodded in agreement, suggesting they employ that particular move. As the duo assumed their stances, the audience erupted with excitement. The Flying Hammer duo was finally about to unleash their combined technique. No opponent, no matter how formidable, could unravel their synergy. "I can see that those two girls have indeed surprised us greatly. Yet if the Flying Hammer duo executed their combination move, victory would be out of reach for them." The spectators chattered amongst themselves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Shui activated his second spirit skill, the grappling vine. From his back emerged several thicker, more resilient sky blue vines, which firmly ensnared Wang Shan. Wang Shan shifted to a double-handed grip on his hammer, poised and ready. Subsequently, Xiao Shui maneuvered the sky blue vines, flinging Wang Shan forward, hence the origin of their name, the Flying Hammer duo. With the assistance of the sky blue vines, Wang Shan's agility saw a significant enhancement, effectively compensating for his soul deficiency. Xiao Shui could manipulate the vines according to the flow of battle, controlling the battlefield. Chapter 54. Exhaust their spirit power. Xiao Shui could effortlessly launch or retract Wang Shan, accomplishing maneuvers ordinarily unattainable. Furthermore, the inertia imparted by the sky blue vines would amplify the power of the hammer. This move was an enigma for the vast majority. No wonder their reputation in the soul arena was so grand, Xiao Wu realized. Their combined technique was indeed quite formidable. "How should we respond?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "I have yet to devise a strategy. Let's first evade their onslaught and gradually seek an opportunity," Xiao Shui replied, swinging Wang Shan with remarkable speed toward them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing leapt aside, narrowly escaping the initial wave of assault. The iron hammer crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater, the earth trembling beneath it. Should one be struck directly by that blow, even survival would likely result in incapacitation. Undeterred, Xiao Shui continued to wield Wang Shan, pursuing the fleeting figures of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. An idea struck Xiao Wu suddenly, and she spoke up. "Both of us prioritize speed. Our offensive power pales in comparison to theirs. Engaging them head-on would only lead to our swift defeat. Thus, we shall compete in endurance instead," Xiao Wu asserted confidently. She and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dispersed to the far corners of the arena. The Flying Hammer duo could not simultaneously attack both of them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's task was to continuously evade their strikes. Eventually, their opponent would run out of spirit power. The battle gradually evolved into a contest of spirit energy, a scenario most favorable for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Such a strategy. Xiao Shui's expression soured. In doing so, they had inadvertently placed themselves at a disadvantage. What troubled her most was that even if she discerned Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's intentions, it would be futile. After all, their agility was unparalleled. Even with the enhanced speed from the sky blue vines, Wang Shan's hammer struggled to connect. "If that is the case, I shall match you blow for blow." Xiao Shui clenched her fists, resolved to engage in this protracted battle to determine the victor. The contest persisted for over 10 minutes. The Flying Hammer duo utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Zhu Zhuqing was not in much better condition. Among the four, her spirit power level was the lowest. and her energy was likewise depleted. However, thanks to her extraordinary talent, she remained standing until the final moment, leaning against Xiao Wu, her complexion pale. Xiao Wu, though slightly out of breath, exhibited the best condition, owing to her superior spirit power. Come, let us deliver a few final blows to them, Xiao Wu urged, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and approaching. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing delivered several punches to Wang Shan and Qiu Shui, rendering them unconscious. The entire arena was in shock. What? These two little girls actually defeated the Flying Hammer duo? Good heavens, am I dreaming? How could this happen? Oh no! I placed 10 gold soul coins on the Flying Hammer duo before the match. I am on the verge of bankruptcy. Who could have predicted their victory? The crowd was astounded. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that the Flying Hammer duo could fall to two little girls. Anli Ramainat Faja. Fully anticipating this outcome, while simultaneously receiving a notification from the system, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had vanquished their opponents, allowing them to siphon half a year of their lifespan. Due to Xiao Wu possessing the highest spirit power level, she could not exchange it for a primary spirit. But Zhu Zhuqing could. After a series of operations by Han Li, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power unknowingly ascended to level 33. Just as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing intended to leave the stage, the host called out to them, "Ladies, you have triumphed over the competitors bearing the Copper Soul badge. According to the regulations of the Grand Soul Arena, you shall be promoted directly," the host proclaimed while handing the newly minted Copper Soul badges to the two. Following this battle, the Qingwu duo emerged as the star team of the Grand Soul Arena and rightfully deserved its accolades. Each of you shall receive 50 gold soul coins as a reward from the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were elated. To put it into perspective, winning a single match in the individual competition only awarded 10 gold soul coins. Thus, receiving 50 was a significant windfall. Meanwhile, some staff members and mid-level officials of the Soul Arena had gathered to observe the battle. They were all astonished, never having anticipated such outstanding performance from these children. They could confidently assert that, in terms of talent and potential, these kids had surpassed the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to report this matter immediately. Soto City, Spirit Hall, Main Hall. The Hall Master received the intelligence transmitted from the Grand Soul Arena and was left utterly dumbfounded. He was aware of Han Li and Xiao Wu. These two had recently registered as Soul Masters here, causing quite a stir due to their youth. After verification, the Hall Master was astounded by their talent and contemplated recruiting them, though they had declined. A 7-year-old Soul Master was terrifying to even consider. One could only imagine the heights they might achieve in the future. In such a short time, both had ascended to Soul Sovereign. Wait, is that Ning Rong Rong? The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's spirit. The Hall Master suddenly understood. Could it be that all of them hail from the 7 treasures glazed tile school? No wonder their talents are so extraordinary. This finally provided a plausible explanation. He resolved to maintain his vigilance regarding this matter, keenly observing Han Li and his companions, while relaying any pertinent information to the Spirit Hall's headquarters. After Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing descended from the stage, they could be said to have narrowly triumphed. Their stamina severely taxed, and they harbored no intention of continuing the battle. Consequently, they decided to first proceed to the office to collect their rewards in gold soul coins. At the office, a crowd had gathered, alongside several mid to high-level officials from the Great Soul Arena. "You are here to claim your rewards, I presume?" The staff promptly produced the prepared gold soul coins and carefully handed them over. Just as Han Li and his group were about to turn away, a voice emerged. "You 4 possess remarkable talent. I have never encountered such exceptional soul masters as yourselves." "Thank you," Han Li replied nonchalantly, his expression betraying no emotion. "If the 4 of you have no immediate plans, I have a rather enticing proposition." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a resonant, magnetic voice, who appeared to hold a position of some authority. His words hinted at a desire to recruit Han Li and his companions. "I appreciate your offer, but we are accustomed to our freedom and prefer not to align ourselves with anyone." Han Li interjected decisively, leading the 3 women away from the scene. The onlookers from the Great Soul Arena could only watch them depart, faces adorned with regret. Having achieved several victories that day, Xiao Wu and her companions appeared even more jubilant, though the intensity of the matches had taken a toll on their physical and spiritual energy. Instead of returning directly to their hotel, they ventured to a bustling commercial street, where they indulged in a hearty meal at a fine restaurant. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to rest and gradually recuperate their soul power in preparation for the battles of the following day. Han Li sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation, when a sudden knock at the door startled him. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Flinder, an old acquaintance. "What brings you here? Anlikaria, Takenabak. You haven't gone to sleep yet? I noticed you haven't returned to Shrek Academy in several days and became somewhat worried. Has something happened recently?" Flinder's urgency was palpable as he bombarded Han Li with questions. "Nothing of consequence. We've merely been training at the Great Soul Arena," Han Li replied, not concealing the truth from Flinder, as such matters were easily verifiable with a bit of time. "I see. The Great Soul Arena is indeed an ideal place for Soul Masters to hone their skills. Are you planning to return there tomorrow?" Flinder continued to inquire. Han Li nodded impassively, thinking to himself how chatty Flinder had become. Had it not been for Flinder's usual astuteness, he might have been tempted to unleash his frustrations upon him. "I would like to accompany you tomorrow, if that is permissible," Flinder asked cautiously. "Very well. Do as you wish," Han Li replied without opposition, before closing the door and returning to his bed. The night passed swiftly, and the following morning dawned bright and vibrant, life flourishing all around. Xiao Wu and her companions exited the hotel with enthusiasm, rejuvenated and ready to tackle the Great Soul Arena once more. They commenced their day's journey, with the exception of Ning Rongrong, the support-type Soul Master. The other three engaged in a series of one-on-one duels. Today's opponents boasted slightly higher soul power levels than those of the previous day, yet they emerged victorious without any unforeseen difficulties. Han Li, in particular, showcased a breathtaking display of prowess, executing a swift elimination that left the audience in awe. Xiao Wu, too, exerted minimal effort. After extensive training, she had grown capable of handling her own battles, securing victory with relative ease. Zhu Zhuqing, however, faced a more arduous challenge. Despite her own soul power exceeding level 30, she had yet to acquire a third soul ring, leaving her at a disadvantage without a third soul skill. Struggling, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately achieved victory in her match. The three of them could each claim a year's lifespan from their respective opponents. For Han Li, this year's lifespan was but a trivial morsel, yielding no significant returns. After the exchange, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both elevated their soul power by one level. Xiao Wu's reached 37, while Zhu Zhuqing's climbed to 34. Flinder observed Han Li and the others from the audience, his astonishment never waning. He was already aware of Han Li's formidable strength. Even with his own 55-level soul power, he found himself no match for Han Li, who could dispatch ordinary soul masters with a single strike. What truly astonished Flinder was the prowess displayed by the two women. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed formidable, clearly capable of challenging opponents beyond their levels. Particularly impressive was Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously been only at level 23. Since aligning with Han Li, she had triumphed over Dai Mu Bai, who was at level 28. And now, as a soul master with 2 soul rings, she had defeated a soul sovereign. Amidst his astonishment, Flinder could not help but overhear the murmurs of the surrounding audience. "Those 2 little girls are incredibly strong. Despite their youth, they achieve victory. Brother, are you new here? I saw those 2 girls fight yesterday. They are truly remarkable. If you knew them, you would understand that their success today is entirely deserved." The spectators of the Great Soul Arena, along with the hidden members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had grown accustomed to the strength of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as if it had become a commonplace occurrence. "Ning Rongrong, let us go. I can see your eagerness. I shall take you to participate in a 2-on-2 team battle," Han Li said, rising slowly. Without a word, Ning Rongrong immediately followed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing resolved to team up once more, the clear dance combination poised to achieve further glory. "Wow, it's the 7 Treasure sword combination. That guy inside is incredibly strong. The girl is formidable too. She wields the continent's premier support type, martial spirit. I wonder which 2 unfortunate souls will face them." The 7 Treasure sword combination had successfully garnered a significant following due to their previous performances. Upon their entrance, the fans erupted in cheers, eagerly rallying behind them. As the match commenced, Han Li, as before, feigned engagement with his opponents, allowing Ning Rongrong to deploy her support soul skills. When a moment was right, he would unleash his true power, decisively overpowering his adversaries and ensuring Ning Rongrong knocked one out. Flinder focused intently on Han Li and Ning Rongrong as they took the stage. Their victory was seamless and without suspense. Han Li's overwhelming strength rendered such contests a mere exercise in futility. Flinder could not comprehend Han Li's rationale for involving Ning Rongrong in the match, especially allowing her to knock out their opponent, akin to hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Was it merely to provide Ning Rongrong with the experience of achieving victory herself? Such a notion seemed plausible to Flender. In contrast, the opposing team, realizing they stood no chance, promptly withdrew from the arena, unwilling to face humiliation. Ning Rongrong could claim a year of lifespan from the opponent she knocked out, while Han Li could only claim a month. Han Li paid little heed to the matter, primarily focusing on assisting Ning Rongrong and her companions in their training and growth. As for himself, he planned to visit Shrek Academy in a few days to engage in battles against Zhao Wujin and Flanders, where he anticipated reaping substantial rewards. Currently, he was at the 62nd level of Soul Emperor, and to procure significant rewards, he needed Zhao Wujin and Flanders to exert their 61st level soul power, which would certainly elevate the battle pressure, making it far more challenging than facing opponents in the 40s or 50s. Han Li exchanged a level of soul power for Ning Rongrong, elevating her to the 32nd level. He contemplated allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to reach their 40s in a few days, so they could collectively venture into the Stardow Forest to acquire soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Flanders lavished praise upon Han Li and Ning Rongrong, much to Ning Rongrong's delight. Soon, it was time for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to take the stage. After defeating the Flying Hammer duo, they ascended into the ranks of the Copper Fighting Soul team. However, their opponents were also from the Copper Fighting Soul team. Flanders was astonished. How could these two youngsters face a Copper Fighting Soul team? Had they truly reached that level? Despite Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's formidable skills, their adversaries were not to be underestimated. Firstly, their opponents possessed an absolute advantage in soul power levels. Secondly, unlike the Qingwu duo, who had swiftly ascended to the Copper Fighting Soul team, these opponents had honed their skills through extensive practical battles, indicating their rich experience and consistent victories, rendering their strength far from trivial. Flanders, having just arrived, had missed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as previous match and couldn't help but worry for the two girls. Observing Flanders' anxious demeanor, Han Li stifled a chuckle and conceived a playful idea. "Flanders, why don't we place a bet?" he proposed. "On what?" Flanders inquired, taken aback. "On whether Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing can win. I wager 100 gold soul coins that they will triumph," Han Li replied nonchalantly. Flanders paused momentarily. Although he had witnessed their individual battles, he still doubted their capability to secure victory in a team match. "Han Li, you must think carefully. A 2-on-2 team battle is not the same as an individual fight. It not only tests the contestant's strength, but also their coordination and synergy, which is a stern trial." He cautioned while observing Han Li's expression. "Enough with the chatter. Are you in or not?" An Li urja, gruing sumawati impatien. Flanders sensed the gravity of the situation. Han Li did not seem the type to casually part with 100 gold soul coins. That amount was not insignificant, and should Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing truly win, Flanders was reluctant to part with such a sum. "Forget it. I've never been one for gambling," he concluded after a moment's thought. "What a letdown. It seems I cannot count on Flanders for a windfall," Han Li mused. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena commenced as Flanders had anticipated, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing facing formidable opponents. However, while they may not have had the same level of synergy as their adversaries, they were still able to engage in back-and-forth exchanges, resulting in a balanced contest. Overall, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did not appear to be at a significant disadvantage. "Remarkable," Flanders exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. The duo's performance exceeded his expectations. They not only held their ground, but also gradually developed a seamless cooperation. After a series of challenges, through their combined efforts, they ultimately triumphed over their opponents. The Qingwu duo is unparalleled. Many spectators cheered, their voices ringing out in jubilation. Flanders was rendered speechless. How did the two girls secure victory so effortlessly? He felt relieved that he had not taken Han Li's bet. Otherwise, 100 gold soul coins would have vanished in an instant. Han Li received another notification from the system. Just like the previous day, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could each siphon half a year of lifespan from their opponents. Coupled with the remaining siphoned lifespan Xiao Wu had, they could precisely exchange for a level of soul power, raising her to the 38th level, while Zhu Zhuqing reached the 35th level. As the two descended from the stage, the cheers from the audience grew louder, accompanied by thunderous applause. This signified that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's fame was steadily rising, garnering them even more admirers. "Everyone, this battle took a heavy toll. I may not be able to continue competing," Zhu Zhuqing said, her complexion pale upon reuniting with Han Li and the others. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current condition, she would require some time to recover her soul power. "All right, let us call it a day then. Let us go," Han Li replied. The group arrived at the counter of the Great Fighting Soul Arena to collect their rewards, as usual. The staff continuously handed them freshly minted gold soul coins. Flanders, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming envy. Goodness, this makes me want to join the competition. Among the four of them, the most anyone fought was twice. Yet they received so many rewards, Flanders thought, increasingly tempted. As Han Li and his companions exited the Great Fighting Soul Arena, they were met with the bustling streets. Flanders, shouldn't you be heading back? Anli iswa asupladis misal. Allowing Flanders to accompany them to the arena was already a generous gesture on Han Li's part. He did not wish for Flanders to cling to them like a burden. Your performance today was truly exceptional. To celebrate your victory, allow me to treat you all to a meal, Flanders eagerly offered, hoping to strengthen their bond through this gesture. Han Li was taken aback. Everyone knew Flanders was notoriously stingy, so his sudden generosity was quite surprising. Are you serious? Han Li stared intently at Flanders, questioning him. Flanders nodded rapidly, forcing a cordial smile. After all, I am your elder. What's wrong with treating you to a meal? All right then, you said it. Let us find a restaurant. Han Li said as they made their way to a commercial street, bustling with people and numerous shops. After a brief selection process, Han Li discovered an upscale restaurant. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, featuring the finest marble stone, and the interior design leaned toward European aesthetics, with music wafting from within. It was evidently a high-end venue. How about we settle for a meal here? Han Li asked, smiling innocently at Flanders. Settle for a meal? Flanders was at a loss for words. Could this truly be considered settling? Such a high-class restaurant was one he wouldn't dare glance at normally. Dining here would undoubtedly consume a vast amount of soul coins. Flanders hesitated, but resolved to endure the pain of his earlier boast. Once they were seated, Han Li took the menu and began ordering the most expensive dishes one by one. Ahem, Han Li, there are only 5 of us, and with 3 young girls here. Won't we end up with too much food? Flanders weakly protested. Not to worry. If we can't finish it, we'll take it to go. Rest assured, we will not waste any food, Han Li assured him, leaving Flanders momentarily speechless. Throughout the entire dinner gathering, Han Li and the 3 women indulged in joyous laughter, while Flanders appeared lost in thought. The mirthful laughter from Han Li and the trio nearly escaped their lips uncontrollably. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they decided to depart, at which point the waiter presented the bill to Flanders. Gritting his teeth, Flanders reluctantly settled the tab, silently enduring the financial burden imposed by Han Li and the 3 women. However, Flanders was not as fragile as one might expect. He continually reassured himself that as long as he could cultivate a good relationship with these few youngsters, any amount of money spent would be worthwhile. Now that we've finished our meal, shall we take a stroll outside? Flanders suggested. The thought of the substantial expense incurred by Flanders weighed on Han Li and the others, inducing a slight pang of guilt, which led them to eagerly acquiesce to the idea. They strolled along the broad streets, lined with numerous vendors selling their wares. Chapter 57. The Great Demon Returns to Shrek. Run. Flanders felt that merely treating these youngsters to a meal was far from sufficient. Thus, he continued to feign generosity, purchasing exquisite jewelry for Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls from roadside stalls. Flanders, you've truly spoiled us today. Han Li could not help but express as they prepared to part ways. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also pretended to offer their thanks. Flanders waved his hand dismissively, outwardly maintaining an appearance of magnanimity. What are you being polite for? Although you are merely nominal members, you are ultimately part of Shrek Academy. We're all family here. Flanders feigned a calm demeanor, patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the apparent wisdom of Shrek Academy's headmaster, which filled them with warmth. Hearing such words from Han Li stirred a sense of warmth within Flanders' heart, confirming that his efforts today had not been in vain. However, his expression soon stiffened again. Under these circumstances, might I trouble the headmaster to book us a hotel room? Han Li saw an opportunity to exploit Flanders' desire to appear generous, and he was determined to take advantage of it. Why not let him go all the way in his good-heartedness? At that moment, Flanders' expression was beyond description. If one were to attempt to characterize it, it would convey a bittersweet resignation, tinged with sadness. Of course, we would never impose upon Headmaster Flanders to foot the bill. If you find yourself financially constrained, we can cover it ourselves, Han Li stated, pulling the 3 women along, secretly counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait. I never said I was unwilling. As anticipated, Flanders quickly blocked their path, asserting that as the headmaster, arranging a few rooms for the academy's students was well within his means. Han Li had already adorned Flanders with praise, And how could Flander easily relinquish such an opportunity? Han Li and the three women were elated. They had not anticipated Flander would go to such lengths. With a heavy heart, Flander trudged to the Rose Hotel, instructing the front desk to book the most luxurious rooms available. You've been competing all day. Make sure to rest well at the hotel. I've decided to accompany you to the Great Fighting Soul Arena tomorrow. We shall meet again then. Flander initially intended to find opportunities to intensify the training of Dai Mubai and the others over the next few days. However, what he had observed today led him to completely disregard his plans for Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and the rest. At this moment, his singular focus was on pleasing Han Li and the trio, especially Han Li, who had brought him countless surprises. As long as he could establish a solid emotional foundation with them, Flander was confident he could lead them to search for Liu Erlong in Heavendoe City. Liu Erlong operated the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendoe City, an esteemed institution with a teaching license and complete credentials. Whereas Shrek was merely a mid-tier academy and lacked the qualifications to participate in the elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Only by relying on the Blue Tyrant Academy could they obtain the qualification to compete in the prestigious tournament. Flander was convinced that with Han Li in their midst, victory in the competition would be assured. His original plan was to participate in the next Advanced Soul Master competition, but it now appeared that securing Han Li's involvement would enable them to contend for the championship in the upcoming event as well. After all, Han Li could already defeat Zhao Wujia, who was at level 61, and himself at level 62. The most formidable opponents from other Soul Master Academies would likely only be at the Soul Sect level, and perhaps only a couple might reach the Soul King tier. Han Li would undoubtedly overpower them. When that time came, Shrek Academy would rise to prominence, garnering acclaim throughout the continent. An influx of students would seek to enroll at Shrek Academy, and as headmaster, Flander would also gain recognition and elevate his status, amassing an immeasurable fortune in soul coins. The journey might be fraught with challenges, but the future shone brightly. In comparison to the eventual rewards, today's sacrifices seemed trifling. With this realization, Flander became remarkably enlightened, and the sting of expenditure faded away. As time flowed on, night fell, and then receded, ushering in a new day. It was the fourth day. The three women rose early and gathered at Han Li's room. Let us head to the Fighting Soul Arena, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. However, Han Li shook his head, deciding that the four should first rest and postpone their visit to the Great Fighting Soul Arena for a couple of days. Your abilities have been visibly advancing at an astonishing rate in the arena. While that is undoubtedly a positive development, maintaining a constant state of heightened tension in battle is not conducive to your growth, Han Li explained gently, especially for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They could both intuitively sense that their opponents were becoming increasingly formidable, making battles more arduous. Taking a break now and then could indeed be a delightful reprieve. What shall we do today, then? Ning Rongrong inquired with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. Let us find some amusement at Shrek Academy, Han Li suggested. The three women immediately grasped his intention. The thought of potentially getting a chance to beat up Dai Mubai and the others again brought great joy to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. As they prepared to set off, Flander arrived as anticipated. Learning of their destination for the day filled him with delight. He had hoped fervently that these four children would frequently visit the academy. Ideally, Flander wished that they could remain at the academy indefinitely. As for Dai Mubai and the others, if they would be thrashed by Han Li and his companions, it was simply a consequence of their own inadequacies. On the running track surrounding Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were still being subjected to running drills under the supervision of Yu Xiaojiang. Deprived of the use of their soul power, they quickly broke into a sweat, their speed diminishing significantly. Boss Dai, I think I see some figures up ahead, Oscar said, feeling a bit lightheaded. At this hour, who would be outside the school? Dai Mubai confidently asserted. Not true. I saw them too. Xiao Ao must be telling the truth. Ma Ongjun Gaimdin. With a shared curiosity, the four of them gradually quickened their pace, finally discerning the figures ahead. It was Han Li and his companions. Han Li and his group were undoubtedly their nightmares, and memories of past encounters where they were soundly beaten flooded back. Run for your lives. The four individuals, understanding each other's intentions, swiftly turned and fled, genuinely terrified by the beating they had received. In private discussions, they had lamented that ever since encountering Han Li, not only had they frequently endured severe thrashings, but they also felt a marked decline in their mental state for a considerable time afterward. Their physical capabilities seemed to have aged as well, particularly evident during their last encounter. They deemed Han Li particularly sinister, concluding that the best strategy was to flee at the sight of him. The ancient adage, the best retreat is a swift escape, echoed in their minds. Unable to overcome him, they reasoned, could they not at least run? Truly, they were a pitiful lot. Observing their retreat, Han Li quickly pursued, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Before the four could react, one of them received a stinging slap across the face, leaving a fiery imprint. Chapter 58. Defeating Dai Mubai and Tang San with level 29 soul power. You truly are a bunch of worthless cowards, fleeing at the mere sight of me. Are you even men? Han Li scolded them, his words dripping with derision. Since he intended to use these four as sparring partners, Han Li refrained from knocking them unconscious, instead herding them back toward the academy. Dai Mubai and the others were left bewildered and at a loss. I am granting you an opportunity. If you are men, find a way to defeat me honorably, Han Li proclaimed from his lofty position. Oscar, dejected, replied, with your strength, how could we possibly be your match? Han Li reassured them, stating that he would only employ his level 29 soul power and utilize merely 2 soul skills. I can challenge both of you at once. Do you dare to step up? He challenged, pointing at Dai Mubai and Tang San. Among the four, only these two possessed a level of strength that could be considered respectable. Tang San and Dai Mubai stared at Han Li, sensing that he was not jesting. If Han Li's claims held true, they felt it might be a viable opportunity to redeem themselves. However, they were still somewhat apprehensive and saw Flander not far off. Voicing their request, Dean, could you serve as our referee and ensure that Han Li maintains his soul power at level 29? Flander nodded silently in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, eager to participate, exclaimed, I want to challenge him too. Once Han Li finishes, I will also use just 2 soul skills. But since I'm not as strong as him, I will use level 30 soul power, with Xiao Wu and Han Li taking the lead. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were soon swept up in excitement. Zhu Zhuqing declared that she would not use all her soul power against Ma Hongjun. As a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong naturally chose Oscar as her opponent. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback. They had intended to sit back and watch, but were unexpectedly confronted by those two. Witnessing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's confident demeanor, they hesitated. We're not feeling well. We'll sit this one out, they synchronously declined. Flander observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. He recognized that Xiao Wu and her companions had undergone significant training recently, resulting in notable improvements. If they managed to control their soul power and not exert their full strength while battling the students of Shrek Academy, and still lost, it would be utterly disgraceful. Even he, the dean, would find it unbearable to watch. The commotion soon attracted more onlookers, foremost among them Zhao Wujia, Yu Xiaojiang, and a senior student of level 39. Other teachers also drifted over, seeking a vantage point to witness the event. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the battle was about to commence. Staying true to his word, Han Li regulated his soul power to level 29 and waved toward his opponents. The pent-up resentment within Dai Mubai and Tang San surged forth, and they charged at Han Li with fervor. Dai Mubai unleashed his martial spirit, and with the strength of his spirit combined with Han Li's restrained power, they found themselves evenly matched. The clash was intense, and each encounter sparked a flurry of energy. However, as time passed, Dai Mubai and Tang San gradually fell into a defensive stance. Han Li's extensive combat experience allowed him to navigate the confrontation with ease, even in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Seizing an opportunity amidst their struggle, Han Li struck with his scythe, landing a blow on both adversaries. His martial spirit bore a toxic quality, and both Dai Mubai and Tang San soon found themselves poisoned, their physical abilities waning. He has poison in his martial spirit, Tang San exclaimed, his face ashen. Being a master of poison himself, he never expected to be outdone in that regard by another. Dai Mubai's constitution, however, was markedly superior to Tang San's. Han Li chose to target the weaker of the two first. He feigned an attack on Dai Mubai, and when the latter braced himself for a confrontation, Han Li stealthily maneuvered behind Tang San. At that moment, Tang San was deeply afflicted by the poison, incapable even of self-defense. No, he cried out in panic. In the next instant, Tang San was felled by Han Li and lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai hastily pursued, but he too had succumbed to Han Li's poison. Recognizing that victory required swift action, he pressed on, aware that prolonging the fight would only worsen his condition. Yet, the more urgent he became, the more susceptible he was to making mistakes, compounded by the increasing effects of the toxin. After a fierce exchange, Dai Mubai, too, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated your opponents. Each may sacrifice a year of life. Han Li felt a surge of delight, surprised by the bounty of rewards, likely due to his compression of soul power. However, being a soul emperor now, this small increment of life was insufficient for him to elevate his soul power. The system store offered alternative options, suggesting that Han Li could exchange for lower-tier soul skills or enhance the longevity of his soul rings. After pondering briefly, he resolved to invest these 2 years into improving the quality of his martial spirit. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Tang San began to experience the eerie sensation they had felt after their previous defeat at Han Li's hands. Their physical capabilities gradually diminished, and they felt as if they had aged prematurely. Their spirits were crushed. They had not anticipated that even with Han Li restraining his soul power, they would still fall short. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. The most affected was Dai Mubai. His white tiger martial spirit was among the finest beast spirits, and he had previously believed that at level 28, he had no rivals within the same tier of soul masters. Yet fate had led him to encounter Han Li. Han Li's martial spirit was unremarkable, almost inconspicuous, and his soul power was only slightly superior to Dai Mubai's. Now, with Dai Mubai nearing level 29, he still required the collaboration of Tang San to stand any chance against Han Li. Although Tang San's martial spirit had a reputation for being inferior, through techniques such as entanglement and parasitism, he could still produce excellent control effects. However, despite their combined efforts, they remained unable to shake Han Li's dominance. They felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, even beginning to doubt themselves. Have I suddenly grown weak? Dai Mubai muttered to himself. Tang San shared similar sentiments. He too began to question whether his blue-silver grass was indeed the worthless spirit others claimed it to be. After all, why did he always end up being so brutally beaten by Han Li? Chapter 59, Shrek, a group of inept individuals. The day's first confrontation ended in a resounding victory for Han Li. Zhao Wujia and Yu Shaojiang shook their heads and sighed upon witnessing the event. They had initially hoped that Dai Mubai and Tang San could reclaim a victory, but they were once again ensnared in the fate of defeat, suffering a significant blow to their morale. The 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, cheered and even mocked, saying, Tang San, Dai Mubai, you two are truly the most useless of the useless. Han Li, in consideration of you, deliberately suppressed his soul power to level 29, and he still fought against 2 of you. Don't even think about winning. You couldn't even manage to give him a bit of trouble. Why are you always so inept? Can't you bring us a little surprise? Ultimately, it seemed futile to say anything to these 2 good-for-nothings. It was better to conserve their energy. The girls' words pierced Dai Mubai and Tang San like sharp swords, striking at their vulnerable spots and leaving them feeling utterly heartbroken. Being unable to win was already disheartening enough. They hadn't anticipated the humiliation that would follow. Flinder, however, bore no discontent, as his focus was now entirely on Han Li. The defeat of Dai Mubai and the others further underscored Han Li's formidable strength, a result Flinder had not anticipated. He was aware that Dai Mubai's soul power would soon rise to level 29, and his martial soul was of exceptional quality, being a top-tier beast martial soul. Although Tang San's martial soul was notorious for its inferiority, under the Master S guidance, his strength surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, allowing him to effectively support Dai Mubai in offense. In contrast, Han Li's martial soul was significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's. His scythe martial soul was only marginally stronger than the blue silvergrass. Han Li had skillfully controlled his soul power, maintaining a small gap in strength. Yet he easily defeated the 2 of them as a duo. Flinders suddenly recalled a classic saying, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Han Li's performance was a perfect testament to this notion. Oscar hurriedly utilized his martial soul ability to create super recovery sausages for Dai Mubai and Tang San. After consuming the sausages, their soul power rapidly restored. As Dai Mubai and Tang San began to recover, Xiao Wu eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, all right, it's my turn to challenge you now. I may not be as monstrous as Han Li, and being a girl, I will fight with my soul power controlled at level 30. You have no objections, do you? Xiao Wu looked at the dirt-covered duo with eager anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to thrash them. Dai Mubai and Tang San, in perfect harmony, closed their mouths, pretending not to hear. They genuinely did not wish to seek further humiliation. Was it not better to live modestly? Why must they invite another beating for no reason? You accept being called worthless so readily. How truly pathetic. Xiao Wu remarked sarcastically, observing the two pretending to be oblivious. She then shifted her gaze to Ma Hongjun, who, while not as strong as Dai Mubai and Tang San, was still quite formidable among soul masters of the same age. Moreover, Xiao Wu recalled that Ma Hongjun was not a good person either, so it might not be a bad idea to give him a beating as well. However, Ma Hongjun was even more cowardly than Dai Mubai and the others, turning his head away and ignoring her completely. Were all the students of Shrek Academy a bunch of cowards? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing held their peers' cowardice in disdain. Zhao Wu just shot an exasperated glare at Dai Mubai and his companions, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. It was one thing to lose. It was another to lack the courage to accept the challenge. This was truly embarrassing for him as a teacher and for Shrek Academy as a whole. How could such individuals be worthy of being part of an academy that only accepted monsters? Minutes later, someone finally broke the silence and stood up resolutely. It was a senior of Dai Mubai and the others. As a senior, he felt it was his duty to set an example and serve as a role model for the younger students. Finally, a person of resolve has emerged. Xiao Wu remarked lightly, "Rest assured, I will not bully you. In battle, I will only use soul power equal to yours," the 39-level senior stated. Xiao Wu, unconcerned, stretched her limbs and replied, "No need to hold back. Give it your all." The senior asked with surprise, "Are you serious? You should understand that fists are unpredictable." "No worries. You won't be able to hurt me," Xiao Wu confidently declared. Her soul power had reached level 38, although she was unaware of this fact, as Han Li had secretly helped her raise her soul power level. Xiao Wu merely felt that her soul power had been steadily increasing, and she had recently defeated a 37-level soul sovereign in the Great Soul Arena. Although her current opponent was stronger and at a higher soul power level, she viewed this as a challenge. Xiao Wu relished the sensation of battling above her level. If her adversary did not exert their full strength, and she easily overpowered them, it would be rather uninteresting. Flinder had witnessed Xiao Wu's prowess in surpassing levels during battles at the Great Soul Arena, and he immediately shouted a warning to the senior. "Do not underestimate her. Use all your strength, and do not repeat their mistakes." The senior nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. With that, he resolved to give it his all, bearing the honor of Shrek Academy on his shoulders. The battle commenced. The senior charged forward at lightning speed, preparing a powerful punch. Just as his fist was about to strike Xiao Wu, she vanished in an instant. The senior, remaining vigilant, carefully observed his surroundings, knowing Xiao Wu could appear anywhere. Approximately 3 seconds later, Xiao Wu reappeared and delivered a kick from behind the senior. The senior, seemingly prepared, utilized the physical enhancement from his martial soul to evade the kick with minimal effort. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to regain control of the battle. However, Xiao Wu would not grant him such an opportunity. With another burst of instant movement, she disappeared once more. "This is your third soul skill. I refuse to believe you can keep using it," the senior shouted. Compared to before, he had become much more cautious and composed, not underestimating Xiao Wu this time and opting for a more measured approach. He conserved his strength from the outset, planning to counterattack once she could no longer employ her third soul skill. "Your sister Xiao Wu is here." Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu teleported above the senior and launched her attack. The senior was thrown into disarray, clearly not anticipating that a nightgown could elevate someone into the air. She landed a kick squarely on him, sending him flying several meters away. Chapter 60. Xiao Wu also defeats the 39-level Soul Sovereign Senior. "You are indeed much stronger than those few worthless ones. But I still don't see you as my match," Xiao Wu proclaimed, clapping her hands in triumph. The senior, now enraged, replied, "The battle has only just begun. Do not presume victory is in your grasp." The senior was aware that Xiao Wu was deliberately provoking him to incite his loss of composure. Rather than hastening for revenge, he chose to remain steadfast and observe the unfolding situation. Xiao Wu realized that this individual was indeed formidable, and to defeat him, she would have to exert her utmost effort. With her second soul skill, enchantment, she initiated her attack. Observing this, the senior swiftly raised his hand to shield his eyes. A true man never stumbles in the same place twice. The lesson from his past was etched in his memory, and he was not without a sense of caution. Xiao Wu's enchantment primarily triggered through visual means. By merely covering his eyes, he could easily counter it. "You've fallen for it." Xiao Wu's voice rang out beside him. In the next moment, she delivered a kick that sent the senior soaring into the air. Having previously suffered under Xiao Wu's enchantment, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensnare him again. Xiao Wu capitalized on this knowledge, feigning the release of her enchantment to lure him into covering his eyes, which granted her an excellent opportunity to close the distance. With a swift motion, she executed a series of graceful techniques, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of attacks upon the senior. Suspended in midair without a place to land and lacking the ability to fly, he could do nothing but endure her onslaught. The scene was nothing short of brutal. After a relentless flurry of smooth, consecutive strikes, the senior soon found himself defeated, collapsing helplessly to the ground. That's a wrap, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. Yuxia Gang, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, and Dai Mubai stood agape, as if they had witnessed a ghost. They could hardly fathom the extent of Xiao Wu's progress during this time. Her opponent was a level 39 Soul Master, merely a step away from becoming a Soul Sovereign. Although Xiao Wu had expended considerable soul power, she ultimately triumphed. Han Li and Flinder, along with the others, were not surprised by the outcome. They had witnessed Xiao Wu's rise in strength and had anticipated her eventual victory. The members of Shrek Academy were left utterly humiliated. As expected, the victorious Xiao Wu received a system reward, which cost the senior half a year of his lifespan. Han Li exchanged it for a level 1 soul power for Xiao Wu, elevating her to level 39. Zhao Wujia felt profoundly embarrassed since the inception of Shrek Academy alongside Flinder. He had never encountered such a loss of face. Determined to reclaim his honor, Zhao Wujia resolved to confront Han Li directly. "Let me be your opponent," Zhao Wujia declared as he stepped forward. Han Li nodded without hesitation, sharing the same intention. He had brought the girls along primarily to challenge Zhao Wujia and Flinder, aiming to secure substantial rewards from the system. In their previous encounter, Han Li had faced Flinder, who had unleashed his 55-level soul power, yet still succumbed to Han Li. However, Flinder had managed to hold his ground for a while, indicating that Han Li was nearing his limits. Unlike when he faced opponents in the 40s. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wujia concluded that Han Li's true soul power must be around level 60. Yet he could not fathom how Han Li had acquired such formidable strength. It was a mystery that seemingly only Han Li could elucidate. "We fought before, and I have experienced your prowess. This time, I shall employ level 61 soul power and my 6 soul skill. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zhao Wujia's proposition was a strategic move to avoid another defeat, for that would be a complete loss of face. Onlookers were left astounded. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, the Master, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and even Xiao Wu were incredulous. The conditions proposed by Zhao Wujia seemed utterly unreasonable and unfair. They had assumed Han Li would decline, yet his affirmative response took them by surprise, signaling his confidence in the battle ahead. At the very least, it implied that he possessed the strength to challenge an early-stage Soul Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced so readily. In truth, this confrontation posed a significant challenge for Han Li as well. Even if Zhao Wujia was only utilizing level 61 soul power, there was no doubt that his actual combat strength would surpass that of later-stage Soul Emperors. His extensive combat experience and robust physique were not to be underestimated. At that moment, Han Li's soul power level stood at 62, marking the first time he had lost his advantage in this regard. In previous skirmishes against Flinder and Zhao Wujia, they had only employed their powers in the 40s, allowing Han Li to easily conclude the battles. Zhao Wujia's martial spirit. The Great Strength Diamond Bear was not a top-tier martial spirit, but it was of exceptionally high quality. For Han Li, his only advantages lay in the longevity of his soul rings and the soul skills he possessed. Apart from his 6 innate soul skills, he also had access to some acquired through the system. These skills required relatively little soul power to execute, providing him with a distinct advantage. Han Li turned to Flinder and said, "Please officiate our match and ensure that he adheres to the use of only level 61 soul power." Zhao Wujia was a man of pride. Should he encounter any difficulties during the battle, he might unscrupulously bend the rules. Han Li's caution was entirely warranted. Thus, the duel between Han Li and Zhao Wujia commenced in earnest. Zhao Wujia's Great Strength Diamond Bear possessed formidable defensive capabilities, with virtually no weaknesses. In terms of raw power, few could rival him. The sole drawback of this martial spirit was its speed. If Han Li aimed solely for victory, the optimal strategy would be to remain elusive, using his agility to wear down his opponent. However, Han Li chose a bold approach, charging directly at Zhao Wujia to engage him head-on. With his scythe in hand, Han Li clashed against Zhao Wujia's bare claws, each collision generating a powerful gust of wind. In the early stages of their battle, the two exchanged blows evenly, neither gaining a clear upper hand. Han Li grimaced. In this intense confrontation, his arms were predictably left tingling from the impact. Furthermore, his soul power was depleting rapidly. Though fortunately, Zhao Wujie was exhausting himself even more. The members of Shrek Academy, led by Zhao Wujie and Flender, had anticipated that Han Li would adopt a flexible and dynamic strategy. When they witnessed Han Li advancing to meet Zhao Wujie's strikes head-on, they nearly believed he was on the verge of defeat. Even with level 61 soul power, Zhao Wujie still falters, he lamented. While Han Li might not fall immediately, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly under Zhao Wujie's relentless assault. Yet, the outcome was far from what they expected. Led by Xiao Wu, the trio of girls remained acutely aware of the battlefield's dynamics, their hearts filled with anxiety. They had spent countless hours with Han Li, but were still uncertain of his true strength. It was only when they saw Han Li successfully block Zhao Wujie's attack in their first exchange that they finally exhaled in relief. Han Li, keep it up. Try to bring that big oaf down as soon as possible. Xiao Wu cheered excitedly. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing joined in, offering their encouragement. The cacophony of cheers was a source of irritation for Zhao Wujie, who thought to himself, let us see how long you can endure under my might. The third soul skill, gravity amplification. Zhao Wujie abruptly clapped his hands, and an immense pressure instantaneously bore down upon Han Li. It was as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, his body rendered extraordinarily heavy. Such trifles cannot affect me, Han Li replied nonchalantly. He unobtrusively activated the soul skill bestowed upon him by the system, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. For a duration, Han Li's attributes experienced an astonishing enhancement under this extraordinary state. With such formidable augmentation, he effortlessly shattered the constraints of the gravity enhancement. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, not expecting Han Li to possess a soul skill that bolstered his own capabilities. Now allow me to demonstrate my next move, he declared, the fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Following the execution of this technique, Han Li found himself involuntarily subjected to pressure from all directions. As Zhao Wujie's fifth soul skill, the gravity it invoked was vastly superior to the previous one. Han Li's body seemed to be acting of its own accord as he was propelled toward Zhao Wujie. Diamond Palm. Zhao Wujie swiftly advanced, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Han Li. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of Ning Rongrong and her companions raced. In a moment of desperation, Han Li unleashed his third soul skill, Blade Light Emergence. All negative effects that had befallen him were swiftly eradicated. He halted midway, employing his agile form to deftly avoid Zhao Wujie's onslaught. After consecutively utilizing 3 soul skills, Zhao Wujie appeared visibly fatigued. A suplas milagrosa Han Li's leaves. This was his strategy. By engaging directly, he encouraged his opponent to lower their guard. Given Zhao Wujie's temperament, even if he sensed Han Li's abnormality, he would seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault. In such circumstances, Zhao Wujie's soul power would rapidly deplete. Prepare yourself. Han Li cleverly seized the moment of Zhao Wujie's waning energy, unleashing a wave of blade aura. Zhao Wujie, having previously encountered this soul skill, understood its primary effects. The elimination of all negative states, coupled with a subsequent attack imbued with blade aura. To him, this blade aura attack seemed merely an afterthought. Initially, he intended to counter with his first soul skill, Immutable King Body. However, considering his dwindling soul power and the seemingly unremarkable nature of Han Li's attack, he opted to endure it with his formidable physique. As the blade aura struck Zhao Wujie, it was precisely as he had anticipated, pain-free and inconsequential. Thankfully, he hadn't resorted to using his first soul skill. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of soul power, Zhao Wujie mused. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest where the blade aura had struck, staring intently at Han Li. Is there poison in your blade, aura? Zhao Wujie exclaimed incredulously. My scythe martial spirit once absorbed a human-faced demon pearl as a soul ring, which inherently possesses toxicity. I merely transferred that toxin into the blade aura, Han Li explained calmly. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's regret was palpable. He had known of the poison in Han Li's blade, but he never imagined that even the blade aura, a ranged attack, could carry toxins. Fortunately, this toxin was not lethal, but it still possessed paralyzing and weakening effects, exacerbating Zhao Wujie's already limited soul power. Zhao Wujie, what say you? Are you considering surrendering? Han Li inquired slowly. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujie clenched his fists tightly. How could I possibly concede? Let us continue. Reluctantly, he summoned a portion of his soul power to suppress the toxin in his chest and charged once more toward Han Li. Han Li chose not to evade, fully aware that prolonging the confrontation would lead to his inevitable victory. Nonetheless, he opted for a direct confrontation. During their clash, Han Li could sense that Zhao Wujie was already on the decline. His strength and speed had noticeably diminished, and his soul power was no longer as vigorous as before. Zhao Wujie was acutely aware of his dire predicament. If he wished to prevail, it seemed he would have to stake everything on a decisive blow. Zhao Wujie distanced himself, utilizing his remaining soul power to unleash his sixth soul skill, the mighty diamond roar. He opened his mouth and bellowed toward Han Li's direction. A powerful wave of energy surged forward, shattering stones in its path and causing the air to tremble ominously, indicating the extraordinary nature of this attack. Dai Mubai appeared exceedingly excited. Despite Zhao Wujie's earlier disadvantage, should he unleash this attack, Han Li would undoubtedly be defeated. The thought of Han Li's impending downfall filled Dai Mubai and his companions with a sense of triumph, as they believed someone would finally avenge them. However, their joy was premature. The sixth soul skill, sweeping across the armies, Han Li silently recited. He hurled his scythe into the air, where it spun rapidly, emanating a resplendent blue light. As it whirled at high speed, the scythe began to split, transforming into hundreds of sharp blades of light. The sweeping attack clashed against the mighty diamond roar. The relentless barrage of light blades surged forward, gradually eroding the energy wave. Flinder was utterly astonished, having never witnessed Han Li employ this soul skill before. Could it be that he had withheld his true capabilities during my previous combat? The master also found this perplexing. It should not be the case, for Han Li was merely a three-ringed soul master, and he should only possess 3 soul skills. Is it possible that Han Li has developed several unique soul skills? Flinder mused softly. There is indeed such a possibility. Historical records in the Soul Master realm tell of exceptionally gifted individuals who have comprehended self-created soul skills, the master stammered. Could it be that Han Li, relying on his remarkable talent, has grasped multiple self-created soul skills? That would be truly terrifying. I doubt anyone would believe it. At that moment, the toxin in Zhao Wujie's chest flared up, sapping much of his strength, rendering him unable to maintain the mighty diamond roar. Chapter 62. Zhao Wujie, in defeat, unwilling to submit, challenges Xiao Wu. Han Li's array of light blades surged forth with overwhelming force, creating a breathtaking spectacle, while poor Zhao Wujie could only defend passively. Countless light blades rained down upon Zhao Wujie, resulting in a series of explosive impacts that enveloped him in a thick cloud of smoke, punctuated by his anguished cries. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, and the others cast worried glances. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing Zhao Wujie sprawled feebly on the ground, incapable of continuing the fight. The contest had determined a victor, Han Li. The entire arena was enveloped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Han Li could defeat Zhao Wujie, who wielded 6th-level soul power and the 6th soul skill. This signified that the young Han Li possessed strength at the Soul Emperor level. Truly terrifying. The crowd could not help but gasp in disbelief. It was not that they had never seen genius before. It was just that they had never encountered such an abnormally formidable talent. Dai Mubai and Tang San hurried to Zhao Wujie's side, eager to assess his injuries. Zhao Wujie forcefully pushed them away, his face a mask of rage and confusion. Han Li, let's have another match. Zhao Wujie bellowed defiantly. This contest had left Zhao Wujie utterly humiliated, his pride shattered. He could not come to terms with the outcome. In his view, while Han Li was indeed formidable, he too had underestimated his opponent. Had he been more cautious, he believed he would not have suffered defeat. Next time, I shall surely prevail. Han Li resolutely declined without a change in expression. His arrival at Shrek Academy was to challenge the crowd in pursuit of the system's rewards. Having just defeated Zhao Wujie, he realized that even another victory would yield little in terms of valuable gains. Although he appeared calm after the battle, he had expended considerable energy. Despite seemingly having a higher soul power level than his opponent by 1 rank, the actual advantage lay heavily with Zhao Wujie, making the challenge exceedingly difficult. It was only Han Li himself who could achieve this feat. Any ordinary 66th level Soul Emperor would have struggled against Zhao Wujie. Consequently, the rewards Han Li received were substantial. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Zhao Wujie. You may exchange 3 years of his lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward, the soul skill, Powerful Golden Palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring an additional reward, a soul ring with a lifespan of 5,000 years. as Zhao Wujin had utilized 60 first-level soul power, which was not far from Han Li's own. The 3 years of lifespan he could exchange equated to an increase of 2 levels in soul power. Han Li proceeded with the exchange, elevating his soul power to 64. Meanwhile, a sense of discomfort enveloped Zhao Wujin, as if he had suddenly aged, with a slight decline in his physical abilities. Could it be that losing to a mere child had destabilized his composure, leading to such feelings? Zhao Wujin pondered quietly. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhao Wujin resolved to challenge another opponent, determined to reclaim at least a modicum of his dignity. After surveying the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the nearby Xiao Wu and declared, "Let us engage in a match. I shall only use 39th level soul power." Zhao Wujin was aware of Xiao Wu's considerable strength, having previously defeated his 39th level student, which was no small feat, however. He sensed that their earlier battle had been intensely fierce, and he could tell that Xiao Wu had not yet reached the soul zone level. Her notable skills in battle were primarily her teleportation and charm abilities, which he believed he could counter with careful attention. He doubted Xiao Wu possessed the same extraordinary capabilities as Han Li, thinking she would not hold back. With this in mind, Zhao Wujin's resolve to challenge Xiao Wu solidified. Should she refuse, he could always concede further, perhaps by compressing his soul power to 38th or even 37th level. Xiao Wu, a true warrior at heart, immediately accepted the challenge without hesitation. Han Li and Flander took on the role of referees for the impending duel. "Big clumsy bear, you've just finished a battle. Shouldn't you take a breather? I wouldn't want you to claim I took advantage of you, Sister Xiao Wu," she taunted. "There's absolutely no need for that. Wait a moment, what did you just call me?" Zhao Wujin realized something was amiss, glaring at Xiao Wu. "I called you big clumsy bear. Are you disputing that?" Xiao Wu snorted defiantly. Frustration boiled within Zhao Wujin, his fists clenched tightly, nearly driven to the brink of violence against Xiao Wu. "I have no desire to bicker with you, Junior. We'll settle this in the arena." Zhao Wujin gritted his teeth. The battle commenced swiftly. Aware of Zhao Wujin's formidable strength and balanced offense and defense, Xiao Wu refrained from mimicking Han Li's direct assault. Instead, she relied on her superior agility to evade and maneuver. As Zhao Wujin charged towards her position, just as he seemed poised to capture her, she vanished in the blink of an eye. "Big clumsy bear, I'm right here. Come and catch me." Xiao Wu taunted from a safe distance, pouting playfully. Zhao Wujin turned back, intent on teaching her a lesson for her insolence. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, but despite Zhao Wujin's efforts, he could not lay a hand on her. Xiao Wu's speed was exceptional, further complemented by her teleportation ability, making her even more elusive than a rabbit. Zhao Wujin felt increasingly frustrated, his brute strength rendered ineffective. If the situation continued in this manner, he would soon exhaust his 39th level soul power. To secure victory, he needed to revise his strategy. Zhao Wujin composed himself, halting his futile assaults. "Big clumsy bear, why aren't you coming after me? Are you planning to give up?" Xiao Wu continued her mockery. In the next moment, Zhao Wujin concentrated his soul power and unleashed his third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Xiao Wu, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming pressure envelop her as if a great mountain had descended upon her. Although she was an offensive-type soul master, her emphasis on speed rendered her unable to swiftly escape the confines of this technique. "Oh no, I've miscalculated." Xiao Wu gasped. Zhao Wujin, emboldened by his advantage, charged forth, exclaiming, "This time, I shall see how you escape." Soon, Xiao Wu was struck directly by Zhao Wujin's palm, sending her flying several meters away. All her soul power was devoted to resisting the gravitational force in Zhao Wujin's strike, leaving her in a state of utter exhaustion. Witnessing this, Han Li leapt forward, catching Xiao Wu just before she hit the ground. Xiao Wu had been defeated. Zhao Wujin smirked triumphantly, reveling in his victory. As Han Li safely landed with Xiao Wu in his arms, he assessed her condition and found she bore no significant injuries, merely exhausted of energy and soul power. Upon seeing Zhao Wujin's smug expression, Xiao Wu seethed with indignation. "How could I lose to this clumsy bear? This is utterly infuriating," she exclaimed, fuming. Han Li offered consolation. Regardless of the outcome, Zhao Wujin is, after all, a soul sage. Even when suppressing his soul power, he is not someone of your rank can easily contend with. The fact that you held out against him for so long is already quite impressive. Indeed, I share your sentiments. With Han Li's encouragement, Xiao Wu's spirits lifted considerably, dissipating the sting of her loss. It was hardly a disgrace in itself. After ensuring Xiao Wu was settled, Han Li approached Zhu Zhuqing, saying, having observed the match for some time, "I imagine you are eager to step in? Why not take your turn against Zhao Wujin?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. She recognized her inferiority compared to Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu could not overcome Zhao Wujin, how could she? Yet, upon reflection, she believed Han Li must have his reasons for this arrangement. Thus, she acquiesced. Zhu Zhuqing's actual soul power stood at 35. And lacking a third soul ring, she still presented as a great soul master. I was just beginning to feel the thrill of battle. Your timing is perfect. Zhao Wujin readily accepted the challenge. You may use 33rd level soul power, but you cannot employ your third soul skill. How does that sound? Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before asking. Having just triumphed over Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujin was brimming with confidence, dismissively waving his hand. 30-level soul power will suffice. Yu Xiaojiang, having recently engaged with Han Li, had validated his martial spirit theory, that when soul power reaches a critical point, even without acquiring a soul ring, a soul master can still enhance their power through continued training. Zhu Zhuqing insisted on Zhao Wujin employing 33rd level soul power, and Yu Xiaojiang inferred that her insistence stemmed from her own soul power reaching that level. Zhao Wujin, do not underestimate her, Yu Xiaojiang cautioned. Xiao Gang is right. We must not view Han Li and his companions through a mundane lens, Flander added, echoing the sentiment. Having previously accompanied Han Li's group to the Great Soul Arena, Flander had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing triumph over opponents of the soul respect level with his own eyes. Certainly, Flander understood that even if Zhao Wujia were to utilize only the 30-level soul power and the first 2 soul skills, he could easily dominate soul masters below the 35th level. Engaging in combat with Zhu Zhuqing should pose little challenge. However, Flander also wished to ascertain the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's limits. The reminders from his 2 friends echoed in Zhao Wujia's ears, prompting him to err on the side of caution by resolving to fight with merely 32 levels of soul power. Once again, Flander and Han Li took on the role of referees to oversee the battle. Zhu Zhuqing similarly refrained from confronting Zhao Wujia head-on, instead adopting a stance conducive to evasive tactics. Zhao Wujia seized the initiative, pressing forward with determination. Yet, each time their paths were destined to cross, Zhu Zhuqing would deftly alter her direction, always maintaining a safe distance from her opponent. This maneuvering left Zhao Wujia feeling irked and unfulfilled. Yet he found himself at a loss in countering Zhu Zhuqing's agility. Her martial soul boasted considerable quality, although not at the pinnacle. It could be deemed part of the elite echelon, effectively rivaling Zhao Wujia's formidable bear of strength. The focus of their martial souls diverged, one inclined towards power and defense, the other towards speed and explosive force. In his match against Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujia had triumphed through enhanced gravity, but against the formidable Zhu Zhuqing, he was unable to employ his third soul skill, leaving him in a decidedly passive position. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wujia instinctively altered his strategy, ceasing his reckless charges to conserve soul power and stamina. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not one to grant him such leniency. Transitioning from mere evasion to occasional strikes, she compelled Zhao Wujia to remain in a heightened state of alertness, wary of potential attacks from any direction. Consequently, rather than saving his energy, Zhao Wujia found himself expending it at an accelerated rate. As time passed, Zhao Wujia grew increasingly fatigued, his condition deteriorating. This presented Zhu Zhuqing with the perfect opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack. First soul skill, Phantom Puncture. Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended suddenly, her speed doubling as she darted towards Zhao Wujia's back with incredible swiftness. Realizing the peril, Zhao Wujia, drawing from his extensive combat experience, hastily activated the immovable king body. In the next instant, golden light radiated from his form, deflecting any ordinary attack at a distance of 3 meters. Indeed, he is the immovable king of the Soul Master realm, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Yet, she was far from relinquishing her assault. Second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing began to spin rapidly, the centrifugal force augmenting the penetrating power of her claws. Within a mere heartbeat, she unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes upon the same target on her opponent's body. Moreover, each attack was imbued with a piercing effect. Any wound inflicted would allow Zhu Zhuqing's soul power to silently seep into her opponent, wreaking havoc upon their meridians. What a formidable technique! Zhao Wujia exclaimed, astonished. Had he been at his peak, he could have surely withstood this assault. Alas, his prolonged exertion had left him drained, with diminishing soul power. Struggling under the weight of the immovable king body, he found himself momentarily disoriented as Zhu Zhuqing successfully inflicted several wounds upon him. Instantly, she summoned her soul power to invade. Zhao Wujia cried out in agony, unable to endure further. Faced with such a dire predicament, he instinctively augmented his soul power, channeling it to 35 levels. An influx of energy surged through him, allowing him to barely withstand Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault. Both combatants retreated several steps, achieving a stalemate. Zhao Wujia, you have violated the rules. The soul power you displayed was at least at 35 levels, Han Li remarked coolly. Zhao Wujia, though unwilling to concede, had no recourse but to acknowledge his defeat. His remaining pride was shattered. He felt utterly humiliated and wished to escape this cursed place, departing in silence. Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious, yet intriguingly, Han Li's system remained unresponsive this time. Perhaps the system deemed that Zhu Zhuqing had not entirely vanquished Zhao Wujia, and Han Li dismissed it from his mind. After a moment, Han Li strode over to challenge Yu Xiaojiang. I shall use only 23 levels of soul power. Do you dare to accept? Yu Xiaojiang, visibly startled, shook his head in refusal. I'm not adept at combat. Han Li had anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang, being somewhat inept, would shy away from confrontation, so he turned his attention to the nearby Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's face was ashen, shielding his head with his hands, embodying the very essence of cowardice. What a bunch of cowards. Chapter 64. Han Li versus Flinder at level 62. Han Li circled around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Flinder. Why not engage with me? This time, you may employ your 6 soul skill and 62 levels of soul power, he suggested nonchalantly. Flinder readily agreed. In terms of strength and defense, Flinder could not rival Zhao Wujia, yet he proved to be a more formidable opponent. Han Li had previously battled Flinder, who possessed 55 levels of soul power, but the present encounter promised to be significantly more challenging. The two swiftly moved to an open area, assuming their stances, fully prepared for the ensuing duel. Flinder unleashed his martial soul first, soaring into the sky, thus seizing the initiative in the battle. Han Li, do be cautious. I shall show no mercy, Flinder called out. Bring it on. Han Li raplia, perturbat. Flinder recognized that although Han Li was not he possessed remarkable speed. Therefore, he initiated with his second soul skill, Cat's Eye. This skill allowed him to lock onto his opponent, enhancing the accuracy of his soul skills. Simultaneously, Han Li launched his attack, wielding a sharp scythe as he manifested his martial soul. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air. Just as he was about to collide with Flinder, the latter quickened his pace, evading the strike with ease. Even against an opponent of my level, it is challenging to land a hit when I am at my best, Flinder declared. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. As Hanlilanda. Having failed to land a blow, he retorted, I certainly won't be dodging forever. It's my turn to attack now. Flinder unleashed his third and fourth soul skills in rapid succession. The unique perspective granted by Cat's Eye enabled him to pinpoint Han Li's weaknesses, following which he swiftly launched several energy blades. Han Li stood his ground, displaying no intention of evasion. He understood that with 2 auxiliary soul skills enhancing Flinder's prowess, the latter's attacks would not miss. Thus, Han Li had to devise a means to withstand the onslaught of these sharp energy blades head-on. First soul skill, Soul of the Earth. In Han Li's grasp, the scythe transformed into a formidable weapon, though it was initially merely an agricultural tool. Its purpose was rooted in cultivation and labor, deeply entwined with agriculture and the earth. This first soul skill deepened the connection between the scythe and the earth, the latter representing the soil attribute, naturally aligning Han Li's technique with defensive capabilities. In a moment of disorientation, numerous mounds of earth surged forth from the ground, encircling Han Li's body to form an impenetrable barrier. These mounds began to solidify, becoming extraordinarily hard. At that precise moment, several blades of light struck the barrier with force. What? Your first soul skill can actually withstand my fourth soul skill, Flinder exclaimed in astonishment. Once the barrage of attacks concluded, Han Li leisurely retracted the barrier. The strength of a soul skill is contingent upon its user, he remarked nonchalantly. Despite being merely a first soul skill, in terms of the corresponding soul ring's age, it may well surpass the age of your fourth soul ring. Having witnessed Han Li's extraordinary defensive capabilities, Flinder adopted a more cautious approach, refraining from launching blind assaults and instead engaging in a tactical dance with him. Nevertheless, the intensity of their battle remained exceedingly fierce. After the passage of what felt like an incense stick's burning time, the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in Han Li's favor. The reason was simple. Han Li expended far less soul power in utilizing his soul skills, while Flinder was consuming a significant amount. If this continued, Flinder would inevitably exhaust his soul power first. Flinder, this battle is about to reach its conclusion, Hanli stated, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. With that, Hanli began to gather his strength, preparing to unleash his sixth soul skill, sweep across the army. He had previously executed this move against Zhao Wuji, and Flinder recalled it vividly. This works perfectly for me. As long as I can withstand your trump card, victory shall be mine, Flinder pondered. He believed that Hanli's journey thus far had been too smooth, which could hinder his growth as a soul master. Therefore, he resolved not to hold back, determined to shatter Hanli's streak of victories and impart valuable lessons through defeat. Sixth soul skill, Cat Eagle's Guardian. Flinder expended a considerable portion of his soul power, enveloped in a layer of yellow light, as the phantom of the cat eagle flickered in and out of existence. Under Flinder's watchful gaze, countless sharp blades hurtled towards him, striking his form. For some inexplicable reason, Flinder felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity. He recalled the immense power of Han Li's sweep across the army, which had previously forced Zhao Wuji into retreat. It seemed that each blade possessed the potency of a first soul skill. Yet now, these blades posed no pressure upon him. Could it be that his dwindling soul power rendered this attack weaker? Or was it merely that his defenses were too formidable? As Flinder contemplated, all the light blades dissipated. He swiftly broke through the defenses and turned his gaze back to Han Li. If my assumptions are correct, you have expended all your soul power on executing the sixth soul skill, haven't you? Unfortunately for you, child, no one can maintain an unbroken winning streak. Flinder clenched his fists, ready to deliver a final blow to Han Li. At that moment, a slight smirk graced Han Li's lips. You have fallen into my trap. With a snap of his fingers, Flinder suddenly found himself momentarily dazed, his vision blurring before returning to normal. What met his eyes was a sight that left him utterly astounded. Surrounding Han Li were countless white blades, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. This is clearly Han Li's sixth soul skill. Impossible. The sixth soul skill consumes vast amounts of soul power. You just used it once and cannot possibly use it again. Flinder exclaimed in disbelief. Allow me to ensure your defeat is unequivocal. In truth, I did not deploy my sixth soul skill earlier. I merely feigned emotion and employed a deceptive skill to mislead you. Han Li casually explained, his skill being the alluring charm granted by the system. As a man, Han Li's charm differed significantly from that of female characters like Xiao Wu and Hulayina. Han Li could utilize this charm to disrupt his opponent's vision, crafting a vivid illusion. Flinder's ease of falling for this trick stemmed entirely from his unawareness of Han Li's possession of such a skill. Without the ability to employ your sixth soul skill, do you believe you can withstand my sweep across the army? Han Li gently waved his hand, and the white blades surged rapidly towards Flinder. Stunned, Flinder realized he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. In desperation, he resorted to utilizing the scant soul power remaining to defend himself. However, this amounted to a futile effort akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Though Han Li's attack would not kill Flinder, sustaining serious injuries was inevitable, likely rendering him bedridden for several days. In the final moments, Flinder hurriedly summoned additional soul power for protection, narrowly escaping the full brunt of sweep across the army. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Flinder. You may siphon 3 years of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Cat Eagle's Guardian. Han Li's face lit up with joy. This Cat Eagle's Guardian was Flinder's sixth soul skill, lacking offensive capability but boasting remarkable defensive strength. Subsequently, Han Li accessed the system's marketplace, meticulously selecting his choices, ultimately deciding to exchange 2 years of Flinder's life for 1 level of soul power. The remaining year of life he siphoned would be utilized to enhance the age of his 4th soul ring. Upon completion of the exchange, Han Li's soul power level rose to 65, while the age of his 4th soul ring increased by 2,000 years. Flinder, about to voice something, suddenly felt himself aging significantly, unable to suppress a series of coughs. How peculiar! My body feels drastically diminished all at once, Flinder remarked in confusion. After a lengthy period of recuperation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their prime state, ready to continue the fight. Han Li pondered momentarily before addressing the members of Shrek Academy. I will only utilize level 21 soul power and 2 soul skills. How about we 4 challenge all of you? Dai Mubai and Tang San instinctively shook their heads in vehement refusal. To them, Han Li was akin to a devil, having thoroughly trounced them numerous times, and thus becoming their nightmare. Even if Han Li insisted he would only use level 21 soul power, they remained wary, fearing he possessed other hidden methods. This guy is truly devious. We must not fall for his tricks. Tang San exclaimed, still shaken. Dai Mubai echoed his sentiment, believing it best to minimize interactions with Han Li. Oh, so you intend to decline my offer? Han Li's expression turned icy, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Dai Mubai and the others were immediately frightened into retreat, only for Han Li to swiftly block their path. Clenching his fists, he assumed a threatening demeanor. Before you refuse, consider carefully the consequences of denying my proposal. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the members of Shrek Academy, as if they had been transported to the depths of hell. Shivering in fear, they had every reason to believe that if they continued to defy him, they would face a one-sided beating. We accept, Dai Mubai said helplessly. Dai, are you not pushing us into the flames? Oscar lamented, tormented by the situation. Do we have any other choice? Dai Mubai countered. Accepting this challenge, at the very least, afforded them a sliver of hope for victory. Otherwise, should Han Li unleash his full force upon them, they would have no chance to retaliate. Good. That just about qualifies you as men, Han Li replied indifferently. However, we have one condition, Dai Mubai mustered his courage to assert. Han Li furrowed his brow and inquired about the conditions. Your strength is exceedingly formidable. Even Dean Flandra, wielding soul power at the Soul Emperor level, is no match for you. Even if we compress our soul power, we stand no chance against you. With your presence, this competition would hold no significance. Dai Mubai adopted a resigned demeanor, suggesting that it would be better for them to simply concede and allow Han Li to deliver a beating. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Let Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing compete against the 5 of you. Is that acceptable? At this juncture, Han Li had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor, a vast chasm separating him from Dai Mubai and his companions. Even if he were to defeat them, he would gain no substantial reward. It would be prudent to reserve the opportunity for the 3 young women. A 5 against 3 scenario, especially when facing 3 girls, would significantly diminish the difficulty in the absence of Han Li. Dai Mubai readily agreed, fearing Han Li might reconsider. I shall grant you a stick of incense to devise your strategy, Han Li said nonchalantly. The Shrek Academy team comprised 5 individuals, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the senior Chen Hai, who was at level 39. They held a slight numerical advantage, and with proper tactical arrangements, they still had a chance of victory. Tang San articulated to the group. However, since aligning with Han Li, they had transformed and were no longer the same. Even Dai Mubai was no match for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Though we have been dubbed monsters by the Dean, we are on an entirely different level compared to them, Oscar weakly remarked. The match hasn't even commenced, and you are already inflating their confidence. Dai Mubai lamented in frustration. Indeed, Xiao Wu had just triumphed over Chen Hai, who possessed a soul power of 39, while Zhu Zhuqing had bested Zhao Wujin, who was at 28. However, during their battles, the opponents were relatively on par, unlike the unreasonable disparity presented by Han Li. Tang San devised an excellent strategy and promptly shared it with the others. First, Chen Hai would engage Xiao Wu, not to win but to buy as much time as possible. Next, Dai Mubai and I would team up to hold off Zhu Zhuqing, with Oscar providing support, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were embroiled in battle. Ning Rongrong would find herself isolated, leaving Ma Hongjun to easily defeat her. After besting Ning Rongrong, he would assist us in eliminating Zhu Zhuqing, before we collectively focused our efforts on taking down Xiao Wu. This straightforward yet effective strategy maximized their numerical advantage, boosting their chances of victory significantly. Dai Mubai and the others were elated, thinking that this time they could finally exact revenge and reclaim their pride. Upon learning that Han Li would not participate in the battle, Xiao Wu and the others felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. In a one-on-one duel, their 5 opponents were all previous subordinates, yet facing them collectively, they were outnumbered by 2, making it a far more formidable challenge. Among the 3 women, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing possessed significant combat prowess, while Ning Rongrong served merely as support, offering limited impact. Stating there was no need for undue pressure. They should simply give their all. The Douluo continent is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. In the future, you will encounter even more adverse situations and should be prepared in advance, Han Li imparted with earnestness. The 3 women etched Han Li's words into their hearts, recognizing he had their best interests in mind. Without experiencing storms, how could one witness the rainbow? So what strategy should we adopt? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. You 2 should guard in front of Ning Rongrong, protecting her. With your own strength, combined with Ning Rongrong's top-tier support, you can undoubtedly confront them head-on, Han Li replied without hesitation. As a stick of incense passed, the battle commenced. Chapter 66. No tactical considerations, full assault. Among the 5 from Shrek Academy, the strongest, Chen Hai at level 39, charged forth, directly aiming for Xiao Wu. Chen Hai, having previously fallen to her, believed he lost last time due to carelessness, having succumbed to her bewitching abilities. If a real contest were to occur, the outcome was uncertain. In the past, Xiao Wu, brimming with youthful impetuosity, would have rushed forward to challenge him, but today she stood resolutely alongside Zhu Zhuqing, guarding Ning Rongrong. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. The renowned 7 Treasures provided 2 enhancements, one for strength, the other for speed. A delicate, vibrant green 7 Treasures glazed tower materialized in Ning Rongrong's palm, suffused with vitality. The 2 distinct enhancements were bestowed upon Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Chen Hai was about to collide with them, Xiao Wu stepped forward to intercept. She unleashed a seemingly unremarkable kick, yet it forcefully repelled Chen Hai. What? Chen Hai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Xiao Wu's power and speed had undergone a remarkable enhancement, making her appear significantly stronger. Something is amiss. Someone come assist me. Chen Hai called for help. Sensing the danger, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had no choice but to adjust their strategy and rush to support him. Dai Mubai also charged in, filled with confidence, eager to seize the opportunity to defeat Zhu Zhuqing. However, his smile froze the next moment, for after receiving Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed formidable power, pushing Dai Mubai back several steps. With Chen Hai advancing again, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to join forces with Xiao Wu for a fierce assault. Chen Hai was quickly forced into retreat, struggling to withstand their combined onslaught. Xiao Wu discerned a flaw in Chen Hai's defense and activated her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, planning a surprise attack. Yet, Chen Hai's allies were not to be underestimated. Tang San and Ma Hongjun maintained distance, leveraging their advantages to assist Chen Hai in evading catastrophe. Resilient blue-silver grass emerged from the earth, ensnaring Chen Hai's ankles and swiftly pulling him back. Xiao Wu, undeterred, aimed to continue her pursuit, but Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire, blocking her path. Had it not been for Tang San and Ma Hongjun's timely cooperation in delivering ranged attacks and control, Chen Hai would have likely been injured by Xiao Wu's onslaught. The expressions of the 5 from Shrek Academy shifted dramatically, and the observing instructors were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that Xiao Wu and her companions could exhibit such terrifying combat prowess. Flandra slowly shook his head, not disheartened by the plight of Dai Mubai and his team. His focus had long since shifted to Xiao Wu, Han Li, and their companions. What should we do next? Tang San? Dai Mubai inquired loudly. Their previously devised strategy had faltered, disrupted by the enemy's counteroffensive. If they continued to engage haphazardly, victory would become increasingly elusive. At this point, I shall take control of the situation. You all must heed my commands. We must pursue victory with steadiness, Tang San asserted, embodying the responsibility of a control-type soul master. Under Tang San's direction, Ma Hongjun leaped into the air, unleashing indiscriminate fiery barges toward Xiao Wu and her companions. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hastily retreated, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety while dodging the streams of fire. Tang San found the situation increasingly tricky. He initially aimed to eliminate Ning Rongrong first, but regrettably, they had shielded her too well, leaving him with no openings. Then I shall focus on Zhu Zhuqing first, he resolved. With his left hand pressing against the ground, he activated his 1st soul skill bind. Using the cover of the flames, the blue-silver grass intertwined, binding Zhu Zhuqing's wrist and drawing her forth. Quickly, combine your efforts to defeat Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San urged. I'm not so easily subdued, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coolly. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing's other claw extended, tearing apart the restraints of the blue-silver grass. By the time Dai Mubai and Chen Hai arrived, Zhu Zhuqing had already regained her freedom and swiftly repelled the 2 of them. It was exceedingly difficult to take them down one by one. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda truly lived up to its reputation as the continent's foremost support-type martial soul, causing Tang San to break into a cold sweat. Given the circumstances, it was best not to deliberate on tactics any further, but to launch a full frontal assault. Although a comprehensive offensive was not their optimal choice and would inevitably incur some losses, there were no better alternatives at hand. Tang San contemplated their numerical advantage, believing that they could coordinate effectively, making it immensely challenging for Xiao Wu to defeat them. As the battle dragged on, the soul power consumption of Xiao Wu and her companions would undoubtedly intensify. Meanwhile, Tang San's side had Oscar, the auxiliary, who could gradually replenish their soul power. If they followed this script, victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Xiao Wu found herself once again facing her old adversary, Chen Hai. But this time, she was not alone. As Tang San provided support, the pressure on Xiao Wu was immense. And Zhu Zhuqing felt the weight of her own challenges as she contended with both the frontal assault from Dai Mubai and the ambush from Ma Hongjun lurking behind. Furthermore, Tang San's blue-silver grass had an extensive range, allowing him to assist either party as the situation demanded. Oscar stood behind Tang San, tirelessly invoking incantations to produce sausages that replenished soul power. In this precarious situation, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong demonstrated a remarkable synergy, creating significant trouble for their opponents. Fortunately, their past teamwork in the Great Soul Arena had forged a tacit understanding, or they might have found themselves in dire straits today. However, the exertion was draining their soul power, leaving Ning Rongrong pale. Xiao Wu's expression darkened. Ning Rongrong's words rang true. They could not hold out for much longer. To alter their predicament, they had no choice but to take the initiative. Xiao Wu spoke softly, glancing at Ning Rongrong. On one hand, Ning Rongrong could provide the best support for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, but on the other, she was undoubtedly becoming a burden to the two. If they continued to protect Ning Rongrong, the two women would be unable to unleash their full potential. Go all out. I will wait for you in a safe place, Ning Rongrong said, her eyes glimmering with determination. Freed from the need to protect Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could unleash their fists and feet. Fighting with abandon, it was as if they had found their true calling. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with the two, and with their long-standing camaraderie, they instantly comprehended her intent. Xiao Wu unleashed her soul power, overpowering the 39th level Chen Hai. With her third soul skill, she utilized teleportation. In an instant, she stealthily appeared behind Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing surged forward as well, and the two launched a coordinated assault from both sides. Dai Mubai was thrown into disarray, frantic and desperate in his attempts to respond, but ultimately, two fists could not contend with four hands. Chapter 67. Shrek faces defeat and trains hard in the Soul Arena. Under the combined assault of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai sustained grave injuries and collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong deliberately diminished her presence, maneuvering to a safe rear position to evade the enemy's attention. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of Xiao Wu and her companions, reversing the situation. Chen Hai clenched his fists, pursuing Xiao Wu in a bid to avenge his junior. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, unimpeded by Dai Mubai, charged forward, targeting Tang San and Ma Hongjun, who had been harassing them from behind. Tang San and Ma Hongjun found themselves in a quagmire, needing to fend off Zhu Zhuqing's fierce assault while simultaneously protecting the defenseless Oscar. They were ensnared in the throes of battle, lacking the energy to assist Chen Hai. Ning Rongrong activated two auxiliary soul skills, enhancing Xiao Wu's strength significantly. Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Chen Hai. He had no means to defend himself. Initially, he managed to parry a few strikes, but it quickly devolved into a one-sided beating. "You will stay down," Xiao Wu cried out, decisively bringing Chen Hai to the ground. Gripping his leg, she swung him around in midair for several rotations before forcefully throwing him aside. With the loss of two of their main commanders, Shrek Academy's numerical advantage vanished. The original group battle transformed into three individual duels: Xiao Wu against Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing against Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong against Oscar. Without a doubt, Xiao Wu and her companions easily triumphed over the three men, declaring their victory. Seeing the three women emerge victorious, Han Li approached, applauding their achievement. While the system prompt echoed in his mind, Xiao Wu could siphon a year of life from Tang San and half a year from Dai Mubai. Due to the vast disparity in power, even combining their lifespans would not suffice for Xiao Wu to elevate her soul power by one level. As for Chen Hai, having already been defeated by Xiao Wu, he would not yield any rewards if vanquished again in a short span. Zhu Zhuqing could siphon a year of life from Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong could do the same from Oscar. Both women, having assisted Xiao Wu in defeating Dai Mubai, each received half a year of his life in return. However, the circumstances they faced mirrored Xiao Wu's, rendering them unable to exchange for an increase in soul power. The system shop offered more than just the option to exchange for soul power. It also provided the possibility to enhance the duration of soul rings or acquire other items. Yet, Han Li chose not to make any exchanges for them at this time, opting to save up first to prioritize the enhancement of soul power. After all, nothing was more tangible than soul power. It was astonishing for Yu Xiaojiang to witness not only Han Li's overwhelming strength, but also the transformative growth of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Today had truly opened his eyes. Flinder patted the master's shoulder, recounting the events of Han Li and the others' battles at the Great Soul Arena. Indeed, the most straightforward and effective way to enhance one's strength was through continuous real combat. I will take Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others to the Soul Arena for training tomorrow, aiming to help them catch up to Han Li's pace, Yu Xiaojiang resolved. During this return to Shrek Academy, Han Li had challenged everyone capable of facing him. They had thoroughly indulged in their battles and then moved on. Throughout this period, Han Li and the three women had not wasted a single moment, either engaging in battles at the Great Soul Arena or challenging others at Shrek Academy. That evening, upon returning to their hotel, Han Li advised the women to rest well the following day and not to venture out. Xiao Wu and the others had no objections, acknowledging that after such an extensive series of matches, they indeed required time to consolidate their experiences. The next morning, as dawn broke at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang knocked on the door, calling out, "Little ones, awaken. It's time for training." Dai Mubai and the others groggily sat up, rubbing their drowsy eyes. "Master, we were beaten so badly yesterday. Can we have a day of rest?" Maon Gujun murmured softly. Rest? Rest is for the strong. You already pale in comparison to Han Li. Why aren't you striving to improve? The master's expression darkened. Originally, he had been quite pleased with the students of Shrek Academy. However, after witnessing Han Li's prowess, his disappointment in them grew. Truly, as the ancient saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. If you wish to continue living a life where you are beaten and cannot fend for yourselves, then lie down and keep sleeping. The master scoffed, slamming the door behind him. The master is angry. The group, resigned to their fate, reluctantly donned their attire and descended to the ground floor for roll call. This time, the master did not conduct their training around the academy, but instead led them towards Soto City. Before long, the day dawned entirely, the sun shining brightly, and they arrived at their destination, the Grand Soul Arena. This was to be the site of their second phase of training. Originally, guiding the students to the Grand Soul Arena was a part of the Master's teaching plan. But due to the success of Han Li and his companions, it was initiated ahead of schedule. The Master began to elucidate the origins of the Grand Soul Arena, its rules and important considerations, and subsequently escorted them to the registration desk. The Grand Soul Arena, he declared, will set a modest goal for you to obtain the Copper Soul Badge. The first to take the stage was Dai Mubai, currently at the rank of Great Soul Master, possessed formidable spirit power and a commendable martial spirit. During his duel, Dai Mubai effortlessly defeated his adversary, securing his first victory and rekindling his lost confidence. Perhaps he was not as weak as he had believed. Indeed, peers of the same rank proved no match for him. The only exception was Han Li, whose prowess was rather extraordinary. Tang San, whose martial spirit was somewhat inferior, nevertheless exhibited remarkable control under the Master's guidance and through his own exploration, leading to a considerable chance of victory. His opponent was a strength-type Soul Master, who charged at him with great ferocity as the match commenced. Utilizing the Tang Sek's techniques, Tang San adeptly evaded the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a vast expanse of blue-silver grass, ensnaring his foe's limbs. The blue-silver grass, remarkably resilient, rendered his opponent unable to exert any force. Tang San swiftly claimed victory. "Xiao San, you look so impressive," exclaimed Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his admiration. The next moment, an announcement echoed through the arena, naming Ma Hongjun as the next combatant. He ascended the platform, his expression grim. Ma Hongjun's luck was unfortunate. He faced a late-stage Great Soul Master, whose spirit power was at level 29, on the verge of promotion to Soul Ancestor. Yet, Ma Hongjun did not surrender immediately, summoning his courage. He resolved to engage in battle. His strategy was simple: to exploit the long reach of his Fire Phoenix martial spirit to prevent his opponent from closing in, gradually depleting the enemy's spirit power. Alas, his opponent happened to be a swift attack-type Soul Master, presenting a formidable challenge. Ma Hongjun's fiery assaults failed to find their mark. Chapter 68. A powerful Soul Ancestor team emerges at the arena, seeking assistance. The relentless barrage of firepower caused Ma Hongjun's spirit power to dwindle rapidly. He yearned to pause and catch his breath, yet he understood that doing so would expose a critical vulnerability. His opponent would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Ma Hongjun found himself in a precarious position, and soon he was left exhausted, unable to escape the fate of defeat. His inaugural match at the Grand Seoul Arena concluded with a disappointing loss. He descended from the platform, crestfallen and dejected. Ma Hongjun hailed from a humble rural background, where the villagers awakened martial spirits akin to livestock, save for him, who was an exception, awakening a top-tier phoenix martial spirit. He had once believed that his life would soar to new heights, conquering challenges with ease, yet the reality had proven starkly different. Finally, he had not tasted victory in quite some time. Fatty, do not be disheartened. Wins and losses are uncertain. Dai Mubai consoled him. Why not participate in another match? You might just emerge victorious. Yu Xiaojiang interjected. Soul Masters can only engage in one individual match per day, but you may register for a 2-on-2 contest. After some deliberation, they decided to form 2 teams, Tang San and Ma Hongjun together, and Dai Mubai with Oscar. First to take the stage was the fiery duo of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, corresponding to their respective martial spirits. Their opponents comprised a swift attack-type Soul Master and a strength-type Soul Master. Ma Hongjun felt apprehensive. He had just fallen to a swift attack-type Soul Master and feared he might falter again. Fortunately, Tang San proved to be a reliable ally. His blue-silver grass martial spirit effectively restrained their opponents, affording Ma Hongjun an invaluable opportunity. With a single strike of the Phoenix Fire line, he secured victory. Third brother, you are truly incredible, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in excitement. Just standard procedure, Tang San waved off, feeling a swell of pride within. After being bested by Han Li and his companions, battling in the Grand Seoul Arena had restored some of his confidence. Upon reflection, Tang San realized he was not lacking. Indeed, Soul Masters of the same age were hardly his match. The primary reason was that Han Li and his companions were exceptionally strong. Soon, it was Dai Mubai and Oscar's turn to compete. Oscar opted to maintain a low profile, remaining at the back, ready to provide restorative sausages for Dai Mubai when needed. Dai Mubai was immensely powerful, nearing a breakthrough to level 30, and with his top-tier beast martial spirit, he was nearly unmatched. Even when faced with a combined assault from 2 opponents, they could not shake Dai Mubai. He effortlessly led Oscar to an easy victory. During their first visit to the Grand Seoul Arena, aside from Ma Hongjun's defeat, the rest of the matches were triumphs. Their spirits soared, finally allowing them a moment of pride. However, this elation was short-lived, as they inadvertently overheard discussions among the audience. Those 4 newcomers who appeared are quite remarkable, showcasing impressive strength at such a young age. They truly excel, but they still cannot compare to Han Li and Xiao Wu. Brother, I just arrived today. I am unfamiliar with whom you refer to as Han Li and Xiao Wu. You must be quite uninformed. The 4 newcomers who graced the Grand Seoul Arena a few days ago were nothing short of extraordinary. They are all relatively young and have participated in several matches, with not a single defeat. Are they truly that formidable? Han Li and Xiao Wu had amassed considerable fame within the arena, becoming well-known figures. Every spectator who mentioned them spoke with reverence and admiration, as though in their hearts, Han Li and Xiao Wu were invincible beings, the gods of the Grand Seoul Arena. Upon hearing of Han Li and his companions' illustrious deeds, the good spirits of Dai Mubai and the others evaporated instantly, leaving them dispirited. Han Li loomed over them like a colossal mountain, suffocating their hopes. Do not lose heart, everyone. Progress is made step by step, and meals are eaten one bite at a time. Though you may not yet be Han Li's match, who can say what the future holds? Yu Xiaojiang reassured them. He too believed that surpassing Han Li would be a daunting challenge, yet he wished not to shatter the confidence they had painstakingly built. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 administrators of the Grand Seoul Arena, holding a slip of paper with an address, walked down the street. Soon, they arrived at the presidential suite of the Rose Hotel and cautiously knocked on the door. Ayu, Fanli, we are representatives of the Grand Seoul Arena and wish to entrust you with a matter. May we enter to discuss it in detail? The leading man, clad in a black tailcoat and sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Han Li opened the door, allowing them entry. Recently, several noble individuals have united to form a formidable team that has been ruthlessly dominating the Seoul Arena in Soto City, with no opponents to challenge them. These nobles consistently place significant bets on this team, reaping astronomical profits. If this situation continues to escalate unchecked, the Grand Seoul Arena may find itself teetering on the brink of closure. Subsequently, the person in charge disclosed all pertinent information about this team. They call themselves the Royal Team of Tiendo, comprising 7 members, with the captain being a formidable assault soul master boasting a soul power level of 41. The others are all soul masters, ranging from 33 to 38 levels, and their strength is equally formidable. Moreover, this team possesses a well-rounded structure, integrating support, control, and defense soul masters, making them particularly challenging to confront. They arrived yesterday afternoon and have faced no adversaries in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or even 7-person battles, rendering them virtually invincible. Surely, your soul arena has soul masters at the soul master level? Anli inquirat nonchalantly. Indeed, but their talents are rather mediocre, relying solely on age to accumulate experience. The youngest among them is already 25, with most being 30 or older, the person in charge replied. He continued, stating that the stakes for tomorrow's team battle would be substantial, which is precisely why the nobles brought the royal team of Tiendo here. Noticing Han Li's hesitation, the official assured him that this battle was not a life-or-death struggle. Should they find themselves outmatched, they could concede at any moment. The Soul Arena would also assign personnel to ensure their safety, mitigating any risk to their lives. It was communicated that as long as he agreed to assist, the terms could be negotiated freely. Furthermore, the Soul Arena would provide them with 3 additional 18-year-old Soul Master teammates, each at a minimum of 34 levels. Han Li closed his eyes in contemplation, recognizing that this presented an excellent opportunity for Xiao Wu and the others to hone their skills. Chapter 69. High Odds. Flandra exclaimed joyfully. The person in charge observed Han Li's expression closely and quietly asked, "What are your thoughts?" Han Li suddenly opened his eyes and nodded in agreement. Capitalizing on the moment of mutual elation, Han Li proposed his own conditions. "If we assist you in this matter, you must provide a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins." Only 10,000 gold soul coins? The official was taken aback, thinking it rather modest. The nobles earned far more than that from single match. Han Li refrained from further escalating his demands, stating he had another request. The Soul Arena must agree to assist him with a particular matter whenever he requires it. The specifics of this matter remained undecided in Han Li's mind. Not a problem. No need to consult higher-ups. We can authorize that, the official readily agreed. Eager to engage with a promising talent like Han Li, which promised to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, Han Li abruptly stood, his demeanor serious. "I hope the Soul Arena will always remember this favor and refrain from antagonizing me in the future. I am aware of the formidable forces backing the Soul Arena, but our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is not to be trifled with." Han Li was keen to avoid a situation where he would be easily victimized. Thus a prudent warning was warranted. "Such words are unnecessary. From now on, you shall be our esteemed VIPs at the Soul Arena, receiving the highest level of treatment, be it in Soto City or any other locale," the official assured him without hesitation. Time passed swiftly. The following afternoon, the Soto City Soul Arena was bustling with spectators. The stands filled to capacity. Prior to the match, various factions placed their bets on the anticipated victor. The nobles eagerly wagered on the royal team of Tiendo, as they had painstakingly arranged for their participation. While the odds for Han Li's team were high, many hesitated to bet on their victory, given the significant disparity in strength between the two teams. However, Han Li and his companions were not without supporters. Fans who had taken notice of Han Li's team in recent days placed their bets, confident in their success. Following their prior training, Han Li's group had gained considerable renown. Zhu Zhuqing's victory as a great soul master against a lower-ranked soul master was widely discussed, and Xiao Wu was equally celebrated for her ability to challenge higher-ranked soul masters, especially after she had previously defeated a 38-level soul master in the Grand Arena. This time, their adversary was a 41-level soul master, and while the difference in soul power was not insurmountable, merely an additional soul skill, there remained a chance for them to triumph against the odds. Among the underestimated team was a support soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who could provide unparalleled assistance to her teammates, significantly narrowing the gap between Xiao Wu and the royal team's captain. Some knowledgeable spectators speculated that during the match, this support soul master would effectively mitigate the disparity in power, allowing for a closer contest. As for the young man named Han Li, his depths were inscrutable. Although he lacked a record of defeating a higher-ranked soul master like Xiao Wu, he had approached each match with remarkable ease. We have reason to believe he has reserved his strength. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he likely possesses the capability to challenge a higher-ranked soul master, the audience fervently discussed, their excitement amplifying the anticipation surrounding the battle. The Soul Arena had extensively promoted this match, with everyone from top to bottom placing immense importance on it. In truth, the staff at the Soul Arena felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of the outcome. They hoped Han Li and his team would at least provide a significant challenge to the royal team of Tiando, rather than being easily overwhelmed. Flandra, leading the Shrek Academy members, arrived early at the arena to train, well aware of the upcoming match. Ecstatic, Flandra approached the counter, pulling out his entire fortune totaling 1,000 gold soul coins, intent on making a grand wager. Feeling that it was insufficient, he eagerly scavenged additional coins from Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujin, Dai Mu Bai, and Tang San, all to bet on Han Li's victory. The members of Shrek Academy did not attempt to dissuade Flandra. On the contrary, they wholeheartedly supported his actions. To them, Han Li was so formidable that he could effortlessly dispatch any of them, ensuring that victory was bound to be theirs. Watch closely. After this battle, many will suffer significant losses, and I shall be the greatest beneficiary, Flandra exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with visions of gold. The announcer took the microphone, raising it high above the arena, and proclaimed loudly, "Please welcome both teams to the stage." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the royal team of Tiando and Han Li's team emerged from opposite aisles, positioning themselves on either end of the arena, ready to face off. Let the match commence. The members of the royal team of Tiando adopted an air of superiority, seemingly dismissing their opponents entirely. Their captain, Wang Tianzhu, unleashed his martial soul, summoning a magnificent dragon that erupted behind him amidst a flurry of sparks. 4 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, showcasing his 41-level soul power. My goodness, is it a fire dragon martial soul? I know, it is a powerful beast martial soul, second only to the fire dragon itself, endowed with terrifying might. No wonder he has reached the Soul Master realm at such a young age. The audience erupted into cheers. Such a formidable martial soul was a rare sight, and this display alone made the price of admission worthwhile. In the ensuing moments, the members of the Tiando Royal Battle Team simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, illuminating their soul rings. A glance across the field revealed that, aside from the support role standing at level 33, all 5 of the others boasted soul power exceeding 35, with the highest reaching an impressive 38. Han Li, however, was not to be outdone as he showcased his own martial spirit and soul rings, although in comparison, their display seemed somewhat lacking. Led by Han Li, the 5 were all soul masters, with 3 newly joined members comprising 1 at level 35 and the other 2 at 34, all of whom were battle soul masters, barely holding their own. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were merely great soul masters. Is this the best the Great Soul Arena could conjure? When compared to us, they hardly seem to belong to the same echelon, the members from Tiando Royal Academy arrogantly remarked. Suddenly, the vice captain, Yi Tiantian, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? That martial spirit! She is of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's direct lineage." Ning Rongrong's presence took them by surprise, yet they harbored little concern, for she was still below level 30, incapable of causing significant turmoil. The only caution was to refrain from harming Ning Rongrong, as they had no desire to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 70. Astonishment at failing to overcome such weak opponents. Is there truly no young soul master left in Soto City? Even great soul masters have been dispatched to merely fill the ranks? The Tiando side could not help but mock. Numerous spectators echoed their skepticism towards Han Li's lineup, finding the 2 second-ring great soul masters too conspicuous. Unable to comprehend why the arena insisted on featuring them. Such a vast disparity in strength could only detract from the spectacle of the battle. Han Li, disinterested in squandering words on these ignorant individuals, began to direct the team with purpose. Ning Rongrong was stationed at the rear as support, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the 3 Battle Soul Masters charged forth, each showcasing their unique abilities. As for Han Li, he meandered leisurely across the arena, appearing to outsiders as though he had already surrendered. Han Li intended to provide Xiao Wu and the others ample space to hone their skills. Thus, he had no plans to unleash his full potential just yet. However, the ranged soul masters from the opposing team unleashed their soul techniques, bombarding Han Li and simultaneously targeting Ning Rongrong in an attempt to sever her support. "I have no desire to intervene. Do not force my hand," Han Li mumbled softly. With a casual flick of his scythe, he effortlessly deflected all incoming attacks, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety. Relieved, Ning Rongrong fully channeled her soul techniques to assist Xiao Wu and the others. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, 7 Treasures Renowned. First in strength, second in speed. In an instant, the power and speed of Xiao Wu and her comrades surged by 20%. with each soul ring acquired by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. A new enhancement was granted, concurrently amplifying all previous soul techniques by 10%. This is precisely why the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda is celebrated as the foremost support-type martial spirit on the continent. By the time Han Li reached the center of the arena, Xiao Wu and the others had already engaged in fierce combat. The Royal Dou team had dispatched 5 members, with the remaining 2 positioned at the back, a support and the earlier ranged attacker targeting Han Li and Ning Rongrong. Even when faced with seemingly weaker opponents, the Royal Dou maintained impeccable organization and order, explaining their continual victories. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's support, Xiao Wu ensnared Wang Tianzhu, a level 41 Soul Master. Wang Tianzhu's Fire Dragon martial spirit was exceedingly domineering, his offensive capabilities formidable. Yet, Xiao Wu rarely engaged him head-on, instead utilizing her speed to outmaneuver him. This strategy rendered Wang Tianzhu unable to unleash his full power, resulting in a balanced exchange where neither side gained a distinct advantage. Zhu Zhuqing faced a level 35 Soul Master who, perceiving her as a mere Great Soul Master, initially underestimated her, aiming for a quick victory to assist his teammates. However, as the battle progressed, he increasingly sensed something amiss. How could this Great Soul Master possess such formidable combat prowess? The 3 newly joined Soul Masters found themselves under considerable pressure. Although they were seasoned through training in the Great Soul Arena, their opponents exceeded their expectations. At the outset, witnessing their 2 Great Soul Masters had left them gasping, bewildered as to why they were teamed with such individuals. Particularly, Han Li's languid demeanor intensified their dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the commencement of the match, they might have erupted in protest. Yet, as the conflict escalated, Xiao Wu successfully held her ground against the level 41 Soul Master, and with Ning Rongrong's assistance. They fought on equal footing, neither side yielding an inch. Their haphazardly assembled team did not falter as anticipated, surprising even themselves. The Royal Dou team members were utterly astonished. They had expected to sweep through their opponents effortlessly, yet the latter had adeptly weathered their initial onslaught. Spectators from all directions were equally taken aback. What was transpiring? The staff of the Great Soul Arena collectively exhaled, their hopes rekindled, as they began to anticipate Han Li taking down several members of the Royal Dou team, thus restoring the arena's prestige and avenging their earlier humiliation. Flander and the others from Shrek Academy were acutely aware of Han Li's formidable strength and were the only spectators unfazed by the unfolding events. Why do I feel that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appear even fiercer than before? Dai Mubai remarked weakly. Indeed, I have noticed as well. And Han Li has been deliberately concealing his power, moving at a leisurely pace, Tang San concurred. Even as Han Li concealed his true strength, his role remained pivotal. He not only restrained the opposing ranged Soul Masters, but also disrupted their support. In critical moments, Han Li could even provide timely assistance to his 3 Soul Masters. The intensity of the battle escalated, both sides locked in a stalemate, each depleting their soul power significantly. Damn it, why can't we secure a victory? Yitiantian exclaimed impatiently. We have sailed smoothly up to this point, yet we encounter trouble here, Wang Tianzhu lamented. Their opponents, seemingly so weak, had proven exceptionally resilient, and despite the time spent, they had yet to inflict any casualties upon the enemy. If we cannot best such feeble adversaries, how will we ever compete in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Wang Tianzhu expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Tianzhu, let's go all out. Yi Tian shouted. Under the leadership of the captain and vice-captain, the Royal Dou team began an all-out offensive. Their combat effectiveness surged several-fold as they disregarded the excessive consumption of soul power and stamina, eager to conclude this humiliating battle swiftly. Onghan Lisida. The 35-level Soul Master held his ground against a 38-level counterpart for a prolonged duration, but began to feel the strain. It was evident to the discerning that defeat was imminent. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, he remained unperturbed, satisfied to have endured for so long. Han Li glanced toward the other 234-level Soul Masters, who similarly struggled to maintain their positions. Were it not for Han Li's nearby support, intermittently harassing their opponents, they would have fallen long ago. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, however, provided Han Li with great reassurance, as they fought vigorously, remaining unyielded. Observing the entire battlefield, Han Li addressed Xiao Wu. It is time. Xiao Wu swiftly comprehended the situation, unhesitatingly activating her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, launching an unexpected assault on Zhu Zhuqing's opponent. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit seamlessly, and together they delivered a decisive blow that rendered their adversary unconscious. Simultaneously, the system advanced, granting each of the two women the ability to sacrifice 6 months of lifespan for the 35-level Soul Masters. Huh? Wang Tianzhu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Xiao Wu's sudden disappearance. By the time he regained his senses, his teammate had already been incapacitated. Chapter 71. A single punch sends the Royal Combat Team captain flying. Wang Tianzhu sought to provide support, but it was evident that he was already too late. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing vanished once more, this time targeting 2 of their own 34-level Soul Masters for assistance. With their inherent speed, augmented by Ning Rongrong's support, the 2 women danced across the battlefield like ethereal sprites, elusive and unpredictable. A sense of dread enveloped the Royal Combat Team's ranged Soul Master as panic set in. He attempted to pinpoint the whereabouts of the 2 women to thwart their assault on his teammates. His eyes darted incessantly, but despite his best efforts, he could not discern their positions or trajectories. As long as I am here, you shall not ambush them, Han Li declared as he intercepted the ranged Soul Master. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blade energy toward Wang Tianzhu, hindering his ability to provide timely support. Han Li simultaneously restrained 2 members of the Royal Combat Team, exacerbating their plight. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exerted their strength, effortlessly overwhelming the 2 opposing team members, each capable of sacrificing 6 months of lifespan. You 2 retreat and rest. Han Li suddenly instructed the newly arrived 34-level Soul Masters. Though momentarily bewildered, they complied, retreating to the safety of Ning Rongrong's side. Recognizing the favorable turn of events as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing displayed formidable prowess. After enduring intense combat, their soul power and stamina were nearly depleted, rendering them ineffective on the front lines. The 38-level Yi Tian sensed impending doom. The sudden shift in the tide of battle caught her off guard, and she instinctively realized that she was now the primary target of the enemy's assault. Wang Tianzhu, the ranged Soul Master, and the support Soul Master shared the same awareness and rushed to provide assistance. However, none of this escaped Han Li's keen observation. With a slight maneuver, he disrupted the efforts of the 3 members of the Royal Combat Team, keeping them at bay. Seeing the situation unfold, the support Soul Master, Zhou Shui Ro, hastily activated her soul skill to aid Yi Tian. Her martial soul, a rare daffodil, was renowned as one of the most powerful healing martial souls. The daffodil emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Yi Tian. Yet at that moment, Xiao Wu surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Yi Tian. As a control-type Soul Master, Yi Tian's close combat capabilities paled in comparison to Wang Tianzhu's, and soon she found herself retreating under Xiao Wu's onslaught. Unable to withstand the assault, in a desperate bid, Yi Tian hastily retreated, seeking to unleash her soul skill and utilize poison to strike at Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's speed was too great. In the blink of an eye, she evaded Yi Tian's poison and found an opportunity to close in. This is bad, Yi Tian thought, her expression reflecting imminent crisis. Xiao Wu's individual showcase commenced. With a swift kick, she sent Yi Tian soaring into the air, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow, and combining it with her agile techniques, delivering a crushing blow to Yi Tian. Moments later, Yi Tian crashed to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was not idle. She stealthily approached the rear of the Royal Combat Team, fixating her gaze on Zhou Shui Ro. Given Zhou Shui Ro's formidable healing abilities, failing to subdue her quickly would spell significant trouble. As she sprinted, Zhu Zhuqing devised a strategy. First to defeat Zhou Shui Ro, then to capitalize on that momentum to take down the ranged Soul Master. You dare lay hands on Tian, I will kill you. Wang Tianzhu roared in a fit of rage. With 3 of their members already down, yet not a single opponent had fallen, the humiliation was unbearable. In a frenzy, Wang Tianzhu charged at the nearest target, Han Li. In that moment, Han Li, isolated and vulnerable, appeared to be an opportune target to eliminate. Despite his fury, Wang Tianzhu retained a modicum of rationality. He bellowed, fully unleashing his power, intent on delivering a lethal strike. The spectators gasped at the scene unfolding before them. Some children, accompanying their parents to witness the battle, were so frightened that they began to cry. Was the captain of the Royal Combat Team truly going to kill someone in the arena? The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. Those present had vowed to protect Han Li at all costs, and they could not allow any harm to befall him. As they prepared to intervene, Han Li calmly waved a hand toward them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Flinder and the others remained unperturbed, having discerned that Han Li's primary objective was to train the three women, deliberately concealing his true strength. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could easily overwhelm the Royal Combat Team single-handedly. How formidable is this Royal Combat Team? Dai Mubai and Tang San remarked in unison. Witnessing their prowess only intensified the pressure on them. They resolved to strive harder to avoid being left behind. Just in time, An Li stutta nonchalantly. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and, with a subtle motion, sent Wang Tianzhu staggering backward. The entire arena, aside from the members of Shrek Academy, was left in stunned silence. Mouths agape in disbelief. How can this be? The audience at Soto's Seoul Arena, including prominent figures from the Spirit Hall, were astounded. They had not anticipated Han Li's depth of concealment or the extent of his power. Is this young disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly such a prodigy? If such a remarkable talent were to slip through the fingers of the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures. They believed Han Li to be associated with the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which tempered their inclination to act rashly. Even if they had ulterior motives, they understood the necessity of handling the situation with utmost care. I have reported on Han Li and his companions to the Spirit Hall headquarters. The course of action, whether to eliminate or spare them, rests entirely with the judgment of the Pope. The Hall Master addressed the individuals beside him, noting that due to the considerable distance to the Spirit Hall, no response had yet been received. In the audience, the hidden disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School marveled at Han Li's strength, noting that a 30-something level Soul Master could repel a 41-level Soul Sect member. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the young master to befriend such a prodigious talent. Elder Jian, what is your perspective on this? Several disciples inquired, glancing toward the elderly figure with flowing white hair behind them. This individual was Elder Jian Daochen, a renowned sword Douluo in the Soul Master community. He had arrived after receiving reports of Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong's astonishing performance in the arena, having just made it in time for this match. This young man is remarkably powerful, the sword Douluo remarked slowly. He had observed the entire match and noted that prior to this moment, Han Li had not displayed any particularly impressive feats, appearing rather ordinary. Chapter 72. The Royal Combat Team is merely a bunch of novices. Based on what he observed, the sword-fighting Douluo initially believed that Xiao Wu was the strongest, only to be astonished by the prowess exhibited by Han Li at this moment. This young man harbors a profound depth. The sword-fighting Douluo could not help but exclaim. Unbeknownst to them, even now, Han Li had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, the 41st ranked Wang Tianzhu would not have merely staggered back a few steps. A punch delivered by Han Li at full power could easily render Wang Tianzhu incapacitated, leaving him devoid of consciousness. Throughout this battle, Han Li adhered to the principle of refraining from action unless absolutely necessary, thereby allowing the stage to be dominated by Xiao Wu and her two companions. Xiao Wu and her allies desperately required practical combat experience, as well as the substantial rewards that victory would yield. At this juncture, Han Li's soul power had surpassed level 60, creating a significant disparity with the royal fighting team. Even if he triumphed, he would not secure any commendable reward. Wang Tianzhu found himself questioning his very existence, utterly perplexed as to how Han Li had managed to send him flying with a single punch. The opponent was, after all, merely a soul master at the initial rank, and logically, he should not possess such strength. As he cast another glance at Han Li, a newfound wariness crept into his gaze. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing successfully vanquished the adversaries before them. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, allow Rongrong to assist you in taking down that fellow, Han Li called out loudly, pointing towards Wang Tianzhu, who was not far off. The royal fighting team is merely a bunch of novices. Soul power does not equate to everything, Han Li pronounced deliberately. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Had such a statement been made previously, it is likely that no one except those from Shrek Academy would have believed it. Yet now, it was regarded as an undeniable truth. The Spirit Arena, the Hall of Spirits, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, including the sword-fighting Doll, along with various scattered soul masters, were all taken aback, truly having their eyes open this day. Following this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and charged towards Wang Tianzhu. Ning Rongrong's assistance was as formidable as ever, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the two girls, with both their strength and speed visibly augmented. The ferocious onslaught, combined with their agile movements, left Wang Tianzhu in a position of helplessness as he endured a barrage of attacks that he could scarcely withstand. Moments later, Xiao Wu launched a frontal assault with great momentum, prompting Wang Tianzhu to instinctively raise his arms in defense. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing had stealthily maneuvered behind him and landed a powerful kick. Caught completely off guard, Wang Tianzhu felt a searing pain shoot through his back as he sustained an injury. "You lack martial ethics, attacking 2 against 1. Wang Tianzhu exclaimed in frustration. "Who told you to be the strongest? Moreover, you cannot find any allies to assist you now," Xiao Wu retorted with a cold snort. Immediately after, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a relentless assault, channeling a significant amount of soul power with the intent to decisively defeat Wang Tianzhu. Given that Wang Tianzhu was already in a precarious state, he found it increasingly difficult to fend off both opponents, falling deeper into a disadvantageous position. He could only defend against one attack at a time, unable to manage both assailants simultaneously. Before long, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to employ her agile techniques, executing a spinning jump that sent Wang Tianzhu crashing to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing quickly joined in, delivering several additional kicks. Though Wang Tianzhu attempted to struggle, he ultimately succumbed and lost consciousness. Having defeated Wang Tianzhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were able to exchange for a year's worth of lifespan. Throughout this team battle, every confrontation and every foe they vanquished bore the influence of Ning Rongrong. Without her support, their victory would not have been so seamless. The 7 members of the royal fighting team all possessed soul power levels superior to Ning Rongrong, and she accrued a total of 4 years of lifespan. Han Li exchanged this lifespan for 4 levels of soul power, elevating Ning Rongrong's level to an astonishing 36. Subsequently, Han Li rewarded the other 2 girls as well, granting Xiao Wu 1 level of soul power, raising her to 40, and giving Zhu Zhuqing 2 levels, advancing her to 37. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had a small amount of lifespan left to exchange, but were unable to convert it for another level of soul power. So Han Li did not intervene. At this moment, the entire spirit arena was enveloped in a profound silence, a palpable hush settling over the crowd. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, it is doubtful anyone would believe the outcome they had just witnessed. After a brief interval, the audience began to regain their composure, and thunderous cheers erupted. Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong. The spectators chanted their names, filled with admiration for them. Flander laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy as he hurried towards the counter to collect his winnings. He had made up his mind to treat Han Li and the others to a lavish feast with this newfound wealth, thereby deepening their camaraderie. "I have errands to attend to shortly. You all should return to the academy for a meal." Flander waved his hand dismissively. He was not keen on treating Dai Mubai and the others to an extravagant dinner, considering it a waste of money. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, the spirit arena, and those who had won their bets were all elated, while only those from the Hall of Spirits bore expressions of concern. Additionally, the noblemen who had placed hefty bets and the leading instructor of the royal fighting team were equally displeased, verging on despondency. "Elder Jian, should we seek an audience with the young master?" A disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school cautiously inquired. The sword-fighting Douluo shook his head, dismissing the notion. Their sole responsibility was to covertly protect Ning Rongrong. As Han Li and the others stepped down from the stage, they were greeted by the smiling face of Flander. "Your performance today was nothing short of exceptional. I was applauding loudly from the stands. Congratulations to you all," Flander expressed warmly. "To celebrate your victory, I have decided to treat you to a grand feast," he added, eager to ingratiate himself. With someone voluntarily offering to host a meal, Han Li found no reason to refuse, and he nodded in agreement. Before departing, they approached the counter to claim their gold coin rewards. A staff member presented a storage soul guide to Han Li, containing 10,000 gold soul coins within. "Thank you immensely, Han Li. I humbly extend an invitation for you to join the spirit arena," the previous official said respectfully. "Joining is out of the question, but I will certainly return for future competitions," Han Li replied. With Flander, a soul sage, backing them, and the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the spirit arena personnel made no further moves, merely expressing a desire for increased cooperation. Exiting the spirit arena, Flander beckoned everyone to dine, and they selected a high-end restaurant along the bustling streets. "Bring us a selection of your finest and most expensive signature dishes," Flander instructed. "Oh my, Director Flander, what has prompted this sudden generosity? I can hardly recognize you," Han Li teased, unable to contain his amusement. "Such is the nature of hospitality. When treating guests, one must provide the best." Furthermore, you are all still in your growing years, so nutrition must not be neglected, Flander replied. Chapter 73. The Quest for Soul Rings. Flander found himself at a loss for the whereabouts of certain individuals. Naturally, Flander did not disclose his substantial financial gains from Han Li and the others, as doing so would undermine his sincerity. However, Han Li immediately deduced that Flander, aware of his capabilities, would not miss out on a guaranteed profit opportunity. With Han Li possessing 10,000 gold coins from the Spirit Arena, he had no need to gamble. Before long, the waitstaff began to serve an array of fresh and delectable dishes, the aromas wafting temptingly through the air. They chatted and laughed as they savored this splendid feast. Meanwhile, the sword-fighting Douluo did not rush to depart, but sought out individuals from the Spirit Arena and the Hall of Spirits. I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions towards those children. My sword does not discern between friend and foe, and you are well aware of the consequences that await you. As the warning was issued, the sword Douluo exuded an overwhelming aura of oppression, accompanied by a palpable sense of murderous intent. The individuals present were immediately struck with fear, trembling at the realization of the true identity of their opponent. When one thinks of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and its swordsmanship, it inevitably brings to mind the figure renowned as the continent's most formidable attack, Douluo. Jiandao Chenxin. Esteemed senior, we harbor no such thoughts. Please judge us fairly. They pleaded in desperation. That is for the best. With that, the sword Douluo elegantly flicked his sleeves and departed. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat, acutely aware that if the sword Douluo were to harbor murderous intent towards them, none would be able to escape. Is this the sense of oppression brought forth by the continent's pinnacle of power? Truly terrifying. After a hearty meal, Han Li and his companions bid farewell to Flinder, intending to return to their hotel. Will you be visiting the Soul Arena tomorrow? Flinder inquired, seemingly reluctant to part ways with them. However, Han Li shook his head, indicating that the three ladies had expended considerable energy in today's battle and would be resting the following day. Very well. Do let me know when you head to the Grand Soul Arena, Flinder said with a smile. Han Li did not refuse, although Flinder could be somewhat verbose. He treated them well enough that they could tolerate his company. The next day, Han Li and his companions devoted themselves to recuperation. By the dawn of the third day, a pale hue graced the distant sky as the sun began to rise. Flinder, having received no news, assumed that Han Li and the others continued to rest and thus did not rise early. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li and his companions had already left the hotel, renting a carriage to depart from Soto City. Their destination was the Star Do Great Forest. In recent times, the three ladies had made remarkable progress, significantly enhancing their soul power, and it was time for them to acquire their soul rings. After the previous day's upheaval caused by the sword Douluo, the Soul Masters tasked with monitoring Han Li and his companions at the Soul Arena and the Spirit Hall were frightened away and dared not pursue them further. As they journeyed in the carriage, which was somewhat bumpy, Han Li opened the window for fresh air and sensed a familiar presence. He was well aware that individuals from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been discreetly guarding them, and today was no exception. However, Han Li chose not to acknowledge this, as it provided them with considerable support, and they could seek assistance in times of need. Meanwhile, at the Rose Hotel, Flinder, having awoken, sought to invite Han Li and his companions to lunch. After knocking at the door for some time with no response, he inquired at the front desk, only to discover that Han Li and the others had checked out. Flinder felt a surge of irritation. Why had they not informed him of their departure? After expending much effort to find them, he was left empty-handed and reluctantly returned to Shrek Academy. How peculiar! Where could these children have gone? He muttered to himself. Could they possibly have gone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? If I cannot locate them later, I shall pay a visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Han Li and his companions encountered little difficulty on their journey and soon arrived at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest, where a well-developed commercial street bustled with various shops. They chose an inn to have a meal and rest for a while. Perhaps due to their prolonged period of tension, Xiao Wu and the others appeared particularly exhilarated, joyfully indulging in merriment. Unbeknownst to them, as night fell, they realized it would be too late to venture into the forest today. We shall rest here for the night and set out in the morning, Han Li stated calmly. Time passed swiftly, and the following morning, Han Li and his companions cautiously entered the Star Do Great Forest. As Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master, they unanimously decided to first obtain a suitable soul ring for her. After a period of searching, they located a 1,000-year-old defensive soul beast. I have yet to acquire anything that enhances my defense. I want this one, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Are you all right with facing a 1,000-year soul beast? Han Li inquired, looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, the two ladies nodded and immediately charged forward to launch a fierce assault. With their astonishing speed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes upon the soul beast. Unfortunately, its defenses were exceedingly formidable, even with Ning Rongrong's power enhancement. They failed to deliver a fatal blow. Observing the situation, Han Li decided to intervene personally. Not that he doubted the capability of the two ladies. They certainly could defeat the beast on their own, but it would require significantly more time. In the next moment, Han Li gripped his sharp scythe and leaped into action. With a swift strike, the soul beast's exterior shattered. Following that, Han Li executed a fluid series of moves, swiftly dispatching the soul beast, rendering it incapable of further resistance. Rongrong, go ahead and absorb the soul ring, Han Li instructed calmly. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, stepping forward to claim the soul beast's essence. A shimmering purple soul ring began to rise slowly. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her soul power and regulating her breathing. Under the protective watch of her companions, Ning Rongrong successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, elevating her soul power to level 37. The soul skill she acquired was, of course, a defensive enhancement ability. I sense a soul beast in the southeast, approximately 40 degrees, that is very suitable for me, Xiao Wu suddenly remarked, deep in thought. Let's hurry there, Ning Rongrong said cheerfully, eager to seize the opportunity to showcase her newly comprehended third soul skill. No need. That soul beast closely resembles my martial spirit and will flee at the slightest disturbance, making it difficult to pursue. I can handle this alone. With those words, Xiao Wu darted into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. Han Li extended his senses towards the distance and found no sign of the soul beast Xiao Wu had described, leading him to suspect she might be deceiving them. It seemed likely she intended to employ her cunning once more, seeking a secluded place to independently acquire a soul ring, a talent possessed by soul beasts that had transformed into humanoid forms over 10,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat anxious. The Stardow Great Forest is exceedingly dangerous. Han Li, should we follow Xiao Wu to protect her? There's no need. Xiao Wu is quite agile and can escape even in perilous situations. You need not worry. Despite Han Li's reassurances, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained visibly uneasy, fearing for Xiao Wu's safety. Chapter 74. An Unexpected Delight, Triggering Additional Rewards. Before long, Xiao Wu returned, bouncing with joy and unharmed. Xiao Wu, you frightened us terribly. Please do not wander off like that again, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, still shaken. Xiao Wu nodded, secretly contemplating her next opportunity to employ the same trick, while outwardly displaying her newly acquired fourth soul ring. Upon obtaining her fourth soul ring, Xiao Wu's soul power level rose to 41. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hurried to congratulate her. Simultaneously, Han Li received a notification from a system. Ding! Detected that the host assisted Ning Rongrong in elevating from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign, with significant contribution, rewarding an increase of 1 level in soul power and a 5,000-year soul ring, which can be exchanged for 5 years of lifespan. Ding! Detected that the host assisted Xiao Wu in advancing from Soul Sovereign to Soul Sect, with significant contribution, rewarding a 10,000-year soul ring and an exceptionally rare external soul bone, which can be exchanged for 5 years of lifespan. Han Li's face lit up with joy, as he had not anticipated that aiding others in enhancing their strength would yield such rewarding benefits. His soul power level ascended to 66, accompanied by an impressive array of treasures. The unexpected reward of an external soul bone left Han Li utterly astonished. In the realm of soul masters, the commonly recognized soul bones are categorized into 6 types: trunk bone, skull bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. The external soul bone is a unique variant, regarded as the pinnacle of soul bones. Typically, external soul bones are rare and elusive, making them difficult for ordinary individuals to encounter. Subsequently, Han Li continued to explore the Stardow Forest with the 3 young women, specifically seeking soul beasts over 3,000 years old. Although the 3 intended to engage in battle together, Han Li called out to them, instructing, "You two return. Let Zhu Zhuqing fight alone." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were quite perplexed by this decision, yet they chose to heed Han Li's advice, standing at a distance to observe without intervening. Over the next 2 days, Zhu Zhuqing triumphantly defeated several soul beasts of comparable strength. Such formidable opponents proved to be quite challenging for her, and without Ning Rongrong's support, each battle was arduous. However, after this rigorous training, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power surged by 3 levels, reaching the critical threshold of 40. I have actually reached level 40. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with exhilaration. The initial plan was to seize this opportunity to acquire her 3rd soul ring, yet this turn of events might even allow her to obtain a 4th. The 3 women finally grasped Han Li's thoughtful intentions. It was evident that Han Li had discerned Zhu Zhuqing's imminent advancement, thus opting for her to combat solo, leading to her rapid enhancement in soul power. Next, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to obtain a soul ring. Han Li, with his discerning eye, selected 2 soul beasts that were particularly suitable for her, successfully completing her 2 soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level skyrocketed to 41, truly astonishing. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has assisted Zhu Zhuqing in advancing from Great Soul Master to Soul Sect. Reward: 1 level increase in soul power. And all soul rings years increased by 2,000. An additional reward included a martial soul fusion skill that could siphon 5 years of Zhu Zhuqing's lifespan. For Han Li, this bounty was equally generous, elevating him to level 67. His 6th soul ring, previously 5,000 years old, was upgraded to 8,000 years, and now Han Li resolved to replace it with a 10,000-year soul ring. Instantly, the purple soul ring transformed into a menacing black. Han Li's 4th and 5th soul rings were both 10,000-year rings, while the first 3 remained at 1,000 years. In due time, he anticipated their elevation to 10,000 years, even 100,000. Given some time, if Han Li were to reveal 9 soul rings of 100,000 years, it would undoubtedly instill fear in others. Having all acquired satisfying soul rings, should we not return? Ningrong inquiret gently. Han Li shook his head, revealing he had further plans. Rongrong, Zhuqing, do you know why Xiaowu is so strong? Is it because her talent is superior? Ningrong speculated. No, your talents are not vastly disparate. The reason she consistently outshines you is that she has trained here with me for a period. Han Li elucidated, providing the correct answer. The Stardow Forest is a treacherous place, fraught with danger. However, it undeniably serves as an excellent training ground. In the Grand Soul arena, the opponents encountered are primarily human soul masters who seldom fight to the death. Unlike here, where the ferocious soul beasts are intent on claiming the lives of soul masters. In such perilous circumstances, soul masters are more likely to unlock their latent potential, enabling them to surpass their limits and become stronger. From now on, for the next 2 days, I will not accompany you. You must confront all threats here on your own, Han Li stated impassively. On the periphery of the Stardow Forest, the soul beasts present were relatively weaker, and the trio of young women was formidable. As long as they did not encounter soul beasts exceeding 5,000 years in age, they faced little danger. Xiaowu, Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong understood that Han Li's actions were for their benefit, and thus they obediently nodded, without a hint of complaint. Douluo and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had been lurking in the shadows, concealing their presence while secretly observing Han Li and his companions' every move. Upon hearing Han Li's words, they were all taken aback. Ning Rongrong held the title of Little Demoness within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to her status as the sect master's daughter, few dared to provoke her, resulting in her having no substantial friends. Now, witnessing Ning Rongrong's growth and her newfound friendships filled them with genuine happiness. Ning Fengji's decision was indeed wise. Only by allowing Rongrong to leave the sheltered confines of the sect could she experience such significant growth, Douluo murmured. All credit for this transformation went to Han Li. Douluo regarded Han Li as remarkably mature for his age, exceptionally skilled, and contemplated making an effort to cultivate a relationship with him in the future. Gaining such talent would greatly benefit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Time flew swiftly, and the 2-day period came to an end. The 3 young women returned to the designated meeting spot to reunite with Han Li. During these 2 days, they had defeated numerous soul beasts of over 1,000 years in age, accumulating a wealth of practical combat experience while refining their teamwork. That's sufficient. There is an old saying, people strive to ascend, while water flows downward. Now that you're growing stronger, it is time to face even greater adversaries. Following this, Han Li led Xiaowu and the 3 young women deeper into the Stardow Forest. The deeper they ventured, the more formidable the soul beasts became. Not long after, they encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, a colossal bear, whose roar could send nearby soul beasts fleeing. Han Li signaled to the 3 young women to advance and engage in battle. Ning Rongrong remained at the rear, activating her martial soul to bestow 3 attribute enhancements upon her companions. Chapter 75. Unable to comprehend, Douluo intervened. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing split their actions, launching a ferocious assault on the soul beast from different directions. Unfortunately, the beast's thick fur and robust physique rendered it impervious to their attacks, enduring several waves without faltering. To the soul beast, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's strikes were akin to mere tickles. Infuriated, the 10,000-year soul beast swung its powerful shoulders, unleashing a gust that forcefully repelled the two young women. From the battle, it was evident that the trio lacked experience in combating such large soul beasts. The prolonged struggle rapidly drained their soul power. If this continued, they risked becoming the soul beast's dinner. Han Li swiftly charged forward, wielding a glimmering scythe. The soul beast sensed the danger emanating from Han Li and attempted to strike him down with its powerful arms. Han Li adeptly evaded the beast's clutches, skillfully maneuvering to its side. With relentless strikes, the scythe carved through the beast's flesh, producing dazzling sparks. Most 10,000-year soul beasts possess a degree of intelligence. Recognizing Han Li as a formidable opponent, it attempted to ram into a nearby tree. In the soul beast's mind, this was a strategic retreat for Han Li. However, just then, Han Li pivoted, positioning himself behind the beast, the scythe poised for a decisive strike. Enraged, the soul beast raised its arms and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an astounding force that sent Xiaowu and the others flying. Only Han Li remained motionless. It turned out that he had taken the initiative, gripping his blade tightly as he plunged it into the soul beast's body, stabilizing his stance. Without granting the soul beast a moment to contemplate, Han Li unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the creature severely wounded. Ultimately, the soul beast could no longer endure and collapsed heavily to the ground. Thank goodness for you, Han Li. The three women sighed in relief. You must learn from your past mistakes. I have already demonstrated that when confronting a physically formidable soul beast, one should focus on attacking a single point. Continuous assaults on that area will render it a weakness. Han Li expounded like a seasoned instructor. The three women absorbed his teachings earnestly, confident that one day they would prove beneficial. In future encounters with similar soul beasts, while they still faced considerable challenges, they no longer appeared as bewildered as before. However, the opportunities for their training became increasingly scarce, as the soul beasts they encountered grew ever stronger. Han Li took on these challenges alone, and when he began to feel overwhelmed, he would have Ning Rongrong assist him. Over the past few days, with his scythe in hand and Ning Rongrong's support, Han Li had vanquished several powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Those lurking in the shadows, including Douluo, were astounded. If memory served correctly, Han Li had registered as a three-ring soul master in the Great Soul Arena. When had a mere soul master begun to single-handedly defeat 10,000-year soul beasts? Throughout his training, Han Li had triumphed over several thousand-year soul beasts, as well as a few 10,000-year ones, without any mishaps, earning rewards from the system. He converted all the lifespan he had obtained from the defeated soul beasts into soul power. Han Li's soul power level soared to an astonishing 70. He was now able to absorb a new soul ring. Rather than continuing to hunt soul beasts, Han Li opted to affix the 8,000-year soul ring he had previously removed as his seventh soul ring. Subsequently, under Han Li's adept manipulation, this 8,000-year soul ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year soul ring. After integrating the soul ring, Han Li leveled up again, reaching level 71. Level 70 is a watershed moment. Upon becoming a soul sage, one can utilize their martial soul's true form, resulting in an exponential increase in overall strength and a significant enhancement of physical durability. Han Li boldly upgraded his first 3 soul rings to the 10,000-year mark, now boasting a complete set of black soul rings. Within the realm of soul masters, only Bibi Dong's second martial soul could rival it. This journey through the Douluo forest had also been fruitful for the three women. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing had nearly reached level 45, while Ning Rongrong had attained level 40. Han Li, how have I progressed so significantly? I can absorb a new soul ring so soon. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Please help me acquire a 4th soul ring, she implored eagerly. An Linuda, sharing her sentiment. Yet the current location was evidently unsuitable for Ning Rongrong to obtain a soul ring. This was the inner region of the Douluo forest, where encountering any soul beast would mean facing one with a 10,000-year cultivation. While it is true that higher-age soul rings are preferable, Ning Rongrong could not be compared to Han Li, a walking cheat. Absorbing a soul ring with too high of a year limit could easily result in her demise. Thus, it was prudent to venture to the outer regions of the Douluo forest. Upon reaching the outskirts, Han Li quickly identified a target. a bird-type soul beast with nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. This soul beast possessed average combat power, but its endurance and resilience exceeded that of ordinary soul beasts. Absorbing this beast as a soul ring may enhance your 7-treasure glazed tile soul power. Anli remarca nonchalantly. Excellent. That's the one. Ningronggrong noted fervently. There was no need for Han Li to intervene in dealing with this soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could easily handle the task. The two showcased their speed advantage, skillfully cooperating to bring down the bird-type soul beast, inflicting severe injuries. Ning Rongrong stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, then began the absorption process. Soon, Ning Rongrong officially became a level 41 support-type soul master. In a hidden corner of the Douluo forest, Sword Douluo was left speechless. Surely, I must be dreaming. What on earth is happening? Didn't T Rongrong just acquire her 3rd soul ring a few days ago? How could she suddenly possess a 4th? Sword Douluo exclaimed incredulously. He glanced around, noting the shock reflected on the faces of the disciples from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Puzzled, Sword Douluo, a man of straightforward disposition, decided to reveal himself without further contemplation. He descended from the heavens, landing before Han Li and the others. Grandpa Sword, what brings you here? Ningronggrong exclaimed joyfully, embracing him with a beaming smile. I had some free time at the sect, and thought I'd take a stroll, not expecting to run into you all. Sword Douluo fabricated a casual excuse. His appearance surprised Han Li as well. Chapter 76. A visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji was astonished. Han Li was aware that the members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were lurking in the shadows, but he had not specifically used the sensing soul skill acquired from the system. Hence, he had no knowledge of Sword Douluo's presence. Han Li speculated that their remarkable performance in the Great Soul Arena must have prompted the disciples to inform Sword Douluo, leading him to come. Ning Rongrong led Sword Douluo to her companions, making introductions. I hail from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and this is my grandpa Sword, an elder of our sect, and a formidable title Douluo. Ning Rongrong spoke with a hint of pride. Sword Douluo greeted everyone warmly with a smile. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, feigning sudden realization, and exclaimed, Rongrong, how did you become a soul master so quickly? While appearing to converse with Ning Rongrong, his gaze remained fixed on Han Li. Han Li did not shy away and replied candidly. Ning Rongrong had not yet ascended to soul master status, but her experiences in the Great Soul Arena proved exceptionally beneficial. During that time, her soul power level consistently increased, surpassing 30. The training in the Douluo forest has been even more effective, which explains her rapid progress. As an elder in the realm of soul masters with considerable strength, Sword Douluo recognized that training in the Great Soul Arena and the Douluo forest would yield faster results than solitary cultivation. However, he could not help but harbor some doubts. Could it possibly be the Swift? When Ning Rongrong had departed home, she was merely at level 21. Yet in just 2 to 3 months, she had transformed into a level 41 soul master. No matter how he contemplated, Sword Douluo found this utterly perplexing. Since we've even met, it's fate. Rongrong has been in your care during this time. Why not accompany me back to the sect for a while? Sword Douluo proposed after a moment of thought. Yes. Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you all have yet to visit my sect. This is a perfect opportunity. Ning Rongrong chimed in enthusiastically, having missed home and eager to showcase her achievements before her father. All eyes naturally turned to Han Li, as he was the one with the most authority in this matter. Han Li nodded slightly, granting his assent. Thus, the group hurried towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This illustrious institution, also situated within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, was neither too far nor too near, and under the guidance of the Sword Douluo, they swiftly arrived at their destination. True to its status among the upper echelons of sects, the 7-treasure glazed tile school exuded an air of opulence. The grand entrance was adorned with vibrant crimson paint, flanked by towering azure walls that conveyed an impressive majesty. As they approached, the disciples on guard respectfully bowed to greet the elders and the young master. Upon entering the sect's premises, they were greeted by what appeared to be a luxurious royal garden, which elicited admiration from Han Li and the others. Continuing along the stone steps, they soon arrived at the main hall. Fengji Bon, come quickly and see whom I have brought. The Sword Douluo called out loudly. Moments latte. 2 figures emerged from the hall. One was a middle-aged man clad in a white-blue long robe, possessing fair skin and a finely sculpted visage that evoked envy among many women. This man was the current leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the father of Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji. He held a cane in his right hand and wore exquisite silver adornments on his forehead, exuding a demeanor that was both cultured and refined, reminiscent of a learned scholar rather than a soul master. To his left stood another man dressed in black battle attire, appearing a few years older, with a somewhat gaunt face that gave him an air of capability and depth. This man was the other elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo, Rongrong. Upon catching sight of Ning Rongrong, both Ning Fengji and Douluo displayed palpable excitement, their faces lighting up with joy. Ning Rongrong hastened forward, twirling in front of her two elders. "Did you miss me?" "Of course we did, our little princess," Ning Fengji replied indulgently. "Rongrong, if you wish to return, just tell your grandpa Bone. Why seek that old fossil?" Douluo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the sword Douluo. The two pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School often engaged in playful banter, each dismissing the other with jest. Just as the sword Douluo was about to retort, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Let me show you my progress during this time." In the next moment, she unleashed her martial soul, for soul rings illuminating sequentially beneath her feet. "What? 4 soul rings? Doesn't that signify a soul sect?" Ning Fengji and Douluo were taken aback, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Yet, the evidence before them was undeniable. How can this be possible? Since the moment you left the sect, it has only been 3.5 months. How could your soul power increase by 20 levels? Ning Fengji gasped, regarding his daughter with astonishment, as if she were a monster. Douluo sighed deeply, marveling at such rapid advancement, something he had never witnessed before. The two turned their gaze toward the sword Douluo, anticipating an explanation. However, the sword Douluo merely shook his head in bewilderment, indicating that he too was at a loss. "Hanli, perhaps you could elucidate the situation for them," the sword Douluo implored, looking towards Hanli. Ning Fengji and Douluo then noticed Hanli and the others, having received word from their subordinates about Ning Rongrong's new companions. A wealth of practical experience has significantly enhanced Ning Rongrong's soul power, and later, she encountered fortuitous opportunities within the Stardow Forest. Hanli stated confidently, neither timid nor subservient. Such a brief account, however, did little to assuage Ning Fengji and Douluo's skepticism. They were concerned that she may have utilized some nefarious soul master techniques to achieve such remarkable progress. Upon thorough examination, they found Ning Rongrong's soul power to be exceptionally pure and solid, devoid of any issues. Although Hanli did not provide a detailed account of the circumstances, it ultimately seemed to be a positive development. "I am truly grateful for your assistance and companionship, as my daughter's rapid advancement would not have been possible without you," Ning Fengji stated earnestly. "Ning Rongrong is our friend. Mutual aid is only natural," Hanli replied. "Let's move inside." Ning Fengji, eager to extend his hospitality, ushered everyone in. Once indoors, Ning Fengji promptly instructed his servants to bring forth the finest tea leaves. Before long, the servants returned with several steaming cups of tea, serving each person a cup. In the course of their conversation, Ning Rongrong could hardly contain her excitement as she recounted her recent adventures, particularly their encounters with soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, her words animated and vivid. "Initially, we merely wandered around the periphery, but later we ventured into the inner regions where the soul beasts were ferocious, and we even faced numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. Even those formidable creatures ultimately fell before us." Hearing her words, Ning Fengji and Douluo were once again astonished, their expressions reflecting incredulity. The sword Douluo, however, exhibited less surprise, having previously concealed himself to observe Hanli and the others' actions and having already been amazed. The intelligence from the soul arena had already been reported by the disciples, so Ning Fengji and Douluo were well aware that Hanli could repel a level 41 soul sect, and that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had collectively triumphed over that same sect. Now to hear they could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts, even after acquiring their 4th soul ring, was indeed astonishing. Under normal circumstances, only a solid soul king would possess the strength to confront a 10,000-year soul beast. Generally, soul masters, even in groups from the soul sect, would instinctively flee upon encountering such beasts, lacking the courage to engage in battle. Ning Fengji quickly organized his thoughts, his mind racing with possibilities. He contemplated recruiting these 3 youngsters, more accurately, these extraordinary talents, particularly Hanli, whose support had been pivotal in the success of the 3 young women. Perhaps he could be invited to become a son-in-law. Ning Fengji mused, his gaze fixed on Hanli. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had an ancient teaching that the partner of an auxiliary soul master must be a combat-type soul master. as auxiliary soul masters cannot defend themselves and rely heavily on others for protection. In Ning Fengji's view, having Han Li as a son-in-law would mean he was one of them, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety. Moreover, with Han Li's demonstrated talent, he could very well ascend to the title Douluo realm in 20 years. By that time, even if the sword and bone Douluo were no longer present, with Ning Rongrong's support, Han Li would possess the strength to maintain the glory of the seven treasure glazed tile school. Ozgusts, Hunli, Zuzuking, and Xiao Wu refrained from boasting about their past accomplishments. Ning Rongrong, however, seemed to have opened a floodgate, continuously sharing their tales. Don't you have even more impressive feats? Ning Fengji inquired with keen interest. Indeed, while at Shrek Academy, Zhu Qing, as a great soul master, defeated Zhao Wujin without using her third soul skill, compressing her soul power down to level 33, Ning Rongrong elaborated. You all know Zhao Wujin, right? The one nicknamed the Immovable King, whom you mentioned before. Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo listened in stunned silence, fully aware of Zhao Wujin's formidable strength. In the past, Zhao Wujia's formidable prowess as a soul emperor earned him the ire of the Spirit Hall. He managed to escape a siege by 16 bishops. A testament to his strength, Zhao Wujia was no ordinary individual. Even when compressing his soul power to 33rd rank, he could undoubtedly surpass soul masters of the same level. Could it be that your good friend possessed soul power exceeding 33rd rank back then? Ning Fengji pointed out. The three women, including Zhu Zhuqing, appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of the circumstances. Han Li interjected, explaining that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power during that period was likely around 34th rank. Otherwise, she would not have triumphed over Zhao Wujia. The group was bewildered, and Zhu Zhuqing herself wore a look of confusion, unable to recall possessing such high soul power. Zhuqing, although you had not acquired your third spirit ring at that time, through relentless training and experiences in the battle arena, your soul power has undoubtedly advanced without your realization. Anli continua. Zhu Zhuqing simply failed to notice her own progress. Ning Fengji and the Elder Swordbone were taken aback. They had always believed that one must acquire spirit rings immediately upon reaching the corresponding soul power level, thinking that without spirit rings, further enhancement of soul power was impossible. It appeared, however, that reality was quite different. Sword Douluo, curious, turned to Xiao Wu and Han Li, inquiring, have either of you fought against Zhao Wujia? Xiao Wu had battled Zhao Wujia at 39th rank, but at that time her soul power was somewhat lacking, leading to her defeat. After hearing Han Li's statement, Ning Fengji and the others finally felt it was within the realm of normalcy. And what about you? Anli Modesli Rablia. I might have had a slight edge over Zhao Wujia. Ning Fengji and the others assumed Han Li had defeated Zhao Wujia at 39th rank, which they deemed impressive. However, Ning Rongrong's subsequent remarks left them questioning their understanding of reality. Han Li is unlike us. He is extraordinarily powerful. He defeated Zhao Wujia when he was utilizing his soul king-level strength. Even Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, could not contend with Han Li. Ning Rongrong spoke with a tone of admiration. Sword Douluo and the others were incredulous, yet upon reflection, they realized there was some sense in it. If Han Li lacked such strength, how could he dare lead the women in challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? Han Li's true strength was even more formidable. Later, Zhao Wujia employed his 6th soul skill with 61st rank soul power, and Flender, with 62nd rank soul power, fought alongside him. Both were vanquished by Han Li. What? Sword Douluo could no longer contain his composure, rising in astonishment and scrutinizing Han Li from a distance. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo shared similar expressions, gazing at Han Li with the eyes of someone beholding a monster. Xiao Wu and the other women were less surprised, having grown accustomed to Han Li's extraordinary abilities, though they too could not fathom why someone of their age was so remarkably powerful. Han Li, tell me honestly, how old are you? Ning Fengji asked, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li. You aren't experiencing some sort of youthful rejuvenation, are you? Otherwise, there seems to be no reasonable explanation for this. Those super sects or geniuses from the Spirit Hall who attain Soul Master rank at this age are considered prodigies. Yet here you stand with power rivaling that of a Soul Emperor. It is simply unfathomable. Han Li took a deep breath and began to recount. To tell you the truth, I once encountered an extraordinarily powerful master. He never disclosed his name, likely having long since renounced fame and fortune. I suppose he saw potential in me and decided to take me on as a disciple. My master is enigmatic, well-read, and possesses knowledge of everything under heaven. Serving as my role model, under his guidance, I have acquired many invaluable skills and insights unattainable elsewhere. Chapter 78. What? The Spirit Hall has over 20 Douluo. Hanli continued. Subsequently, I encountered some rare opportunities. I cannot explain why, but the speed at which my soul power has increased has been remarkable. As Hanli vividly described his experiences, Ning Fengji and the others accepted his words with conviction. Where's your master now? Ning Fengji asked anxiously. Although he had no clear leads regarding Hanli's master, he was certain that this figure was an extraordinary being. Establishing a connection with such a powerful individual would bode well for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My master taught me for a while before bidding me farewell. He mentioned he was going overseas to seek great opportunities for breaking through his own limits. Hanli raplia nonchalantly. Ning Fengji and the others bowed their heads, sighing in regret. I actually feel my situation is not particularly remarkable. My master once told me that there are geniuses within the Spirit Hall with innate soul power reaching 20 levels, and their spirit quality is exceedingly high. Hanli Yadakazwadi. His revelations were astonishing, and throughout this brief conversation, the group was left in a state of shock on numerous occasions. Is there truly such a thing? Ning Fengji and the others reacted strongly. This news was completely unknown to them. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astounded, though they felt less envious given their rapid progress alongside Hanli. The Spirit Hall is teeming with talent, far beyond our imagination. In the past, the Douluo continent had never ceased its myriad conflicts, yet in recent years, the Spirit Master world had suddenly quieted. Ning Fengji suspected this was not a good sign, but rather an omen of an impending storm. Whenever something seems out of the ordinary, there is likely a hidden agenda. I suspect the Spirit Hall is scheming behind the scenes, Ning Fengji lamented. Hanli shared this sentiment, noting that although Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was merely a woman, she harbored considerable ambition. The Spirit Hall was wary of the numerous mid-tier spirit masters within the two great empires, as well as the formidable superpowers among the top 3 sects. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall sought a legitimate rationale for unifying the continent, one that would command universal acceptance. Relying solely on brute force, no force on the continent could rival their might. My master informed me that the Spirit Hall's strength extends far beyond what is visible. In addition to the more than a dozen titled level elders, they also have 7 offerings with soul power levels exceeding 95. Among them is the mightiest Douluo, known as the Unrivaled in the Sky, a 99th level limit Douluo. Douluo was also the previous pope of the Spirit Hall. Beneath Douluo, I can recall another offering at 98 level. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo could scarcely contain their astonishment, having previously heard tales of Douluo and Tang San, those top-tier powerhouses, only to lose track of them later. Especially for Sword Douluo, whose father had perished after a defeat against Douluo. Hearing news of him again filled the group with incredulity. If what you say is true, should the Spirit Hall decide to act, we would stand no chance of resistance. Sword Douluo stated weakly. Are you sure they are still alive? He inquired urgently. Hanli replied with calm assurance. They are likely still alive. My master mentioned he could not defeat Douluo, which is why he chose to venture overseas in search of opportunities. He seemed to be heading to a place called Sea God Island. Hanli Fainat Ambigiti. Ning Fengji and the others had heard of Sea God Island in the past. The Spirit Hall had attempted to expand its influence by sending a large force to attack it, only to suffer a crushing defeat and lose many skilled individuals. The Sword Douluo has indeed ascended to the ranks of the continent's foremost powerhouses, possessing formidable strength. However, upon hearing of the existence of the 98th and 99th levels, a sense of helplessness washed over him. With a deep sigh, the Sword Douluo recalled his father's words before his passing. Once you reach above the 95th level, each subsequent advancement is akin to a rebirth, with a vast disparity in soul power. Challenging higher ranks is nearly an impossible feat at this moment. Ning Rongrong spoke confidently. It's all right. What you adults cannot achieve, we shall take upon ourselves. Perhaps we will even strive to reach the 99th level in the future. Ning Fengji and the others nodded with amusement, recognizing the extraordinary talent of these young individuals, which far surpassed their own at the same age. The prospect of them becoming titled Douluos appeared quite promising. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that they could indeed reach the 95th or 99th levels. As Ning Rongrong suggested, Ning Fengji held high hopes for them and could not help but fantasize about the advantages of a strong alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Nonetheless, a hint of worry lingered on their faces, for the distant waters could not quench their immediate thirst. Even if Han Li and others could ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, it remained uncertain when that would occur. My master has mentioned that the offerings represented by Qian Douluo generally refrain from intervening in worldly affairs unless the Spirit Hall is facing a life-or-death crisis. They are usually preoccupied with their own pursuits of further breakthroughs, Han Li stated nonchalantly. Upon learning that these formidable beings were indifferent to worldly matters, Ning Fengji and the others finally felt a sense of relief. However, Han Li continued, yet the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also at the 98th or 99th level, and it seems she possesses some extraordinary opportunity. Her power is truly terrifying. Below Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall boasts around a dozen titled Douluos among its elders, along with a plethora of Soul Douluos, Soul Sages, and mid-tier Soul Masters. Undeniably deserving of the title of the continent's most powerful faction, Ning Fengji was acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's might, as the sect had consistently dispatched disciples to gather relevant intelligence. The feedback indicated only that Bibi Dong was a titled Douluo with no knowledge of her elevated rank. It appeared that Bibi Dong had yet to initiate any warfare, likely due to her apprehension of the power held by the top 3 sects in the 2 great empires. Moreover, the Spirit Hall lacked a justifiable reason to wage war, as doing so would instantly render them the continent's common enemy, a scenario Bibi Dong would certainly wish to avoid. Ning Fengji fell into deep contemplation, speculating about Han Li's master's identity, a top-tier powerhouse capable of contending with Qian Douluo. The only name that came to mind was Tang San. Otherwise, how could Han Li possess such extensive knowledge of matters unknown even to the powerful and influential? Han Li, may I inquire how the Spirit Hall would act if they were determined to wage war? Ning Fengti urgently sought counsel. Han Li rebelled almost instinctively. My master says Bibi Dong is quite astute, not a foolish woman, so she would not act overtly. It is highly probable that she would devise ways to incite conflict among the various sects and kingdoms, even instigating war between the 2 great empires. In such a scenario, the Spirit Hall could present itself under the banner of justice, intervening to suppress the chaos, seizing the opportunity to annihilate the continent's major factions, including the Tian-Do Empire and the Xing-Luo Empire. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall could rightfully claim all territories, effortlessly unifying the entire continent. The Spirit Hall is indeed orchestrating a grand scheme. The sole piece of good news is that this eventuality will not materialize swiftly. At least for the next 3 to 5 years, the Spirit Hall is unlikely to take any significant action. India Ushatuna, Fanli Ramarka. My master has ventured overseas in search of breakthroughs, hoping to enhance his own strength to thwart Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall in the future. Of course, Han Li remained somewhat reserved with Ning Fengji and the others, not disclosing everything he knew, such as the fact that the crown prince of the Tian-Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, was an impersonation of Qian Renxue. Under Han Li's vivid narration, Ning Fengji and the others fully believed in the existence of Han Li's formidable master. After all, how could a mere child possess such profound insights and secrets unknown even to the powerful? In summary, this information was of paramount importance to them. As the sect leader, Ning Fengji was determined to prevent the 7-treasure glazed tile school from being crushed by the Spirit Hall. He needed to strategize before that could happen. He contemplated reaching out to the Haotian sect and other major powers, as well as the Tian-Do royal family, to collectively address this grave matter. As night fell, a veil of darkness enveloped the 7-treasure glazed tile school, with dazzling lights illuminating the surroundings like a constellation of stars. To welcome Han Li and his companions, Ning Fengji hosted a grand banquet in their honor. On the smooth, polished table lay an array of delectable dishes accompanied by fragrant fine wine. The guests gathered together, relishing the culinary delights, toasting, and sharing laughter. Han Li, make sure to eat plenty. This is the perfect time for you to grow, Ning Fengji said with a smile. He had already informed the sect's chefs to ensure that the evening's offerings were not only delicious but also nutritionally rich. Observing the sumptuous feast, Han Li felt a sense of awe. The 7-treasure glazed tile school truly lived up to its reputation as the wealthiest sect, rivaling a full imperial banquet. After feasting to their heart's content, Ning Rongrong took Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing on a tour of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The expansive grounds were akin to a small city, making it impossible to explore everything in a short span. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji convened with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to discuss significant matters. That evening, Han Li and his companion stayed overnight at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. residing in luxurious accommodations comparable to a hotel suite. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, as dawn broke, while the four children indulged in sleep, Ning Fengji set out with the Douluo, eager to relay crucial information to the Haotian sect. Ning Fengji could hardly wait. He was intent on forming alliances with other factions to unveil the Spirit Hall schemes. Shortly thereafter, Han Li and the others began to awaken. Grandpa Jian, will have my father and Grandpa Gu gone? Ning Rongrong inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes in confusion. Having returned for a rare visit, she had expected her father and the two grandfathers to dote on her, as they once did, only to find them absent early in the morning. The Douluo succinctly relayed the news of their departure. The four had already explored much of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school the previous day, and remaining there with nothing to do felt rather tedious. Since we have some time on our hands, why not engage in a friendly spar? Xiao Wu proposed. The others unanimously agreed. Xiao Wu, let us have a match. I want to gauge the difference between us. Zhu Zhuqing declared first. Typically aloof, Zhu Zhuqing seldom spoke, but her thirst for strength was unparalleled. All right, let us do this. Xiao Wu immediately accepted the challenge. The group exited the main hall and proceeded to a spacious clearing, where the two women took their stances. Zhu Zhuqing struck first, darting in from the side with impressive speed. What incredible speed! The observing Douluo could not help but exclaim. He was certain that no soul master of the same rank could match Zhu Zhuqing's velocity. However, Xiao Wu was no easy opponent either. She too favored speed and, with a higher level of soul power, effortlessly evaded the initial wave of attacks with a swift sidestep. Fourth soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. Zhu Zhuqing shouted. Since acquiring her fourth soul ring, this marked the first occasion for Zhu Zhuqing to unleash her fourth soul skill. In the next instant, her body manifested several clones, each identical to her original form, launching an assault on Xiao Wu from various directions. Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones were not mere phantoms left in the wake of her extraordinary speed. They were tangible entities capable of inflicting damage. The addition of these clones significantly diminished the speed disparity between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu found herself not only defending against multiple simultaneous attacks from the clones, but also remaining vigilant against Zhu Zhuqing, who lurked behind her, rendering the situation quite strenuous. Before long, Xiao Wu had expended a considerable amount of soul power, causing her movements to slow considerably. A golden opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmered. With her third soul skill, Phantom Slash, her hands converged above her head, the tips of her 10 fingers merging into a formidable blade. As soul power surged into it, the blade emanated a terrifying black light. Zhu Zhuqing descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Xiao Wu. Is Zhu Zhuqing on the verge of victory? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. But at that moment, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Wu's mouth. Zhuqing, you've fallen into my trap. Suddenly, Xiao Wu unleashed her own fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Soul power coalesced around her form, enveloping her in a dazzling golden exterior. While employing the Invincible Golden Body, Xiao Wu became immune to all physical attacks. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Slash collided with Xiao Wu, inflicting no tangible harm whatsoever. In a swift motion, Xiao Wu seized Zhu Zhuqing, locking her neck and restraining her body. I believe this battle should come to an end, Xiao Wu declared triumphantly. Zhu Zhuqing nodded weakly. Having poured all her soul power into this final strike, should it fail, she would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had made significant progress. Anli remarca calmly. Once Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had recuperated, a new round of sparring commenced. Let me engage in a fierce battle with you. As a means to test your abilities, Han Li stepped forward. Huh? The three women felt a twinge of trepidation. They were all too aware of Han Li's formidable prowess, which was beyond their capacity to challenge. Fear not. I shall, of course, compress my soul power in advance. Surely, the three of you working in unison will have a fighting chance. After a moment of contemplation, the three women resolved to accept this challenge. Chapter 80. Han Li versus the Douluo. Although Han Li was indeed powerful, the progress made by the three women during this period had been remarkable. Each had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, each possessing 4 soul skills. Coupled with their prolonged cooperation, they had developed an impressive synergy, making them formidable adversaries. Rong, provide us with support from the back. Xiao Wu called out loudly. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, their speed astonishing as they left several afterimages in the air. The Douluo couldn't help but marvel. The speed displayed by the two women during their previous battle had already been remarkable, but with Ning Rongrong's assistance, they soared to new heights. "Kulme, let me experience your advancements," Han Li stated nonchalantly. With that, he methodically countered the assault from the two women, even though their speed was astounding. In truth, if it were a genuine battle with real stakes, Han Li would prioritize attacking Ning Rongrong first. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, of which she was a member, was renowned as the strongest support-type martial soul on the continent, providing unparalleled benefits to its allies. However, Han Li's engagement with them was primarily to assess their strength and further hone their cooperation. Thus, he chose not to adopt the most straightforward approach, but instead patiently exchange blows with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "You're still a bit slow," Han Li remarked coolly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust, which doubled her speed and significantly enhanced her attack power. Xiao Wu was equally undeterred, frequently employing her teleportation skill to execute a series of unexpected attacks. Han Li adeptly handled the encirclement from both women without faltering. "I am about to unleash my full strength. Be cautious." He silently activated the soul skill granted by the system, transforming into the White Tiger, significantly enhancing all his attributes. It was as if Han Li had gained an additional support type, Soul Master, on his side. Wielding his scythe, he struck with deliberate care to avoid harming the two women, opting to use the solid blade for his counterattack. Han Li accurately anticipated Xiao Wu's next landing spot, delivering a powerful strike with the blade. The force was tremendous, sending Xiao Wu flying. Zhu Zhuqing, still intent on putting up a fight, found herself effortlessly subdued by Han Li without the use of any soul skills. This battle, where one faced three, concluded in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Xiao Wu and her companions sighed in resignation. After emerging from the Stardow forest, they had been reveling in their newfound strength. Yet before Han Li, they felt exceedingly diminutive. "You need not despair, compared to soul masters of the same rank. You are remarkably exceptional," Han Li encouraged. The three women nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Han Li was the true anomaly. They decided it would be best not to measure themselves against him, lest they feel a profound sense of imbalance. "Of course, what you must strive for is continuous improvement. Regarding the previous battle, I observed numerous areas where you can still grow," Han Li continued. "Firstly, Xiao Wu, in terms of pure speed, you cannot surpass Zhu Zhuqing, as she is a more extreme, agility-based soul master. With the aid of her teleportation skill, you can temporarily exceed Zhu Zhuqing's speed, but cannot compare to spatial mobility." Han Li expressed that while Xiao Wu's teleportation may seem elusive, it follows a certain pattern. Once her rhythm is discerned, anyone could easily counter her. "Xiao Wu, you must take heed of this in future battles. Strive to control your teleportation more effectively, and introduce an element of unpredictability so that your adversaries cannot perceive your movements." At that moment, the Sword Law approached casually and remarked, "Being with you youngsters makes me feel considerably younger. Count me in for the sparring," he added. At this declaration, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left in a state of disbelief, their faces expressing utter incredulity. The Sword Law was a genuine title Daw, his martial soul, the seven-killing sword, recognized as a top-tier weapon martial soul, even among peers of the same rank. He was not to be underestimated. Regardless of how fierce their previous clash had been, it paled in comparison to a child's play in the presence of the Sword Law. "Grandpa Jian, it is unbecoming for someone of your esteemed stature to bully children." Ning Rongrong approached, tugging at the Sword Law's attire, playfully protesting. The Sword Law reached out, gently stroking Ning Rongrong's forehead, smiling as he said, "How could I bully you? I merely wished to join in and experience the thrill of youthful combat." Since the Sword Law had expressed such intent, Han Li responded affirmatively. "Then let us see how this unfolds." The Sword Law took a keen interest in Han Li, deciding to commence with a one-on-one duel against him. Yesterday, he had heard from Ning Rongrong about Han Li's victory over Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who wielded the strength of a Soul Emperor. To underestimate this young man would likely lead to his own defeat. Thus, the Sword Law raised the stakes, proclaiming, "What if I were to utilize my soul power at level 65? During Han Li's trials in the Stardow Great Forest, he successfully ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, elevating his soul power to level 71. Han Li nodded in affirmation, indicating his readiness. The three young women stood nearby, their attention fully captivated by the impending clash, eager not to miss a single detail. As the battle commenced, Han Li and the Sword Law unleashed their respective martial souls, both wielding weapon-based souls, One brandished a blade, while the other wielded sword. However, Han Li's weapon appeared to be an ordinary sickle, whereas the sword Douluo's sword was renowned throughout the world as the seven-killing sword. In terms of martial soul quality, Han Li was at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. "Allow me to witness the prowess of your sickle," the sword Douluo remarked. A formidable sword floated in midair, emanating a faint white light that resembled a chilling sword intent. The sword Douluo gracefully leaped, his feet landing on the large sword, and soared through the air. In response, Han Li immediately swung his sickle with all his might, unleashing two swift blade strikes that hurtled toward the sword Douluo. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. The sword Douluo softly intoned, and numerous small light swords coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. The two blade strikes collided with his shield, failing to create even the slightest ripple. While the world recognized the sword Douluo's unparalleled offensive prowess, few were aware of his equally formidable defensive capabilities. "Young man, there is no need to exert all your strength. You will find yourself defeated," the sword Douluo advised. Han Li's attacks did not hinder the sword Douluo's advance. He continued to fly forward on his sword, closing the distance between them. The consequences of being in close quarters with the sword Douluo would be dire. Gripping his sickle with both hands, Han Li unleashed his third soul skill, and a brilliant light emanated from the sickle. Chapter 81. A Visit to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Avalanche's Intrusion. In the blink of an eye, the sickle in Han Li's hands radiated an exceptionally bright light, significantly enhancing the power of his next strike. Just then, the sword Douluo swung his sword in response. The clash of blade against sword produced a cacophony of metallic resonance, a sound that pierced the air. Observing from the sidelines, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing clasped their ears in discomfort, overwhelmed by the noise. "Taste my strike." Seizing the moment of their weapons' collision, Han Li's free hand formed a fist and struck toward the sword Douluo. Mighty Vajra Palm. This was a system reward Han Li acquired after his victory against Zhao Wujin. The sword Douluo was clearly taken aback by Han Li's unexpected maneuver, caught off guard and forced to retreat several steps. "Could this be your self-created soul skill?" the sword Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that Han Li's martial soul was a sickle, and thus the corresponding soul skills were expected to relate to it, making such a skill improbable. Han Li, with an expression unperturbed, nodded in tacit acknowledgement. There could be no better explanation. "How intriguing. It has been ages since I encountered an opponent of your caliber." The sword Douluo laughed heartily. As a top-tier powerhouse of the continent, the more formidable the adversary, the more exhilarated the sword Douluo became. Fourth soul skill, Manifest Killing Intent. The moment this soul skill was deployed, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from within the sword Douluo, surging toward Han Li once more. The sword Douluo's attributes were significantly enhanced by this soul skill, rendering him even more formidable. In a critical moment, Han Li invoked the Cat Eagle Guardian, a sixth soul skill of Flander, as a yellow light infused with life energy coalesced around him. With the formidable defense of the Cat Eagle Guardian, Han Li successfully thwarted the sword Douluo's assault. The two engaged in a protracted exchange of blows, and when the time felt right, Han Li declared that he had exhausted his soul power, bringing the intense battle to a close. Han Li had refrained from deploying his full strength during this encounter, always holding back. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly simple for Han Li, as a soul sage, to deal with the sword Douluo, who was only utilizing soul power at level 65. Han Li had already showcased an abundance of terrifying prowess, yet it was prudent to temper his display. Naturally, even in defeat, the sword Douluo held Han Li in high regard. "My victory over you is merely due to the advantage of age. I dare say that at your age, I would not have surpassed your current abilities," the sword Douluo generously praised. Previously, he had observed Han Li from the shadows, but experiencing a first-hand battle was a vastly different sensation, leading him to regard Han Li with newfound respect. In the days to come, the sword Douluo would engage with Han Li and his companions in sparring sessions, sometimes dueling Han Li alone, and at other times facing off against Xiao Wu and the others. Although the three young women held a distinct numerical advantage, they posed far less pressure on the sword Douluo. Even while compressing his soul power, the sword Douluo could effortlessly defeat them. Of course, he also attempted to confront all four of Han Li's companions simultaneously, which proved somewhat challenging. However, he ultimately emerged victorious without significant peril. 8 months swiftly passed, yet Ning Fengji and the others had yet to return. Bored after such a prolonged stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Han Li suggested an excursion. Ning Rongrong shared this sentiment, increasingly finding the outside world far more interesting than remaining at home. Why don't we visit Heaven-Do City? It is the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, a sprawling metropolis not too far from here. Hanli initially intended to venture out with the three young women alone, but the sword Douluo, feeling somewhat uneasy, decided to accompany them. Soto City was a large urban center, yet Heaven-Do City surpassed it in scale. The city walls alone, which represented the city's grandeur, were far more magnificent than those of Soto City. Heaven-Do City boasted a vast population, thriving commerce and industry, and comprehensive infrastructure. The broad avenues were filled not only with locals, but also numerous visitors and merchants from all corners of the world. Heaven-Do City is immense. Xiao Wu exclaimed in awe. When I was young, Grandpa Jian often brought me here. I know of many delightful spots, Ning Rongrong excitedly declared. Following this, Ning Rongrong led the group to several renowned attractions before they ventured to a commercial center. The three young women browsed multiple clothing stores, purchasing numerous beautiful garments and feeling thoroughly satisfied. They spent 2 to 3 days in Heaven-Do City, exploring every enjoyable locale as if they were on vacation. Shall we pay a visit to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Although it only admits the nobility of the empire, it remains the most luxurious and prestigious academy in Heaven-Do, the sword Douluo suggested. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy was not established in the bustling city center, but rather in a serene suburb, allowing students to concentrate fully on their cultivation. The academy lacked protective facilities, with an open gate emblazoned with the institution's name. At the entrance, Han Li and his companions encountered a few students. The leader, tall and possessing light brown hair and a refined appearance, wore a uniform that exuded an air of entitlement. Han Li recognized him as none other than Avalanche, the third prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. Oh, what a splendid day it is. The academy is graced by several lovely ladies. Avalanche leered intently at Xiao Wu and the others. He approached, casting greedy glances at the young women. Do you know where you are? The Heaven-Do Royal Academy is not a place for ordinary folk, but on a good day I might consider allowing you to explore a bit. Avalanche said with a smirk, his demeanor decidedly lecherous. Jian Douluo could not help but furrow his brow. He had long heard tales of the many inept noble offspring within the Tiando Royal Academy, yet he was taken aback to encounter one so swiftly upon his arrival. Xiao Wu, being of an impetuous nature, could not restrain herself upon hearing such an affront directed at them. Do you not know how to address your elder sister, Xiao Wu? Are you seeking your demise? With swift strides, Xiao Wu charged forward, unceremoniously lifting Shui Peng as though he were a mere chick, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. What are you doing? Do you have any idea who I am? Put me down at once. Shui Peng exclaimed in panic, startled by the sudden aggression, which was far from what he had anticipated. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Xiao Wu retorted, delivering a powerful kick to Shui Peng's midsection, sending him hurtling towards a distant pillar. The pillar swayed precariously, nearly collapsing, while Shui Peng lay sprawled beneath it, utterly disheveled. Are you all right? One of his subordinates approached, flustered and at a loss. What are you still doing standing there? Go and take revenge for me. Shui Peng seethed, humiliated. The subordinates gathered their courage and began to encircle Xiao Wu. Chapter 82. The Tiando Royal Team Seeks Revenge. Excellent. Xiao Wu surveyed her surroundings, unperturbed. Han Li and the others remained steadfast behind her, showing no inclination to intervene, as they deemed these unworthy opponents easily manageable for Xiao Wu alone. The subordinates clenched their fists, advancing upon her, their average physique and weak soul power evident to all. With a swift 180-degree turn, Xiao Wu placed her right hand on the ground, supporting her entire body as she began to spin rapidly, her legs splayed. All the advancing subordinates were sent flying by her powerful kick, losing consciousness in an instant. In mere moments, Xiao Wu had effortlessly incapacitated everyone present. How about it? Do you wish to continue fighting your elder sister, Xiao Wu? She said, fixing her gaze on Shui Peng with a nonchalant demeanor. Shui Peng stood up, declaring, the best strategy is to retreat. Xiao Wu had already surmised his true intentions. She rose on her toes and leaped gracefully to block his path. You shall not escape, she shouted. Before Shui Peng could react, Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Although often brash, she possessed considerable intelligence. Shui Peng, a student at the Tiando Royal Academy, was surrounded by numerous subordinates, clearly not an ordinary individual, suggesting he had powerful backing. Thus, Xiao Wu refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely administering a lesson to this audacious individual. Soon, Shui Peng lay defeated on the ground. Remember this, do not bully girls, Xiao Wu proclaimed, dusting off her hands as she completed her task. Having dealt with these hindrances, Jiandoa and the others successfully entered the inner sanctum of the Tiando Royal Academy. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had recently accepted invitations from several nobles, leading the Tiando Royal team to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for training. Both were regarded as prodigies of the Academy's current generation, expecting to dominate the arena with ease, yet they encountered a disheartening defeat. They lost thoroughly. If their opponents had been teams with significantly higher soul power, they might have found some solace, but the reality was that they were bested by a group of children. Wang Tianzhu felt the brunt of the humiliation. Despite being a level 41 soul master, he was defeated by a soul scholar and a great soul master working in tandem. The indignation weighed heavily on him. Since returning to the academy, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had tirelessly trained day and night, striving to elevate their strength at an accelerated pace. However, this prolonged period of arduous training took a toll on them, and their teacher advised them to balance work with rest. Thus, they resolved to take a day off to leisurely explore the academy and alleviate their minds. Tiantian, look over there. Is that not the group that defeated us in the arena? Wang Tianzhu suddenly pointed to a nearby site. Indeed, Han Li and his companions were crossing a small bridge, engaged in jovial conversation. Those four are the main force that bested us last time. Ye Tiantian affirmed. Her gertenti unyaviding. Having suffered such a significant loss to Han Li's group, they would recognize them, even if reduced to ashes. Wang Tianzhu clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Excellent! We have finally encountered them. Today is our chance for revenge." Previously, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian had sought to challenge them, yet they had been unable to locate Han Li and his companions, which had caused them considerable frustration. At that moment, a few figures approached. "Seniors, where are you headed?" inquired a tall, handsome young man. His name was Yu Qianheng, the captain of the second team of the Tiando Royal team, distinguished by his long, golden hair and striking demeanor. Following him was Du Guyan, a stunning figure with an alluring physique and captivating features. Her short purple hair and emerald green eyes a rarity in the Douluo continent. "We're going to engage in a battle with those brats," Wang Tianzhu replied, his gaze fixed ahead. Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan glanced in that direction, spotting Han Li and his companions, who were noticeably smaller than themselves. Assuming that Han Li and his group possessed inferior soul power, Yu Qianheng hastily remarked, "There is no need for seniors to intervene. We can handle such children ourselves." Wang Tianzhu turned to him, his expression unyielding. "Do not be deceived by their appearances. They are formidable opponents, and you are not their match." "Impossible." Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan were incredulous. Wang Tianzhu said nothing further, striding ahead with determination, and the others closely followed. Xiao Wu was the first to spot Wang Tianzhu and his companions, unable to contain her amusement. "Ah, what a coincidence to encounter former adversaries in this place. Have you not yet had your fill of being beaten?" Her words dripped with scorn. Yu Qianheng, incensed, retorted arrogantly, "Who do you think you are, country bumpkins, to speak to seniors in such a manner?" Wang Tianzhu, maintaining his composure, quelled Yu Qianheng's outburst and addressed Han Li and his companions. "Do you have the courage to face us once more? You are outnumbered, so let's first engage in a series of one-on-one duels, followed by a 4-on-4 skirmish. What say you?" "Anli shukulat, samingli amusavielurusi abang tianzu's foolishness." "Very well, I shall grant you the chance for revenge. However, let be known that we are not bullies. You can challenge that vice captain to a duel against Zhu Zhuqing." This infuriated Wang Tianzhu immensely. In Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing, despite being a great soul master, had managed to hold her own against a level 35 soul scholar, leaving a lasting impression on them. Yet Wang Tianzhu and Vice Captain Yi Tiantian were a level 41 soul master and a level 38 soul scholar, respectively. Regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's impressive performance, asking her to face both Wang Tianzhu and the vice captain was clearly a sign of disrespect. Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan were bewildered by the situation, yet they were equally provoked by Han Li's arrogance. "You truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Seniors, are you using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow us to take on this task." Yu Qianheng insisted again, with Du Guyan echoing his sentiments. Meanwhile, Han Li subtly exchanged glances with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both women immediately understanding and nodding in agreement. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, each illuminating the ground beneath them with 4 resplendent soul rings, a sight most striking. "Good heavens! A soul sect! Wang Tianzhu, Ye Tiantian, Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng." And the other team members, along with students from the Royal Academy who had gathered nearby, were utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, repeatedly glancing back to confirm if their vision had deceived them. Yet, the truth lay starkly before them. Disbelief was futile. Chapter 83. All of you come at us together. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian found themselves questioning their very existence. All along, they had considered themselves the chosen ones, the pillars of the empire, rare geniuses. However, they were continuously undermined by Han Li and these seemingly insignificant children. In comparison, where was the essence of genius within them? Witnessing the profound changes in their expressions, Han Li and Xiao Wu erupted into laughter. Even the sword Douluo could not suppress a chuckle. What is the matter? Are you and your companions utterly dumbfounded? Xiao Wu taunted playfully. Wang Tianzhu snapped back to reality, his face betraying disbelief. Not long ago, weren't you merely a great soul master? And you are but a soul sovereign. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Tianzhu muttered, seemingly losing his composure. Du Bian and Yu Tianheng. Hearing Wang Tianzhu's words, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. What? She was a great soul master just 2 months ago, and now she is a soul sect? They clearly struggled to accept this reality. Han Li responded nonchalantly. What is impossible about it? Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Are you all blind? Previously, they simply lacked soul rings, hence their lower realms. The world is vast. Don't presume that your studies at the Tiando Royal Academy place you above others. For you are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, mere novices. Rather than doubting, you should venture out and explore the world. Han Li chastised the crowd, his imposing demeanor silencing any rebuttal. Today, Han Li and his companions had vividly illustrated a lesson through their actions. By the way, weren't you here to issue a challenge? Why don't you step up? Han Li beckoned Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian to engage, but at that moment, they had lost their prior confidence and bravado, now feeling anxious and unsettled. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. After much internal conflict, they finally summoned the courage to advance. Zhu Zhuqing, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, decided to take the initiative. Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian unleashed their full efforts to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught, their faces displaying evident distress. Having acquired 2 soul rings consecutively, Zhu Zhuqing's power had significantly surged, placing immense pressure upon the duo. Nevertheless, relying on their numerical advantage, they managed to hold on for a time. Zhu Zhuqing recognized this and promptly devised a counter-strategy. 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone, she exclaimed. In an instant, several clones materialized behind Zhu Zhuqing, all tangible entities capable of sharing the burden of battle. She directed these clones to charge at Wang Tianzhu while setting her sights on Yi Tiantian. Yi Tiantian, a control-type soul master adept in mid-range combat, faced dire consequences if a melee soul master closed in. Since Wang Tianzhu was preoccupied with Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones, he could not provide timely support. Under the relentless assault from Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Tiantian soon found herself defeated. Once Yi Tiantian was eliminated, Zhu Zhuqing could concentrate all her efforts on Wang Tianzhu. Without Yi Tiantian's assistance, Wang Tianzhu stood alone, and his defeat was merely a matter of time. Zhu Zhuqing triumphed, vanquishing the captain and vice-captain of the royal combat team, leaving the audience in awe. This cannot be real. Yu Tianheng was profoundly shaken. In his eyes, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian were formidable seniors, always his aspirational targets. Yet, the two of them, even when united, were no match for that small girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, unable to contain her eagerness for battle, announced, "How about this? You 5 team members come at me together. I shall face you." She gestured towards the remaining 5 members of the first team, dismissing Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan of the second team entirely. The individuals called upon by Xiao Wu turned pale with fear. Had it been earlier, they might have retained some confidence, but now, after witnessing their captain and vice-captain fall to Zhu Zhuqing, dread enveloped them. "No way. Do you lack the courage to even face me?" Xiao Wu mocked as they hesitated to respond. "Is this truly the renowned Tiando Royal Academy? I find it lacking." Such derisive words. They felt their dignity stripped away. Yet still, they dared not engage in combat. Han Li mused that these fellows must have been petrified. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about this? Both the first and second teams come at us together." Suddenly, Yu Tianheng shouted, "All right, let us do it your way." Their first and vice-captain had just been defeated, their morale shattered, and he, as the captain of the second team, felt compelled to step up. "If we win, you must apologize to us and to the Tiando Royal Academy." Yu Tianheng fixated on Han Li, asserting his demand. Han Li shrugged, indicating he had no objections, for they were bound to emerge victorious. A few individuals behind Yu Tianheng whispered their doubts about their chances of winning. Yu Tianheng inhaled deeply, his expression grave. They are indeed strong, but we have the advantage in numbers. He planned to employ a strategy of attrition, continually draining the soul power of Han Li and his companions. Even the mightiest would eventually exhaust their energies. Once they were depleted, it would be the perfect opportunity for counterattack. Although this tactic appeared somewhat unsportsmanlike, Yu Tianheng was beyond such concerns. All he desired was vengeance, a release of pent-up frustration. They selected a spacious arena for the conflict, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. Students, teachers, and even members of the education committee arrived in droves. No one interrupted the battle. They merely stood aside, observing in silence. "Shall we formulate a strategy?" Xiao Wu inquired nonchalantly. "Same as always. You and Zhu Zhuqing will take the lead. Ning Rongrong will provide support, and I will protect Ning Rongrong from the rear. I'm the Suxing Li instructor." As the battle commenced, Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit, summoning a crystalline seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda that radiated an emerald green light. The crowd gasped. The onlookers, all soul masters, were far more discerning than the ordinary spectators of the Grand Soul Arena, immediately recognizing the world's premier support martial spirit. Ning Rongrong deftly assisted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. 3 beams of light enveloped the two combatants, significantly enhancing their speed, strength, and soul power for a brief duration. As Ning Rongrong had already attained the rank of a 4-ring soul sect, each enhancement she provided reached an impressive 50%. Chapter 84. The Royal Combat Team in Despair. The Dream God Machine invites. This is an exceedingly terrifying figure, ensuring that Ning Rongrong's companions can effortlessly engage in battles beyond their current level. Not to mention the ease with which they can handle opponents of considerably lower spirit power. When the spirit masters from the Tiando Royal Academy encounter the 2 young women, they are reduced to fragile, paper-thin figures. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing can inflict injuries with just a punch or a kick. The second team, comprising Yu Tianheng and Du Gaian, continuously harasses from the periphery, too intimidated to step forward for a direct confrontation. Given their current strength, advancing would only result in a single blow shattering them. Fortunately for the members of the Tiando Royal Academy, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian have recently regained their vitality after a brief period of recuperation and rejoined the fray. Han Li had previously stated that the 4 of them would battle the entire first and second teams. Thus, Wang Tianzhu and Yi Tiantian's participation in the conflict is not against the rules. As a level 41 spirit ancestor, he is undoubtedly the strongest on their side. He charges forward, crossing his arms to block Xiao Wu's kick. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's augmentation, Xiao Wu's kicking technique is even more formidable, propelling him back 10 meters. Is this the enhancement from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Am I truly finding it this arduous to withstand a single strike? Wang Tianzhu is astounded. He surveys the battlefield, witnessing his comrades being sent flying and knocked down by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Before long, apart from a few second team members who wisely retreat upon sensing danger, the others are left sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The 7 individuals led by Wang Tianzhu represent the pinnacle of the Academy's younger generation, preparing to participate in the prestigious All-Continent Senior Soul Master Competition scheduled for 6 months hence. Yet, they are being defeated by mere girls who had just turned 10. This is an utter disgrace. The head of the Academy's Board of Education, Dream Machine, gazes upon his once promising students being so thoroughly vanquished and feels a deep sense of helplessness. However, being a man of broad vision, he does not dwell on this incident for too long and instead shifts his focus to Xiao Wu and her companions. If he could recruit these exceptionally gifted children into the Academy, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Dream Machine, an elderly man with a thick white beard and sideburns, tall in stature with a few wrinkles on his face, is clad in a black leather coat adorned with golden trim. Allow me to introduce these 4 young prodigies. I am Dream Machine, the head of the Tiando Royal Academy's board, he states. Han Li raises an eyebrow, casually inquiring, "Are you seeking an explanation on behalf of these students?" Dream Machine quickly denies this. No. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. In my view, healthy competition among soul masters is more beneficial than detrimental. Their defeat at your hands merely illustrates their lack of skill. I harbor no intention of placing blame. What are you trying to convey? The talent you have displayed has left me in awe. I have been in the field of education for many years, yet I have never encountered such outstanding prodigies as you, Dream Machine earnestly remarks. It is clear that he is not merely flattering them, but genuinely marveling at their abilities. Considering your youth, I would encourage you to join us at the Tiando Royal Academy, where we offer the finest educational resources and an exceptional faculty. You would surely receive the highest quality of education here. Dream Machine continues, speaking fervently. Hanli interrupts him directly, expressing his disinterest. The teaching quality at the Tiando Royal Academy is inadequate. It cannot cater to the needs of the four of us, he asserts confidently. Were it anyone else, such words would surely provoke outrage. Yet Dream Machine remains unfazed, adopting a gracious demeanor. It matters not. Even if you do not wish to enroll, you're always welcome to visit. The Tiando Royal Academy is in dire need of individuals like you. As long as you are willing to join, we can discuss any terms you desire. Being the head of the board, Dream Machine possesses this authority. At that moment, the Sword Douluo stepped forward, positioning himself before Han, Li, and his companions. They are under my protection, Dream Machine. Do not entertain any notions regarding them, the Sword Douluo declares with commanding presence. Dream Machine and the others scrutinize the Sword Douluo closely, quickly recognizing his identity. It is the esteemed Sword Douluo Qinshin. I am deeply honored. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. The Sword Douluo's reputation resonates throughout the land, making him one of the most formidable existences even among titled Douluos. In a realm where strength is esteemed, it is entirely appropriate for Dream Machine and others to refer to him as senior. Rest assured, we have no intention of poaching your students. We merely wish for them to be affiliated with our academy, allowing them to participate in the All-Continent Senior Soul Master competition in the future. Dream Machine hastily clarifies, concerned about any possible misunderstandings with the Sword Douluo. These children will always belong to your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. We would not dare harbor any ulterior motives. You may propose any conditions you see fit. The Sword Douluo glances at the children, pondering for a moment before asking, are there any external spirit bones or similar valuable items available? Dream Machine and the others exchange glances, shaking their heads. They had not anticipated that the Sword Douluo would bring up external spirit bones right away. Such items hold immense value among soul masters, second only to 10,000-year spirit rings. To call them treasures would be an understatement. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. The Sword Douluo gestures dismissively. Money and power hold no interest for us. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect lacks for neither. What we seek is the means to enhance our strength. Dream Machine and the others sigh deeply, feeling a sense of regret, but refraining from pressing further. They had not expected to achieve success in one fell swoop, and instead hoped to gradually find opportunities for negotiation in the future. With sufficient sincerity, they believed they could eventually win the other party over. You are the most esteemed guests of the Tiando Royal Academy. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Dream Machine states respectfully. He intends to personally guide them through the academy and treat them to a lavish meal. However, at that moment, several uninvited guests suddenly arrive. When did the academy become so lively? The voice precedes the appearance of its owner. The crowd turns toward the source of the sound, revealing an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in aristocratic attire of red and white, sporting a somewhat sinister expression. Following closely behind him is Shuepeng, who had previously been soundly thrashed by Xiao Wu, along with an older man clad in black-green combat attire. This latter figure appears significantly younger, robust, and enigmatic. Upon regaining consciousness, Shuepeng immediately sought out his uncle, Prince Xuesheng, the very man at the forefront. Head of the Board of Education, Dream Machine, I salute you. Prince Xuesheng and the third prince. The members of the Board of Education, including Dream Machine, respectfully greet Xuesheng and his companions. The Tiando Royal Academy is sponsored by the Tiando Royal family, with the principal being Emperor Shuiyi, while Prince Xuesheng oversees its day-to-day operations. The observing students quickly clear a path for the three royals. Shuepeng, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly spots Han, Li, and the others, pointing at them. Uncle, they're the ones who beat me, he exclaims, a smug expression on his face as he gazes at Han, Li, and his companions, implying that they would pay for having bullied him. The Avalanche assumed that Han Li and his companions had come to join the Heavenly Royal Academy, thus bringing along Prince Xuesheng and the Poison Douluo in an attempt to pressure the Academy into expelling them. Dream Machine discerned that the situation was amiss. Although he had previously referred to Shuepeng as the third prince, he held a deep-seated disdain for this frivolous scion, lacking both knowledge and skill. Prince Shuepeng, this is the Academy. Do not overstep your bounds or create disturbances, Dream Machine admonished directly. Unperturbed, Shuepeng gestured towards Douluo, signaling him to take action. Douluo subtly unleashed the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo. Douluo, Who gave you the audacity to act tyrannically here? Is your skin itching for a beating? The sword Douluo's imposing demeanor countered, releasing an astonishing pressure that overshadowed Douluo's presence. Observing this, Dream Machine hastily interjected. This is the esteemed sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Both Douluo and Prince Xuesheng were taken aback. They had initially thought they were merely assisting Xuebong in dealing with some juvenile adversaries, yet they found themselves confronting such a formidable Douluo. Though Douluo was also a titled Douluo, his toxic abilities left him significantly weakened, rendering him rather inexperienced among his peers. In stark contrast, the sword Douluo was immensely powerful. They had hardly interacted before, but Douluo understood that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Sword Douluo, my apologies. I mean no offense, Douluo quickly offered. It is not shameful to bow to the strong. Indeed, what a coincidence today. To have a venerable figure like the sword Douluo gracing us, it truly enhances the prestige of the academy, Prince Xuesheng declared. Even though he was a royal, he dared not offend a titled Douluo lightly. The sword Douluo may not be able to contend with the entire Heavendo Empire, but taking Prince Xuesheng's life would be a trivial matter. Xuebong was left dumbfounded, slowly realizing that he had provoked a powerful entity. A Douluo strong enough to intimidate even his royal uncle was far beyond his standing, and he, a mere figurehead, was utterly insignificant in comparison. At this moment, he was so frightened that he could scarcely move. The sword Douluo spoke calmly. Whether to forgive you or not depends on the consent of Han Li and his companions. Douluo looked towards Han Li for help. Forgiveness is indeed possible, but we were startled just now. It would be unreasonable not to receive some form of compensation. Han Li replied, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained anxious about what conditions Han Li might propose. In the blink of an eye, Han Li approached Xuebong with ghostly grace and unexpectedly slapped him twice. Stunned, Xuebong crumpled to the ground, a prominent handprint marking his face. Xuebong, if you wish to seek revenge yourself, I welcome it at any time. However, it is your fault to neglect your training and instead seek out powerful individuals to bully us. Han Li chastised before unleashing a flurry of blows upon Xuebong, leaving him battered and bruised, howling in pain on the ground. A system notification chimed, indicating that he could extract a year of life from Xuebong. Prince Xuesheng and Douluo exchanged glances, remaining silent and offering no assistance to Xuebong. Han Li crouched down, causing Xuebong to fear another assault, but instead, hear Han Li's quiet words. I know you are intelligent, merely pretending to be a wastrel. Please, do be more perceptive. Do not provoke me again, for it may grant you a few more years to live. Consider your current predicament alongside the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Han Li whispered this directly into Xuebong's ear, audible only to them. Xuebong was profoundly shocked, staring blankly at Han Li as he began to re-evaluate this younger genius. It is all my fault. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please, do not hold my foolishness against me. Can we be friends, given my sincere remorse? Xuebong exclaimed, seemingly in a frenzy, slapping himself a few times. Han Li merely waved his hand dismissively. Dream Machine took a deep breath and called out to the onlooking students, disperse. What are you all gawking at? Instead of loitering here, you might as well return and devote your time to training. As the chairman of the Academy Committee, Dream Machine wielded considerable authority in the eyes of the students. They quickly scattered, returning to their respective pursuits. Gentlemen, it seems we have reached an understanding without conflict. Let us consider this matter settled. Regardless of whether one belongs to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the royal family, or even you, old poison master, we are all citizens of the Heavendo Empire. There is no need to sour our relations. How about we retreat to my office for a discussion? Dream Machine suggested, skillfully navigating social intricacies and diffusing tensions with just a few words, ensuring that everyone's dignity was preserved. Upon hearing Dream Machine's proposal, the atmosphere gradually calmed. May I inquire about the names of these young individuals? Dream Machine asked, turning his attention to Han Li and the others. I am Han Li. These are Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Han Li introduced them succinctly. Currently, he held a favorable impression of Dream Machine, recognizing a shared trait with Flender. Both possessed a grand vision. A fine name indeed. It is an honor for an old man like me to meet such talented youths, Dream Machine replied with a smile. If it is convenient for you four, would you care to join us in the office? He invited. Han Li, maintaining his composure, shook his head. I will pass. My purpose here is merely to observe, with no ulterior motives. Chapter 86. Douluo, I see you are deeply poisoned. With Han Li declining, Dream Machine and the others could not press further, though they did express their willingness to assist should any needs arise. The Sword Douluo did not follow Dream Machine, but instead remained close to Han Li and his companions for protection. As they toured the Heavenly Royal Academy, they encountered Douluo on his way back. Han Li stepped forward to intercept him. "Is there something you need?" Douluo asked, astonished. Had it been any other junior blocking his path, Douluo would have reprimanded them. However, with the Sword Douluo standing nearby, he had no desire to provoke trouble. "I know you cultivate some celestial herbs. Could you spare me a few?" Han Li asked without reservation. Douluo was taken aback, astonished that this child had uncovered his long-hidden secret. However, considering Han Li's affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Douluo glanced at the Sword Douluo before nodding to Han Li. "Han Li, do you often suffer from the backlash of toxins within your body, causing you great distress?" He inquired, his surprise evident. At this, Douluo was thoroughly astonished, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, unable to believe that Han Li knew this as well. The poison skills he had honed for decades were his pride and joy. In the realm of solitary combat, Douluo may not surpass other titled Douluos. However, when it comes to the art of poison, he proudly claims the title of the world's foremost expert. Alas, the very poison that has elevated Douluo to greatness has simultaneously bestowed upon him immense suffering. The accumulation of toxins within his body has led to frequent repercussions, leaving him in a state of agony that is akin to living death. Observing the expression on Douluo's face, it becomes evident that Han Li's words ring true. Even the Sword Douluo is taken aback, as he had failed to perceive the anomaly in Douluo's condition. Upon learning that Douluo is a poison user, Xiao Wu and her companions instinctively retreat, fearing the contamination of even a trace of toxin. "Young man, how did you discern this?" Douluo appears calm, yet a tempest brews within his heart. "I possess a modest understanding of medicine. Merely by your complexion, I can ascertain your suffering," Han Li replies, exuding the air of a sage. The Sword Douluo contemplates Han Li's audacity in speaking so freely. Though he harbors no fear of Douluo, he prefers to avoid provoking a confrontation. Contrary to expectation, Douluo does not chastise Han Li for his impudence. Instead, he reveals an expression of despondency. "I am acutely aware of my condition. I have attempted countless remedies, yet none have yielded results." His eyes are filled with a mixture of helplessness and resentment. After enduring years of hardship to attain the rank of titled Douluo, no one wishes to depart this world in such a muddled fashion. "If you trust me, I possess a method to aid you," Han Li states. Is that truly the case? Douluo's expression transforms with hope. Despite his youth, Han Li's ability to discern Douluo's plight indicates that he is no ordinary child. "I have one condition. You must allow me to freely gather and utilize all your medicinal herbs," Han Li states calmly. Douluo ponders this. Having exhausted all his efforts without success, he sees no harm in allowing Han Li a chance, as those herbs are merely external possessions. "Very well, we have a deal." Douluo agrees on the spot. Han Li turns to the 3 young women and remarks, "This old gentleman may appear intimidating, but he possesses a wealth of valuable treasures. Let us see them shortly." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xiao Wu and her companions light up, for anything deemed a treasure by Han Li must be extraordinarily precious. The Sword Douluo is also piqued with curiosity by Han Li's words. Continuing his discourse with Douluo, Han Li inquires, "The girl with the blue phosphor serpent martial spirit must be your granddaughter, correct?" Douluo nods in affirmation. "Anli alaburatas." The blue phosphor serpent spirit has both advantages and disadvantages. She is evidently afflicted by poison, but due to her youth, the toxicity is not yet profound. Thus the chances of her recovery are significant. In stark contrast, Douluo's own accumulation of toxins poses a far greater challenge, as his body has been ravaged internally. Yet hope remains for his healing. Douluo appears visibly agitated. "I have lived long enough. Even if I cannot be cured, it matters not. However, Yenner is still young. With a lifetime ahead of her to embrace, she must survive. It is evident that Douluo harbors deep affection for his granddaughter. Please, do everything in your power to save her. If you succeed in healing Yenner, I would gladly serve you as your servant, dedicating myself to your service," Douluo implores. This earnest display alters the perception of those present regarding Douluo. "There is no significant issue. I need to gather some herbs first to concoct an antidote. This is a step-by-step process," Han Li states nonchalantly. "Very well, follow me. I shall take you to my secret lair." Douluo's secret lair is located within the Sunset Forest, a place akin to the Stardow Forest, teeming with soul beasts, albeit with fewer species and numbers. Under Douluo's guidance, they arrive at a towering hill, from which hot air billows forth, saturating the atmosphere with heat. Douluo leaps into the valley below, and the others follow suit. Upon landing, they are greeted by several hot springs, their waters exuding an unusual hue of milky white and crimson. This place is truly a treasure trove, endowed with unparalleled conditions, serving as a nexus for the convergence of heavenly and earthly spirit energy. The extreme climate renders ordinary vegetation unable to survive, yet it is a haven for rare celestial herbs. At last, I have encountered the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hanli exclaims instinctively. Douluo, perplexed, inquires what is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hanli hastily dismisses the question, stating that it is inconsequential. The Eye of Ice and Fire is an exceptionally rare spring, characterized by its duality and the opposing forces it embodies. It is a phenomenon that is not easily formed and is a treasure one can only hope to encounter. It is precisely this eye that has birthed the multitude of precious celestial herbs that blanket the mountainside. The Sword Douluo is astonished to see the vast array of celestial herbs cultivated by the poison Douluo. Hanli, unlike Tang San, does not engage in the tedious process of proving his ability to detoxify and instead bypasses such rituals. Douluo has long considered Hanli to be associated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, the Sword Douluo would not remain so close to him. Chapter 87. The Pillaging of Douluo's Herb Garden. Indeed, despite Han Li's tender age, he possesses knowledge far beyond that of Douluo's granddaughter, articulating crucial insights that suggest he is not merely speaking frivolously. Thus, Douluo places his trust in Han Li. In the original narrative, Tang San harvested the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom to cultivate an immunity to all poisons. However, Han Li deems these two herbs too extreme and unnecessary for his needs, choosing instead to focus on other celestial herbs. With Douluo's permission, Han Li traverses the valley, continuously gathering various celestial herbs, naming them with ease. Some of these herbs are even unknown to Douluo, yet Han Li identifies them accurately, demonstrating his proficiency in medicinal knowledge. Douluo's trust in Han Li deepens as he observes this. Initially, Douluo assumed Han Li would select only a few herbs that would benefit him the most. Yet, Han Li resembles a merchant on a shopping spree, plucking herbs without pause. Each one he sees is swiftly harvested. This action causes Douluo great distress, as he feels his heart bleed at the sight. Reflecting on their agreement, he realizes he did not impose any limits on the quantity of herbs Han Li could gather. Moreover, given his current dependence on Han Li's assistance, he must accept this reality. After a while, Douluo can no longer bear it and decides to leave, choosing to avert his gaze from the scene. Han Li, on the other hand, enjoys a bountiful harvest, gathering a plethora of rare celestial herbs, including the exquisite Chua tulip, the heart-wrenching red of broken love, the water nymph's jade skin bone, the 8-petaled immortal orchid, and the fragrant Chua celestial product, among others. Each of these treasures is invaluable, worth more than mere gold, and cannot be acquired solely through wealth. Han Li, why do you wear such a cheerful smile? Xiao Wu inquires with curiosity. These celestial herbs possess the ability to regulate qi and blood, nourish the body, and enhance soul power. Once we return, we shall seize the opportunity to consume them, and our strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Han Li replies, beaming with delight at the three young women. In Han Li's eyes, these celestial herbs are exceedingly rare. Apart from this location, only the core region of the Stardow Forest holds the potential for their growth, making them impossible to find elsewhere. At this moment, Jian Duo and the three women remained oblivious to the immense efficacy of the celestial herbs. However, given Han Li's assertions, their significance was undoubtedly profound. Once the gathering was complete, Douluo's medicinal garden lay in disarray, utterly ravaged. A malicious grin spread across Jian Douluo's face. He mused that Douluo would likely be driven nearly to madness upon witnessing such devastation. After dedicating much of his life to cultivating these herbs, he had lost the majority of them in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Comparing the state of the garden now to its former glory was akin to contrasting heaven and earth. Having achieved his goal, Han Li, satisfied, took his leave alongside the three women to bid farewell to Douluo. I have seen your sincerity. Rest assured, I will not take these benefits from you without due recompense. Tomorrow afternoon, come to the Tiando Royal Academy, and I shall concoct an antidote for you and your granddaughter. Anlistata. Upon hearing about the antidote, Douluo's foul mood evaporated, and instead of lamenting the significant loss, He felt that this course of action was indeed worthwhile. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Douluo replied, profoundly appreciative, and personally escorted them away. Once Han Li and his companions had faded into the distance, Douluo slowly returned to his medicinal garden. What? Douluo was utterly astounded. The garden could be said to have been completely pillaged, leaving a pitiful sight. Anger welled up within him, yet he ultimately chose to endure it. He held on to the hope that Han Li would indeed be able to cure the poison, at the very least for his granddaughter, Douluo. Otherwise, even if Han Li hailed from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Douluo would ensure he held him accountable. Under the protection of Douluo, Han Li and his party safely exited the Sunset Forest, encountering no soul beasts along the way. Soul beasts possessed a certain degree of intelligence, and they could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Douluo. Unless they were courting death, they would never take the initiative to approach. As night descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the radiant moon and a myriad of twinkling stars. Where do we head now? Douluo inquired calmly. To the Tiando Royal Academy. I have just made arrangements with Douluo, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Thus, while Han Li was reluctant to join the academy, staying there for a few days was of little concern. Besides the meeting with Douluo, there was another reason for this decision. Han Li believed that after today's events, the academy's administrative committee would undoubtedly place immense importance on their group, and they would be warmly welcomed during their stay. As expected, upon Han Li's return to the academy, members of the administrative committee, led by Meng Xinji, rushed out to greet them as soon as they received word of their arrival. Welcome, welcome. It is our honor to have you, Senior Douluo and the four young friends, visit us once more, Meng Xinji said respectfully. May we stay here for a few days? Han Li inquired with an air of nonchalance. Of course, you are esteemed guests of the academy, and we shall treat you with the utmost courtesy. Stay as long as you wish, Meng Xinji beamed. Meng Xinji and the other committee members warmly hosted Han Li and his companions, treating them to a lavish banquet filled with delightful fare and engaging conversation. Once the feast concluded, Meng Xinji arranged for them to have the finest accommodations available. He refrained from broaching the subject of recruitment again, instead generously offering assistance with any needs they might have. In Meng Xinji's view, the fact that they returned indicated that they harbored positive feelings towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Had they disliked it, they would not have come back. Thus, Han Li and his companions settled in at the Tiando Royal Academy. This was indeed a wise decision. The rooms were spacious and luxurious, and the surrounding transport options were exceedingly convenient. As esteemed guests of the academy, they enjoyed complimentary lodging and meals, far surpassing any hotel in Tiando City. The feeling of being a guest is truly delightful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, reclining on the soft bed. All right, save the lounging for bedtime. Come here. I have something wonderful to share with you all, Han Li said calmly. Naturally, Han Li would not indulge alone. From the plethora of celestial herbs he had gathered from Douluo, he selected a few to bestow upon Douluo and the others. These celestial herbs have no adverse effects once consumed. You need not worry, Han Li declared earnestly. The group placed their trust in Han Li, quickly consuming the herbs in their possession. Chapter 88. My goodness, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After distributing the celestial herbs, Han Li sent them off to rest, as the effects of the herbs would require time to manifest. The following morning, a brilliant light appeared in the distant sky. Douluo gradually rose, recalling the events of the previous night, and immediately assessed his own condition. Douluo discovered that although his soul power had not yet broken through to the next level, it had significantly solidified, showing signs of imminent advancement. The further one progressed as a soul master, the more challenging it became to level up, particularly for someone at Douluo's current rank. He had not felt the sensation of impending breakthrough in many years, and joy surged within him. Indeed, Han Li's herbs were remarkable. He resolved to seek Han Li again at the next opportunity. Upon awakening, the three women quickly sensed the changes within themselves. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had each increased by 3 levels, while Ning Rongrong had experienced a 4-level enhancement. Han Li, whose rank was comparatively higher, had only seen a 1-level increase. In the early morning light, the 3 women and Douluo joyfully entered Han Li's room, eager to share their transformations. They all felt a significant boost in their soul power. This is the miraculous efficacy of the celestial herbs. You need not worry. Such enhancements in soul power are entirely normal and pose no drawbacks, Han Li reassured them. He then turned to Ning Rongrong. Release your martial soul for everyone to see. Ning Rongrong found it somewhat strange, Everyone present had already witnessed her martial soul, so what was there to display? Nonetheless, she complied with Han Li's request. Soul power began to overflow from Ning Rongrong's body, resulting in an unexpected development. Her seven-treasure, glazed-tile pagoda martial soul had inexplicably evolved, transforming into the nine-treasure glazed-tile pagoda, radiating an even more dazzling light than before. Douluo and Ning Rongrong were left astounded. Is my martial soul truly evolving? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, from this moment forth, your martial soul has become the nine-treasure glazed-tile pagoda, Han Li said, patting her shoulder. Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain herself as she embraced Han Li and planted a fragrant kiss on his cheek. The atmosphere in the room shifted awkwardly. After a moment, Ning Rongrong realized her impulsiveness and retreated in flustered embarrassment, offering a sheepish laugh. Douluo, too, was elated and remarked, Han Li, this significant change in Rongrong is all thanks to you. He prepared to immediately write to the seven-treasure glazed tile school to report this development, wondering if Ning Fengji and Gu Douluo had returned. After a casual exchange, they began testing their soul power, discovering that they had each increased by 3 or 4 levels, prompting the three women to leap about in excitement. Having witnessed their transformations firsthand, Douluo gained a better understanding of why Han Li and his companions had progressed so rapidly. It seemed there truly were opportunities to be seized in this vast world, filled with wonders beyond imagination. The Douluo reflected that the experiences he had accumulated over several decades paled in comparison to what he had witnessed alongside Han Li in just a few months. Han Li, do you have any potent herbs to enhance soul power? Douluo could not help but inquire. Han Li nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there are some, though they are far inferior to what you consumed yesterday. Perhaps we should explore the Stardow forest in the future. We may uncover even better treasures. Douluo found this suggestion appealing and resolved to bring Douluo along on the expedition. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. As promised, Douluo arrived at the Heavendo Royal Academy with his granddaughter, Douluo. Upon seeing Han Li and the others, Douluo instinctively recalled the events of the previous day and felt a flicker of animosity. Han Li, however, dismissed her hostility. Considering the substantial benefits he had gained from Douluo, he exchanged some antidotes in the system shop and handed them to Douluo. 1 dose every 3 days for a month should suffice. By then, the toxins in Douluo should be eradicated. As for you, I cannot make any guarantees. We will need to monitor your condition closely before making a final determination. Han Li fixed his gaze intently on Douluo, filled with joy. Gingerly accepted the antidote. Han Li, I cannot thank you enough. Without delay, he consumed a dose and urged Douluo to do the same. Yana, do you think your grandfather would harm you? Quickly take it. It will undoubtedly be beneficial. Douluo implored earnestly. Yet, Douluo resolutely shook her head. I'm fine. I don't want to take it. Yenner, I discovered my affliction too late, and I cannot guarantee a complete cure for you. You are still young. The toxins have not fully penetrated your marrow. You must seek treatment promptly. By the time you reach my age, it may be too late. Douluo's heartfelt plea brought tears to Douluo's eyes, and she ultimately succumbed to the antidote he offered, sobbing as she accepted it. If you experience any abnormalities in the coming days, do not hesitate to seek me out, Han Li advised as they were about to part ways. 10 days swiftly passed. Douluo noticeably felt better, and Douluo's health had also improved slightly. Their gratitude towards Han Li deepened significantly. They chose an auspicious day to visit the Heavendo Royal Academy to express their thanks. Han Li, I initially sought your help with a mere hope, never expecting you would truly cure us. I am eternally grateful. You have saved our lives, and I will never forget your kindness. Douluo expressed sincerely, bringing with him a gift. It was a soul guide device for storing items. While its internal space was modest, it had the remarkable ability to contain living beings. Although Han Li had no pressing need for it, he accepted the thoughtful gift. Han Li, I stand by my previous words. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will offer my utmost support, Douluo assured him. He then gestured toward his granddaughter, prompting Douluo to express her heartfelt gratitude to Han Li as well. Chapter 89. Douluo breaks through to level 97. Douluo issues a challenge. After Douluo and Douluo departed, the admiration from Douluo and the others towards Han Li intensified. They had not anticipated that Han Li could genuinely detoxify Douluo, a feat that even the lifelong poison expert had struggled with. During their stay at the Heavendo Royal Academy, Douluo continued to serve as a sparring partner for Han Li and his companions. despite their combined efforts. They could not overcome Sword Douluo's formidable skills. Each battle left them utterly exhausted, necessitating periods of rest to recover their soul power. This rigorous cycle allowed Han Li and the others to improve at an accelerated pace. Upon learning of Han Li's return, Xuebong diligently stationed himself at their residence, catering to their every need with utmost eagerness. This led to a rather peculiar phenomenon. Whenever Han Li and his companions ventured out, Xuebong would immediately approach, inquiring after their well-being. Regardless of their requests, Xuebong would strive to fulfill them, resembling a sycophant. This transformation astounded many within the academy. The once arrogant third prince had inexplicably become a subordinate. Xuebong's behavior stemmed from his belief that Han Li was an extraordinary individual. The mere act of discerning Xuebong's deliberate facade showcased Han Li's exceptional insight. Furthermore, as a powerful soul master of youthful age, Han Li possessed unparalleled potential. After careful consideration, Xuebong was convinced that fostering a good relationship with Han Li would yield immense benefits in the future. One day, Han Li unexpectedly summoned Xuebong. Holding a cup of steaming tea, "I possess some knowledge of the heavenly arts and can discern a certain imperial aura about you," Han Li stated in a remarkably calm tone. This revelation sent Xuebong into a frenzy of excitement, hastily inquiring if it were true. Han Li nonchalantly nudda, advising him to continue diligently cultivating in secret without disturbing him or wasting time. Overjoyed, Xuebong left with a broad smile. Han Li sighed with relief, finally rid of the bothersome fellow. On the 11th day of their stay at the Heavendo Royal Academy, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo arrived. Having just returned from their own journey, they had received a message from Sword Douluo and hastily made their way to meet with him. They were eager to uncover the truth behind Ning Rongrong's martial spirit. Additionally, Ning Fengji had ulterior motives for this visit. He intended to confer with the Emperor and the Crown Prince regarding countermeasures against the Spirit Hall. "Dad, Grandpa Bon, you're finally back. I missed you so much," Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, rushing to embrace them. She then eagerly unleashed her martial spirit, unable to contain her excitement in showcasing it to them. As mentioned in the letter, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile had transformed into the 9-treasure glaze tile. Ning Fengji trembled with emotion, unable to articulate the depth of his feelings at that moment. The 9-treasure glaze tile. I once believed it to be a mere legend. I never imagined it to be real. The 7-treasure glaze tile, as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit on the continent, bore a significant flaw. Its wielders could only acquire 7 soul rings, limiting their cultivation to a maximum of level 79. Nevertheless, even so, the amplification provided by the 7-treasure glaze tile is unparalleled by any other auxiliary spirit. The 9-treasure glaze tile, however, has the potential to compensate for this shortcoming, signifying that Ning Rongrong may ascend to even higher realms in her cultivation. It is not impossible for her to eventually become a titled Douluo of the auxiliary system. To witness the 9-treasure glaze tile in his lifetime fills Ning Fengji's heart with profound emotions. Han Li, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Rongrong's father and the 7-treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji gazed at Han Li with immense appreciation. Were it not for Han Li's provision of the immortal herb, Ning Rongrong would not have been able to undergo this transformation. You flatter me, Sect Master Ning. I merely offered a flower to present to the Buddha, Han Li replied humbly, downplaying his contribution, which only deepened Ning Fengji's admiration for him. The Bon Douluo beside them also felt immense joy at Ning Rongrong's transformation. Han Li and the Sword Po recounted the events leading to their gathering of herbs at Douluo's medicinal garden. After consuming the herbs, Ning Rongrong's spirit transformed in such a wondrous manner. Both Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo were utterly astonished by the extraordinary phenomenon. I too consumed an immortal herb, and my soul power has significantly advanced, being but a step away from breaking through to level 97, declared the Sword Douluo. Ning Rongrong chimed in, expressing that her soul power had increased by 4 levels. Han Li, do you have any more of the herbs that facilitated Ning Rongrong's spirit evolution? Ning Fengji inquired excitedly, indicating his willingness to pay a handsome sum for any similar immortal herbs Han Li might possess, as the 7-treasure glaze sect has always been financially robust. However, Han Li merely shook his head, stating that he only had some spiritual herbs left, whose effects were far less remarkable than those of the immortal herbs, though they still held some efficacy. Subsequently, Han Li produced a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs from his spirit tool and generously distributed one to each person. The Sword Douluo, Xiao Wu, and others had already absorbed most of the previous immortal herbs, and upon receiving the spiritual herbs from Han Li, they promptly consumed them. After a brief period of meditation, the three young women found no significant enhancement in their soul power. While Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo visibly felt their vitality and mental state had improved considerably. As for the Sword Douluo, his gains were undoubtedly the most substantial, with his soul power directly breaking through to level 97. Excellent. After many years, I have finally advanced again, the Sword Douluo exclaimed, filled with excitement. Everyone rejoiced at this news. The Bon Douluo cast an envious glance at the Sword Douluo, knowing that he remained at level 95. Old Bone, I am now confident I can easily surpass you, the Sword Douluo boasted towards the Bon Douluo. The two esteemed elders of the Seven Treasure-Glazed sect often engaged in banter and sparring, yet their comparable strengths made it difficult to determine a victor. Do not think that just because your soul power has increased, you can defeat me. A soul master's strength is not solely reliant on soul power. The Bon Douluo retorted defiantly. The Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow and gestured provocatively towards the Bon Douluo. Shall we have a spar? Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? The Bon Douluo replied boldly. Without further ado, the two stepped outside in perfect synchrony to select an open area for their sparring match. Chapter 90. To meet the Snow Knight Emperor at the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. The onlookers did not intervene, but hurriedly followed, bringing chairs to sit and prepare for the spectacle. The clash between two super Douluos was a rare opportunity, one that money could not buy. Han Li and the others were fortunate enough to witness such a high-caliber battle for free, their excitement palpable. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rong, keep your eyes wide open. Observing powerful fighters up close is beneficial for you, Han Li instructed. Ning Feng ti marvelet internally. Understanding why the three young women had experienced such significant improvements under Han Li's guidance. Old Bone, quickly reveal your spirit. I fear you might lose before you even have the chance to showcase your strength, the Sword Douluo arrogantly proclaimed. It's merely a level increase in soul power. Look at how smug you are, the Bon Douluo retorted, brimming with indignation. The Bon Douluo's spirit, known as the Bone Dragon, is an exceedingly rare and high-quality spirit, distinguished primarily by its formidable defensive capabilities. The Sword Douluo ceased his banter, drawing his long sword and soaring forth. Though he was not a speed-oriented soul master, his velocity was no less impressive. From a distance, he appeared like a streak of lightning, and any ordinary individual encountering the Sword Douluo would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. However, the Bon Douluo was not easily dealt with. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned numerous sharp bone spikes from the ground, obstructing the Sword Douluo's advance. The Sword Douluo's seven-killing sword effortlessly cleaved through the obstructive bone spikes, allowing him to proceed with minimal delay. Yet it was sufficient time for the Bon Douluo to prepare. The two collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shook the very earth. The battle between Super Douluos was nothing short of intense. Simultaneously, three members of the teaching committee, led by Dream Machine, arrived at the scene. All three were Soul Douluos, and upon witnessing the duel between the two esteemed elders, they quickly took cover nearby to watch the spectacle. Initially, the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo seemed evenly matched, neither gaining a definitive upper hand. However, as time passed, the Bon Douluo gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the Bon Douluo's soul power was 2 levels lower than that of the Sword Douluo, resulting in a significant disparity in total soul power. The Bon Douluo began to sweat profusely, his speed and strength diminishing noticeably, while the Sword Douluo grew increasingly emboldened. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange of powerful soul techniques, the Bon Douluo was unable to withstand the onslaught and was forced back significantly. Fortunately, he managed to use the bone spikes as a buffer just in time, preventing a fall that would have cost him his dignity. I declare the victor of this battle to be Grandfather Sword, Ning Rong announced loudly. Upon hearing her words, the Sword Douluo beamed with pride and satisfaction. The Bon Douluo, resigned, straightened himself, appearing as if he had aged several years, letting out a deep sigh. Having sparred with the Sword Douluo for nearly a lifetime, he never expected to be surpassed one day. Old Bone, if you are unsatisfied, feel free to challenge me anytime, the Sword Douluo remarked, reveling in his triumph. He cast a grateful glance toward Han Li, knowing that all of this was made possible by him. Dream Machine and the others approached slowly, expressing their gratitude for the invaluable experience gained from witnessing the battle between the two elders. Dream Machine extended an invitation for a meal, but Ning Fengji declined, stating that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Dream Machine felt regretful, but said nothing further. If this opportunity is missed, we shall await the next. After Dream Machine and the others departed, Ning Fengji turned to Han Li and said, I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Ning Fengji hoped Han Li would join him in meeting the Emperor and the Crown Prince to persuade them to stand against the Spirit Hall. Han Li contemplated for a moment and nodded. If the Emperor inquires about my identity, I shall state that I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect to avoid any unnecessary complications. Absolutely no problem, Ning Fengji replied cheerfully, eager for someone of Han Li's caliber to join the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Thus, the group departed from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, heading straight for the Imperial Palace of the Heaven Do Empire. On the way, Han Li contemplated something and specifically instructed Ning Fengji on a couple of points. This matter primarily concerns the Emperor, and he should refrain from disclosing too much to Prince Shuedo for the time being. Han Li expressed that persuading the two would be quite daunting. Although this reasoning might seem somewhat tenuous, Ning Fengji nonetheless acquiesced. From Ning Fengji's perspective, considering how much Han Li had assisted Ning Rongrong, it was unlikely he would bring harm upon himself. However, the reality was that the current prince, Xue Qinghe, was merely a guise for Qianren Xue, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Han Li had no intention of exposing Qianren Xue just yet, as it would pose certain dangers. Before traversing to the Douluo continent, Han Li had enjoyed reading novels and watching animations, where he had developed a fondness for Qianren Xue, often feeling empathy for her plight. Thus, rather than standing in opposition to her, Han Li preferred to protect her and alter her destiny. Before long, Ning Fengji and his entourage entered the Imperial Palace. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had always maintained close ties with the Tiando royal family. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire had long granted Ning Fengji the privilege to enter the palace, so they faced no obstruction. This was the first occasion for Xiao Wu and the other girls to visit the palace, and they eagerly explored their surroundings, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. In the grand hall of the palace, upon receiving news of Ning Fengji's arrival, Emperor Xue had come out early to await them. Master Ning, it is a pleasure to see you, the emperor greeted warmly. Having aged considerably, Emperor Xue was hunched over, his hair a mix of white, and his face was etched with wrinkles. Yet as a sovereign, he exuded the formidable presence of a ruler. Ning Fengji, with his formidable soul power reaching level 79, was undoubtedly the most distinguished support-type soul master on the continent. Accompanied by two formidable super Douluo, this assembly could command respect and authority almost anywhere. Due to Ning Fengji's esteemed status and extraordinary prowess, there is no need for them to kneel before Emperor Xue. Rather, the emperor displayed utmost respect towards them. He greatly valued these three powerful figures, for if they were part of his royal family, he would possess significant leverage against the Xing Luo Empire. It is quite windy outside, and there are many eyes. Let us converse within, Emperor Xue suggested gently. The group followed him into a spacious room, well lit by streams of sunlight cascading onto the floor. It has been a long time. I have missed you greatly, Master Ning, the emperor remarked. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's kindness. In the future, should you find yourself unoccupied, I would welcome you to the palace more often, Emperor Xue replied with a smile. Ning Fengji and Emperor Xue exchanged pleasantries, creating a scene of warmth and harmony, as if the emperor were merely a kindly neighbor rather than a ruler. Chapter 91. The emperor's astonishment and anger despite Emperor Xue's jovial demeanor. He was secretly afflicted by a slow-acting poison. In its early stages, the poison did not manifest any peculiar symptoms. His consciousness remained clear, and his mental state appeared robust, suggesting he could continue to reign for quite some time. However, in a few years, he would find himself bedridden, his mind clouded. Master Ning, why have you brought these 4 children with you? Please introduce them to me. Emperor Xue smoothly shifted the topic to Han Li and the others. In his eyes, children accompanying Ning Fengji must possess extraordinary qualities. Ning Fengji introduced each of them, declaring that they were all young prodigies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are all under 10 years of age and have already reached the rank of Soul Master, he concluded. At this revelation, Emperor Xue's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Among the vast population of the continent, Soul Masters constituted only a small fraction. Achieving the rank of Soul Master was a remarkable feat. The ranks of Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging among 10,000. Given the scarcity of Soul Masters and their formidable combat prowess, this profession was immensely coveted. Both the Tiando Empire and the Xing Luo Empire placed great importance on Soul Masters, actively recruiting them despite their overall limited numbers. Thousands of mid-tier soul masters existed, serving as the backbone of each empire, complemented by numerous ordinary military forces. Even in the absence of high-level combat power, the soul master legions, alongside regular armies, could wield significant influence on the battlefield. This was one of the critical reasons the Spirit Hall regarded the two empires with trepidation. Emperor Shui Yi was elated. The Tiando royal family had cultivated a favorable relationship with the poisoned Douluo and maintained a commendable rapport with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Master Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was also the mentor of the empire's prince, Shui Qinghe. The emperor began to envision the future. When the prince ascended the throne, these exceptionally gifted children would have matured. By then, they would undoubtedly have developed into title Douluo, and with 3 title law alongside a powerful support, their strength would be formidable. Simultaneously, the mid-tier soul masters of the empire would be well coordinated, and with efforts to recruit additional strong talents, they could potentially possess the capability to challenge the Luo Empire. The emperor's long-standing aspiration was to see the Tiando Empire unify the continent. Anli, Zhuzuqing, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong. The emperor recognized the significance of these 4 children and committed their names to memory. As the dean, I extend an invitation for you to join the Tiando Royal Academy and represent the academy at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. The empire and the academy will offer you substantial rewards. I hope you can secure the championship and bring glory to the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Emperor Zhu Yi Projlemet Ikchitidli. Regarding this matter, had it been in the past, Ning Fengji might have entertained similar thoughts, but upon learning of the Spirit Hall's ambitions, he was reluctant to expose Han Li and the others too soon. For according to the Spirit Hall's modus operandi, they would stop at nothing to eliminate those talented individuals who resisted their allegiance. Ning Fengji wished to refuse on behalf of the children. Yet the emperor of the Tiando Empire was not someone to dismiss lightly. An abrupt refusal could lead to discontent. At this pivotal moment, Han Li stepped forward to ease the tension. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your kind offer. However, we are still quite young. Perhaps we can revisit this in the future. The 3 girls beside him promptly nodded in agreement. Emperor Shui Yi felt a sense of regret, unable to compel the 4 children to participate in the tournament, thinking there would be time to discuss it later. With the opportunity ripe, Ning Fengji decided to broach the main subject, delivering a thunderous revelation. Your Majesty, aside from being wary of the Luo Empire, we must also be vigilant of the Spirit Hall. The current Pope, Bibi Dong, harbors grand ambitions, and given the recent movements of the Spirit Hall, it is quite possible they too aspire to dominate the world. Ning Fengji continued, for this reason, I am rather reluctant to have Han Li and the others participate in the tournament hosted by the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shui Yi was undoubtedly aware of the vast organization that the Spirit Hall represented. Nearly all soul masters under heaven were registered with them. I have always perceived the Spirit Hall as a formidable entity akin to a sect or family, much like your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I never imagined the Spirit Hall could rival a nation. Emperor Shui Yi candidly remarked, Your Majesty, we are not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. According to reliable intelligence, the Spirit Hall possesses no fewer than 20 title Douluo, with at least 3 having surpassed level 98. Furthermore, the numbers of Soul Douluo, Soul Saints, and mid-tier Soul Masters are equally substantial, Ning Fengji stated. Upon hearing such words, the Snow Knight Emperor was utterly astonished. It appeared his understanding of the Spirit Hall had been fundamentally flawed. With so many formidable warriors mobilizing, a surprise attack could easily overwhelm the royal guards of the Tiando Palace, signifying that the Snow Knight Emperor's life could be in jeopardy at any moment. Skeptically, the Snow Knight Emperor queried, Does the Spirit Hall truly possess such an abundance of Douluo? It is worth noting that even the powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has only 2 title Douluo. Ning Fengji affirmed the high veracity of the intelligence, remarking that after years of accumulation, the Spirit Hall's formidable strength was entirely plausible. Even Ning Fengji himself had severely underestimated the Spirit Hall's capabilities. In addition to the inherent strength of the Spirit Hall, there's a possibility they are clandestinely recruiting support for various sects, kingdoms, and duchies, and may even be infiltrating or inciting factions within the Tiando and Luo empires, Han Li interjected. The 2 empires have existed for a long time and possess considerable national strength. Despite a weak soul master presence, they still command a vast military. If faced directly, the Spirit Hall would find it challenging to prevail. Should the Spirit Hall incite various factions, once those individuals begin to conspire, the empire would inevitably face disintegration. Han Li subsequently illustrated an example. If war erupted between the two empires, kingdoms and duchies would seize the opportunity to incite chaos, and once the turmoil reached its peak, the Spirit Hall could emerge, reaping the benefits and potentially unifying the continent. Hearing Han Li and Ning Fengji's discourse, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. If such scenarios materialized, even if the Tiando Empire did not face annihilation, it would be gravely weakened. The specter of national calamity loomed ominously. Your Majesty, do not panic. To avert speculation from becoming reality, I have already taken certain actions. Ning Fengji spoke slowly. Prior to his visit to the Tiando Palace, Ning Fengji, accompanied by the Bondoa, had embarked on a journey. I have contacted the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. They have expressed their willingness to prepare and remain vigilant regarding the Spirit Hall's every move. Should the Spirit Hall indeed instigate war, they will not stand idly by. Finally, the Snow Knight Emperor received a piece of good news, and his furrowed brow began to ease. It is imperative that the Tiando Empire regards this matter with utmost seriousness, not only by forging alliances with external forces, but also by thoroughly investigating internal affairs, including the subordinate kingdoms and duchies. Moreover, we must not forget to strengthen our soul masters and military forces and strive to establish a connection with the Xinglua Empire for a united front, Han Li earnestly advised. Given our profound conflicts with the Xinglua Empire, do you believe they would be amenable to an alliance? The Snow Knight Emperor expressed his concern. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. The Tiando Empire fears the strength of the Spirit Hall, and the Xinglua Empire shares that fear. With a common adversary, they can certainly put aside past grievances and join forces. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Han Li. He held a deep admiration for the child, who, at merely 10 years of age, possessed such profound insight. It was likely that Ning Fengji was grooming him as the successor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You speak wisely. Let us summon the Crown Prince and Prince Xuexing to deliberate on strategies. There is strength in numbers, the Snow Knight Emperor proposed. It would be prudent to withhold too much sensitive information from them. First, we must maintain confidentiality. Second, we should avoid placing undue pressure on them. This approach also serves to protect the Crown Prince indirectly. Ning Fengji, being the tutor of Crown Prince Xuexing, secretly wished for the Crown Prince's involvement, believing it would greatly benefit his future ascension by accruing prestige in advance. However, Han Li had previously advised him to keep such matters confidential from the Crown Prince and others. Ning Fengji sensed that Han Li likely possessed additional sensitive information, which he was temporarily unable to disclose, thus he nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Knight Emperor deemed Han Li and Ning Fengji's suggestions to be sound and resolved to take the reins on this matter himself. Ning Songchu, although I am reluctant to admit it, the reality is evident before us. I have grown old, and my frail body struggles to manage so many affairs. The Snow Knight Emperor confessed with a troubled expression. The implication of the Snow Knight Emperor was unmistakable. He sought Ning Fengji's assistance in navigating these matters. On one hand, the Snow Knight Emperor genuinely required the support of Ning Fengji and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as having him step forward would facilitate the gathering of external powerful allies. On the other hand, the Snow Knight Emperor aimed to leverage this opportunity to further deepen the relationship between the Tiando royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, fully aware of the Snow Knight Emperor's unspoken intentions, promptly declared, I can primarily take charge of contacting and investigating external forces. Internal affairs must remain the purview of the Tiando royal family. If manpower is lacking, the Crown Prince may participate, but it is crucial not to disclose the Spirit Hall's ambitions and strength to him, lest it frightens him. The Snow Knight Emperor quickly acquiesced. Han Li then stepped forward, scrutinizing the Snow Knight Emperor intently, as though something peculiar were etched upon his visage. After prolunga silenza, Han Li gravely remarca. I perceive that your Majesty's mental state is less than optimistic. Fortunately, I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to provide you with a remedy for your condition. In addition to regular medication, your Majesty must also be vigilant regarding your diet and ensure ample rest. Han Li said with a calm demeanor. The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, cautiously accepting the medicine and expressing his gratitude to Han Li. Very well, your Majesty. We have discussed all that needed to be said, and the hour grows late. We shall not intrude upon you any longer. Ning Fengji prepared to take his leave. The Snow Knight Emperor personally escorted them to the entrance of the palace, watching as they gradually departed. After bidding farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji and his companions made their way towards the Crown Prince's palace. As the Crown Prince's instructor, it would be somewhat remiss for Ning Fengji to visit the royal palace without paying his respects to the Crown Prince. Within the Crown Prince's residence, Qian Rinxue was elated to learn that Ning Fengji had journeyed from afar, eagerly rushing out to greet him. This visit was unlike any previous. Ning Fengji brought with him a cadre of individuals, with 4 children of around 10 years of age being particularly striking. Is that them? Qian Rinxue mused, feeling a wave of surprise upon spotting Xiao Wu and Han Li. Recalling the significant assistance they had rendered during her quest for the 5th soul ring in the Stardew Forest. At that time, Qian Rinxue had endeavored to cultivate a rapport with them, but regrettably, they had not acquiesced, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed, albeit not vengeful. She had initially believed she would never encounter them again, only to find herself unexpectedly reunited at this particular moment and place. Since Han Li and Xiao Wu had accompanied Ning Fengji, Qian Rinxue naturally regarded them as members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. No wonder they are so extraordinary. But why has my teacher never mentioned such gifted individuals within the sect? Qian Rinxue pondered. Should these children mature, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. However, considering their current age, that would likely be a matter of at least a decade or two. And Qian Rinxue felt no urgency to plan so far ahead. During their last encounter, Qian Rinxue had presented herself in her true form, whereas now she was disguised as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, donning male attire. Regardless of her appearance or voice, Qian Rinxue was confident that Han Li and Xiao Wu would not recognize her. As anticipated, Xiao Wu indeed treated her like a stranger, completely failing to identify her. Han Li, on the other hand, merely smiled at Qian Rinxue, leaving her somewhat perplexed. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also approached, and with 2 super strong beings present, the Snake Spear Douluo instinctively kept his distance, afraid to reveal any trace of his aura lest he be discovered. Your Highness, allow me to introduce them, Ning Fengji volunteered. Aside from Han Li and Xiao Wu, Qian Rinxue was familiar with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, as they frequently accompanied Ning Fengji for his protection. The only unfamiliar faces to her were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After the introductions, both parties exchanged pleasantries, engaging in mundane small talk that created a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Han Li remarked that he felt a sense of familiarity with the prince, as if they had met before. His unexpected assertion startled Qian Rinxue internally. Though she maintained a calm demeanor, she thought to herself that their appearances were drastically different, making it impossible for Han Li to recognize her. It was likely just intuition at play. The others did not take Han Li's words seriously, assuming he merely intended to bridge the gap between them. Chapter 93, The Auction, the Soul Bone Finale. Ning Fengji mentioned that they had just paid a visit to the Snow Knight Emperor and exchanged some information. Although he did not intend to divulge any secrets to the prince, he hinted at a few things. I sense that the Soul Master community is unusually tranquil. Perhaps too tranquil. It seems that the kingdoms and principalities under the empire are stirring. Could this be a harbinger of an impending storm? Qian Rinxue was quite surprised. She had not expected her teacher to have noticed something amiss, though it appeared he was still not fully informed. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I will certainly pay more attention with father, Qian Rinxue replied with poise and respect. Subsequently, she invited everyone inside and instructed the butler to prepare some meals. During dinner, Qian Rinxue engaged in light conversation with her guests, discussing trivial matters. After the meal, Ning Fengji stood up to bid farewell to Qian Rinxue and departed with the others. Once they had left, Qian Rinxue hurried to her room, relaying the presence of Han Li and the 3 children from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as Ning Fengji's suspicions, to the Spirit Hall headquarters. On the way back, Han Li speculated that their visit to the prince's residence might have stirred the hornet's nest, but he did not worry excessively. He hoped that Qian Rinxue would choose to retreat from this place of strife, although that was merely an ideal outcome. Should Qian Rinxue find herself in failure and return now, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly impose severe punishments upon her. This situation was indeed delicate, and Han Li preferred not to dwell on it further. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Where there's a will, there's a way, he mused. Daddy, are we going back now? Ning Grongrong inquired. Ning Fengji shook his head, revealing that he had just received news of an upcoming auction nearby and decided to take Han Li and the others to witness it, to broaden their horizons and experience things they would not ordinarily see. An auction? That sounds like it will be delightful, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. The three girls were very much looking forward to the auction. The sword Douluo chuckled. I hope this auction has something worthwhile. It will be a perfect gift for you all. The auction venue was located in the bustling district of Tiando City, a spacious building not particularly tall, flanked by dazzling neon lights. Upon entering, they were greeted by attractive female staff members, each more alluring than the last, which Han Li couldn't help but glance at. This seemingly trivial act caught the keen eyes of the girls nearby. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chimed in unison, no peeking. An Li, falling avitam barasa, lowered his head, a rare sight for him. Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo chuckled at the scene. As a frequent patron of the auction house, Ning Fengji had acquired numerous treasures, earning him the status of a super VIP. The staff warmly welcomed them and respectfully escorted them to the red seating area. Xiao Wu and the other girls gazed around the auction house, captivated by the plethora of novel sights, including the bidding buttons and various guests, all set against the grand stage. Gradually, the audience quieted as the host stepped onto the stage to commence the evening's bidding. The first auction item was a rare spirit herb. Following, that was a medicinal pill. All eyes on me. The coveted storage-type soul guide is up next. The initial items up for bid were not particularly rare, primarily serving to warm up the crowd in preparation for the main event. Nonetheless, some of the items were not commonly found in the market. Ning Fengji, with his generous wealth, casually purchased several items for Han Li and his companions. This gesture was a sign of care from an elder to their juniors, and Han Li and the others graciously accepted without decline. Attention, everyone! The prelude is over. The finale of the auction is about to commence, the host proclaimed with enthusiasm. The grand finale was none other than a soul bone aged over 10,000 years. A fervent excitement swept through the crowd, for soul bones were undoubtedly the most precious items in the Douluo continent, always subject to fierce competition. Many individuals vied for the soul bone, and the bidding process was intense, as no one wished to forego such an invaluable treasure. Notably, the Dream God Machine and Prince Xuesheng, two familiar faces, also appeared at the auction. However, upon noticing someone persistently raising the bid without pause, they turned to see who this formidable bidder was. It's the head of the Ning clan. Recognizing Ning Fengji as the bidder, Dream God Machine and Prince Xuesheng discreetly withdrew from the competition, feeling a tinge of regret. The financial prowess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed unfathomable. In no time, the price of the soul bone soared, and no one dared to challenge Ning Fengji any further. Let us congratulate this esteemed guest for winning the highlight item of this auction, the host announced loudly. After acquiring the soul bone, Ning Fengji exhibited no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he promptly gifted it to Han Li, clearly seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Han Li accepted it joyfully without further contemplation. Suddenly, Han Li recalled the original storyline, where Tang San came to the auction to sell Tang sect as hidden weapons and successfully partnered with Ning Fengji. Lacking knowledge in the crafting of hidden weapons, Han Li had not paid much attention to that aspect. Those intricate weapons, such as the Mother-Child Pursuit Soul Lantern, were beyond his capability, but simpler hidden weapons should be manageable. Techniques for silent sleeve, arrows, and rainstorm pear blossom needles were not overly complex, and with some diligence, Han Li believed he could master them. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School primarily consisted of support-type soul masters, and their soul skills were all auxiliary, though their soul power was comparable to that of other soul masters. An idea began to form in Han Li's mind. Perhaps he could attempt to teach them hidden weapon techniques, which could prove to be immensely beneficial. If feasible, he might even try his hand at crafting the Zhuge Divine crossbow in the future. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is financially robust, having previously acquired properties in Heavenly Do City. After exiting the auction house, the night had deepened, and Ning Fengji resolved to host everyone for the night in nearby accommodations. Within the spacious interior, he declared, "We shall rest here for the night. I intend to return to the sect come morning. You are all welcome to accompany me." Han Li shook his head. "Ning's sect master, you may return first. I wish to remain in Heavenly Do City to tinker with some matters." Ning Fengji, curious about Han Li's intentions, suspected he was up to something intriguing, but his responsibilities as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School necessitated his return, especially as he sought to investigate the affairs of other sections. "All right then, exercise caution while you are out here," Ning Fengji instructed. At that moment, Bone Douluo interjected. "Pushing aside, Sword Douluo, you've been with Han Li for quite some time. It's my turn to protect them now." Sword Douluo was reluctant, finding Han Li quite entertaining and unwilling to part ways easily. "Ahem, Chun Xian, your current strength surpasses mine. It would be prudent for you to safeguard the sect master. Wouldn't you agree? Douluo remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Douluo felt somewhat reassured. It's rare for you to admit inferiority. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Thus, Douluo acquiesced. Time swiftly passed, and, at the break of dawn, Ning Fengji and bid farewell to the group and returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Han Li and the others also rose early, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets of Heavenly Do City. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, "What shall we do next?" "I wish to forge a special weapon. So, I need to find a reliable blacksmith," Han Li replied. When he thought of blacksmiths, the first name that sprang to his mind was Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan. The members of the Strength Clan were pure power-type soul masters, excelling in forging, and were renowned blacksmiths. Particularly Titan, as the vice president of the Continental Blacksmith Association, was one of the 3 great master-level blacksmiths on the continent. "Oh, you mean that old gorilla? I have some rapport with him," Douluo chuckled. Subsequently, he took the initiative to lead the way, saving them considerable time. Before long, they arrived at the estate of the Strength Clan. The estate was vast and grand, with the main gate wide open. Even before entering, they could hear the sharp sounds of metal being struck. "What business do you have here?" the gatekeeper asked coldly. The unusual sight of 4 children and an old man appeared somewhat odd. "We seek Titan. We have significant business to discuss with him," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Our clan leader is busy. You should find somewhere else to play." The gatekeeper dismissed them, clearly unimpressed by Han Li and his companions. At that moment, Talon, Titan's grandson, fortuitously emerged, encountering this scene. Talon, a few years older than Han Li, was robust and exemplified the archetype of brawn over brains. His gaze was instantly captivated by the 3 beautiful young ladies, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, causing him a halt in his tracks. "Wow, 3 pretty girls," Talon exclaimed excitedly. "Did the gatekeeper stop you from entering?" he inquired. Clearly a man easily distracted by beauty, Talon quickly offered to escort them inside for some amusement. As a powerful assault-type soul master, he was around level 25 and had begun his studies at the prestigious Blazing Academy. Being a pure power-type soul master, Talon was nearly invincible among his peers, able to defeat opponents of higher ranks. Noticing the lack of response, Talon stepped forward. "Come on, I'll take you in." "Pervert, get away from me," Xiao Wu retorted, thoroughly disgusted by the lecherous brute, and unleashed a punch towards Talon. Talon noticed her movement and smirked. "Little girl, you think you can hit me? Why don't you come into my embrace instead?" He reached out, attempting to catch Xiao Wu's fist, but upon contact, he was met with an overwhelming force. A seemingly frail girl possessed such strength. Talon gasped in shock, realizing he had underestimated her. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's punch sent Talon sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated. The gatekeeper was left dumbfounded. He knew of his young master's formidable strength, yet a delicate girl had knocked him down, which was a truly terrifying revelation. The gatekeeper reacted swiftly, rushing inside, presumably to summon help. Han Li merely smiled as he watched the gatekeeper flee, harboring no intentions of intervening. Initially, he sought to engage in amicable negotiations with the Strength Clan, but circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Very well, since this was the opening act, he would adapt his strategy and confront the Strength Clan with force. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong spat at Talon and delivered several kicks. The 2 young women muttered, "This big oaf is just like Dai Mu Bai, Ma, Hong Jun, Tang San, and Oscar. None of them are good news." Leaning closer to Han Li, Xiao Wu whispered, "This family isn't good people. Should we not consider another option?" Though the descendants of the Strength Clan appeared unimpressive, they still possessed some genuine skills. The gatekeeper has certainly gone to fetch assistance once they arrive. "Do you think we can overpower them all?" Xiao Wu inquired, her excitement palpable at the thought of a brawl. In the eyes of the 3 girls led by Xiao Wu, battling against Han Li and Douluo would leave them at a disadvantage. But if the opponents changed, it would be their domain to conquer. Douluo was keen to watch the unfolding drama, with no intention of intervening unless a formidable soldier or a titled Douluo appeared. "With me watching from the sidelines, feel free to unleash your chaos," Douluo declared confidently. Before long, an enraged Tano emerged, followed by several clan members. Tano, Talon's father and Titan's son, instinctively assumed Douluo was responsible for Talon's defeat, as he was the only adult among the 4. When the gatekeeper reported the incident, he merely indicated that Talon had been attacked without specifying who had struck him. "Was this your doing?" Tano glared fiercely at Douluo, his voice brimming with anger. Douluo waved a dismissive hand, casually responding, "Such a weak opponent hardly warrants my intervention. even you would not pique my interest. Tano was incensed by Douluo's words. What audacity! I shall see just how capable you are. Do not be surprised if I knock you down with a single blow. With that, Tano assumed a combat stance. Eager to prove himself, Xiao Wu swiftly intervened, blocking Tano's path. That weakling doesn't even require Bone Grandpa to step in. I could take him down with one punch. Too pathetic. She cast a disdainful glance at the downed Talon and chastised. You think you can fight? Tano, incredulous, responded. You were the one who hit Talon. In the eyes of Tainuo, the 10-year-old girl, Xiao Wu, appeared to lack any genuine power to contend with Talon. Chapter 95. The three maidens of Xiao Wu battle the Soul King Tainuo. Tainuo scrutinized Xiao Wu before him, still convinced that her assertions were rather unrealistic. After all, his son was an exceptional student at the Lanba Academy, possessing formidable strength that was hard to find among his peers, let alone facing a mere young girl. Tainuo assumed that Xiao Wu was merely speaking out of bravado, without any real capability to defeat Tai Long. Little girl, since you're so enthusiastic, why not step forward? Tainuo called out to Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged forward, her fist striking Tainuo squarely. Upon impact, Tainuo felt a surge of formidable power. Anyone exhibiting such strength must at least be a late-stage Soul Master. Tainuo, being a level 55 Soul King, effortlessly withstood her attack without budging an inch. Nonetheless, he was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. At such a tender age, how could you possess such prowess? Tainuo inquired incredulously. Xiao Wu withdrew her fist, stepping back a couple of paces, and confidently remarked, Is that all? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. To withstand my punch earns you some credit. Far superior to that foolish son of yours. The onlookers from the Li family, gathered near the entrance, were equally astonished by the scene. Although Xiao Wu had not sent Tainuo flying, they could perceive the fluctuations of her soul power as she threw her punch. Enough to confirm that she was no ordinary child. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Rong, you three should join forces and fight him, Hanli stated calmly. The three girls nodded eagerly and approached, positioning themselves opposite Tainuo. Tai Long, struggling to sit up against the wall, groggily witnessed this unfolding spectacle. In a daze, Tai Long rubbed his eyes and opened them again, realizing he was not mistaken. These three girls dare to challenge his father. You truly are fearless newcomers, Tai Long thought disdainfully. However, in the next moment, his contempt vanished, replaced by an indescribable shock. The three young girls unleashed their respective martial souls, their soul rings illuminating in succession. Each possessed 4 soul rings, indicating that they were all 4-ring soul masters. Tai Long stood dumbfounded, having believed himself to be a paragon among the younger generation, only to realize today that there were indeed others surpassing him. Tainuo shared a similar sentiment, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Good heavens! For girls just over 10 years old, all soul masters. When did soul masters become so commonplace? Tainuo pondered, considering that he had trained for decades and was merely an ordinary soul king, which was already commendable in the realm of soul masters. As the battle was about to commence, Titan, the leader of the Li family, emerged with several clan members, drawn in by the commotion outside. Heavens, am I dreaming? Titan exclaimed, utterly incredulous. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that anyone could reach such a level at such a young age. Xiao Wu's soul power was currently at level 49, Zhu Qing at 48, both nearing a breakthrough. As for Ning Rong, the support-type soul master, her soul power had astonishingly reached 45. The Li family members only knew that the three were soul masters, unaware of their exact soul power levels. This is unbelievable, Tainuo muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, even when faced with formidable soul masters, he felt no significant pressure, being a higher-ranked soul king himself and a power-type battle soul master, capable of tremendous explosive strength. Even if he encountered a level 59 soul king, he would dare to challenge them. Come on, let me see if you truly possess the strength of soul masters. Tainuo shouted emphatically. The battle finally began, and all eyes turned toward them. It was only when the real fight commenced that Tainuo recognized how challenging these three girls truly were. Having undergone numerous trials and practical experiences, the coordination among Xiao Wu and her companions was remarkably refined. Ning Rong's support played a significant role in the battle, as she not only was a 4-ring soul master, but also wielded the legendary first auxiliary martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. With Ning Rong's full support, the attributes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, soul power, strength, and defense, were immensely enhanced. It was no exaggeration to say that the two girls could now exhibit power comparable to an early-stage Soul King, were it not for their lack of a fifth soul skill. Han Li had previously informed Xiao Wu and her companions that Tainua's soul power was level 55, focused on strength, with relatively weak attributes elsewhere, making him susceptible to exploitation. Yet, once engulfed in battle, the two girls lost their usual composure, especially with Ning Rongrong's assistance. Becoming particularly emboldened, Zhu Qing, I think our strength gap with that guy ISN T2 significant. Shall we try to clash head-on? Xiao Wu suddenly suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Qing quickly nodded in agreement. The two girls rushed forward, colliding fiercely with Tainua. This maneuver played right into Tainua's hands. He was pleased, having worried that they would shy away from a direct confrontation. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, but Tainua soon sensed something amiss. To his surprise, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were not primarily strength-oriented soul masters, and their soul power levels were beneath his. How could they withstand his attacks? It wasn't too long before Tainua discerned the truth. He spotted Ning Rongrong hidden in the rear. That's the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Wait, it has 9 tiers. Tainua was utterly astounded. No wonder these children were so extraordinary. They were from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. But why did the young girl's martial soul possess 9 tiers? Had the 7-treasure glazed tile sect grown even more formidable? After a prolonged standoff, neither side could claim victory. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing began to falter, having underestimated Tainua's formidable strength. However, despite their struggles, they held their ground, bolstered by their numerical advantage. Titan couldn't help but exclaim, it seems that the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda provides a tremendous boost to its allies. Han Li and Douluo were visibly elated. Chapter 96, Titan, you truly exude authority. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were too engrossed in their exhilarating battle to concern themselves with other sentiments, continuing their fierce combat against Tainua. As time passed, both sides began to feel the strain, yet Tainua was particularly agitated, surrounded by spectators while finding himself unable to overcome 2 young girls. Uncle, if this is all you're capable of, your time is running out, Xiao Wu shouted leisurely. Ning Rongrong let out a peal of laughter. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Release him. I can still assist you. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, and without reservation, they resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. In an instant, Xiao Wu executed a teleportation, rapidly advancing to the rear of Tainua for a surprise attack. Tainua barely managed to fend her off when Zhu Qing charged in, employing her first soul skill, Nether Stab, enhancing her speed and soon arriving before him. The formidable soul skills wielded by the two women posed a significant challenge for Tainua, the immense pressure threatening to overwhelm him. Reluctant to concede, Tainua contemplated unleashing his power to send the two flying, creating distance to strategize a means of defeating them one by one. Alas, it was far too late. With his soul power dwindling, he found himself unable to break free amidst their relentless assault, ultimately succumbing as his energy was entirely depleted, collapsing to the ground. Han Li couldn't help but applaud, and the system notified him of their rewards. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing could each siphon a year's lifespan from Tainua. Han Li exchanged a level of soul power for each of them. Consequently, Xiao Wu ascended to level 50, poised to officially become a 5-ring Soul King upon acquiring a Soul Ring. Zhu Qing reached level 49, merely 1 level shy of the Soul King rank, while Ning Rongrong's soul power surged to level 46. Once the battle concluded, Tainua wearily rose, his face etched with disappointment. Did I lose? To 3 little girls? Both he and Titan wore grim expressions. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Han Li, and Douluo rejoiced in celebration. We won. We actually defeated a Soul King. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. Each time they triumphed over a formidable foe, a profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within them. The incident of being attacked at the entrance of their clan could not simply be brushed aside. Titan, hearing the commotion, emerged to find his son bested, his face dark with displeasure. As a Soul Douluo, it's beneath my dignity to deal with you children. I will summon an adult to handle this. Titan fixed a cold stare at Douluo. The latter refrained from revealing his martial soul, opting for a low-key appearance in ordinary attire, which inadvertently fueled Titan's misguided confidence in his own superiority. Is this old man delusional? This is too amusing. Han Li and the 3 girls erupted in laughter. Ning Rongrong struggled to contain her mirth for half a minute before turning to Titan. Are you certain? Without hesitation, Titan nodded, clearly bewildered as to why these four children were suddenly laughing at him. However, he dismissed his irritation, convinced that once he subdued the adult, the children would become compliant. Forget it. It's best if the four of us take him on, Han Li remarked with a composed demeanor. Titan's boldness instilled newfound courage and confidence in his son, who became increasingly arrogant, boasting, "My grandfather is a Soul Douluo." Even four Soul Masters would pale in comparison before him. Titan, a pure power-type Soul Master, despite being merely a Soul Douluo, possessed strength that could rival many titled Douluos. I advise you to apologize quickly. If my grandfather is in a good mood, he might spare you. Talon continued to brag. Han Li, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter again. Titan, losing patience, declared, "If you don't back off, I will make my move. Don't say I'm bullying the weak." At that moment, Bone Douluo unexpectedly unleashed his martial soul. A formidable surge of soul power filled the air, and a spectral bone dragon materialized behind him, exuding an aura of majesty that commanded respect and fear. Accompanying his martial soul were 9 soul rings. What? The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The pressure, the presence, the soul rings. Before them stood a formidable titled Douluo. Titan, having encountered titled Douluos before, distinctly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the man before him, recognizing him as an exceptionally powerful entity among titled Douluos. The members of Titan's household were rendered speechless, some collapsing in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Only Titan maintained some composure, though his son and grandson were reduced to kneeling under the oppressive force. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul, alongside this man's bone dragon martial soul, made Titan realize that he was indeed facing the elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Bone Douluo. Bone Douluo, this is all a misunderstanding. We failed to recognize you in time. Titan stammered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. We deeply regret our offense. Please, esteemed elder, do not hold it against us. Bone Douluo bellowed. Titan, you certainly possess a lot of gall. Were it not for my presence, they might have suffered under your bullying. Titan hastily assured him it was not the case, showering him with a torrent of flattery. Titan's attitude improved the situation. Bone Douluo gradually retracted his martial soul, allowing Titan's family to breathe a sigh of relief. Esteemed Bone Douluo and these talented youths, please come inside with me, Titan said warmly. Han Li interrupted, expressing his desire for a duel. Now that Titan recognized their affiliation with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he dared not engage Han Li in combat, fearing he might inadvertently harm him and provoke Bone Douluo's wrath. Fear not, I will observe the match. No harm shall come to you, Bone Douluo assured. Faced with this, Titan reluctantly acquiesced. Curiosity pica Han Li's capabilities. Previously, the 3 girls had fought, with 2 on the offense and 1 providing support, while Han Li had yet to reveal his full potential, likely indicating he was a battle soul master. Please summon an auxiliary soul master to restore my friend's soul power. Anli Rakasta. Chapter 97. Han Li and the 4 against Soul Douluo Titan. Titan did not dare to delay, fearful of reigniting Bone Douluo's ire. Although the Power Clan was a single attribute clan, they often invited auxiliary soul masters to maintain their estate and heal their members. An auxiliary soul master restored Ning Rongrong's soul power, who then turned to revive Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In no time, the 3 women were fully revitalized. Brimming with eagerness, they were now set to battle alongside Han Li, this time against a stronger opponent, a Soul Douluo, with unprecedented pressure weighing upon them. Titan, Tainuo, Talon, and others were perplexed. Why did the 4 children not exhibit fear against a genuine Soul Douluo? Bone Douluo also pondered whether Han Li and the others could pose a threat to Titan. In any other scenario, it was unthinkable that they would withstand the onslaught of a Soul Douluo. However, with Han Li's involvement, the possibilities were boundless. Han Li waved his hand, summoning the young girls to his side, and spoke. During the forthcoming battle, Ning Rongrong will continue her usual role of providing support from the rear. I shall take the lead in the offensive, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will assist me from the sidelines. The power of the Titan was unparalleled. Few could rival it across the entire Douluo continent. Engaging such a formidable opponent head-on was clearly an unwise choice, particularly for the 3 young women, who could easily be sent flying by a single punch from the Titan. Han Li was the first to reveal his martial soul, as a sharp, glimmering scythe materialized in his grasp, followed by the emergence of 4 luminous white soul rings from beneath his feet. He had deliberately displayed 4 white soul rings, concealing the true age of his soul rings. The Titan and his grandson were taken aback, as they had initially assumed Han Li to be stronger than the three girls. However, they were astonished to discover that not only was his martial soul ordinary, but the age of his soul rings was also the most basic, 10 years. This was perplexing. If only the first soul ring was a white 10-year ring, it could be easily understood. It was rare for an ordinary soul master to obtain a 100-year soul ring at the outset. Yet the fact that all of Han Li's second, third, and fourth soul rings were also white rendered the situation incomprehensible. This lad, who had been by the Douluo's side, should presumably be affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why then did his soul ring configuration appear so inferior? The Titan was filled with confusion, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it. To him, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was a powerful institution, and it was entirely reasonable for even the most ordinary disciples to possess optimal soul ring configurations. Could it be that this child had only recently joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Yet that made little sense. Why would such a prestigious sect accept a young man with such poor soul rings, merely because he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at a young age? Indeed, ascending to the rank of Soul Master at such a tender age was quite impressive, but the configuration of soul rings would undoubtedly impact future development. Among soul masters of the same rank, the decisive factor in strength lay in the configuration of their soul rings. The soul abilities granted by a 1,000-year soul ring would significantly surpass those granted by a 100-year soul ring. This was a consensus within the realm of soul masters. Otherwise, many would not expend such effort in search of higher-age soul rings. This young man surely harbored some secret, the Titan mused. The Douluo and the others understood that Han Li could defeat an early-stage soul emperor, so they were not surprised by the 4 soul rings he displayed. Han Li's soul rings shouldn't be like this, Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu in confusion. Xiao Wu nodded and replied in a voice only they could hear. Han Li might be using a disguise for his soul rings. Xiao Wu was not particularly curious about the specifics of how Han Li accomplished this. In their eyes, Han Li was capable of anything. As the battle commenced, Ning Rongrong immediately unleashed her martial soul, prioritizing comprehensive support for Han Li. She activated 4 auxiliary soul abilities in quick succession. This resulted in a staggering 50% increase in Han Li's power, defense, soul power, and speed. In the next moment, Han Li launched a fierce assault towards the Titan. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing refrained from acting impulsively, adhering to Han Li's instructions to remain on standby, waiting for the opportune moment to join the fray. With his 3rd soul ability, the blade light suddenly appeared. A layer of white blade aura enveloped Han Li's scythe, emanating a chilling brilliance and an overwhelming aura of death. He then executed a powerful slash, and the white blade aura surged forth like a sharp sword, charging towards the Titan with tremendous force. Unfazed, the Titan retaliated with a punch, demonstrating his terrifying strength, and directly shattered Han Li's soul ability attack. The Titan successfully neutralized Han Li's initial onslaught, yet a sense of unease crept into his heart. His expression turned grave. This boy's soul ability possessed at least the power of a soul emperor, which should not have been the case. Was he not merely a soul master? Moreover, judging by his appearance, Han Li did not seem particularly robust like those of the Strength Clan, and his martial soul was rather unremarkable. How could he be so powerful? The Titan found it utterly baffling. A multitude of thoughts coalesced into a single realization. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly was a breeding ground for prodigies. The Titan, having initially categorized Han Li as a talent cultivated by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, attributed the inexplicable to the might of this esteemed sect. After pausing momentarily, Han Li launched another attack, this time employing his 1st soul ability. Notably, as the age of his soul rings increased, Han Li's previous soul abilities had also undergone a certain degree of evolution. His 1st soul ability, Earth Soul, which had initially been a defensive skill, had now evolved to encompass control. Before the gazes of the spectators, streams of yellow light emerged from the ground, swirling around Han Li. This was Earth Soul, summoned forth through a scythe. The Earth Soul merged with Han Li's soul power, forming a brand new energy that radiated an ancient and profound aura. The Titan stared intently at Han Li, preparing to counter any impending attack. In the next moment, Han Li suddenly extended his palm and grasped the air. The ground trembled and swayed as 6 colossal bronze-colored arm apparitions erupted from the earth, swiftly heading towards the Titan's position. Without hesitation, the Titan retaliated with a punch, pushing back the enormous hand that approached him. However, other hands seized him from behind. The Titan, focusing his strength, was not particularly agile. Even upon realizing the disturbance behind him, he found it difficult to react swiftly. Consequently, Two enormous bronze hands rapidly ensnared the Titan's waist, lifting him off the ground and spinning him several times in the air. The Titan, of course, was not one to sit idly by. Chapter 98. Poisoning the Titan. Straining for victory. The Titan summoned his soul power and, with immense strength, broke free from the constraints of the grasping appendages, charging towards Han Li. He dared not injure Han Li, but a lesson could certainly be imparted. As he charged, the Titan fixated his gaze on Han Li, seeking to detect fear in his eyes. However, Han Li remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were already assured. In the midst of the Titan's confusion, Han Li unleashed a soul ability granted by the system, Poison Cloud. Indeed, it was the very technique that had once incapacitated the master with poison. The toxin of Poison Cloud was not lethal. Its destructive power was minimal. Yet its advantages were evident. Silent and stealthy, it incapacitated the opponent. The Titan presented a far more formidable challenge than any adversary Han Li had previously encountered. Without the soul ability procured through the system, it would have been difficult for Han Li to defeat the Titan. The Titan, completely unprepared for Han Li's use of poison, inadvertently inhaled the toxin in a moment of distraction. Suddenly, he found himself immobilized, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. "You poison me?" The Titan's pupils dilated as he stared incredulously at Han Li. Seizing the moment of eye contact, Han Li subtly employed his charm soul ability. Aware that the toxin from Poison Cloud was weak and of limited utility, he utilized charm to induce feelings of dizziness and disorientation in the Titan. The aim of this tactic was to suggest to the Titan that he had succumbed to a potent poison. Even if his body later expelled the toxin, the psychological impact would inevitably diminish his combat effectiveness. Once engaged in battle with the Titan, Han Li was undoubtedly intent on securing victory. He was a meticulous strategist, aiming to achieve the ultimate triumph at minimal cost. "It's time. Let us strike together," Han Li bellowed to the two women behind him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his call, rushed over, and the three of them launched a fierce assault on the Titan. Ning Rongrong, as usual, remained at the rear, providing support for her companions. Before the Titan could assess his physical condition, he found himself entangled by the trio, appearing somewhat despondent. Tainuo and Tailong, the father and son duo, were left in awe, witnessing four soul masters capable of contending evenly with the formidable Titan. Such a spectacle, if it were to be relayed, would surely be met with disbelief. The members of the Li family were equally astonished, their jaws agape. They had never witnessed anyone endure such a prolonged battle against their clan leader. Bon Duo wore a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated these events. As time passed, the toxins within the Titan were nearly expelled, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He distinctly recalled feeling deeply poisoned moments ago. How could such a transformation occur in the blink of an eye? Immersed in combat, the Titan dismissed these thoughts and began to reveal his true prowess. He transitioned from a passive stance to seizing the initiative, launching powerful punches with astounding force. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, though valiant, found themselves in perilous situations, narrowly avoiding being struck down by the Titan's blows. Han Li fared slightly better, managing to withstand the Titan's onslaught. Gradually, the trio adapted their strategy, creating distance from the Titan and employing various old techniques for ranged assaults, abandoning their Na'vi frontal collisions. This tactical shift proved troublesome for the Titan, despite his brute strength, had no means to exert effectively. A protracted battle decidedly favored Han Li and his companions, who not only held a numerical advantage, but also benefited from Ning Rongrong's continuous support. After an arduous skirmish, the Titan's stamina waned, and the depletion of his soul power significantly diminished his strength and speed. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity, Han Li led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in a decisive charge, denying the Titan any respite. Ultimately, the Titan could no longer withstand their relentless assault and was brought down to the ground by their combined efforts. Lying on the ground, the Titan felt a peculiar numbness enveloping his body, leaving him utterly discomfort. Tainuo and Tailong stood speechless in shock. They must be monsters. Tailong trembled, chilled to the bone. In his heart, Tailong silently vowed never to provoke others lightly again, realizing the truth in the saying that one should not judge by appearances. Following their victory over the Titan, Han Li and the three women were rewarded by the system. Each of them could siphon 2 years of the Titan's lifespan. And as the primary attacker, Han Li received an additional reward, an entirely new soul technique, Mighty Diamond Fist. Although the name bore a resemblance to Zhao Wujia's Mighty Diamond Palm, its power was incomparably greater. Zhao Wujia's technique was a first-level soul skill, whereas Mighty Diamond Fist possessed the might of an 8th-level soul skill. Ecstatic, Han Li decided to exchange for soul power, considering that the Titan, being an 85th-level soul Douluo, was significantly superior in rank. This enabled Han Li and his companions to convert the siphoned lifespan directly into soul power on a one-to-one basis. In the blink of an eye, Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each ascended 2 levels in their soul power. Presently, Han Li stood as a 74th level soul sage, Xiao Wu as a 52nd level soul king, Zhu Zhuqing as a 51st level soul king, and Ning Rongrong as a 48th level soul master. Their visit to the Li family had not only yielded fruitful gains before even initiating any business discussions, but had undoubtedly set a promising tone for the future. Han Li and Xiao Wu, along with the others, were brimming with joy. Tainuo hurried over to assist his father, the Titan, to his feet. Strange. The Titan muttered to himself, I merely lost a battle, yet I suddenly feel so aged. Perhaps this defeat had shaken his confidence, causing his mentality to age prematurely. Father, are you all right? Tainuo asked, concern etched on his face. I believe I have been poisoned, the Titan replied weakly. He was utterly perplexed. Moments ago, he had sensed the toxins dissipating from his body, so why had they suddenly resurfaced? The poison from the sky had indeed long since dispersed, but during the ensuing clashes, the Titan had repeatedly come into contact with Han Li's scythe, which was also tainted with poison, far more potent than the earlier toxins. Han Li was counting on the Titan to assist him, hastily moving forward to detoxify him. Initially, Tainuo obstructed his path, fearing for his father's safety. However, the Titan gestured for Tainuo to step aside, allowing Han Li to proceed. One must never underestimate the young, Han Li remarked casually while administering the antidote to the Titan. The Titan felt a mix of emotions, utterly helpless. With Bone Douluo present, he lacked the courage to express his frustration. Experience is the best teacher. The Titan resolved to learn from this incident, vowing never to stumble in the same manner again. Soon, Han Li completely eradicated the toxins from the Titan's body. The Titan stood up, exhaling a deep sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort and clarity. Chapter 99. The Power of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Efficacy of Hidden Weapons. Suddenly, Bone Douluo spoke up. Old gorilla, we traveled a great distance only to be met with rejection at your door. As the clan leader, don't you think you owe us some hospitality? The Titan discerned the underlying message in Bone Douluo's words and immediately extended a warm invitation for everyone to enter. The interior of the Li family residence was expansive, with ironclad clan members tirelessly swinging their hammers, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Under the Titan's guidance, the guests were ushered into the main hall of the estate. Please, take a seat, the Titan said respectfully. Once Han Li and the others were settled, the Titan called for his son, Tainuo, instructing him to prepare a feast and fine wine for the guests. Next, he asked Tai Long to step forward and sincerely apologize to Han Li and his party. This display of hospitality significantly improved the trio's impression of the Li family. What brings you all to our Li family? The Titan inquired cautiously. Throughout his inquiry, he kept his gaze fixed on Bone Douluo, believing that serious discussions ought to be conducted with an adult. However, Bone Douluo showed no signs of taking the lead and instead turned his attention to Han Li. Taking a deep breath, Han Li delved into the matter at hand. I intend to tinker with some gadgets and have heard that your forging skills are unparalleled. So I came to seek your expertise in crafting some components. The mention of forging reignited the Titan's confidence, assuring them that they had approached the right person for the task. What do you wish to forge? Speak freely. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. The Titan declared with assurance. Han Li reached for his soul guidance device, retrieving 2 blueprints and handing them to the Titan. Here are the designs for the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Titan examined the blueprints closely and remarked, remarkable. I have never encountered such weapons in my lifetime. They are indeed extraordinary. However, I wonder about their practicality. Rest assured, these will be in good hands with me. It was evident that the Titan held a keen interest in these 2 hidden weapons, which would inspire him to dedicate greater effort to their creation. Bone Douluo and the others were equally intrigued by Han Li's inventive ideas. Nevertheless, Bone Douluo expressed skepticism, noting that given their diminutive size, the weapons might not deliver substantial power. Then, I shall trouble you to commence work at once. The true efficacy of these devices will reveal itself upon their completion. Han Li said, nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li produced a pristine new blueprint, inscribed with details regarding the legendary Zhuge divine crossbow. Titan, having barely glanced at it, immediately displayed a frown. Upon completing his examination of the document, he found himself quite overwhelmed. Forgive my frankness, but the content of this blueprint is rather esoteric, and I find myself unable to comprehend it at this juncture, Titan lamented. However, do not despair. When the opportunity arises, I shall escort you to visit the president of the Blacksmith Association, the renowned divine craftsman, Liu Gao, he added hastily. Liu Gao's mastery in the art of forging is unparalleled throughout the entire Douluo continent. Although Titan himself is a god craftsman-level blacksmith, his responsibilities as the patriarch of the Titan clan prevent him from dedicating his full attention and time to the craft. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Please expedite the forging of those 2 items, Han Li urged with a hint of impatience. Titan promptly took the blueprint and proceeded to the forge, with his son, Tano, assisting him. These 2 types of concealed weapons are not products native to the Douluo continent. To enhance efficiency, Han Li stood nearby, offering guidance. Forging is quite enjoyable, Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile. Bon Douluo and Xiao Wu shared similar sentiments. Had it not been for Han Li, they would have never had the opportunity to observe a blacksmith's work up close in their lifetimes. The entire process lasted for much of the afternoon, and by evening, Titan and Tano finally produced 2 prototypes. Here, are you satisfied with these samples? Titan inquired as Han Li took the 2 concealed weapons into his hands. The materials were visibly of superior quality, exquisitely crafted, resembling 2 works of art. Indeed, as one of the 3 renowned god craftsmen of our time, your creations have surpassed my expectations, Han Li acknowledged with a nod. Titan's pride swelled at Han Li's praise, lifting his spirits immensely. Junior has a rather unconventional request. Han Li seized the moment to propose. Speak freely. I shall grant any request within my capacity, Titan responded jovially. Anli remielata mi shiavos smila. Might I trouble you to serve as a mobile target so that I may test the prowess of these 2 weapons? Is that all? Titan replied without a second thought, readily acquiescing. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapons, Titan regarded them with a dismissive eye due to their diminutive size. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the others, Titan stood at a distance, gesturing for Han Li to proceed. Han Li, I am ready. Do hurry with the trial, Titan said breezily, harboring a low regard for the 2 weapons. Based on his extensive experience in blacksmithing, he believed such small instruments would lack significant power. Han Li armed himself with the silent sleeve arrow, suddenly aiming in Titan's direction and firing. 3 sharp little arrows shot forth without warning towards Titan. Observing the imminent threat, Titan swiftly summoned his soul power, enveloping his hands to firmly catch the 3 small arrows. Such force from these diminutive objects, Titan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he successfully intercepted the silent sleeve arrows, he could perceive their formidable power. Do not rush. There's another weapon yet, Han Li chuckled. He calmly drew forth the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, the most potent single-target concealed weapon, capable of unleashing 27 needles in rapid succession at a single point. In terms of single-target impact, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle exceeds the Zhuge Divine Crossbow by more than 5-fold. When launched, it descends like rain upon flowers, hence its name. Titan suddenly sensed danger, instinctively focusing his attention as a multitude of pear blossom needles surged toward him, glinting ominously. With each needle he deflected, his palms throbbed painfully. Titan's scalp tingled with tension, his senses heightened, and he could no longer afford to be careless. Bonat Douluo, Ningrongrong. And the others watched in astonishment as Titan struggled against the onslaught. They were left dumbfounded, never expecting such inconspicuous weapons to exhibit such terrifying lethality, forcing a Soul Douluo to respond with utmost caution. Fortunately, Titan's solid foundation and immense strength ultimately allowed him to evade the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle's barrage unscathed. How exaggerated! Can such trifles genuinely possess such destructive power? Titan gasped, sweating profusely, incredulous. Chapter 100. The Tang Sect, the Titan Clan joins. Han Li observed the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction, succinctly introducing the 2 weapons, the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, both classified as concealed weapons. Despite their seemingly modest power, concealed weapons thrive on the element of surprise. If employed unexpectedly, the adversary finds it exceedingly challenging to defend. When utilized adeptly, they can easily disrupt an opponent's offensive strategy, providing substantial assistance. Particularly, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle's dense attack pattern renders it nearly impossible to defend against, even for an 85-rank Soul Douluo like Titan, let alone mid-ranked Soul Masters. Its sole drawback lies in the necessity of specific techniques for deployment, and of course, the user's soul power must not be too weak, lest they risk injuring themselves. Hanli, the weapon you wielded earlier, is remarkably powerful. Douluo and the others praised fervently. Hanli smiled in response, casually handing the silent sleeve arrow to Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, this is called the silent sleeve arrow. I gift it to you. For an auxiliary system soul master, this concealed weapon is ideally suited for self-defense and will prove immensely helpful. Thank you so much, Hanli. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Douluo then interjected, could we possibly have more concealed weapons forged to distribute among the auxiliary disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? This way they can safeguard themselves. Of course, Hanli, we would not take your creations for free. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to offer generous compensation, Douluo assured. Hanli nodded in affirmation, replying, I came here intending to conduct an experiment, and upon success, I shall forward for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The news delighted Douluo and Ning Rongrong, who were eager to inform Ning Fengji of this good fortune. In truth, there are even better concealed weapons, as evidenced by the intricate blueprint I previously presented. That weapon not only possesses considerable lethality, but also boasts a wide range. Its only downside is the complexity of its manufacture. One must take things step by step. Hanli resolved to gradually develop these concealed weapons. At that moment, Tano approached and whispered a few words in a Titan's ear. Everyone, the meal is ready. Please follow me to dine, Titan announced to the group. At the banquet, an array of delectable dishes wafted intoxicating aromas, captivating all present, and mouths watered in anticipation. The Titan clan, known for their hearty appetites, brought forth several casks of rich, fragrant wine. Hanli, at such a young age, can you partake in alcohol? Titan glanced at him curiously. Why ever not? Hanli replied, lifting a goblet to his lips and downing its contents in one swift motion. Titan erupted into hearty laughter. What a fine youth! Not only formidable in strength, but also with impressive drinking capacity. Ning Rongrong, seated beside Hanli, cautiously reached for a goblet, only to be halted by Douluo. Despite Douluo's indulgent affection towards Ning Rongrong, he would not permit her to drink at such a tender age. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling akin to a girl caught in wrongdoing. After several rounds of drinks, Hanli suddenly rose, raising his goblet as he approached Titan. I have recently conceived an idea to establish a brand new sect, which I have aptly named the Tang sect. Tangmen, how splendid it is! Titan slurred, having indulged in considerable libations. Hanli continued, lamenting the sparse beginnings of Tangmen, where I was but a solitary figure. Thus, I extend an invitation to your esteemed Titan family to join us. Should you be willing, I shall share my collection of hidden weapons. However, upon joining, you must pledge your unwavering loyalty, for any betrayal shall not be taken lightly. As Hanli spoke, a sharp, chilling glint flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a merciless demon. Under his piercing gaze, Titan abruptly sobered, glancing towards the distant Douluo before admitting, I indeed harbor a desire to join your Tangmen. However, I am encumbered by certain obligations that render compliance difficult. The Titan family is closely allied with the Haoyan sect, to which Titan holds profound reverence, especially for Tang Hao of Haoyan. Yet, many years ago, Tang Hao offended the Spirit Hall, reportedly slaying the reigning pope, and subsequently vanished. The Spirit Hall, the preeminent force on the continent, led Haoyan sect to adopt a policy of avoidance, ultimately expelling Tang Hao from their ranks. Fearing retribution from the Spirit Hall, Haoyan sect even declared their retreat from worldly affairs. I am aware that your Titan family is beholden to Haoyan sect, yet you must have observed their actions, remarked Hanli, fixing Titan with an unwavering stare. Titan was taken aback. Never did he expect this young boy to possess such intricate knowledge. Initially, Haoyan sect had fled, abandoning the affiliated 4 single attribute clans without a second thought. This negligence had caused considerable suffering, and had it not been for their mutual support, they might have perished long ago. Indeed, Haoyan sect's actions are disheartening. Titan sighed. I am uncertain of your concerns, but I wish to convey that your ties to Haoyan sect have been severed. The Titan family is now unshackled and free to join my newly established Tangmen. Hanli then grasped Titan's large hand, gently urging him, you must contemplate this carefully, before your family lies an extraordinary opportunity. Once this chance passes, it shall be lost forever. I am not in need of mere numbers. What I truly seek are capable individuals, Hanli articulated slowly. Titan found himself at a crossroads, unconsciously glancing at Douluo bewildered. Wait, you are not affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, so how does this Tang Min pertain to you? Hanli clarified that he was not a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but rather held a close relationship with them. Tang Min is a personal endeavor of mine, created to attract talented individuals and develop intriguing innovations. Upon hearing this, Titan fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the matter. This is no trivial decision. Titan bore the weight of the entire Titan family's fate. Very well, I shall join, Titan proclaimed, thumping his thigh exuberantly. In his view, joining Tang Min seemed a most fortuitous venture. Titan was particularly impressed by Han Li, seeing boundless potential in him. At merely 10 years of age, he wielded the strength of a Soul Emperor. Should Han Li continue to cultivate normally, he was destined to become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. One day, Han Li might even ascend to become the paramount powerhouse of the realm. When that time comes, those vying for Han Li's favor would encircle the Douluo continent thrice over. There would be no need for Titan to compete. Thus, Titan resolved to invest in Han Li in advance. Chapter 101. Seeking Artisan Guild Master Lu Gao. Titan led the way. By joining Tang Min at its inception, Titan could be considered an original investor in Han Li's venture. When Han Li flourished in the future, he would undoubtedly remember this elder. Moreover, despite Han Li's casual demeanor about the venture, the two hidden weapons he possessed hinted at Tang Min's vast potential for development. Even if Tang Min were to falter, Titan could leverage today's events to strengthen ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. In any case, Titan would suffer no losses. Excellent. You are now the inaugural member of Tang Min, Han Li exclaimed with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Titan's decision. It appears Titan has an eye for value. Upon hearing that Han Li intended to establish a sect, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were immediately thrilled, clamoring to join as well. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, being independent, could easily join. As for Rongrong, Han Li pondered for a moment before adding, you may join too, but you shall remain the vice master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Rongrong did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at Douluo, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she excitedly replied to Han Li. Ning Fengji had previously instructed Douluo to do everything possible to win Han Li over. Even if he could not be persuaded to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it was imperative to establish connections, as proximity would only benefit them. Thus, even with Ning Fengji present, he would be more than willing to allow Ning Rongrong to join Tang Min. Consequently, you all shall be the first members of my Tang Min. The group erupted into laughter, creating a joyful atmosphere. Old servant Titan, I pay my respects to the sect master. Titan jovially amended his address. Following this, Titan quickly signaled to his son, Tai Nuo, and Tai Long, who understood his intent and mirrored Titan's change in address to Han Li. In truth, Tai Long felt a twinge of envy, for he believed he should be the one surrounded by admirers in such a protagonist role. Han Li had overshadowed him completely. After the banquet, Titan arranged splendid accommodations for Han Li and his companions, where they settled in. Time passed gradually. Early the next morning, a pale light broke on the horizon, illuminating the earth. Since he had joined Tang Min, Titan was eager to undertake tangible endeavors, thus seeking out Han Li to express his desire to visit the Blacksmith Association in search of Guild Master Lu Gao. The sooner they located Lu Gao, the sooner they could craft new hidden weapons. Titan's proposal resonated with Han Li, and they promptly resolved to set off. Xiao Wu, Douluo, and their companions naturally chose to accompany them. Before their departure, Titan gathered his son and several skilled blacksmiths, issuing specific instructions. While we are away, reduce other tasks and expedite the crafting of the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Tai Nuo and the others nodded earnestly, watching the carriage recede into the distance. The Blacksmith Association was located in Gongxin City, quite distant from Tiando City, yet relatively close to Soatawa City. Gongxin City was renowned as the City of Metals, boasting abundant metal resources. Intricate hidden weapons heavily relied on rare metals. Gongxin City served as the pinnacle of aspiration for blacksmiths across the continent. Despite the lowly status of blacksmiths within the two empires, their craft was indispensable. From military weaponry to agricultural tools, architecture, and everyday furnishings. Moreover, as the Douluo continent was currently in an era of cold weapons, the significance of such a heavy industrial city was paramount. Upon arriving at the gates of Gongxin City, Han Li and his companions disembarked from the carriage, quickly captivated by the sights before them. In terms of notoriety, prosperity, In population, Gongxin City could not rival the capital Tiando City. Yet, Gongxin had its own unique charm. After experiencing the grandeur of large cities, one would find a refreshing sense of novelty upon arriving here. The city is markedly industrialized, adorned with intricate machinery and grand edifices, with steam perpetually billowing into the sky. It has been quite some time since my last visit, Titan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In the streets, a man clutched a set of armor, passionately extolling its virtues to a gathering crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess, I am a disciple of the master craftsman, Lu Gao, and the soft armor I hold in my hands is indeed a creation of my esteemed master, he proclaimed with theatrical flair, as if he were a bard recounting an epic tale. While Lu Gao may not enjoy widespread recognition across the continent, in Gongxin City, he is undoubtedly a household name, revered as the very embodiment of every blacksmith's aspirations. Upon mentioning Lu Gao's work, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. Such a master craftsman's creations must be immensely valuable. Titan interjected, his tone laced with disdain. How can you dare to claim this scrap metal is the work of Lu Gao? His words stirred a ripple of murmurs among the onlookers. The man, having overheard Titan's remarks, bristled with indignation. You are insulting the master craftsman Lu Gao and disrespecting my teacher. Titan scoffed dismissively. The materials of this armor are subpar. The craftsmanship is atrocious. In essence, it is inferior to mere street vendor wares. There is no way Lu Gao could produce such rubbish, he asserted firmly. Good sir, you seem knowledgeable. May I inquire as to why this armor is so abysmal? Someone asked earnestly. Titan replied coolly. This armor possesses no practicality. Even a mere blade could cleave through it with ease. The man panicked, hastily retorting, Old man, do not feign knowledge. This armor is not meant for battle, but rather for decorative purposes. Titan remained unyielding. Even as a decorative piece, Lu Gao would never craft such a shoddy imitation. Best disperse, everyone, and keep your wits about you. Do not be deceived by this charlatan, he warned. The man, a mere street vendor, could hardly tolerate having his facade dismantled by an elderly challenger. You will regret this, old man. He spat venomously. You scum tarnish the name of blacksmiths. You deserve a beating. Titan, refusing to be intimidated, clenched his fist and sent the man flying with a single strike. The vendor crashed heavily to the ground, gasping in pain. Meanwhile, his gang began to converge on the scene. Is anyone looking for trouble? They sneered, just as they prepared to act. Countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground. Bone Douluo, with a grim expression, intoned, Do you wish to die? These ruffians, accustomed to bullying ordinary folk, had never encountered such a situation and fled in terror. Subsequently, Titan led the crowd directly to the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. True to its reputation, the Blacksmith Association's premises was far grander than many noble estates, boasting superior facilities and a greater number of blacksmiths. Chapter 102, Astonishing the Master Craftsman. Dedicating oneself to research. Titan, one of the 3 master blacksmiths, also served as the vice president of the association, enjoying considerable acclaim. Many recognized him and greeted him with respect. Before long, they encountered the legendary master craftsman, Lu Gao. Contrary to what his name might suggest, Lu Gao was not particularly tall. Instead, he was short and stout, resembling a large potato. His hair, sideburns, and beard were all white, his face lined with wrinkles. Yet he exuded vitality. Titan, long time no see. What brings you to Gongxin City? Lu Gao queried with a jovial smile. I have a favor to ask of you. Titan replied, gesturing to Han Li. Without hesitation, Han Li retrieved the blueprints for the Zhuge divine crossbow from his soul guide and presented them to Lu Gao. Initially, Lu Gao maintained a calm demeanor, but after only a brief glance at the blueprints, his expression transformed into one of astonishment and excitement. As he became increasingly engrossed in the designs, he would likely have remained in trance had Titan not called out to him repeatedly. Marvelous! I have never encountered such an exquisite and fascinating weapon in my lifetime, Lu Gao exclaimed with unrestrained admiration. He slapped Titan on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would bring me such a remarkable surprise. Titan quickly waved his hands in denial, attributing the designs to Han Li. Lu Gao turned his gaze back to Han Li, initially underestimating him, assuming he was merely Titan's junior due to his youthful appearance. Did you create this weapon? Lu Gao asked incredulously. Anli nudda impossibili. To be precise, it is classified as a concealed weapon. Lu Gao, still skeptical, posed several technical questions to gauge Han Li's knowledge. To his astonishment, Han Li answered each question with ease, demonstrating undeniable expertise. Lu Gao, he is no ordinary individual. In addition to the designs, he has also developed some impressive small devices, Titan noted, alluding to the silent wrist crossbow and the rain of pear blossoms. He praised Han Li profusely, though he chose to remain silent about his own defeat at Han Li's hands, as no one wishes for their humiliation to be made public. Do you have those small devices with you? Lu Gao inquired. Soon, he personally examined both the silent wrist crossbow and the rain of pear blossoms, his attention fully captivated by these concealed weapons, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Extraordinary! These are the most magnificent works of art in the world. Lu Gao marveled. Were I to forge these small devices, they would undoubtedly be even more perfect. After receiving Han Li's permission, Lu Gao personally tested the power of both concealed weapons, resulting in an eye-opening experience. Is this truly your creation? Lu Gao asked, perplexed as he gazed at Han Li. Is there any doubt? Subsequently, Han Li produced the blueprints for the silent wrist crossbow and the rain of pear blossoms, but did not hand them over immediately. Master Lu Gao, would you be willing to join my sect? I'm the Iskakalmri. Your sect? Indeed, it is called Tang Min, and I am its leader. I joined just a few days ago, Titan explained. Tang Min? Han Li assured Lu Gao that, should he join, all his concealed weapons would be shared with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Gao did not hesitate and quickly agreed. As a fervent craftsman, his greatest desire was to forge the most formidable weapons. The conditions proposed by Han Li ignited a longing within him that he could not refuse. Give me some time. I must thoroughly study this Zhuge divine crossbow. Once I have made up my mind, I will seek you out, Lu Gao expressed, eager to commence his work. Master Lu Gao, I shall await your favorable response. With that, Han Li and the others departed, knowing that a craftsman of Lu Gao's caliber requires a tranquil environment to fully immerse himself in his research. Titan felt somewhat helpless. He too wished to be involved, but chose to accompany Han Li instead. As they exited the doors of the Blacksmith Association, Han Li paused, seemingly attuned to Titan's unspoken thoughts. If you wish, you can return to continue crafting concealed weapons, he suggested. Han Li intended to meander nearby, not requiring Titan to remain by his side. After Titan departed, Han Li and the others soon found themselves growing weary of their surroundings. Gongxin City was hardly an ideal locale for soul masters. Any novelty had long since faded. Han Li, let us seek some amusement, Xiao Wu remarked, her tone imbued with tedium. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li indeed conceived of a splendid destination. Given that they had already absorbed the Titans clan, it was only natural to incorporate the other 3 single-attribute clans as well. Naturally, the Yu clan, being situated far within the confines of the Starfall Empire, could be dealt with at a later time. For now, they could first pursue the Min and Pa clans. One can only hope we do not encounter any more brutish fellows like those from the Li clan, Xiao Wu lamented, as she held a preference for Han Li's more refined appearance. Fear not, for the clans we are about to visit are devoid of such ruffians. Han Li reassured with a smile. The Min clan, undoubtedly, ranked among the least prosperous of the 4 single-attribute clans, as their unique talents bore little significance in this era of peace. Their ancestral martial soul, the swift-tailed swallow, endowed their members with singular speed attributes. Yet they excelled in no other regard. Consequently, they could not engage in physical labor like the Li and Yu clans and were thus relegated to intelligence-gathering tasks. However, in this day and age, every prominent family and power nurtures their own disciples for reconnaissance, leaving the Min clan with scant clientele throughout the year. This predicament often led them to financial woes, and had it not been for the assistance of the other 3 clans, the Min clan might have already faced obliteration. It was precisely due to these hardships that the Min clan's residence appeared particularly shabby, with peeling walls and a wooden gate that even an ordinary person could easily breach. The interior consisted of small wooden cottages and a courtyard of modest size, resembling a shoddy construction. It was indeed quite demeaning for soul masters to reside in such a place. Are we in the right location? Xiao Wu queried, her face a canvas of confusion. The Min clan lacked even a gatekeeper. How pitiful. Yet at that moment, several white figures descended from the heavens, landing before Han Li and his companions. Who are you? Without further ado, it was evident that these were disciples of the Min clan on patrol, comprising both genders, although the females were in the majority. Chapter 103. A joke of speed with the Min clan. We have come to seek your clan leader, Han Li replied with calm composure. Then you ought to promptly announce your names. You are not yet worthy of knowing mine. Though the 4 clans faced differing fortunes, they all shared a common trait, an indomitable spirit. Each clan excelled in its own domain, and thus, to engage with them, one must possess genuine prowess to earn their respect. Such audacity! The disciple immediately bristled with anger. However, A more composed peer quickly whispered a few words in her ear, which helped her regain her composure. Very well, wait here. I shall report to the clan leader. You three stay behind to keep watch over them. With that, the leading female disciple swiftly darted towards the residence. Xiao Wu, her curiosity piqued, blinked and asked, Han Li, why are they not blaming us? The Min clan's lack of combat prowess makes them disadvantaged in direct confrontations with ordinary soul masters, so they would naturally seek to avoid such situations. After a brief interval, the female disciple returned, reluctantly opened the gate, and invited them inside. The Min clan leader, Bai He, emerged from within, scrutinizing Han Li and his entourage with keen interest. Bai He presented a venerable visage, stooped and sporting a long, grizzled beard, his slender frame exuding an air of lightness. I have heard you wish to see me, yet I have not encountered you before. Could it be that you come bearing business propositions? Bai He inquired. Indeed, addressing Han Li and his three companions. Bai He cast only a cursory glance, his gaze fixated on the Bon Douluo throughout the exchange. Despite the Bon Douluo's humble attire and the deliberate suppression of his aura, Bai He discerned his extraordinary nature. I am not the one seeking you, the Bon Douluo shrugged. Bai He appeared perplexed, having already exchanged glances. If it was not he who sought them, then who could it possibly be? It is I who seeks you. This time, Han Li resolved to cut to the chase. I have established a sect known as Tang Min and extend a formal invitation for you to join. It has been ages since a stranger visited the Min clan, and Han Li's arrival captivated many clan members, drawing them out of their abodes. Upon hearing Han Li's declaration, a chorus of laughter erupted among the clan members. Did I hear correctly? That child, scarcely a decade old, claims to have founded a sect? Are they here to entertain us? Clan leader, I suspect these individuals are merely troublemakers. We should swiftly dismiss them. Indeed, how shameless for such young children to boast of establishing a sect. The air was thick with mockery and derision. This was not to say that every member of the Min clan was aggressive. Rather, the absurdity of the situation was evident to any reasonable observer. Bai He, too, felt a twinge of unease. Initially, upon hearing of a merchant wishing to meet him, he had harbored hopes of finally securing a business deal. The Min clan's circumstances had been dwindling, teetering on the brink of starvation. If they could clinch a deal at this juncture, it would alleviate their immediate crisis. Bai He approached with anticipation, only to be met with this farcical scenario. Is this child yours? Have you not taught him the proper etiquette? Bai He managed to suppress his ire as he addressed the Bon Douluo. Perhaps we could engage in a wager? Han Li interjected, his expression impassive. I have no interest in betting, nor would I entertain a wager with a mere child. Bai He retorted coldly. Bai He held a particularly poor impression of Han Li and his companions. Yet at that moment, Han Li and Xiao Wu, along with the three girls, seemed to have silently coordinated, simultaneously unleashing their martial souls and soul rings. The scythe, the soft-boned rabbit, the nether spirit cat, and the seven-treasure glazed tile slowly manifested before the onlookers. Most striking were the soul rings illuminating beneath their feet, each possessing 4 rings in perfect alignment. The very disciples who had previously dismissed Han Li and his companions stood in stunned silence. They instinctively held their breath, struck by disbelief. What is happening? 4 children, each around 10 years of age, are all soul masters? The seven-treasure glazed tile, what connection do you have to the seven-treasure glazed sect? Bai He inquired, his gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. Might I inquire if you have heard of the esteemed Bon Douluo? Han Li did not respond to his question, instead stating, any soul master who can cultivate to the rank of title Douluo is, without exception, a formidable individual. The Bon Douluo is a rare gem, even among the title Douluo. How could Bai be unaware? I may very well be the Bon Douluo you speak of. The Bon Douluo subtly released a hint of his aura. So it is the esteemed Bon Douluo of the seven-treasure glazed sect who graces us with his presence. Please forgive my earlier negligence. Bai He spoke with utmost respect. In this world that venerates strength, as long as one possesses sufficient might, respect will follow, regardless of the setting. Might I inquire why the esteemed one has chosen to conceal his aura and identity? What brings you here, esteemed one? Bai He continued, I did not deliberately conceal anything. Rather, there was simply no necessity to reveal it. Furthermore, I assure you that my initial words were devoid of any embellishments. It was indeed he who sought you out. Bon Douluo gestured towards Han Li, but he was utterly perplexed. One moment, it was the seven-treasure glazed tile school. The next, it was the Tang sect. What on earth did this all signify? In brief, I share a cordial relationship with the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Yet I am not a disciple of theirs. Are you now willing to wager with me? Han Li fixed his gaze intently on Bai He. Cautiously, Bai cast a glance at Douluo before quickly nodding in agreement. If the four of us manage to capture you, you shall lead the Min family into joining our Tang sect, Han Li stated with an unwavering expression. What? Suddenly bombarded with such a substantial amount of information, Bai found it challenging to fully process. You cannot be jesting, can you? I can see that our Min family lacks combat prowess, yet when it comes to speed, we are unmatched at our level, Bai proclaimed confidently. Bai was a SoulLand, yet his speed was eclipsed by many titled Douluos. Let us dispense with the superfluous talk and directly address whether you are willing to engage in this wager, Han Li remarked nonchalantly. Very well, I shall take your bet. The venue will be the entire Min family estate, with all onlookers standing aside. Should Han Li and his companions manage to touch Bai within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, it will be deemed Bai's loss. The timer commenced, and Ning Rongrong promptly enhanced the speed attributes of the three, each experiencing a 50% increase in velocity. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative, rushing towards Bai from two distinct directions. Just as victory seemed within reach, Bai vanished into midair, creating an illusion akin to teleportation. Yet, this was merely a mirage born of Bai's extraordinary speed. Truly, the Min family is renowned for their swiftness. Are these two girls merely soul masters? Their speed surpasses that of my granddaughter, Bai mused in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, further amplifying her speed attributes. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly pursued Bai, a black shadow and a white shadow entwined in a dance. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's already terrifying velocity, she cannot make contact with Bai. Thankfully, I am a SoulLand. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen to these four children. Is this how the younger generation conducts themselves nowadays? Chapter 104. Joining the Tang sect, Bai introduces his granddaughter. At this moment, Bai found himself somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be 4 against 1? Even if we discount the auxiliary soul master on the opposing side, only 3 remain. Yet now, it was only Zhu Zhuqing pursuing him. In a moment of distraction, a pink figure appeared before Bai without warning. It was that little girl. I was certain I had kept track of her position. How could she have suddenly appeared? Bai was incredulous. The speed at which she had moved from her previous location to directly in front of him was beyond even Bai's capabilities. I see now. It is not that her speed exceeds mine, but rather she has employed some form of teleportation skill, Bai realized instantaneously. With Zhu Zhuqing chasing from behind and Xiao Wu blocking the front, it seemed there was no escape, yet this posed no challenge for Bai. In a critical moment, Bai gracefully leaped, soaring into the air and successfully evading the encirclement of the two girls. I can see that you two are formidable, but when it comes to speed, you're still quite inexperienced, Bai remarked, finding another foothold. This contest bears an additional rule. Bai is prohibited from flying and may only execute a single jump. As his opponents were 4 soul masters, none of whom possessed the ability to fly, this condition was imposed to ensure fairness. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, unable to halt in time, collided with one another. Yet thankfully, they both instinctively protected their vital areas, sustaining no severe injuries. Upon hearing Bai's words, the corners of the two girls' mouths curved upwards in an unusual manner. In the next moment, 2 hands suddenly grasped Bai's ankles, lifting him entirely off the ground. Bai attempted to accelerate and break free from the grip, but all his efforts proved futile. He glanced down at his ankles, where 2 bronze-colored hands, connected to lengthy arms, had ensnared him and flung him towards Han Li. You have lost. Han Li's voice echoed in Bai's ears. It turned out that while the 2 girls pursued Bai, Han Li had already devised a strategy for victory. Those bronze arms belonged to Han Li's first soul skill, Earth Soul, which had silently appeared beneath Bai's feet. Caught off guard, Bai was seized by the bronze arms and tossed before Han Li. Ultimately, I was too complacent, Bai acknowledged with a deep sigh. Although his adversaries were 4 soul masters of significantly lower rank, Bai had exercised considerable caution. Even as Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing pursued him, Bai had sufficient energy to monitor Han Li's every move. Bai's defeat stemmed from his insufficient knowledge of Han Li. He had not anticipated the existence of such an elusive soul skill. The speed of the Min family is indeed as legendary as claimed. Had I known of this move in advance, it might have proven ineffective, Han Li remarked with an air of nonchalance. They had won, yet they had also witnessed Bai's unparalleled speed. India, Fan, Li's estimation. Unless it was a speed-oriented title Douluo, no other title Douluo could rival Bai in terms of velocity. I concede defeat and willingly accept the terms. Agreeing to join the Tang sect, Bai then warmly invited them into his home. The Min family's hall, long in disrepair, had a leaky roof. Fortunately, It was a clear day, or else rainwater would have poured in. During their conversation, Han Li recounted their prior experiences. Upon learning that Titan had joined the Tang sect, he felt an immediate sense of relief. With that old fellow around, I need not worry about unintentionally boarding a pirate ship. In truth, joining the Tang sect might serve as a form of liberation for the Min family. Lacking stable means of livelihood, they risked enduring a prolonged struggle if they continued to linger here. Becoming a part of the Tang sect could potentially improve their circumstances. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. In the future, the Tang sect will undoubtedly flourish, Han Li stated earnestly. During dinner that evening, he also brought along his granddaughter, Bai Chunxiang. Bai Chunxiang, of a similar age to Han Li and his companions, was a charming and slender young girl. Initially somewhat shy and reserved, she quickly warmed to the company of her peers, engaging animatedly with Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu narrated the amusing and intriguing tales from their journey in a storytelling format to Bai Chunxiang. Having grown up within her family and rarely ventured outside, Bai Chunxiang had never experienced the vibrant world beyond, making her captivated by the stories shared by Xiao Wu and the others. She fervently wished to one day travel the world as they did. The following morning, a luminous hue of dawn broke across the distant sky. Han Li and his companions waved farewell to the members of the Minji clan, promptly proceeding towards their next destination. Among the 4 great clans of singular attributes, only the Paji clan remained. The combat prowess of the Paji clan was reputed to be the most formidable among the 4. They pursued unparalleled offensive strength, akin to the Haotian hammer, renowned for their overwhelming attacks. Han Li held a particularly profound impression of the clan leader, Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi, also a soul Douluo, was capable of engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the snake spear Douluo, demonstrating his astonishing might. The challenge of subduing the Paji clan would undoubtedly surpass that of the other 3 clans. As the Bone Douluo spoke, Han Li remained entirely unfazed, seemingly having already devised strategy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Paji clan. 2 sentinels, wielding long spears, stood vigilantly at the gate, eyeing Han Li and his group with suspicion. You should take your child away quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences, one of the sentinels warned, his tone less than cordial. The Bone Douluo chose to disregard his words, instinctively stepping aside to observe the unfolding drama. Are you here to seek trouble? The sentinel remarked coldly. Subsequently, one of the sentinels raised his spear and swung it towards Han Li and his companions, not genuinely intending to strike the children, but rather to frighten them away. Han Li stood motionless, calmly extending his hand to grasp the shaft of the spear. The sentinel, taken aback by the child's audacity, attempted to retract the spear but found it impossible to budge. Could it be that this child possessed greater strength than him? An adult? Moments later, Han Li exerted a slight force, shifting the spear and simultaneously flinging the sentinel aside. You are not ordinary individuals. You are soul masters, the other sentinel shouted. Han Li had no desire to engage in idle chatter. He utilized the butt of the spear to directly push the sentinel back several dozen paces. Chapter 105. The Paji clan, 2 soul kings emerge. The sentinel who had been thrown aside, sensing the precarious situation, hastily retreated with his companion into the estate, presumably to summon reinforcements. Once they departed, Han Li and his companion strode confidently through the gates, surveying their surroundings. The members of the Paji clan not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but were also adept in alchemy, resulting in their prosperous economic standing, making them arguably the wealthiest among the 4 great clans. As Han Li and his group observed, the 2 sentinels returned with a throng of disciples, exuding a menacing aura. Are you mistaken? The troublemakers are these 4 children and an old man? The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. The sentinel quickly defended. Do not be deceived by their youth. They are certainly not ordinary individuals. That child possesses extraordinary strength. He flung us away with ease. He pointed at Han Li, embellishing his account. The sentinel's tone did not suggest deceit, yet many disciples remained skeptical. Could a mere child, barely 10 years old, truly have the strength to send 2 adult men flying? What are you all about? An older man demanded, his voice booming. This man, named Yang Zifeng, was the 3rd elder of the previous generation of the Paji clan, and now a formidable soul sage at the level of 75, his capabilities unfathomable. As the 3rd elder, Yang Zifeng held significant authority in the eyes of the disciples, serving as their bastion of support. Having long heard of the extraordinary combat skills of the Paji clan and their unparalleled marksmanship, I have come today to experience it firsthand, Han Li replied, his demeanor inscrutable. Yang Zifeng laughed heartily, responding, I never imagined that after all these years, there would still be those who remember our Paji clan. However, your words are rather audacious, are they not? We, the Paji clan, are not so easily provoked by a mere child such as yourself. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if any moment could ignite an explosion. Having visited 2 clans previously, Hanli was weary of the repetitive formalities. He simply wished to expedite the challenge. Thus, he unleashed his martial soul and soul rings, astonishing the onlookers once more. Even the seasoned Yang Zifeng was taken aback, bewildered by the sight of a child barely over 10 years old having reached the rank of Soul Master. Is this world gone mad? He mused. How interesting. What do you truly seek? Yang Zifeng feigned calmness, fixating his gaze on Hanli. I merely wish to spar with you, Hanli replied nonchalantly, gesturing to the 3 young girls behind him, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all at a comparable level. How about you send out 2 soul kings to battle? We do not favor taking advantage of others, nor do we wish to bear the stigma of an unworthy victory. Since you're all soul masters, let us pit soul masters against each other, Yang Zifeng quickly countered. Hanli shook his head, stating, the soul masters of your Paji clan are not our match. It would be better to directly engage the soul kings, thus saving time. As he spoke, Hanli deliberately adopted an air of superiority. The more arrogant one is, the less able they are to withstand provocation. Very well, this is what you have proposed. Yang Zifeng clenched his fists, glancing towards the rear to select 2 newly minted soul kings from the crowd, the disciples of the Paji clan. Unlike those of the Li Ji and Yu Ji clans, were not characterized by their broad physique. Instead, they were all robust, with well-defined musculature. The 2 disciples strode forward, disdainfully surveying Xiao Wu and her companions. To them, dealing with such fragile young girls seemed a gross misuse of talent. Let us begin promptly. If you lose, do not expect an apology from us. Just leave our sight as far as possible, Yang Zifeng said coldly. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you 2 shall face these 2 soul kings. Hanli instructa calmly. Yang Zifeng was taken aback. He had initially assumed Hanli intended for all 4 of them to team up against the 2 soul kings, but was surprised to see only 2 young girls being dispatched. Was this a sign of disdain for the Paji clan? Yang Zifeng suppressed his anger, hoping his 2 junior disciples would swiftly conclude the battle and expel these arrogant children. If they win, you must accept my challenge afterward, Hanli stated, pointing at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Me? Yang Zifeng was momentarily stunned. He was a legitimate 7-ringed soul sage, possessing soul power at the peak of 75, still holding the potential to ascend to the rank of title de law. Disinterested in further debate, Yang Zifeng perfunctorily nodded in agreement, confident that his 2 disciples were destined for victory. Another encounter with soul kings, Xiao Wu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing, appearing composed, was equally exhilarated internally. Both were eager to grow stronger, yearning for the chance to confront powerful adversaries to enhance their own abilities. The ancestral martial soul of the Paji clan was known as the Soul Spear, a martial soul that placed immense emphasis on offensive prowess. All soul rings of Paji clan soul masters were endowed with singular attack attributes, necessitating them to select the same type of soul beast for each acquisition, which significantly raised the difficulty of obtaining soul rings. Nevertheless, their strength was undeniably formidable. The 2 soul kings each summoned their long spears, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing skillfully evaded the enemy's initial onslaught with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping any danger. An attack that cannot find its target is futile, regardless of its power. The agility-focused soul masters naturally counter the brute strength of their opponents, which is precisely why Hanli boldly permitted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to engage in battle. You're so slow. You can't even touch us, Xiao Wu taunted. The 2 soul kings, burdened with the honor and disgrace of the Pa family, found their fighting spirit further ignited by her words. They relentlessly swung their long spears, pursuing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The might of the Pa soul spear was indeed formidable. Each strike against the ground created a substantial crater, looking utterly terrifying. If one were to be struck by the spear, the consequences would be catastrophic. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's speed surged by 50% as her claws elongated. In the face of continuous spear attacks, she adeptly dodged every strike, seizing the opportunity to flank her opponents and launch fierce claw assaults. The Pa family members lacked the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the Yu family. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing's claws left visible wounds upon contact, with crimson blood trickling down. That hurts. One of the Soul Kings involuntarily cried out. The watching disciples displayed expressions of concern. Chapter 106. The family's Soul King defeated by the Soul Sect. The injured Soul King, gritting his teeth against the pain in his back, maneuvered his spear from above, attempting to catch Zhu Zhuqing off guard. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing evaded with a swift motion, conjuring several netherworld clones that fearlessly confronted the spear. As expected, the clones dissipated upon being struck. But this granted Zhu Zhuqing precious time to retreat. Zhu Qing is incredible. She can use her soul skill in such a manner. The netherworld clones were tangible and could not only encircle the enemy, but also serve as shields against attacks. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's flawless execution of her soul skill, Hanli felt immensely gratified. These three young girls had grown significantly. They might be capable of standing on their own. In this exchange, Zhu Zhuqing had gained tremendously. She remained unscathed while inflicting tangible damage upon her foe. Subsequently, she needed not to seek out opportunities actively by simply avoiding direct combat. Her opponent would inevitably succumb to blood loss. The Soul King realized this as well. A protracted battle would be detrimental to him, so he resolved to end it swiftly. However, the notion of a quick resolution is far easier said than done. The Soul King employed every tactic at his disposal, but could not close the distance to Zhu Zhuqing, with each attempt resulting in a near miss. The vigorous exertion exacerbated his injuries. Zhu Zhuqing could discern that the force behind the Soul King's attacks had significantly diminished, and his speed had waned. Recognizing this golden opportunity, she unleashed her fourth soul skill and began a relentless assault on the Soul King. Despite his feeble resistance, he ultimately succumbed after an indeterminate duration. Hanli exchanged 1 year of the opponent's lifespan for Zhu Zhuqing's first-level soul power, elevating her to level 52, though she had yet to acquire a 5th soul ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's combat was even more effortless than Zhu Zhuqing's. Utilizing her teleportation soul skill, she appeared and vanished, seamlessly infiltrating her opponent's blind spots. The long spear holds a prestigious position among close combat weapons. In a duel between equals, a swordsman is typically outmatched by a spearman, illustrating the spear's dominance. The spear boasts a significant advantage in attack range compared to other melee weapons. Yet in close quarters, this advantage can swiftly turn into a disadvantage. The wielding of a spear necessitates a longer wind-up time for strikes, whether horizontal or vertical. If the opponent is a swift, agility-based soul master, the spearman is left vulnerable. Xiao Wu, while a strong attack-type soul master, possessed characteristics and combat styles that rivaled those of agility-focused masters. Before the Soul King could react, Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring into the air. Those who have reached the Soul King level are exceptional among their peers, not ordinary individuals. This particular Soul King was no exception. Even after being kicked aloft, he quickly anticipated his landing, positioning his spear for the ensuing battle. Had he faced an ordinary enemy, he could have adjusted his stance in an instant upon landing, countering with ferocity. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Xiao Wu, who, armed with extensive combat experience, would never allow such an opportunity to slip away. In a flash, Xiao Wu executed another teleport, appearing mid-air, with no foothold to land on. The Soul King had no defense against Xiao Wu's impending assault. However, Xiao Wu could launch successive attacks through her teleportation, shifting positions to unleash a fierce barrage. Her agile techniques were exceptionally potent. Not only were ordinary opponents at her mercy, but even those of higher cultivation could do little but suffer once she closed the distance. Before long, the Soul King fell victim to Xiao Wu's seamless combination of strikes. Like Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao was also able to exchange a year of her opponent's lifespan for a level of soul power, raising her to level 53. The spectators were left in shock. At their age, reaching the Soul Sect level was already an extraordinary feat, yet they had even managed to defeat early-stage Soul Kings. Were they still human? How could this be? The disciples of the family wore expressions of disbelief, as everything seemed utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, a figure in the distance had been observing the unfolding events. A burly middle-aged man with a weathered face, exuding an aura steeped in tales. He was Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the family. Instead of intervening, he opted to observe Han Li and the others from the shadows. Yang Zifeng bore bruises of varying hues on his face, struggling to accept the reality before him. He understood better than anyone the prowess of those two disciples. They were certainly not weaklings, and their defeat could only imply that their opponents were extraordinarily strong. Who on earth were these individuals? Yang Zifeng pondered. As the two injured Soul Kings were carried away for treatment, Han Li suddenly spoke up. "Hey, you there. Do you remember what we discussed at the beginning?" Yang Zifeng's expression grew complex as he confirmed. Do you truly wish to spar with me? Even if you possess the ability to fight beyond your level like those two girls, I am not a Soul King, but a seven-ringed Soul Sage. You must know that level 70 represents a pivotal threshold for Soul Masters. Those below level 70, regardless of their extraordinary abilities, find it challenging to defeat an early-stage Soul Sage. Yang Zifeng spoke the truth. This was primarily because upon reaching level 70 and acquiring a Soul Ring, a Soul Master's true martial spirit is unlocked, resulting in a geometric increase in strength. Han Li, unperturbed, nodded, stating, "State your name. I do not engage with nameless individuals." Yang Zifeng, level 75 Battle Soul Sage. With Han Li's confirmation, there was little left for Yang Zifeng to consider. He had longed for an opportunity to restore the honor of the Pa family. Han Li, Soul Sect. Han Li replied with a calm demeanor, his hands clasped respectfully. He, of course, would not disclose his true cultivation level. Moreover, even if he were to voice his thoughts, no one would believe him. As a Soul Sect member, being able to triumph over a Soul King is already quite impressive. Yet this young man audaciously challenges the third elder to a duel. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Indeed, it seems they have emerged from some obscure locale, blessed by the heavens with extraordinary talents, which has inflated their egos. I wager he won last, even a minute against the third elder. You have overestimated him. I doubt he can endure even half that time. The disciples of the Paji clan regarded Han Li with considerable skepticism, quietly murmuring disparaging remarks about him. Having just lost the contest, they fervently hoped the third elder would avenge their clan. However, Douluo and others were immensely eager for the impending battle. As Han Li's true strength remained an enigma, perhaps this confrontation would unveil more about him. Han Li and Yang Zifeng positioned themselves on opposite sides of the plaza, while the onlookers, understanding their role, swiftly retreated to create a spacious arena. Chapter 107. The Soul Sage of the Paji clan enters the fray. Yang Zifeng was the first to assume a battle stance, extending his arm behind him to draw forth the soul-breaking spear. Suddenly, 7 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, representing the quintessential optimal soul ring configuration, a hallmark of the Soul Master community. Unwilling to be outdone, Han Li unleashed his martial soul, a scythe materializing in his grasp. Yang Zifeng's pupils dilated as he scrutinized the scythe, which was unlike any ordinary one. Its black, unyielding blade shimmered ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Just as he anticipated, Han Li was indeed no ordinary individual. Gripping his spear, Yang Zifeng leaped into the air, launching an assault upon Han Li. Unfazed, Han Li wielded his scythe to parry the attack, exhibiting an impressive composure under pressure, revealing his extensive combat experience. First soul skill, Earth Soul. Yellow light erupted around Han Li, as several bronze hands emerged from the ground, curling and stretching like serpents, rapidly advancing toward Yang Zifeng. Forced to retract his spear, Yang Zifeng braced himself against the onslaught of hands. First soul skill, Shock. The multitude of bronze hands proved overwhelming, compelling Yang Zifeng to unleash his soul skill. A shock wave surged from within him, repelling the hands. In that moment, Han Li unleashed 5 or 6 razor-sharp blades of energy, glimmering with a milky radiance, their speed rivaling that of arrows. Yang Zifeng adjusted his grip on the spear, holding it with both hands at the midpoint, spinning it rapidly before him, resembling a formidable whirlwind, effortlessly deflecting the energy blades. After neutralizing the assault, Yang Zifeng surged forward once more, activating his second soul skill, Penetrate. This technique would temporarily double the penetration power of the soul-breaking spear. Han Li, unwilling to face this head-on, swiftly retreated. Yang Zifeng pressed on relentlessly, clearly resolved not to let Han Li escape easily. Before long, Han Li found himself at the edge of the plaza with no avenue for retreat. Yang Zifeng thrust the spear forward with one hand, aiming directly at him. At that critical moment, Han Li discreetly activated the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, gaining an unprecedented boost in speed and swiftly dodging to the side. Yang Zifeng's spear tip collided with the wall, shattering it and sending stone debris flying. What an astonishing display of power! Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. As a super daw, he discerned that Yang Zifeng had not exerted his full strength. Yet the damage inflicted was still monumental. Thus far, the battle had persisted for 5 minutes without a decisive victor. Although it appeared Yang Zifeng held the advantage, the disciples of the Paji clan were far from amused, for their third elder faced a mere soul sect member. They had initially believed Han Li could not last even a minute against Yang Zifeng. Now, they found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. What was even more alarming was that Han Li seemed merely to be on the defensive, not in a state of imminent defeat. Hey, weren't you all quite vocal just a moment ago? Why has silence fallen upon you now? Xiao Wu inquired with a smile. Not a single disciple of the Piji clan dared to counter her words. Third Elder, you could do it. They could only ignore Xiao Wu and vocally cheer for Yang Zifeng, hoping for swift victory. In the arena, Yang Zifeng relentlessly pursued Han Li. This young man even possessed a soul skill that enhanced his speed. Yang Zifeng felt a sense of helplessness. The offensive power of the soul-breaking spear was undeniably formidable. Yet its drawbacks were glaring, namely, its inferior speed and defense. When faced with a powerful assault-type soul master, they could confidently claim victory, even against those of a higher rank. However, against agile assault-type soul masters of the same rank, they could only rely on fate, as the chances of landing a hit were slim. As time progressed, the penetration enhancement of Yang Zifeng's second soul skill dissipated. Now was the opportune moment for Han Li to confront Yang Zifeng head-on. No longer evading, Han Li firmly gripped his scythe and charged forward. The soul-breaking spear and scythe clashed repeatedly, generating a cacophony of metallic clangs. Their combat lacked any elaborate finesse, characterized instead by raw, direct collisions, an embodiment of violent beauty. The audience was utterly mesmerized. The disciples of the Piji clan seemed to forget their earlier doubts about Han Li, abandoning concerns for their clan's honor as they wholeheartedly absorbed the spectacle of the duel. It was truly exhilarating. What manner of monster are you? To engage me on equal footing despite being merely a soul sect member? Yang Zifeng incredulously questioned amidst the fray. If I were to claim my soul power neared level 70 or even higher, yet I had not acquired any soul rings, would you believe me? Only raplia nonchalantly. This declaration surpassed Yang Zifeng's comprehension, leaving him bewildered. But ISNT had said that a soul master cannot enhance their soul power beyond a certain level without obtaining soul rings. Yang Zifeng queried, confusion etched across his face. That is merely a misconception within the soul master community. The truth speaks for itself. Han Li responded, his expression impassive. Yang Zifeng chose not to dwell on the matter further. Adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, your ability to contend with me to this extent has exceeded my expectations. However, I cannot afford to lose this battle. As the third elder of the Piji clan, I bear the weight of our clan's honor. I offer you the opportunity to concede. Otherwise, I shall unleash my full might. Yang Zifeng fixed his gaze upon Han Li, his voice solemn. Han Li was undeterred. His soul power stood at level 74, slightly less than his opponent's, yet he possessed an array of soul skills. If Yang Zifeng were an enemy, he could easily dispatch him. Bring it on. Han Li proclaimed confidently. Hearing his words, Yang Zifeng retreated several paces before bellowing. Seventh soul skill, true form of the weapon soul. The true form of the weapon soul exhibited a stark contrast to the true form of the martial soul. The latter allowed soul masters to achieve a perfect fusion with their martial souls, unleashing an immensely potent force. The former achieves its formidable might by merging the soul of the practitioner with that of the weapon, thus unleashing the weapon's soul to its zenith. The former boasts terrifying explosive power and destructive capability, while the latter places greater emphasis on the stability and enduring enhancement of the soul master during prolonged combat. In a moment of abstraction, the soul-devouring spear in Yang Zifeng's grasp levitated into the air, an abundance of soul power infused within it. Its surface adorned with a layer of dark crimson patterns, emanating a chilling glow. The spear expanded to 2 or 3 times its original size. As Yang Zifeng gripped it firmly with both hands, standing resolutely, his soul had perfectly fused with the weapon's soul. Chapter 108. Even a soul sage is no match for you. Yang Zifeng proclaimed loudly, his voice resonant and robust. Witnessing the imposing figure of the third elder, tightly gripping the spear, the disciples could not help but feel a surge of respect. At that moment, Yang Zifeng unleashed his full strength. The accumulated soul power stirring up a powerful gale, a tempest swirling around him. Han Li gazed intently at Yang Zifeng, earnestly absorbing the energy radiating from him. The attack power of the soul-devouring spear was indeed as terrifying as rumored. If Han Li failed to respond with utmost seriousness, he would be unable to withstand this blow. Just as I wished, Anli Musha Inwarli. Since his ascension to Soul Sage, he had yet to manifest his weapon soul's true form. It appeared that the time had come. However, he needed to exercise caution in unveiling his weapon soul's true form, as his outwardly displayed rank was that of a soul zone. Han Li deliberately concealed his aura, stealthily merging his soul with the weapon soul. This covert manifestation of the weapon soul was destined to fall short of its full potential, but it sufficed for dealing with Yang Zifeng. The scythe appeared unchanged, yet it had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Han Li gripped the sharp scythe with both hands, charging forward. The soul-devouring spear and the scythe clashed once more. In an instant, a violent shockwave erupted, forcing the onlookers to shield their faces and retreat several steps. How is this possible? Yang Zifeng stalled in sulk. He had initially believed that with the enhancement of the weapon soul's true form, he could easily defeat Han Li. Yet Han Li had managed to withstand the attack. Furthermore, during their conflict, Han Li had taken the upper hand. Why is this happening? The clash between the scythe and the soul-devouring spear persisted for 3 minutes, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The light from the explosion dazzled the eyes of all present. When they turned their gaze back to the arena, only Han Li remained standing. Calmly, he wiped the dust from the scythe, as if nothing had transpired. Where's the third elder? The disciples of the soul-devouring clan widened their eyes, scanning for Yang Zifeng's figure. Yang Zifeng lay on the ground nearby, his soul power completely drained, unable to continue the fight. The outcome of this match was crystal clear. Xiao Wu and her companion skipped over to Han Li, exclaiming, "Han Li, you are amazing. Even a soul sage is no match for you." In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the soul-devouring clan was eerily silent, every face bearing a grim expression as several disciples hurried to check on Yang Zifeng. Fortunately, he had not sustained significant damage. His soul and soul power had merely been depleted in the explosion of that final attack. With some time to recuperate, Yang Zifeng would be able to recover. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Yang Zifeng, earning the option to exchange for 1 year's lifespan. Yang Zifeng, a level 75 soul sage, had a year's lifespan sufficient for Han Li to exchange for an entire level of soul power. After the exchange, Han Li's soul power level also reached 75. A commotion arose from the distance. Han Li and the others turned to see numerous disciples of the soul-devouring clan respectfully parting to make way. Young Wudi Sloi Emerget, Patriarch. The disciples lowered their heads like children caught in wrongdoing. Master, Yang Zifeng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, appearing quite disheveled as he was flanked by 3 or 4 fellow disciples against the wall. Yang Wudi did not blame anyone. Instead, he nodded lightly, indicating his awareness of what had transpired. Han Li, both Zhu Qing and I have recovered. We wish to engage in another match. Xiao Wu, regardless of the identity of a newcomer, was eager for battle after witnessing Han Li's prowess. Even a Soul King is no match for you 2 little girls. Who do you wish to challenge? Young Wudi Inquiret. It should be a Soul Emperor, at least, Xiao Wu replied thoughtfully. Hearing this, Yang Wudi couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity. What boldness! Yet, such youthful vigor is exactly what is needed. Subsequently, Yang Wudi looked behind him and called forth a disciple from the crowd. You shall take the field. Is that acceptable? Young Wudi Asket. The disciple nodded without hesitation. He was a formidable level 62 Soul Emperor, quite strong, and Yang Wudi remarked, I doubt you young ladies can match his prowess. To ensure fairness, the 3 of you shall face him together. Xiao Wu and her companions exchanged glances, voicing no objections, and thus accepted the challenge. Han Li's attention remained fixed on Yang Wudi. From what he understood, Yang Wudi was a somewhat reclusive and obstinate individual, yet he held a deep respect for the strong. At least up to now, he seemed to regard Han Li and his companions highly, or else he would not have been so accommodating. Another battle awaited, 3 against 1. On one side stood Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, while on the other stood the Soul Emperor of the Soul-Devouring clan. Although the Soul Emperor could not yet utilize his weapon soul's true form, his strength was still formidable. Under normal circumstances, he could easily contend with 3 Soul Zongs, if not 3 Soul Kings. However, this Soul Emperor was about to face adversaries who could not be assessed by conventional standards. Not only the Soul Emperor himself, but even the disciples behind him felt uncertain. The scene of Han Li defeating a Soul Sage was still vivid in their minds. They could not guarantee that Xiao Wu and her companions had not concealed their true strength. Let the battle commence, Yang Wudi called out. The 3 girls immediately assumed their most familiar formation, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing advancing side by side, while Ning Rongrong took cover behind. Ning Rongrong swiftly unleashed her martial soul, casting powerful supportive skills upon her 2 teammates. A verdant glow enveloped Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, bright and vibrant. Yang Wudi fixated on Ning Rongrong's martial soul, having already reached a conclusion in his mind. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements, the two girls charged forward at blinding speed. Like two bolts of lightning, the Soul Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's earlier battle against the preliminary Soul King. They had not exhibited such terrifying speed then. The Soul Emperor attempted to maneuver the soul-devouring spear to counter the girl's onslaught, but he was not Yang Zifeng, and his skills with the spear were lacking, diminishing the effectiveness of his counterattack. The two girls simultaneously launched their assault, effortlessly shattering the opponent's defenses. What? The entire audience was left in disbelief. Even if the soul-devouring clan's defenses were lacking, a Soul Emperor should not be unable to withstand an attack from a Soul Zone. Should he? Unexpectedly, those two girls have been concealing their true strength all along. Chapter 109. Xiao Wu and the three girls battle the Soul Emperor. Yang Zifeng gazed at the figures of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, lost in thought. He was still trapped in the haunting nightmare of his defeat at the hands of Han Li, unable to shake off the lingering effects. The formidable prowess of the two girls struck him as yet another significant shock. It's not as mysterious as you think. Those two girls are quite normal, Yang Wudi remarked. He asserted that while the girl's strength was indeed impressive, it ultimately fell within the realm of the Soul Sect, where an exceptional Soul Master could potentially overcome an ordinary early-stage Soul King. Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Sage, armed with exceptional martial spirits and rich combat experience, often found it not too arduous to battle above their level. That shouldn't be the case, Master. They are currently fighting on par with disciples of the Soul Emperor level. Yang Zifeng Gueriet, bewildered. Open your eyes and see clearly. They have someone backing them. Yang Wudi admonished. Only then did the crowd notice Ning Rongrong standing unobtrusively at the back, carefully providing support to her teammates. If one were not to pay close attention, it would be easy to forget she was also participating in the battle. So, she is a Soul Master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yang Zifeng murmured. Ultimately, a Soul Emperor is indeed a Soul Emperor, possessing 2 additional high-quality soul rings and a level 20 soul power. These are not mere decorations. Although the Soul Emperor was at a disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground, his speed markedly superior to that of the earlier early-stage Soul Kings. As time passed, the vulnerabilities of Xiao Wu and the other two became increasingly apparent. Their soul power levels inherently lagged behind their opponents, and they gradually began to feel the strain. First was Ning Rongrong, whose soul power level was the lowest among the three, yet she provided comprehensive enhancements to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, leading to swift depletion of her soul power. Soon, Ning Rongrong was compelled to conserve her last enhancement soul skill, which was the amplification of soul power. Instantly, the power, speed, and defense of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing plummeted by 50%. Would the Soul Emperor let such a golden opportunity slip? In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, unleashing his 6th soul skill. His 6th soul skill could elevate his attack power and perception by 200%. The sharp soul-piercing spear lunged forward, targeting Xiao Wu. He had long discerned that Xiao Wu was the strongest among the 3 girls. If he could defeat her, the remaining 2 would pose no threat. Xiao Wu attempted to evade, but it was painfully evident that she was already too late. During the previous skirmish, Xiao Wu had taken on the role of the main attacker, exhausting the most energy and soul power. At that moment, her remaining soul power could no longer support her use of teleportation. Just as the soul-piercing spear was about to strike her directly, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her last ounce of strength to push Xiao Wu away. Xiao Wu was propelled to safety, while Zhu Zhuqing managed to bend down just in time to avoid the spear's frontal assault. Zhu Zhuqing's back was a mere half-meter away from the soul-piercing spear. In an instant, the Soul Emperor forcefully struck Zhu Zhuqing's back with the spear, causing her to collapse to the ground. Despite her efforts, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to rise. She had expended all her strength. "How dare you treat Zhuqing this way?" Xiao Wu shouted furiously. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had known each other for less than a year, the countless battles fought side by side had forged a profound bond between them. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had been injured while rescuing Xiao Wu. Enraged, Xiao Wu entered a berserk state, empowered by the soul power boost provided by Ning Rongrong at that moment, granting her renewed fighting capability. Teleportation. Xiao Wu appeared behind the Soul Emperor, her slender legs resembling a pointed blade aimed directly at his neck. "I anticipated you would employ this move." The Soul Emperor smirked. At the outset of the battle, he had been entirely on the defensive, almost convinced he would succumb here, unsure of how to explain his failure to his clan leader. However, after gritting his teeth and enduring for a spell, He was astonished to find the tide of battle shifting in his favor. Now, he stood with an air of triumph, brimming with confidence. Yet, the closer victory approached, the more vigilant he had to remain. Having observed Xiao Wu's previous combat, he was intimately familiar with her soul skills and had already devised a counter-strategy. With calm precision, he swiftly withdrew his spear and struck Xiao Wu's abdomen with the back of it. Xiao Wu was sent flying before she could reach the Soul Emperor, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, like Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu did not sustain severe injuries. Her inability to rise was primarily due to exhaustion. I won. The Soul Emperor felt a surge of excitement, believing he had finally restored some dignity for his clan. Numerous disciples rushed in, eagerly offering their congratulations. What is there to celebrate? Young Wudi Frowened, speaking coldly. The members of the clan grew pale with fear and obediently fell silent. Our clan is renowned for our unparalleled offensive capabilities, originally designed to vanquish all opponents of the same rank. Defeating 3 Soul Sect members is hardly a noteworthy achievement. Yang Wudi represented absolute authority within the clan, and when he spoke, the disciples dared not even breathe too loudly. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Ultimately, it was Han Li who first broke the stalemate. Senior Yang Wudi, I have come to challenge you, Han Li said nonchalantly. Yang Wudi was currently an 81st level assault type, Soul Duo, his martial spirit being the legendary soul-piercing spear. The members of the clan were left astounded, their expressions one of disbelief. This child's audacity knows no bounds. Yang Wudi held a peculiar admiration for Han Li, recognizing that this young boy exhibited far greater potential than many of the inept disciples. Yet, Yang Wudi could not fathom how Han Li and his companions had become so formidable, capable of defeating Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and even Soul Sages. Xiao Wu and the other 2 retreated to the back, sitting on the ground as they focused on cultivating and replenishing their energy. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wudi spoke. I have seen that girl's martial spirit. You must be from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, correct? Yes, but not entirely. Han Li provided a contradictory response. He elaborated. Ning Rongrong is indeed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but my relationship with the other 2 girls is merely one of camaraderie with the sect. Then, who is that person? Yang Wudi shot a glance at Douluo. Yang Wudi had long suspected that Douluo was extraordinary. However, the latter had deliberately concealed his aura, and as Yang Wudi was not adept at sensing, he could not discern the truth behind his presence. You must have heard of the 2 elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? You refer to Douluo and Douluo. Yang Wudi exclaimed in shock, for he was well aware of the prowess of these 2 formidable individuals. Chapter 110. The Challenge Against the Tenacious Assault Type, Soul Duo. Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi forcibly maintained his composure and tentatively inquired. Could it be that one of them is among the 2 elders? Without hesitation, Han Li nodded, recognizing that there was no need for concealment in this matter, and that revealing it might facilitate the unfolding events. He is indeed the esteemed Douluo. Upon hearing Han Li's introduction, Yang Wudi immediately approached Douluo with the utmost respect. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I hope for your forgiveness. Douluo spoke calmly. There is no need for such trepidation. I am merely accompanying them. You may continue with your affairs as if I were not present. He was filled with anticipation for the impending clash between Han Li and Yang Wudi, and as soon as he finished speaking, he stepped aside, preparing himself as an observer. I accept your challenge. However, before we commence, I have a question for you. Yang Wudi fixed his gaze intently on Han Li. Go ahead, Han Li replied. I witnessed your battle with Zifeng, and though you are merely a soul sovereign, how is it that you possess such formidable strength? Because I have a powerful master and later encountered certain fortuitous opportunities, Han Li answered succinctly, adhering to his customary excuse. Yang Wudi instinctively assumed that Han Li's master was Douluo, who indeed was mighty enough to nurture formidable disciples. Yet, Han Li's prowess bordered on the abnormal. After all, his cultivation level was evident, leaving Yang Wudi baffled. From another perspective, this could be deemed a positive development. The arrival of Han Li and his companions had undeniably imparted a valuable lesson to the Piji clan. The youth within the clan were ignited with a fervor, becoming increasingly industrious, a sight Yang Wudi relished. After a brief interval, Xiao Wu and the other 2 women had recuperated, and Han Li resolved to have them join him in battle. Their adversary was an entity on par with the title Douluo, while Han Li himself was merely a soul sage. Facing Yang Wudi alone would yield little chance of victory. Yang Wudi had no objections to Han Li's sudden addition of allies. Soon, Han Li and the three women stood united, facing Yang Wudi. A battle of immense significance was poised to unfold. Ning Rongrong, quickly provide me with support. I wish to test his strength first, Han Li declared. Ning Rongrong. With remarkable speed, enveloped Han Li in 4 layers of distinct enhancements, each reaching an impressive 50% boost. Following this, Han Li unleashed the 8th soul skill awarded by the system during his victory over the Titan, the mighty Diamond Fist. His unadorned fist brimmed with abundant soul power. An li surja forflika a swift arrow. Yang Wudi felt a tinge of confusion. He distinctly recalled Han Li's martial soul as a scythe, yet here he was, engaging in unarmed combat. Nonetheless, Yang Wudi remained cautious, sensing a perilous aura emanating from this punch. He gripped the Pahuan gun and executed a soul skill that amplified his attack power, meeting Han Li head-on. The collision of fist and spear reverberated, unleashing a tremendous force that swept across the plaza, toppling those unable to steady themselves. The impact propelled both combatants backward, with Han Li evidently at a disadvantage, retreating a greater distance. From this initial clash, Han Li comprehended Yang Wudi's formidable might. In terms of overall strength, Yang Wudi was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 clan leaders. Yang Wudi, equally astonished, noted that this power was not characteristic of a soul sovereign, even with assistance. Han Li, have you formulated a strategy? Xiao Wu inquired as Han Li returned. This battle will primarily revolve around me, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Your task is to utilize your exceptional mobility to distract and harass. Remember, your foremost priority is to ensure your own safety. The primary objective is to restrain, not to inflict harm. Han Li expressed confidence in Ning Rongrong, knowing that in a confrontation with an elder like Yang Wudi, they would not prioritize attacking a support-type soul master. However, should they encounter a life-or-death adversary, Ning Rongrong would become the most vulnerable target. After hearing Han Li's tactical arrangement, the 3 women nodded solemnly. In a battle with such a disparity, adhering strictly to Han Li's directions was their only chance of victory. This time, Ning Rongrong only applied enhancements of soul power and speed to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, greatly conserving her own soul power. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu swiftly engaged Yang Wudi in a tangled skirmish. The two did not confront Yang Wudi directly, understanding they were no match for him. Instead, they employed their speed to constantly divert Yang Wudi's attention. Yang Wudi found himself at a loss, possessing all this power, yet unable to unleash it. The Titan would undoubtedly resonate with this sentiment. Most critically, Yang Wudi was unable to extricate himself from their relentless pursuit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing clung to him like tenacious leeches. Should Yang Wudi disregard them and allow them to attack freely, he would certainly suffer. Their offensive might be weak, but they were still soul sovereigns, and given his lack of adequate defense, he would inevitably succumb to their persistent onslaught. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Wudi was mired in this predicament, Han Li struck. A barrage of soul skills rained down upon him. Earth Soul, sweeping across 10,000 troops. With each successive assault from Han Li and his companions, Yang Wudi's soul power diminished significantly, devoid of soul power and stamina. Even a titled Douluo would falter against Han Li and his allies. Han Li effortlessly brought Yang Wudi crashing to the ground. This battle was exhilarating and intensely fierce. However, Yang Wudi was ultimately bested by strategy. Of course, Yang Wudi had not deliberately targeted Ning Rongrong and had exercised restraint, conscious of Bone Douluo's presence. Inflicting severe injuries upon these young ones would not be well received. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Yang Wudi. The system's notification echoed once more. The 4 of them each received a year's worth of life essence from Yang Wudi. This boon was considerable, elevating each of them by 1 level in soul power. Thus, Han Li ascended to level 76, Xiao Wu reached 54, Zhu Zhuqing attained 53, and Ning Rongrong achieved 49. Astonishment enveloped the arena. No one anticipated that the ultimate victors would be Han Li and his companions. 4 soul sovereigns had managed to vanquish a formidable soul Douluo. Bone Douluo was utterly astonished. Although he had not engaged Yang Wudi directly, he could sense the immense power within him. In Bone Douluo's estimation, Yang Wudi was capable of contending with an ordinary title Douluo. Yet, this remarkably powerful Yang Wudi had still succumbed to Han Li. After observing them for some time, Bone Douluo discerned a pattern. While Xiao Wu and her companions had experienced defeats, whenever Han Li took the stage, victory was assured, without a hint of doubt. I suspect this lad has not fully exerted his strength during our previous sparring, Bondo mused as he gazed intently at Han Li. Chapter 111. The Pajie clan joins, departing for Lanba Academy. Is there no justice left? Douluo, a bona fide title de law, found it incomprehensible how many more secrets Han Li might be concealing. How could the clan leader be defeated? Yang Zifeng stared blankly, struggling to comprehend. The surrounding disciples shared similar expressions, for in their minds, Yang Wudi was an invincible entity. Although he had faced defeat, Yang Wudi did not allow it to dampen his spirits. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to learn from one's missteps. Yang Wudi took a deep breath and addressed the gathered clan members with fervor. The gravest error made by the Pajie clan in confronting Han Li and his companions was underestimating them. The two early Soul Kings were thus. The Soul Emperors were similarly so, and Yang Wudi himself was no exception. Very well, you all may disperse now. Return and diligently cultivate, reflecting upon your lessons. With a grand gesture, Yang Wudi dismissed his disciples, who promptly took their leave with remarkable discernment. Yang Wudi then warmly entertained Han Li and the others. The Pajie clan excels in the art of alchemy, dabbling in both healing potions and poisons. During their conversation, Yang Wudi was astonished to discover that Han Li possessed knowledge in these areas as well. Furthermore, he learned from Han Li that he had cured the poison Douluo. Yang Wudi's face was a picture of disbelief, for the poison Douluo had previously sought his aid, but he had deemed the case too troublesome and had sent him away. You are remarkably young, yet not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your medical expertise is also profound. Truly, you are a veritable marvel. Yang Wudi couldn't help but exclaim. Seizing the opportune moment, Han Li spoke up. I have recently established a sect named Tang Min, and both Titan and Bai He have decided to join. What about your Pajie clan? Without hesitation, Yang Wudi readily agreed, much like the other two clan leaders. Their discussion naturally transitioned to the current state of the continent. At present, the Soul Master world appears superficially tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents are surging. Particularly with the Spirit Hall, which harbors ambitious and unsettling designs, Han Li remarked thoughtfully. He felt it imperative to forewarn those capable individuals joining Tang Min, lest they find themselves unprepared when confronting the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, I have received similar intelligence. The Spirit Hall is far stronger than we had imagined, and their ambitions are troubling. That evening, Yang Wudi hosted a lavish banquet in honor of Han Li and the others. During the feast, he announced the Pajie clan's decision to join Tang Min. Han Li was pleased to have successfully recruited all three major clans of single attributes into Tang Min, marking a significant conclusion to this matter. Where shall we go next? Should we return? Douluo inquired. Han Li shook his head, indicating he had a splendid destination in mind. Under Han Li's guidance, they returned to Tiando City. Nestled within Tiando City was a modestly sized Soul Master Academy known as Lanba Academy. As the capital and political center of the Tiando Empire, real estate in Tiando City was exceedingly valuable. Establishing a school here required not only wealth, but also substantial backing, lest it remain unfeasible. It was surprising to discover such an inconspicuous institution in the vicinity of Tiando City. Han Li gestured for the group to enter, and, upon encountering students, they naturally felt inclined to engage in friendly sparring. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo expected the academy's students to be formidable, but upon entering, they were disheartened to find the reality quite the opposite. The students wandering the campus exhibited generally low levels of soul power, and their abilities were rather unimpressive. Even Xiao Wu, who previously relished sparring, felt no inclination to fight upon seeing these students. Suddenly, an old acquaintance appeared on campus. Tai Long, the grandson of the Strength Clan's leader and a student at Lanba Academy, was in attendance. Despite having numerous powerful mentors within his clan, Tai Long's grandfather had sent him to this academy to broaden his horizons. I truly do not understand why my grandfather chose to lead our clan into that Tang Min. It sounds utterly ridiculous, Tai Long muttered under his breath. Fortunately, he didn't have to remain confined to the estate and could enjoy a stroll in the academy to refresh his spirits. Han Li, I will surpass you in the future. Just you wait. Tai Long clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. However, upon raising his gaze, his expression changed drastically. He unexpectedly spotted Han Li and his entourage at Lanba Academy. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Without a moment's thought, Tai Long instinctively turned to leave, as the mere presence of these individuals had instilled a profound psychological shadow in him. Tai Long, stand right there. Han Li called out loudly. Feng Kandi shot. Tai Long felt as though he had been ensnared by an immobilization spell, obediently halting in place and reluctantly turning his head. Why did you turn and flee upon seeing us? Are we not welcome? Han Li inquired with a raised eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. Tai Long hastily shook his head, forcing out an awkward smile as he respectfully replied, Of course not. I just suddenly remembered something I forgot to do, and I was rushing back to take care of it. Han Li was well aware that Tai Long's words were far from truthful, but he chose not to dwell on it. It should not be anything of great significance. I require you to guide us. I trust you can discern what is important, Han Li stated, his gaze fixed intently on Tai Long. With a resigned sigh, Tai Long reluctantly addressed Han Li as sect master. The other students observed this exchange with astonishment. As a normally haughty, Tai Long displayed such a humble demeanor. Curiosity piqued, the students scrutinized Han Li and his companions. Tai Long, your academy's students seem rather lacking. Anli Ramarka Kazwadi. Tai Long explained, the academy primarily enrolls common students, and aside from a few upperclassmen, I am considered the strongest. Even those with higher soul power than mine have been my subordinates. Although Tai Long had been thoroughly bested by Han Li and his companions, he was nonetheless the de facto leader among his peers at Lamba Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and the others felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, recalling the stark contrast with the previously encountered Tiando Royal Academy, another Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. It seems there is little point in seeking sparring partners here. Xiao Wu sighed. Han, Sect Master, where are we heading next? Tai Long timidly asked, as Han Li had only instructed him to lead without revealing their destination. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li replied, Take us to meet your dean. The dean? Tai Long's expression instantly shifted to one of unease, as if he were quite apprehensive of this so-called dean. Sect Master, are you serious? Our dean has a notoriously fiery temper. She is the type to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. I advise against provoking her. Tai Long swallowed hard, speaking cautiously. His concern stemmed not from genuine care for Han Li and the others, but rather from his own desire to avoid facing the dean. No need to fret. Simply lead the way, Han Li responded nonchalantly, realizing there was no escaping this predicament. Tai Long resigned himself to reality and guided Han Li and the others deeper into the academy. Lamba Academy was not only lacking in student quality, but also had scant infrastructure. As they traversed the grounds, few buildings of respectable stature could be found. After a considerable walk, they arrived at a small cottage nestled against the forest at the rear of the academy. A rocking chair sat in front of the cottage, where a woman lay reciting something softly. This woman was none other than the dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. Tai Long brought Han Li and his companions to their destination before vanishing without a trace, fearing the reprimand of Lu Erlong. Many unruly students had previously faced her combat training. Han Li held a multitude of thoughts regarding Lu Erlong. He had no intention of shortening her lifespan, thus he naturally harbored no desire to engage in battle with her. Greetings, Dean Lu Erlong, Han Li began. Lu Erlong was savoring the tranquility of the afternoon when her reverie was abruptly interrupted, causing her evident displeasure. With a hint of ire, she rose from her rocking chair, her gaze fixed unflinchingly on Han Li. What brings you to disturb me? Han Li had already prepared his response. We hail from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. We are merely accompanying Elder Bone Douluo on a brief visit. I apologize for intruding upon your serenity. Lu Erlong swiftly glanced at the distant figure of Bone Douluo, who, in turn, exuded a palpable aura of pressure, confirming the authenticity of their claim. It seemed that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was indeed not a force Lu Erlong could afford to provoke. Consequently, she quelled her anger and donned a fade of sycophantic courtesy. Welcome, esteemed seniors, to our humble abode. There is no need for excessive formality. Bone Douluo replied with an impassive demeanor. Lu Erlong scrutinized Bone Douluo before shifting her gaze to the quartet of youngsters accompanying Han Li. They were all of an age ripe for enrollment. Could it be that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect intended to send disciples to external academies for further training? The Blue Tyrant Academy is the culmination of my life's work. From its inception, I vowed to exclusively enroll common students. Yet, this rule is not absolute. Subsequently, Lu Erlong approached Han Li and his companions, extending an invitation for them to join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Han Li suggested postponing the discussion for another time. Lu Erlong was reluctant to concede defeat, although she was a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She had resolved to carve her own path without relying on her family's influence. Initially, she believed that sustaining an academy single-handedly would be manageable. But the reality proved far more formidable than her expectations. Enrollment figures, faculty recruitment, infrastructure, and teaching capabilities, each aspect demanded substantial financial investment. As Liu Erlong endeavored to establish the Blue Tyrant Academy, she gradually felt overwhelmed, ultimately resigning to a state of apathy. The arrival of the Seven Treasures glazed sect reignited a flicker of determination within her. The immense wealth of the sect was common knowledge. Forging a connection with them could facilitate future financial support. Thus, Liu Erlong sought to extend her invitation to Han Li and his companions. Aiming to curry favor with Douluo, you need not persist in your pursuit of them. The Blue Tyrant Academy lacks the capacity to nurture their talents, Douluo remarked, unable to restrain his words, which struck Liu Erlong deeply. Elder Douluo, I hold you in high regard. And even if you look down upon me during our first meeting, there is no need to insult my academy. So, Liu Erlong retorted, her ire barely contained. Douluo calmly clarified, I do not intend to belittle your academy. It is simply a matter of your institution lacking the ability to cultivate their potential. To facilitate Liu Erlong's understanding, Douluo subtly gestured to Han Li and his companions. Comprehending his intent, they synchronously summoned their respective martial souls and soul rings. Liu Erlong was taken aback. The sight of 4 children, all just over 10 years of age, each possessing the rank of Soul Master, was astonishing. Typically, individuals of their age would be fortunate to attain the status of Great Soul Master. How is this possible? Liu Erlong stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. She realized that Douluo was not merely deriding the Blue Tyrant Academy. With such extraordinary talents among Han Li and the others, she felt unworthy to claim the role of their educator. It seemed that only a super Douluo like Douluo could nurture and guide such prodigies. I was hasty in my judgment. I hope you do not hold it against me, Elder Liu Erlong said, lowering her gaze. Not at all. I was equally astonished when I first learned of their rapid growth, Douluo replied nonchalantly. Liu Erlong excused herself, entering the wooden cabin to retrieve several chairs, placing them around a wooden table. Please have a seat. Afterward, she prepared warm tea for her guests. I prefer a quieter environment, so I built this small dwelling. Conditions here are modest, but I can at least offer you some tea, Liu Erlong explained. Your golden iron triangle was once renowned throughout the Soul Master realm. It has been years since I last heard news of you. How long has it been since you saw Flender and Yu Shaojiang? Douluo inquired with curiosity. At the mention of those long-absent names, Liu Erlong's body trembled slightly, and her expression shifted subtly, as if recalling a multitude of memories. Many years ago, Liu Erlong had forged a deep friendship with Flender and Yu Shaojiang, together carving out a niche in the Soul Master community. Though their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they possessed an unparalleled Trinity martial soul fusion technique, earning them the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. However, for reasons unknown, the trio had since faded into obscurity within the realm of Soul Masters. Douluo was well aware of their accomplishments. Just then, Han Li interjected, Director Erlong, I notice a cloud of concern upon your face. Do you bear some troubling thoughts? It seems to me that no one's life is devoid of hardships. We must learn to reconcile with ourselves and find ways to cultivate joy. Han Li expressed that dwelling on past events was futile and would only serve to burden oneself with sorrow. Instead of suffering, it would be more prudent to look forward and embrace a new life. You need not grieve over past people or events. It is utterly meaningless, Han Li continued, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Liu Erlong. Although Liu Erlong was somewhat older, she appeared remarkably well preserved. Her skin was fair, her complexion smooth and radiant, and her exquisitely defined features were enviable. She exuded an aura of mature femininity, akin to a fine vintage wine. Most importantly, Liu Erlong was not only beautiful, but boasted a figure that was nothing short of perfection, curvaceous and complemented by long, elegant legs. Liu Erlong listanatintan litohan liskunseo. And she had to concede that the young boy spoke with a commendable wisdom. She recognized that she had been living in the past, trapped by memories from years gone by. The Blue Tyrant Academy was both her dream and a means of escaping reality. Thank you, Liu Erlong said, her eyes glistening with emotion. I merely offered a few words of encouragement. It is of no significance, Han Li replied modestly. As a group engaged in conversation, the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Wu and her companions could no longer contain themselves. Their initial intention for visiting was to seek a sparring partner. But after searching the entirety of the Blue Tyrant Academy, they found few capable challengers. It seemed that only the beautiful director, Liu Erlong, possessed any notable strength. However, Han Li had no intention of engaging her in combat. Under the urging of the three girls, Han Li resolved to take his leave. After all, his visit had merely been a spontaneous desire to meet Lu Erlong. Now that he had fulfilled that wish and exchanged his thoughts, he stood up. It is late. We shall not impose further. Lu Erlong had hoped to persuade them to stay at the academy, though the facilities were quite basic. She believed she could still provide them with decent accommodations. However, seeing that Han Li and the others were resolute in their decision, she refrained from pressing further and escorted them to the academy's gates. The Seven Treasures glazed sect possessed property in Heavendo City, so they naturally had somewhere to stay. Before long, they arrived at the grand estate where they had lodged previously. Rong, does your sect truly have the capacity to maintain so much property outside? Xiao Wu reclined languidly on the plush sofa, inquiring with a casual air. Of course, we can't stay forever, but my father mentioned purchasing properties in various locations, which will surely serve a purpose in the future. Just like today, don't we happen to be residing here? At this moment, Douluo interjected. Our seven-treasure glazed tile school frequently dispatches disciples for external training, primarily those of the support type. Such residences provide a secure haven for our traveling disciples. Furthermore, Fengji added that acquiring real estate is also a form of investment, even if it later proves to be of little use. It can always be resold without incurring losses. Han Li was taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated that the Douluo continent had individuals engaged in real estate ventures. If Ning Fengji were not the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he might very well have become a magnate in the property market. If he devoted his intellect to commerce, few could rival him. No wonder the seven-treasure glazed tile school is so affluent. After a leisurely chat, everyone retired to their respective rooms for the night. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence in Heavendo City, in the dead of night, Qian Rinxue entered her chamber, shedding her disguise and retrieving a letter from her pocket. It turned out that since Han Li and the others had departed from the prince's residence, Qian Rinxue had dispatched individuals to secretly monitor their movements. However, after Han Li and Douluo embarked on a distant journey, Qian Rinxue worried that her spies might be discovered, thus instructing them to remain at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Naturally, the residence established by the seven-treasure glazed tile school in Heavendo City was also under surveillance. As soon as Han Li and the others returned, Qian Rinxue was swiftly informed of the news. The image of Han Li appeared in her mind. Early the next morning, Qian Rinxue eagerly sent a messenger from the prince's residence to invite them. Han Li had just risen and refreshed himself when he was summoned. Greetings. On behalf of the prince, I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the prince's residence. The messenger was a young girl of unremarkable appearance, but her smile was quite charming. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li decided to accept the invitation. Initially, the prince had only intended to invite the four children, but Douluo, naturally concerned, insisted on accompanying them. Guided by the messenger, they made their way towards the prince's residence in Heavendo City. It appeared that Qian Rinxue had already informed the guards at the entrance, as Han Li and his companions faced no hindrance. In the gazebo of the prince's garden, Qian Rinxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe, was seated, engrossed in a book. You have arrived, she exclaimed, waving for them to come closer. I apologize for making you wait. Your Highness, Han Li replied, offering a customary remark. They then settled in the gazebo, engaging in light conversation. Qian Rinxue expressed her exhaustion, revealing that as the prince, she was burdened with assisting the Snow Knight Emperor in handling various matters, including the scrutiny of officials and nobles. The position of a prince was not a leisurely one. In addition to governmental duties, I must also find time to cultivate relationships with those noble officials. Otherwise, it will become exceedingly troublesome in the future, she lamented, clearly fatigued. If she did not establish connections with these vital figures beforehand, her ascension to the throne would undoubtedly face obstacles. The prince bears the weight of the nation. It must be arduous, Han Li remarked with a smile, discreetly avoiding revealing Qian Rinxue's true identity. Were it not for the absence of more capable princes aside from myself, I might have relinquished the title of prince long ago. Qian Rinxue intentionally divulged such thoughts, recognizing that sharing secrets is an effective means of forging closer bonds. This tactic indeed proved fruitful, as Xiao Wu and the others felt a sense of camaraderie with the prince upon hearing her candidness. Your Highness, should you encounter any difficulties, you are welcome to seek our assistance, Ning Rongrong offered with a smile. Certainly, Qian Rinxue replied. And please, refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. It feels too formal. I prefer if you call me Brother Qinghe, as I am merely a few years older than you. Han Li discerned Qian Rinxue's subtle intentions and played along without revealing his awareness. Subsequently, Qian Rinxua lamented the monotony of her life. If you ever have the time, do visit the prince's palace more often. If you come across anything interesting or delightful, please share it with me, for I grow weary of remaining here all day. To facilitate Han Li and the others' access to the prince's palace, Qian Rinxua presented them with several exquisite tokens. In the future, the guards would not impede their entry upon seeing these tokens. Chapter 114. Ningfeng Ji was beaming with delight. It was evident that Qian Rinxua wished for Han Li and his companions to frequent the prince's residence. Han Li understood that Qian Rinxua aimed to win them over while simultaneously gathering intelligence from them. "We are most grateful for Brother Qinghe's kind intentions," he responded cheerfully. "Who would have imagined that we would one day become esteemed guests at the prince's residence?" Laughter erupted amongst the group. As time passed, the sun ascended to its zenith, casting down glaring rays of heat. The prince's residence boasted a professional chef, and at lunchtime, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the entire table. The sight of such culinary delights dazzled Xiao Wu and her companions. However, Qian Rinxua had long since grown accustomed to it. As the young master of the Spirit Hall and the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, she had always lived a life of luxury, becoming weary of the myriad of gourmet dishes. In the afternoon, Han Li and his companions departed from the prince's residence. Rather than returning to their lodgings, they detoured to the estate of the Li clan. The Li clan had now become part of Tang's sect, and upon seeing Han Li, the clan leader exhibited utmost respect. Addressing him as the sect master, it appeared that Titan had conducted considerable persuasion among the clan members. Titan was currently in Gongxin City, collaborating with Lu Gao on the research of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. In Titan's absence, his son Tainua managed the clan's affairs and warmly welcomed Han Li and the others. "Greetings, sect master," Tainua bowed, speaking cautiously. Under the tireless efforts of numerous elite blacksmiths from the Li clan, the first batch of hidden weapons had been completed. This initial batch consisted of two types, the Silent Sleeve Arrow and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. "I shall take this batch of hidden weapons with me," Han Li stated as he entered the warehouse to inventory the weapons. "Sect master, the night is late. Why not stay at the estate for the night? Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for personnel to package the hidden weapons for you." Despite Tainua's rugged exterior, he exhibited a keen attention to detail. Han Li nodded in agreement, then continued. "However, the quantity of hidden weapons is still somewhat lacking. After I take this batch, you must continue to produce more." Hidden weapons were a product alien to the Douluo continent and were not yet widely recognized. Given their extraordinary advantages, hidden weapons would inevitably become highly strategic weapons with vast developmental prospects. Producing more hidden weapons would be beneficial. Even if they did not sell in the short term, retaining them would still be advantageous. Understood. Additionally, I cannot always come personally to retrieve the hidden weapons. In the future, I will send someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with a token, Han Li remarked casually. "Ensure that you treat them well. Furthermore, I assure you that the Li clan will not be left at a disadvantage and will not work for free. Please take this money and reward everyone." Han Li casually retrieved a storage bag from his soul tool, filled with a substantial amount of gold soul coins. "I have negotiated a deal with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Each time they come to collect the hidden weapons, they will provide you with adequate compensation. Anli continua. To ensure the sheep runs, one must provide it with grass." Even though the Li family had become Han Li's subordinates, maintaining a good relationship necessitated rewards and incentives. "Thank you, sect master." Tainua expressed his gratitude. The Li family had previously earned considerable wealth through their blacksmithing, but certainly not as much as they would now. Moreover, establishing a good rapport with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly lead to more lucrative opportunities in the future. The following morning, the sun bathed the earth in its golden light. Han Li and his companions departed with a plethora of hidden weapons, under the watchful eyes of Tai Nuo and the others. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji and the Sword eagerly inquired about the outcomes of their recent excursion. Ning Fengji was particularly interested in the hidden weapons Han Li had procured. The Bon Douluo had already communicated this matter through a letter. If the hidden weapons were indeed as miraculous as described in the correspondence, they would undoubtedly be a vital asset for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The majority of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's members were support-type soul masters, possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul, with a few Battle Soul Masters present, albeit in lesser numbers. The common flaw among support-type soul masters is their inadequate self-defense capabilities. Renowned for their supportive abilities throughout the continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be swiftly targeted by adversaries upon encounter, given their perceived weakness. Han Li, allow me to witness the hidden weapons you have crafted. Ning Feng Ti Urget. No need to rush, Sect Master. I have brought the first batch of completed hidden weapons, Han Li replied with an inscrutable demeanor. Ning Fengji recalled the mention of the Li family in the letter from the Bone Daw, surmising that the hidden weapons were indeed crafted by them. Subsequently, Han Li presented the Silent Sleeve arrows and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needles for Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo to examine. The exquisite craftsmanship of these diminutive weapons astonished them. What is the potency of these hidden weapons? Han Li did not provide a direct answer, but led them outside. Under the scrutiny of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Han Li demonstrated the use of each hidden weapon. Who would have thought such small instruments could possess such lethality? Ning Feng Si Marvelet. The sword Douluo remarked that while the Silent Sleeve arrows had a somewhat lesser impact, they were still capable of inflicting significant damage on Soul Masters at the Soul Sect level. In contrast, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needles exhibited greater strength, potentially overwhelming even a Soul King, though this assessment was predicated on the assumption that the target remained unaware. Hidden weapons are all about the element of surprise. Anli Ramarka. These hidden weapons are prepared for your 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Ning Fengji was elated, envisioning the immense enhancement to the combat prowess of the Soul Masters in conjunction with the hidden weapons. In addition to the Silent Sleeve arrows and Rainstorm Pear Blossom needles, I have other ideas for hidden weapons, though they remain unproduced. Sect Master Ning, you should regularly send someone to the Li family. I have already made the necessary arrangements for them to hand over the crafted hidden weapons to you, Han Li stated gradually. An Li, you truly are a benefactor to our 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Han Li had initially aided Ning Rongrong in achieving remarkable progress and now provided them with innovative weaponry. Forming a good rapport with Han Li was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions Ning Fengji had made. I have been good friends with Ning Rongrong, and Sect Master Ning has been incredibly supportive of me. Naturally, I wish to reciprocate. Han Li waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Ning Fengji need not express further thanks. By the way, during this outing, I have achieved another significant milestone. I have established a sect. Han Li paused momentarily before continuing. At this revelation, both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were left speechless. A sect? Did I hear correctly? Chapter 115. Trials in the Stardoe Forest Periphery. Han Li took a deep breath and succinctly recounted the events and encounters of the past few days. Their expressions conveyed increasing astonishment, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Han Li, you have surprised us once again. Ning Fengji finally regained his composure after a lengthy pause. He was well aware of the 4 major clans that possessed single attribute martial souls, originally affiliated with the Haoyan sect, but subsequently abandoned. Despite their prior disbandment, the strength of these clans was still formidable, comparable to that of mid-sized sections. Han Li's ability to reunite the 4 single-attribute clans in such a short span was indeed remarkable. With the inclusion of these clans, the future of the Tang sect was bound to be resplendent. Speaking of which, I owe my successful recruitment of them to the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Han Li said with a smile. He noted that the 4 clan leaders were notoriously headstrong. Had it not been for the might of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they likely would not have acquiesced so readily. Haha, no matter, Han Li, if you wish, you may genuinely become a part of our 7 treasure glazed tile school at any time, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. He harbored hopes of uniting Ning Rongrong and Han Li, believing that with Han Li's presence, he would have fewer worries about the school's future. However, given their current youth, it was not the right time to ponder such matters. To express his gratitude for the hidden weapons Han Li had brought, Ning Fengji organized a banquet in their honor, featuring a lavish spread of delicacies and fine wines. Thus, Han Li and his companions took up temporary residence within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, using it as a temporary refuge. The school was immensely wealthy, possessing an abundance of resources, and with the sword Douluo and bone Douluo as protectors, it was exceedingly secure. Aware of the ambitions of the Spear Hall, Ning Fengji refrained from immediately renaming the 7 treasure glazed tile school to the 9 treasure glazed tile school, understanding that such a secret could not remain concealed from Bibi Dong. After a few days of tranquility, Han Li felt a stirring within him once more. He approached Ning Fengji, stating, "We wish to venture into the Stardoe Forest for further training." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite Han Li and his companions' exceptional abilities, prolonged inactivity could lead to a decline in their strength. Even the sharpest blade requires occasional honing. Upon learning of Han Li's intention to venture out for training, the sword Douluo hurried over to offer his assistance, only to be brusquely dismissed by the Bone Douluo. Chun-Xen, you should remain at the sect to protect Fengji. I have only been accompanying Han Li and the others for a short while, the Bone Douluo asserted firmly. With a heavy sigh, the sword Douluo acquiesced. Thus, the Bone Douluo and Han Li's group once again embarked on their journey towards the Stardow Forest. At present, the periphery of the Stardow Forest no longer satisfied their ambitions. The soul beasts inhabiting this area were far too weak to provide any substantial training benefits. As they progressed through the outskirts, they encountered several soul beasts, all of which were below 5,000 years in age, squelching any desire for battle. Han Li and his companions merely needed to unleash their formidable soul power to effortlessly scare off the soul beasts. Soul beasts despised humans, yet they were not foolish. They understood the importance of fleeing when faced with stronger opponents. If every soul beast were a reckless fool, their kind would have likely faced extinction long ago. Accompanied by the Bone Douluo, the group felt emboldened and resolved to venture directly into the border zone of the Great Forest. There, the spirit beasts possessed cultivation levels of at least 8,000 to 9,000 years, with the occasional appearance of those over 10,000 years. Before long, a colossal tiger came into view. This tiger, known as the Gale Tiger, was a formidable spirit beast of commendable rank. Renowned for its robust physique and mastery of numerous wind attribute skills, coupled with remarkable speed. The Gale Tiger boasted a particularly lush coat, with 2 formidable fangs protruding from its mouth and a distinctive gale emblem atop its head. Based on its physical characteristics, one could surmise its cultivation to be several thousand years. "Leave this great tiger to me," exclaimed Xiao Wu, her spirit ignited with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, she charged towards the Gale Tiger to initiate the attack. Xiao Wu's speed was impressive, yet the Gale Tiger was no ordinary foe. Its wind attribute enhancements granting its speed far surpassing that of similar spirit beasts. Predictably, her first strike missed its target. "How intriguing," Xiao Wu remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. The Gale Tiger fixated its gaze on her, then opened its mouth to unleash a wave of milky white energy. Just as it was about to strike Xiao Wu, she deftly utilized her teleportation ability, effortlessly evading the assault. Swiftly, she accelerated her movements, employing teleportation to adjust her position continuously. Suddenly, the tiger's fur bristled, emanating an overwhelming aura. With a tremendous leap, the massive beast lunged at Xiao Wu. However, she was not one to be easily subdued. She executed an invincible golden body technique, directly countering the tiger's onslaught. The vibrant golden light repelled the Gale Tiger, leaving it momentarily stunned, as if it had never encountered such a technique before. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu unleashed a series of fluid combinations upon the Gale Tiger. During this time, her soul power had surged rapidly, augmenting her strength. Each of her strikes bore immense power. After a fierce exchange, the Gale Tiger was toppled, rendered immobile. With the Gale Tiger defeated, the group pressed on, soon encountering a serpent-type spirit beast. Serpent-type spirit beasts are often characterized by their heightened agility, and many agile attack-type soul masters hunt them for their soul rings. Having already battled, it was Yu Zhuqing's turn to face this serpent spirit beast. She felt no pressure whatsoever and swiftly achieved victory. Naturally, the 2 women refrained from delivering fatal blows to the spirit beasts they encountered, as they typically did not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of spirit beasts. The relationship between soul masters and spirit beasts is intricately nuanced. While soul masters need to hunt spirit beasts for soul rings to enhance their strength, excessive killing that leads to extinction would spell disaster for the soul master community. Subsequently, they encountered several more spirit beasts, with Han Li hardly needing to intervene. Given Han Li's already formidable strength, he chose to allow Xiao Wu and the others more opportunities to shine. Primarily, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, being battle soul masters, would receive comprehensive support from Ning Rongrong should they encounter a challenging spirit beast. As they ventured deeper, the spirit beasts they encountered grew increasingly powerful, even crossing paths with those over 10,000 years old. Spirit beasts of this age are notoriously fierce, each a reigning monarch in their domain. Chapter 116. The 10,000-Year Flame Giant Gorilla. Generally, 10,000-year spirit beasts are exceptionally strong, with the oldest capable of contending with tidal Douluo. However, for Han Li, 10,000-year spirit beasts no longer held significant merit. He remained unprepared to engage in battle unless faced with a spirit beast that the 3 women could not handle. The Bone Douluo observed quietly from the sidelines, having long since become accustomed to the remarkable performances of these children, displaying no surprise. As for the defeated spirit beasts, Han Li, without exception, siphoned their life force to exchange for soul power. Ning Rongrong soon attained level 50, resulting in all three women breaking through their limits, poised to become soul kings upon acquiring soul rings. Nevertheless, Han Li was in no rush for them to obtain soul rings, preferring they undergo further training, ready to hunt should fortune favor them with suitable spirit beasts. As night fell, they sought a safe haven to rest, planning to continue their training at dawn. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the progress of Xiao Wu and her companions was evident. Now, when encountering 10,000-year spirit beasts, they handled the situations with far greater composure. Having reached this level of training, it was time to advance further into the inner regions. The closer one approached the inner area, the fewer spirit beasts could be found. Generally speaking, powerful spirit beasts exhibit a pronounced territorial instinct, be it human or beast. Any intrusion into their domain is met with hostility. This is why weaker spirit beasts dare not approach, as a moment's misstep could lead to their demise. The area they currently occupied was rife with 10,000-year spirit beasts, each more formidable than the last, presenting a significant challenge. Yet, Xiao Wu and her companions were overjoyed, for such circumstances enhanced their training efficacy. Facing 10,000-year spirit beasts, they dared not engage individually. Even when united, the three women felt the strain. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, their breaths quickened, and their soul power waned rapidly. Seeing this, Han Li recognized he could no longer remain idle and stepped forward to alleviate their burden. However, his intervention merely served to hold the spirit beast at bay, without unleashing his full strength. Now a soul sage, Han Li possessed countless soul skills from both his own abilities and system rewards, should he unleash his full might. Defeating the spirit beast would be a trivial endeavor. As they continued their journey, they suddenly beheld a towering gorilla standing upright, enveloped in fierce flames, glaring furiously at Han Li and his companions. It appeared they had trespassed into another's territory. That is the flame giant gorilla, the Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. The flame giant gorilla is an exceedingly rare spirit beast, having not been seen for many years, with many believing the species to be extinct. The flame giant gorilla embodies an almost unparalleled fire attribute, each individual being immensely powerful, capable of defeating weaker 100-year spirit beasts even at birth. However, their reproductive capabilities are woefully inadequate. A pair of flame giant gorillas will only bear offspring once in their lifetime, and the survival rate is alarmingly low. The Douluo patiently elucidated this to the group. Unfortunately, none of the four were fire attribute soul masters. Otherwise, this would undoubtedly be a soul ring not to be missed. Han Li turned to the three women. Let us engage together. The four united once more in battle. Although Han Li did not exert his full power, the pressure on the three women remained considerable. Nevertheless, with Han Li by their side, they felt a sense of security. Having triumphed over one foe after another, they had experienced virtually no defeats. Why should they fear this 10,000-year spirit beast before them? Ning Rongrong leaned against the rear, focusing intently on providing assistance to her companions, various attributes of enhancement swirling around them. The flame giant ape stretched its lengthy arms, continuously pounding its chest, unleashing several bursts of fiery light. These flames shot directly towards Han Li and his companions, an unstoppable force. They could distinctly sense that this fire was extraordinary, truly a manifestation of nearly ultimate fire attributes. Earth Soul, Han Li unleashed his first soul skill, and a bronze barrier materialized before them, successfully repelling the onslaught of flames. What are you still dawdling for? Initiate your attacks. An Liurja. His words jolted them from their stupor. Zhu Zhuqing summoned several shadow clones, launching an assault on the flame giant ape from various angles. The flame giant ape swung its powerful arms, sending forth a ring of fire that shattered Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones. However, Zhu Zhuqing's attack was merely a feint. The true assault came from Xiao Wu, who silently approached the back of the flame giant ape. Take this. Xiao Wu unleashed her strength. The flame giant ape was caught off guard by her attack, unable to respond in time, and was struck by her kick, tumbling down from the tree. Enraged, the flame giant ape scrambled back to its feet, entering a berserk state where its rationality diminished, replaced instead by a surge of various attributes. Its eyes turned blood red, and its size seemed to swell. Charging furiously towards Xiao Wu, flames erupted from the ground beneath its feet. Fourth soul skill, invincible golden body. Xiao Wu remained undaunted. The high margin of error for this soul skill granted her immunity to all physical damage. The flame giant ape crashed into Xiao Wu, the tremendous force sending her flying several meters away. Yet under the protection of the invincible golden body, she emerged unscathed. "Come me, big ape." Xiao Wu beckoned with her fingers. The flame giant ape, indeed, heeded her taunt and charged once more. This time, Xiao Wu refrained from using the invincible golden body, opting instead to teleport and create distance. Simultaneously, Han Li seized the opportunity to strike with a ranged soul skill. "I'm joining in." Zhu Qing followed suit, her claws leaving numerous marks on the flame giant ape's body, revealing traces of blood. Surrounded by the three, the flame giant ape soon found itself unable to withstand the pressure. Its flames flickered as if they had withered, dwindling to mere embers. Though the individual strength of the flame giant ape was formidable, it had only recently cultivated to 10,000 years, and its prolonged struggle against Han Li and his companions was primarily due to its inherent racial power. Sensing the dire situation and perhaps realizing the terror of its opponents, the ape ceased defending its territory and fled with great strides. Many spirit beasts are instinctively cautious of their lives, unwilling to face an untimely demise. "Should we pursue?" Xiao Wu inquired, poised for action. Han Li decisively shook his head. "Do you wish to eradicate it entirely? Although the flame giant ape has not been felled, it is nearly defeated. We can declare victory in this contest." "I'm so exhausted," Zhu Qing exclaimed as she sat on the ground, panting. Chapter 117. Assisting Zhu Qing in obtaining her fifth soul ring. Fighting against a powerful 10,000-year soul beast had drained Zhu Qing and her companions significantly. Han Li suggested that they rest for a while to recuperate before continuing their journey. This was the territory of the flame giant ape, and ordinary soul beasts dared not approach, so they had no cause for concern regarding sudden ambushes. After 2 or 3 hours, Xiao Wu and the other two women had fully regained their strength. In such high-intensity battles, managing to fight 2 or 3 times a day was already quite commendable. While the number of battles had decreased, their quality had visibly improved, making the efforts worthwhile. During their training, if they encountered suitable soul beasts, they would also hunt them to obtain soul rings. That afternoon, a soul beast known as the Ghost Shadow Snake came into view. The Ghost Shadow Snake, while of average quality among snake-type soul beasts, possessed extraordinary speed, and the one they encountered had precisely 10,000 years of cultivation. "Zhu Qing, your fifth soul ring is within reach," Han Li remarked, fixing his gaze upon the black serpent. Zhu Qing appeared bewildered, having thought she was still at the soul power of over level 40. "You have made significant progress during this time. Your soul power has already reached the Soul King realm, though you may not have realized it," Han Li explained. He further stated that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, like Zhu Qing, were also eligible to obtain their fifth soul rings. This was undoubtedly momentous news. The three women were visibly elated, thrilled at the prospect of breaking through their limits. The Douluo beside them was equally astonished, clearly taken aback by this development. Typically, high-level soul masters can roughly gauge the realm of lower-level soul masters, but discerning the exact level of soul power is not so easily done. The Douluo could only perceive that Han Li and the three women had particularly abundant and solid soul power. "Please help me acquire the soul ring," Zhu Qing implored. The 10,000-year ghost shadow snake was agile and possessed thick skin, adept at attacking with its tail. In an instant, the ghost shadow snake transformed into a fleeting shadow, advancing stealthily. Ordinary soul masters could hardly react to such speed. Rongrong, quickly provide us with support." Li Shota. While he was not afraid of the ghost shadow snake, if Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were caught in close proximity, they could easily sustain injuries. In the urgency of the moment, Ning Rongrong could not deploy all her soul skills and prioritized releasing a speed enhancement skill. At this critical juncture, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing received a boost in speed, narrowly evading the ghost shadow snake's attack. The snake's tail spun and struck a 3-meter-tall tree with tremendous force, toppling it and splitting the trunk. It was unimaginable how painful such a blow would be if it struck a person. "Incredible!" Zhu Qing exclaimed in shock. A soul beast renowned for its speed possessed destructive power comparable to that of a strength-type soul beast. How astonishing! Yet, the more powerful the ghost shadow snake, the more exhilarated Zhu Qing became. This also indicated that by hunting the ghost shadow snake and absorbing its soul ring, her physique would greatly enhance, and she would gain formidable soul skills. The strength of a soul master is closely linked to the power of the soul beast from which they acquire their soul ring. As Zhu Qing contemplated this, Han Li had already charged forward, wielding a sharp scythe. The ghost shadow snake twisted its tail, attempting to fling Han Li away. However, Han Li discerned the serpent's intention, preemptively extending his left palm to unleash the great strength diamond palm. This was the soul skill rewarded to Han Li for defeating Zhao Wujia. While the power of the great strength diamond palm was significantly lower than that of the great strength diamond fist, it proved highly effective for blocking enemy attacks. The weighty serpent's tail descended upon Han Li like a massive hammer. The great strength diamond palm caught it firmly, the resulting shock wave deflecting the snake's tail. Clearing the obstruction, Han Li grasped the scythe and pressed onward, setting his eyes on the body of the ghost shadow snake. Sans signe impending danger. The ghost shadow snake transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing without a trace. This is the ghost shadow snake's innate skill, Shadow. The Bon Douluo explained to the group. Shadow is a practical skill akin to teleportation. Such a skill, associated with spatial manipulation, is undoubtedly a coveted technique for every soul master. In the heat of battle, one can not only effortlessly evade lethal strikes, but also deliver unexpected ambushes upon the adversary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one is adept in both offense and defense. Zhu Zhuqing had long harbored admiration for Xiao Wu's third soul skill, teleportation. How splendid it would be if I could comprehend such a soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing expressed with hopeful anticipation. The ghost shadow is somewhat akin to teleportation, yet it bears significant drawbacks, Bon Douluo elucidated. The ghost shadow cannot be actively invoked. It is a skill that passively triggers when danger looms, transforming the user into a shadow and relocating to a safe haven. Upon hearing Bon Douluo's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing promptly dismissed the notion of acquiring the ghost shadow soul skill. Han Li was not inclined to let the ghost shadow serpent escape. He pinpointed its new position and continued his pursuit. You too, do not stand there in a daze. Han Li admonisha Ludli. Even in a one-on-one encounter, the ghost shadow serpent would not stand a chance against Han Li. His primary concern was that the serpent would utilize its extraordinary speed to flee the scene. Soul beasts possess intelligence, and the higher their cultivation, the more sagacious they become. Naturally, when faced with formidable foes, they contemplate retreat. Heeding Han Li's words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly regained their composure and charged towards the ghost shadow serpent. Xiao Wu's teleportation proved to be immensely advantageous in this confrontation. Each time the ghost shadow serpent attempted to escape, Xiao Wu was invariably able to intercept it through her teleportation. However, it was clear that Xiao Wu alone could not thwart the colossal beast. Zhu Zhuqing would step in to assist her at the most crucial moments. With their coordinated efforts, coupled with Han Li's suppression, the ghost shadow serpent found itself in a thoroughly disadvantaged position, unable to extricate itself. As time elapsed, the serpent's condition rapidly deteriorated. Seizing the opportune moment, Han Li unleashed two powerful attacks, inflicting grievous wounds on the ghost shadow serpent. Its thick skin was forcibly lacerated, crimson blood gushing forth, rendering the scene particularly gruesome. The ghost shadow serpent was reduced to a state of utter desperation. Under Han Li's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing advanced swiftly and executed her highest damage-dealing third soul skill, the Nether Slash, to conclude the serpent's demise. With the fall of the ghost shadow serpent, a deep black radiance illuminated the surroundings, and a 10,000-year soul ring hovered in midair. Zhu Zhuqing seated herself on the ground, adjusting her breath to absorb this soul ring in her optimal state. The time required to absorb a soul ring increases with its age. As Xiao Wu had transformed from a soul beast into a human, she could automatically gain a soul ring before her seventh, without the need to hunt another soul beast, allowing her time to manage this matter. Consequently, Xiao would also ascend to the realm of Soul King. In Chapter 118, the 50,000-year soul ring and the Fire Phoenix martial soul, Han Li remarked, Xiao Wu, I suddenly sense a soul beast nearby that would suit you perfectly. Its cultivation is not high, and you can handle it alone. Why not go take a look? Xiao Wu paused momentarily before eagerly nodding in agreement. During the battle with the ghost shadow serpent, she had been contemplating how to excuse herself to acquire a soul ring. Thus, she hurriedly dashed into the forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. Why did I not sense a soul beast nearby? Bon Douluo inquired, perplexed. Ah, that is a soul beast capable of concealing its aura. So it is entirely normal that you, Senior Bon Douluo, did not detect it, Han Li vaguely explained. But how did you manage to sense it when I could not? Bon Douluo pressed further, determined to uncover the truth. My master once imparted another method for detecting soul beasts. Han Li nonchalantly attributed his explanation to a fictitious master. This so-called master, being entirely imaginary, left Bon Douluo and others with no means of verification. I see, Bon Douluo conceded, no longer pursuing the matter. India, Fan, Li's narrativa. His master was an omnipotent figure, possessing abilities unheard of by others, which seemed entirely plausible. Approximately an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing successfully fused with the 10,000-year soul ring, officially becoming a 5-ring soul king, with her strength significantly enhanced. Zhuqing, quickly check what soul skill you have acquired. Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing silently prayed that she would not receive the Ghost Shadow soul skill. While the Ghost Shadow indeed possessed exceptional life-saving capabilities, Zhu Zhuqing still lacked offensive measures. How marvelous! My 5th soul skill is called Nether Shadow Connection. It is an attacking-type soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with excitement after her inspection. Subsequently, she elaborated on this new soul skill. During the activation of Nether Shadow Connection, Zhu Zhuqing's form would morph into a series of interconnected phantoms. Each phantom's attack power diminishing by 10% compared to the previous one. A total of 9 phantoms would manifest. As long as the enemy was struck by Zhu Zhuqing's true form, they could not evade subsequent phantom attacks. This equated to Zhu Zhuqing delivering 10 uninterrupted strikes to her foe in a remarkably short span of time. The explosive potential was formidable, particularly when combined with other soul skills, promising unexpected results. What a powerful soul skill! Douluo could not help but exclaim. His praise further elated Zhu Zhuqing. As a senior in the realm of soul masters, he had surely encountered many adept agility-type soul masters, and for him to commend her soul skill indicated its exceptional nature. Simultaneously, Han Li received a notification from the depths of his mind. As a reward for aiding Zhu Zhuqing in her ascension to Soul King, the system granted Han Li a black soul ring of 50,000 years. With a beaming expression, Han Li immediately affixed this soul ring to his 7th ring. Before long, Xiao Wu returned from the distance, having also ascended to the status of a 5-ring soul king. Her 5th soul skill, named Softbone Lock, was a restraining skill that utilized her body's flexibility to ensnare her opponent. Unless the foe's soul power surpassed Xiao Wu's by 5 levels, they would be unable to break free. Even if they could forcibly escape, it would take at least 5 seconds. For a powerful soul master, 5 seconds could afford ample opportunity to alter the outcome of battle. The only drawback was that this soul skill could only control a single individual. Most of Xiao Wu's soul skills were inclined towards single-target combat. Everyone possesses strengths and weaknesses, an unavoidable reality. Xiao Wu's ascension to Soul King was undoubtedly aided by Han Li's support, and the system rewarded Han Li handsomely once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Martial Soul. Fire Phoenix. In the world of Douluo continent, Ma Hongjun initially possessed the mutated Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Later, after consuming the Coxcomb Phoenix flower, he purged the impurities from the flames, evolving his Martial Soul into the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix is considered a high-grade Martial Soul. This meant that Han Li had suddenly become a genius soul master endowed with dual martial souls. Dual martial souls are exceedingly rare among soul masters, with fewer than 1 in 10,000 possessing such an anomaly. Only 2 individuals on the entire continent possessed dual martial souls, Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall and Tang San, whom they had encountered previously. Now, Han Li had become the 3rd. In truth, the system store offered many superior quality martial souls, but their costs were exorbitant, far beyond Han Li's current means. Han Li had long coveted them, contemplating that once he elevated his soul power to level 99, he would exchange for several martial souls. The existence of 3 lifetimes of martial spirits, 6 lifetimes of martial spirits, and even 10 lifetimes of martial spirits is no longer a mere fantasy. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li affixed the soul ring he had just removed from the Scythe martial spirit onto the Fire Phoenix martial spirit, thus establishing the first soul ring. Subsequently, Han Li exchanged for a soul ring aged over 5,000 years from the system marketplace, placing it in the position of the Fire Phoenix's 2nd soul ring. His physique was entirely capable of accommodating higher-grade soul rings. Yet the exorbitant price of 10,000-year soul rings proved to be a significant deterrent. However, Han Li remained undeterred, firmly believing that the pressing priority was to enhance his soul power to the fullest, as there would be ample time in the future to gradually elevate the age of his soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu each acquired their 5th soul ring, not only gaining a powerful new soul skill, but also experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of their physical attributes. They became significantly stronger, and the previously daunting 10,000-year soul beast seemed to have suddenly become much more manageable. Ning Rongrong's soul power level also swiftly ascended to 50. enabling her to obtain her fifth soul ring, just like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, as an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong's physical strength and resilience were considerably inferior to the two girls. If she were to recklessly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it could potentially lead to dire consequences. Therefore, Han Li resolved to wait until their return to the outer regions, where it would be safer for Ning Rongrong to hunt a soul beast aged 6 to 7,000 years. Concerned that Ning Rongrong might overthink the situation, Han Li candidly expressed his worries. Huh? You want to hunt a soul beast aged 6 to 7,000 years for a soul ring? Ning Rongrong replied somewhat reluctantly. In the realm of soul masters, the optimal configuration for a Soul King S soul rings is typically 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, with the norm being to choose a black 10,000-year soul ring for the 5th soul ring. Although Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master, her desire to grow stronger was no less than that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Naturally, she yearned for the best possible soul ring at present. Just then, Douluo unexpectedly interjected, expressing his agreement with Han Li's assertion. What Han Li says makes perfect sense, he stated. Grandpa Bone, do you not trust me? I truly feel that I have grown significantly stronger recently and should be able to accept a 10,000-year soul ring, Ning Rongrong protested, her face filled with a longing to strengthen herself. Douluo patiently elucidated. It is true that soul masters who reach level 50 will go to great lengths to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts for their soul rings. However, Rongrong, your situation is rather exceptional. In Douluo's view, although Ning Rongrong was a soul king, she was still quite young, barely over 10 years old. And as an auxiliary soul master, her physique was quite weak. Thus, acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring indeed posed certain risks. Anli nudda supli. Indicating that he shared the same thoughts as Douluo, Ning Rongrong understood that the two had her best interests at heart, and reluctantly agreed. Observing her despondent demeanor, Han Li stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair. Rongrong, do not lose heart. Even if your 5th soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, it will not hinder your future growth. Do not forget, your martial spirit is the one and only 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda on the entire continent. Han Li said with a smile. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The greatest advantage of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial spirit, compared to the previous 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, is its ability to transcend natural limitations. Ning Rongrong can continuously elevate her soul power level, potentially becoming a rare soul duo, or even a title Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed sect. By that time, even without the optimal soul ring configuration, she would still be recognized as the most formidable auxiliary soul master across the continent. With this realization, the clouds of doubt that had shrouded Ning Rongrong's heart dissipated, leaving her in high spirits. After a brief rest, Han Li and his companions pressed on, further exploring the Stardow Forest. As they gradually ventured deeper into the inner regions, soul beasts aged around 10 to 20,000 years became increasingly rare, with encounters predominantly consisting of soul beasts aged around 30 to 40,000 years. Occasionally, they even encountered formidable soul beasts aged 50,000 years. However, the stronger the soul beast, the more inclined it was to wander alone, rarely found in groups. Taking advantage of the current lull in encounters with soul beasts, Douluo took the initiative to impart some knowledge about soul beasts. Although both 10,000-year and 90,000-year soul beasts are categorized as 10,000-year soul beasts, the disparity in their strength is immense. If we were to categorize them by human standards, 10,000-year soul beasts could be divided into 4 thresholds: 10,000 years, 30,000 years, 50,000 years, and 70,000 years. With each threshold surpassed, a soul beast power experiences a remarkable increase. A common 10,000-year soul beast is roughly equivalent to a human soul master of over 50 levels. A 30,000-year soul beast corresponds to a human soul master of over 60 levels. A 50,000-year soul beast can contend evenly with a soul sage of over 70 levels. As for ordinary soul beasts exceeding 70,000 years, they're capable of grappling with title level human powerhouses. Grandpa Bone, why do you keep emphasizing ordinary soul beasts? Are there extraordinary soul beasts? Ning Rongrong asked with wide eyes, intrigued. Indeed, the world of soul masters encompasses a myriad of different martial spirits, both good and bad, strong and weak, and the same applies to soul beasts, Douluo explained slowly. To facilitate understanding, he offered a few examples. There exists an exceedingly rare soul beast known as the Silver Moon Wolf King, which, despite being merely 10,000 years old, can contend with an ordinary soul beast aged 70,000 years. In other words, even a moderately skilled Douluo would need to carefully consider whether to engage if they encountered a 10,000-year silver moon wolf king. Is it really that formidable? Xiao Wu and the others gasped in astonishment. Only Han Li maintained a calm demeanor. Such knowledge was hardly new to him. If we were to encounter a silver moon wolf king aged over 50,000 years, would even Grandpa Bone find a challenge? Ning Rongrong asked, her expression turning pale. Bone Douluo reassured everyone, fear not, the heavens are fair. The stronger a soul beast is, the scarcer it becomes. As I mentioned earlier, the last recorded sighting of a soul beast of this kind by human soul masters was a century ago. Thus, during your training, you must act within your limits and avoid recklessness. Since this is training, I will not intervene unless lives are at stake, Bone Douluo cautioned. As they conversed, they suddenly encountered a soul beast of 2,000 years' worth. This common spider-type soul beast ranked below the human face demon spider, possessing strength comparable to a soul emperor of around 60 levels. Han Li felt confident taking the lead in the assault, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could engage in combat alongside him. The spider launched a barrage of sticky silk, which, although slow to fire, could be easily dodged. However, upon landing, the silk transformed into a green, toxic liquid that began to drift toward the group. To avoid poisoning, they swiftly climbed up the trees to confront it. I'll draw its attention. You all take this opportunity to practice the soul skills you've just comprehended, Han Li called out. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Li charged forward with his large scythe, eager to engage. The entire battle unfolded smoothly, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing deepening their proficiency with their fifth soul skill. However, their attacks failed to inflict significant damage on their opponent, given that they were facing a soul beast of 2,000 years' worth, and they lacked the support of Ning Rongrong at that moment. The battle concluded, and the group continued their journey. Luckily, it was not the infamous man-faced demon spider. Otherwise, the two of you would not have had such a splendid opportunity for training, Han Li remarked. The man-faced demon spider is often humorously referred to by many fans of the Douluo series as Tang San's nemesis. However, the formidable strength of such a soul beast cannot be overlooked. A man-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 10,000 years can easily defeat an ordinary soul beast of 30,000 years of cultivation. For a considerable duration thereafter, they did not encounter any soul beasts. The following morning, shortly after setting out, they were confronted by a wild bull soul beast of 30,000 years of cultivation. To their surprise, they encountered the wild bull here. Bone Douluo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The wild bull is a soul beast purely characterized by its immense physical strength and formidable power. However, for reasons unknown, very few of its kind achieve high cultivation years, likely due to numerous natural predators that limit the growth of this species. You may understand it as the titan among soul beasts, Bone Douluo illustrated vividly. Han Li and the others could not suppress their laughter. Though the wild bull is purely a powerhouse, Han Li and his companions dared not underestimate it. The fact that it had attained 30,000 years of cultivation was testament to its exceptional capabilities. Rongrong, you shall remain close to Senior Bone Douluo for assistance. It is the safest course of action. Chapter 120. Battling the 30,000-year-old Wild Bull. The Wild Bull had small yet spirited eyes, its tail swaying gently. In the next moment, it charged directly towards Han Li and the others. The sheer size of the Wild Bull was akin to a towering mountain looming towards them, exerting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hastily dodged, as did Han Li, for although he was unafraid of the wild bull, expending energy to withstand such a blow was imprudent. Predictably, the wild bull's initial charge missed, crashing heavily into a tree, toppling a row of trees with its formidable horns. What terrifying power! Xiao Wu's face turned pale. It was easy to envision that if struck directly by the wild bull, one would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of mush. This is the most powerful soul beast we have encountered since entering the Stardow Forest. You too must exercise utmost caution. Anlikotunat. After its charge missed, the wild bull turned its back and looked at Han Li and the others again, slowly raising its front right foot, rhythmically scraping the ground, seemingly preparing for another assault. Seizing what she perceived as a rare opportunity, Xiao Wu instantly teleported to the side of the wild bull. Big silly bull, take this kick from Sister Xiao Wu, she exclaimed, delivering a solid kick to the wild bull. Yet, the wild bull's body was as tough as steel. It not only remained uninjured but also sent Xiao Wu flying backward. Xiao Wu quickly retreated to a safe distance, feeling a tingling in her feet and weakness in her legs. It's too hard, Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. given the wild bull's robust physique. Standing still to let Xiao Wu strike would not even scratch its surface. Han Li noticed Xiao Wu's predicament and pondered for a moment before making a swift decision. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you two should retreat back to Senior Douluo. Han Li Shota. Fighting a 30,000-year-old soul beast was ultimately too much for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Even if Han Li wished to allow them to train, such an adversary posed a significant threat to their safety. Reluctantly, the two girls complied, knowing that their lives were not worth sacrificing for the sake of training. Following Han Li's instructions, they obediently returned to Douluo's side. Han Li would face this wild bull alone. Xiao Wu was the first to initiate an attack on the wild bull, naturally drawing its ire. The wild bull glared furiously at Xiao Wu, once again raising its front legs, seemingly unwilling to let her off easily. What are you staring at? Your opponent is me. Han Li Valuba. As his voice echoed, he hurled his scythe, the cold glint slicing through the air. Sensing the imminent danger, the wild bull hastily moved to the right. The scythe missed its mark and embedded itself into the ground. The wild bull's attention was instantly captivated by Han Li. Han Li extended his palm, a force pulling the scythe back into his grasp. Meanwhile, the wild bull lifted its front legs, opening its mouth to emit a deafening roar. Allow me to witness your strength, Han Li said nonchalantly. The wild bull did not hastily drop its front legs, but instead inclined its body downward, gathering force at its rear. The wild bull began to rotate, resembling a massive meatball, rapidly charging towards Han Li. Douluo displayed an expression of disbelief. In his recollection, pure power-type soul beasts like the wild bull possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities, but speed was typically their Achilles heel. He had not anticipated that this particular wild bull would defy convention, compensating for its shortcomings through unique methods. No wonder this wild bull has transcended the misfortunes of its kind and cultivated to such a high age, Han Li realized. With such speed, it could easily evade peril multiple times. As the wild bull, now a spinning mass, closed in, its impact and lethality intensified with each rotation. Yet, Han Li showed no inclination to evade, bracing himself as if preparing for a direct confrontation. Han Li, do not be too reckless. At this distance, I cannot guarantee your safety, Douluo warned anxiously. Ning Fengji had repeatedly emphasized to Douluo and Sword Douluo the necessity of protecting Han Li at all costs, ensuring that no harm befell him. Han Li had provided immense assistance to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even without this reason, they had to consider the formidable figure behind Han Li. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities, Han Li replied, unfazed. Holding the scythe firmly, he infused a significant amount of soul power into the weapon, which began to radiate a dazzling light. Before long, the wild bull collided with the scythe, the impact akin to kicking a steel plate. A massive gust of wind erupted, trees trembled, and numerous leaves were shaken loose, floating through the air. The ground where they clashed cracked incessantly. If you wish to contend with me, you at least need several more millennia of cultivation. Han Li declared confidently, subsequently amplifying his strength and forcefully repelling the wild bull. The wild bull was compelled to cease its spinning state. A prominent gash visible on its horns, evidence of Han Li's scythe. Han Li Islandia astonishing. The three girls exclaimed with excitement. They all understood that they stood no chance against the wild bull's attack. Should they have dared to confront it directly, they would likely have met a dire fate. Yet Han Li had successfully withstood the wild bull's assault and inflicted damage in return. Moo! The wild bull shrieked frantically. Han Li suddenly surja forward, wielding his scythe and executing a fluid series of strikes. The wild bull, consumed by rage, regarded its horns as its most vital asset. In its fury, it had lost all semblance of rationality. The wild bull was only intent on ramming Han Li into a pulp, seeking vengeance. Just in time, I was worried you might flee. Han Li smirka slightly. Han Li's speed and strength are truly formidable, a veritable dimensional crushing blow against the wild bull. In a brief moment, the wild bull is left battered and bleeding profusely, while Han Li appears utterly unscathed. Ultimately, the wild bull succumbs to excessive blood loss and loses consciousness. Given your impressive cultivation, I shall spare your life, Han Li remarks, casually clapping his hands before departing with grace. Douluo and the three women are left in a state of profound disbelief. They acknowledge Han Li's prowess, yet they had not anticipated such ferocity from him. You have become invincible, my child, Douluo remarks, lost in thought. Han Li, your strength is utterly monstrous. Chapter 121. Continuing the trials, battling the 60,000-year soul beasts. My success in defeating it so effortlessly is largely due to my recent battles against Titan and Yang Wudi. Han Li humbly notes, having a modest demeanor. Titan is incredibly robust and fierce, while Yang Wudi exhibits a tenacious offensive style. Both fight with a style remarkably similar to that of the Wild Bull. Douluo and the women decide not to dwell on this matter excessively, as Han Li has repeatedly redefined their understanding of strength. After resting momentarily, they resume their journey, perhaps due to their deeper incursion into the inner regions. The soul beasts they encounter henceforth are predominantly of 50,000 years of age, presenting quite the challenge. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong feel compelled to closely follow Douluo, refraining from taking unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Han Li fights with great enthusiasm. Having dallied for so long since entering the starred Do Great Forest, he finally seizes the opportunity to showcase his full abilities. The battles are primarily waged by Han Li alone, while Douluo and the three women observe his impressive displays from safe distances. With Han Li's strength, confronting 50,000-year soul beasts poses no significant challenge, and when he becomes serious, his opponents hardly stand a chance to retaliate. However, as time progresses and they delve deeper, the soul beasts they encounter become increasingly powerful, approaching a beast nearing 60,000 years in age. Han Li finds himself at a disadvantage without resorting to his trump cards and thus seeks assistance from Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong responds admirably, instantly unleashing her 7 treasures glazed tile, pagoda, martial soul. Even though Han Li's cultivation surpasses hers considerably, Ning Rongrong can still provide him with an impressive 50% enhancement. This exemplifies the might of the world's foremost support type, martial soul. Once Ning Rongrong acquires her 5th spirit ring, she will be able to grant her comrades a staggering 60% increase in multiple attributes, an astonishing concept indeed. This means that with Ning Rongrong's support, Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing can engage in battles beyond their rank as if it were child's play. A brilliant light from the glazed tile pagoda envelopes Han Li, invigorating him as if he has been electrified, and he experiences a surge in battle prowess. The previously unfavorable situation swiftly turns in his favor as he begins to dominate the powerful soul beast. After approximately a stick of incense's worth of time, Han Li successfully vanquishes the soul beast. This rigorous training spans a full 10 days, during which they encounter no fewer than 20 soul beasts, ranging from 30 to 50,000 years in age. Some are solitary, while others appear in pairs or packs, and they even encounter several formidable 60,000-year soul beasts. These creatures represent the true overlords of the forest, with few outside their core territory able to challenge them. Most of the soul beasts have been defeated by Han Li and his companions, including one of the 60,000-year variety. Of course, Han Li does not choose to face such a terrifying opponent alone. He calls upon Ning Rongrong and the other 2 women. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing cannot inflict harm on high-tier soul beasts, they can serve to distract, alleviating some of Han Li's burden. Over the past few days of training, Han Li has also made significant progress, achieving the rank of Soul Sage. Confronting 60,000-year soul beasts is indeed a suitable challenge. Albeit without relying on his trump cards, the pressure is considerable, making it far from the ease of battling 40 or 50,000-year beasts. When faced with entities even more powerful than 60,000 years, Han Li and his companions do not hesitate to retreat. Naturally, if a confrontation were to arise, with Douluo present, Han Li possesses ample trump cards and would feel no fear. However, given their location in the inner regions of the Star Do Great Forest, it is wise to avoid unnecessary risks. Alas, I sense a monumental presence. Han Li suddenly halts, his instincts alert. Shall we proceed as before? Xiao Wu tentatively inquires. Proceeding as before naturally implies a swift escape. Having evaded soul beasts on 3 previous occasions, Han Li contemplates a bolder approach this time. Let us seize this opportunity, he proposes, scanning the faces of Xiao Wu and the others. Were it merely the 4 of them, Han Li would certainly refrain from taking such a substantial risk. However, with a powerful super Douluo protector by their side, it seems almost a waste not to take advantage of such a valuable resource. All right, we shall follow your lead, Xiao Wu promptly responds. Although Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong harbor some concerns, they ultimately agree, buoyed by the assurance of Douluo's protection. After deliberating, Han Li decides it would be wise not to take the initiative in attacking, so they remain in place, openly exuding their aura. Naturally, any soul beast that senses this presence will come forth willingly. These little ones truly walk the fine line of danger, Douluo muses, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet, Upon reflection, he considers this could indeed be a beneficial experience. The spirit masters should embody an indomitable, adventurous spirit and a fearless courage to challenge the strong. Unafraid of injury or death, such qualities are indeed rare. As a seasoned figure in the realm of spirit masters, Douluo has witnessed many gifted individuals hindered by excessive caution, preventing them from breaking through their limitations and squandering their prime years. Young ones, unleash your full potential and engage fiercely. I shall provide you with protection, Douluo assures them. His words instill confidence in Han Li and the others. After a lengthy wait, a sudden commotion arises from the southeast, the sound growing increasingly closer, as if some colossal creature is approaching at great speed. The hearts of Han Li and his companions race as they hold their breath, fixating their gazes ahead. Finally, a golden form leaps into view, soaring over several large trees, accompanied by a terrifying roar that sends shivers down their spines. It is a lion, resplendent in golden and crimson hues, its mane voluminous and its demeanor imposing, as though it were a natural king, akin to a sovereign among humans. The lion proudly raises its massive head, gazing down upon Han Li and the others. Douluo's expression shifts dramatically, his emotions spiraling out of control. Could this be the legendary Crimson Gold Lion? The Crimson Gold Lion is a variant of the Golden Lion King, standing atop the food chain within the Stardow Great Forest, possessing a high rank. It is said that a 30,000-year Crimson Gold Lion is virtually invincible against soul beasts below 100,000 years. Upon closer inspection, Douluo discerns that this Crimson Gold Lion is at least 10,000 years old. However, the 10,000-year-old Crimson Gold Lion faced with ease the ordinary soul beasts of 70,000 years. This explains why it could appear in the inner regions teeming with powerful beings shortly after becoming a 10,000-year soul beast. Han Li, this old beast, is incredibly formidable. You should consider finding another opponent. Time is of the essence. I shall lead you to safety immediately, urged Douluo. Ning Rongrong displayed a look of confusion. Grandpa Bone, aren't you here with us? While we may not stand a chance against this lion, surely you can defeat it. Chapter 122. The Terrifying Power of the Crimson Gold Lion. Douluo replied with a serious expression. A 10,000-year Crimson Gold Lion indeed poses no threat to me. However, if its kin are nearby, the situation could drastically change once they arrive. This was Douluo's concern. The Crimson Gold Lion before them exhibited a somewhat chaotic aura, suggesting it had recently ascended to 10,000 years and likely had family members close by. It was entirely possible that a 30 to 50,000 year Crimson Gold Lion could suddenly emerge, which would be a significant challenge even for Douluo, especially as he needed to ensure the safety of Han Li and the others. Upon hearing Douluo's words, the group felt a tremor in their hearts, prompting thoughts of retreat. Han Li, albeit reluctantly, awakened the dormant system in exchange for an information monitoring soul skill within the store. Unbeknownst to the Crimson Gold Lion, Anli utiliza di soul skill. All pertinent information about the Crimson Gold Lion materialized vividly before Han Li's eyes. Of course, this information was visible only to him. Crimson Gold Lion, high-level soul beast, possessing the bloodline of the Golden Lion King, has surpassed 10,000 years of cultivation. With a certain probability of evolving into the Golden Lion King, the most formidable existence among lion-type soul beasts. Currently, the Crimson Gold Lion's cultivation stands at 10,000 years, rivaling ordinary soul beasts of 70 to 80,000 years in strength. The intensity had surged. As Douluo had indicated, soul beasts like the Crimson Gold Lion were immensely powerful, and most soul masters would choose to avoid them. Nevertheless, Han Li was eager to attempt a confrontation. Senior Douluo, grant me a moment's time. Regardless of the outcome, we shall retreat swiftly, Han Li declared loudly. Douluo contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The Crimson Gold Lion possessed the destructive power of a strength-type soul beast and an impressive speed. Even when confronted with speed-type soul beasts of the same realm, the Crimson Gold Lion would not falter. It was nearly devoid of any weaknesses. Ning Rongrong understood and provided Han Li with support, amplifying his strength, speed, soul power, and defense all at once. Han Li felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. As Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing prepared to assist, Han Li halted them. The speed of this Crimson Gold Lion surpasses yours. You have no advantage here. It will be best to remain behind. In a moment of clarity, Han Li and the Crimson Gold Lion locked eyes, and without warning, the latter launched a sudden attack. Its speed was indeed remarkable. Anlibas no nuisa. He swiftly unleashed his martial spirit and gripped his scythe to counter the assault. The claws of the crimson gold lion were sharp enough to effortlessly rend the flesh of other soul beasts, producing a deafening clang as they met the blade of Han Li's scythe. Xiao Wu and the others quickly covered their ears. The clash of their formidable powers sent both Han Li and the crimson gold lion reeling back, with Han Li clearly at a disadvantage. "This is the adversary I desired," Han Li exclaimed with excitement. Undoubtedly, with the system's enhancement, Han Li's soul power surged rapidly. Yet to truly grow stronger, he needed ample real combat experience, most crucially, battling against the powerful. As the first exchange concluded, the crimson gold lion charged forward once more, as a seasoned apex predator would not allow its prey a moment's respite. Han Li remained fully focused, heightened vigilance, as he swung his scythe in a fierce clash. Their battle was primal and violent, a contest of sheer speed and strength. Perhaps the truly powerful despised flamboyant techniques. The simplest methods often proved to be the most effective. Before long, Han Li felt himself waning. After all, the opponent was a formidable soul beast, far surpassing human soul masters in physical strength. To maintain his combat effectiveness against the crimson gold lion, Han Li had no choice but to activate his weapon spirit's true form, exponentially augmenting his power. However, even in the throes of intense combat, Han Li remained cautious, ensuring he concealed the traces of his weapon spirit's true form. Should Douluo discover it, explanations would be difficult. The weapon spirit's true form fused Han Li's soul with the scythe in his grasp, unleashing astonishing explosive power. In a brief moment, Han Li managed to gain the upper hand against the crimson gold lion. How much strength has this boy been concealing? Douluo pondered in astonishment. Faced with a king-level soul beast like the crimson gold lion, he had assumed Han Li would falter within moments and was prepared to intervene for his protection. Yet, Han Li not only showed no signs of defeat, but also exchanged blows with the crimson gold lion. What astonished Douluo even further was the hint of the weapon spirit's true form he sensed. Despite Han Li's efforts to conceal it, some flaws would ultimately reveal themselves. However, Douluo dismissed these thoughts. There have been instances in the soul master realm of individuals exhibiting incomplete weapon spirit true forms without reaching the soul sage level. While such cases were rare, they were not entirely absent. In Douluo's view, with Han Li's innate talent, achieving this was not beyond the realm of possibility. The clash between Han Li and the crimson gold lion was particularly fierce, each collision generating gusts of wind and causing the earth to tremble. The crimson gold lion appeared somewhat flustered. Initially, it had not regarded Han Li, a seemingly weak human, as a serious threat. With a powerful collision, Han Li swiftly retreated to a large tree, unleashing his soul skill. Countless luminous blades coalesced in the air, resembling a starry sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a grand sweep of his hand, these blades shot towards the crimson gold lion. This attack covered a vast area, and each blade possessed formidable lethality. Even the robust crimson gold lion had to evade their sharp edges, seizing the opportunity while the crimson gold lion dodged the glowing blades. Han Li stealthily regrouped with his companions, lest depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately grabbed the 4 children and hastened away from the scene. It was only after the crimson gold lion evaded all the blades that it realized its opponent had vanished. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, Han Li, "Are you all right?" Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly approached to check on Han Li's condition. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing the immense pressure the battle had placed upon him. Although he had held his ground against the crimson gold lion, Han Li's soul power and stamina were depleting at an alarming rate. Before long, he would exhaust himself and collapse defenseless. The crimson gold lion is truly extraordinarily powerful. Anli Lamanta Beakali. Chapter 123. Intruding into the Wolfpack's territory, you're not bad yourself. Douluo couldn't help but comment. Han Li's actions today once again reshaped Douluo's perception of him. Douluo mused that if he were in Han Li's position, he would undoubtedly refrain from challenging a millennium-old golden lion. Han Li found a flat area to sit down, closing his eyes to recuperate, replenishing both his soul power and physical strength, while the others rested nearby, standing guard over him. Ning Rongrong utilized her soul skill to expedite Han Li's recovery process. After a short while, Han Li rose, stretching pleasantly and appearing rather languid. Engaging in battle with a formidable soul beast like the golden lion was indeed perilous. Yet Han Li had garnered some rewards from the encounter. Overall, it was not a loss for him. Subsequently, Han Li and his companions continued their journey through the dense forest. They encountered no obstructions from soul beasts along the way. As the sun gradually descended, the remnants of the sunset illuminated the land, and darkness began to envelop the sky. It seemed they would not encounter any more soul beasts today. "Let's find a place to spend the night," Douluo suggested. After walking for a while, they stumbled upon a cave, dark and eerily silent. After some discussion, the group decided to venture inside to take a look. As they approached the entrance and peered into the depths of the cave, pairs of red eyes suddenly glimmered, fixated upon them. "Awoo!" The continuous howling erupted, deafening their ears. A sense of dread washed over them. They had intruded into the territory of a soul beast pack. Douluo and the others turned pale, hastily retreating. Concurrently, countless black wolves surged forth from the cave, their numbers reminiscent of a military battalion. The wolves moved with incredible speed, seemingly endowed with the ability to see in the dark, their agile limbs swiftly encircling Han Li and his companions. They had encountered a pack of wolves. This particular soul beast was known as the Evil Wolf. While its individual strength was unremarkable when gathered in a pack, it could unleash terrifying combat prowess. Even an 8,000 to 9,000-year-old powerful soul beast would choose to circumvent such a wolf pack. "We're in trouble. What should we do? Are we supposed to fight these wolves?" The three girls, including Xiao Wu, panicked. They had only faced single soul beasts before and had never encountered such a situation. The evil wolves lunged at them in unison, their intent ferocious. In this moment of crisis, Douluo unleashed his martial soul, and numerous bone spikes erupted from the ground, impaling some wolves while obstructing their advance. "Suivant soul skill, martial soul manifestation," Douluo bellowed. An endless stream of soul power surged within him, and a massive bone dragon materialized behind him. The bone dragon flapped its wings, mimicking Douluo's form, roaring fiercely and emanating an astonishing oppressive aura that instantly drove the wolf pack back. Without delay, Douluo swiftly gathered Han Li and the others, soaring into the sky and swiftly departing. After flying several kilometers, Douluo finally landed the group in a tranquil forested area. That was truly terrifying. Ningronggrong exclaimed, her face pale, still shaken by the ordeal. Fortunately, Grandfather Bone intervened. Otherwise, we might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Douluo acknowledged that even though he had considerable confidence in defeating the wolf pack, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Firstly, engaging in battle with the wolf pack would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, likely attracting other soul beasts and worsening their predicament. Secondly, while the pack's coordination was impressive, their individual combat strength was moderate, and although Douluo could fend for himself, he could not guarantee the safety of Han Li and the others. Thus, after careful consideration, Douluo resolutely chose to lead the group in retreat. "Are we going to continue onward?" Ningronggrong timidly inquired. Han Li shook his head. "That's enough. Pressing further would only increase the danger. Even with a powerhouse like Douluo by our side, the risks we face remain substantial." Later that night, Han Li lay in his portable tent, reflecting on the events of recent days. Through relentless battles, he had continuously drained his life force, resulting in an astonishingly rapid increase in soul power. Approximately 7 days prior, Han Li had successfully broken through to level 80. However, at that time, he lacked a suitable soul ring. After some contemplation, he transferred the 10,000-year soul ring from his second martial soul to his first. Han Li's primary objective was to elevate his soul power, deeming it unnecessary to squander resources on the second martial soul when he could accumulate them after advancing to title Douluo. In the ensuing days, they refrained from venturing deeper and instead focused on training in the surrounding areas. Han Li defeated numerous soul beasts, sacrificing quite a bit of his lifespan. Regrettably, as a soul Douluo, he found it exceedingly challenging to exchange for level 1 soul power, yet he did not return empty-handed. Transforming into a combat zealot, Han Li elevated his soul power to level 85, which included the 1 level gain from fusing the soul rings. This indicated that Han Li had only managed to progress 4 levels over several days. For a typical soul master, such a rate of advancement would be deemed extraordinarily impressive. Yet, Han Li felt somewhat dissatisfied, having previously experienced a much quicker elevation in soul power. Han Li keenly sensed that only by defeating an 80,000-year soul beast and sacrificing a year of lifespan could he attain an entire level of soul power. However, 80,000-year soul beasts were not only scarce, but each possessed formidable combat strength, and even when encountered, defeating them was not guaranteed. The difficulty was not to be underestimated. During this period, Han Li made a prudent decision. he proposed to part ways with Douluo and the others to embark on a solo adventure. Naturally, Douluo's immediate reaction was a resolute refusal. "Hanli, are you out of your mind? I acknowledge your strength. But just look at where we are, the inner regions of the Star Doe Forest. What will you do if you encounter danger alone?" Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood alongside Douluo in this matter. They were all deeply concerned for Han Li's safety, urging him not to place himself in perilous circumstances. Han Li waved his hand and replied slowly, "I understand your concerns. To be frank, my soul power level has already increased. I just haven't acquired a soul ring yet. This is a prime opportunity for me to obtain a few soul rings." Douluo, questioned in confusion, "Acquire a soul ring? Wouldn't it be easier if we worked together? There's no need to separate." Han Li confidently articulated his prepared arguments, stating that he had sensed a soul beast particularly suited for obtaining a soul ring. However, that soul beast was exceptionally timid and would flee at the slightest sign of a crowd, making it difficult to capture. "Is there really such a soul beast? I've never heard of one before," Douluo said, his face a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Am I lying?" Chapter 124, Solo Expedition. Six-Ring Soul Emperor Han Li possessed an exceptionally resilient psychological fortitude, adept at fabricating tales with a composed demeanor throughout. Initially, Douluo harbored doubts. But considering Han Li's formidable master, everything suddenly appeared plausible. Moreover, there might be some secrets Han Li wished to keep hidden from him. "Very well, go ahead. But remember, never act recklessly when you're alone. If you find yourself in danger, retreating is always the wisest course of action," Douluo cautioned, his concern evident. Immediately, they agreed upon a meeting place, and Han Li departed without delay. Just as he left, Douluo and the others began to feel restless. "Do you think I should have let him go alone to acquire the soul ring?" Douluo inquired. If anything were to happen to Han Li out there, Douluo truly wouldn't know how to explain it to Ning Fengji. Moreover, Han Li had a powerful master behind him. If that top-tier expert were to hear of this, he might come looking for trouble. Douluo and everyone, please do not worry. Han Li is not an ordinary person. Even if he encounters trouble, he has ways to escape, Xiao Wu declared resolutely. Among them, Xiao Wu had accompanied Han Li the longest and understood him more deeply. To her, Han Li was an omnipotent existence. Her words brought considerable relief to the group. Fortunately, Han Li did not linger outside for too long and returned that very evening. "Han Li, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Han Li looking sprightly, Douluo's anxious heart finally settled. Xiao Wu and the other two girls excitedly surrounded him, inquiring about the experiences he had while alone. Han Li did not elaborate, but casually mentioned that he encountered two soul beasts that resonated with him deeply, and each battle had gone increasingly smoothly. He then unleashed his martial soul, and 6 soul rings began to glow in sequence. However, he still felt it was somewhat inappropriate to reveal all his strength, so he concealed certain aspects. Yet, even with Han Li holding back, Douluo and the others were utterly astonished. "You truly are a genius." Douluo gasped in awe. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left dumbfounded. At just over 10 years of age, Han Li had already become a bona fide 6-ring soul emperor. Undoubtedly, he had shattered the record for the youngest soul emperor. A monster. "Han Li, you are indeed a monster." Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim, feeling a sense of imbalance within. During this time, she and her friends had worked diligently on their cultivation, delighted to see their own strength steadily increasing. Especially after Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing acquired their 5th soul rings. They subconsciously felt the gap in strength between themselves and Han Li had narrowed. Yet now, Han Li stood before them as a soul emperor, a towering mountain they could not hope to scale. "Don't worry about me. As long as you all put in enough effort, you will catch up one day," Han Li quickly reassured them. In truth, he wanted to explore the core area of the Star Doe Forest. Although his current strength was insufficient, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor if he could sign a soul beast. If he encountered a dominant soul beast, he was confident he could escape. His concern lay with Xiao Wu and the others. Thus, Han Li ultimately decided to postpone that venture for now, planning to invite Ning Fengji, Douluo, and other formidable experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. With such a formidable group gathered, they could surely make an attempt. At that moment, Han Li recalled the 2 ferocious beasts residing in the core area, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Both boasted over 100,000 years of cultivation, a terrifying prospect. Other soul beasts would flee in terror merely at the scent of their presence. If Han Li could assist Douluo or Douluo in confronting the Titan giant ape, it could yield significant benefits, perhaps even enabling a breakthrough to title Douluo. Han Li was filled with anticipation. During this expedition, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong had defeated numerous soul beasts, allowing them to gain substantial life essence. If they were to convert all that essence into soul power, each of them could potentially elevate their levels by 10, easily breaking through to Soul Emperor. However, Han Li did not rush to exchange their life essence for soul power as before. Instead, he planned to let them stabilize their current levels. Acting too hastily was not prudent. Moreover, if he were to suddenly enhance their levels by 10, it would likely leave Douluo in shock. After careful consideration, Han Li resolved to gradually enhance their soul power in the future. In the inner regions of the Stardow Forest, Douluo bore a heavy burden. Mindful that formidable soul beasts with over 100,000 years of cultivation resided there. Should they encounter such beasts, the situation could become dire. Douluo needed to protect Ning Rongrong and the others while simultaneously engaging in battle, which was exceedingly perilous. Notably, it seemed the two great soul beasts were either in slumber or preoccupied with other matters, as they did not venture out in search of Xiao Wu this time. Even without encountering beasts of such high cultivation, facing a horde of powerful soul beasts would still pose significant challenges. Recently, they had narrowly escaped a pack of ferocious wolves. Fortunate that the Wolf King only had over 70,000 years of cultivation and was repelled by Douluo, averting a major disaster. Douluo thought to himself that this was not a place to linger. He was organizing his thoughts to persuade everyone to leave when Han Li spoke up first. "We have gained quite a bit. It is time for us to retreat." Hearing Han Li's words, Douluo's heart soared with joy. Accompanying the 4 children on this expedition had allowed him to appreciate the profound and terrifying depths of the Stardow Forest. Should he find the time in the future, Douluo would venture here alone to gain experience, perhaps even explore the so-called core area. Now, however, his priority was to protect these 4 children, and he could not afford to take such significant risks. Yet, if he were alone, the possibilities would expand greatly. Thus, Han Li and the others began to slowly retreat towards the outer regions, the strength of the soul beasts they encountered diminishing continuously. The pressure on Xiao Wu and the others dropped sharply. Reflecting on the previous days, they had been in constant fear, facing soul beasts that were nearly all over 50,000 years old. Fortunately, with Douluo's protection, they had not been forced to flee. On their way back, they encountered familiar faces, soul beasts that had been frightened by them and dared not approach. Of course, there were a few stubborn soul beasts that sought revenge. The fates of those beasts were predictable. They endured another round of severe beating, each one worse than the last. Are they itching for trouble, wanting to come and get beaten again? Han Li mused, perplexed by the mentality of these soul beasts. Chapter 125. Concluding the expedition, Zhu Zhuqing confides her thoughts. These soul beasts should be grateful for the divine favor, as Han Li was not a senseless killer. Without him, their lives would have been forfeit long ago. After a while, Han Li and the others successfully exited the inner regions, arriving at the considerably safer outer areas. Is it just my imagination, or does the air feel fresher here than inside? Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, expressing her relief. That is because the inner regions are far too dangerous. Which kept your nerves on edge, Douluo explained. Just then, Ning Rongrong seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up. "By the way, before we leave, could you help me obtain a soul ring?" Ning Rongrong's soul power level had also surpassed 50. They had previously discussed hunting lower-level soul beasts in the outer regions to acquire a soul ring for her. "All right, let's find you a suitable soul beast right away." After a lengthy search, they discovered a tiger-type martial soul that appeared to possess 7,000 to 8,000 years of cultivation. Among soul beasts of the same realm, its attack power was exceptional. How about this one? Han Li cast a glance at the soul beast and inquired about Ning Rongrong's opinion. "All right," Ning Rongrong nodded enthusiastically. Without further ado, Han Li brandished his scythe and charged forward, intent on concluding the battle with utmost swiftness. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both ascended to the rank of Soul Kings. While Ning Rongrong remained at the Soul Zone level, Han Li was acutely aware of her eagerness to advance. With a soul power level exceeding 80, Han Li possessed the combat prowess of a Soul Douluo, making it a trivial matter to deal with soul beasts of 7,000 to 8,000 years of age. He barely exerted himself before he had the tiger firmly subdued. Before long, the soul beast was brought to the brink of death. Undan Li's guidance, Ning Rongrong cautiously approached the soul beast with a sharp blade, ready to deliver the final blow. As the soul beast perished, a radiant purple soul ring emerged, shimmering brilliantly. Ning Rongrong expertly absorbed the soul ring, taking her time, thankfully without any unforeseen complications. Anli, Grandfather Bone, I'm so glad I heeded your advice. Otherwise, I might have encountered a calamity, Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she stood up after merging with the soul ring. It turned out that absorbing a soul ring of approximately 8,000 years was quite a strain for her. Throughout the process, she maintained an outward calm while internally enduring immense suffering, feeling as though her very bones were about to crumble. If she were to absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years, she feared it could lead to tragedy. It's all good, Han Li replied with a smile. At this moment, Ning Rongrong successfully ascended to the rank of 5-ring Soul King, gaining an entirely new soul skill that enhanced her offensive capabilities. Furthermore, any future auxiliary soul skill she employed would now bestow a formidable 60% boost to her targets. This is incredible. I feel as though I have been reborn, Ning Rongrong joyfully declared. Previously, she had been anxious about lagging behind her companions, who had both advanced to Soul Kings, but now the concern had dissipated. The group continued their journey, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease in the outer regions. Should they encounter any reckless soul beasts, neither Han Li nor anyone else needed to intervene. Either Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing could effortlessly handle the situation. Not only had the number of soul beasts in the outer regions increased, but the presence of human soul masters had also surged. As the most extensive gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, it attracted a constant influx of soul masters seeking to hone their skills and acquire soul rings. However, most of them only operated in the outskirts. Few possessed the audacity of Han Li and his companions to venture deeper. To avert unnecessary trouble, Bone Doa deliberately released a portion of his aura, allowing other human soul masters to sense it. Upon detecting such a formidable presence, the other soul masters prudently steered clear. Before long, Han Li and his companions exited the great forest and arrived at a human settlement, where they took a moment to rest. The hotel rooms at the gathering point were generally quite small, designed to accommodate more guests and facilitate business. Consequently, they each had to take a room of their own. As night fell, a brilliant full moon hung in the clear sky. Zhu Zhuqing sat by the window, gazing into the distance with a melancholic expression, occasionally stirred by a gentle evening breeze that caressed her dark hair. A knock sounded at the door. Zhu Zhuqing approached and opened it to find Han Li standing outside with a smile. Han Li, why have you come so late? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled, as she feared something might be amiss. Nothing much. I simply wanted to chat with you, Han Li replied. Zhu Zhuqing promptly invited him in and closed the door. Initially, they exchanged thoughts on recent experiences before Han Li ventured to the crux of the matter. You seem to have something on your mind, Han Li stated candidly. He was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's background and intentionally broached the subject to encourage her to share. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze upon Han Li, as if contemplating something profound. To her, Han Li was someone she deeply trusted, and there seemed to be little worth concealing. I hail from the Douluo Empire, born into an aristocratic family with deep ties to the royal lineage. Do you remember Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Han Li nodded subtly, knowing well what she was referring to, yet he patiently listened for her to elaborate, believing it could foster a deeper connection between them. Dai Mubai's family is of greater significance than ours. He is a prince of the Douluo Empire. Both our Zhu family and the Dai family abide by a brutal law. The offspring of the family are pitted against one another in a ruthless competition, where only the strongest may inherit the family's legacy. If it were merely that, it would be understandable. I can grasp the notion of survival of the fittest. The crux of the matter is that the consequence of failure in this competition is a grim fate. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's emotional state began to waver, as if the memories stirred painful recollections. One moment, they were bound by sisterly affection, and the next, they were at each other's throats, vying for survival. She found it utterly intolerable. Tears streamed down her face, resembling delicate blossoms in the rain. Han Li approached, placing a hand gently on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, offering comfort. You know, my sister and I grew up together, sharing a close bond, yet this damned family forced us to turn on one another. Zhu Zhuqing had narrowly escaped death at her sister's hands on several occasions. In the beginning, she sought solace from her parents, only to find them feigning ignorance. Chapter 126. Visiting Zhu Zhuqing's home. No need for worry. Zhu Zhuqing's sister even emerged to ridicule her, claiming she was merely playing with Zhu Zhuqing. A sister who had always cherished and loved me suddenly bore a cold demeanor. It shattered my entire world, Zhu Zhuqing lamented. Following this incident, she seized an opportunity to stealthily escape from her home, leaving her past behind to seek refuge in the Tiando Empire. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing understood that she could never entirely extricate herself from the despairing grip of her family. In desperate pursuit of strength for protection, she had heard that Shrek Academy nurtured exceptional talents, and thus she journeyed there. It was at Shrek Academy that she encountered the man who would change her life forever. Han Li. Han Li, I truly cannot thank you enough. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Since joining Han Li, her strength had continually surged, and her sense of security had soared. Now, Zhu Zhuqing felt capable of defeating her sister without any apprehension. According to what you say, if you were to triumph over your sister, her fate would be unlibavansluli. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted dramatically. Despite their conflicts, there remained a bond of affection between the two. She did not wish to perish at her sister's hands, nor did she wish to harm her. Many envy my noble birth, yet few comprehend my helplessness. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Han Li felt deep sympathy for this usually reticent and unfortunate young woman. We have just returned from our training in the Star Do Great Forest. Let's rest for a while. In due course, we can visit the Star Luo Empire and assist you in resolving this matter, ensuring you have no further concerns. Anli declarad resolutely. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. Han Li, I am aware of your good intentions. You, along with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, are dear friends of mine. However, I truly wish to spare you from any potential entanglements. Zhu Zhuqing was engulfed in turmoil. The family she hailed from was a renowned noble lineage within the Star Luo Empire, possessing formidable strength, and their familial ties with the imperial family had endured for generations. With such a royal backing, it would be nearly impossible to challenge them. Despite Han Li and the others' prowess, could they truly rival a vast nation? Your words seem a tad distant. Perhaps you should consider this from a different perspective. If one among us faced similar adversities, would you simply stand idly by? Han Li implored with patience. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated carefully before shaking her head without hesitation. Precisely. Thus, this matter is settled. Without allowing Zhu Zhuqing a moment to respond. Anlistruda ode decisively. A few days later, after the group had sufficiently rested, Han Li announced that he had a significant matter to declare, gathering them all together. Bon Douluo, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu regarded Han Li with curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat troubled, lowering her head slightly. I have made a decision. Our next destination shall be the Star Luo Empire, Han Li declared with unwavering certainty. Zhuqing is from the Star Luo Empire, and she has matters to attend to at home. Do any of you have objections? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing, who dare not meet their eyes. The two young women, astute as they were, inferred that Zhu Zhuqing had undisclosed burdens weighing upon her. Naturally, friends ought to support one another. We are willing. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chimed in unison. Bon Douluo remained silent, simply nodding in agreement. He was unconcerned about their destination, his sole duty being the protection of these young ones. The willingness of their friends to accompany Zhu Zhuqing moved her deeply. Though she presented a facade of aloofness and strength, she too harbored a fragile side. Thank you all. A tear slipped from the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's eye. Thus, Han Li and his companions embarked on their journey to the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire is closely linked with the Heaven Do Empire. Its capital named Star Luo City, which serves as the political, economic, and cultural heart of the empire, rivaling Heaven Do City in prestige. Star Luo City thrived in prosperity, its streets bustling with pedestrians adorned in various attires, and shops stretching endlessly. This marks my first visit to Star Luo City, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong gazed around in wonder, their faces alight with joy, as if everything here was a source of delightful novelty. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing remained considerably composed. Having grown up in Star Luo City, she was thoroughly familiar with its surroundings. The group decided to indulge in a few days of exploration in Star Luo City, with Zhu Zhuqing acting as their guide, leading them to numerous renowned attractions and enjoyable locales. They relished a joyful period together before attending to serious matters. After many years, Zhu Zhuqing found herself retracing her steps home, her family's residence situated in the most prosperous area of Star Luo City, surrounded by towering walls and a multitude of magnificent structures. The plaque at the entrance bore the gilded characters of the Zhu family. Upon seeing the grand entrance once more, Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of the passage of time. Although she had not been away for long, it felt as though a century had elapsed. Anli, are we truly going in? Zhu Zhuqing asked timidly. Fear not. Even if conflict arise, it shall not matter. Han Li reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Before deciding to approach the Zhu family, Han Li had prepared himself mentally. Even if things escalated to a breaking point, he believed that with Bon Douluo's presence, the opposing party would not dare to act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, making eye contact with the two guards at the entrance. "Do you remember me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. "You are the second miss?" The guards recognized her identity and respectfully opened the door for them to enter. The Zhu residence was vast, featuring spacious courtyards adorned with verdant trees, with houses arranged meticulously throughout. Ordinary individuals would toil for a lifetime without the opportunity to reside in such opulent estates. However, compared to the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the Zhu family's abode paled slightly in comparison. After all, while the Zhu family was renowned within the Star Luo Empire, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was a well-known entity across the continent. Laughter and merriment resonated from a nearby garden, and Zhu Zhuqing's composure faltered instantly, for the sound was all too familiar. Oh, is that not my little sister, Zhu Zhuqing? Did you not run away from home? How dare you return? A voice, sharp and mocking, emerged as a woman resembling Zhu Zhuqing in attire approached, an insidious smile gracing her lips. This woman bore not only a similar appearance, but also an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, albeit appearing slightly older and more mature. Without needing an introduction, Han Li and the others immediately recognized her as Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, the one responsible for placing her in dire predicaments time and again. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, Zhu Zhuyun flaunted her enviable figure. "Oh, so you brought outsiders with you this time? I never imagined a weakling like you could make friends." Zhu Zhuyun continued her provocations. Such blatant taunts ignited Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who clenched their fists, prepared to defend Zhu Zhuqing at any moment. To them, this woman was utterly unworthy of being Zhu Zhuqing's sister. Zhu Zhuqing, stifling her emotions, gritted her teeth and inquired, "Where are father and mother?" Before Zhu Zhuyin could respond, a throng of individuals emerged from the garden. Zhu Zhuqing's parents led the way, flanked by numerous household servants. Zhuqing, had you not shown up, I might have forgotten about you," Zhu Zhuqing's mother said with a smile. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was not held in high regard within the Zhu family. "I heard you attended a so-called academy named Shrek. Have you returned after completing your studies?" Zhu Zhuyin derided. "Shall we have another bout to see how much you have improved?" Zhu Zhuyin declared with arrogance. Zhu Zhuqing's father frowned, his expression one of disdain. "I won't speak ill of you for leaving, but you are still a member of the Zhu family. How could you attend such a lowly institution?" Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words, as she had always been reserved and aloof. At that moment, Han Li gently placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, saying, "She is no longer the Zhuqing you remember. She now possesses the strength to defeat you without breaking a sweat." Han Li fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Zhuyin. Zhu Zhuqing's mother snorted. "Zhuqing, is this the friend you brought? How rude to act in such a manner within the Zhu family." Zhu Zhuyin waved her hand dismissively. "No matter. I was just hoping to spar with Zhuqing to gauge her progress." Subsequently, the others understood and stepped back, clearing a space for the impending confrontation. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyin stood on opposite sides, locking eyes with one another. Zhu Zhuyin transformed into a shadow, racing towards Zhu Zhuqing with lightning speed. As sisters, both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyin shared the same martial soul, the Nether Cat. Zhu Zhuyin, being the elder sister, had consistently held a substantial advantage over Zhu Zhuqing in terms of strength throughout their lives. Initially, it was presumed that the battle could be concluded at lightning speed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing evaded her assault with an ethereal grace. To achieve this feat, Zhu Zhuqing not only had to anticipate Zhu Zhuqing's landing spot, but also possess extraordinary swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing launched her counterattack, deftly employing her first soul skill to enhance her own speed, followed closely by her fourth soul skill, summoning multiple shadow clones. Zhu Zhuqing hastily retreated, attempting to evade Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught. Alas, Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly pursued her, and even when Zhu Zhuqing maximized her speed, it proved futile. Zhu Zhuqing's swiftness was perpetually double that of her own. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing closed in on Zhu Zhuqing, delivering sweeping kicks and utilizing her claws for a barrage of diverse attacks. Zhu Zhuqing found herself utterly defenseless, subjected to a one-sided beating. Seizing the moment, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the blow landed squarely on Zhu Zhuqing's back, sending her crashing into a distant tree. Zhu Zhuqing was left in utter disbelief, grappling with incredulity. As the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, she had dedicated more time to cultivation than Zhu Zhuqing and had always believed she could easily suppress the duo of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Akin to the eldest of the Dai family, Davis. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events today? The rest of the Zhu family stood dumbfounded, paralyzed with shock, utterly at a loss. How could that once underrated little girl return home after just a few days transformed into such a formidable force? Han Li approached Zhu Zhuqing with measured steps, inquiring with genuine concern if she had sustained any injuries. He then surveyed the Zhu family members from a commanding height. The Zhu family was merely an ordinary noble household within the Luo Empire. I am well aware of the source of your arrogance. Your family's inherited martial souls are in perfect harmony with the royal Dai family's martial souls, garnering significant favor from the monarchy. Beyond that, what foundation do you possess to establish yourselves in the Douluo continent? Han Li's words resonated with a thunderous clarity, leaving the Zhu family members momentarily stunned. Unable to discern whether they were still reeling from Zhu Zhuqing's victory over Zhu Zhuqing or if they simply lacked a rebuttal. Have you ever heard of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile Pagoda? Anli Sudanli Inkirat. The expressions of the Zhu family members indicated their familiarity with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, renowned throughout the land. It ranks among the top 3 sects of the 7 great sects. To be frank, this esteemed individual is a Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Han Li stated, turning to face the Bone Douluo. The Bone Douluo wasted no time, releasing her immense aura. The terrifying presence of a super Douluo laid bare for all to see. The Zhu family felt a shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. Before the Bone Douluo, they lacked even the courage to resist. Your family has been intermarrying with the Dai family for generations, employing a pathological and vicious competition in the selection of heirs. Zhu Zhuqing desires no involvement in such affairs. I kindly ask that you refrain from bothering her in the future. Should you persist, I would not hesitate to ensure the Zhu family's eradication from this world. Han Li's declaration was imperious and commanding. The entire Zhu family stood frozen, their spirits shattered. They were acutely aware that should they provoke the Bone Douluo, the Zhu family might face annihilation that very day. Did you not hear my words? Han Li inquired with dissatisfaction. All were instinctively drawn to Zhu father, the head of the Zhu family, who alone possessed the authority to make decisions in this moment. Younger brother, I understand, Zhu father replied dismally. The plan has been executed with remarkable ease. Han Li nodded in satisfaction, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading the group away without a trace left behind. Throughout the ordeal, the Zhu family remained rooted in place, too intimidated to move. Once Han Li and his companions had departed, they collectively exhaled, their legs trembling as they collapsed to the ground. Elder, should we report this matter to His Majesty? Zhu mother asked, still in shock. You are truly foolish. What good would reporting to His Majesty do? Do you think he would send a titled Douluo to guard us? Zhu father replied vehemently. The mere exertion of the Bone Douluo was enough to instill fear in Zhu father, extinguishing any notion of resistance. Chapter 128. Breaking into the Luo Imperial Palace. To be targeted by a super Douluo is akin to having one foot in the grave. We shall act as if nothing has transpired for the benefit of all, including the Zhu family. Zhu father spoke weakly, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Upon hearing Zhu father's reasoning, the others found it quite logical and promptly issued commands to ensure that all witnesses remained silent, forbidding any disclosure. As for Zhu Zhuqing, they certainly dared not provoke her further. On the other side, upon exiting the Zhu family residence, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her feeling remarkably refreshed. Douluo, Fanli, Xiu, Rong Rong. I am profoundly grateful to you all. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her heartfelt thanks, the weight that had pressed upon her heart finally alleviated. From this moment forth, she could pursue her passions without any reservations or concerns. Is there a need for such formalities in our friendship? Xiao chuckled softly. By the way, Han Li, shall we return now? No. Having come this far into the Luo Empire, I have resolved that we should seek something more exhilarating. Anli Spuka. A knowing smile gracing his lips. He did not divulge their next destination directly, leaving a tantalizing mystery. The others, curious but compliant, followed closely behind Han Li, certain that whatever he deemed exhilarating would indeed be exceptionally entertaining. As they continued walking, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to sense something. This is the path to the palace. Zhu Zhuqing realized belatedly. In an instant, the others came to the same realization. Soon, They arrived at the palace entrance, where countless soldiers clad in silver armor, weapons in hand, stood on high alert. They likely will not permit us entry, the Douluo remarked. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect maintains a close relationship with the Tiando royal family, allowing them free access to the Tiando imperial palace. However, such privileges do not extend to the Star Luo Empire. Anli Ramainat Faja. We shall force our way in. Wouldn't that escalate matters? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. No worries, I have my methods, Hanli replied confidently. The guards, noticing their approach, immediately became vigilant, fixing their gaze intently on Han Li and his companions. Star Luo Imperial Palace. All unauthorized personnel, retreat at once. The leading soldier commanded. Anlivasta notaim. Unleashing his martial soul and brandishing his sharp scythe towards the soldiers. These lower-tier guards were mere mortals. They were no match for a soul master. Han Li single-handedly shattered their formation, taking them down one by one. With a swagger, Han Li strode inside, followed closely by Xiao Wu and the others. They forged ahead, overcoming countless soldiers who attempted to bar their path. Yet none could withstand Han Li's prowess for even a single exchange. After a while, Soul Master guards arrived to engage in battle. Among them a burly man with yellow hair, seemingly of high status, as those around him showed great respect. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing recognized each other's identities. Davis was none other than the elder brother of Dai Mubai, the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Oh, are you not the fiancé of my younger brother? Was it you who dared to intrude upon the imperial palace? Davis spoke with a stern countenance. I care not for your background. Lay down your weapons and kneel in surrender, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. With a look of disdain, Xiao Wu retorted. Is that so? Just based on you? I've already dealt with your brother. I can easily handle you too. Davis, taken aback, asked, You met Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, asserting that Dai Mubai was a notorious womanizer whom she had reprimanded several times. That rascal remains as incorrigible as ever, she added. Ahem. I nearly digressed. I shall grant you 1 minute to surrender. Otherwise, I will be compelled to act. Davis unleashed his martial spirit, a massive white tiger manifesting behind him, exuding immense strength. Enough talk, let the battle commence. Han Li brandished his scythe, charging forward. This is a fight you have brought upon yourself, Davis declared defiantly. As he rushed in, Davis activated the white tiger Vajra transformation, his muscles bulging and black markings appearing on his skin, significantly amplifying his physical attributes for the next half hour. In his eyes, Han Li was merely a child, likely just a high-ranking soul master, perhaps a soul sovereign. Thus, he confidently chose to confront Han Li head-on. Yet, the outcome would far exceed Davis's expectations. Davis was unexpectedly sent flying, a deep gash appearing on his fist, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief as he rose from the ground. What followed was a scene that would haunt him for life. Beneath Han Li's feet, 6 soul rings illuminated, each one a profound black. Both Davis and the palace's guarding soul masters were left astonished. A mere child, barely over 10 years old, was a 6-ring soul emperor. Moreover, the fact that all 6 rings were black signified that each one was over 10,000 years old. How can this be? Davis struggled to accept this harsh reality. Seizing the moment of Davis's shock, Han Li advanced, launching a ferocious assault against him. Davis instinctively defended himself, but with each strike he absorbed, the pain in his arms doubled. He had no opportunity to retaliate. Seeing their prince being bullied, the numerous guarding soul masters could no longer remain idle and rushed to confront Han Li together. Han Li swiftly swung his scythe, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that scattered the approaching crowd. Thus, Davis endured a brutal beating, soon left with a battered and bruised visage. Sated from the encounter, Han Li finally tossed him aside. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived. The Star Luo Imperial Palace dispatched many elite soul masters, including high-ranking soul saints. Such elite soul masters were exceedingly rare, constituting the upper echelon of the Empire's power. Unlike the Tiando Empire, which had secured no title Douluo-level experts, the Star Luo Empire was still blessed with a formidable military force and hundreds, if not thousands, of mid-tier soul masters. Stand down. Douluo inhaled deeply, commanding with authority. Aware that so many soul masters were no match for Han Li, he stepped forth to intimidate them. One after another, 9 soul rings illuminated around him, causing an uproar in the hall. Who could have anticipated that among the intruders was a title Douluo-level powerhouse? All the supporting soul masters halted, hesitant to act. Davis, the most frightened of all, had initially intended to attack Douluo, but thankfully he had quelled that thought. Chapter 129. What do you all intend to do? The emperor appeared utterly bewildered. Had he acted otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? A timid soul Douluo inquired. Why should I reveal my name to you? Do you think you are worthy of knowing? Only raplia coldly. Those who wish to avoid death should quickly step aside. Good dogs do not block the path. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Han Li towered above them, brazenly issuing threats. This was the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, and as guards, they were expected to charge forth in defense, even knowing the potential for death. However, the strongest among them was merely a Soul Douluo and could not contend with Bon Douluo. No matter how numerous the Soul Douluo, they were merely a rabble in the face of a title Douluo. Exchanging glances, they reluctantly retreated, deciding to report the incident to the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. In the blink of an eye, all had fled in disarray, leaving no trace behind. With Bon Douluo present, they dared not pursue, fearing to provoke him, as their lives would be at stake. The area cleared, leaving only Han Li and his companions. Yet, Han Li showed no intention of departing. After a moment, a soul master cautiously returned, speaking softly. Esteemed guests, the emperor invites you to come forward for a discussion. Anli Nudda, signaling for the soul master to lead the way. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire was the father of Dai Mubai and Davis, tall and imposing, with a striking presence, far surpassing the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. In the meeting room, the emperor sat at the innermost seat, surrounded by elite soul masters, all vigilantly watching Han Li and his companions, concerned for the emperor's safety. Please, take a seat. The emperor gestured towards the opposite side, speaking slowly. With so many on guard against us, is this how you treat guests in the Star Luo Empire? Han Li frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. This is our first meeting, and it is difficult to ascertain your intentions towards me. I hope you can understand, the emperor said amiably. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely ordered their immediate execution. After all, one of Han Li's companions was a formidable title Douluo. If we truly wished you harm, do you believe your meager forces could withstand us? Anli Kuntarat. The emperor found this perplexing. The title Douluo had remained silent since entering. It was this young man who dominated the conversation. Was this youth's background even more extraordinary? After pondering for a moment, the emperor waved his hand to dismiss his attendants. You may leave, he commanded. Your Majesty, you must reconsider. Please think carefully, the royal soul masters urged. Knowing full well they were no match for Bon Douluo, yet they could not allow the emperor to face danger alone. I have made my decision. You must comply. The emperor stated decisively. His words silenced all objections, for they understood that once the emperor made a choice, he would not waver. Thus, they ultimately acquiesced, one by one, retreating from the room. Soon enough, the meeting chamber was left with only the emperor and Han Li's group. Now you can see my sincerity, can you not? The emperor inquired. His actions pleased Han Li immensely, prompting him to invite his companions to sit. Throughout history, no one has dared to intrude upon the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire in broad daylight. You possess truly remarkable audacity, the emperor remarked. We may be young, but what we lack is certainly not courage, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Such courage indeed. The emperor not only refrained from casting blame, but instead offered abundant praise. Previously, he had gleaned the intricacies of the situation from the words of the guardian spirit master and had gained insight into the capabilities of Han Li and his companions. After hearing the accounts of others, the emperor was truly enlightened. Setting aside the enigmatic title of Bon Douluo, the mere existence of a soul emperor in his early teens was enough to astonish him. Furthermore, there were 3 similarly aged girls who had all reached the realm of soul kings. The emperor promptly dismissed any concerns regarding their intrusion into the palace, and instead, he felt a desire to win them over. The Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire were in a perpetual state of rivalry. The former had once achieved great strength through its ruthless succession system. However, the Xingluo Empire harbored a significant flaw, a deficiency in the power of spirit masters, particularly in high-tier combatants. In the world of Douluo continent, spirit masters were ultimately a minority, yet their impact was profound. A formidable spirit master could single-handedly turn the tide on a vast battlefield. Just as the emperor was preparing to extend an invitation, he was abruptly interrupted by Han Li. You need not invite me. I had already intended to seek you out. The sudden declaration left the emperor at a loss. Seek me? He questioned, utterly bewildered. As he had no prior acquaintance with Han Li expressed that he had a matter of utmost importance to convey. The emperor listened intently, intrigued by what Han Li had to say. Are you aware, your majesty, that in recent decades, the spirit master realm has enjoyed a period of tranquility, with few large-scale conflicts? Anli spuka sluri. The emperor nodded without hesitation, having indeed noticed this shift, though he had not deemed it particularly significant. This is merely the calm before the storm, Hanli articulated with deliberate emphasis. The storm? Are you suggesting that a colossal crisis is looming over the continent? Indeed. You must be familiar with the Spirit Hall? Yes? This organization is far more complex than you might imagine. Following this, Hanli unveiled the ambitions of the Spirit Hall, recounting matters he had previously discussed with the likes of the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire was rendered speechless, a chill racing down his spine. Before encountering Hanli, he had never considered the Spirit Hall a hypothetical adversary. No one could have anticipated that a Spirit Master faction would harbor ambitions of unifying the continent, or even of establishing an entirely new nation. You must remember the words I share with you today. Heed them well and prepare diligently. Otherwise, you may face the calamity of national annihilation. Hanli was not indulging in hyperbole. The emperor's expression turned grave, cold sweat beading on his brow, as he absorbed the terrifying power of the Spirit Hall he had just learned about. He had initially believed that the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall was formidable, only to discover that it was backed by an even more mysterious worship hall, which housed a legendary peak, Douluo, of level 99. The Xingluo Emperor was now in a state of panic, envisioning how such a superlative being could breach the Xingluo Empire, knowing that their royal spirit masters would stand no chance in defense. Suddenly, the Xingluo Emperor turned to Han Li and his companions, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Esteemed guests, I have a humble request. I hope you will remain within the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 130. BB Dong orders 5 Douluo to capture individuals. I shall honor you as esteemed guests. No, I shall directly reward you with land and titles. Whatever conditions you desire, feel free to state. The emperor expressed his generous offer, showcasing immense sincerity. Under the emperor's eager gaze, Hanli gently shook his head. I must decline. Hanli had numerous matters to attend to and would not be inclined to confine himself to the small confines of Xingluo City. Although the emperor's rewards might be precious to others, they held no allure for Hanli. He lacked neither wealth nor interest in titles. With sufficient strength, one could easily obtain whatever one desired. However, should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall come to your aid if it is convenient for me. Upon hearing Hanli's additional comment, the emperor felt a slight relief, though a trace of regret lingered. Allow me to offer you a few more suggestions. Anlibagan. He advised that from this day forth, the emperor should allocate time and energy to regulate the subordinate kingdoms and principalities to prevent the Spirit Hall from attempting to incite division and chaos. Additionally, Hanli cautioned the emperor against engaging in conflict with the Tiando Empire, as that would play directly into the hands of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's greatest desire was to witness all factions embroiled in turmoil, allowing them to reap the benefits as outsiders. I understand that the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire are like water and fire, but in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Neither the Xingluo Empire nor the Tiando Empire would wish to see the Spirit Hall dominating unchallenged. Hence, I believe you could seek an alliance with the Tiando Empire. The emperor found himself in full agreement with Han Li's words, astonished that a child barely over 10 years of age possessed not only immense power, but also such profound insight. The emperor gazed at Han Li with admiration, exclaiming from the heart, I truly wish for you to serve as my national advisor. However, I understand that you may not have such inclinations at present. When you change your mind, do not hesitate to seek me out. The doors of the Xingluo Empire will forever be open to you. The emperor's eyes gleamed fervently. He firmly believed that if Han Li were willing to take on the role of national advisor, the Xingluo Empire would undoubtedly grow stronger, and unifying the continent would become a plausible reality. After conversing for a while longer, Han Li found an excuse to take his leave. The emperor personally escorted them out of the palace, underscoring his regard for them. Once outside the palace, Han Li and his companions decided to continue their exploration of the Xingluo Empire for a few more days. During their previous visit, Zhu Zhuqing had not enjoyed herself fully, preoccupied with thoughts of returning home, which had left her restless. Now that Han Li had alleviated her family's troubles, she felt unburdened and joyfully joined the others in their revelry. They wandered through many bustling locales, and of course, indulged in a shopping spree. The three girls acquired numerous beautiful garments and accessories, adorning themselves with great care. The desire for beauty is universal, especially among three young maidens in their prime. The commotion caused by Han Li and his companions in the Xingluo Empire did not go unnoticed by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had embedded its spies in every major city, no whisper of activity could escape their vigilant eyes. The intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall in Xinglua City relayed news of Han Li and his companions to the headquarters. Back in Soto City, Han Li and his companions had drawn attention due to their remarkable performance, leading to the Spirit Hall taking notice. The Hall Master there was indecisive and wrote to Pope Bibi Dong for guidance. Having encountered such matters frequently, Bibi Dong had no hesitation, advising to first attempt to win them over, but if that failed, to eliminate them directly. No matter how extraordinary a genius might be, if they could not serve the Spirit Hall, they would be eradicated without exception. This was Bibi Dong's steadfast doctrine. Only through such measures could the Spirit Hall maintain its position at the pinnacle of the continent. In her reply, Bibi Dong also cautioned the recipient to act discreetly and avoid drawing undue attention, as the Spirit Hall had always cultivated a positive public image. However, given the considerable distance between Soto City and the main headquarters of the Spirit Hall, the back-and-forth exchange would require ample time. By the time the Hall Master in Soto City received Bibi Dong's response and intended to seek out Han Li for further discussion, he turned around to find that Han Li and his companions had mysteriously vanished. It is hardly surprising that the subordinates are inept in their tasks, primarily due to the overwhelming sense of oppression instilled by the sword of law. Subsequently, a letter arrived from Qianrenshua, and Han Li and his companions unexpectedly appeared in Heaven-Do City, engaging in clandestine discussions with the Snow Knight Emperor. Following that secret conversation, it seemed that the Snow Knight Emperor sensed something amiss and began to make various subtle moves. Bibi Dong and the numerous elders felt an unsettling foreboding. They suspected that Han Li and Ning Fengji were privy to certain information related to the Spirit Hall. However, the Spirit Hall dared not act rashly, as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect remained a formidable force. Bibi Dong resolved to closely monitor the relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and Han Li. Not long after, Han Li vanished once more. At present, Bibi Dong held letters from the Spirit Hall in Douluo City, which revealed Han Li's latest movements. Present yourselves before the Pope. The vast hall of the Pope was eerily empty, when suddenly two figures emerged onto the floor ahead, Bibi Dong's most capable subordinates. The one on the left donned an all-black attire, exuding a chilling aura, while the one on the right was clad in resplendent golden armor, striking a graceful pose. They were the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. I command you to immediately escort 3 titled Douluos to the Luo Empire to intercept Han Li and his party, Bibi Dong declared imperiously, embodying the essence of a queen. First, attempt to persuade Han Li and his companions. Should they refuse, you know what must be done. Bibi Dong continued with her instructions. Understood. Those unwilling to follow the Spirit Hall shall face no mercy. Chrysanthemum Douluo raised his arm, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. The intelligence relay from the Luo Empire detailed the characteristics of the Bone Douluo. Bibi Dong, well versed in such matters, instantly deduced that this referred to the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The Bone Douluo was a formidable opponent, a super Douluo at level 95, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo. To ensure success, Bibi Dong decided to deploy 5 title Douluos. With the seasoned partnership of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, dealing with a single Bone Douluo would be a manageable task. Your subordinate takes his leave. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo promptly set off to organize their team for departure. After a couple of days wandering in Luo City, Han Li and his companions resolved to visit the Yu clan. Had it not been for the distance, they would have already recruited them like the other 3 major clans. The Bone Douluo, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Rong Rong. There seems to be an intriguing clan called the Yu clan. Let us investigate, Han Li suggested. With no other pressing matters at hand, they found this venture appealing. The Bone Douluo did not oppose the idea. Chapter 131. Daring to cause chaos on the Yu clan's territory. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were somewhat exhilarated, likely anticipating another opportunity to unleash their prowess. Given the name, it seemed to excel in defense. The 3 girls inquired about this clan's information from the Bone Douluo and Han Li. Han Li pretended to feign ignorance, claiming he had only heard of it in passing. The Bone Douluo, being knowledgeable, proceeded to introduce the clan to the quartet, indicating that the challenge would not be trivial. Upon hearing of their formidable defensive capabilities, the trio was not deterred. Rather, they grew increasingly eager. The Yu clan's residence bore a striking resemblance to that of the Li clan, yet appeared grander and more stately, with particularly robust walls indicating formidable defenses. The Li clan primarily engaged in blacksmithing, while the Yu clan was renowned for its architectural prowess. What is your purpose here? Depart at once. Do not approach. The guards barked, preparing to shoo them away. We are here to cause a ruckus. Xiao Wu boldly retorted. Little girl, are you jesting? This is the Yu clan, the most powerful force in the city. You would do well to seek your amusement elsewhere. Han Li, without further ado, unleashed his martial soul, casting his scythe to create a massive breach in the Yu clan's grand entrance. What? The guard was instantly horrified, scurrying away in a panic to seek assistance. Han Li, do you not think this is a tad arrogant? The Bon Douluo whispered. Even a super Douluo like him rarely acted with such ostentation. This is indeed inappropriate. However, it is quite efficient, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Who knows how long it would take to lure out the clan leader of the Yu clan otherwise? This approach is undoubtedly the swiftest. As anticipated, a robust, middle-aged man rushed forth from within, his expression grim and his gaze fixed intently on Han Li and his companions. This individual, named Niu Gao, was the clan leader of the Yu clan, an 84th level defense type Duo, with his martial soul being the formidable armored giant rhinoceros, known for its unparalleled defensive abilities. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Yu clan? Are you tired of living? Niu Gao bellowed. Without flinching, Han Li responded, We hail from Tang sect and are here specifically to challenge you. Niu Gao, incensed and flushed with rage, was poised to retaliate. However, he hesitated, recognizing that Han Li and the others were merely children around the age of 10, making it quite inappropriate for an adult to strike them. Are you their guardian? You were the one who destroyed my door, were you not? Niu Gao surveyed the surroundings, quickly identifying the Bon Douluo, dressed in the attire of an ordinary citizen. The Bon Douluo had deliberately suppressed his aura. Although Niu Gao could not discern the Bon Douluo's true level, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of soul power. To have created such a gaping hole in our impregnable door, you must possess some skill, Niu Gao remarked, glancing at the breach, clearly made by a sharp blade. No, you misunderstand. That was not my doing. The Bon Douluo shook his head. Niu Gao frowned, scrutinizing the Bon Douluo coldly. What? Do you possess the audacity to commit an act but lack the courage to admit it? If it was not you, then surely it must have been those children? How laughable. The Bon Douluo's eyes flickered, and he replied, You are indeed correct. It was the children who did it. Subsequently, Han Li stepped forward, advancing a couple of paces, unperturbed. This surprised Niu Gao, who found it remarkable that such a young child displayed such audacity. Either the child was a fool, or he was a prodigy. Indeed, that was my achievement, Han Li declared with a smile, as if it were a glorious feat the Yu clan, masters of defense and construction, prided themselves on their residence, which was a veritable fortress, impenetrable by ordinary bows or even imposing siege engines. For a mere child to so easily destroy their entrance seemed utterly preposterous to Niu Gao. Clan leader, they speak the truth, the guard timidly interjected. Even with Niu Gao's presence, the guard could not shake off the lingering shock from the earlier incident. With the guard's testimony, Niu Gao had no choice but to believe it. He began to scrutinize Han Li more closely, aside from his exceptional demeanor. The child did not appear to possess any other remarkable qualities. Young man, how did you accomplish such a feat? Niu Gao inquired, still skeptical. In the next moment, Han Li unleashed his martial soul, and a razor-sharp scythe materialized before him, followed closely by 4 soul rings illuminating beneath his feet. What? Niu Gao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. How is this possible? No wonder you were able to break through the gates. This initially underestimated child is, in fact, a soul master of the 4th rank. The talent of this little fellow is simply terrifying. It is likely that even the Spirit Hall does not possess such a prodigy. Which faction do you belong to? What is your true intention? Niu Gao fixed his gaze upon Han Li, demanding answers. In his view, a genius like Han Li must have been meticulously nurtured by a formidable power. A wandering cultivator without a family background could hardly achieve such heights, could they? Han Li calmly replied, We hail from the Tang sect, and I am its leader. The Tang sect? I have not heard of it, Niu Gao responded, his face a canvas of questions. Could it be a powerful sect that has long since withdrawn from the world? Regarding our purpose, as mentioned earlier, we have come to challenge you. Han Li continued, elucidating his intent. Until he fully understood the power behind his opponent, Niu Gao was hesitant to act impulsively. No matter how extraordinary Han Li's talent may be, he was still merely a 4th ring soul master, easily subdued by Niu Gao. However, Niu Gao feared the repercussions from Han Li's backing. The realm of soul masters adhered to the law of the jungle, yet placed great emphasis on lineage and background. Such bold words. I had intended to teach you a lesson myself, but given my age, I do not wish to be labeled as one who bullies the young. Therefore, let our clan's younger disciples take the lead, Niu Gao stated slowly, eager to dismiss Han Li and his companions. He promptly sent forth 2 Soul Kings to engage in battle. I apologize, but all our Soul Masters are currently away, leaving only these 2 Soul Kings. Niu Gao feigned regret as 2 burly men stepped forward. Of course, if you recognize your disadvantage, you may forego this battle. I will not require compensation for the gates. Simply vanish from my sight. Niu Gao pretended to be magnanimous. Chapter 132. Just Soul Kings, you may proceed. Initially, Niu Gao believed that by deliberately sending forth higher-ranked Soul Masters, he could intimidate Han Li and his companions. However, to his surprise, they appeared rather eager for the challenge. Just Soul Kings? I was actually hoping to challenge a Soul Emperor, Han Li stated nonchalantly. This declaration nearly infuriated Niu Gao. Goodness, a mere Soul Master challenging a Soul Emperor? Such arrogance is beyond reckoning. Since only Soul Kings are present, I shall refrain from participating. You 2 may engage them. Han Li waved his hand toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Niu Gao was taken aback. Why were they sending forth 2 young girls? Did they fear losing face and resort to such desperate measures? Leader, are we still to fight? One of the men asked in astonishment. They believed that merely flexing their muscles would inadvertently incapacitate the 2 delicate girls. Do you think we lack strength? Xiao Wu interjected, her tone dripping with provocation. Nonsense. How could we possibly be afraid? Niu Gao quickly retorted. He was known for his forthright demeanor and admirable character, yet he was also particularly concerned with his reputation, making him susceptible to provocation. You 2, go forth in battle. Do not hold back. If anything goes awry, it will be on my account. The 2 disciples obeyed Niu Gao's command, stepping forward and adopting their battle stances. Let the battle commence. Xiao Wu dashed forward like a nimble rabbit, targeting one of the larger Soul Kings. The greatest attribute of the members of the Yu clan was their formidable defensive capabilities, and these 2 Soul Kings were no exception. They wielded the same martial soul as Niu Gao, the armored giant rhino. As Xiao Wu charged, the Soul King showed no intent to evade, instead releasing his martial soul to meet her head-on. Before long, Xiao Wu reached him and delivered a powerful kick aimed at his arms, only to feel as though she had struck a solid wall. She staggered backward several steps, her feet tingling from the impact. What astonishing defensive prowess! Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing also launched her assault, facing a situation similar to that of Xiao Wu. Observing that the initial wave of attacks from the 2 girls had failed to yield results, Niu Gao's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. This is precisely the origin of our Yu clan's name. On the continent, powerful sects predominantly favored offensive martial souls, such as the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Few formidable sects centered around defensive martial souls. And although the Yu clan may not be renowned among all sects and clans, they were considered the pinnacle among defensive sections. When Soul Masters of the same rank encounter members of the Yu clan, it is exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses without expending considerable effort. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, being young girls, may have utilized some method to achieve the rank of Soul King, but they were presumed to be relatively weak in genuine strength. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were not the type to surrender easily. They regrouped and unleashed a fierce offensive against the Yu clan's Soul Kings. Do you recall our previous encounter in the Stardow Forest? Suddenly, Shota. The 2 girls instantly grasped his intent. During their trials in the Stardow Forest, they had encountered a particularly formidable 10,000-year soul beast. Its hide was thick and tough, boasting immense defensive capabilities, and they had nearly exhausted all their soul power without managing to defeat it. Ultimately, Han Li had stepped in, demonstrating the best approach, concentrating their attacks on a single point. Even the most resilient of barriers could be shattered with sustained strikes. Since this method had proven effective against the 10,000-year soul beast, it would undoubtedly work against defensive Soul Masters as well. Subsequently, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly altered their tactics, employing their exceptional speed to encircle the Soul Kings, consistently targeting the same weak point. Xiao Wu chose the enemy's back, while Zhu Zhuqing focused on the enemy's arms. The 2 Soul Kings gradually realized the intentions of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, sensing impending danger. Yet they found themselves powerless to escape. Possessing remarkable defensive strength also meant that their other attributes were somewhat lacking, including speed. Rarely did one encounter a Soul Master with astounding defenses who also possessed extraordinary speed. Such a combination would be deemed unfair. It was precisely due to their sluggish speed that they were unable to break through the coordinated efforts of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. If this situation continues to unfold, The two Soul Kings are destined for defeat, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Should they succumb to two girls around the age of 10, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Niu Gao. Unbeknownst to them, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also low on soul power, but with Han Li's guidance, they had successfully discovered a means to break through their adversaries. The consumption of the lifespans of numerous soul beasts in the Stardow Forest had proven largely ineffective. Han Li contemplated gradually enhancing their power, and now was the opportune moment to do so, exchanging 3 levels of soul power for each of them, including Ning Rongrong. Observing this, Ning Rongrong discreetly began to act as well. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a warm surge coursing through their bodies, a sensation they were all too familiar with. In unison, they cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong in the distance. Ning Rongrong, with her hands clasped behind her back, was surreptitiously employing the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to amplify their strengths. In truth, this did not constitute a violation of rules, for the battle was inherently uneven. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were up against 2 formidable defensive Soul Kings. Their offensive power was insufficient to penetrate such defenses. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Feeling as if they were electrified, their attack speed and force enhanced dramatically. Under the relentless onslaught of the 2 girls, the 2 Soul Kings of Yu family could no longer withstand the pressure. Chapter 133. The Soul Douluo clan leader Niu Gao was equally defenseless. They both fell heavily to the ground, clutching their bodies in pain, while the rest of their forms remained unscathed, entirely unlike those who had just endured battle. "We have won," Xiao Wu proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. Each of the 3, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, had drained 6 months of lifespan from the 2 Soul Kings, though Han Li refrained from immediate exchanges, opting to accumulate for future use. Niu Gao sighed deeply. Throughout the fight, he had discerned the key to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's victory. "I never anticipated that you, so young, would possess such seasoned experience, devising a strategy to counteract us defensive-type Soul Masters," Niu Gao remarked in astonishment. Clan leader. The defeated Soul Kings supported each other to stand, resembling children who had misbehaved. "Enough, your loss is not unjust. Go back quickly," Niu Gao commanded, as several disciples escorted the 2 inside for treatment. "You are indeed formidable. At your age, or rather, within your realm, there should be no one who can rival you." Han Li had long grown weary of such compliments, and, with a hint of impatience, stepped forward. "Your disciples are rather lacking. Why not step up and spar with us yourself?" Niu Gao's expression darkened immediately. He felt he had made a significant concession, praising the opponents despite their defeat, only to receive mockery in return. "What exactly do you mean?" Niu Gao shouted, barely containing his fury. "I believe I have made my intentions quite clear. We wish to challenge you." Niu Gao was now thoroughly enraged. Even if it meant being labeled as someone who bullied the young, he was determined to teach these children a lesson. "I am Niu Gao, an 84th level defensive Soul Douluo. Since you show such ingratitude, allow me to discipline you on behalf of your elders. You 4 may attack together. I will only use half of my strength. If you can breach my defenses, then you shall have one." Niu Gao removed his outer coat. Han Li quickly shook his head, suggesting that half strength might not suffice, and that it would be better to go all out. Otherwise, a loss would be quite embarrassing. Niu Gao and the other members of the Yu clan were puzzled. After all, they were merely 10-year-old children, yet they spoke so audaciously, seemingly dismissing even a Soul Douluo. "Did I mishear? No matter how brazen you are, there should be limits. Even if I defend with all my might, not only you, but even those soon to ascend to the rank of Douluo would struggle to breach my defenses," Niu Gao countered. "You needn't worry about that. Just unleash your full power," Han Li replied calmly, waving his hand dismissively. With Han Li and the others so resolute, Niu Gao acquiesced, recognizing that this condition favored him. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Niu Gao slowly made his way to the courtyard square, taking his position at the center. Han Li and the others followed closely. Once Niu Gao had assumed his stance, he declared, "Come at me. I will give you a stick of incense's worth of time." He casually produced an incense stick from his pocket, igniting it and tossing it towards a distant tree. As the battle commenced, Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit. The resplendent 9 treasures glazed pagoda emanating brilliant light from her palms, illuminating the entire square with its vibrant green glow. Niu Gao was taken aback, instantly forming a rudimentary assumption about Han Li and his companions' identities. However, regardless of who they were, once the contest began, it had to be fought with utmost seriousness, not only out of respect for oneself, but also for one's opponent. To breach Niu Gao's defenses, one would require formidable power. Ning Rongrong was the first to enhance their strength, channeling it into Han Li and the others. In no time, the trio stood before Niu Gao, launching a ferocious assault. Han Li took the lead as the primary attacker, being an 85th level Soul Daw, though only his 4 soul rings were visible to outsiders. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked him, assisting in the attack. The combined offensive from the trio was utterly overwhelming for a Soul King in the early stages, rendering them unable to resist, and they could even be swiftly eliminated. However, Niu Gao's defensive capabilities were alarmingly formidable. He withstood their barrage without so much as a flinch. "Are you merely tickling me?" Niu Gao exclaimed from his elevated position. Even the combined might of a Soul Sect and 3 Soul Kings could not surpass a Soul Douluo. In Niu Gao's eyes, Han Li and his companions' attacks were akin to child's play. Infuriated by Niu Gao's words, Xiao Wu felt deeply insulted. She had never endured such humiliation. Just as she prepared to unleash everything in a charge against Niu Gao, Han Li intervened in the nick of time. "Do not forget our initial strategy. You two excel in speed, while your power is relatively weak. Your role is to create as many opportunities for me as possible, allowing me to deliver the final blow." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing regained their composure, accelerating their movements. They did not need to inflict substantial damage. Their sole task was to disrupt Niu Gao's line of sight. Even with an absolute advantage, he would find it increasingly challenging to fend off the attacks of 3 opponents simultaneously. After exchanging glances, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing darted towards Niu Gao's rear with incredible speed. Niu Gao was compelled to divide his attention. This was the opportunity Han Li had been waiting for. Clenching his fist, Han Li concentrated all his soul power into it, unleashing the reward he had recently received from the Titan, the formidable Great Strength Diamond Fist, empowered by his 8th soul skill. Han Li's fist was enveloped in a majestic golden light, emanating an imposing aura. What is happening? Niu Gao suddenly sensed an impending threat approaching rapidly, emanating from Han Li's fist. How can the attack of a mere soul sect instill such a sense of danger in me? Due to the distraction caused by the 2 women, Niu Gao found himself unable to swiftly mobilize his soul power for defense. A blow of immense force that struck Niu Gao squarely in the chest. The familiar aura enveloped him. Caught off guard, Niu Gao was propelled several meters backward, though he managed to halt his retreat just in time. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Surely, I am not mistaken. That Soul Master could actually send the clan leader flying with a single punch. I must be dreaming. Someone please slap me awake. Is that young man truly just a Soul Master? The members of the Yu family murmured among themselves, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock, unwilling to accept the reality before them, including Niu Gao himself, who stood rooted to the spot, momentarily dazed. Chapter 134. The Yu clan joins. Even the Bon Douluo, who had been observing from the back, felt a profound shock. He had witnessed many of Han Li's battles. He recalled the 4 of them teaming up against Titan, the clan leader of the Strength Clan, who was also a Soul Douluo of immense power. They had easily defeated numerous 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardow Forest and had even engaged with those aged over 50 or 60,000 years, often emerging victorious. However, he never anticipated that Han Li could repel an 84th level Soul Douluo, renowned for his formidable defense, with a single punch. The rapidity of this power escalation was astonishing. The training in the Stardow Forest had evidently yielded remarkable results. The Bon Douluo mused, contemplating that once he no longer needed to protect these children, he would venture into the Stardow Forest himself to seek breakthroughs. Han Li, now at level 85, was superior to Niu Gao, though he could not exchange for even a single level of soul power. He casually approached Niu Gao, inquiring if he wished to continue. With a resigned sigh, Niu Gao admitted, "I have indeed lost. I fully acknowledge your superiority." The words spoken by a Soul Douluo to a mere Soul Master were unprecedented in history. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Niu Gao glanced at Ning Rongrong. "If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, correct?" Han Li nodded in affirmation. "Niu Gao, do you know who I am?" The Bon Douluo stepped forward, releasing a concealed aura. Instantly, a powerful sense of pressure enveloped the crowd. "Could it be that you are the Bon Douluo elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Niu Gao exclaimed in astonishment. Only a title Douluo could emanate such a formidable presence, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed only 2 title Douluos, the Bon Douluo and the Sword Douluo. The latter was widely recognized for his flowing white hair and ethereal aura, making it easy to ascertain the Bon Douluo's true identity. You display some discernment. The Douluo remarked with satisfaction, gradually retracting his aura. Niu Gao's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Bowing deeply and addressing the assembly, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please, allow me to escort you all to the hall for further discussions. Niu Gao warmly welcomed Han Li and his companions, offering them refreshing tea. He graciously relinquished the main seat in the hall to the Douluo, who considered refusing but ultimately accepted, realizing he was indeed worthy of such a position. As the group settled in the hall, sipping hot tea and engaging in lively conversation, Niu Gao turned to Han Li. How should I address these four young prodigies? Han Li briefly introduced his companions, offering only their names without further elaboration. There's a question that has been perplexing me, Niu Gao suddenly stated, looking somewhat bewildered. Your martial spirit is a scythe, yet how is it that you can deliver such an overpowering punch? Is that a self-created soul skill? Indeed, it is a technique I comprehended just a few days ago. You are the first to experience it, Han Li replied nonchalantly. What an honor it is for me. Additionally, I cannot help but mention that your punch reminds me of a dear friend. Have you heard of Titan from the Strength Clan? Upon hearing Titan's name, the Douluo and Ning Rongrong could not suppress their laughter, as though recalling an amusing memory. Niu Gao, however, was left utterly perplexed. After a brief moment, Han Li explained, to be frank, we recently visited the Strength Clan. He succinctly recounted their experiences there, particularly boasting about their collaboration in defeating Titan. Ha ha ha. I never imagined even the old gorilla would fall to your hands. This certainly brings me some satisfaction, Niu Gao laughed heartily. It is human nature to feel discomfort when one bears the brunt of misfortune alone, but if a close companion shares the same fate, one can easily find joy in it. By the way, having visited the Strength Clan and now arriving at our clan, what exactly are your intentions? Niu Gao inquired, clearly puzzled. Since the conversation had reached this juncture, Han Li decided to be forthright. In truth, I am not a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I merely share a close relationship with them. I have recently established a sect named Tang Sect, and I am currently recruiting members. Titan has already led the Strength Clan to join us. What about you? Han Li fixed his gaze on Niu Gao, calmly posing the question. Since the old gorilla has joined, how could I possibly refuse to do the same? Niu Gao readily agreed. The four major clans of singular attributes had originally been subordinate to the Haoyan sect, but with the latter's abrupt withdrawal from the world, they had grown disillusioned with it. It seemed that only Titan still held some lingering admiration for Tang Hao, their idol. Thus, when Niu Gao contemplated joining the Tang sect, he had fewer reservations. Consequently, Niu Gao formally led the Yu clan to pledge allegiance to the Tang sect. I pay my respects to Sect Master Han. Niu Gao bowed respectfully to Han Li. Like Titan, Niu Gao recognized Han Li's extraordinary talents. Aligning with such a genius could only be beneficial. As time passed unnoticed, the sky gradually darkened, a bright moon illuminating the night with its beauty. Niu Gao hospitably entertained Han Li and his companions throughout the evening, and they enjoyed themselves immensely. Only in the late hours did they retire to their respective chambers to rest. The following morning, as Han Li opened his eyes, he heard a disciple calling him to breakfast. After a simple meal, Han Li stood first and declared, "It is time for us to depart. You have only just arrived after a day. There is no rush. I was hoping to take you all for a stroll around the town," Niu Gao enthusiastically suggested. "Your kindness is appreciated, but I regret that I have pressing matters to attend to." Han Li politely declined. "Very well, I shall not keep you. Please exercise caution on your journey," Niu Gao advised. Across the boundless fields, surrounded by towering wheat stalks, sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue over every corner. Han Li and his companions proceeded at a leisurely pace. "If you tire, I can carry you all back flying," the Douluo offered. "No need. This slow walk is quite pleasant, allowing us to admire the scenery," Xiao Wu replied with a smile. "In fact, a life of seclusion in the countryside seems rather appealing." Zhu Zhuqing gazed upon the enchanting scenery. Unable to refrain from offering her observations, she felt as if she was unburdened by worldly concerns. Just at that moment, a gust of wind swept through, seemingly ordinary yet fraught with peril. Chapter 135. The arrival of the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. The three women continued to engage in light-hearted banter, while Han Li and Douluo immediately adopted vigilant postures, as if facing a formidable enemy, meticulously scanning their surroundings. Before long, several figures descended from the sky, their intentions unmistakably malevolent. These individuals exuded the formidable aura characteristic of tidal Douluos without the slightest restraint. The three women felt an immediate sense of discomfort, their faces paling. "Oh, little ones, it's you. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The chrysanthemum Douluo greeted Han Li and Xiao Wu in a rather effeminate tone. I would prefer not to see you, Han Li replied with an impassive expression. How ungrateful you are. Many aspire to be my disciples, yet I remain uninterested while you scurry away like a frightened rabbit, the chrysanthemum Douluo seethed, recalling a prior incident that left him irate. Who are you? What brings you here? Bon Douluo fixed his gaze upon the chrysanthemum Douluo and his companions, demanding answers. On this continent, only a select few could attain the rank of title Douluo. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, only Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo held such titles. Thus, the sudden appearance of 5 title Douluos was indeed extraordinary. They are members of the Spear Hall, Han Li quietly explained. The chrysanthemum Douluo took a deep breath, regaining his composure. There is no need for such hostility. Rest assured, we come in peace. We are all elders of the Spirit Hall, here on the orders of the Pope to extend an invitation for you to visit. Upon observing the 5 title Douluos, Bon Douluo noted that while none surpassed his own level, their numerical superiority was undeniable. Even for him, facing 5 opponents would be a daunting challenge. Han Li, I will overlook your previous deception using a false name. You are indeed a talent, garnering the attention of His Holiness the Pope. Do not be foolish. Come back to the Spirit Hall with us, the chrysanthemum Douluo urged. Han Li replied nonchalantly, I am indeed curious about the Spirit Hall, but not at this moment. Perhaps in the future. He then quietly advised Bon Douluo and the 3 women, do not fear. Remain steady. As Han Li's mind raced, he contemplated that should they forcefully advance, he could simply expend the lives of Bon Douluo, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and himself, acquiring means from the system stored to assist Bon Douluo against the 5 title Douluos of the Spirit Hall. In such a scenario, even if they could not inflict significant damage, they might still find a way to escape. In this moment of crisis, Han Li promptly utilized the soul beast lifespans that the 3 women had acquired during their training in the Stardow Forest. The 3 women's soul power levels experienced a tremendous boost. Xiao Wu ascended to level 65, Zhu Zhuqing to 64, and Ning Rongrong to 60. So, you intend to refuse me? The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression darkened ominously. What of it? Han Li retorted with an air of defiance. Then we shall resort to coercive measures. The chrysanthemum Douluo declared, tearing away the fade of civility. Bon Douluo, being a formidable 95th level Super Douluo, was indeed powerful. You two will handle him, while you... He gestured toward the chrysanthemum Douluo, will capture Han Li and those children. In the chrysanthemum Douluo's estimation, no matter how strong Bon Douluo was, he could not possibly defeat all 4 of them. Meanwhile, Han Li hastily instructed Xiao Wu and the other 2 to retreat behind himself and Bon Douluo. Old Ghost. To avoid unnecessary complications, why not unleash that move? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired. The Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. Han Li was well aware that the Ghost and chrysanthemum Douluos possessed a soul fusion technique known as the Polar Stillness Domain. This technique was formidable, capable of restraining powerful soul masters or soul beasts. Upon receiving Han Li's warning, Bon Douluo took the initiative, charging forward to disrupt the fusion technique of the chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos. Although Bon Douluo excelled in defense, it did not imply that his offense was lacking. With a single charge, he sent the chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos flying. Damn it! How did he know we had a soul fusion technique? The Ghost Douluo exclaimed in shock. At that very moment, Xiao Wu and the other 2 unleashed their martial souls, their soul rings illuminating in succession. How is this possible? The intelligence indicated they were merely great soul masters and soul ancestors. How have they suddenly transformed into soul kings of 5 rings? The chrysanthemum Douluo gasped in disbelief. In just a few months, such rapid advancement was inconceivable. Among the 3, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda shone the brightest, radiating a brilliant emerald light. The chrysanthemum Douluo and his companions gasped. These young ones were indeed astonishingly gifted. If they could not capture them as intended, they would have to eliminate them entirely. Given their rapid progression, in a few years, they might all break through to title Douluo, becoming formidable adversaries to the Spirit Hall. Of course, the most desirable outcome would be to capture them alive. A thorough study of their abilities might unveil methods for rapid soul power enhancement, which would greatly benefit the Spirit Hall. Future talent cultivation would become significantly easier. Currently, Bon Douluo posed a potential major threat. Without addressing him, it would be challenging to proceed with their plans. However, the chrysanthemum Douluo and his allies did not regard Bon Douluo with much concern. They were four titled Douluos. If an opportunity to unleash their soul fusion technique arose, they could at least inflict severe injury upon him. If they could eliminate him, it would be even better, effectively preempting any threats posed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As they engaged Douluo in battle, the remaining titled Douluo seized the opportunity to capture Han Li and his companions. This was ostensibly a foolproof plan, yet they had underestimated the situation. The three women's progress exceeded the chrysanthemum Douluo's expectations. And what Han Li's progress? His soul power level now stood at 85. With dual martial souls and over 20 soul skills from both his own soul rings and rewards from the system. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong provided unparalleled support, enhancing Han Li's soul power, strength, defense, attack, and speed by a staggering 60%. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I have to beat you into submission? The approaching title Douluo clearly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Attempting to capture me? You might want to take a good look in the mirror first. Unleashota the Fienli. Subsequently, Han Li unleashed a barrage of diverse soul skills upon his adversary, throwing 15 different techniques in rapid succession. Chapter 136. Han Li actually defeated a title Douluo. The 15 soul skills intertwined in a dazzling display. However, due to their overwhelming density, onlookers initially perceived it as a single soul skill. Xiao Wu and the other two had never witnessed Han Li employ such a technique. Believing it to be his trump card, they too, unwilling to be outdone, launched one or two soul skills of their own, though theirs were primarily supportive and controlling in nature. Bondo recognized Han Li's strength, but did not conceive that he could hold off a title Douluo. In a moment of desperation, Douluo unleashed his soul abilities, simultaneously hurling bone spikes at the 5 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. With the aid of Ning Rongrong's supportive aura, Douluo experienced a significant enhancement in all his attributes. At this juncture, he had no leisure to admire the effects of his soul skills. He was confronted by 4 title Douluo while simultaneously harassing the one attempting to capture Han Li. The pressure on Douluo was immense. This was undoubtedly the most arduous battle he had ever faced. He was uncertain of the outcome, yet resolute in his determination to impede these title Douluo, even at the cost of his own life, to facilitate the escape of Han Li and the others. Having lived a long life, he felt no regret in facing death, but he could not allow the future of the Soul Master world to perish here. As long as Han Li and his exceptional companions were alive, there remained hope for the overthrow of the Spirit Hall. Han Li concealed his true strength, revealing only 5 soul rings. The title Douluo opposite him, mistaking Han Li for another soul king like the 3 young girls, lowered his guard. A title Douluo could easily handle not just 4, but even 40 soul kings. Just as he believed victory was assured, Han Li charged forward, nonchalantly preparing to defend. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon mere contact, the title Douluo was sent flying by an overwhelming force, his chest pierced and his body riddled with wounds. Tainted by poison, he could aptly be described as a mass of injuries. In a fleeting moment, the title Douluo was dead beyond recovery. Having vanquished this formidable opponent, Han Li was duly rewarded by the system, first receiving a 9th soul skill. He also had the ability to siphon 5 years of life from the defeated title Douluo. Since he was a title Douluo, each year of life could be exchanged for 1 level of soul power. Without hesitation, Han Li converted all 5 years into soul power, instantly elevating his level by 5, soaring to an astonishing rank of 90. Subsequently, he exchanged for a 10,000-year soul ring in the system store, assimilating it swiftly to officially become a title Douluo at level 91. After persevering for so long, Han Li finally attained his ambition of becoming a legendary Douluo powerhouse. Overwhelming joy filling his heart. The 3 girls, led by Xiao Wu, were left speechless. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, along with Douluo, ceased their combat. Shock was etched across their faces, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. No one had anticipated such an occurrence. Douluo was aware of Han Li and the girls' formidable strength, yet he could not fathom how they had managed to jointly defeat a title Douluo. Noticing the equally astonished expressions of the 3 girls, he surmised that this might be Han Li's sole achievement. Douluo was immensely delighted, marveling at Han Li's limitless potential, truly a terrifying monster. He longed to rush over and inquire how Han Li had triumphed over the title Douluo, yet it was evidently not the moment for such inquiries. The immediate priority was singular, to swiftly defeat the remaining powerful adversaries of the Spirit Hall. Without further contemplation, Douluo made a decisive move, launching a surprise attack while the enemy was still recovering. utilizing his enigmatic agility and formidable soul skills. He targeted a seemingly weaker title Douluo. The adversary, momentarily taken aback, was forcefully repelled by Douluo's strike. However, Douluo did not pursue relentlessly. Instead, he opted to attack the nearest enemy. Earlier, Han Li had unleashed 15 soul skills in rapid succession, yet his soul power had not been significantly depleted, utilizing only 1/5 of his total energy. Following his ascension to title Douluo, Han Li experienced a marked increase in soul power, enabling him to continue participating in the battle. Supporting Douluo, Han Li keenly observed that Zhu Thaw and Gui Thaw were retreating while seeking an opportunity to execute their spirit fusion skill. Han Li would not allow them to achieve their intent. He unleashed a barrage of soul skills towards Zhu Douluo, attacking with unparalleled ferocity. How could this boy's assault be so fierce? Could it be that he truly possessed the combat prowess of a titled Douluo? Zhu Douluo's expression shifted drastically. He had to remain on high alert, carefully avoiding Han Li's strikes. While not fatal, being hit would surely result in injury. Han Li, distributing his attention evenly, relentlessly bombarded Zhu Douluo while also providing support to the other three. Xiao Wu and the others followed Han Li's lead, launching their own soul skills for ranged assaults. Zhu Douluo and his companions were left in despair, eager to retaliate against Han Li and his allies, yet unable to break free. With Han Li's support, Douluo felt considerably relieved. After a while, Douluo exchanged glances with Han Li, who intuitively shifted his focus of attack. The soul skills Han Li employed traveled at remarkable speed, clearly aimed at Gui Douluo. Gui Douluo hurriedly evaded the incoming assault. Seizing the opportunity while Gui Douluo was distracted, Douluo launched a fierce offensive against another title Douluo, his soul power of 95 forcefully repelling the enemy. Since the title Douluo tasked with capturing Han Li had been defeated, the Spirit Hall found itself at a disadvantage. Zhu Douluo could not afford to be careless. He astutely recognized that Han Li was the pivotal point for the enemy's resurgence. To regain the upper hand, he had to dismantle Han Li's offensive. He unleashed a barrage of chrysanthemum-shaped spikes, attempting to disrupt Han Li's assault. Yet, Han Li was not so easily subdued. Anticipating Yudiwa's intentions. He had already fortified his soul skills, obliterating the incoming spikes. More powerful soul skills surged toward Zhu Douluo. His countenance paled as panic set in. He dodged frantically while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of different soul skills. However, Han Li's arsenal was greater in number, swifter in execution, and significantly more potent than before. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage, Zhu Douluo found it impossible to evade or counter all the attacks. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Douluo activated his 7th soul skill, manifesting his true spirit form, a colossal golden chrysanthemum appearing behind him. Channeling this form, he endured numerous soul skills, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries. Douluo! The members of the Spirit Hall shouted in alarm. Chapter 137. Zhu Douluo is gravely injured, Bibi Dong incredulous. Although Zhu Douluo survived the onslaught, he was left coughing blood, his body in tatters, and his soul power completely expended. Gui Douluo's expression was one of disbelief. It was unfathomable that Zhu Douluo could be defeated by a mere child of around 10 years old. Immediately, Douluo turned his gaze toward Gui Douluo and the remaining 2 title Douluo, asking, "Do you wish to continue?" "Retreat," Gui Douluo bellowed, swiftly fleeing alongside his companions. Disregarding the fallen Zhu Douluo, once the crisis had abated, Douluo reflected on the recent events, his mouth agape in astonishment at how terrifying Han Li, this Soul Emperor, truly was. If Han Li unleashed his full might against Douluo, he doubted he could withstand such an onslaught. Douluo resolved to inquire about Han Li's extraordinary soul skills at the next opportunity, unable to comprehend the source of their immense power. Han Li's prowess was undoubtedly connected to his enigmatic master, whose whereabouts were as elusive as a dragon that has vanished without a trace. What kind of extraordinary opportunity did Han Li's master bestow upon him, enabling this young man to defy the heavens? Such a phenomenon is utterly beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Gui Douluo and his companions exerted every ounce of strength as they fled in a frenzy, swiftly covering an extensive distance. Han Li, however, was disinterested in pursuing them and instead took the time to meticulously examine the rewards obtained from defeating Zhu Douluo. Having severely injured Zhu Douluo, he was able to siphon off 5 years of his lifespan. Given that Zhu Douluo's soul power level surpassed Han Li's, 1 year of his lifespan could be exchanged for precisely 1 level of soul power. Consequently, Han Li drained 4 years of Douluo's lifespan, acquiring 4 levels of soul power, elevating his own to the illustrious 95, on par with Douluo. After ascending to the rank of Super Douluo, Douluo's remaining year of life was insufficient to exchange for even a single level of soul power, leading Han Li to decide to reserve that last year for future use. In addition to the siphonable lifespan, the system triggered a critical reward, Douluo's martial soul fusion skill, the time-stopping domain. This martial soul fusion technique is exceptionally formidable. In the original tale, Douluo and Douluo utilized it to ensnare the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, both of which are apex soul beasts. Douluo gestured towards the fallen Douluo, inquiring how to deal with him. "Just kill him," Han Li replied coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Douluo, ever reliable, promptly unleashed a single-target soul skill, bringing an end to Douluo's nefarious existence. Despite having cultivated to the 95 level, elevating him to the ranks of Super Douluo was pitifully devoid of even a single soul bone. The 3 girls, including Xiao Wu, appeared dazed, as if caught in a surreal dream. Observing this scene, Douluo was filled with a myriad of emotions. He had initially believed that death was inevitable, yet unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. All of this was thanks to Han Li. Han Li's performance was undeniably extraordinary. Previously, Douluo regarded him merely as a gifted junior. Now, Han Li had demonstrated strength comparable to his own, radically altering his perception. Douluo had to concede that Han Li possessed the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At the Spirit Hall, Douluo and the 2 other title Douluo returned, their faces covered in dirt and shame. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, they immediately fell to their knees in panic, repeatedly bowing their heads in apology. Bibi Dong did not rush to cast blame, but instead inquired about the specifics of what had transpired. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 5 title Douluo to confront a single 95-level Super Douluo and 4 children, resulting in 1 casualty, 1 severely injured, and the injured Douluo falling into the hands of the enemy. Without further elaboration, Douluo's fate was all but sealed. He was likely already beyond salvation. How could this happen? Bibi Dong exclaimed in disbelief. Douluo and the others hung their heads in shame, grappling with the sheer absurdity of the situation, unable to comprehend it fully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, her voice rising in fury. She was unwilling to accept this outcome, but the expressions of Douluo and the others indicated the truth of the matter. In her heart, she felt an increased wariness towards Han Li and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "You must quickly gather the troops. Summon all title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, along with the Soul Douluo and Soul Sage mid-tier forces. We must pursue them at the utmost speed." Bibi Dong immediately issued her orders. The more powerful Han Li became, the more imperative it was to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Han Li and his companions took a brief respite before hastening their journey, no longer moving at a leisurely pace. Douluo was filled with apprehension, having previously heard Han Li mention that the Spirit Hall possessed no fewer than 20 title Douluo, with 3 of them being top-tier combatants at 98 level or above, and over a dozen at 95 level or higher. If the Spirit Hall deployed all these experts, their chances of being caught would be gravely compromised. Douluo was uncertain whether Han Li would be able to contend with such formidable foes. "Senior Douluo, there is no need for concern. Douluo and his comrades will surely return to the Spirit Hall first to report. Under normal circumstances, we should be able to maintain a considerable distance from them," Han Li reassured, sensing Douluo's anxiety. After traveling for a while and nearing the Tiando Empire, Douluo deliberately chose a detour instead of taking the direct route. The Spirit Hall was situated between the Xinghua Empire and the Tiando Empire. Hence, Douluo and his companions would likely be faster, having departed directly from Spirit City, and could potentially intercept Han Li and the others at the border of the Tiando Empire. Thus, taking a detour was undoubtedly the best decision. Douluo felt relieved that Xiao Wu and the others had also developed substantial soul power, allowing them to keep pace without lagging behind, significantly conserving their time. Han Li, however, appeared untroubled, exuding an air of calmness. He did not believe that the Spirit Hall would deploy all its title Douluo in an effort to capture him. That would be excessively ostentatious and could easily attract the attention of the 2 great empires. The most probable scenario was that Bibi Dong would personally lead a few elders to confront them. Douluo and the others would return to Spirit City first. And by the time BB Dong clarified the situation and made a decision, it would take considerable time, rendering it nearly impossible for them to catch up. Even if they were pursued, Han Li had his own strategies to counteract them. At worst, he could forcibly siphon his lifespan to elevate his soul power level to 99, directly turning the tables on BB Dong and delivering a severe beating to her and her allies. Under Gu Douluo's guidance, the group stealthily entered the Tiando Empire through a secluded path, deliberately avoiding cities and foregoing any thoughts of resting to prevent detection. BB Dong and her forces, meanwhile, were leading a large contingent, conducting extensive searches at various transportation checkpoints and near cities for Han Li's whereabouts, but to no avail. After half a day's pursuit, they had still failed to locate any trace of Han Li, as if he and his companions had suddenly vanished from existence. Chapter 138. Will the Spirit Hall initiate a war? Employing this detour strategy, Han Li and his companions successfully evaded the Spirit Hall's layers of interception, arriving at the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School without incident. As the sect came into view, and they re-entered familiar surroundings, Gu Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you all look so disheveled? Ning Fengji stepped out to greet them, astonishment written across his face. While Gu Douluo and Han Li appeared relatively unscathed, the three girls, including Xiao Wu, looked increasingly pale, having exhausted considerable energy during their relentless journey. We ventured to the Xingluo Empire and were intercepted by members of the Spirit Hall on our return, Gu Douluo recounted slowly. What? The revelation left Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo utterly flabbergasted, their jaws dropping in disbelief. How many did the Spirit Hall send? Not a single one, less than 5 titled Douluo. Ning Fengji gasped, feeling a wave of shock wash over him. He had not anticipated that the Spirit Hall would act so swiftly and with such a formidable array of forces. Ning Fengji was intensely curious about how Gu Douluo and the others managed to escape. Even if Gu Douluo was a 95-level Super Douluo, he should have felt overwhelmed in the face of 5 titled Douluo. Gu Douluo recounted their recent experiences, narrating the events in detail. The key to their escape lay in Han Li's display of overwhelming power. Han Li, is what Gu Douluo said true? Jian Douluo exclaimed, rising to his feet with excitement. Han Li, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Having been witnessed by Gu Douluo, there was no longer any need for concealment. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. This indicated that the merely teenage Han Li already possessed combat power at the level of a titled Douluo. You are truly formidable, the Sword Douluo remarked for the first time with a gaze imbued with reverence directed at Han Li. While Han Li's terrifying prowess was undoubtedly a boon, Ning Fengji's expression remained somewhat grave. Although no casualties had occurred on their side during this incident, it served as a clarion call for vigilance. The Spirit Hall was evidently restless. Particularly, Han Li's remarkable performance would surely incite even fiercer reprisals. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji promptly declared a state of emergency, swiftly recalling disciples engaged in outside affairs and reinforcing routine patrols and intelligence work. His actions were merely a precaution against potential retaliation from the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, BB Dong sat in the Hall of the Pope, accompanied by numerous elders of titled Douluo rank, who awaited her command to strike with utmost respect. The elders advocating for war believed that the actions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School amounted to a formal declaration of war against them. Undeniably, the rapid development of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in recent years, coupled with their constant vigilance against the Spirit Hall, rendered retaliation a matter of urgency. Such an act would serve to strike fear and caution into other Soul Master factions across the continent. Rather than launching an immediate assault, BB Dong dispatched a substantial force to surveil the movements of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Tiando Imperial family, the Xingluo Imperial family, the 4 great clans, the Haotian School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. During these days, Han Li, Xiao Wu, and others refrained from making any impulsive moves, choosing instead to remain within the confines of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Like Han Li, BB Dong was also a dual-spirited soul master. Han Li understood that BB Dong had yet to acquire the subsequent soul rings for her second martial spirit, indicating that the timing was not yet right for her. Should she act rashly, she would inevitably face a formidable counterattack from the 3 major sects and other significant powers. Moreover, BB Dong regarded Han Li as an enigmatic and fearsome figure. Previously, she had viewed him merely as a rare genius. But the failure of this mission prompted her to re-evaluate Han Li. She speculated that he might have gained a divine inheritance, as there was no other explanation for his extraordinary strength. In such circumstances, pressing for war would be exceedingly detrimental to the Spirit Hall. Not only would they lack justification for their actions, but they could also suffer severe repercussions. Bibi Dong was filled with fury, yet upon reflection, she concluded that now was not the time to strike at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. She believed that after the return of the Bon Douluo and Sword, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly be well prepared to resist any retaliation from the Spirit Hall. The principles of warfare dictate that one should strike when least expected. If the opponent anticipates one's intentions, even a victorious outcome may come at a great cost. Bibi Dong harbored grand ambitions. She did not wish to squander the Spirit Hall's strength unnecessarily, nor did she desire to reveal her trump cards too soon. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall's latent threat was only perceptible to the major sects, while ordinary soul masters and the general populace continued their lives as usual. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. The crisis of impending war gradually dissipated with the passage of time. 5 months prior, Han Li's soul power had already ascended to level 95, and further elevation seemed daunting. He had not engaged in deliberate cultivation during this period, resulting in no significant advancements. However, Han Li did find time to expend the remaining lifespan he had previously accumulated to enhance the quality of his martial spirit. His ordinary scythe underwent a remarkable transformation. It grew considerably larger, became sharper, and was now enveloped in crimson flames, exuding an aura of majesty. This scythe martial spirit had completely evolved into a high-quality martial spirit. Han Li contemplated making another journey to the Star Doe Forest to battle soul beasts, siphoning off lifespan in the process, for those soul beasts possessed long lifespans, and his slight depletion would not result in significant repercussions. While Han Li found it challenging to enhance his soul power, he could certainly elevate all the soul rings of his second martial spirit to 10,000 years or above. Currently, all 9 soul rings of his second martial spirit were purple 10,000-year soul rings, which lacked prestige. If Bibi Dong were to see 9 10,000-year soul rings, she would undoubtedly deride him for wasting resources. The 3 young women, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, were unaware that the Spirit Hall would not strike in the short term. For the past 5 months, they had remained shrouded in the pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall, which unexpectedly ignited their competitive spirit for cultivation. Through diligent training, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing each advanced 2 levels in soul power, while Ning Rongrong achieved an increase of 1 level. The Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo gradually sensed that the Spirit Hall was not making any significant moves, allowing them to relax somewhat and seek opportunities to spar with Han Li. Han Li, do you have time? One day, the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo approached Han Li together. Yes, what is it? Han Li inquired with curiosity. We both wish to have a sparring session with you, the Sword Douluo boldly declared. As super Douluos, both the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo found it exceedingly difficult to elevate their soul power by even a single level. Neither was the type to be content with the status quo. In their eyes, seeking improvement necessitated engaging in combat with stronger opponents. Having competed against each other for most of their lives, they were well aware of one another's strengths, and their mutual battles no longer yielded substantial enhancements. Thus, their focus shifted to Han Li. During their last encounter, Han Li showcased combat prowess at the level of a super Douluo sufficient to contend with them. Both understood the formidable nature of Han Li, particularly the Bon Douluo, who stated before the battle commenced, "Let me preface this by saying, do not use the tactics you employed against the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall." The Bon Douluo had personally witnessed the might of Han Li's offensive maneuvers, which had overwhelmed the Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, making him and the Sword Douluo apprehensive. As he had no desire to employ such tactics to secure victory. As the impending battle loomed, the Sword Douluo charged forth first, wielding the 7-killing sword in a direct assault. The most notable feature of the 7-killing sword was its overwhelming killing intent, making it impossible for ordinary weapon spirits to withstand its strikes. Han Li, unhurried, executed a horizontal slash with his scythe, effortlessly intercepting the Sword Douluo's attack. Your martial spirit, the Sword Douluo exclaimed, astonished. Previously, when Han Li was at the Soul Sage level, the Sword Douluo had battled him while holding back. He distinctly remembered Han Li's scythe martial spirit being different from this. Could it be that your martial spirit has evolved? This was the only possibility that the Sword Douluo could conceive. Han Li nodded gently and began his counterattack, the scythe now twice as powerful, and its range visibly expanded. Faced with the side's lateral strike, the sword dared not underestimate it and hastily withdrew the 7 killing sword to block. The clash of their weapons resulted in a violent shockwave. Ultimately, the sword was forced back by the flames that enveloped the scythe. To his surprise, during this initial exchange, the sword found himself at a disadvantage. Old Bone was right. You have indeed grown stronger, the sword exclaimed loudly. In the ensuing days, the sword and Bone took turns sparring with Han Li. Through their prolonged engagements, all three gained substantial insights. Bone is the one who has reaped the greatest rewards. Through intense battles with Han Li, Bone successfully broke through his bottleneck, elevating his soul power to the 96th level. After reaching level 95, each subsequent advancement becomes crucial for soul masters. Moreover, what troubles Sword Bone is that Han Li possesses far more than 9 soul skills. It feels as though his soul power and skills are inexhaustible, capable of exhausting them to death. Meanwhile, the entire continent has been abuzz with discussions regarding a significant event. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, held every 5 years, is just a month away. This grand tournament, hosted by the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, is arguably the most monumental Soul Master competition in existence, drawing global attention. Only students from advanced Soul Master academies are eligible to register, with an age limit of 25 years. Furthermore, registration must be done in groups of 7. This is because the competition not only tests individual strength, but also places great emphasis on teamwork. Historically, the high-level Soul Master competitions have advocated for friendly sparring, striving to avoid crippling opponents in battle, let alone killing them, as such actions would lead to expulsion and bans. Soul Masters are a rare profession in the Douluo continent, and nurturing one requires a substantial allocation of resources. Consequently, those students who qualify to compete are undoubtedly endowed with exceptional talent and immense potential for the future. While victory is significant, the ultimate aim of the two empires in organizing this competition is to attract outstanding talents. Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, being quite young, meet the requirements to participate. Their formidable strength means that if they truly entered the competition, they would likely secure the championship. On the surface, Han Li and his companions are recognized as members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, the sect itself is not qualified to compete in the Soul Master Tournament, as it is exclusively for advanced academies. This situation has led various factions to attempt to entice Han Li and his companions. The first to send envoys was the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, whose messenger traveled a great distance to deliver a personally penned letter to Han Li. In the letter, the Emperor presented an array of irresistible conditions in an attempt to recruit Han Li. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li declined, dismissing the envoy with a casual excuse. Shortly thereafter, the chief of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy's Education Committee, Dream Machine, personally arrived, seeking to persuade Han Li and the others to represent the Royal Academy in the competition. Subsequently, even the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Shui Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire sent letters expressing similar sentiments. The finals of this high-level Soul Master competition are set to take place in the Heaven Do Empire, and the Snow Knight Emperor is eager to secure the championship to bolster the prestige of his nation. Yet, Han Li once again opted to refuse. After some time, 2 familiar faces appeared. Since Han Li's disappearance from Soto City, Flinder had been diligently tracking the whereabouts of Han Li and his companions, ultimately crossing paths with Lu Erlong. After a long-awaited reunion, the 2 friends exchanged pleasantries, during which Lu Erlong revealed that he had encountered some promising talents. These teenagers, all at the Spirit Master level, piqued Flinder's interest, and upon further discussion, he was taken aback to learn that Han Li's group had all reached the Spirit Master level as well, bringing him immense surprise. Without hesitation, Flinder brought Lu Erlong to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, eager to recruit these prodigies. Ning Fengji held a favorable impression of Flinder. After all, it was due to him that Ning Rongrong had initially appeared at Shrek Academy. Upon learning of Flinder's arrival, Ning Fengji had them invited over. Seeing Han Li again filled Flinder with excitement. Finally, I found you. Why did you all leave without a word? Flinder exclaimed loudly. Anli smilatsliguli, Flande. It's been a while. Did you come all this way just to treat us to a meal? Flinder, though frugal, had never been unkind to Han Li and his companions, often treating them to exquisite delicacies. Furthermore, Flinder was a person of considerable vision. Han Li did not harbor the same aversion towards him as he did towards Master Yu Shaojiang. All right, feel free to suggest whatever you wish to eat. However, I have one condition. No, I mean a request. Flinder, quick-witted, hastily stated. Anli immediately discernat Flandes ulterior motiva. I presume you wish for me to participate in the competition under the name of Shrek Academy? Flinder's face lit up with joy. Yes, yes. So do you agree? When Hanli mentioned the matter, Flinder instinctively assumed he had received an affirmative answer. Chapter 140. Flinder and Lu Erlong's persistent pleas. Flinder thought to himself that all his efforts over the past months had not been in vain. However, the situation did not unfold as Flinder had anticipated. Hanli revealed that prior to Flinder's arrival, both the Star Luo Empire and the Heavendo Empire had sent envoys in an attempt to recruit him. The terms offered by the two empires were far beyond what Flinder could offer. Upon hearing Hanli's account, Flinder's heart sank considerably. What was this? After tirelessly seeking to recruit Hanli, how could he be outpaced by others? Fortunately, Flinder was not one to easily give up. He realized that Hanli had not accepted the invitations from the two empires, which meant he still had a chance. Hanli stood up, stretching lazily. I'm feeling a bit tired today. I'm going to rest. With that, he quickly slipped away. What irked Hanli most about Flinder was his incessant chatter. Flinder approached Ning Fengji, requesting permission to stay with Lu Erlong at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a few days. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji nodded in agreement and arranged for disciples to prepare 2 rooms for them. In the days that followed, Flinder shadowed Hanli incessantly, wherever Hanli was. Flinder was sure to be there. Flinder employed every possible tactic, persistently softening Hanli's resolve, to the point where Hanli felt his ears were nearly calloused. Flinder, don't you ever tire of this? Don't you have anything else to do? Hanli Saital Leslie. I don't want to annoy you, Hanli. After all this time, haven't you seen my sincerity? Flinder insisted, stating that as long as Hanli was willing, he could propose any terms. As long as Flinder could fulfill them. Hanli scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Flinder, thinking to himself, does this old man still view them as children? Hanli and his companions now held a status far superior to Flinder, possessing many privileges that he did not. Thus, Flinder's conditions were utterly unappealing to Hanli. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo bore witness to Flinder's entire endeavor to win over Hanli. They could not help but chuckle. Flinder, a soul master of considerable renown, was here pleading with a few youngsters. If this were to spread, one could only imagine the discussions that would ensue. Nonetheless, Hanli and his companions were exceptional talents. Had they been in another's place, they too would undoubtedly strive to secure them. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Flinder was unaware that Hanli and the others had all surpassed the Spirit Master level. Moreover, Hanli had even participated in the defeat of 2 titled Douluo from the Spear Hall, scaring off 3 others. Ning Fengji found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the situation. However, he refrained from intervening with Flinder, wishing instead to allow Hanli the autonomy to make his own decisions. He understood that a sudden interjection might provoke Hanli's resentment. Having painstakingly fostered such a profound connection with Hanli, Ning Fengji was loath to see it unravel. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had long been aware of Han Li's establishment of a sect, and even if he chose to affiliate with other academies, it would not diminish his amicable ties to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. May you grow swiftly, for then I shall have ample reason to welcome you as my son-in-law. Ning Fengji mused, eagerly anticipating that day. If Hanli were to truly become his son-in-law, it would signify an irrevocable bond with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. On this particular day, Hanli was resting in a gazebo when Flinder cautiously approached with Lu Erlong in tow. What brings you here again? Are you still unwilling to concede? Hanli remarca, opening his eyes with a hint of impatience. If memory serves, your Shrek Academy lacks even a proper educational license, rendering it ineligible for the grand tournament. I advise you to spare your efforts, he continued dismissively. Flinder, exuding confidence, waited until Hanli finished before responding. That is a misconception. It is not solely I who have arrived in Heavendo City. Others from the Academy have joined me as well. The absence of a license for Shrek Academy was primarily due to Flinder's contentious relationship with the nobility of the Barak Kingdom. Those nobles, having received no satisfactory bribes from Shrek Academy, were disinclined to offer any assistance. Moreover, with so few students, the Academy scale rendered it unlikely to attain the status of a senior Soul Master Academy. Flinder had recognized this significant issue early on, but remained unconcerned, as he was aware that Lu Erlong had established a legitimate senior Soul Master Academy in Heavendo City, much to his delight. Through their camaraderie, Lu Erlong consented to Flinder's proposal to relocate all members of Shrek Academy and merge with her Blue Tyrant Academy. At this juncture, Lu Erlong interjected. I have officially renamed the academy to Shrek Academy, with Flander as the principal. I believe I am more suited to a quieter life, she added cheerfully. Thus, Shrek Academy was now qualified to participate in the upcoming Senior Soul Master Tournament in a month's time. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and her companions approached. Shrek again? Wherever you go, you seem to materialize. You truly are like a haunting specter, Xiao Wu complained, harboring a consistently unfavorable impression of Shrek Academy. Her remarks were audacious, yet Flander, with ulterior motives, dared not retort, awkwardly pretending he had not heard, and continued his presentation. He explained that Blue Tyrant Academy originally had 3 Soul Respect students aged between 20 and 24, meeting the age requirement for the tournament, with the highest soul power level among them being 35. Dai Mubai and the others regarded them as their role models, eager to emulate their prowess, honing their skills through competitions in the Soto City arena and progressing swiftly. Presently, Dai Mubai had reached 34, with Tang San close behind nearing 30. Ma Hongjun and Oscar lagged slightly at 28 and 27, respectively. Their potential was commendable, but they still had much to improve if they wished to excel in the upcoming tournament. If all proceeded without incident, the next tournament would be their stage. Flander turned his gaze to Han Li and the others. I hear you have all reached the Soul Ancestor realm, have you not? Xiao Wu and her companions nodded in tacit agreement. It seemed that Dai Mubai and Tang San had indeed been diligently training, each having elevated their soul power by at least 4 levels. Yet, in comparison to their group, they still fell short, Xiao Wu remarked with a smile. She eagerly anticipated the chance to confront Dai Mubai and Tang San once more, relishing the prospect of besting them again. Upon this thought, Xiao Wu found the situation becoming increasingly amusing. How about we join? It would be rather entertaining to pummel Tang San and Dai Mubai daily, she suggested. Glancing at Han Li, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were similarly intrigued, recalling fond memories of their past. Flander, reminiscing about those times, considered that as long as Xiao Wu and Han Li were joyfully integrated into the academy, a little hardship for Tang San and Dai Mubai would be inconsequential. After all, he reasoned, Han Li and his companions Wu Ti caused them serious harm. Such encounters might even spur their motivation for improvement. Embracing this line of thought, Flander promptly conceived the most enticing offer he could extend to Han Li. Should you join Shrek Academy, as long as you refrain from severely injuring anyone, you may engage in battles with them at any time, he promised, extending his finger in earnest. The 3 girls, upon hearing this, were elated. Han Li, however, remained indifferent. With his current strength, his choice of academy was inconsequential. Since the girls were pleased, he decided to acquiesce. Flander, it remains as it was. We shall merely hold honorary positions at Shrek Academy. The academy cannot impose restrictions upon us, and should we be provoked, do not expect me to show leniency. He made clear, ensuring that boundaries were set forth. Flander nodded vigorously. Rest assured, the academy will impose no constraints upon you and will provide the best conditions. During their conversation, Ning Fengji and the others hastened to join them. Flander took the opportunity to address Ning Fengji, Sect Master Ning. I am merely facilitating their admission to Shrek Academy. It does not alter their affiliation with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Flander was overjoyed, as if he had just awoken from a splendid dream, repeatedly pinching himself to confirm his reality. With your addition, Shrek Academy stands a solid chance of clinching the championship, or, at the very least, securing a top 3 finish. Han Li waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, winning a championship is hardly a challenge. Flander, just await the day when Shrek Academy garners fame in the tournament. Then you shall be able to recruit fervently and profit handsomely. Do not forget to treat us. Flander was indeed eager for victory. He recognized Han Li's formidable capabilities, yet he understood that the tournament's essence lay in the 7 versus 17 battles. The Spirit Hall and several other powerful academies were formidable competitors, making the pursuit of victory a daunting task. At this juncture, Xiao Wu chimed in truth, we needn't rely on those so-called underperformers from Shrek Academy. Han Li need not even lift a finger. With just Zhu Qing, Rong, and myself, we will suffice. Lu Erlong felt that the children were becoming somewhat arrogant, yet she hesitated to voice her concerns, instead opting for subtle hints, cautioning them not to underestimate their opponents. Many formidable teams would contend in the tournament, including the 5 elemental battle teams and the Spirit Hall team, all of which were quite formidable. Particularly, the Spirit Hall team had dominated championships for centuries. Xiao Wu, uninterested in further debate, decided to demonstrate her capabilities by unleashing her martial soul and soul rings. 5 resplendent soul rings radiated vibrantly. Flander and Lu Erlong were rendered speechless at this sight. 4 Dai Mubai and Tang San of Shrek Academy to elevate their soul power by 5 or 6 levels in under a year was already extraordinary. When Lu Erlong first encountered them, she was astounded and offered genuine praise. Yet, these few before her, Xiao Wu and her companions, had only recently been at the soul ancestor level. How had they suddenly transformed into 5-ringed soul kings? Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Lu Erlong would have deemed it implausible. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuiying and Ning Rongrong, emulating Xiao Wu, also unleashed their respective martial souls and soul rings. Goodness gracious, 3 soul kings. At that moment, Lu Erlong still believed that although the 3 women were soul ancestors, they were merely in the early stages. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had all ascended to the rank of Soul King. Particularly remarkable was Ning Rongrong. Typically, the cultivation speed of support-type Soul Masters is the slowest, yet her advancement was astonishingly rapid. Lu Erlong was left utterly astounded. The ranks of Soul Ancestor and Soul King are already considered mid-tier among Soul Masters. At this level, the difficulty of soul power enhancement escalates significantly, with many individuals spending their entire lives without achieving these 2 realms. Flender's eyes sparkled with excitement. How on earth did you accomplish this? Lu Erlong inquired incredulously. Hanli did not elaborate, but vaguely indicated that they had undergone intense training in the Stardow Forest. Facing numerous life and death crises and encountering certain fortuitous opportunities, which had led to their current elevation. If you were to send the Academy's students into the Stardow Forest for training, their rate of improvement would undoubtedly surpass that of their time at the Academy. Unliada. Lu Erlong nodded in agreement, reflecting on her own youthful escapades in the world of Soul Masters, aware of these truths. However, her concern for her students' safety had prevented her from arranging such experiences. It seemed appropriate to consider allowing them to train outside in the future. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo lamented that Han Li and the others participating in the high-level Soul Master Tournament was akin to a massacre. Xiao Wu was absolutely right. The 3 of them were more than sufficient, rendering Han Li's involvement unnecessary. With the formidable combination of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuiying as 2 Soul Kings, coupled with Ning Rongrong's powerful support, even a Soul Emperor would find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, given the age of Han Li and his companions, they could easily participate in 3 consecutive high-level Soul Master Tournaments. This was the rhythm of a potential 3-time championship. Throughout the annals of Douluo continent's history, no one had ever accomplished such a feat. Promise me. In the arena, take it easy, the Bone Douluo gently cautioned. So many young Soul Masters capable of competing in the high-level tournament were undoubtedly elite from various factions. They might be left questioning their very existence after facing Xiao Wu and the others. Those with fragile mental fortitude might even succumb to despair. It depends on my mood, Xiao Wu replied cheerfully. And mine as well, Ning Rongrong echoed playfully. Zhu Zhuiying said nothing, yet the smile playing at her lips was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to the Sword Douluo and others, during their previous encounter with the threat from the tidal Douluo of the Spear Hall, Hanli had secretly exchanged more lifespan for Xiao Wu and her companions. Now, all 3 had achieved the cultivation of a Soul Emperor, albeit without acquiring a 6th soul ring. This was a secret even they were unaware of. When they reached the arena, it was likely that merely releasing their martial souls and soul rings would intimidate their opponents into submission. You never fail to surprise me, Flender exclaimed joyfully. It seemed he had been overly cautious. With Han Li and the others around, victory was all but assured, with no unforeseen circumstances to consider. We had an agreement, Flender declared with uncontainable excitement. After spending so many days at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Flender had finally achieved his objective, making all his previous efforts worthwhile. After some light conversation, Flender and Lu Erlong stood to leave, expressing that it was time to return. Thus, the 2 departed the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in high spirits, eager to convey this delightful news to the other members of the Academy. Chapter 142, Xiao Wu. I am actually a soul beast. After Flender and Lu Erlong's departure, Hanli indicated his intention to venture into the Stardow Forest. But this time he would only be accompanied by Xiao Wu. Why just take Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuiying asked in surprise. Indeed, we wish to go as well. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Hanli patiently explained. Currently, the Spirit Hall is lurking in the shadows. It will be best for both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo to remain here to guard the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. If I were to take all 3 of you, I might find it somewhat overwhelming. Rest assured, I will have the opportunity to bring you along in the future. Han Li's reasoning was sound, and Zhu Zhuing and Ning Rongrong, not wishing to burden him, reluctantly agreed to wait for another occasion. Before departing, Ning Fengji and the others came to bid farewell to Han Li and Xiao Wu. They held great confidence in Han Li, for he now possessed strength comparable to that of a super Douluo, unless the pinnacle Douluo of the Spirit Hall, at level 99, was present. No one could impede Han Li. Nevertheless, out of concern as elders, they urged him to exercise caution during this journey. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuing looked on with reluctance as Xiao Wu prepared to leave. Xiao Wu, taking their hands in hers, assured them that she would return soon. After a heartfelt farewell, Han Li and Xiao Wu waved goodbye and set off towards the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu had spent the longest time following Han Li, and throughout their ongoing companionship, she had come to sense that he might have discovered the secret she harbored deep within her heart. Each time she ascended to a new major realm, it was accompanied by an inexplicable acquisition of a soul ring, rather than expressing surprise. Han Li had later aided her in concealing this from others. Han Li, have you uncovered something about my secret? Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired mid-journey. With her question, Han Li decided to admit the truth. Xiao Wu felt a wave of emotion wash over her and sincerely expressed, Han Li, thank you for continually helping me enhance my strength and for keeping my secret. Han Li gently brushed his fingers through her hair, explaining that his master was incredibly powerful and had imparted to him many useful insights, enabling him to deduce her unique situation from subtle clues. Xiao Wu, no matter what you are, as long as you possess a kind heart, that is all that matters. Do not overthink it. Simply enjoy each day with joy, Han Li said with a warm smile. His words instilled in Xiao Wu a profound sense of security. Subsequently, Han Li revealed to Xiao Wu the primary purpose of their visit to the Stardow Forest, to formally meet the two significant soul beasts of the core area and to remind them to prepare for the impending threat from the Spirit Hall, as BB Dawn was intent on hunting them to augment her second martial soul with soul rings. Xiao Wu was aware of the Spirit Hall's formidable nature, and concern for Deming and Erming began to take root in her heart. Do not worry, with me here, such a tragedy will never occur, Han Li vowed with unwavering determination. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had already come to regard Han Li as the most important person in her life. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu resolved to share her story with him. I was originally a soul beast. Upon reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, I chose to transform into a human. Xiao Wu spoke softly. Soul beasts differ from humans. The former possess a far longer lifespan, while the latter enjoys superior innate conditions. For instance, a soul master in their early 20s with decent talent can typically reach the soul ancestor level without much difficulty, which is more than enough to withstand several thousand-year-old soul beasts. It must be acknowledged that humans are the true masters of the Douluo continent. The accomplishments they can achieve in a century often require soul beasts thousands or even tens of thousands of years to attain. Additionally, there exists a legend on the Douluo continent that long ago, the dragon god ascended to divinity in the form of a soul beast, only to be ostracized by the other deities of the divine realm. The fall of the dragon god effectively severed the pathway for soul beasts to attain godhood. Thus, for soul beasts, the most viable option for achieving divinity is to choose to transform into human form upon reaching 10,000 years of cultivation. Although undertaking such an endeavor would necessitate relinquishing all accumulated prowess and starting anew, the path to divinity becomes markedly more attainable through the cultivation of one's human identity. Deep within the Stardow Forest, I am well acquainted with the two paramount spirit beasts and share a commendable rapport with them. When a heavenly blue bull python was still young, I inadvertently rescued it, and from that moment, it recognized me as its elder sister. Subsequently, after gaining considerable strength, it defeated the Titan giant ape, which then chose to follow it. Xiao Wu elucidated her relationship with Deming and Erming to Han Li. Naturally, Han Li was already privy to these matters, so he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Han Li and Xiao Wu proceeded directly toward the inner sanctum of the Great Forest, engaging in occasional skirmishes with spirit beasts encountered along the way to alleviate their boredom. Xiao Wu realized that her spirit power had ascended to the 67th level, enabling her to directly acquire her 6th spirit ring. Shortly thereafter, Han Li assisted Xiao Wu in converting the lifespan of the spirit beasts she could harvest into spirit power, propelling her to the remarkable level of 70. As a spirit beast that has transformed into a human, the first 6 spirit rings can sustain themselves, while subsequent rings necessitate the the hunting of other spirit beasts. Given Xiao Wu's original identity as a spirit beast, she hesitated to harm her kind, and thus resolved to postpone acquiring her seventh spirit ring. Unbeknownst to her, Han Li had conceived a brilliant plan, though its feasibility would only be discerned upon meeting the two great beast kings to confer an experiment. Over the course of 3 to 4 days, Han Li extracted a considerable amount of lifespan from spirit beasts, elevating his first martial soul to the pinnacle of excellence. With all spirit rings surpassing 30,000 years, the spirit rings of his second martial soul, the Fire Phoenix, were similarly enhanced, all exceeding 20,000 years, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th rings reaching an astonishing 5,000 years. The enhancement of the spirit rings' longevity significantly augmented the potency of the soul techniques, particularly those of the second martial soul, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. After considerable wandering, Han Li and Xiao Wu finally ventured into the core region of the Stardow Forest. The spiritual energy in this area was exceedingly abundant, allowing both humans and spirit beasts to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. However, the spirit beasts residing here were few and far between, and human spirit masters generally dared not tread into such perilous territory. It was said that a titled once came seeking to spar with the Titan giant ape. As soon as that titled Douluo laid eyes on the Titan giant ape and prepared to challenge it, he was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying aura. The heavenly blue bull python emerged from the river, casting a casual glance at the titled Douluo, which nearly caused the latter to lose his footing in fear. Ultimately, the heavenly blue bull python, recognizing the arduous path the titled Douluo had traversed to attain his strength, chose merely to expel him rather than engage, for otherwise the man would surely have met his demise. The heavenly blue bull python was a bona fide spirit beast of 100,000 years. Moreover, it belonged to the echelon of formidable high-tier spirit beasts, making it inconceivable for an ordinary titled Douluo to stand a chance against it. Chapter 143, Meeting the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Blue Bull Python. It was likely that only a super Douluo would be deemed worthy of engaging in battle with such a creature. At the same time, the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Blue Bull Python sensed Xiao Wu's presence and eagerly rushed toward her. Before long, the two Beast Kings stood before Han Li and Xiao Wu. Each of these titans was more colossal than the last. The Titan Giant Ape resembled a towering mountain, while the Heavenly Blue Bull Python, with its elongated form, appeared as a serpentine pillar of the heavens. Upon witnessing such imposing spirit beast monarchs, human spirit masters would instantly feel their own insignificance magnified. Although Han Li too had to look up at the two great overlords, his gaze betrayed no fear, instead radiating calm composure. The Heavenly Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape naturally took notice of the human child accompanying Xiao Wu. They cast puzzled glances at her, for spirit beasts and humans were often seen as natural adversaries, their histories fraught with conflict. In the minds of these two beast kings, humans were exceedingly cunning, wholly untrustworthy. Sensing the hostility that Deming and Ming harbored towards Han Li, Xiao Wu hastily interjected, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Han Li, a figure of utmost importance to me. Without his assistance, I might have met with misfortune long ago." With that, Xiao Wu demonstrated her current prowess, her 6 spirit rings illuminating one after the other, showcasing her substantial spirit power. The two Beast Kings were astonished by Xiao Wu's progress, and in turn, their demeanor toward Han Li softened somewhat, particularly the Heavenly Blue Bull Python, which had once contemplated taking on human form when its cultivation first broke through the 100,000-year threshold. However, it understood that becoming human would necessitate starting afresh, and the unfamiliarity with human spirit master cultivation would render the process significantly more arduous. Thus it refrained from doing so. Recalling their last encounter with Xiao Wu, she had ventured into the forest alongside Han Li as merely a great spirit master. In the span of nearly a year, Xiao Wu had ascended to the rank of a 6-ring spirit emperor. Truly remarkable. This visit is not solely for the purpose of seeing you. Han Li has a matter of life and death that he wishes to convey to you. Xiao Wu spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, both the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Blue Bull Python instinctively turned their gaze toward Han Li. There exists a human faction known as the Spirit Hall, which has set its sights upon you both. The Spirit Hall boasts over 20 formidable individuals, among whom more than 10 are your equals, and they should not be taken lightly. You must prepare yourselves in advance. Never underestimate them. Han Li suddenly recalled something and continued, about a year ago, When the Titan giant ape abducted Xiao Wu from the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, there was a tidal Douluo lurking nearby, one of their members. The Titan giant ape instantly recalled that day's events, recognizing that the human spirit master had indeed been formidable. Xiao Wu then added, "The Spirit Hall has many powerful individuals. 5 months ago, they dispatched 5 tidal Douluos in an attempt to capture me, Han Li, and 2 other companions. Fortunately, Han Li was able to injure and drive them away. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire." The Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python looked at Han Li in disbelief, astonished that this little fellow could repel such high-level adversaries. Han Li, seizing the moment, decided to drop the pretense and unleashed 2 martial souls in succession, followed by 18 black 10,000-year spirit rings that radiated dazzling brilliance. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Xiao Wu and the 2 spirit beasts were left utterly speechless, finally sensing the magnitude of Han Li's strength. Han Li then entered into a whimsical narrative, claiming to be a spirit beast of 500,000 years of cultivation, who had been facing death and had thus fallen into slumber. To survive, he ultimately chose to assume human form and cultivate anew. The basis of this fabrication lay in the existence of powerful spirit beasts within the Stardow Forest, some of which had even reached 1,000,000 years of age, yet remained in a deep slumber, unknown to all. The Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python listened to Han Li's tale with skepticism, unsure of its veracity. "You must take my words to heart. The Spirit Hall has sensed a threat and will likely make a move against you within the next year or 2. Anli urja ernasli. I now reside in the human world and may not be able to detect the Spirit Hall's movements in time, so exercise caution. If you require assistance, you can send spirit beasts to find me in Heavendoe City." The Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Han Li expressed a sudden inspiration, wishing to attempt something of great significance. "What is it?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously. "For many years, I have been observing human soul masters, and through relentless research and contemplation, I have finally made some headway. I can enable dying soul beasts to coexist with human soul masters in an alternate form, which I refer to as spiritual essence," Han Li articulated, enunciating each word with deliberation. The 2 great beast kings expressed skepticism regarding this notion, for Han Li's claims were indeed rather esoteric. Conversely, Xiao Wu held an unwavering trust in Han Li. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed many extraordinary events alongside him. "Without Han Li, I would merely be a soul sovereign at best. Therefore, let us heed his words and give it a try," Xiao Wu expressed her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, the 2 beast kings acquiesced to this proposal. Han Li esa suggestion. De Ming and Er Ming set off to seek out the dying soul beasts. Soul beasts and humans are, without a doubt, natural adversaries. Soul beasts generally harbor a deep disdain for humans, and only those on the brink of death might contemplate a desperate struggle. Once the 2 soul beasts departed, Han Li and Xiao Wu strolled by a small lake in the heart of the region. This was Han Li's first encounter with the fabled small lake, which indeed proved to be a splendid locale, as one could feel the vibrant life force emanating from it simply by standing nearby. Han Li cautiously performed the system's sign-in, quickly earning a reward that was rather opulent, not only enhancing his soul power by 1 level, but also bestowing upon him a red soul ring of 100,000 years. In no time, De Ming and Er Ming returned, bringing with them a dozen elder soul beasts, all of whom possessed cultivation levels exceeding 10,000 years and were nearing their demise. "Xiao Wu, please explain the situation to them." Han Li entrusted this task to her. Xiao Wu first established her identity, asserting that although she now appeared human, her essence remained that of a soul beast. Upon learning of her true nature, the ancient soul beasts relaxed their guard, patiently listening to her elucidation. "Are you implying that we can exist within a human soul master's body through a special method? But how can you guarantee that we will retain our consciousness upon entering the soul master?" One soul beast inquired, expressing a cautious concern. "Rest assured, such a possibility will not exist," Han Li replied calmly. "The very reason I wish to experiment with spiritual essence is to alleviate the discord between humans and soul beasts. For too long, human soul masters and soul beasts have been viewed as irreconcilable foes, a notion fundamentally flawed. They should exist in a symbiotic relationship. Should a day arrive when no soul beasts remain in this world, the profession of soul master would inevitably fade away as well. I assure you." At that moment, the Tianqing Yo Mang voiced its support. "I also guarantee this." The Titan giant ape echoed its agreement. As the sovereign soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, Their words carried considerable weight among their kin. Consequently, the other soul beasts ceased their indecision, responding, "In that case, we are willing to give it a try." Han Li nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to make selections, as Xiao Wu was in need of a soul ring, which could be substituted with spiritual essence. Ultimately, he chose a 50,000-year-old soul beast in exchange for the spiritual essence transformation technique in the system marketplace. Under the watchful eyes of the many soul beasts, Han Li meticulously followed the steps of the transformation technique. Everything transpired smoothly. Through a series of guided actions, Han Li successfully established a connection between Xiao Wu and the chosen soul beast. Thus, the first spiritual essence in Douluo continent was born. The 50,000-year-old soul beast became Xiao Wu's inaugural spiritual essence, merging into her soul ring. "How marvelous!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, realizing she could truly converse with the elder soul beast within her spiritual realm. Moreover, she could manifest the elder soul beast externally, allowing it to move freely, possessing a degree of autonomy, albeit unable to stray too far from its host. "I never imagined spiritual essence to be real," the elder soul beast declared, exhilarated upon reappearing. The other soul beasts gazed on with envy, for this meant the elder soul beast no longer had to fear its impending demise. As long as Xiao Wu thrived, so too would it. Should Xiao Wu ascend to divinity, the elder soul beast might even attain immortality. Xiao Wu reaped significant rewards as well. This spiritual essence granted her 3 soul rings and 3 soul skills, while she currently held only 1 soul ring slot, with the remaining 2 unlocking as she reached the requisite levels. For an extended period, Xiao Wu would no longer need to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, alleviating a considerable burden from her heart. Furthermore, unlike soul rings, during battles, Xiao Wu could summon the spiritual essence to aid her in combat. The presence of a 50,000-year-old soul beast as an ally would undoubtedly bestow substantial support upon her. Overjoyed, Xiao Wu leaped with delight, utterly enamored with her new spiritual essence. The Tianqing Niumang, Titan, Giant Ape, and the other soul beasts present shared in the exuberance. Undoubtedly, every soul beast faces the day of reckoning. Yet not all possess the assurance of overcoming this peril. The cultivation of soul beasts is hard one. They yearn for life even more than humans do. With Han Li's proposed spiritual essence, the soul beasts now held a glimmer of hope for survival. "Han Li, on behalf of all soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, I extend my gratitude to you," the Tianqing Niumang said slowly. The widespread adoption of spiritual essence could save many soul beasts on the brink of death. A true boon for their kind. "Words are unnecessary. It was but a trifling effort," Han Li humbly replied. Following this event, the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Giant Ape regarded Han Li with newfound respect. This individual not only wielded exceptional strength, but also conceived such an innovative concept. Truly remarkable. "You are Han Li, correct? Do you currently require a spiritual essence? I would gladly become your spiritual essence." Several elder soul beasts quickly surrounded him, envious of the one that had transformed into spiritual essence. Given that Xiao Wu had already acquired one, it was evident she could not obtain another in the near future, prompting them to turn their attention towards Han Li. To their surprise, Han Li decisively shook his head. "I apologize, esteemed ones, but I'm not in need of soul rings or spiritual essence at this moment." As he spoke, he revealed his martial soul and soul rings. Goodness, 2 martial souls and 18 soul rings. This spectacle left the soul beasts utterly astonished. Having lived for so many years, they had never encountered a human soul master with such an extraordinary configuration. Was this truly a soul master? It would be no exaggeration to call him a monster. Han Li intentionally displayed his prowess. Having just created a spiritual essence, he was aware that not all soul beasts might be satisfied with such a phenomenon. Certainly, there are numerous soul beasts that harbor a profound aversion to soul spirits. In their quest to thwart the advancement of these spirits, they will undoubtedly seek trouble with Han Li, the instigator. Revealing his strength in advance could compel those unsettled soul beasts to behave more submissively. However, there is no need for concern, my friends. It is not difficult to find a 3-legged toad, and there are certainly not too few 2-legged human soul masters. Han Li remarked with a smile. Once the function of soul spirits is understood, I believe no soul master would refuse such an opportunity. In due time, I will bring more human soul masters to you, so you may merge with the soul spirits. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the ancient soul beasts displayed expressions of joy. It appears their path to longevity is soon to be realized. "Han Li, you are our great benefactor." The soul beasts expressed their profound gratitude. In truth, even if soul spirits were to be widely promoted, they would merely alleviate the tension between soul beasts and humans without addressing the fundamental issues. Moreover, many soul beasts may not readily accept this notion. Yet, the ancient soul beasts are different. They are nearing their demise, with one foot already in the grave. And this soul spirit offers them a chance at extended life. How could they not be grateful to Han Li? Han Li, from this day forth, you shall be our forest sovereign, the ancient soul beast proclaimed exuberantly. Please, do not exalt me so, for I am merely a child and unworthy of such a title. An li umbri declinat. The atmosphere was one of joy and laughter, and after returning home, these ancient soul beasts spread the news of soul spirits, passing it from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Within a few days, the information had thoroughly circulated. Numerous soul beasts rejoiced, including those who still had a considerable amount of time before their own demise. Although these soul beasts were temporarily free from the threat of extinction, who could predict whether they might one day meet their end under the cataclysmic tribulations? Chapter 145, Battle Against the Titan Giant Ape. The matter of soul spirits seemed to reach a conclusion, and Han Li soon conceived a fresh idea. Since ascending to the rank of Super Douluo, there have been very few who could serve as his rivals. He could no longer seek out challengers as he once did in order to obtain rewards from the system. Although the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were formidable, the more challenges he faced, the less he benefited, and given their age, it would be inappropriate to extract their lives. Now, the two great beast kings had become Han Li's prime targets for challenge. Deming, Ming, let's engage in some sparring. Han Li said with a carefree tone. Very well. I too wish to witness the extent of human strength. The sky blue bull python replied slowly. Big brother, allow me to take the lead. The Titan giant ape exclaimed eagerly. The sky blue bull python consented, guiding Xiao Wu to a safe vantage point to observe the distant battlefield. Since you are a friend of Sister Xiao Wu, I shall not exert my full strength. Feel free to unleash your might. Let us begin. Han Li, not daring to underestimate his opponent, swiftly distanced himself from the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape possessed formidable strength in an enhanced domain. Even a power-type titled Douluo would find it challenging to gain an advantage against him. With Han Li's soul power at level 96, his reserves were substantial, and with over 20 soul skills at his disposal, each consuming but a minimal amount of soul power, the Titan giant ape would surely be the one to falter in the end. Han Li opted for the most prudent strategy at the outset. He switched to his second martial soul, the Fire Phoenix, soaring into the high sky and unleashing numerous ranged soul skills. The Titan giant ape brought its massive arms together above its head, attempting to shield itself from the relentless barrage. In a notably passive stance, the Titan giant ape could only endure the assault, unable to reach Han Li at all. After a while, the Titan giant ape broke its defensive posture and charged toward Han Li amidst the ranged soul skills. Yet, Han Li's speed far surpassed that of the lumbering giant. With a slight exertion of effort, he created a significant distance between them. Not only did the Titan giant ape fail to catch up, but it also found itself besieged by countless soul skill attacks, leaving it battered and bruised. Infuriated, the Titan giant ape bellowed, Han Li, if you have the courage, let's clash directly. Xiao Wu and the sky blue bull python erupted in laughter at the sight of the Titan giant ape's disarray. Employing the Fire Phoenix martial soul for ranged attacks was merely a preliminary display of Han Li's abilities. Next, he unleashed his full potential, engaging in a direct confrontation as the Titan giant ape had suggested. Han Li transformed back to his first martial soul, wielding a sharp scythe wreathed in flames. Seeing Han Li charge toward him at great speed, the Titan giant ape was elated, calculating that it was finally his moment to shine. The Titan giant ape swung its right arm forcefully toward Han Li, believing the strike would be sufficient to send him flying. Unexpectedly, Han Li met the Titan giant ape's strike with unwavering steadiness, exhibiting an ease that was astonishing. The Titan giant ape was taken aback, even without exerting its full strength. Han Li should not have been able to so effortlessly block its attack. The following moment brought an even greater shock to the Titan giant ape. Han Li took the initiative, his strength continuing to amplify, and eventually he pushed the Titan giant ape back. Stumbling, the Titan giant ape retreated several steps. Instead of feeling defeated, it became invigorated. Previously, I encountered a soul master wielding a hammer whom I believed was the only one capable of matching me in strength. I never imagined I would meet a second today. The Titan giant ape ceased holding back, unleashing its full power and activating its signature skill, the gravity control domain. In an instant, a faint red light descended from the heavens, enveloping the area where Han Li stood. The gravity within the light intensified abruptly, forcibly pinning Han Li to the ground, creating a violent shockwave upon impact. Now, let us see how you evade my attacks. The Titan giant ape charged forward with great strides. Observing this, Han Li methodically executed his soul skill. The blade light emerges, which instantaneously cleared all negative states afflicting him. Though blade light emerges was an early soul skill of Han Li's with relatively modest power, its unique effect proved to be incredibly useful. In the blink of an eye, Han Li freed himself from the grip of gravity and, facing the approaching Titan giant ape, counterattacked with his scythe. Their battle was extraordinarily violent, a pure contest of strength, with each collision generating powerful shockwaves that reverberated throughout the arena. The earth trembled incessantly, causing all the soul beasts in the Star Dove forest to shiver in trepidation. This fierce combat continued for a full hour, and ultimately, it was the Titan giant ape that exhausted its stamina first, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Han Li, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, as if this battle were merely an appetizer. The Sky Blue Bull Python and Xiao Wu, who had been spectating, were left utterly astonished, while the Titan giant ape sighed in resignation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Titan giant ape. You have received the reward, the ability to extend the Titan giant ape's lifespan by 6 years, a critical reward of the gravity control domain, and a soul bone. Han Li's heart soared with joy. The rewards garnered from defeating the Titan giant ape exceeded his expectations. The gravity control domain compensated for Han Li's lack of domain-type skills, and the soul bone awarded by the system was not of ordinary quality, but rather a premium-grade, 100,000-year-old soul bone. Han Li's soul power surpassed that of the Titan giant ape by a slight margin. At the level of Super Douluo, further enhancement proved exceedingly challenging. Han Li expended the entirety of the Titan giant ape's 6 years of lifespan, only to acquire a single level of soul power, elevating his rank to 97. The lifespan of soul beasts greatly exceeds that of humans. Thus, a mere 6 years is trivial for a super soul beast like the Titan giant ape. It was precisely for this reason that Han Li felt justified in his actions. Now, I shall challenge you, Han Li declared, casting a glance at the celestial blue bull python. The celestial blue bull python retorted, "You have just emerged from a fierce battle. Are you certain you do not require rest?" A soul beast of such stature as the celestial blue bull python would hardly wish to bear the ignoble reputation of taking advantage of another's vulnerability. Unexpectedly, Han Li shook his head, maintaining his composure, and asserted that he felt in peak condition and did not need to recuperate. The Titan giant ape, sprawled on the ground, seemed as if struck by a devastating blow at that moment. "Very well, this is your decision." The celestial blue bull python responded swiftly, assuming a combat stance. It had been many years since the celestial blue bull python had engaged in battle. While it lacked the raw strength of the Titan giant ape, its overall prowess far surpassed that of its opponent. As a super soul beast with over 100,000 years of cultivation, the celestial blue bull python possessed numerous formidable abilities, including the slow field and the annihilation thunder, both of which were its signature techniques. The battle commenced with Han Li immediately subjected to an assault on the mental plane, momentarily rendering him disoriented and his limbs numb. Fortunately, Han Li's mental fortitude was robust. Had it been otherwise, this singular attack could have stripped him of all combat capability. Slow field. The celestial blue bull python bellowed, unleashing yet another area of effect skill. Within this domain, all of Han Li's attacks would be delayed, and his speed would diminish, as if he were moving at half speed. This predicament proved exceedingly vexing for Han Li. Fighting the Titan giant ape had been comparatively easier. Its primary attribute was sheer strength, and its attack patterns were rather straightforward, making it simpler to counter. However, this was merely Han Li's perspective. For other Title Douluo and Super Douluo, the Titan giant ape remained a formidable adversary. In the original narrative, the Spirit Hall, under the leadership of BB Dawn, suffered grievous losses while attempting to hunt the two great soul beasts. The celestial blue bull python, incensed, proved to be a terrifying foe, exceedingly difficult to contend with. When BB Dawn had hunted them, she had not only brought her own strength as a 98-level powerhouse, but also 6 Title Douluo, including the Juguido Douluo, who possessed a martial soul fusion technique. Even with such a formidable assembly, they had battled the two great soul beasts for several days before gaining a slight upper hand. The clash between Han Li and the celestial blue bull python was extraordinarily intense, leaving Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape astonished. The Titan giant ape had initially hoped for its elder sibling, the celestial blue bull python, to redeem its honor, only to find that the celestial blue bull python had not only failed to swiftly eliminate Han Li, but seemed to be at a disadvantage instead. The celestial blue bull python increasingly felt the strain. This Han Li was no ordinary individual. Could a mere child truly possess such terrifying strength? As the battle raged on, the celestial blue bull python unleashed a bolt of annihilation thunder, an overwhelming force directed at Han Li. Unperturbed, Han Li employed the long-range soul technique of his second martial soul to counter it. A torrent of soul power swirled behind Han Li, coalescing into the ethereal form of a fiery phoenix, which then released several waves of searing flames. The flames collided and sparked against the thunder, creating a dazzling array of fireworks. Amidst the barrage of soul techniques, Han Li swiftly maneuvered, akin to a flash of lightning, to the celestial blue bull python's rear. "Watch out," Han Li warned as he swung his scythe in a decisive strike. The flesh of top-tier soul beasts is typically as hard as rock, and ordinary weapons cannot inflict harm upon them. However, Han Li's scythe had evolved into a weapon of supreme quality, endowed with lethal force. The blow landed squarely on the celestial blue bull python, opening a gash and causing blood to spatter forth. The celestial blue bull python emitted a pained cry. Han Li, however, refrained from pursuing the advantage, recognizing that this battle had reached its conclusion. "I concede," the celestial blue bull python admitted, looking rather dejected. "Forgive me, my strikes lacked restraint. Allow me to tend to your wounds," Han Li offered graciously. The celestial blue bull python shook its head vigorously, insisting that the injury was inconsequential and did not warrant treatment. At that moment, the celestial blue bull python felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as it longed to burrow into the ground. As the sole beast sovereign of the Stardow Forest, with over 100,000 years of cultivation, it had been bested by a mere child of around 10 years old. If this news were to spread, how could the celestial blue bull python face others? Yet, a flicker of consolation remained. This battle had proven that Han Li possessed the capability to protect Xiao Wu, which put its mind at ease. Following the defeat of the celestial blue bull python, Han Li unsurprisingly received system rewards. By expending the 6 years of lifespan from the celestial blue bull python, he additionally gained the reward of a time stasis field and a soul bone, similar to the rewards obtained for defeating the Titan giant ape. Han Li swiftly converted the 6 years of the celestial blue bull python's lifespan into soul power, elevating his soul power level to 98. The celestial blue bull python sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "I have lingered in this Stardow forest for too long, and have not exercised in ages. This life of ease has dulled our sense of crisis. I once believed myself invincible, thinking no human soul master could defeat me. Now it seems there truly are greater beings beyond our ken." Xiao Wu, resonating with this sentiment, promptly replied, "Indeed, human soul masters are remarkably formidable now. Daming, Ming, you too must not remain idle. You must invest more time in your training." The Titan giant ape and celestial blue bull python, both colossal beings, were reprimanded by the diminutive Xiao Wu, creating an amusing spectacle. The two great soul beasts appeared as chastised children under her admonishment. "Ahem, you need not belittle yourselves so. Anli interjecta suddenly. In truth, you are indeed powerful. It is merely unfortunate that you encountered me." One could not help but perceive a hint of arrogance in Han Li's words. Perhaps he recognized this himself, hastily diverting the topic. "Among all human soul masters, in terms of one-on-one combat, there are no more than 5 who could best you," Han Li proclaimed emphatically, pointing at the celestial blue bull python. Han Li's intention was to reassure the two great soul beasts with this fact, but it had the opposite effect, amplifying the pressure on the celestial blue bull python, which had previously been unaware of the existence of so many formidable human opponents. Sister Xiao Wu is correct. Ming, we truly must strive harder, the celestial blue bull python asserted resolutely. Han Li recognized that his words had only exacerbated the situation and chose to remain silent. Although the two great soul beasts had been defeated by Han Li, their practical combat abilities had seen a slight enhancement. Having tasted a measure of success, they naturally desired to engage Han Li in battle once more. "Han Li, let's have another bout," the celestial blue bull python exclaimed eagerly. Han Li, perplexa, respunda. "Did we not just finish a fight? Is it not permissible to rest after a battle? We, Deming and Ming, know only you as a human powerhouse. Battling you will enhance our experience against human opponents." The celestial blue bull python reasoned logically. "Well, let's call it a day and take a rest." We can resume our battle tomorrow, Han Li said calmly. Having already vanquished two formidable soul beasts that day, he found no incentive to engage in another fruitless skirmish. Han Li suggested that if they were so eager for combat, they could engage in a friendly sparring match among themselves. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape found Han Li's proposal quite agreeable. Despite their years of companionship, they had never truly sparred with one another. Thus, the two soul beasts made their way to a spacious clearing, where they immediately commenced an intense bout. Chapter 147, The Alliance of Two Soul Beast Kings. Han Li and Xiao Wu, seeking some amusement, found a vantage point from which to observe the clash. In an effort to enhance his combat prowess, the sky blue bull python deviated from his usual tactics and opted to confront the Titan giant ape head-on. With the head of a bull and the body of a serpent, the sky blue bull python was long and powerful, exhibiting immense strength in both his bovine head and serpentine tail. In this exchange of might, the sky blue bull python surprisingly held his own against the Titan giant ape, a creature renowned for its sheer brute force. The Titan giant ape began to feel flustered. It had not anticipated that the sky blue bull python could display such remarkable dominance in a realm where it excelled. Under the mounting pressure from the sky blue bull python, the Titan giant ape strategy became chaotic and defensive. If this continued, it would not be long before the Titan giant ape faced a regrettable defeat. Unable to bear the sight, Han Li interjected with guidance, "Do not rush." While the Titan possesses terrifying explosive power, its endurance pales in comparison to yours. Maintain your rhythm and engage in a prolonged contest, and the tide will gradually turn in your favor. Furthermore, the bull's charge is its strongest asset. You should evade as much as possible, leveraging your strengths to attack its body. With Han Li's counsel, the Titan giant ape regained its composure and began to exchange blows with the sky blue bull python, resulting in an epic clash that raged across 81 rounds, engulfing the arena in chaos. Ultimately, both combatants were left utterly exhausted, with no clear victor emerging. Of course, had the sky blue bull python chosen to utilize its full arsenal and avoid close-quarters combat, the outcome would have been swiftly determined. However, what merit would such a victory hold? That evening, Han Li and Xiao Wu decided to stay the night. Xiao Wu led Han Li to her previous humble abode, a modest dwelling that bore little outward charm. Upon seeing the small house once more, Xiao Wu was flooded with memories she wished to forget. Let bygones be bygones. One must look forward. Han Li, understanding the tragic past that had befallen Xiao Wu during her childhood, gently placed his hand on her forehead in a gesture of comfort. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape excitedly sought out Han Li, eager to continue their battles. They wished not only to hone their combat skills, but also to reclaim their lost dignity. Very well, then let us proceed with a combined assault, Han Li declared, hands on his hips, exuding calm confidence. Are you sure, Han Li? I know of your strength, but does this not border on reckless overconfidence? The sky blue bull python inquired, eyes wide with surprise. My words reflect my assurance of victory, Han Li replied nonchalantly. All right, let's commence. Both soul beasts fixed their intense gazes upon Han Li, brimming with competitive spirit. Despite their bond with Xiao Wu, both soul beasts were proud and would not easily concede to anyone. The battle commenced. Initially believing that their combined forces would overwhelm Han Li, they were astonished to find him effortlessly handling their twin assaults. Han Li responded to the onslaught of the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape with remarkable composure, showing no signs of being flustered. As the two soul beasts began to take the fight more seriously, they unleashed their full capabilities, even preparing to reveal their ultimate techniques. Slow field, gravitational control field. They invoked their respective domains upon Han Li. However, what transpired next left them in utter shock. With a mere wave of his hand, Han Li summoned a familiar domain that enveloped them both. What? This is our domain, the Titan giant ape exclaimed in disbelief. We have underestimated Han Li once again. The sky blue bull python realized, awakening to the truth. It was evident that Han Li had replicated their techniques through some extraordinary means. In an instant, both Han Li and the soul beast found themselves subjected to the debilitating effects of the two domains, reverting to an equal footing. Han Li, prepare to experience our combination technique, the sky blue bull python announced loudly. While they lacked a martial soul fusion technique, their years of companionship had allowed them to develop a well-suited combination attack. The Titan giant ape grasped the sky blue bull python's tail firmly, while the latter coiled and braced itself, working in tandem with the Titan's pulling force. In a dizzying display, the Titan giant ape spun the sky blue bull python around, conjuring blue gusts of wind and crackling lightning. Wrath of the earth thunder. They both shouted in unison. This combination technique was perfectly attuned to their synergy, though it could not rival a Soul Master's martial soul fusion technique. It certainly produced a sum greater than its parts. Indeed, this combination technique is formidable, Han Li acknowledged, recognizing the prowess of their attack. This move appeared to be their trump card, one that had not been mentioned in the original text, likely because they had previously fallen victim to BB Dong's poison and thus had no opportunity to utilize it. Now, Han Li stood as the first to witness its execution. Lifting his scythe high, Han Li summoned flames that intensified as they danced along the blade, ultimately manifesting the ethereal image of a phoenix. Although Han Li possessed an almost supernatural system, he had not neglected the refinement of his own techniques. After upgrading his scythe martial soul to a pinnacle level, it not only retained its toxic properties, but also acquired a unique fire attribute, perhaps due to his second martial soul being the fire phoenix. The scythe could resonate with it under certain circumstances, giving birth to a powerful new technique. Phoenix Slash! Han Li cried out as he swung the scythe. A fiery arc emanated from the blade, taking the form of a tangible phoenix as it soared through the air. The two mighty techniques collided, resulting in a series of explosive detonations that birthed a colossal black mushroom cloud in the sky. Surroundings were engulfed in the tumult of the explosion, a dazzling array of lights flickering amidst the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing both soul beasts lying prostrate on the ground, while Han Li remained standing triumphantly, akin to an undefeated deity. "I have emerged victorious," Han Li stated with quiet satisfaction. With this triumph over the two soul beasts, Han Li was able to siphon 3 years of their lifespans each, additionally acquiring a unique mental interference domain. He promptly exchanged this newfound lifespan for soul power, elevating his soul power level to an astounding 99. At this moment, Han Li stood at the zenith of human soul masters, with only the divine realm beyond. In the aftermath of this fierce battle, the two soul beasts no longer exhibited their previous enthusiasm. They felt an overwhelming fatigue, accompanied by a sensation of life force ebbing away, as if they had aged significantly. Han Li, unperturbed by the siphoning of their lifespans, felt no guilt, knowing that the years he had taken from them amounted to but a mere trifle in their existence. Chapter 148. Return, Astonishing the Sword Bone Douluo. Xiao Wu was completely engrossed as she watched the entire battle unfold. It was utterly spectacular. Overflowing with excitement, she eagerly approached. Opportunities to witness such high-level combat were rare. As a soul emperor, she was able to glean a wealth of knowledge from the encounter. The once imposing two great soul beasts now lay exhausted and sprawled on the ground. After recovering, they could palpably sense a slight enhancement in their own strength. Over the next 5 or 6 days, the two soul beasts persistently sought out Han Li for sparring sessions, which, rather than being a mutual exchange, more accurately resembled one-sided beatings. Nevertheless, the soul beasts were undeterred, as they truly derived significant benefits from these battles. Correspondingly, Han Li extracted some of their lifespan in return, considering it as their tuition fee for enhancing their abilities. The total lifespan accumulated allowed Han Li to exchange for another level of soul power, and he finally broke through to level 100. Regrettably, this upgrade did not confer any tangible changes or enhancements upon him. Logically, reaching level 100 should have signified ascension to godhood. Han Li speculated that this was perhaps due to his lack of divine inheritance. In the realm of Douluo continent, the crux of achieving divinity lay with the gods themselves. Han Li was aware of certain locations where divine inheritances could be found, such as Sea God Island and the City of Slaughter. However, he did not covet the first or second-tier deities. They held little prestige in his eyes. He intended to create his own divine position, aspiring to become a legendary god king. Time was drawing near. It was time for their return. A few days later, Anli Ramarka Gazwadi. He was not a soul beast, so there was no necessity for him to remain in the Star Dove forest indefinitely. It was far more comfortable to reside in the human world. The two soul beasts reluctantly bid farewell to Han Li and Xiao Wu. Before departing, they repeatedly reminded Han Li to protect Xiao Wu and ensure she was not targeted by nefarious individuals. You should consider your own safety as well. The Spirit Hall may strike at any moment. Remain vigilant, Han Li responded. Should they encounter a powerful figure from the Spirit Hall, the situation would be dire, and they could seek him out near the Tiando Empire's capital, Tiando City. The sky blue bull python nodded in agreement and expressed gratitude once more. It had a rough understanding of the locations of the three pivotal cities, Tiando City, Xinglua City, and Wuhuan City. If indeed the Spirit Hall sent numerous powerful beings, the two soul beasts were uncertain they could withstand the onslaught. Naturally, they would not remain passive. They would fight with all their might and rally other soul beasts for assistance. However, having sensed Han Li's formidable strength, their confidence was somewhat lacking. If they truly found themselves outmatched, they would have no choice but to seek Han Li's aid. Thus, Han Li and Xiao Wu returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon learning of their return, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others joyfully rushed out to greet them. Did you gain anything from your journey in the Stardow Forest? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Of course. Xiao Wu immediately unleashed her martial spirit, 6 soul rings glowing in succession, and before long, the 7th soul ring manifested. However, this one was evidently different from the previous 6. Heavens! Xiao Wu, it's only been a few days. How have you suddenly become a soul sage? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in envy. Surprised? Aren't you? Xiao Wu replied with a flourish. By the way, this isn't a soul ring, it's a soul spirit. Xiao Wu pointed at her 7th soul ring and explained. Soul spirit? The term was utterly foreign to everyone present, even to the venerable Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who had lived for over a century. They became intensely curious about this phenomenon known as a soul spirit. The soul spirit is something I inadvertently created. Soul beasts can establish contracts with soul masters, allowing them to reside within the soul master's body, preserving their consciousness while bestowing soul skills upon the master. Han Li elaborated. This soul spirit can even move autonomously within a certain range, essentially providing an additional ally. Xiao Wu added enthusiastically. Sword Bonnet Douluo, Ning Feng Ti, Ning Grongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing were all astonished, marveling at this incredible revelation. Subsequently, under their watchful gaze, Xiao Wu summoned the soul spirit, revealing the previously near-death ancient soul beast. Now, the ancient soul beast appeared revitalized, exuding formidable combat prowess. Witnessing this transformation left everyone in awe. So remarkable. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing approached to greet the soul beast. Ning Fengji, however, wore a look of astonishment and hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, Han Li, are you saying that the soul beast voluntarily forms a contract with the soul master? Yet, soul beasts have always harbored intense hostility towards humans. How could they possibly accept a human as their master? Han Li patiently explained, indeed, humans and soul beasts have a historically antagonistic relationship. However, under the premise of mutual benefit, this conflict can often be resolved. He continued, the soul spirit that Xiao Wu possesses was originally a dying 10,000-year soul beast. If it had refused to cooperate with Xiao Wu, it would have perished soon. Now that it has become Xiao Wu's soul spirit, it can live as long as she does. Given time, should Xiao Wu ascend to divinity, this soul beast can also attain an immortal existence. During our time in the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu and I encountered those 2 super soul beasts in the core area. Han Li suddenly interjected. Ning Fengji and the Douluo immediately envisioned the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. They had heard whispers of the legends surrounding these 2 kings of soul beasts. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had long desired an opportunity to engage with them. Those 2 ferocious beasts didn't trouble you, did they? Ning Fengji asked with concern. Han Li shook his head without hesitation. I shared the concept of soul spirits with them and reached a collaborative agreement. He added, in the future, you too can attempt to acquire a soul spirit. Those 2 soul beast monarchs will seek out dying soul beasts to partner with you. Only soul beasts nearing the end of their lifespans are inclined to become soul spirits. Really? We also have a chance to obtain such soul spirits. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing shared in her enthusiasm. By the way, when did those 2 ferocious beasts become so accommodating? Sword Douluo questioned, puzzled. In their memory, the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape were known for their intense hatred of humans. I, of course, subdued them with my overwhelming strength. Anli raplia confidently. Sword Douluo and the others were left astonished. They had not anticipated that Han Li could tame such terrifying entities as the sky blue bull python and titan great ape during his journey. It was well known that even Bone Douluo, a seasoned super Douluo, would struggle to defeat the sky blue bull python. Clearly, Han Li's strength had significantly advanced. Han Li, you've improved again, just in time for us to have another sparring session. Sword Douluo said eagerly. Chapter 149, To the City of Slaughter, unleashing power. Certainly, but you two should hurry, as I will be leaving in a couple of days, Hanli replied slowly. What? You just returned. Why are you leaving again? Ning Feng Ti Gonteret. I suddenly recalled an intriguing place that my current strength is sufficient to explore. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached Hanli, each grasping one of his arms. The last time you ventured into the Stardow Forest, it was solely with Xiao Wu. Surely it is our turn this time? Ning Rongrong asserted with a hint of defiance. It seemed that unless Hanli consented to take them along, they would resolutely refuse to release their grip. However, Hanli firmly shook his head, making it clear that this matter was non-negotiable. Perhaps next time. The place I am headed to is exceedingly perilous. You ought to remain here at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Given that Hanli deemed the destination dangerous, it was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Although the three young women longed to accompany him, they were even more reluctant to become a source of trouble for him. Anli, you have grown to the extent that you no longer require our care, the sword Douluo imparted with deep concern. Yet, as your elders, we still wish for you to exercise caution while you journey alone. Always think twice before acting. Make sure you have considered everything before making a decision. And do not be careless. Hanli took the sword Douluo's words to heart, nodding in acknowledgement. After resting for 2 days at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Hanli set forth, embarking on a brand new journey. His destination this time was the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter was a legacy left by the Shura god a millennium ago, operating in an orderly fashion for a long time. The Rakshasa god and the Shura god were at odds. He conspired to corrupt the City of Slaughter, rendering it exceptionally wicked. Gradually, the City of Slaughter became a cradle for the fallen, where evildoers from all corners of the world congregated. Moreover, many evil soul masters, shunned by the righteous path, sought refuge here to escape persecution. In the past, Tang San, a prodigy of the Haotian sect and a limit Douluo at level 99, came here to inherit the legacy of the Shura god. Tang San, being extraordinarily gifted, completed several tests set forth by the Shura god. Unfortunately, under the interference of the Rakshasa god, he was ensnared by the blood-red, nine-headed bat. Consequently, Tang San lost his sanity, fell into complete depravity, and became a puppet, ultimately descending into the role of the King of Slaughter. Later, Bibi Dong and Tang Hao also ventured to the City of Slaughter for training, both of whom acquired the title of the God of Slaughter and returned safely. Notably, Bibi Dong obtained a legacy of the Rakshasa god here. Hanli exchanged for a map from the system shop, following the marked path to a desolate, eerie wilderness. Amidst the barrenness stood a small tavern. Hanli pushed open the door and surveyed the interior, where brutish men with fearsome visages filled the tavern, none of whom appeared benign. Oh, what is a child doing in a place like this? Little brother, are you lost? This is no place for you. The burly men jeered at him. Noticing Hanli's silence, they felt offended and began to advance menacingly. Did you not hear what I said? Are you deaf? The leader of the thugs exclaimed in exasperation, his bare torso revealing bulging muscles adorned with lifelike tattoos. Hanli maintained an air of indifference, completely disregarding them. All right, you little brat, you're playing with fire. Let me show you how to behave, the burly man declared as he swung a punch. During his strike, the fluctuation of soul power was palpable. These thugs were mostly soul masters, albeit at a lower level. Hanli, however, was not one to concede, countering with a punch that sent the man flying over 10 meters, crashing into the tavern wall and creating a large dent. The entire tavern erupted in uproar. A seemingly harmless child had just annihilated a robust man. This was utterly inconceivable. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanli proceeded to dispatch the remaining thugs. In a short span, all the unruly individuals in the tavern lay defeated at his feet. The taverness staff were bewildered, pondering how this child could be so extraordinarily formidable. Subsequently, Hanli effortlessly located the entrance to the City of Slaughter. Jumping into the abyss, Hanli landed in a world steeped in despair. He had always been aware of the existence of the City of Slaughter, but it was a perilous place, and in the past, his weakness had deterred him from venturing here. Now, having significantly grown in strength, he resolved to personally obliterate this filthy and wicked realm while reaping some rewards. To enter the City of Slaughter, one must undergo a trial. Only with sufficient killing intent would a messenger guide the individual within. However, departing from the City of Slaughter was far from a simple endeavor. The City of Slaughter was divided into inner and outer circles, with the inner circle housing a hellish arena where 10-person battles unfolded daily. Only by achieving 100 consecutive victories in the hellish arena could one gain the qualification to enter the Hell Road. The Hell Road was fraught with treacherous trials. and passing these tests was the only way to leave the City of Slaughter. Furthermore, as a miniature world created by the Shura god, the City of Slaughter possessed an extensive domain. Within the City of Slaughter, all individuals could only engage in combat using soul power and martial spirits, rendering soul techniques unusable. At the entrance of the City of Slaughter, Han Li, weary of following procedures, decided to storm in directly. The guard stationed at the entrance quickly discerned Han Li's intentions and rushed to intercept him. Clad in bronze armor and wielding sharp weapons, these guards approached with hostility. "You seek death," Han Li remarked impassively. In the next moment, all the guards collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Stepping into the outer circle of the City of Slaughter, the sky grew even dimmer, casting an oppressive gloom. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Han Li's hand was already tightly gripping his scythe as he began indiscriminately attacking everyone in sight. These were individuals steeped in sin, having committed innumerable heinous acts. They had thrived in the outside world, exuding arrogance and dominance. However, upon entering the City of Slaughter, they were confronted with their own insignificance, forced to linger in the outer circle, merely surviving day by day. Yet today, Han Li had arrived. With reckless abandon, Han Li swung his glimmering scythe, dispatching those evildoers one after another as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Naturally, the villains would not surrender without a fight, but they were utterly incapable of withstanding Han Li's onslaught. "Damn it, where did this child come from? How dare you act so recklessly here?" Several men wielding curved knives swiftly surrounded Han Li, asserting their dominance in the area. "Don't be deceived by this child's appearance. He just killed over a dozen people in a row," one man warned loudly. "Those he killed were mere trifles. How could he possibly be our match?" No sooner had he spoken than these men launched a fierce assault on Han Li, outnumbered and attacking from multiple directions. Their coordination was evident. Han Li, unfazed, spun around and unleashed a wave of sharp sword energy. This sword energy, a milky white, possessed tremendous lethality and astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the law enforcement team was also felled. The villains, who had been boasting just a moment ago, were now all dispatched. Each one was struck by an unstoppable surge of sword energy, leaving them with gaping wounds. "Traj, Han Li diz fugir remarca." He continued to advance, resembling a deathly specter in the night. Those around him bore witness to Han Li's terrifying prowess, abandoning any thoughts of combat and fleeing in panic. "Don't come near. I'm still young. Spare my life." A cacophony of anguished cries resounded, unceasing and relentless. As Han Li pressed further, he encountered some impetuous youths who, emboldened, launched themselves at him. Strangely, their fates were uniformly grim, as they became mere specters under Han Li's blade. In vanquishing these nefarious and fallen souls, Han Li also siphoned away their lifespans, utilizing this newfound vitality to augment the longevity of his soul rings. The commotion he stirred was increasingly alarming, even drawing the attention of the enforcers of the City of Slaughter. On the surface, the City of Slaughter appeared as an anarchic no-man's land devoid of rules. Yet beneath this faade lay the presence of law enforcement officers. In instances of chaos, they were tasked with restoring order and neutralizing threats. These enforcers rarely revealed themselves. Indeed, during Tang San's trials within the City of Slaughter, he had never encountered them. However, Han Li's relentless killing spree showed no signs of abating, prompting the enforcers to intervene lest the very foundation of the city be shaken. A contingent of over a dozen high-ranking soul masters was dispatched, led by a formidable title Douluo. Clad in flowing black robes and adorned with masks, they exuded an air of mystery. Upon sighting these enforcers, the soon-to-be victims felt an immediate sense of relief. The fallen ones harbored a profound fear of the enforcers. Typically, they would hastily avoid them. Yet in this moment, they found themselves yearning for the presence of those they usually despised. "You have been surrounded. Cease your reckless behavior and surrender at once," the leader proclaimed loudly. Han Li, disinterested in their bluster, opted for a preemptive strike. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he targeted a corpulent man nearby. Just as the scythe was poised to sever the man's neck, he abruptly dashed sideways, narrowly evading the attack. Han Li, unfazed, muttered, "So they can indeed employ soul techniques?" Indeed, in that critical moment, the rotund man had activated a soul skill to enhance his speed. Otherwise, Han Li's timing and velocity would have rendered such an escape impossible. "We are internal personnel of the City of Slaughter, thus unaffected by the domain. Surrender now. Even if your soul power is formidable, without soul techniques, you remain at our mercy," the corpulent man boasted with arrogance. "Huh, I need not rely on soul techniques to deal with you, Han Li retorted. Moreover, here is a piece of unwelcome news. I am the destroyer. From this day forth, the city of slaughter shall cease to exist. Han Li remained calm and self-assured, undeterred by the man's bravado. How arrogant! I shall take the lead. You all provide support. The leader shouted, his martial spirit, a beast type of considerable quality, unleashed. Upon activating his martial spirit's true form, his physique swelled, muscles bulging as he surged forth like a ravenous tiger, pouncing on his prey. Han Li, unwabaring, infused his scythe with soul power, flames erupting as he unleashed a barrage of slashes. In the initial clash, Han Li dominated, driving the leader back with an incredulous expression. He had just activated his 7th soul skill, bolstering his strength exponentially. Yet, even soul masters 2 levels above him would falter without the ability to employ their soul techniques. Had the leader known Han Li's true soul power level, his confusion would have been dispelled. Han Li was now a centenarian powerhouse, while the leader had only recently attained the rank of title Douluo at level 91. Such a vast disparity in levels could not be bridged by 1 or 2 soul skills. What manner of monster are you? The leader murmured. Meanwhile, the enforcers surrounding Han Li unleashed a flurry of soul techniques, bombarding him from all sides. Han Li deftly wielded his scythe, effortlessly countering each assault. Now it is my turn, Han Li said calmly. The onlookers anticipated another charge from Han Li, but instead, he remained still, quietly switching his martial spirit. A resplendent fire phoenix materialized beside him, and he unleashed a multitude of red fireballs towards the enforcers. What? You can also use soul techniques? The enforcers gasped, their expressions one of disbelief. They possessed such abilities due to their privileges, yet how could an outsider like Han Li wield the same power? Embrace the fiery embrace. Anli lauga fartili. Initially, he believed he could not use soul techniques, but upon further investigation, he discovered he could indeed do so, likely a consequence of reaching the pinnacle of soul power at level 100. Han Li was but a step away from divinity, a self-styled god without a crown. Such a domain could not constrain his actions. The sky erupted with fireballs, mercilessly engulfing the enforcers and reducing them to chaos. When the flames subsided, the scene was one of devastation, with only a few survivors, 3 or 4, remaining. Could it be that you are a deity? The leader asked cautiously. Not at all, Han Li replied, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. However, while I'm not a god, I undoubtedly possess godlike combat prowess. Your demise at my hands would be no injustice. Han Li spoke from a position of undeniable superiority. Now, you two shall join your comrades. In an instant, Han Li vanished, reappearing amidst the remaining enforcers. He proclaimed, swinging his flame-ensconced scythe, unleashing a torrent of cutting energy that swiftly felled the remaining adversaries. Now, only the leader remained, desperately clinging to life. As a title Douluo, he still possessed a modicum of strength. I can see that you are formidable, powerful enough to instill fear in me. But the city of slaughter is not a place for your tyranny, he stated coldly. Do you truly believe that your so-called king of slaughter could stand against me? The king may not best you. But do you know who stands behind the city of slaughter? You must be referring to the Shura god. When Han Li uttered the name of the Shura god, he did so with a dismissive air, as if the entity were of no consequence. The leader's face paled in shock. Since you are aware that this is the domain of that great deity, why do you dare act with such impunity? Quite simply, because I fear him not at all. Anli raplia nonchalantly. No, you must be mad. That is a divine being, the leader shouted. Your understanding is woefully limited. In an instant, Han Li appeared behind the leader, his sharp scythe piercing through his body, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Thus, the law enforcement team of the city of slaughter was utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors. With the powerful enforcers defeated, the hopes of the surrounding soul masters were shattered. In a state of terror, they began to flee. Planning to escape? Have you consulted with my opinion? Anlikirka antiazulandezas ayabro. The speed of these soul masters pales in comparison to that of Han Li. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, he wreaked havoc among the crowd, creating a scene reminiscent of a wild wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. In a matter of moments, Han Li eliminated every individual he laid eyes upon. These soul masters, laden with sins, prompted the system to reward Han Li with a doubling of his lifespan. What a delightful surprise. Ecstatic, Han Li consumed all the additional years granted to him, an impressive total of over 2,000. Moreover, the system bestowed upon him several soul techniques. Soul technique. Open the heavenly gate with a blade. Soul technique, brute thirst. Soul technique, group weakening. Soul technique, Blazing Sunday. Although these techniques may not be widely recognized for their formidable strength, acquiring an additional soul technique is undoubtedly advantageous for Han Li. His greatest asset lies in his multitude of soul techniques, which require minimal soul power. Under such circumstances, Han Li could unleash a relentless barrage of soul technique assaults upon his adversaries. Simply overwhelming them with sheer numbers could lead to their demise. Having swiftly harvested the outer circle of soul masters, all 18 of his soul rings, derived from his dual martial souls, were elevated to over 100,000 years. All displayed a striking crimson hue. Merely revealing this astonishing soul ring configuration during battle would likely terrify his opponents. Yet, Han Li was not content with this achievement. He pressed further into the depths, advancing toward the inner circle to continue his harvest of these wicked soul masters. The number of soul masters in the inner circle was significantly reduced, yet their strength surpassed that of those previously encountered. Those who could navigate this inner sanctum were far from ordinary. As Han Li traversed the shadowy streets, a stench of decay wafted into his nostrils. The city of slaughter was perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight or daybreak. "You look unfamiliar. Are you new here?" boomed a voice. "What audacity you possess. Daring to venture here right after your arrival?" A group of burly men swiftly encircled Han Li, each manifesting their respective martial souls, most being formidable beast-type souls that granted them significant enhancements. Han Li maintained his composure, provocatively gesturing as if to say, "Come at me." The hulking figures could no longer remain passive. They resolved to impart a lesson to this young, impudent fool, to teach him that the city of slaughter was no easy place to navigate. Simultaneously, Han Li found himself besieged by attacks from all directions. No matter where he attempted to defend, he was struck by soul masters from other angles. In response, he unleashed his martial soul true form, a magnificent phoenix engulfed in flames, radiating an overwhelming aura that sent numerous soul masters flying. "This boy is no simpleton," they muttered amongst themselves, but before they could react, torrents of ferocious flames descended upon them. The inferno consumed all in its path, with several soul masters perishing instantly, reduced to ash. The power of this technique is quite commendable, Han Li mused thoughtfully. Before long, more individuals began converging upon his location. Those capable of establishing themselves in the inner circle were predominantly powerful and astute. They quickly deduced that Han Li represented an extreme danger. Though they often found themselves at odds, they resolutely chose to temporarily ally in the face of this threat. The amalgamation of their forces coalesced into a formidable unit. "Have you all come to me? Perfect. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one," Han Li remarked nonchalantly. "You are rather overconfident, believing us easily subdued?" A voice retorted, "Brothers, let this little fellow witness our might." They all shouted in unison. An array of martial souls and soul rings illuminating the battlefield, creating a spectacular display of light. Han Li unleashed his soul technique, sweeping through the masses. In a moment of clarity, immense soul power surged upward, coalescing into thousands of radiant blades, each possessing formidable strength. When aggregated, their power increased exponentially. "Descend," Han Li commanded softly, and those blades, akin to untamed stallions, surged forth. Around him, the soul masters employed their unique abilities to counter Han Li's onslaught of light blades. When the barrage concluded, approximately half of the assembled individuals were eliminated, effectively dealing with the weakest of the group in advance. Subsequently, Han Li accelerated his movements. Darting into the throng, he danced gracefully, his scythe cleaving through foes with ease. "One slash, one foe," he declared, embodying the elegance of a dancer in motion. The malevolent soul masters were, after all, human. Faced with the terrifying prowess of Han Li, fear drove many to flee. They realized that continuing the fight would lead only to their demise. Despite their swift attempts to escape, they could not outrun Han Li's ranged soul techniques. Phoenix Fire Line, Fireball Launch. Han Li operated with remarkable efficiency, eradicating every soul master in the inner circle by the afternoon's end. In that vast expanse, not a single soul remained alive aside from Han Li. The ground was strewn with bodies, lying haphazardly. Han Li settled onto the ground, resting while assessing his spoils. His lifespan had increased by several hundred years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward. A right arm bone of 10,000 years. Suitable for fusion with speed-type soul masters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new soul technique. Dark Moonstream, Flying Sand and Stone, Thunder on a Clear Day. Another soul bone. Regardless of the era, soul bones were undoubtedly the most precious items on the continent. However, this particular soul bone was merely of ordinary 10,000 years. Unworthy of Han Li's stature, at least 100,000-year soul bone would befit his identity. He stored the soul bone within the system, intending to gift it to someone when necessary. Chapter 152. The King of Slaughter, Tang San, emerges. The city of Slaughter, suddenly awash with casualties, roused the slumbering consciousness of the Rakshasa god. Enraged, the Rakshasa god erupted, for although the city of Slaughter was a creation of the Asura god, it had followed her prescribed trajectory since her defilement. Han Li's actions were tantamount to damaging the Rakshasa god's most cherished toy. Yet, upon further reflection, the Rakshasa god considered this might be a fortuitous turn of events. Subsequently, her consciousness erupted in maniacal laughter, viewing Han Li as her prey. She resolved to capture and toy with him. After a moment of contemplation, the Rakshasa god decided to send Tang San to confront Han Li. At that moment, Han Li was resting on the desolate street when he suddenly sensed a colossal aura. A red killing intent drifted through the air, accompanied by the sounds of bats. A towering figure gradually materialized not far from Han Li. The individual was tall and imposing, his skin pale and glowing with a blood-like hue, clad in dark red attire, resembling a regal figure, with a pair of matching wings sprouting from his back. "I am the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter," the man declared coldly. Han Li regarded the King of Slaughter with amusement, fully aware that this man was none other than Tang San's great-grandfather, the former leader of the Haotian sect, Tang San. "Have you come to challenge me?" Han Li inquired, his demeanor unruffled. "I have been entrusted to apprehend you," Tang San replied. "If you wish to avoid a painful fate, surrender promptly. It would be in the best interest of both you and me," Tang San directly threatened. "I do not believe you possess the strength to defeat me. Let's settle this with our fists." Tang San, boasting a soul power level of 99, was a pinnacle Douluo, recognized as the foremost being on the continent during his prime. Even Douluo, also at level 99, had once fallen to his might. Although Tang San had yet to breach the 100-level mark, his participation in the Shura God assessment had infused him with a trace of divine essence, further augmenting his power, bringing him perilously close to true divinity. Moreover, the Slaughter City served as half of Tang San's dominion, enabling him to unleash even greater strength, posing a formidable challenge. However, Anlibaz no Pushuve. He had recently ascended to the 100 level, equipped with 2 supreme martial souls and 18 soul rings of 100,000 years each. Han Li's repertoire of soul skills was vast, and in a true confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Tang San raised his palm and, without warning, released a blood-red beam of light that soared through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star. Soul masters beneath the rank of title Douluo were utterly incapable of evading it. Even Han Li sensed an aura of danger emanating from the beam, indicating it was not a mere soul skill, but rather a formidable strike infused with divine intent. Space jump. Just as the crimson beam was about to strike Han Li, he radiated a faint glow and vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared 10 meters away in a safe location. Indeed, space jump was one of the numerous soul skills Han Li had acquired during this period. Unlike Xiao Wu's instantaneous teleportation, which allowed her to shift positions repeatedly within a battle as long as she had sufficient soul power, Han Li's space jump could only be utilized once every 10 minutes, covering a maximum distance of about 30 meters. This skill was meant for life-saving situations. To maximize its effectiveness, Slaughter Domain, Tang San Baolao. This was an exclusive domain skill possessed by the King of Slaughter. Within the Slaughter Domain, all of an opponent's soul skills, including soul bone abilities, would be rendered ineffective. By employing a particular method, Tang San could expand the Slaughter Domain to encompass the entirety of the Slaughter City, thereby preventing soul masters from utilizing their skills in combat. Earlier, Han Li had managed to break free from the constraints of the domain through his own formidable strength during his battle with the enforcement team. However, with Tang San now so close and the effects of the Slaughter City maximized, Han Li was unable to easily dispel the influence this time. Without the ability to use soul skills, I wonder how you intend to defeat me. Tang San's confidence surged. A blue light materialized in Tang San's hand, revealing the immense Haotian hammer. As he soared toward Han Li, he activated a soul skill to amplify his own strength. Faced with the inability to employ soul skills, Han Li remained steadfast, wielding his scythe to engage in a fierce clash. Even without the enhancement of soul skills, He believed he would not be outmatched in raw power against Tang Chen. The Haotian hammer was renowned as the supreme martial soul across the continent, possessing unparalleled might and a natural advantage over other weapon-type martial souls. The initial ordinary scythe could not withstand the Haotian hammer's ferocious onslaught. Yet Han Li had elevated the quality of his scythe numerous times. Now his scythe could be deemed a top-tier martial soul. The sharp blade and solid hammerhead clashed repeatedly, sparking brilliant flames with each collision, creating an uproar reminiscent of a minor earthquake. "Who on earth are you?" Tang Chun gasped in astonishment. His consciousness had long been ensnared by the alluring influence of the Rakshasa god, leading him to lose his true nature and forget much of his past. Yet, he still recalled that the Haotian hammer was an immensely powerful martial soul, nearly unmatched in its prowess. Prior to launching his attack, Tang Chun had specifically utilized a soul skill to enhance his strength. Under such advantageous conditions, the fact that Han Li could hold his ground was truly astonishing. "You don't even know who you are, yet you dare boast about capturing me?" Han Li Skufa. "Huh, no matter your background in the Slaughter City, I am the ultimate authority." In the blink of an eye, Tang Chun unleashed another soul skill, raising the Haotian hammer high above his head. Gripping it firmly with both hands, he spun the Haotian hammer rapidly, conjuring powerful gusts of wind, his might reaching its zenith. Wind of power. The fierce winds lifted Tang Chun gracefully into the air, making him the eye of a magnificent tornado. Han Li understood that he could not withstand this attack solely with his own strength. To avoid being at a disadvantage and to swiftly conclude this battle, he needed to devise a means to counter the immense influence of the Slaughter Domain, while Tang Chun concentrated on gathering his soul skill. Han Li's consciousness entered the system marketplace in search of useful items. Soon, his gaze fell upon an unassuming ring. It was a silver-white ring, emanating a plain yet captivating glow. This ring possessed a special function that could prove invaluable at this moment. "Heaven is aiding me." Chapter 153. No one can break my Slaughter Domain. No, it should be said the system is aiding me. Han Li felt an exhilarating rush. Fortuitously, the cost and lifespan to exchange for this ring was minimal, and he had enough remaining lifespan to cover the expense. In a daze, a silver-white ring appeared on Han Li's index finger. "Break." Han Li utarat calmly. The ring immediately emitted white, wave-like light, soft and feeble. This light posed no harm to people or objects. Its sole target was the nearby domain. As soon as the unassuming wave of light made contact with the encompassing Slaughter Domain, it shattered entirely. With the restrictions of the Slaughter Domain lifted, Han Li could once again wield his soul skills at will. "Let us see how you intend to contend with me now," Han Li remarked with a slight smirk. Ninth soul skill, Sea of Blades. Han Li, wielding his scythe, gestured in the air, performing a fluid series of blade techniques that flowed like water. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Han Li was performing a dance. Throughout this process, a massive amount of soul power surged within him, transforming into countless star-like points that ascended into the sky, converging into a circular opening. Subsequently, an overwhelming number of sharp blades erupted from the circular void, resembling a rushing river. This was the Sea of Blades. The Sea of Blades surged toward Tang Chen's tornado. Both combatants, each possessing their respective 100-level powers, conjured a battle replete with extraordinary phenomena, captivating in its spectacle. The two surging energies collided, generating a violent shockwave. Moments later, as the dust settled, Tang Chun crashed heavily to the ground, while Han Li merely took a slight step back. "Impossible. No one can break my Slaughter Domain." Tang Chun screamed in a fit of madness. "Impossible? There is no such thing as impossibility. Your inability to comprehend merely reflects your narrow vision," Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "I will fight you to the end." Tang Chun resembled a wild stallion that had broken free, dashing frantically towards Han Li, wielding a massive hammer. Han Li, with remarkable composure, deflected the onslaught with his scythe, exuding an air of effortless mastery. It must be acknowledged that the Haotian hammer is rightfully regarded as the world's foremost weapon soul. With the assistance of the system, Han Li had upgraded his scythe numerous times, yet its quality merely matched that of the Haotian hammer. The reason for Tang Chen's disadvantage lay in the inherent disparity in their overall strengths. Among his peers, Tang Chun was considered the most outstanding, yet he paled in comparison to Han Li. Setting aside the additional soul skills granted by the system, Han Li possessed 2 high-quality weapon souls, thus boasting 9 more soul rings than Tang Chun. It is essential to note that each extra soul ring not only bestows powerful soul skills, but also significantly enhances one's physical attributes. Furthermore, all of Han Li's soul rings were of 100,000 years, granting him astonishing improvements. Even though Tang San was also a dual weapon soul holder with 18 soul rings, he could not match Han Li's extraordinary soul ring configuration. As Tang San engaged in close combat, he unleashed a succession of soul skills, predominantly focused on augmenting his own abilities. However, despite employing all his skills, he could not exert any pressure on Han Li. "Now, it is my turn," Han Li remarked coolly. He commenced his counterattack, unleashing soul skills that were progressively more formidable and diverse. Whether enhancing his own attributes or launching assaults, Han Li possessed an array of skills at his disposal. His scythe, characterized by speed, precision, and ferocity, struck with increasing intensity with each blow. Under Han Li's relentless onslaught, Tang San soon found himself unable to withstand the pressure. Beads of sweat streamed down Tang San's face, and his breaths became increasingly labored, the strength behind his swings of the Haotian hammer visibly waning. This was the aftereffect of having unleashed 9 soul skills in quick succession. It is uncommon for a soul master to recklessly employ so many skills in succession. Their soul power is finite, and frequent usage leads to accelerated consumption. Once the soul power is exhausted, one becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Han Li, quick on his feet, seized the opportunity and delivered a kick to Tang San's abdomen. Tang San let out a pained cry, crashing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Han Li approached the pit, observing Tang San lying below. The latter had lost the strength to rise. His consciousness gradually faded, and he slipped into unconsciousness. "Is this how it ends?" anticipata, Fan Li murmurat. Tang San's vulnerability was significantly attributed to his mind being tampered with by the Rakshasa god, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Nevertheless, Han Li refrained from delivering a finishing blow, choosing instead to spare Tang San's life. The sudden assault on him was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone's influence. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa god learned of Tang San's defeat and was consumed by rage. In her eyes, Han Li was merely a relatively strong ant among humans, yet this weakling had caused her considerable trouble. "Tang San, you are truly worthless. Unable to defeat even a mortal devoid of divine legacy, it is no wonder you cannot complete the Shura god assessment," the Rakshasa god lamented. Her consciousness covertly monitored Han Li's movements, and she noted with astonishment that he was unaffected by the malevolent energy of the city of slaughter. What is amiss with this child, barely 10 years old? The Rakshasa god could not yet manifest herself to confront Han Li directly. She could only hope that the ancient beasts of the road to hell would eliminate this pest. Han Li navigated through the core of the city of slaughter, which had descended into utter chaos. Those of considerable strength sensed the waning aura of the king of slaughter disseminating the news. Without the king's deterrence, the nefarious inhabitants became increasingly brazen. The city of slaughter erupted in insurrection. As Han Li approached, he was targeted by a group of burly men nearby. The men charged towards him in unison, yet midway through their advance, one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that their bodies had been severed. Han Li resumed his merciless rampage, slaying every individual in his sight. No one posed a challenge to him. The strongest soul masters in the city of slaughter were merely at the level of soul Douluo, a triviality for Han Li. After all, who among those capable of ascending to title Douluo would willingly come to such a wretched place? After 3 to 4 hours, Han Li had purged the core area of the city of slaughter. Surveying the corpses of the scoundrels strewn about, he smiled, deeming it a good deed, ensuring they could not wreak havoc upon others in the future. Chapter 154, Journey to the Road to Hell, continuing the carnage. Thus, under Han Li's visitation, the city of slaughter had been reduced to a ghost town. With no further reason to linger, he strode purposefully towards the hellish arena. Once bustling with activity, the arena was now eerily silent, devoid of combatants and spectators alike. After Han Li's tumultuous intervention, the entrance to the road to hell had successfully opened. Without hesitation, he leaped forward. The so-called road to hell was a narrow pathway, seemingly constructed from stone bricks, reminiscent of a scene from a temple escape. However, beneath lay bubbling magma, and a fall would likely result in incineration. Han Li scrutinized the stones before him, where someone had etched a phrase in blood: "You betrayed me." The road to hell was fraught with treachery. Even companions could suddenly turn against one another. Han Li began his advance, traversing the narrow path. After an indeterminate duration, A sound echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a swarm of blood-red bats approaching in unison. This was the first trial of the road to hell. Each bat bore sharp fangs, flapping its wings and flying at great speed. Sixth soul skill, sweep of 10,000 armies, Hanli declared. A fiery scythe materialized beside him, casting numerous afterimages that converged skyward. The afterimages swiftly transformed into razor-sharp blades. Under Han Li's command, these blades surged toward the swarm of bats. The sweep of 10,000 armies, a soul skill of Han Li's first weapon soul, possessed both extensive range and formidable lethality. The impact of the light blades was broad. Any bat that encountered them was instantly sliced in two, plummeting into the magma below. What appeared to be a formidable swarm of bats was effortlessly annihilated by Han Li, utilizing merely a single soul skill. Continuing onward, Han Li became acutely aware that the road to hell was growing increasingly sweltering, thick with the stench of murderous intent. If what was not sufficiently resolute, it was easy to be swayed by this malevolence, leading to a disordered mind. However, Han Li exhibited no such concerns. He wielded a soul skill that could stabilize the mind, effectively countering the encroaching malevolence. After advancing further, Han Li encountered the second trial of the road to hell. Before him loomed a colossal creature. Here lies the legendary dark golden, three-headed Bat King. As its name implies, it possesses 3 heads, each adorned with numerous bat-like characteristics, along with a pair of grand wings sprouting from its back. The aura emanating from the dark golden, three-headed Bat King is akin to that of the King of Slaughter. Upon closer inspection, Han Li immediately deduces that this creature possesses a remarkable regenerative ability. Its vulnerability is glaringly apparent. It resides within its 3 heads. However, if even one head is severed, it will rapidly regenerate, and its strength will subsequently increase. To vanquish the dark golden, three-headed Bat King, one must simultaneously sever all 3 heads within a brief time frame. Otherwise, an endless battle awaits, one that will only cease when the Soul Master collapses from exhaustion. With a firm grip on his sharp scythe, Han Li deftly leaps into the air, soaring over 10 meters as he lunges toward the Bat King. Naturally, the dark golden, three-headed Bat King will not foolishly remain stationary for Han Li to strike. Its speed surpasses that of the bats previously encountered. A nimble little creature, indeed. Anli Ramarkskazwadi. He channels a substantial amount of soul power into his scythe, anticipating that this forthcoming strike will yield astonishing amplification. Han Li meticulously tracks the movements of the dark golden, three-headed Bat King, every action falling well within his control. When the moment is ripe, he suddenly employs a spatial leap, appearing in the creature's blind spot, just behind it. With a swift motion, the sharp scythe pierces through all 3 heads simultaneously. The severed bat heads plummet into the unfathomable depths of the magma, sending forth a spray of golden liquid, presumably the Bat King's blood. Bereft of its 3 heads, the dark golden, three-headed Bat King loses its vitality and plummets downward. Job well done, Han Li declares, sheathing his scythe and dusting off his hands as he makes his escape. Thus far, the trials encountered on the road of hell have proven exceedingly simple for him. This is not due to the ease of the challenges, but rather Han Li's overwhelming strength. Accelerating his pace, Han Li is keen to avoid lingering in this place for too long. As he advances, he finally faces a formidable opponent, an ancient ferocious beast known as the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. This creature stands as a king among serpent soul beasts, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Its serpentine body, coiled and undulating, is adorned with 10 heads of varying sizes, rendering its upper body somewhat corpulent, a striking resemblance to the legendary Yamada no Orochi. Much like his previous encounter with the dark golden, three-headed Bat King, to completely defeat the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, all 10 of its heads must be severed simultaneously. Countless soul masters have met their demise at this very juncture throughout history. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent, in a state of extreme agitation, appears to have been waiting impatiently. Upon spotting Han Li, it assumes a combative stance, emitting a cacophony of roars. Han Li surmises that the serpent is likely influenced by the will of the Rakshasa god, which will undoubtedly complicate this challenge to some extent. Nevertheless, Han Li remains unperturbed, exuding an air of calm as he strolls forward with a serene expression. "Allow me to impart a lesson," he proclaims, initiating the offensive by gliding forward with ghostly grace toward the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The serpent opens its maw, unleashing a beam of crimson light. Han Li deftly rolls aside, evading the attack, and swiftly closing the distance to the serpent's front. This time, Han Li targets the serpent's body, delivering several rapid strikes that leave deep gashes upon its form. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent erupts into a frenzied state, its strength and speed augmented as it lashes out. Although it has managed to strike Han Li, the damage inflicted is relatively minor. In contrast, the serpent suffers grievous injuries, its mobility significantly impaired. Let the storm of soul techniques commence, Han Li exclaims, levitating in midair and extending his arms in an embrace. In this moment, he unleashes a barrage of potent soul techniques. A myriad of dazzling effects cascade from the heavens, converging upon the 10-headed fiery sun serpent in a vibrant display. The serpent attempts to evade Han Li's onslaught. However, the breadth of his attacks proves overwhelming. Countless soul techniques bombard the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, eliciting anguished cries from the creature. The relentless assault inflicts severe damage upon the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, its condition deteriorating rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li unleashes even more formidable soul techniques. A colossal, long sword manifests above the serpent's head, plummeting swiftly. The force of the sword's descent triggers a series of explosive detonations, delivering a cataclysmic blow to the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. As Han Li ceases his assault, the road of hell falls silent, even the serpent's cries extinguished. When the smoke clears, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent lies in tatters, its 10 heads shattered beyond recognition. Truly, it was not meant to withstand, Han Li muses softly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from the site of the serpent's demise. Could it be a soul ring? Han Li contemplates, only to quickly dismiss the thought. As an ancient ferocious beast, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent differs significantly from regular soul beasts, and does not directly yield a soul ring upon death. What then could it be? Approaching the site, Han Li extends his hand into the debris, retrieving a golden core. Ah, the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. He exclaims, this is indeed a prized possession. This inner core grants immunity to all serpent poisons and exerts a restraining effect on all serpent species. The aggregate number of serpent soul beasts and soul masters who wield serpent-type martial spirits is not insignificant. Furthermore, 4 fire element soul masters. This inner core can be transformed into a soul ring, with a slight chance of enhancing the quality of their martial spirit. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun had once upgraded his Fire Phoenix martial spirit to the 9-headed Fire Phoenix martial spirit after consuming an inner core, significantly improving its quality. Han Li discreetly stows the inner core in his pouch and resumes his journey. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa god lurks in the shadows, seething with fury. She had originally hoped that the trials of the road of hell would impede Han Li, imparting him a severe lesson. To her dismay, these trials have proven to be mere trifles for Han Li, who breezes through them with little effort. Consumed by resentment, the Rakshasa god utilizes her powers to introduce another challenge, one that aims to summon Han Li's inner demons, compelling them to turn against one another. Yet ultimately, the Rakshasa god has miscalculated. Han Li's resolve is unwavering. He harbors no inner demons, rendering this trial moot. At that moment, Han Li suddenly glances upward, calling out, Rakshasa god, I am aware of your machinations. The city of slaughter was once a splendid place, yet you have sullied it, transforming it into a cradle for the fallen. Today, I shall eradicate this vile abode once and for all. With unyielding determination, Han Li retrieves a prized celestial herb acquired from the Eye of Ice and Fire, casting it into the seething magma below. This herb, harmless and invaluable, becomes a lethal toxin in the context of such an evil stronghold. Under the herb's influence, the once relatively calm magma surges violently, roiling as if on the verge of eruption. Han Li hastily approached the exit, and before departing, declared, Resetsu God, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the divine realm and slay you. Cleanse your neck and await my arrival. Ha ha ha. The Resetsu God's consciousness gazed eagerly as Han Li gracefully passed through the assessment, his arrogant demeanor inciting an uncontrollable fury within the Resetsu God. Han Li, I shall remember you. I want you to die before you even reach the divine realm. The Resetsu God roared in anger. In the spirit hall of the spirit city, Hope Bibi Dong sat quietly in her chair, the grand hall devoid of any presence save for her own. In a moment of distraction, she unexpectedly received a communication signal from the Resetsu God. Eerie patterns emerged from the ground, accompanied by a suffocating scent of blood. A dark purple light filled much of the room, and the ethereal figure of the Resetsu God materialized atop the formation. I require your assistance in eliminating someone. The Resetsu God stated directly, her anger palpable even after she had calmed herself. Bibi Dong, taken aback, pondered what manner of individual could elicit such concern from a deity. "Who is it?" she inquired. "Han Li, the Resetsu god," replied. This name was not unfamiliar to Bibi Dong. She had previously dispatched numerous titled Douluos to capture this young genius, which had warranted her attention. "I am aware of Han Li. Despite his youth, he possesses combat prowess on par with a titled Douluo, and I have suffered considerable losses at his hands," Bibi Dong responded. "Spare me the platitudes. Can you kill him or not?" The Resetsu god expressed her impatience. Bibi Dong shook her head without hesitation. "I'm afraid I cannot." She explained that she had yet to complete the soul rings for her second martial soul, leaving her power somewhat lacking. The Resetsu god, astute as ever, recognized that Bibi Dong's refusal stemmed from her unwillingness to engage in a thankless task rather than an inability to do so. "Have you not always yearned for divinity?" The Resetsu god stated coolly. "I can assist you in inheriting my divinity, which would allow you to eliminate that little brat Han Li, wouldn't it?" The offer presented by the Resetsu god was irresistibly enticing for Bibi Dong. Not only Bibi Dong, but likely every soul master in the world would struggle to resist such a proposition. Indeed, if I could fully acquire divinity, it would be akin to a rebirth. With divine power at my disposal, vanquishing Han Li would pose no challenge. Bibi Dong's demeanor transformed instantaneously. Thus, a pact was successfully forged between the two. Meanwhile, outside the exit of the City of Slaughter, although the King of Slaughter, Tang San, had been vanquished by Han Li, the Hell Road was a trial set forth by the Shura god. Upon completing the assessment, Han Li obtained the coveted domain of the God of Slaughter, a realm that amplified the user's aura. Within this domain, the strength of adversaries would diminish by 10%, while the user could unleash 110% of their power, effectively siphoning strength from others to bolster their own. As Han Li's martial soul grew stronger, the rate of this siphoning increased. He was also privy to a secret about the God of Slaughter's domain that no one else knew. All who possessed this domain were candidates for the Shura god's trials. Additionally, Han Li's recent venture into the City of Slaughter had granted him several thousand years of life to expend. Now a level 100 powerhouse, Han Li could no longer level up, regardless of how much soul power he exchanged. The omnipotent system did not include deities. Thus, he could only expend this lifespan to enhance the quality of his martial soul and the longevity of his soul rings. After a series of operations, all of Han Li's soul rings surpassed 200,000 years, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th rings of his two martial souls exceeding 300,000 years. Until he discovered a means to ascend to divinity, his goal remained to elevate all his soul rings to a million-year standard. Chapter 56, Family Returns. Shrek team emerges as a dark horse. At that time, even if the true form of the Resetsu god descended, he would be able to engage in a contest of strength without appearing overly passive. Upon exiting the City of Slaughter, Han Li resolved to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The last time Han Li returned, he was met with a throng of welcoming faces. But this time he was greeted only by two unfamiliar elders of the sect. The sword Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji were absent, likely occupied with pressing matters, a situation Han Li could understand. However, even Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were nowhere to be found. A stark contrast to their usual enthusiasm. Where are the sect leaders? On the Inkirat Pujlat. The advanced soul master competition for the entire continent is imminent. The young sect master and those two girls have gone to Heaven Do City to compete, one elder explained respectfully. The sect master and the two elders are worried about potential movements from a spirit hall, so they took a group of soul masters with them for safety. Han Li nodded, suddenly recalling the matter he had forgotten. This explanation made everything reasonable. He did not linger at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but promptly set off for Heaven Do City. Along the way, he encountered no obstructions, and with his swift pace, he soon arrived at his destination. Heaven Do City was more vibrant than ever before. Han Li did not dawdle, but made his way directly to the designated location. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. At that moment, Xiao Wu and her companions were gathered in the resting area. Ning Rongrong, closest to the door, stood up and approached. "Who is it?" she asked slowly from behind the door. "It's me," a familiar voice. The others' faces lit up instantly as Ning Rongrong hurriedly opened the door to reveal Han Li standing outside. "At last, you have returned." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing rushed over, the three girls joyfully encircling Han Li. "We thought you had perished out there with no news for so long." Xiao Wu pouted, visibly upset. "But here I am, back safe and sound," Han Li replied with a smile. Moments later, Flinder and Lu Erlong joined the gathering, expressing their longing for Han Li. I heard you ventured into a dangerous place? I was quite worried, but you seem to have gained much from it, Flinder said. But the fan Li Shule. Of course. When have I ever made a losing deal? Han Li responded with exuberance. By the way, I must treat you to a lavish meal at the earliest opportunity. He had not forgotten this matter. Previously, every time he had invited Flinder and the others to dine, Flinder had inevitably suffered a financial loss, but this time he expressed eagerness. Flinder was in high spirits. As the advanced Soul Master competition for the entire continent had commenced some time ago, with several preliminary rounds already completed. Initially, all eyes were on the Heaven Do Royal Academy, recognized as the finest advanced Soul Master Academy in the Heaven Do Empire. However, Shrek Academy had suddenly emerged, stealing the spotlight entirely. Han Li, let me tell you, you missed several matches. It's such a shame, Flinder began to chat animatedly. Yet this time, Han Li did not find him bothersome. Instead, he listened attentively, eager to learn what had transpired in the past few days. By chance or fate, Shrek Academy had been scheduled for the first match of the preliminaries, and their opponent was none other than the old rival, the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Wang Tianju, Yi Tian, and the others? Anling Kirad, Rakaling Tfem Fainli. They are the captain and vice-captain of the first team from the Tiando Royal Academy. And our opponents are their second team, Flinder elucidated. The second team can merely be regarded as the reserve squad of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, its lineup is still quite formidable, featuring outstanding young talents such as Yu Qianheng and Dege Yan. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Qianheng and his companions had never heard of Shrek Academy and mistakenly assumed it was an inconspicuous institution, dismissing their opponents entirely while anticipating a swift victory within 3 minutes. Yet, upon stepping onto the arena and witnessing the composition of their adversaries, they were left utterly astonished. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong boldly stood at the forefront of the team. This is the group that caused trouble at our academy last time. Yu Tianheng's expression underwent a drastic change. All members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team recalled the trio of Han Li, Xiao Wu, and the others. The harrowing experience of that day had left an indelible shadow in their minds. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and her companions once more, their faces turned pale, their legs weakened, as if they had already lost the match before it even began. Ha ha ha. Han Li, the expressions on Yu Qianheng and his little companions were truly priceless. They were so frightened they nearly wet themselves. How could they dare to confront Xiao Wu and her team head-on? Flinder recounted animatedly. And what happened next? Listening to Flinder's vivid narration, Han Li could roughly envision the scene of that day. They were indeed quite astute, adept at bending and yielding. They likely thought it wiser to forfeit rather than risk embarrassment or injury. Flinder remarked slowly. This was indeed the most prudent decision Yu Qianheng and his companions could have made. However, only they understood the prowess of Xiao Wu and the others. The audience remained oblivious to this fact. In the hearts of the many spectators, the Tiando Royal Academy was an immensely powerful entity. And even the second team was not one that an ordinary academy could challenge. They held high hopes for the second team, only to be met with a swift forfeit. Forfeiting without even a fight? When did the Tiando Royal Academy lose its courage? Even the second team ought to possess the valor to fight. No? Could there be foul play at hand? In an instant, the crowd erupted in boos, and Yu Qianheng and his companions descended the arena with grim expressions. Later, Shrek Academy faced other teams, which were indeed far too weak. I didn't let Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing participate, Flinder said thoughtfully. India, Fan, Li's Sansa. Flinder naturally regarded Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong as the trump cards of the team, opting to conceal their strength and not reveal them too soon. Currently, Shrek Academy was primarily led by Zhu Zhuqing, with team members including Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and 4 senior Soul Masters in their 20s, each possessing soul power at approximately level 35. In the preliminary competition of the Tiando Empire, most contestants were Soul Masters, with few being Soul Ancestors, along with some being Great Soul Masters. The rapid advancement of Han Li and his companions was ultimately an exception. Not every Soul Master could progress at such a remarkable pace. Chapter 157. Tang San and others were dismayed. Among the young generation, where Soul Ancestors were exceedingly rare, Zhu Zhuqing had already attained the rank of Soul King, drawing widespread attention. Most notably, Zhu Zhuqing achieved this feat at just over 10 years of age, inspiring admiration from all who beheld her. Conversely, her opponents felt immense despair. Upon hearing that Shrek Academy had a Soul King among them, some teams chose to forfeit without a second thought. This little girl is simply extraordinary, How can we possibly contend with a Soul King? Indeed, even our combined strength as 7 Soul Masters might not suffice against her. What others did not know was that while Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be a Soul King, her soul power had already surpassed level 60, reaching approximately the mid-tier of Soul Emperors. Should she find an opportunity to acquire a 6-soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing would officially become a 6-ring Soul Emperor. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and others were exceedingly pleased, for it appeared that virtually all opposing teams posed no threat to Shrek Academy. Moreover, they still had the formidable trio of Han Li, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu yet to take the stage. If they all competed, one could hardly imagine the spectacle that would ensue. Perhaps only the Spirit Hall team could pose a challenge to them. Master Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, for Zhu Zhuqing's rate of growth exceeded his expectations. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar felt quite dejected. Ever since Han Li and the others departed from Soto City, the 4 had devoted themselves to relentless training at Shrek Academy, frequently honing their skills in the Great Soul Arena. Heaven does not forsake those who toil. Their efforts bore fruit, and everyone experienced significant advancements. They had initially thought they could catch up to Han Li and the others, yet upon reuniting, the gap had only widened. I don't understand, Tang San lamented on the verge of tears. As a transmigrator, he had believed himself to be the protagonist, yet he could never hold his head high before Han Li. Dai Mubai shared similar feelings of discomfort and confusion as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. He was undoubtedly talented among his peers. However, every encounter with Han Li left him with a profound sense of helplessness. Furthermore, he was quite vexed that Zhu Zhuqing, his fiancée, spent so much time with Han Li. Oscar harbored similar woes ever since he first laid eyes on Ning Rongrong. He had been hopelessly captivated and had fallen in love. Yet, before he could muster the courage to confess, Ning Rongrong had gone off with Han Li. Nevertheless, despite their collective distress and frustration, the 4 had no means to alter the current situation. For Shrek Academy to contend for the championship, they had to rely on the strength of Han Li and the others. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Tiando Royal Academy, the members of the second team hung their heads, resembling a group of children caught misbehaving. The news of their forfeit against Shrek Academy had cast a considerable unfavorable impact on the Tiando Royal Academy. Senior, Yu Qianheng broke the silence, hesitatingly spoke. The captain of the first team, Wang Tianzhu, interrupted Yu Qianheng, stating, "In fact, your choice was quite correct. Were I in your position, I might have done the same." Everyone present had witnessed the terrifying strength of Han Li and his companions. Even though Wang Tianzhu was the strongest of his generation at the Tiando Royal Academy, he too was no match for Han Li and the others. I truly did not expect that group to participate in the Soul Master competition. Wang Tianzhu sighed deeply. So what should we do? Should we devise a strategy to counter Shrek Academy? A team member timidly suggested. Wang Tianzhu shook his head, indicating that the gap between them and Han Li was far too great. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies were rendered futile. Though I am reluctant to admit it, we may indeed be fated to miss out on the championship this time, Wang Tianzhu stated slowly. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the spacious lounge. Everyone lift your spirits. The world of Soul Masters is inherently brutal, since we cannot attain the championship. At the very least, we must strive for a top 3 finish. If we cannot even secure a place in the top 3, we will have no face left to show ourselves, Wang Tianzhu rallied. From this point onward, the Tiando Royal Academy abandoned any thoughts of contending for the championship and instead aimed to secure 2nd or 3rd place. The Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire. Ning Fengji and Bondao arrived for a visit. Your Majesty, we meet again, Ning Fengji greeted gracefully. Lord Ning, Elder Gu, it has been a few days since we last met, and I have truly missed you, the Snow Knight Emperor replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the recently held Senior Soul Master competition. Zhu Zhuqing has truly shown on the battlefield, achieving victory in nearly every match with overwhelming prowess. I believe she holds great potential for clinching the championship, the Snow Knight Emperor proclaimed enthusiastically. Upon learning that Han Li and his companions had joined Shrek Academy to participate in the Soul Master competition, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a tinge of regret and disappointment. He had hoped for Han Li and his team to compete under the banner of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, having previously sent multiple invitations, all of which were unfulfilled. However, as time passed, the Snow Knight Emperor gradually came to terms with it, whether it be Shrek Academy or the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Both were ultimately teams representing the Heaven Do Empire. Your Majesty, I share your sentiments, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. I have encountered those 4 children, and I know they are formidable, yet their remaining teammates seem somewhat lacking, with the highest only reaching 35 levels. Our knowledge of the Spirit Hall's team is scant. We remain unaware of their true strength, the Snow Knight Emperor expressed, revealing a hint of concern. Do not worry, Your Majesty. The Spirit Hall team is certainly no match for Han Li and the others, Ning Fengji confidently asserted. Currently, Han Li possesses combat capabilities at the Super Douluo level, and participating in such battles would equate to a dimensional strike. Ning Fengji was skeptical that the Spirit Hall could produce a Super Douluo under the age of 25. Time flew by, and soon it was the following day. Shrek Academy was scheduled for a match in the morning. The group left the hotel early to head to the competition venue. Suddenly, Xiaowu leaned close to Han Li's ear and whispered, "These days, Zhu Zhuqing has had her fill, but I can only watch from the sidelines. This feeling is simply unbearable." Xiaowu was itching for a fight herself. Yet, as a title Douluo, she feared that if she took the stage, just the mere release of her martial soul and soul rings might terrify her opponents. While victory was assured, it would leave her without any real competitive experience. "I have a way. I can employ a special method to conceal your soul rings." Anli raplia nonchalantly. "Really?" Xiao Wu asked, her excitement palpable. Imagine if, when Xiao Wu released her martial soul, only 3 soul rings were visible. She would undoubtedly be underestimated. A few minutes later, the host, microphone in hand, announced for the competing teams to promptly take to the stage. Approaching us now is the representative team of Shrek Academy. This institution, previously lacking in renown, has emerged as the dark horse of this competition. Can they continue their winning streak today? The large screen above the arena displayed footage of Shrek Academy's team entering. Suddenly, the host's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? The Shrek Academy team has not sent out the Soul King Zhu Zhuqing for this match, but instead has replaced her with a little girl who has never before appeared on stage. Shrek Academy's opponents were a mediocre, third-rate academy. Their overall strength relatively weak and unremarkable in the competition. They were intimidated at the prospect of facing a team that had never tasted defeat. However, upon noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was not participating, the previously timid members of the opposing team found their courage swell. Fortune smiles upon us. The reason for Shrek Academy's consecutive victories was largely attributed to the young powerhouse who had reached the rank of Soul King at around 10 years of age. Many teams had simply conceded defeat. Apart from Zhu Zhuqing, their other highest-ranked member was a mere 35 levels, comparable to themselves. Brothers, our chance for fame and glory has arrived. The captain of the third-rate team passionately declared, igniting a fervor among his teammates, who believed that winning this match would catapult them to the heights of success. Consequently, under the leadership of their somewhat dim-witted captain, the third-rate team confidently strode onto the stage. Would Shrek Academy, at the center of this competition, continue their winning streak, or would they fall from grace? Let's witness. I declare the match officially begun. The host shouted. One must commend the host's professional prowess. His succinct remarks captivated the audience. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Xiao Wu stepped forward, adopting an innocuous demeanor. "Big brothers, this is my first time competing. You must go easy on me." Xiao Wu's display of vulnerability only served to bolster the opposing team's confidence, and they began to feel victorious. "Little sister, worry not. I am known for my chivalry and will not go too hard on you," the captain leered. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly unleashed her second soul skill, Charm. A seductive, peachy aura enveloped her, catching the opposing team off guard as they succumbed to its effects. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu swiftly charged forward, launching a surprise attack. In a mere instant, she brought 2 opponents crashing to the ground. The others quickly regained their senses. What? A charm-type skill? We were careless. They adjusted their focus and began to fight back. To them, being struck by Xiao Wu's soul skill was a mere blunder on their part, not a testament to her strength. Moreover, since Xiao Wu only displayed 3 soul rings while attacking, appearing as a typical soul master, they deemed her a negligible threat. However, they were soon left dumbfounded. The captain and 3 other soul masters, all in their 30s, combined their efforts to assault Xiao Wu. As students of the same academy, they trained together frequently and were highly coordinated. Under normal circumstances, no soul master of the same level could evade their collective onslaught. Yet, Xiao Wu effortlessly dodged every attack, retaliating with a kick to each of them in the process. "This little girl is quite unusual," one member remarked. "She's just a soul master. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue her," the captain shouted in frustration. Amidst the barrage of attacks, Xiao Wu utilized her teleportation skill to nimbly navigate the battlefield, consistently evading powerful strikes. Suddenly, she found herself behind two opposing team members, executing a clean double kick that sent them soaring into the air. The bow technique of Xiao Wu's martial soul grew stronger with her soul power, and in her soul sage form. This move could easily render a soul master unconscious. What? How is this possible? The captain gasped in disbelief. This defies logic. How could a mere soul master take down two of her teammates? They had initially assumed that without Zhu Zhuqing on the field, they could contend with Shrek Academy. Yet, the outcome was an overwhelming display of dominance by Xiao Wu alone. The surrounding spectators watched in astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle. While Zhu Zhuqing's might was to be expected as a soul king, Xiao Wu, as a mere soul master, exuded an even greater aura of power and control, which was utterly unfathomable. Is Shrek Academy truly a den of monsters? I seem to have heard that their motto is to cultivate only monsters. Shrek Academy is truly formidable, producing soul masters of such exceptional strength. The audience buzzed with animated discussions. Flinder and the others were overjoyed. Their earlier decision to humbly request Han Li and the others to join Shrek Academy proved to be an astute choice. With this, it would be difficult for Shrek Academy not to gain fame. Flinder, it seems that Shrek Academy will soon ascend to become the premier academy of the continent. Your dream is within reach, Lu Erlong remarked with a smile. Haha, let us hope so. Flinder beamed, already envisioning future scenarios. Under the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Wu, the enemies quickly fell, unable to rise and continue the fight. I declare that Shrek Academy has once again achieved victory, the host proclaimed loudly. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. The audience cheered in unison while applauding. It appeared that after this battle, Xiao Wu had truly risen to prominence, garnering a substantial fanbase. She relished the adoration of the crowd, her vanity greatly satisfied, and she wore a delighted smile, taking care to interact with the enthusiastic audience as she left the stage. Thank you all for your support. It is worth mentioning that Han Li also participated in this match, but he merely observed from the sidelines alongside his teammates, having no intention of intervening. In a one-on-one duel, even the strongest of the Spirit Hall, the limit Duo Qiandaolu at level 99, was no match for Han Li. He was entirely deserving of the title of the strongest soul master across the continent. He simply preferred to maintain a low profile. Engaging with these soul master children was undeniably tedious for him. Chapter 159, Battle against the Elephant Armor Academy. Even without Han Li's involvement, as long as Xiao Wu was present, Shrek Academy would firmly hold the throne of supremacy. Their next adversary was the Elephant Armor Academy, which was backed by a sect known as the Elephant Armor Sect. Like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Haotian Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect was among the 7 major sects of the continent. However, its overall strength was somewhat inferior, ranking 6th among the 7 sects and belonging to the lower tier. The disciples of the Elephant Armor Sect were all tall and robust, standing like fortresses. Their inherited martial soul was the Diamond Mammoth, a soul renowned for its extraordinary defensive capabilities. In the upcoming battle, we are faced with a formidable opponent. The captain of the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yenya, stated slowly. Hu Yenya was the strongest disciple of the younger generation, currently a 4-ring soul master. Shrek Academy was the dark horse of this competition, their greatest advantage being the presence of a soul king in their ranks. Nonetheless, they did not feel disheartened, still eager to contend with their opponents. However, Shrek Academy's disadvantages were also apparent. The other members of their team were of comparatively lower rank and average strength. As long as they did not give up and persevered, they would certainly have a chance at victory. Captain, in Shrek Academy's previous battle, the Soul King named Zhu Zhuqing did not take the field. Instead, a Soul Master Girl took her place and performed remarkably well. Excellent. Although I do not understand why Shrek Academy made such a strange decision to not field Zhu Zhuqing, this is good news for us. Let us hope she does not appear this time, Hu Yenya exclaimed excitedly. Unbeknownst to him, having not witnessed the previous match, he did not regard Xiao Wu, the Soul Master, as a serious threat. Let us all rally together and strive to defeat Shrek Academy. Hu Yen Li, grandson of the sect leader Hu Yen Zhen, and the captain of the Elephant Armor Academy for the upcoming Soul Master competition, spoke up. Though Hu Yen Li possessed a strong foundation, having received his grandfather's teachings, he currently held a soul power level of only 34, making him one of the main members, albeit not the most formidable. The most powerful among them was Captain Hu Yenya, who had reached the Soul Master rank. Upon receiving the announcement from the host, Both the Elephant Armor Academy and Shrek Academy teams made their way to the arena simultaneously. Upon seeing the members of the Elephant Armor Academy, Xiao Wu appeared particularly excited. She was not intimidated by the towering figures before her. Rather, she felt she had finally encountered worthy opponents to test her skills. Ning Rongrong was also thrilled, as she would have the chance to participate, given that each match required an auxiliary. Han Li had specifically instructed Ning Rongrong to simply have fun and not to exert her full strength. In addition to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, the other 5 members from Shrek Academy included 3 35-level Soul Masters, 1 33-level Soul Master, and a 34-level Dai Mu Bai. Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained on the sidelines, concerned for their teammates and perplexed as to why Zhu Zhuqing was not sent into battle. Had Zhu Zhuqing participated, Shrek Academy's chances of victory would have significantly increased. This puzzlement was not limited to them. Others shared the same confusion. From an outsider's perspective, Shrek Academy's strategy appeared quite bizarre. While the Elephant Armor sect was not as powerful as the top 3 sects, they were certainly not weak, having achieved commendable results in past Soul Master competitions. The disciples of the Elephant Armor Academy possessed remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities, with multiple Soul Masters, the weakest being at least 33-level Soul Masters. Could Shrek Academy's Soul Masters possibly defeat the Elephant Armor Academy? Many expressed profound skepticism, deeming it an impossible feat. Only a select few held unwavering confidence, believing that the Shrek Academy team was destined for victory. Ning Fengji, Flinder, and Lu Erlong represented this minority. Ladies and gentlemen, this match is one you absolutely cannot miss. The Elephant Armor sect faces Shrek Academy. Will Shrek Academy triumph once more against a formidable foe? Following the host's announcement, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. This time, far fewer people supported Shrek Academy, with a significant number rallying behind the Elephant Armor sect. Soon, the competition segment commenced. The disciples of the Elephant Armor Academy quickly formed their battle formation, simultaneously unleashing their martial souls, the Diamond Mammoth. In an instant, colossal elephant apparitions emerged behind each disciple, towering as high as city walls, creating a magnificent spectacle. With a couple of stomps, the ground trembled in response, generating a grandiose display. The next moment, Captain Hu Yenya made the first move, declaring, "Let me put an end to your winning streak, Shrek Academy." Xiao Wu snorted dismissively, stepping forward to accept the challenge. "You? Not a chance." Hu Yenya swung a powerful punch, his strength and defense astonishing, yet his speed left much to be desired. "Xiao Wu effortlessly validu yan yasasot. You should be thinking about how to even touch me first," she teased, sticking her tongue out at him. Enraged, Hu Yenya could hardly bear being mocked by a mere Soul Master. Leading the charge, the other members of the Elephant Armor sect surged forward to engage in battle. It was evident that during the confrontation with the Elephant Armor sect, Shrek Academy's members were visibly struggling to keep up. Fortunately, with Ning Rongrong providing support from behind, they likely would have been defeated long ago otherwise. In the audience, one could hear, "See, I told you so," without that Soul King in the fray. Shrek Academy simply cannot compete against the Elephant Armor Academy. The situation is utterly lopsided. It appears that Shrek Academy is indeed on the verge of defeat. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar displayed expressions of deep concern. Could it be that Shrek cannot escape the dire fate of being vanquished this time? However, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wu had been concealing her true strength, for she had no desire to hasten the conclusion of the battle. Having finally come to engage in some playful competition, she certainly wished to prolong the festivities. Hu Yenya, in a fit of rage, charged at Xiao Wu with reckless abandon, yet despite exerting all his might, he could not even grasp a single strand of her hair. "You little rascal, if you have the guts, confront me head on. What kind of skill is it to evade like this?" Hu Yenya exclaimed with frustration. "What? You can't touch me, yet you dare blame me? If you must assign blame, it can only be directed at your own sluggishness." Xiao Wu retorted with her characteristic sharp tongue, thoroughly incensing Hu Yenya. Determined, Hu Yenya unleashed his third soul skill, transforming his body into a colossal sphere, hurtling towards Xiao Wu with great speed. Just as he was about to collide with her, she vanished in an instant. "Silly elephant, you're not as impressive as you think." During the activation of his third soul skill, Hu Yenya's velocity doubled compared to his normal state, making it conceivable for only agile attack type Soul Masters of the same rank to evade him. Yet, Xiao Wu, who was one rank lower, effortlessly sidestepped his assault, leaving Wu Yanya to Ribafith. "How did you manage that?" he inquired, perplexed. "As long as you have hands, it's quite simple," Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly. Undeterred by the failure, Hu Yinya charged at Xiao Wu once more with astonishing speed, but still, he could not lay a finger on her. After repeated attempts, he concluded that this tactic was futile against her and ceased its usage. The third soul skill consumed a significant amount of his soul power with each use, rendering its continued application detrimental. Are you finished, foolish elephant? Now it's my turn, Xiao Wu declared. In the next moment, she appeared before Hu Yinya without warning, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, she delivered a fierce kick, propelling him into the air for several meters. This was merely the beginning of Xiao Wu's offensive. Having had her fun, she was now intent on swiftly concluding the battle. As Hu Yinya reached the apex of his flight, Xiao Wu reappeared before him once again. Channeling her soul power into her fist, she struck with precision. Without a foothold in the air, Hu Yinya had no means to evade the blow and could only raise his arms to shield his vital areas. He had assumed that Xiao Wu's speed would not be accompanied by significant strength, believing his formidable defense would suffice to withstand her attack. However, as her fist connected, he was met with an overwhelming force far beyond what their rank suggested. His defenses shattered under the impact. He was sent hurtling out of the ring, crashing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. What? The other disciples of the Elephant Armor sect were left in stunned silence. Their soul sect leader had been utterly unable to mount any defense against Xiao Wu. Was this truly the power a soul master should possess? Don't worry. It will soon be your turn, Xiao Wu assured as she swiftly took control of the battlefield, moving to engage other disciples of the Elephant Armor sect. With several decisive punches, they followed in Hu Yinya's defeated footsteps. Soon, only Hu Yinli remained, his emotions indescribable. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, the battle appeared to favor the Elephant Armor sect. How had they suddenly been annihilated? You should join them. Taking advantage of Hu Yinli's momentary distraction, Xiao Wu stealthily approached his side and with a gentle push, sent him tumbling off the stage. A profound silence enveloped the arena. One could hear a pin drop. This is unbelievable, echoed the thoughts of the majority. Except for a select few who were aware of Xiao Wu's true capabilities, the rest of the audience, including the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect, were wide-eyed in disbelief. The members of Shrek Academy truly are a remarkable group. The crowd could not help but marvel. First, there was Zhu Zhiqing, the youngest five-ring soul king in history, followed by Xiao Wu, this prodigy who, despite being merely a soul, single-handedly vanquished an entire team. Shall we announce the results of the match now? After a lengthy silence, Xiao Wu turned to the host, urging him on. Her words snapped the host back to reality, and he hastily raised a microphone to declare Shrek Academy the victors. Shrek! Shrek! Xiao Wu! The audience chanted in unison. Flinder was elated, not only for Shrek Academy's victory, but also for the subsequent chain reactions it would incite. With such a stellar performance in the Soul Master competition, they would undoubtedly attract numerous prospective collaborators and advertisers. This was a golden opportunity for profit. Flinder's eyes gleamed with the prospect of golden soul coins. Xiao Wu and her companions strutted off the stage to join Han Li and the others. Children, you were extraordinary. I'm so proud of you. Lu Erlong beamed with delight. Though Shrek Academy's team had triumphed, Dai Mubai felt far from jubilant. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of defeat. His performance in this battle had been woefully inadequate. He had faced a mere ordinary disciple of the Elephant Armor sect and had been thoroughly dominated throughout. How could this be? The disparity in their ranks was negligible. Could it be that he was truly worthless? Dai Mubai, Sai Davidi. During the Soul Master competition, many teams that did not compete would send representatives to observe the standout teams, as the wisdom of knowing one's self and one's enemy is a time-honored strategy. However, the Shrek Academy team was brimming with confidence, leaving the arena with an air of nonchalance, feeling no need to linger and gather intelligence on their opponents. Hanli glanced at the upcoming announcements and spotted two familiar teams, deciding to remain behind to watch. The next match featured the teams of Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy. The former consisted entirely of Ice Attribute Soul Masters, while the latter was composed solely of Fire Attribute Soul Masters. Both teams aimed to maximize their respective attributes for optimal synergy, though this approach also revealed significant shortcomings. In contrast, the previous Shrek Academy team and the long-dominant Spirit Hall team leaned towards a diverse array of Soul Masters, each pursuing excellence while compensating for one another's deficiencies. Han Li and his companions need not concern themselves with such matters, as they possessed formidable strength. The battle between Qihua Academy and Tianshui Academy commenced. Han Li observed the fiery siblings, Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu, alongside Shui Bing. They were slated to be key members in the next Soul Master competition, but were currently lacking in strength and relegated to substitute roles, waiting for their moment to shine. The two teams clashed fiercely, evenly matched, with each captain boasting a soul rank in the 40s. It was evident that both teams were generally weaker than those competing in the next generation. After a grueling half-hour battle, Tianshui Academy emerged victorious. The competition concluded, and Hanli rose calmly, departing from the venue. Shrek Academy showcased an even more formidable prowess in today's match, further solidifying its position as the unrivaled champion. Henceforth, no team dared to challenge Shrek Academy. Whenever confronted with this formidable opponent, their unanimous choice was to forfeit, as if it were a prearranged decision. In battles where victory seemed unattainable, conceding was undoubtedly the wisest course of action, allowing them to conserve their energy, avoid humiliation, and allocate more resources to prepare for their next adversary. Chapter 161. The four oddities were stunned by the Thunder team. Songhui Academy also joined the ranks of teams conceding. The strength of Songhui Academy's representative team was reasonably adequate, yet they had yet to develop a 7-person fusion technique. Furthermore, the powerful teams from Thunder Academy, Shenkong Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Qihua Academy had not yet faced Shrek Academy. This grand competition left a profound impression on many young talents who had not yet emerged. Among them were Feng Xiaotian, Shui Binger, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu. They had been closely monitoring the situation of Shrek Academy's team, noting that the exceptionally gifted Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were of a similar age, still quite young, and fully eligible to participate in the next Advanced Soul Master competition. By that time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly become their most formidable opponents in the quest for victory. Thus, they silently vowed to double their efforts. This year, they lacked both the qualifications and strength to dictate the outcome of the competition, but next year would be their stage. Time flew swiftly. After 10 rounds of competition, Shrek Academy achieved an impressive 10 consecutive victories, securing first place. Thunder Academy, Shenkong Academy, and Tianshui Academy also performed admirably, tying for first place alongside Shrek Academy. Qihua Academy, slightly inferior, had previously lost to Tianshui Academy, placing them in second. These 5 teams held the greatest chance of advancing smoothly. The Xiangjiao Sect Academy team suffered defeats to both Shrek Academy and Thunder Academy. The members of their team sustained injuries in those 2 battles, naturally affecting their subsequent performance, resulting in only 6 victories. However, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly the second team of Tiando Royal Academy. This team represented the face of the Tiando Empire and had been heavily favored before the competition began, yet their performance was dismally lacking. The victory count of Tiando Royal Academy's second team was even lower than that of Xiangjia Sect Academy, with only 5 wins. Such a record made it exceedingly difficult for them to break into the top 5. The competition continued. The audience eagerly anticipated the clashes between the teams tied for first place. These teams quickly became rivals. First up was the Shenkong Academy team, which faced off against Shrek Academy. Initially, spectators expected a breathtaking duel, yet unexpectedly, Shenkong Academy surrendered outright. Subsequently, Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy also encountered Shrek, and without exception, they all forfeited. The audience, deprived of exhilarating matches, inevitably felt a sense of disappointment. However, they understood the rationale behind the forfeits. Although those elemental teams were indeed impressive, it was evident that they were not on the same level as Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy team not only boasted Zhu Zhuqing, a Soul King, but also possessed Xiao Wu, whose strength was on par with that of a Soul Zone, resulting in a remarkably powerful overall team. In contrast, the strongest captains of those teams were merely at the Soul Zone level. Soon, the final match arrived, featuring Thunder Academy against Shrek Academy. At this juncture, these were the only 2 teams in the Tiando competition without any losses. Given Thunder Academy's achievements, this match, regardless of the outcome, would ensure their stable advancement. After unanimous discussion, the members of Thunder Academy resolved not to follow the trend of surrendering. Instead, they decided to confront Shrek Academy head-on. This news instantly ignited excitement among the audience. A strong team was daring to contest Shrek Academy for victory. The host was taken aback, having prepared to leave early, but was surprised to see Thunder Team muster the courage to challenge. He promptly issued notifications, urging the participating teams to hasten to the arena. On Shrek Academy's side, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were all eager for action. In recent days, all teams they faced had surrendered, resulting in a prolonged absence from battle. "How about we 3 go up and challenge their entire team?" proposed Xiao Wu. Han Li suggested that there would be ample opportunities for the three girls to fight side by side in the future, and there was no need to rush. Han Li's words resonated with the trio, ultimately leading to only Xiao Wu being granted the opportunity to take the stage. Meanwhile, Han Li also sent Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar into the fray, intending for them to withstand some punishment. The remaining combatants were Dai Mubai and two 35-level Soul Zone seniors. The two undefeated teams entered from different entrances, greeted by a chorus of cheers from their supporters. Who do you think will win this match? Is that even a question? It must be Shrek Academy. They have a Soul King on their team. Not necessarily. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy are indeed formidable, but their teammates are rather average. Against an ordinary team, those two can lead the charge, but facing a strong team like Thunder Academy, the outcome may differ. What? Shrek Academy is not even letting Zhu Zhuqing compete? Are they looking down on us? Thunder Academy's captain, Lei Wu, said with a displeased expression. I will make you pay the price. Lei Wu declared coldly. His martial soul, known as Thunder, was a high-quality lightning attribute martial soul, and he currently possessed a soul power level of 34, being a preliminary soul zone. The other members of Thunder Academy all had soul power levels above 35, giving them a clear advantage in terms of raw strength over Shrek Academy. The match officially commenced. Lei Wu took the initiative, stretching his arms wide to unleash his first soul skill, Thunderstorm. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the arena's high skies, and purple lightning bolts cascaded from the clouds, creating an incredibly spectacular scene that dazzled the spectators. Due to the small size and vast number of lightning bolts, the visual effect resembled a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu promptly retreated to the far back of the arena, successfully evading the thunderstorm's assault. The other members of Shrek Academy were not so fortunate. Struck by the thunderstorm, they trembled uncontrollably, their bodies electrified, appearing increasingly miserable. Having tasted the bitter consequences, the few of them learned quickly. They no longer stood foolishly in place, but began to flee in all directions. Observing the spectacle, Han Li, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing erupted into laughter. Han Li, no wonder you specifically sent those useless ones into battle. I finally understand your intention. Ning Rongrong tuklet. Once the thunderstorm skill subsided, Dai Mubai and the others were left panting heavily, having exerted significant effort to evade the relentless onslaught. Many spectators were puzzled, wondering if Shrek Academy was still relying on Xiao Wu to turn the tide. Chapter 162, Depleting Xiao Wu's Soul Power. Confronted with the formidable Thunder Academy, can Xiao Wu truly lead her team to an astonishing reversal? While she has indeed demonstrated such prowess in the past, the circumstances this time are markedly different. The Thunder Academy boasts a powerful roster, each member wielding high-quality martial souls, rendering the odds of victory exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, even if Shrek Academy were to lose, it would not affect their advancement to the top 5, prompting many to speculate that their strategic choices were predicated on their assured progression, thus treating the match as mere play. In the eyes of the spectators, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are formidable, and even the seldom-seen support Ning Rongrong holds promise. Yet, the rest of their teammates seem woefully inadequate, instilling concern among Shrek supporters. Given Shrek Academy's current standing, encountering the Martial Soul Hall and the formidable forces of the Star Luo Empire would likely spell trouble. Not to mention, within the same competition bracket, Element Academy's members are not to be underestimated, despite the fact that several teams from Tianxue Academy opted to forfeit their matches against Shrek. It does not imply they lack the courage to face them. Rather, they likely hold back their true strength, unwilling to reveal their trump cards prematurely. After all, defeating Shrek would hold little significance if it merely exposes their strategies to rival teams. Some astute observers conclude that Shrek Academy's over-reliance on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu jeopardizes their longevity in the tournament. Whether they can seize the championship remains uncertain, as the finals emphasize teamwork and collective strength. Lei Wu fixated intently on Xiao Wu, his initial probing attack affirming his belief that if he could vanquish her, Shrek Academy's defeat would be inevitable. To him, the remaining members of Shrek Academy appeared weak and easily dispatched. Leian, come with me to confront that Xiao Wu. The rest of you, hold back Shrek's remaining players, Lei Wu commanded, and the duo swiftly advanced toward Xiao Wu. Do you wish to pursue me, Sister Xiao Wu? Perhaps in your next life, she scoffed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Her first soul skill, Thunderous Pursuit, activated, enhancing Lei An's already swift movements as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The distance between them dwindled, and it seemed only a matter of time before he would catch her. Yet, as he neared, Xiao Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. Impressive, but still a touch inexperienced compared to me. With that, she accelerated further, leaving Lan far behind. Stunned, Lan questioned, is this girl truly just a soul master? He had previously tested his maximum speed, finding that even among his peer group, no agile attack-type soul master could rival him. Do not fret. Even if you cannot catch her, it matters not, Lei Wu said softly, standing still with hands clasped, electric currents swirling around him, seemingly gathering energy for a grand technique. He had never expected Lei and to defeat Xiao Wu. He merely sought to buy time. Having observed Xiao Wu's battles, Lei Wu knew this seemingly delicate girl was not to be underestimated. Her greatest asset lay in her agility and elusive nature. Thus, he had devised a strategy to defeat her. Xiao Wu, aware of Lei Wu's lurking presence, chose not to intervene, curious to see what he would conjure. After 3 tense minutes, Lei Wu abruptly raised both hands, forming a circular gesture. Fourth soul skill, Thunderbolt Judgment. His soul power transformed entirely into crackling lightning, coalescing around his palms to form a massive thunder ring that locked onto Xiao Wu and soared towards her. This formidable fourth soul skill possessed tremendous lethality, coupled with an automatic targeting mechanism. Such a powerful technique would deplete his soul power significantly. Yet Lei Wu cared not. Defeating Xiao Wu was paramount, even if it drained him entirely. After all, Shrek Academy's only viable combatant was Xiao Wu. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Xiao Wu was relentlessly pursued by the lightning ring. Though its speed could not match hers, its tracking capability rendered escape difficult. Xiao Wu's soul power was not to be squandered. Once exhausted, she would be left vulnerable to the ring's assault. All right, you have forced my hand, Xiao Wu declared, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she suddenly vanished, employing her instantaneous movement. The lightning ring, having lost its target, faltered momentarily before reacquiring Xiao Wu's position and hurtling forward once more. What? It's coming towards me, Lan exclaimed in panic, recognizing the imminent danger. Behind you, Lei Wu shouted urgently. As Lan instinctively turned, he barely caught sight of Xiao Wu before a swift kick struck him down. The lightning ring, sensing another target, attempted to evade, but the proximity left it no room to maneuver. It collided with Lei and, delivering a devastating shock that, despite his own lightning affinity, rendered him incapacitated. After a minute of struggle, he ultimately succumbed to the ground, the lightning ring dissipating. Thus, the Thunder team had inadvertently harmed themselves. Lei Wu's face paled as he realized his error. Not only had he failed to damage Xiao Wu, but he had also caused his teammate to fall. If my calculations are correct, your soul power must be nearly depleted, Xiao Wu remarked, her gaze unwavering on Lei Wu, her tone casual yet probing. And what of it? Even if I exhaust all my soul power, I shall not surrender to you, Lei Wu retorted defiantly. Xiao Wu, uninterested in further banter, charged at him directly. Launching her assault, Lei Wu activated his second soul skill, Thunder Armor, significantly boosting his defensive capabilities for a brief period. Xiao Wu's punch landed squarely on his chest with tremendous force, propelling him several meters back. Yet, with a playful mindset, she refrained from unleashing her full strength. Had she done so, he likely would have been felled in a single blow. This girl possesses immense strength, Lei Wu marveled, realizing that without the enhancement of his second soul skill, he would have been defeated long ago. Come again, Xiao Wu declared, pressing her attack. However, Lei Wu was not foolish enough to remain passive. Summoning all his strength, he turned and sprinted towards his teammates, hoping to regroup before it was too late. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted my opinion? Xiao Wu scoffed, accelerating towards him and effortlessly blocking his path. In that moment, it dawned on Lei Wu that he had underestimated Xiao Wu from the very beginning. Her power surpassed their expectations. Now it is your turn to fall. With a swift kick, Xiao Wu struck Lei Wu squarely in the abdomen, unleashing a formidable force that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground beyond the arena. In an astonishingly brief moment, Xiao Wu exerted herself just enough to dispatch 2 opponents. The audience erupted in astonishment. How incredibly powerful this Xiao Wu is. A mere soul master had decisively defeated both Lei Wu and Leian. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Lei Wu and Leian were no mere novices. Both were exceptional talents from the Thunder Academy, with the former serving as captain, a testament to his status as the strongest of their generation. The other members of Thunder Academy stood in stunned silence, having anticipated an effortless victory for their captain, only to witness him being swiftly eliminated. The morale of Thunder Academy plummeted. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu charged toward them with an unstoppable momentum. despite their dwindling spirit. The remaining 5 did not concede defeat, but fought valiantly in resistance. Yet, their efforts proved utterly futile. Xiao Wu effortlessly breached their defenses, tossing them one by one out of the ring. Following a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. The Shrek Academy team had achieved a legendary status through this battle. Supporters of Shrek cheered exuberantly, while other competing teams wore grave expressions, sensing an ominous turn of events. Xiao Wu's performance today was on par with that of a Soul Sect or even a Soul King. Many teams were left in a state of confusion. How could they possibly compete? Was the championship of this Soul Master competition truly destined for Shrek Academy? Flander was undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary, as the reputation of his painstakingly nurtured academy soared, bringing him a substantial fortune. The lengthy preliminary rounds had finally concluded. The top 5 teams received notification and made their way to the Grand Hall of the Tiando Empire. Accompanied by several guards, Emperor Shui Yi slowly emerged. The personal summons from the Emperor filled many present with immense honor. What a grand accolade this was. However, Han Li and his companions remained unfazed. Having previously encountered Emperor Shui Yi, in the final standings of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy claimed first place with an undefeated record, while Thunder Academy secured second after suffering 1 defeat. The last 3 positions were filled by Shankong Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Qihua Academy, respectively. The 5 advancing teams stood in a row. Emperor Shui Yi began to speak. "Children, your performances in the preliminaries were truly remarkable. You are all the pride of Tiando, and I take great pride in you, especially the Shrek Academy team." He specifically acknowledged them, then cast a glance toward Han Li and his companions. "To all the young talents, I wish you continued success in the upcoming matches, bringing glory to the Tiando Empire." Subsequently, Emperor Shui Yi extended an invitation to all present, declaring that the doors of the Tiando Empire would always be open to them. Anyone willing to serve the homeland would surely receive the Empire's attention, titles, and lands. After a few more words, Emperor Shui Yi ordered the assembly to disperse. Upon returning to the hotel, Han Li and his companions found Ning Fengji and poisoned Douluo awaiting them, looking as if they had been there for quite some time. "We just received intelligence that the Wuhuan Hall team is extraordinarily powerful. All participating members are above the rank of Soul Master, with the strongest nearing the level of Soul King. We cannot ascertain if they possess hidden capabilities," Ning Fengji stated. "The configuration of an entire team of Soul Masters would undoubtedly allow them to dominate this competition. It was nearly impossible to find a team that could rival them." This was largely due to the Wuhuan Hall's relentless pursuit of talent across the continent, employing various coercive and enticing tactics, ensuring a high success rate. For instance, Han Li and his companions had also been approached by the Wuhuan Hall, and upon declining, they were immediately pursued. Not everyone possessed Han Li's formidable strength. Most talents ultimately either align themselves with the Wuhuan Hall or face dire consequences. Truly, the Wuhuan Hall can present such a lavish lineup, Ning Fengji remarked slowly. Flander, filled with concern, asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating the Wuhuan Hall?" "Confidence? I can only say victory is assured. The Wuhuan Hall team poses no pressure for us," Han Li replied, brimming with self-assurance. Xiao Wu chimed in. "Indeed, the ones who should be worried are the Wuhuan Hall, for they no longer have a chance at the championship." Ning Rongrong recalled the ferocity of Xiao Wu's previous battle and could not help but add, "With Xiao Wu's vendetta-driven nature, she will undoubtedly strike hard against the Wuhuan Hall. The members of their team will surely suffer greatly. Seeing your confidence brings me relief. However, I must remind you not to underestimate the enemy. The Wuhuan Hall has reigned as champions for over 1,000 years, which signifies their formidable prowess," Poison Douluo cautioned. Though Poison Douluo had limited interactions with Han Li and the others, Han Li was, after all, the savior of both him and his granddaughter, leading him to hastily relay information regarding the Wuhuan Hall's capabilities upon learning of their participation. Ning Fengji and Jiangu Douluo exchanged knowing smiles. Poison Douluo's caution was merely a reflection of human concern and goodwill, but if he were aware of Han Li's true strength, he would never have uttered such words. How could someone of Han Li's caliber, comparable to a Super Douluo, possibly lose to a group of Soul Masters? Even if the Wuhuan Hall team consisted entirely of Soul Emperors, they would not measure up to a mere finger of Han Li. While the group conversed, Tang San sat in a corner, quietly despondent. He had been particularly troubled these past few days upon learning of a distressing piece of news. Han Li had established a sect named Tang Men for Tang San. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Initially, he thought Han Li had coincidentally chosen that name. However, it still piqued his curiosity. Aware of Han Li's aversion toward him, Tang San cautiously approached Ning Rongrong, attempting to glean information indirectly. Rongrong, we are quite familiar, aren't we? Am I permitted to address you this way? Tang San inquired with a forced smile. Tang San, are we that close? Did I allow you to address me like that? Ning Rongrong shot him an irritated glare. Ning Rongrong, I merely wish to inquire about matters concerning Tang Men. Tang San said, feeling exasperated. Tang San? This is the sect established by Han Li. Why do you want to know? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. I was just thinking about paving a path for myself in the future, so I want to learn a bit more. Tang San fabricated a reason. With your capabilities? I doubt Han Li would ever accept someone as useless as you. Ning Rongrong's words struck Tang San hard. Yet, with a kind heart, she decided to enlighten him, allowing him to gain a more intuitive understanding of the disparity between himself and Han Li. She then raised her arm, revealing a finely crafted concealed weapon adorning her wrist. Tang San was instantly taken aback. Was this not the silent sleeve arrow of their Tang Men? Have you never seen such a novel item before? Look at how astonished you are, Ning Rongrong taunted. This concealed weapon was invented by Han Li. Despite its small size, it possesses remarkable lethality. Following this, Ning Rongrong produced the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Tang San's expression grew progressively darker. At that moment, he was genuinely infuriated by Han Li. Tang San had long been devising a plan to establish the expansive Tang sect in this world and manufacture hidden weapons. However, after encountering Han Li, he found himself facing numerous obstacles. Moreover, Han Li turned the tables, seizing the initiative in both the Tang sect and its concealed weaponry. Could it be that Han Li also traversed from my world? A novel hypothesis began to form in Tang San's mind. At this moment, the only piece of good news for Tang San was that his soul power had finally ascended to the 30th level. With the acquisition of a soul ring, he could officially become a 3-ring soul master and additionally master a new soul skill, significantly enhancing his strength. This was the culmination of Tang San's arduous training over the past half year, yet he still felt he fell short compared to Han Li and his companions. The Tian-Do Empire, comprising 4 kingdoms and a principality, had established a division for the Soul Master competition, which was currently in full swing with its preliminary rounds. The competition there was equally fierce, with numerous teams in each division striving to secure one of the 2 coveted qualifying spots. A total of 15 academy teams from the Tian-Do Empire could advance through the preliminaries to the next round. The situation in the Xing-Luo Empire was not much different. Each of the 3 factions, Tian-Do Empire, Xing-Luo Empire, and the Spirit Hall, had one team that could directly reach the finals. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, there would be a month of respite before the advancement matches commenced. After the preliminaries, Flinder and Yu Xiaojing gathered Han Li, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and Tang San to introduce them to the upcoming competition format. Han Li took the lead, explaining that the advancement matches would be held separately in the 2 empires, determining rankings from 1 to 15. Teams ranked higher would have the advantage of skipping around in the final stages. The preliminaries primarily consisted of team battles, while the advancement matches would adopt a single round-robin format, where each team would designate 7 members to engage in one-on-one duels. The victors would remain on the field, while the defeated would substitute in another team member until one side was entirely vanquished or conceded, with the last standing team declared the winner. The advancement matches emphasized individual prowess, allowing the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall to clearly identify exceptional soul masters. The Master and Flinder, seated nearby, were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated Han Li's profound understanding of the competition rules, articulated with such clarity and conciseness, even surpassing their own explanations. The month leading up to the advancement matches was crucial, presenting an excellent opportunity for further strength enhancement that no team member would dare overlook. Zhao Wujia and Lu Erlong took Tang San to obtain his 3rd soul ring, while the Master and Flinder trained Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the other 4 soul masters. As for Han Li and Xiao Wu, they chose not to remain in the academy, but instead roamed freely around Tian-Do City, evoking envy from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Days later, Lu Gao and Titan, the leader of the Strength Clan, paid a visit to Han Li. Master, we have not disappointed your expectations. Lu Gao and Titan presented the completed Zhuge crossbow for Han Li's examination. Grasping the crossbow, Han Li eagerly ventured into the courtyard to test its power. The bolts flew swiftly, piercing through the solid wall with ease. Ning Fengji couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Remarkable! What tremendous power!" The Zhuge crossbow and the rainstorm pear blossom needle were both types of mechanical hidden weapons, characterized by their ability to unleash formidable might without relying on inner strength. This meant that mechanical hidden weapons were most suitable for ordinary individuals to wield. In terms of power, the Zhuge crossbow fell short of the rainstorm pear blossom needle, yet the latter's materials were exceedingly rare, making mass production unfeasible. In contrast, the materials required for the Zhuge crossbow were relatively common, allowing for easier large-scale production. Is this item capable of mass production? Ning Feng Ti inquired curiously. It is indeed possible, but the manufacturing process is complex and time-consuming. We will expedite our efforts, Titan replied. Hanli gazed intently at the Zhuge crossbow, lost in thought. For the inhabitants of this era in Douluo continent, this weapon was already exceptional. Nonetheless, Hanli felt a lingering dissatisfaction. In the next moment, he discreetly opened a system panel visible only to himself and swiftly perused its contents. Before long, he located what he sought, a level 5 soul guide, capable of storing soul power in advance, with even greater potency than the Zhuge crossbow. Without hesitation, Hanli exchanged for this soul guide. This is something I recently developed in my spare time, Hanli stated nonchalantly. He patiently elucidated the remarkable features of this soul guide, leaving everyone astounded. What? A remotely operated soul guide for combat? After testing it, Lu Gao and the others discovered that the soul guide's power far surpassed that of the Zhuge crossbow. This was truly extraordinary. Lu Gao, brimming with excitement, resembled a child, repeatedly mumbling in disbelief. Indeed, how did I not consider this application for the soul guide? In this era, the understanding of soul guides was minimal. The most commonly known type was the immensely practical storage soul guide. Douluo continent revered martial prowess, with soul masters dedicating all their energy to enhancing their soul power. And no one had thought to study soul guides to create those that could play a significant role in battle. Master, you are truly a genius. Lu Gao expressed his heartfelt admiration. Ning Fengji and the others held Han Li in even higher esteem. Lu Gao, Titan, I urge you to thoroughly research this soul guide. Perhaps one day in the future, soul guides will become the decisive weapons in determining the outcome of battles. Han Li outlined the path for Lu Gao and his companions. As a traveler from another world, Han Li was aware of the events that lay ahead. Millennia later, another continent would collide with Douluo continent. That continent was known as the Sun and Moon continent, where the Soul Masters placed a greater emphasis on the research and utilization of soul guides than the martial-focused Douluo continent. The Sun and Moon Empire would leverage the technological advantage of soul guides to wage war, forcing the indigenous people of Douluo continent into retreat. Han Li's insights today could potentially spare Douluo continent from taking a detour of millennia, ushering it into the era of soul guides ahead of time. However, these were matters for a later date. Lu Gao eagerly accepted the level 5 soul guide and, filled with enthusiasm, returned to delve into its study with Titan. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her excitement and asked, Han Li, since we have some free time, can you take us to the Star Do Great Forest for some training? The high-level Soul Master competition held no interest for the three girls, as there were no worthy opponents to challenge them. Han Li nodded in agreement, readily acquiescing. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong instantly beamed, as they had long been preoccupied with the matter of soul spirits. This expedition to the Star Do Great Forest might finally allow them to obtain the soul spirits they had long coveted. Meanwhile, upon learning of Han Li and the others' outing, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo found themselves embroiled in yet another argument. Old Bones, you have already ventured out with Han Li so many times. It's high time for me to have my turn. The Sword Douluo insisted, refusing to yield. The Bone Douluo, having tasted the sweetness of past outings with Han Li, was not about to relinquish this opportunity easily and stood his ground just as firmly. Two centenarian super Douluos engaged in a protracted and somewhat ludicrous argument over trivial matters. Ultimately, it was Han Li who stepped forward to mediate the situation. With a chuckle, Han Li suggested, given the recent inactivity from the Spirit Hall, why don't we embark on an adventure together? At his words, both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo ceased their bickering, visibly delighted by the proposal. Thus, Han Li, accompanied by Xiao Wu and the three women, Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo, promptly set forth into the Stardo Forest. Xiao Wu harbored some concerns, but Han Li reassured her not to fret. Their formidable assembly prompted many soul masters and soul beasts along the way to make a hasty retreat, unwilling to provoke them. On the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, they encountered familiar faces. Zhao Wujia, Lu Erlong, and Tang San were nearby, searching for suitable soul beasts. Upon noticing Ning Fengji and the others, Zhao Wujia felt a wave of trepidation, holding these esteemed figures in great respect. Ah, is that not Tang San? Here to acquire a soul ring, I presume? Xiao Wu inquired with her characteristic candor. Tang San nodded, acknowledging that he had reached the 30th level and was indeed in pursuit of his third soul ring. Only at level 30? TSK, Xiao Wu remarked with a hint of disdain. Ning Rongrong, why don't you show this lad your level? Ning Rongrong readily stepped forward, summoning her martial spirit, which revealed 5 soul rings shimmering beneath her feet. Tang San was left speechless, struck by the revelation that Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, had already attained the rank of a 5-ring soul king. Despite being a time traveler with the experience and knowledge from his previous life, as well as the expertise of the Tang sect, Tang San found himself lagging behind in strength. In contrast, these individuals appeared more akin to seasoned travelers. To add insult to injury, Tang San had long aspired to establish the Tang sect in this world to revive its former glory. Yet before he could set his plans into motion, Han Li had taken the lead. Moreover, Tang San had heard rumors of Han Li rallying a formidable group of allies, which only deepened his despair. Zhao Wujia and Lu Erlong were equally astonished. They were unaware of the advancements made by Han Li and his companions, previously believing they had remained at the Soul Master level. It became apparent why these young individuals had exhibited such composure during the high-level Soul Master competition. Their ease of performance undoubtedly stemmed from their substantial power. Han Li, with a bemused expression, advised Tang San, if you wish to elevate your strength swiftly, frequenting the Stardow Forest for training would be beneficial. Merely adhering to Master Yu Shaojiang's theoretical teachings will yield little effect. With that, Han Li and his companions bid farewell and continued deeper into the forest. As they proceeded, they unexpectedly encountered a soul beast of over 10,000 years of age, its cultivation exceeding 20,000 years. Zhu Qing, shall we give it a try? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu proposed, prompting Han Li to inquire with the 3 women. Zhu Qing, undeterred, decided to engage the formidable beast, signaling to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Han Li with her gaze. The soul beast before them was a massive tiger, its claws bared and ready to strike. Ning Rongrong wielded the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, enhancing the attributes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. The 2 women swiftly advanced towards the tiger from opposite sides. Possessing both wind and fire attributes, the tiger's agility was remarkable, effortlessly evading their attacks. Seizing the moment of their brief pause, the tiger retaliated, lowering its center of gravity and raising its front limbs. In the next instant, it unleashed 2 blazing fireballs, its wind attribute amplifying the ferocity of the fiery assault. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu grasped Zhu Qing's left leg and hurled her away, ensuring Zhu Qing escaped the fireball's trajectory. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu found herself perilously close to the inferno, with no apparent means of escape. Be careful, the Sword de Luo exclaimed, preparing to intervene, only to be restrained by Han Li, who assured him, no need for concern. Xiao Wu has her methods. Despita, Han Li's reassurances. Ning Fengji and the others couldn't help but feel anxious for Xiao Wu, just as the fireballs were about to collide with her. Xiao Wu activated her 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A resplendent golden light enveloped her, effortlessly dissipating the flames. Not a scratch, she remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing had not been idle. After being launched by Xiao Wu, she advanced towards the tiger, executing a shadow-piercing strike in a surprise attack. The tiger, distracted by Xiao Wu, was caught off guard and suffered a scratch on its forehead, blood oozing from the wound. Enraged, the tiger roared, causing the very ground to tremble. Zhu Qing, unwilling to linger, swiftly retreated to a safe distance. What a splendid collaboration, Ning Fengji praised, marveling at the growing synergy among the 3 women. Honed by their prolonged partnership in battle, they no longer required prior discussions of strategy, as a mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding. However, the Windfire Tiger was not easily subdued. Han Li calmly explained to the group that the creature was known as the Windfire Battle Tiger, a rare beast with dual attributes and physical strength surpassing that of ordinary soul beasts. The revelation left Ning Fengji and the others momentarily stunned. Their experience in the Soul Master realm paled in comparison to Han Li's insights. Even with the excellent cooperation displayed by the 3 women, defeating a 20,000-year-old Windfire Battle Tiger would not be a trivial pursuit. As the trio continued to toy with the beast, its fury escalated, entering a frenzied state that significantly enhanced its speed and power. The Windfire Battle Tiger leapt high into the air, targeting Zhu Zhuqing. Unfazed, Zhu Zhuqing activated her fourth soul skill, Shadow Clone. In an instant, multiple copies of her emerged to intercept the tiger's assault, allowing her to retreat to safety. Reuniting with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing sighed. This tiger is quite the challenge. Let me take the lead. You provide support, Xiao Wu proposed after a moment of contemplation. As the only one among the three women who had ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, her strength was indisputable, making her the natural choice for this pivotal role. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. As the Windfire Battle Tiger charged once more, Xiao Wu withdrew to the side, while Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself behind the beast. Fueled by the hatred from Zhu Zhuqing's earlier strike, the tiger instinctively prioritized its attack on her. Utilizing the speed boost from her shadow-piercing strike and Ning Rongrong's enhancements, Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded the tiger's onslaught. Despite being merely a soul beast, its attacks lacked strategy and coherence, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to effectively distract it. With the Windfire Battle Tiger's attention fully fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to stealthily approach, her presence undetected. Certainly, Xiao Wu dared not venture too close, for such proximity would undoubtedly alert the Windfire War Tiger, rendering a surprise assault pointless. Through her relentless efforts, she finally positioned herself approximately 5 meters behind the formidable beast. This distance was sufficient to execute a sudden teleportation, and how could Xiao Wu let this fleeting opportunity slip away? In an instant, she materialized above the Windfire War Tiger. Initiating her soul skill, the gentle bone lock, which firmly ensnared the creature's body, rendering it immobile. The gentle bone lock was particularly formidable. Only those whose soul power exceeded Xiao Wu's by 5 levels could hope to break free, and even then, it would take a minimum of 5 seconds. Such a span could accomplish much. Zhuqing, assist me, Xiao Wu called out. Zhu Zhuqing, grasping the intent, rushed over while conjuring several doppelgangers. Together with these phantoms, she hoisted both Xiao Wu and the Windfire War Tiger high into the air, casting them upwards. Although the Windfire War Tiger eventually broke free from the gentle bone lock, its position in the sky left it somewhat disoriented, and it began to wildly swipe at Xiao Wu with its claws. 6 soul skill void. Xiao Wu's form gradually became translucent, granting her immunity to all non-energy-based physical attacks. Oh, great tiger, the sky is my domain. Have you had enough? Xiao Wu's lips curled into a slight smirk. She unleashed a newly comprehended move, the 8-fold explosive throw. While a Soul Master S7 soul skill typically manifested as their Martial Spirit S true form or Weapon Spirit S true form, Xiao Wu's spirit granted her this formidable technique. As suggested by its name, the 8-fold explosive throw was an advanced version of the 8-fold throw, the latter being a fusion of combat and gentle techniques, while the former was a bona fide soul skill, its power inherently magnified. Moreover, each segment of the 8-fold explosive throw inflicted a stunning effect, making it impossible for any caught by Xiao Wu to evade. This technique combined high explosive potential with exceptional control. Like a dancing sprite, Xiao Wu darted through the air, delivering successive impacts to the Windfire War Tiger. The beast found itself utterly incapable of retaliation. Despite possessing wind-based powers, it merely boasted speed superior to that of ordinary soul beasts, lacking any ability to fly. With 8 relentless strikes, each more potent than the last, the Windfire War Tiger initially withstood them through sheer physical resilience, but soon began to falter. Ultimately, Xiao Wu's final throw struck true at the center of its forehead, extinguishing its combat awareness, and it plummeted rapidly. That SA rap, Xiao Wu declared nonchalantly, clapping her hands. Sister Xiao Wu is so impressive. Ningrongrong praised it. After the battle concluded, Han Li and the others gathered to sincerely congratulate the trio on their victorious debut. Initially, Han Li had intended for only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to engage in battle, as Xiao Wu's rapid ascension in strength had left the 2 girls trailing far behind after their previous training session. Now, Xiao Wu's true power far surpassed theirs. Were it not for the excessively high level of the 20,000-year soul beast, Han Li would not have permitted Xiao Wu to participate. Continuing their journey, they quickly encountered another 20,000-year soul beast, a bird type that could fly at low altitudes, possessing mediocre attributes and significantly weaker than the previous Windfire War Tiger. Zhuqing, Rongrong, this soul beast is yours, Han Li stated calmly. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, entering into battle mode. Having witnessed Xiao Wu's remarkable progress, both Zhuqing and Rongrong felt an intensified desire to improve themselves. The emerald glow of the 9 treasure glazed tile radiated above Zhu Zhuqing's head, instantly enhancing her speed by 50%. She surged towards the soul beast. Unlike the wind-fire war tiger, this bird-type soul beast exhibited no fortitude. Its first instinct upon facing an attack was to turn and flee. Flapping its powerful wings, it took to the skies. Zhu Zhuqing pursued relentlessly, her speed far exceeding that of the bird. However, since the creature could fly, she needed to gather momentum for a leap, allowing it to widen the gap once more. "I refuse to believe you can keep flying indefinitely," Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, determined to engage the bird to the end. With Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing had no need to worry about stamina or soul power consumption. A prolonged tug-of-war ensued, with Zhu Zhuqing embodying the role of the hunter, tirelessly chasing after the bird. As anticipated, after a short while, the soul beast began to descend, its altitude decreasing. Eventually, the bird could no longer sustain its flight, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust and leaves, creating a spectacular scene. "What a perfect opportunity!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly from behind. Chapter 167. The sword Douluo encounters two great soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing advanced swiftly, unleashing her fifth soul skill, the Nether Shadow Connection. She conjured numerous interconnected afterimages, each with diminishing attack power, which struck the soul beast directly. Lacking strong combat capabilities and fatigue from prolonged flight, the bird now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Under the barrage of the Nether Shadow Connection, the soul beast quickly succumbed, falling into unconsciousness. Given its current state, any further blow would likely result in its demise, transforming it into a soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong engaged in combat merely for the sake of honing their own abilities. They had no intention of ending the soul beast's life. "All right, let us continue," Hanli remarked nonchalantly. As they progressed, should they encounter a soul beast with insufficient strength, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo would promptly release their auras to frighten it away. They would only advance when faced with opponents suitable for the training of Xiao Wu and her companions. Initially, the soul beasts encountered predominantly possessed around 20,000 years of cultivation. And as long as they were not of excessively high rank, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong managed to handle them with ease. However, as they ventured deeper, the soul beasts they faced became increasingly powerful, and Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gradually found themselves struggling. In situations where the two girls could not cope, Xiao Wu would take the stage to assist in battle. Indeed, Xiao Wu had transformed remarkably. The enhancements granted by her spirit far exceeded those provided by soul rings. This was evident during combat. It also intensified Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's envy of Xiao Wu's possession of a spirit. Had they each possessed one, their strength would undoubtedly see a notable enhancement. When the group reached the depths of the inner zone, they encountered soul beasts that were formidable adversaries, making it challenging for the three girls to collaborate effectively. Hanli began to intervene during their struggles, and with his presence, the battles became remarkably efficient. Regardless of the strength or cultivation of the soul beasts faced, they all fell beneath Han Li and his companions. Some soul beasts seemed to recognize Han Li, swiftly fleeing before the fight commenced. As a frequent visitor to the Stardow Forest, those creatures that had previously suffered at his hands were understandably reluctant to endure another beating. After several days of training, they finally reached the core area of the Stardow Forest. "Han Li, is it truly appropriate for us to be in such a perilous location?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with concern. "Zhuqing, there is no need for fear. This time, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, and my father are with us. Even if we encounter 100,000-year soul beast, they will be powerless against us." With unwavering confidence, Ning Rongrong proclaimed. Suddenly, the two formidable Douluo leading the way came to an abrupt halt, sensing an overwhelming aura of pressure. A commotion arose in the distance, heralding the approach of some creature, likely two fearsome beasts. The sword Douluo remarked coolly. Could it be the two sovereigns of the Stardow Forest? Ning Fengti speculated slowly. Indeed, it is them, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, for those two sovereign beasts were her underlings. The sound grew increasingly near, revealing two colossal figures, one towering and robust, resembling a great mountain, while the other, tall and elongated, stood like a pillar of heaven. Upon his last return, Han Li had informed Ning Fengji and the Douluo about his agreement with the two mighty beasts, though he had not elaborated on the nature of their relationship. The Douluo maintained a state of heightened vigilance, fixating intently on the approaching silhouettes, apprehensive of a potential attack. After a moment, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape finally revealed their forms, presenting themselves before the group. The first encounter with the two fearsome beasts left those present in astonishment, particularly Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had never before laid eyes on soul beasts of such immense stature. Upon recognizing Han Li and Xiao Wu, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape exhibited sheer delight. Naturally, they also noted the unfamiliar faces. The sword Duo and bone Duo did not suppress their soul power, which elicited a sense of threat from the beasts. An unmistakable tension permeated the atmosphere. To prevent any misunderstandings, Han Li promptly introduced the two legendary beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, asserting that they were friends and mentors of both himself and Xiao Wu. Han Li then turned to the two soul beasts, assuring everyone, "We are all allies here. There is no need for wariness. We share a common enemy, the Spirit Hall." His words indeed had a calming effect, alleviating the surrounding tension. The sky blue bull python spoke human words, greeting, "Hello. Since you're friends of Xiao Wu and Han Li, you are also our friends." Not only did the sky blue bull python extend a friendly greeting, but it also expressed its stance. Ning Fengji and the bone Douluo marveled, finally witnessing the legendary soul beast with a bull's head and a serpent's body, while behind the two soul beasts lay a mysterious little lake. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing observed curiously, their eyes wide with intrigue, perhaps due to the novelty of the encounter, despite the friendly demeanor. The two women still felt a tinge of fear towards these oddly shaped, colossal soul beasts. Since Han Li's last departure, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape had been engaged in rigorous combat training, bored with battling each other. They had even sought out several soul beasts over 50,000 years old to serve as training partners. Such beings were formidable within the confines of the Stardow Forest. Yet they were merely playthings in the presence of the two sovereigns. It was then that the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of overpowering other soul beasts. I must say, the thrill of dominating lesser soul beasts is quite delightful, they mused. However, there were drawbacks. Fighting against soul beasts of significantly lower strength provided them with no substantial growth. Thus, upon Han Li's return, the two soul beasts eagerly expressed their desire for a battle with him, wishing to involve the other soul beasts as well. Han Li waved his hand, declining without hesitation. "I'm not in the mood for a fight with you at present, but I have brought along worthy opponents." As he spoke, he gestured towards the sword Duo and bone Duo. Upon learning that Han Li wished for them to engage the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, the two Douluo were instantly elated, having long sought suitable adversaries. "Excellent. Grandfather Bone, Grandfather Sword, I shall cheer for you." Chapter 168, Bone Douluo vs. Titan Giant Ape. Ning Rongrong was the first to applaud, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Both Ning Fengji and Han Li eagerly anticipated the forthcoming clash. One side consisted of powerful soul beasts, while the other comprised formidable human warriors. Which side would ultimately prevail? In contrast to Ning Rongrong's excitement, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of worry. Having witnessed the prowess of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, she knew them to be top tier among human soul masters. Xiao Wu was reluctant for either the sword Duo or bone Duo to harm to Ming and Air Ming. "I know you are all eager, but please hold your horses," Han Li interjected, halting them. He indicated that before the battle commenced, he needed the sky blue bull python to assist with a simple task, to seek out some soul beasts on the brink of death, much like last time. "You wish to create more soul spirits, don't you? No problem. We shall go find them right away." The sky blue bull python agreed readily, eager to facilitate the development of soul spirits, which indeed constituted a great fortune for soul beasts. The soul beasts that had previously been on the verge of death were awaiting another opportunity, so the sky blue bull python swiftly summoned them all. With that task accomplished, it was finally time for the exhilarating combat segment. The bone Duo stepped forward first, stating, "I wish to challenge the titan giant ape, esteemed senior." Initially unsure of how to address his opponent, the bone Duo thought it appropriate to refer to the beast as senior, given its lengthy existence. "No problem. It's just the opportunity one needed to assess the strength of humans beyond Han Li." The titan giant ape replied enthusiastically. The crowd quickly retreated, granting the two powerful beings ample space for their duel. Old Bone has long yearned to battle the titan giant ape. Now his wish is finally fulfilled. The sword Douluo remarked with satisfaction. Although the sword Douluo and bone Douluo often clashed, neither yielding to the other, they had coexisted for many years and cared for one another beneath the surface, albeit reluctant to express it openly. "Grandfather Sword, do you think Grandfather Bone can win?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, the sword Douluo replied, Old Bone possesses excellent talent. His bone dragon martial spirit is not merely top tier, but surpasses it. If he were to face an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, victory would be assured. However, his opponent is one of the forest sovereigns, the Titan giant ape, which complicates matters. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape did not ascend to their status as forest monarchs by mere chance. Both possessed the bloodline of divine beasts, capable of suppressing the majority of soul beasts from birth, and each had their own unique opportunities that set them apart from ordinary soul beasts. Go, Ming. Xiao Wu silently cheered. Her emotions were complex. She wished for her childhood companion, Ming, to triumph while simultaneously hoping that the Bone Douluo, who had protected them on numerous occasions, would also prevail. The Titan giant ape brimmed with confidence, having remained in the heart of the Star Do forest, possessing limited knowledge of external soul masters. In its view, Han Lie's victory was merely a result of the latter's transformation into a soul beast and a series of fortunate circumstances. Normal human soul masters, it believed, were no match for its might. Throughout the passage of time, human soul masters have ventured into the core zone more than once. With a title, Douluo were no match for him. Indeed, many within would flee in terror at merely a glance from him. However, as the battle progressed, the Titan great ape found himself beset by sorrow. The Bone Douluo proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated, exhibiting movements that were exceptionally peculiar and difficult to counter. The Bone Douluo was acutely aware of the Titan great ape's immense strength and thus deliberately avoided engaging him head-on. This left the Titan great ape feeling utterly frustrated, as his raw power found no outlet. Had it been in the past, he would have been at a complete loss, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, having fought alongside Han Li and the sky blue bull python against various soul beasts, the Titan great ape had learned much. He contemplated his approach and resolved to refrain from relying solely on brute force, instead integrating some tactics that involved feints and deception. Observing their clash, the sky blue bull python was struck by the realization of how difficult the Bone Douluo truly was to contend with, marveling at the undeniable strength of human soul masters. Grateful for Han Li's earlier emphasis on their might, he recognized that, without such insight, they would have undoubtedly suffered significant losses in the future. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were utterly captivated. Through this pinnacle battle, they felt profoundly the terrifying prowess of both the Bone Douluo and the Titan great ape. Was this the power possessed at the zenith of soul masters and soul beasts? The two silently vowed to hasten their own ascension to the rank of Title Douluo. As the battle intensified, the Sword Douluo could not resist jesting. Old Bone, why so timid? You seem overly cautious, even afraid to engage directly. Soon, I shall have my turn to duel with the Titan great ape. Make sure to observe and learn. The Bone Douluo merely huffed in response, disregarding the Sword Douluo's taunt. As the combat reached a critical juncture, the Bone Douluo resolved to attempt a direct confrontation. Seizing an opportunity, he charged towards the Titan great ape, summoning a multitude of bone spikes. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the Titan great ape did not reciprocate with a clash of strength, but instead employed a gravity field. For a super Douluo of the Bone Douluo's caliber, evading such a gravity field was feasible. However, in his fervor, he had committed fully to his charge and found it difficult to halt his momentum. In an instant, he felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, his feet struggling to move as an overwhelming force of gravity bore down upon his shoulders, pinning him to the ground. Adhering to the principles of friendly sparring, the battle concluded there, a matter of mutual respect. The Titan great ape felt immense joy. Despite the challenges faced, he had emerged victorious. However, Han Li doused his elation with a dose of reality, cautioning him not to rejoice prematurely, for luck had played a significant role in his victory. Han Li explained that the Bone Douluo was unaware of the Titan great ape's ultimate techniques, and his willingness to engage directly was merely a means to gauge the Titan great ape's formidable strength. Had they been positioned as adversaries, fighting earnestly to the death, the Bone Douluo would never have acted so foolishly. Given his combat style, he could have effortlessly worn down the Titan great ape. The Titan great ape's moment of triumph was fleeting, as he quickly found himself disheartened once more. Observing the Titan great ape's crestfallen demeanor, Han Li felt a pang of sympathy, for he was indeed a companion of Xiao Wu. Thus, he offered several encouraging words. However, he noted, compared to before, you have indeed made significant progress, as evidenced by your recent battle. Chapter 169. The Sword Douluo battles the Sky Blue Bull Python. Hanli did not offer empty praise to the Titan Great Ape. His sentiments were genuine. Admittedly, at the battle's onset, the Titan Great Ape had repeated his previous strategies. Yet, as the conflict deepened, he began to reflect and employ some rudimentary tactics. For instance, who could have anticipated that the Titan Great Ape, known for his reliance on brute strength, would suddenly utilize a gravity field to counter the Douluo's charge, subsequently seizing the opportunity to counterattack? This marked a significant advancement for the Titan Great Ape. Upon the Douluo's defeat, the sword Douluo approached, mockingly stating, "Old Bone, you have ultimately lost. How utterly useless." The Douluo seethed with indignation, yet the fact of his defeat was undeniable, leaving him without grounds for rebuttal. "If you have the ability, then go defeat them," he retorted angrily. "I am about to challenge the Sky Blue Bull Python. Be sure to watch closely." The crowd, including the soul beasts, eagerly anticipated the forthcoming clash between the sword Douluo and the Sky Blue Bull Python. The previous battle had been intensely captivating, broadening their horizons, and this upcoming confrontation promised to be even more exhilarating. The sword Douluo unleashed his martial spirit, the seven-killing sword, a particularly rare and supreme martial spirit, which was no less potent than the inherited martial spirit, the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect, given equivalent circumstances. Taking the initiative, the sword Douluo swept his sword, releasing a flurry of sharp sword beams that soared forth. The Sky Blue Bull Python, unwilling to be outdone, swayed its body, unleashing a shockwave that repelled the sword beams. The combat style of the Sky Blue Bull Python was strikingly different from that of the Titan Great Ape, the other forest sovereign. It was not merely a matter of brute force. Its attacks were not only formidable, but also shrewd and elusive, akin to the Douluo. Although the Sky Blue Bull Python shared some characteristics with the Douluo, its approach was distinctly unique. Furthermore, as a soul beast, the Sky Blue Bull Python possessed many techniques that the sword Douluo had never encountered. The sword Douluo responded with utmost seriousness, unwilling to let his guard down. Their battle was exceedingly fierce, surpassing even the previous confrontation in brilliance. Onlookers and soul beasts held their breath, utterly absorbed in this pinnacle showdown. The Titan Great Ape was particularly exhilarated, contemplating a thorough battle with this human on the morrow, feeling that his earlier bout with the Douluo had not showcased his true capabilities. Seventh soul skill, 7 killing, true body, the sword Douluo declared, pointing skyward. In the next moment, a resplendent white light enveloped him, and the 7 killing sword in his hand began to expand and sharpen. With the activation of the 7 killing true body, the sword Douluo not only experienced a marked increase in offensive power, but also saw all of his soul skills enhanced by 30%. What a formidable aura! The Sky Blue Bull Python marveled. Han Li's assessment rang true. Having spent years in the depths of the Stardow Forest, it had indeed been too sheltered from the prowess of human soul masters. Setting aside the yet unknown potential adversary, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong, the sword Douluo alone was imposing enough to instill considerable pressure. Subsequently, the sword Douluo cast the 7 killing sword aside, stepping atop it to perform a rare feat of sword flight. Gracefully soaring upon the 7 killing sword, he darted about with remarkable speed. Though the sword lay beneath his feet, this did not diminish his striking power. With his left hand raised in a gesture and his right hand gesticulating fervently, an innumerable array of light swords erupted from behind him, launching a sweeping offensive against the Sky Blue Bull Python. Despite its colossal size, the Sky Blue Bull Python exhibited surprising agility. Yet, even with such swiftness, it found itself somewhat beleaguered under the rapid and concentrated onslaught of the sword Douluo. The disparity in their strengths was negligible, each evenly matched, with their offensive techniques growing increasingly formidable. They exchanged blows for countless rounds without a clear victor emerging. Slow field, the Azure Bull Python declared after a prolonged defense. This was the exclusive domain skill of the Azure Bull Python, within which all units' movements would be significantly hampered. Under the influence of this slow field, the attack speed of the sword Douluo had noticeably diminished. A domain? I possess one as well. The sword Douluo mused internally. He had developed a formidable domain of his own, known as the 7-kill domain. Its effect was even more domineering, capable of drastically reducing the opponent's attack power, with some minor impacts on their defense and speed. However, the sword Douluo seldom employed the 7-kill domain, as it bore a significant drawback. It could not distinguish friend from foe, weakening not only the enemy, but also his allies. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose not to utilize this technique. In his eyes, the Azure Bull Python was not their enemy, and the 7-kill domain was intended for combat, making it unnecessary to wield it against a friend. The sword Douluo felt the considerable effects of the slow field on his state, retreating to a standstill. No definitive outcome had yet been reached. The Azure Bull Python seemed to sense something, gazing intently at the sword Douluo, and inquired, "Do you still have a trump card up your sleeve?" The sword Douluo nodded without concealment, indicating that this ultimate move was immensely destructive and exceedingly difficult to control. Hence he refrained from using it. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, both the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape couldn't help but express relief that the sword Douluo was not their adversary. Otherwise, he would have proven quite a formidable opponent. Even if they ultimately managed to defeat the sword Douluo, they would undoubtedly incur a heavy toll. The two spirit beasts were not mistaken in their thoughts. The sword Douluo was a figure of great renown, hailed as the strongest title Douluo on the continent, a title well-earned and widely acknowledged. In the original text, the Spirit Hall dispatched numerous elites and a grand army to assault the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ultimately, the sword Douluo single-handedly repelled several titled Douluos, countering their offensive. Although this battle cost him an arm, it could not diminish his undeniable prowess. "We agreed this was merely a friendly spar. It should end here," the sword Douluo stated. "Indeed, I must say, you differ vastly from the human soul masters we had envisioned," the Azure Bull Python remarked in awe. Intrigued, the sword Douluo inquired, "Or your preconceived notions of human soul masters?" The Azure Bull Python explained that they had always regarded humans as mortal enemies, given that countless spirit beasts had perished at human hands. Moreover, human soul masters were perceived as cunning and treacherous. "Senior, if I may be so bold, are there truly malevolent beings among your kind?" Ning Fengji asked thoughtfully. The Azure Bull Python responded without hesitation, "Certainly, I am aware of many wicked spirit beasts." Ning Fengji smiled, asserting, "There are benevolent and malevolent spirit beasts, just as there are good and evil humans. Thus, we cannot generalize." His speech was marked by elegance and politeness, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor that endeared him to others. Over time, the hostility held by the Azure Bull Python and the other spirit beasts towards human soul masters had indeed diminished significantly. "You make a valid point. It seems we have been rather one-sided in our perspectives," the Azure Bull Python said slowly. "May I ask the names of the two formidable individuals who fought alongside me and Erming today?" The Azure Bull Python inquired. "I am known as Chenexine." "The sword," replied the sword Douluo. "I am Gurong, the bone," introduced the bone Douluo with a smile. "A splendid title," the Azure Bull Python praised. The strength displayed by the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo today thoroughly impressed the spirit beasts. Whether soul masters or spirit beasts, there was a commonality: respect for the strong. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they would undoubtedly garner the attention of those around them. At this moment, Ning Rongrong cautiously spoke up. "Can we now acquire a spirit?" Hanli nodded, having nearly forgotten this matter. He approached the gathered spirit beasts, all of whom were on the brink of death, albeit with varying levels of cultivation. Among them, the highest was nearly 80 to 90,000 years old, while the lowest had several thousand years of experience. The spirit beasts understood Han Li's purpose was to select a spirit, and each one put forth their utmost efforts to capture his attention. While normal spirit beasts would disdain residing within human soul masters, for these beings with dwindling lifespans, it was a tremendous opportunity. After careful observation, Han Li meticulously chose a spirit beast cultivated for over 10,000 years. This spirit beast was named the Azure Moon Sparrow, resembling a peacock with its vibrant green plumage and particularly lively eyes. The Azure Moon Sparrow was not a combat-oriented species. Its beauty and exceptional healing abilities made it well known. However, its tail bore several alarming scars, indicating it had suffered grievous treatment in the past. Azure Moon Sparrow, do you wish to continue living in the form of a spirit? These spirit beasts were willing to wait here, signifying their desire to become spirits, but before beginning, Han Li needed to follow a procedure. The Azure Moon Sparrow nodded obediently, appearing exceedingly adorable and endearing. Han Li then turned to Ning Rongrong, asking, "Are you satisfied with this spirit?" Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy as she nodded fervently. Who could refuse such a beautiful and charming spirit? Cautiously, she approached the Azure Moon Sparrow and pointed at the scars on its tail, asking, "Who injured you?" The Azure Moon Sparrow lowered its head and sighed deeply, recounting, "About half a year ago, I was targeted by a group of tiger-like martial spirits, who launched a frenzied assault on me. Fortunately, with the help of a few friends, I narrowly escaped, but I was inevitably gravely wounded. The severe injury had drastically reduced the Azure Moon Sparrow's lifespan. Little girl, you are quite fortunate. Had this Azure Moon Sparrow not faced misfortune, it would not have been willing to become a spirit, the Azure Bull Python remarked in a somber tone. Spirit beasts like the Azure Moon Sparrow, known for their healing abilities, were highly regarded in the Stardow Forest. Any spirit beast with a modicum of intelligence would not wish harm upon them. This was akin to highly skilled doctors in human society, who could guarantee they would never fall ill in their lifetime. While Ning Rongrong conversed with the Azure Moon Sparrow, Hanli continued selecting spirit beasts. This time for Zhu Zhuqing. Hanli chose a cat-type spirit beast with a cultivation of 30,000 years, perfectly aligned with her martial spirit. Cat-type spirit beasts capable of reaching such cultivation levels were exceedingly rare. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were fortunate. Subsequently, Hanli exchanged for 2 spirit fusion techniques from the system marketplace and commenced the operation. At Han Li's signal, the Azure Moon Sparrow stood beside Ning Rongrong, who placed her hand atop the sparrow's head. The spirit fusion technique activated, and radiant halos emanated from both Ning Rongrong and the Azure Moon Sparrow. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit materialized spontaneously, with 5 soul rings illuminating in succession. Gradually, a brand new black soul ring began to form. As the body of the Azure Moon Sparrow gradually dissolved into nothingness, Ning Fengji and Swordbone Douluo stood by in astonishment. This was their first experience witnessing the entire process of a soul spirit's birth. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python remained elated, witnessing a kindred soul on the brink of death find a new home, offering heartfelt blessings. The previous soul spirit ceremony had been remarkably successful, and this occasion unfolded without any unforeseen mishaps. The 2 soul beasts even suggested that Hanli summon more human soul masters to acquire the soul spirits, as there were still many soul beasts yet to transform. In a short while, the Azure Moon Sparrow had completely vanished, and Ning Rongrong's 6th soul ring was fully filled. At this moment, Ning Rongrong finally ascended to the rank of a 6-ring soul emperor, overwhelmed with joy. All right, you may now attempt to summon your soul spirit. Anli Ramarka calmly. Ning Rongrong endeavored to sense her soul spirit, quickly establishing communication with the Azure Moon Sparrow and successfully summoning it forth. Once again, the Azure Moon Sparrow stood before the assembly. Compared to before, the spirit appeared vibrant and lively, with the old wounds on its tail now completely healed. It was truly miraculous. The Azure Moon Sparrow excitedly spun around twice. Following the same procedure, Zhu Zhuqing and her feline soul beast underwent a similar transformation. When Zhu Zhuqing and the others arrived, they had honed their skills along the way, having consumed a fair amount of soul beast lifespans. Ifan Liwisha. He could elevate Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's soul power levels to 70 or above at this very moment. However, Hanli was not in a rush and decided to gradually enhance their abilities over time. The group gathered together, chatting and resting, reveling in a warm camaraderie. Such a tender scene between humans and soul beasts was exceedingly rare. Suddenly, the Titan Giant Ape rose to its towering stature and spoke. I have fully regained my peak condition, and I can hardly wait. I wish to battle you today. The Titan Giant Ape directed its gaze at Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo paused momentarily before responding quickly that he was willing. He, too, yearned for a spar with the Titan Giant Ape. What a bunch of battle enthusiasts. Ning Fengji took it. As the auxiliary soul master, Ning Fengji found it challenging to comprehend the fervor for combat that these formidable beings possessed. Before taking the stage, Sword Douluo made a point to boast about Douluo, old Bone, you must watch closely and learn. Spare me the chatter and get on with it. Bone Douluo snorted. The battle commenced. Sword Douluo recognized that although the Titan Giant Ape was powerful, it paled in comparison to the Sky Blue Bull Python. He resolved to engage in the Titan Giant Ape's preferred method of combat, an unyielding confrontation. Sword Douluo soared into the air on his sword, heading straight for the Titan Giant Ape's heart. The Titan Giant Ape, realizing Sword Douluo intended to clash head-on, felt immense joy. This was precisely the moment it had awaited. Unfortunately, Sword Douluo was not as easily overcome as the Titan Giant Ape had hoped. As the continent's most formidable attacking title Douluo, Sword Douluo's offensive was exceptionally fierce and venomous. After exchanging numerous blows, the Titan Giant Ape could no longer withstand the immense pressure and was compelled to unleash its gravity domain. Having observed the battle between the Titan Giant Ape and Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo was aware of the former's ultimate technique, yet he showed little concern. Just as Sword Douluo executed a powerful soul skill, he was suddenly struck by the gravity domain. In an instant, It felt as though his legs were mired in a quagmire, with overwhelming pressure surrounding him, constantly pulling him downward. Douluo understood that the Titan giant ape had unleashed its ultimate move. Therefore, rather than pressing forward, he summoned his 7-kill avatar and employed his 8th soul skill, the 12 stream slash. Swiftly, Douluo attacked the Titan giant ape and then retreated. Although the resistance beneath his feet and the surrounding pressure were substantial, they merely slowed his movements, allowing him to act nonetheless. 12 sleek beams of light surged toward the Titan giant ape. Unperturbed, the Titan giant ape swung a fist to dissipate Douluo's assault. While Douluo's 8th soul skill was somewhat weakened by the gravity domain, it remained formidable. Fortunately, it posed no real threat to the Titan giant ape, enabling the latter to easily disperse it. Seizing the moment while the Titan giant ape dealt with the 8th soul skill, Douluo deftly withdrew from the gravity domain's range, causing the negative effects surrounding him to dissipate. In the face of the Titan giant ape, Douluo refrained from deploying his 7-kill domain. The Titan giant ape could not help but marvel at Douluo's strength, being able to escape its gravity domain in such a short time. After retreating, Douluo signaled for a ceasefire, stating that this was sufficient for now. Senior Titan giant ape, your gravity domain is indeed as formidable as rumored. Coming here has truly broadened my horizons and yielded great insights, Douluo remarked sincerely. The Titan giant ape likewise expressed admiration, particularly praising Douluo's assault, like a meteor, a torrential downpour. Douluo not only had the capability to confront the Titan giant ape head-on, but also compelled it to utilize its ultimate technique so swiftly. In terms of raw power, you surpassed the Soul Master wielding a hammer I previously encountered. Even ensnared within my gravity domain, you managed to extricate yourself so quickly. The Titan giant ape said slowly. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is confused. The sky blue bull python, observing the battle, understood that while it appeared the Titan giant ape had the upper hand, Douluo had not shown significant distress under its attacks. If Douluo truly unleashed his full strength, the outcome might still be uncertain. Douluo could not help but exclaimed that Douluo's performance against the enemy's ultimate move was merely superior to his own. Douluo's soul power level surpassed that of Douluo, focusing solely on offense, unlike Douluo, who balanced defense simultaneously. This rendered Douluo extraordinarily powerful in the realm of attack, naturally placing him above Douluo in strength. Anli, Ningrungrong, Zuzuking, Hiu, and Ning Fengji thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle from the sidelines. Such a high-caliber battle was a rare occurrence. Simply standing by to observe allowed them to gain immense knowledge. Senior Sky Blue Bull Python, may I have the honor of battling you next? Douluo inquired. Before the Sky Blue Bull Python could respond, Douluo interjected, Old Bone, perhaps you should reconsider. Don't humiliate yourself further. I can't be bothered with you. Douluo didn't even spare him a glance. At that moment, the Sky Blue Bull Python nodded. Soon, another high-level battle commenced. Douluo's Bone Dragon martial spirit combined both defense and offense, with an array of unpredictable and strange techniques. As the battle began, Douluo seized the initiative to launch an attack. Unlike last time, he opted for a strategy of evasion and attrition. Countless bone spikes erupted from beneath the earth, prompting the Sky Blue Bull Python to swiftly retreat to avoid their assault. Throughout this process, the Sky Blue Bull Python did not forget to counterattack, unleashing several small waves of light. These small waves not only possessed considerable lethality, but also had a debilitating effect. Anyone struck by the waves would find their speed halved in an instant. Douluo was not one to take things lightly. He skillfully evaded all of the minor light waves. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, with both sides acutely aware of the other's tenacity. After exchanging over 100 moves, Douluo began to show signs of fatigue and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The Titan Great Ape, observing the duel, gained a clearer understanding of Douluo's capabilities. Indeed, as Hanli had asserted, had Douluo not chosen to avoid a head-on confrontation, the likelihood of the Titan Great Ape's defeat would have been exceedingly high. I have learned much from you, esteemed Senior Blue Bull Python, Douluo respectfully remarked. Apart from withholding his trump card, Douluo had nearly exerted himself to the fullest, yet still found it impossible to suppress the Blue Bull Python. However, this encounter had allowed Douluo to acquire a wealth of new knowledge. He was confident that his strength would significantly increase as a result of this battle. It is merely a mutual enhancement, replied the Blue Bull Python. The ongoing skirmish between the two soul beasts and Swordbone Douluo was fundamentally about elevating their own strengths. Thus, the assertion of mutual enhancement was not exaggerated in the least. We had previously exhibited a degree of arrogance, underestimating the prowess of human soul masters. Today's duel has left us deeply enlightened, the blue bull python continued. Without Han Li's timely reminder, given more time, should Bibi Dong lead the Spirit Hall forces to attack. The two great soul beasts might find themselves with no means to resist. When will I also become a tidal Douluo? Ning Rongrong lamented as she lay on the grass, gazing up at the sky. Rest assured, that day is not far off, Han Li replied with a smile. Chapter 172. Two Douluos and two great soul beasts battle Han Li. The blue bull python and the titan great ape, having engaged with the two human powerhouses, still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Despite Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo possessing formidable strength and indeed causing them considerable trouble, they had not been completely subdued. The two soul beasts yearned for a more challenging battle. After a moment of contemplation, the blue bull python spoke. Han Li, we wish to engage you in another match. The titan great ape next to him nodded in agreement. Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you planning to team up? The blue bull python was taken aback. He sensed that Han Li had been holding back and wished to experience the full extent of Han Li's abilities, prompting a change in strategy. How about this? I will team up with Erming to join forces with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to challenge you. Are you willing to accept? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo immediately expressed their agreement. All eyes turned to Han Li, awaiting his response. Initially expecting a refusal, they were surprised when he merely smiled and readily consented. Ning Fengji, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left astonished. They understood Han Li's might. Possessing at least the combat prowess of a super Douluo, he had previously exchanged blows with Sword Bone Douluo and even defeated two tidal Douluos from the Spear Hall. Yet now, Han Li was to face four opponents, each not merely ordinary tidal Douluos, but veritable paragons of strength in their own right. The prospect of these four titans joining forces against Han Li led to speculation about the depths of his power. Xiao Wu, comparatively calm, recalled that the last time she accompanied Han Li, he had already bested Ming and Ming. With the addition of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, she found it difficult to predict the outcome. Let's begin. Han Li made his way to a spacious arena, raising his hand in a gesture of readiness. The two soul beasts and Han Li, aware of each other's formidable capabilities, did not hold back. They launched a fierce assault from the outset. Given their numerical superiority, they aimed to exploit the advantage of their numbers. Observing this, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor as he unleashed a myriad of soul skills to counter their onslaught. As a dual-spirited soul master, Han Li possessed 18 soul rings along with their accompanying skills, and he had also exchanged for numerous soul techniques from the system. In the entire realm of soul masters, one would be hard-pressed to find another capable of wielding such an expansive arsenal of skills. The sky was alight with a dazzling array of effects, and the continuous explosions reverberated for an extended period, leaving the spectators in awe. How had Han Li elevated the battle to such unprecedented heights? At this level of combat, any ordinary tidal Douluo venturing too close would be met with immediate devastation. Han Li deftly fended off the initial wave of attacks from all four adversaries, and even had the energy to retaliate with his own soul skills. Given the strength of Sword Douluo and his companions, their individual soul skills could not harm them. Yet, each of Han Li's attacks was augmented by a minimum of 5 soul skills, resulting in a staggering amount of power. The most astonishing aspect was Han Li's ability to maintain this level of output, rendering his foes utterly helpless. Utilizing soul skills incurs a toll on one's soul power, with the more potent techniques demanding greater reserves. However, Han Li appeared to possess an inexhaustible well of energy. His powerful skills flowed forth as if they cost nothing. How could Han Li simultaneously unleash so many soul techniques? Ning Fengji was left speechless. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed a unique mental cultivation method designed for multitasking control, which Ning Fengji had been honing since childhood, now achieving the realm of the 7 portals Linglong Heart. This enabled him to employ 7 soul skills simultaneously to assist different individuals, precisely enhancing each person's most needed attributes. This technique could only be described as astonishingly remarkable. Even the renowned Super Douluos, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo could not manage to utilize 2 soul skills at once, while Han Li effortlessly unleashed over 20 techniques in a single breath, a feat that was simply unfathomable. Faced with the overwhelming might of Han Li, the 2 soul beasts and their human allies exerted all their efforts, yet they could not land a single blow on Han Li, nor could they even approach him. Ning Fengji and the others, as well as the surrounding soul beasts, were left in utter shock. Was this still a human? With a single person's strength suppressing four formidable beings. As time passed, Sword Bone Douluo and Ming Air Ming found their soul power nearly depleted, each panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Han Li, however, remained as vibrant as ever, seemingly untouched by any strain. The outcome of this duel was painfully obvious. Defeated, they could only withdraw with their heads hung low, unable to comprehend how Han Li had achieved such a feat. Even with a complete set of 6 soul bones and external soul bones, his soul power should not have been so abundant. After employing hundreds of soul skills, he still appeared to have plenty of energy remaining. Han Li did not broach the subject, and the others hesitated to inquire, aware that it likely pertained to Han Li's own secrets. Well then, are you all satisfied now? Han Li casually stretched and addressed the 4 opponents. It seems we have overstayed our welcome. It's time for us to depart. Before leaving, Han Li instructed the 2 great soul beasts that if the forces of the Spirit Hall truly came to attack, they should flee in the direction of Heaven Do City. He also urged them to call out loudly, assuring them that he would come to their aid upon hearing their cries. After imparting his instructions, Han Li felt something was amiss and decided to go the extra mile. He retrieved 2 9th-grade attack soul tools from the system shop. Of course, he exchanged these for the lives of the 2 great soul beasts. After all, they would be the ones using these soul tools. Sacrifices were only natural. These are treasures. Take good care of them, as they may save your lives in critical moments, Han Li said nonchalantly. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue cattle python, upon hearing these words, cautiously accepted the level 9 soul guidance device and expressed their profound gratitude to Han Li. Han Li held a deep concern for these 2 forest overlords, partly due to his connection with Xiao Wu, but also because of his personal inclinations. Both the sky blue cattle python and the Titan giant ape were noble soul beasts, deserving of Han Li's attentive care. By the way, I almost forgot something. As Han Li spoke, he summoned Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to his side. After a series of maneuvers, Han Li successfully concealed the soul rings of the 2 women, revealing only 5. It was essential for them to hide their true strength in advance, as they were set to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Wu, Han Li, and all my other human friends. You are always welcome to visit the Star Do Forest. The sky blue cattle python and the Titan giant ape waved farewell, watching the departing figures of the group. The commotion caused by Han Li and his companions had enlivened the core area of the Star Do Forest significantly. Chapter 173. The promotion matches begin. Ma Hongjun is severely beaten. Once they departed, both soul beasts felt a tinge of reluctance. Han Li's group navigated through the forest without obstruction and soon exited the Star Do Forest. With some time remaining before the promotion matches commenced, they decided to stay at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for a few days. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 10 teams from the various kingdoms and principalities under the Tian-Do Empire, along with their accompanying instructors, had arrived in Tian-Do City, preparing for the imminent promotion matches. The main competition area of the Tian-Do Empire boasted the most participating teams and the highest overall strength, while the teams from the subregions were comparatively lacking. Among the 10 teams from the other 5 subregions, only 3 boasted contestants of Soul Master rank. Moreover, they were not well acquainted with the 5 qualifying teams from the Tian-Do region. A team from a certain principality, during the drawing of lots, encountered Shrek Academy and mistakenly believed they had drawn a weak team. It was only natural for them to have such a perception, as they had not witnessed the previous battles of the Tian-Do region. In their memories, the elemental battle teams had always been formidable, consistently achieving remarkable results in past competitions and garnering widespread acclaim. Shrek Academy, on the other hand, was entirely unfamiliar to them. They had never heard of it before and assumed it to be a team that had merely benefited from good fortune to qualify this year. Our luck is truly exceptional. Who would have thought we'd face a third-rate team in the first round of the promotion matches? It seems we will have a grand display of our abilities. The team from the Principality enthusiastically discussed in the resting area. The nearby instructor also wore a pleased expression, though he symbolically reminded them, regardless of who your opponent may be, you must maintain utmost focus. The day of the competition soon arrived. On Shrek Academy's side, the team had shuffled the participants once more. Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, along with Oscar and a 34th level Soul Master Senior, would not be taking the stage. The first match of the promotion round was led by Zhu Zhuqing, with teammates Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and 3 35th level Soul Master Seniors. I want to participate, Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. Are you sure? Our opponents this time lack any capable fighters, Han Li remarked. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xiao Wu immediately abandoned the idea of participating. If the opponents were indeed weak, engaging in battle will be devoid of interest. It would be far more entertaining to watch from below, perhaps even witnessing Tang San being thoroughly beaten. Anli, imsumawet sarnath. Flinder hesitated for a long while before deciding to consult Han Li again. Flinder felt that with only Zhu Zhuqing as the Soul King present, they could easily become the target of their opponents. If Zhu Zhuqing were to suffer concentrated attacks, her soul power would diminish rapidly, leading to potential disadvantage later on. Do not worry, my arrangements are nearly foolproof. Just wait for the treat, Han Li replied with a cheerful smile. As long as we continue to win, I wouldn't mind treating you all countless times, Flinder responded readily. The host stood on the vast arena, took a deep breath, and announced, Please have the captains of both teams send forth their first combatants. Under Zhu Zhuqing's direction, Dai Mubai was the first to step onto the stage. Dai Mubai's opponent was a 35th level soul master, with a soul power ranked slightly higher than his own, yet with a vastly inferior martial soul quality. Although Dai Mubai often appeared somewhat ineffectual in front of Han Li and the others, he was undeniably an exceptional presence among his peers. Finally, it's my time to shine, Dai Mubai thought to himself. As the match commenced, both sides unleashed their respective martial souls. Dai Mubai surged forward, propelled by the fierce projection of the white tiger behind him. His opponent, also possessing a beast martial soul, stood no chance against Dai Mubai. With his formidable combat abilities, Dai Mubai swiftly dispatched his adversary. He had intended to conclude the fight quickly to conserve his energy. However, things did not go as planned, and he ultimately expended a significant amount of soul power. Next, the opposing team sent forth a 36th level soul master. This soul master wielded a long spear of average quality, but possessed the troublesome characteristic of extended reach. Dai Mubai activated his white tiger transformation to enhance his attributes and desperately advanced for close combat. However, the soul master was well aware of Dai Mubai's intentions. The more Dai Mubai sought to engage closely, the more the opponent resisted. Constantly wielding his spear, the opponent maintained a safe distance, causing Dai Mubai's soul power to deplete rapidly. After a while, Dai Mubai could no longer sustain his soul power and ultimately fell to defeat. You're up next. Han Li pointed to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's face immediately reflected his unease. If even Dai Mubai couldn't best his opponent, how could he, a mere soul master, possibly win? Han Li's response was blunt, indicating that he had no expectations for Ma Hongyun to defeat his opponent. His sole purpose was to exhaust the opponent's soul power. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu could not help but mock. Little fatty, are you scared? Don't you even have the courage to step into battle? Flinder also expressed his dissatisfaction with his disciple, casting an unhappy glance. With pressure mounting from all sides, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to anxiously ascend the stage. He summoned his Phoenix martial soul, resolved to keep his distance from the opponent and employ ranged attacks. With this determination, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt emboldened, thinking he might just turn his fortunes around in this battle. Thus, he became even more resolute in his decision to give his all against his opponent. The opponent and the spectators below regarded Ma Hongjun, a soul master with only 2 soul rings, with skepticism, shaking their heads in disbelief at Shrek Academy for sending such a contender. True to his intentions, Ma Hongjun unleashed his Phoenix Fire line, a blazing inferno shooting forth. However, what transpired next delivered a stinging slap to Ma Hongjun's face, awakening him from his daydream. The opponent, a deaf soul master, skillfully evaded the fiery assault. Meanwhile, as he dodged, he closed the distance, soon standing right in front of Ma Hongjun. Just as Ma Hongjun intended to unleash another fire attack, the opponent denied him the opportunity. The long spear swung down, toppling Ma Hongjun's legs and causing him to lose his balance, landing clumsily on the ground. I'll show you my fire line. I'll show you my fire line. The soul master struck Ma Hongjun's back and limbs with the barrel of his gun, loudly taunting him. The Advanced Soul Master competition strictly prohibits the intentional maiming or killing of opponents. Otherwise, he would have long since attacked with the gun's tip. Ma Hongjun, unable to resist, was soundly beaten, leaving him bruised and battered. Brother, I call you brother. Can you please stop hitting me? Chapter 174. Tang San, you're next. Ma Hongjun, having been thoroughly pummeled, felt as if he were a canvas of bruises, utterly miserable, instinctively pleading for mercy. Big brother, I beg you stop hitting me, or I shall be ruined. The audience and his opponents looked down on Ma Hongjun in his pitiful state. In the realm of soul masters, Losing a spar is not shameful. What is truly disgraceful is the incessant pleading for mercy, tarnishing the dignity of a soul master. Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia felt a profound disappointment in Ma Hongjun, while Han Li, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong found amusement in the spectacle. Subsequently, Han Li remarked to Flinder, "When I have time in the future, I shall certainly go and give Ma Hongjun a few more beatings, otherwise he will find it difficult to train diligently. And that would be rather pathetic." Flinder, being quite open-minded, quickly replied, "Feel free to do so. Unleash your fists. These youngsters indeed do not match your dedication." Flinder wished fervently that Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, and the others could exhibit the same fervor for training as Han Li and his companions, rising through the ranks with vigor. Seeing Ma Hongjun so helpless, the Soul Master grew weary of the lopsided battle and took a few steps back. Seizing this opportunity, Ma Hongjun exerted every ounce of strength to crawl forward, finally reaching the edge of the arena. "Tang San, you're next," Han Li said coolly. Tang San nodded, far more decisive than Ma Hongjun, and leaped onto the arena with agility. Tang San had recently accompanied his teacher to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for spirit rings, and he had now attained the rank of a level 31 Soul Master. Although his opponent was 5 levels above him, Tang San was not without prospects for victory. The Soul Master had already fought against Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, and his spirit power and stamina were far from optimal. As long as Tang San remained steady and focused, he had a solid chance of triumphing. Given your aura, it seems you have only recently ascended to the rank of Soul Master. At the beginning of the match, the opponent could not help but inquire, "Your Shrek Academy is rather pathetic, isn't it? You don't even have a late-stage Soul Master among you. With such a lineup, how do you even qualify for the Advanced Soul Master competition? I truly suspect you may have purchased your spots. Were it not for Xiao Wu's fiery temper, she would likely have rushed in to retaliate on the spot." Tang San appeared remarkably composed, fully aware that this was merely a tactic to provoke him. The Soul Master, recognizing his own poor condition, was attempting to incite Tang San into attacking first, revealing a vulnerability that he could exploit. To Tang San, this was a rare opportunity to showcase his abilities, and he was far from careless. Seeing that Tang San wouldn't fall for his taunts, the Soul Master had no choice but to initiate the attack. He brandished his spear and strode purposefully towards Tang San with impressive speed. Tang San calmly unleashed his martial soul and activated his first spirit skill, Bind. In the next moment, numerous blue-silver grass vines erupted from the ground, surging toward his adversary. The Soul Master, unfamiliar with Tang San's capabilities, was caught off guard and was swiftly ensnared by the vines, rendering his limbs immobile. Blue-silver grass? I can't believe someone would cultivate such a useless martial soul, the Soul Master exclaimed in astonishment. However, he quickly devised a countermeasure. Though his limbs were restrained, he could still maneuver his finger joints slightly. He retracted his spear, and during this process, the spear's tip grazed the blue-silver grass vines, forcibly slicing through them. Once a small opening was created, he could hastily extricate himself. "You are quite a nuisance," the Soul Master said warily as he eyed Tang San. "The real show has only just begun," Tang San replied, extending his palm to reveal a small, tender blue-silver grass sprout. He then began to make his own offensive move. Despite being a control-type Soul Master, his close combat capabilities were formidable. The Tang Sect's secret arts proved immensely useful in battle. The opponent clearly did not anticipate Tang San's proactive approach to close combat, leaving him utterly flustered. What distressed the Soul Master the most was that Tang San's close combat prowess completely overwhelmed him. To escape this predicament, he needed to use his spear to push Tang San away, as mid-range combat was more suited for the spear to showcase its might. However, Tang San would not allow him to achieve that. Xin Yu hand. Tang San's hands became as hard as iron. Gripping the spear forcefully and with a swift motion, he flung the opponent away. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Soul Master regained his balance, preventing him from tumbling off the arena. "I admit, you are indeed far superior to that useless, chubby fellow on your team. But you are still no match for me," the Soul Master declared, now resolved to unleash his full power. Second spirit skill, Parasitism, Tang San suddenly announced. In the blink of an eye, countless blue-silver vines erupted from the Soul Master's body, ensnaring him completely. The Soul Master immediately activated his spirit skill, attempting to forcibly break free from the blue-silver grass's grip. He barely managed to escape, only to suddenly collapse. Having been poisoned by Tang San's blue-silver grass, which contained a mild toxin, Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Zhao Wujia finally wore radiant smiles. thoroughly pleased with Tang San's performance. Indeed, this is the strength our students should possess. Xiao Wu teased. Tang San is quite the old silver coin. We must be wary of his penchant for poisoning behind the scenes. Han Li merely chuckled lightly. With Tang San's prowess, even if he unleashed his most potent toxin, it would have no effect on him. The next opponent from the opposing team was their captain, a level 37 Soul Master. Perhaps incensed by Tang San's underhanded tactics against his teammates, leapt onto the arena in a fit of rage. This man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, tall and muscular, making Tang San appear rather diminutive in comparison. You little brat, at such a young age, you should learn properly instead of resorting to underhanded tactics. Watch how I educate you. The captain bellowed, his imposing aura palpable. Tang San calmly engaged him in battle. The opponent was a powerful attack-type Soul Master with a beast martial soul, exhibiting formidable combat strength. Even Dai Mubai would likely struggle to endure several exchanges against him. Tang San refrained from a direct confrontation, relying on the extended reach of his blue-silver grass to maintain distance. However, this could not compensate for the disparity in their strengths. Soon enough, the opponent found an opportunity to close in. Tang San could barely withstand the onslaught, being forced to retreat steadily. Tang San felt a deep frustration. If only he could utilize hidden weapons, he was confident he could defeat this adversary. Yet, the competition rules expressly forbade the use of any weapons other than one's martial soul. The captain aimed 2 punches squarely at Tang San's face, leaving him dazed and on the brink of collapse. Let us see how long you can endure. The captain, invigorated, continued his assault, each punch more ferocious than the last. Chapter 175. Shrek Academy should surrender sooner rather than later. Despite Tang San's unwavering resolve, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught, losing the match. Next, the opposing team's captain proclaimed loudly, brimming with arrogance. Shrek Academy subsequently dispatched a 35th level Soul Master, named Li Liang. Li Liang engaged in a fierce battle with the opposing captain, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. Witnessing Shrek Academy's relentless retreat, Flinder and the others were beset with anxiety. However, Han Li remained unfazed, showing no inclination to deploy his main forces. Instead, he sent forth another 35th level Soul Master, Wang Peng. This marked the captain's third match. Aware that his opponent had expended considerable soul power, Wang Peng launched an all-out offensive at the onset of the match. As anticipated, his attacks proved to be overwhelmingly suppressive. Despite the opponent's superior soul power level, they found themselves unable to withstand Wang Peng's onslaught. If this trend continued, the captain's defeat was merely a matter of time. If you have the guts, wait for me to regain my strength before we continue. The captain could not help but exclaim. Having already eliminated 2 members from Shrek, Wang Peng was certainly not inclined to acquiesce. Ignoring the captain's taunts, Wang Peng intensified his assault. In a short span of time, Shrek Academy managed to reclaim a victory as Wang Peng vanquished the captain. As the saying goes, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Wang Peng had also expended a significant amount of soul power during this encounter. Following this, the opposing team sent forth a 34th level Soul Master. Although Wang Peng was not at his peak, his superior soul power and combat experience allowed him to secure victory after a grueling battle. In the waiting area, only Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing remained from Shrek Academy, while their opponents boasted 3 Soul Masters on standby, leading them to believe victory was within their grasp, their excitement palpable. Wang Peng's third match commenced. This time, the goddess of victory did not favor him. Despite his valiant efforts, he could not avert the impending loss. Yet, Wang Peng emerged with honor, having defeated 2 opponents and made a significant contribution. I advise you, Shrek Academy, to surrender sooner rather than later. Do you truly believe this motley crew can achieve victory? It is nothing short of wishful thinking. Hurry back home to your mothers. Ha ha ha. The opposing team seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of mockery, their arrogance irritating to behold. Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself and made a commanding entrance. Some spectators, having witnessed her performance in the preliminaries, anticipated an exhilarating spectacle. However, the opposing team appeared largely unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, and upon her arrival, they could not refrain from deriding her. Is this truly all Shrek Academy has left? First, they send out a powerful Soul Master, and now a 10-year-old girl? Little sister, this place is too dangerous for you. Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, wore a disdainful expression. Upon hearing the referee announce the start of the match, she refrained from summoning her martial soul or employing soul techniques, opting instead for straightforward hand-to-hand combat. Before her opponent could react, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, launching a swift assault that culminated in a single punch, sending the opponent flying off the stage, unconscious. The audience erupted in astonishment. How could a Soul Master of over 30 levels be so easily dispatched? The opposing team was left dumbfounded. They had assumed that with only one representative remaining from Shrek, and two from their side, victory was assured. Little did they know, this girl from Shrek was exceptionally formidable, concluding the battle in a flash. Not only had the defeated contestant failed to react, but even their team was momentarily at a loss. Prompted by the referee, they sent out their final team member in a daze. This player repeatedly reminded himself that Zhu Zhuqing's earlier win was merely a stroke of luck, asserting that she was just a little girl, posing no real threat. Yet, this competitor ultimately met the same fate as the previous one, being sent flying by Zhu Zhuqing's punch without any resistance. Not a single one can stand up to me, Zhu Zhuqing stated coldly. Flinder and Liu Erlong could not help but marvel. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Shrek Academy relied on these few prodigies. Without these four remarkable children, Shrek Academy likely would not have made it past the preliminaries. Han Li turned to Flinder with a smile, saying, "Old Flinder, see how I told you we would win? You owe me a treat." The three girls, including Xiao Wu, also looked at Flinder with smiles. In an uncharacteristic display, Flinder generously declared, "From now on, every match Shrek wins, I shall treat everyone." Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were envious. It was indeed rare for the notoriously stingy headmaster to offer such a treat, though it was clear they would not partake in it, as not being scolded was already a stroke of luck. Flinder, catching the envious gazes of Dai Mubai and the others, scolded, "You all better work hard on your training. Look at them. Without martial souls or soul techniques, they can still easily defeat Soul Masters. I'm growing weary of your lack of effort. Don't make me worry about you all." Flinder's words pierced through Dai Mubai and Tang San, leaving them with their heads bowed in shame. That evening, Flinder fulfilled his promise, taking Han Li and the others to a seemingly upscale restaurant in Heavendo City, where they indulged in a lavish feast. In the following period, Shrek Academy faced several elemental academies. Aware of Shrek Academy's Soul King-level combat prowess, these seasoned rivals opted for immediate surrender rather than risking a confrontation, reverting to the strategies of past preliminaries. The ignorant and fearless teams from the Principality chose to engage Shrek Academy in battle. The lineup for Shrek Academy remained largely unchanged, with the notable exception of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing alternating as the final contestants. "Ma Hongjun, you're up first," Han Li stated calmly. Ma Hongjun appeared taken aback. The memories of his previous beating on the stage still haunted him, leaving him with lingering shadows of fear. Hesitant, he eventually stammered, "Since Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are so formidable, why not just let them take the stage? Wouldn't that save time? Why are you still so timid?" Anli Ruplia. "Yes, you're right. Either of them could easily defeat the opponent, but don't you see this as a valuable opportunity for practice? I intentionally had them go last to allow you to gain experience in real combat. It seems you still fail to grasp my good intentions." Chapter 176, the finals begin. Han Li's performance was flawless. He spoke while gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, even managing to summon a hint of tears. Witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun and the others felt an immediate wave of guilt. Under the encouragement of their peers, Ma Hongjun reluctantly ascended to the arena. In truth, Han Li's display was merely an act. While he did harbor intentions of providing Shrek Academy with practical training, he was also eager to see them endure hardship. As anticipated, Ma Hongjun, a second-ring Soul Master, despite possessing an exceptional Phoenix martial soul, became nothing more than a punching bag on the stage, easily bullied by all. Of course, Ma Hongjun was not the only one suffering. Tang San and Dai Mubai also lamented their fates. Among them, Dai Mubai, being the strongest as a third-ring Soul Master, still faced a brutal beating when confronted by a team with soul ancestors. Regardless of the relentless beatings they endure, in the end, it is always Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing who intervenes. The prowess of these two is beyond dispute, as they effortlessly dismantle all adversaries in their path. Victory has become a mere routine for them, devoid of any semblance of challenge. Flinder takes great delight in this, as long as Shrek emerges victorious. The beatings endured by Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun serve as valuable lessons, compelling them to devote themselves more ardently to their training. As time passed, the hopes of Dai Mubai and Tang San for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to take the stage first reignited, prompting them to approach Flinder with their suggestions. However, Flinder remained indifferent to their pleas, asserting that he would not interfere with Han Li's arrangements. Throughout the qualifying rounds, the bruises on Dai Mubai and the others never faded, their bitterness and pain known only to them. Fortunately, the qualifying rounds concluded swiftly, with Shrek once again achieving a flawless victory, securing the first place. The 4 Elemental Academies followed closely behind, with Thunder Academy ranking second, Wind Academy third, and Water Academy and Fire Academy taking 4th and 5th places respectively. After the qualifying rounds, a 2-month respite awaited them, during which the Material Combat Team and the Spirit Hall team from the Douluo Empire would arrive for the final showdown. During this holiday, Han Li and his companions chose to remain in Heaven Do City, indulging in leisure and revelry for an extended period. In contrast, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Ongjun, and Oscar found themselves less fortunate. For them, rest was an extravagant luxury, as they could only train relentlessly under the watchful eyes of Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujin. The intensity of their training was overwhelming, yet their efforts bore fruit, with the 4 monsters nearly elevating their spirit power by a level. During this time, the Snow Knight Emperor praised and encouraged the Shrek Academy team and those Elemental Academies, urging them to continue striving forward. The Crown Prince, Shueqinghe, sought out Han Li and the others, inviting them to the royal palace for a delightful gathering, where a lavish feast awaited, purportedly to reward them for their numerous achievements. Throughout the banquet, Shueqinghe spoke fervently about the Spirit Master competition, showering praise upon the group without reservation. Meanwhile, Shuepa discreetly sought opportunities to extend his congratulations to Han Li and the others. The eagerness of the 2 princes was undoubtedly an attempt to win Han Li over. However, Han Li remained tight-lipped about his future plans, dismissing inquiries with the excuse of being too young to discuss such matters. Time raced forward, and in the blink of an eye, the grand finals of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Competition commenced at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. The finals adopted an elimination format, with each team afforded but a single opportunity. Only through victory could they advance. In the first round, the royal teams of the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire received a bye, progressing directly to the next round. Originally, the Spirit Hall team was expected, but they did not appear, possibly believing Han Li and his companions to be too formidable, thus extinguishing any hope of claiming the championship. A total of 30 teams from the 2 empires drew lots to determine their opponents. The Elemental Academies whispered fervent prayers, hoping to avoid a match against Shrek Academy in the finals, lest they be eliminated in the first round. Fortune smiled upon them, as they indeed did not face Shrek, and none of them matched up against each other, a most favorable outcome. Shrek Academy's opponent was a team from the Douluo Empire. All teams participating in the finals had emerged from numerous competitors, and among them was a formidable Soul Zone, yet victory was not in their destiny. This is the first match of the finals. Shall we take the stage? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Han Li promptly shook his head, asserting that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong need not participate in this contest. He had meticulously arranged the lineup, with Xiao Wu leading the charge, followed closely by Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and 2 senior Soul Masters at level 35. This stage was the grand finals. Should Shrek Academy secure victory in the first round, they would receive a bye in the second, effectively stepping into the top 10 without further combat. Thus, this battle was of utmost significance for Shrek Academy. Flinder pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to communicate with Han Li, still wishing to see Han Li and Zhu Zhuqing take the stage, substituting Tang San and Ma Hongjun for a more secure strategy. Han Li smiled slightly. Old Flinder, do not be so timid. Rest assured, this lineup is more than adequate. Just prepare to treat us. With Han Li's assurance, Flinder reluctantly acquiesced. Good morning, esteemed audience. Today's match features the Shrek team from the Heaven Do Empire and the Tianhai team from the Douluo Empire, who will ultimately emerge victorious. Let's await the outcome. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, both teams advanced towards the arena. Shrek! Shrek! Here, in the home ground of the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy was no stranger to many spectators, who fervently rallied behind them in support. This is the pressure of playing away? Tianhai team's captain, Haiwan San, remarked slowly. Brothers, we have worked tirelessly to reach this final stage. We must give our all in this first match. The members of the Tianhai team echoed his sentiments, their fighting spirit ablaze. Upon noticing that the leading figure from the opposing side was a young girl of about 10 years, they were taken aback. However, they did not underestimate their opponents, for those who reached the finals were far from ordinary. Soon, with the announcer's signal, the match officially commenced. Xiao Wu charged forth, sprinting towards the enemy's territory with bewildering speed that left everyone unprepared. In an instant, she reached Haiwan San, delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. She pursued him closely, disregarding the others entirely, as if in her eyes, the only adversary was San, this soul zone. As the remaining members contemplated rushing to his aid, the Shrek Academy team pressed forward, forcing them to engage fully in the fight. As before, Xiao Wu took it upon herself to confront the opposing soul zone, not exerting her full strength, while the others were left to fend for themselves. Tang San and the others felt a sense of helplessness. However, since Xiao Wu was blocking the strongest opponent, they could hardly voice their concerns. With Xiao Wu temporarily absent, Tang San assumed command of the team, directing the 6 companions in coordinated efforts. The 6 members of the Tianhai team were all soul masters, 4 of whom possessed spirit power levels above 34, while Shrek Academy had only 2 advanced soul masters to support them, resulting in a significant disparity in overall strength. Initially, leveraging surprise and Tang San's leadership, they matched their opponents evenly. Yet, as time elapsed and the battle progressed, Shrek inevitably found themselves at a disadvantage. Ma Hongjuan's exceptional phoenix spirit, though of high quality, suffered from a deficit in spirit power. While Tang San had attained the rank of Soul Master, his spirit power was still somewhat lacking, and his spirit was rather ordinary. Only Dai Mubai and the 235-level senior Soul Masters managed to hold their ground. They were acutely aware of Xiao Wu's formidable strength. With her capabilities, cleaning up the aftermath was a given. However, they were reluctant to rely on her, as being dominated by the opposition was a matter of pride. Yet, was this a choice they could truly make? Before long, Ma Hongjun found himself in dire straits, fell by the enemy, thus allowing them to redirect their efforts toward assaulting the others. The situation for Shrek Academy took a dramatic turn for the worse, with peril lurking at every corner. Yu Xiaojiang and Flandra observed with bated breath, their anxiety palpable. In stark contrast, Han Li, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing remained unperturbed. Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to vociferously berate Ma Hongjun and Tang San, deeming them woefully inadequate and a source of embarrassment. Not long after, 2 Soul Respect seniors were also knocked down, while Dai Mubai struggled valiantly against an adversary, relying on the formidable power of his White Tiger martial soul, resulting in a mutual defeat. In this timeline, Tang San's spirit rings and abilities were not as formidable as depicted in the original narrative. He darted about the battlefield, desperately attempting to exploit any weaknesses. Regrettably, the opposing team's strength far surpassed his own, forcing him to retreat from the arena. Consequently, only 6 members remained combat-ready on the Tianhai battle team, while Shrek was left with merely 2, one of whom was the auxiliary Oscar. Anli Sudanli Shota, Oscar. It's your turn. Oscar felt a wave of dread wash over him. How could he, an auxiliary soul master, possibly turn the tide? Simply avoiding being overwhelmed would be an achievement. He could only place his hopes on Xiao Wu. If she could unleash her potential, they might still secure victory. The members of the Tianhai battle team wore expressions of excitement, sensing a favorable shift in fortune, with victory seemingly within reach. For battle soul masters and 1 auxiliary rushed toward their Captain Hai San to assist against Xiao Wu, who was about to confront a 1-against-6 scenario. Many believe the outcome was already determined, yet only those familiar with Shrek Academy held onto a flicker of hope. Little sister, managing to hold out against me for this long is quite impressive. However, I advise you to surrender now. All your teammates have fallen, and there is little you can do alone, Hai San remarked slowly. During their battle, Xiao Wu had not unleashed her full power, merely adopting a passive defense, which gave Hai San the impression that she was not his equal. Your words are tiresome, Xiao Wu suddenly replied with a smile, but before that, you should take a nap. In the blink of an eye, she appeared at Hai San's side, delivering a powerful punch directly to his forehead, knocking him unconscious. Captain, the members of the Tianhai battle team cried out in alarm. They surged toward Xiao Wu, determined to subdue her. With agility, Xiao Wu dodged their attacks, eluding even the slightest touch on her clothing. In the midst of this, she retaliated against her assailants, delivering unembellished yet forceful punches that sent them reeling. Despite having tempered her strength, each of her blows easily incapacitated her foes. In mere moments, Xiao Wu had decisively defeated the entire group, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. From the moment she engaged until the match's end, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. A spectacle of astounding speed that left the audience in stunned silence. It felt like a dream, the tides of fortune shifting rapidly, leaving many unable to keep pace. Those who had previously witnessed Shrek Academy's matches erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming, "Shrek Academy is invincible. Shrek Academy is truly formidable." Flandra's anxious heart finally settled as he jubilantly celebrated with Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujin, reveling in their advancement into the top 10. Xiao Wu gracefully descended from the arena to rejoin her comrades. The others, however, were not as fortunate. Dai Mubai and the others were carried off on stretchers by staff members. If only Dai Mubai and the others could be as reliable as Han Li and his companions. Flandra lamented. Meanwhile, several teams from the Elemental Academy enjoyed remarkable fortune, facing relatively weak opponents and emerging victorious, with no injuries among their ranks. After the first round, 9 teams from the Heaven Do Empire advanced, while only 6 from the Star Luo Empire made it through, a clear disparity. Soon, the second round commenced. Shrek Academy and the leading teams from Star Luo had a bye, while the other 13 advancing teams, along with the royal teams of both the Heaven Do and Star Luo Empires, prepared for a draw, with one team also receiving a bye. Fantastic! We drew the bye, exclaimed a girl with striking red hair, brimming with excitement. The Fire Academy team had remarkably drawn the bye, eliciting envious glances from the other teams. A bye not only guaranteed advancement, but also allowed them to conserve their strength for future battles. In stark contrast, the members of the Water Academy were despondent, having drawn the formidable Thunder team as their opponents. In both the preliminary and qualifying rounds, Thunder Academy had consistently ranked just below Shrek Academy, a force to be reckoned with. Facing Thunder team, Water Academy found victory a daunting prospect. As for the Wind team, they encountered a Star Luo Empire team, a draw that they found somewhat acceptable. In the Heaven Do Empire of the other 4 teams, 2 faced internal conflict, while the remaining 2 clashed with teams from the Star Luo Empire, one of which was particularly unfortunate to have drawn the royal team. The Sea team from Star Luo Empire. The draw for the Heaven Do royal team seemed favorable, as while their opponents included a Soul Master, the other members were relatively weak and easily manageable. Before the second round commenced, a 3-day respite was granted. However, aside from the team with a bye, no other team entertained thoughts of rest. They were fervently gathering intelligence on their opponents, meticulously devising strategies based on their findings. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. During this period, various teams, Soul Masters, and spectators engaged in extensive discussions regarding the anticipated outcomes of the matches, with the most fervent debates centered on the ultimate champion of this competition. Among the myriad teams, the loudest calls were for Shrek Academy, the Heaven Do Royal Team, and the Star Luo Royal Team. Members of the Heaven Do Royal Team, familiar with the prowess of Xiao Wu and her companions, would undoubtedly find the audience's discussions both amusing and perplexing, as they were acutely aware of Shrek Academy's terrifying capabilities and had no desire to contend for the championship. They merely hoped to avoid facing Shrek in the third round, lest they be eliminated. 3 days later, the second round of matches officially began. Han Li and his companions could have remained in rest, yet feeling bored. They opted to venture out and observe the competition. Both the royal teams from Heaven Do and Star Luo easily triumphed over their opponents, swiftly advancing to the third round. On the following day, the Water Academy faced off against the Thunder Academy. Having performed admirably in previous matches, Water Academy, though not as dazzling as Shrek, was a steady and formidable contender, previously defeating the equally powerful Fire team. Had their opponent been any other team, their chances of victory would have been high. However, they were up against the perennial second-place Thunder team. The prowess of Thunder team was indisputable, with their martial souls being particularly potent and exceedingly challenging to confront. The Thunder attribute martial souls typically embody a harmonious blend of control and formidable offensive capabilities, exhibiting remarkable speed and overall balanced performance. Han Li sat comfortably in the audience, casually observing the unfolding battle. Even when faced with a formidable adversary, the Tianshui Academy was unwilling to concede, opting instead to fight valiantly, thereby making victory a challenging endeavor for the Thunder team. Just as the competition reached a fever pitch, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Han Li faintly discerned some urgent, beastly roars, reminiscent of the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Listening intently, the sounds gradually intensified. Nearby, Xiao Wu and Sword Douluo also sensed the disturbance, their expressions shifting dramatically. The rapid approach of these 2 powerful soul beasts indicated that the Spirit Hall was likely coming to confront them. Time was of the essence. Han Li immediately rose, with Xiao Wu closely following. "I'll go with you," Xiao Wu declared resolutely. "No, we cannot guarantee that the Spirit Hall has no hidden traps. You must stay here, and Bon Douluo, you will protect them," Han Li replied swiftly. Consequently, Han Li departed the venue accompanied solely by Sword Douluo, heading towards the source of the commotion. Exiting the Soul fighting arena, they soared high above the skies of Tiando City. The surrounding Soul Master Guards, upon catching a glimpse of them, attempted to investigate but found themselves unable to keep pace as the duo vanished in an instant. Han Li and Sword Douluo swiftly exited Tiando City and, simultaneously, the roars of the two soul beasts grew increasingly pronounced. They pressed forward at great speed and soon encountered the sky blue bull python and titan great ape, both of whom were bloodied, panting heavily and in a dire state. Behind them trailed a substantial contingent of Spirit Hall personnel. Upon closer inspection, Han Li discerned that the leader was none other than the Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong. Despite her modest stature, Bibi Dong possessed nearly flawless features and porcelain skin, exuding an aura of unapproachable nobility and sanctity that instilled fear. Following her were 7 titled Douluo, 4 of whom were members of the revered Hall of Offerings, namely Ghost Leopard Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. Besides the title Douluo, there were numerous powerful soul Douluo as well. Upon seeing Han Li, the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Great Ape were overjoyed. Han Li, we finally awaited your arrival. Had you been any later, we would have met our demise. They exclaimed. I'm here, so there is no need for concern, Han Li replied nonchalantly. The Sky Blue Bull Python noted that the Spirit Hall had indeed spared no expense, dispatching 10 title Douluo to deal with them. Fortunately, Han Li had previously left behind 2 ninth-grade soul guide devices, which had enabled them to inflict significant damage and find an opportunity to break free. Han Li scrutinized Bibi Dong, harboring no fondness for the malicious woman. While many regarded her as a goddess, Han Li found her unappealing. Her face was acceptable, but her figure was rather ordinary, and she appeared to be in her 50s. The Spirit Hall's forces were aware that they were very close to Tiando City. Yet the 2 soul beasts, already injured and having traveled a great distance, were now akin to a spent force, presenting an opportune moment to seize them. Recognizing Han Li and Bon Douluo amidst the crowd, Ghost Douluo promptly relayed this information to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming fury. She had not anticipated that her meticulously crafted plan would be thwarted by Han Li. Han Li fixed a piercing gaze on Bibi Dong and began to berate her. Bibi Dong, you venomous woman, others may be oblivious to your secrets, but I am well aware. You took advantage of the former Pope Qian Xuanji's grievous injuries to slay him and absorb his soul rings. Now, you seek to eliminate these 2 soul beasts to fill the void in your second martial soul's soul rings, all in a bid to ascend to the 100th level and inherit that malevolent deity, the Rakshasa god. Am I correct, Bibi Dong? My assessment can be summed up in 4 words. Dream on. Enraged, Bibi Dong erupted, unable to fathom how Han Li had unearthed so many of her secrets. Nevertheless, she forced herself to retort, what of it if you know? Han Li, you have arrived just in time. Today, I shall have you torn to shreds. Bibi Dong glared at Han Li, nearly screaming in rage. Han Li coolly responded, you are all utterly insufficient. Even if the remaining 3 offerings arrive, it would be of no use. Chapter 179. The Great Battle Against the Spirit Hall Douluo Experts. Sword Douluo, you will first target that ordinary title Douluo. Daming, you restrain Ghost Douluo, while you assist me in blocking those 4 offerings. Han Li swiftly made tactical arrangements for the impending battle. A fierce confrontation was imminent. This battle was destined to be one of life and death. Thus, unlike their previous sparring sessions, the 3 parties unleashed their full might from the outset, each releasing their respective domains: Gravity Domain, Slowing Domain, 7-Kill Domain. Han Li, unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously unleashed several domains while launching a barrage of long-range soul techniques. In a moment, the Spirit Hall's forces found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, the immense gravitational force pressing down upon their shoulders, while their movements became markedly sluggish. Under such circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for them to land a hit on Han Li and his companions. Even if they managed to strike, their attacks lacked lethality, as Sword Douluo's 7-Kill domain significantly diminished their offensive power. Conversely, the attacks from Han Li and Sword Douluo were greatly amplified. Mental impact. Han Li stealthily employed the reward soul technique he had acquired recently. Ghost Douluo was unexpectedly struck by a powerful wave of mental energy, rendering him momentarily dazed. Seizing this prime opportunity, Sword Douluo soared forth, summoning several light swords that coalesced into a massive blade, plunging it towards Bon Douluo, while also striking the 2 others nearby. In a single blow, Sword Douluo and Han Li dispatched Bone Douluo and the other two ordinary title Douluo. Although it was Sword Douluo who delivered the final blow, Han Li's contributions were substantial, earning him rewards from the system. Han Li siphoned 5 years of lifespan from each of the three, additionally receiving a critical reward of 2 attack-type 9 soul techniques. Throughout the fray, the Spirit Hall's Soul Douluo remained in the background, primarily relying on the title Douluo to shield them from harm. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Han Li, I will kill you. Bibi Dong seethed with fury, utterly astonished by the remarkable offensive power of their combination. In her rage, Bibi Dong unleashed her martial soul, casting several venomous spider webs that descended from above. Han Li remained unperturbed, calmly wielding his scythe, slicing through the webs with ease. Child's play, Han Li mocked as he countered. Bibi Dong was pushed to her limits by Han Li's provocations, joining forces with Ghost Leopard Douluo to launch an even fiercer assault on him. Alone, Han Li managed to hold off the two, exhibiting no signs of defeat and even appearing to be in complete control. Furthermore, while engaged with Bibi Dong and Ghost Leopard Douluo, Han Li found opportunities to unleash powerful soul techniques to eliminate the soul Douluo hiding behind them, while also assisting Sword Douluo in battling the other 3 offerings. Without exaggeration, Han Li is the sovereign of this battle, in terms of one-on-one combat. No one present can rival him. Bibi Dong's countenance was grim. Her prior understanding of Han Li had been mere hearsay, but now she was truly witnessing his formidable prowess. How could such an inconspicuous child possess such immense strength and terror? Bibi Dong speculated that Han Li must have inherited some divine abilities. Such an opportunity indicates that Han Li's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Bibi Dong could not afford to ponder this further. Her immediate priority was to eliminate Han Li swiftly. Bibi Dong relentlessly unleashed her soul skills against Han Li. As a dual soul wielder, her martial spirits were the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul Devouring Spider Emperor, endowing her with a greater array of soul skills than an ordinary soul master. Yet, Han Li possessed an even greater number of soul skills and augmented by his domain. He was practically a multifaceted warrior. Despite her efforts, Bibi Dong found herself under significant pressure rather than inflicting damage on Han Li, lacking an abundance of soul power. The more potent her soul skills, the greater the consumption they incurred. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong had no choice but to deploy her most powerful techniques to regain the upper hand. With a sudden flourish, she invoked her 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's Clone. In an instant, a doppelganger identical to Bibi Dong emerged, perfectly replicating her original's might and capable of utilizing her 1st to 7th soul skills. The 2 Bibi Dongs launched a simultaneous assault on Han Li from either flank. To Bibi Dong, Han Li's combat style appeared rather straightforward, relying predominantly on unleashing a barrage of soul skills with little inclination towards close-quarters combat. She surmised that Han Li might be unskilled in melee fighting, thus adopting a targeted strategy to close the distance between them. However, as the battle ensued, Bibi Dong quickly realized her miscalculation. Faced with the dual onslaught, Han Li remained composed, deftly evading while seizing the opportune moments to counterattack. The numerical advantage of Bibi Dong's clones seemed ineffective against Han Li. This tactic is futile against me, Han Li remarked with a subtle smirk. Concentrating a significant amount of soul power into his scythe, he swiftly struck at the nearest Bibi Dong, cleaving her in 2. Fortunately, this was merely Bibi Dong's clone. Had it been her true self, the scythe would have inflicted grievous harm. I warned you, you are not my match, Han Li declared loftily. Bibi Dong glared at him with icy disdain, silently switching to her 2nd martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. Bibi Dong's hands transformed into 2 giant, jade-like scythes, crossing to unleash a massive, forked wave of light that surged forth. This skill is one of her most formidable single-target attacks, boasting a tyrannical effect that disregards physical defenses and reduces energy defenses by 50%. Once struck, the wound would perpetuate infinitely, compelling the target to expend soul power in a futile effort to heal, ultimately leading to their demise. I shall see how you withstand this, Bibi Dong bellowed. Indeed, Eternal Creation posed a significant challenge, typically difficult to defend against. Yet, a truth resonated in Han Li's mind. Offense is the best defense. Han Li transitioned to his 2nd martial spirit, the Fire Phoenix, unleashing his 6th soul skill, Phoenix's Crying Assault. What? You two are a dual soul wielder. Bibi Dong gasped in shock. This revelation was entirely unexpected, as her prior intelligence had failed to mention such a detail. With fiery wings sprouting from his back, Han Li soared into the sky, launching a devastating punch. It resembled a soaring fire phoenix, charging forward with astonishing force. The collision of energies resulted in a tremendous explosion, momentarily cleaving the battlefield and repelling those present. Though Bibi Dong was indeed powerful, even if she could not best Han Li, she could at least hold her ground for a time. Vanquishing him would prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 180. Slaying the Ghost Leopard Douluo and the Demon Bear Douluo. Conversely, the Ghost Leopard Douluo was considerably easier to handle. With a soul power level of 95, he was a speed-based super Douluo, characterized by his swift and ferocious attacks. However, these traits only stood out among peers of the same realm. As a 100-level powerhouse, Han Li could easily execute a dimensional strike against him. In the previous skirmish, the Ghost Leopard Douluo played a supportive role, alleviating some of Bibi Dong's pressure, but his current strength was insufficient for such a level of combat. The Ghost Leopard Douluo had activated his martial spirit form early, dodging Han Li's soul skills with great agility. Sweep through the armies. Anli Sudanli Shota. Countless glowing blades appeared above their heads, poised to strike with lethal intent. Under Han Li's command, these luminous blades surged towards the Ghost Leopard Douluo. Oh no! They're coming for me! The Ghost Leopard Douluo lamented inwardly. In a moment of desperation, he rapidly unleashed 2 soul skills to augment his speed, attempting to escape the bombardment of Han Li's soul skills. Yet, the breadth of the sweep through the army's attack was vast, and its ferocity was akin to a nightmare for any speed-oriented soul master. Elder Ghost Leopard, run! Bibi Dong urged, concerned for his safety. She intended to assist the Ghost Leopard Douluo in withstanding the onslaught, but Han Li would not permit her to succeed. While unleashing sweep through the armies, Han Li bombarded Bibi Dong with soul skills. With her inherent strength already inferior to Han Li's, she found herself overwhelmed by his relentless assault. Unable to protect the Ghost Leopard Douluo, despite his utmost efforts to maximize his speed, the Ghost Leopard Douluo could not evade the impending calamity of the glowing blades. Once the first blade struck, the ensuing pain would impede his subsequent movements, making him more susceptible to additional strikes. A vicious cycle. The Ghost Leopard Douluo let out a heart-wrenching scream. No! Bibi Dong cried out, though she held no particular affection for him. He was nonetheless a revered member of the Spirit Hall, a 95-level super Douluo, and the resources expended to cultivate such a figure were immense. Furthermore, the loss of such a powerhouse at this critical juncture would exacerbate their dire predicament. Bibi Dong longed to alter this outcome, but felt utterly powerless. After a brief moment, the Ghost Leopard Douluo collapsed in a pool of blood, fortunate to have sustained merely severe injuries, narrowly escaping death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Ghost Leopard Douluo. You may exchange his 10-year lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for additionally acquiring a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Meanwhile, the Sword Douluo was engaged in fierce combat with the Demon Bear Douluo, armed with the Blood Demon rampaging bear martial spirit. The Demon Bear Douluo was known for his ferocity and brutality, earning the favor of the Grand Priest, Qian Douluo. Like the Ghost Leopard Douluo, the Demon Bear Douluo also possessed a soul power level of 95, though the Sword Douluo surpassed him by 2 levels, ensuring his overall strength was decidedly superior. However, the Sword Douluo struggled to defeat the Demon Bear Douluo within a short span of time. Empowered by his martial spirit's true form, the Demon Bear Douluo exhibited significantly enhanced defense and attack capabilities. The Sword Douluo gripped his long sword tightly, launching a relentless barrage of strikes in an attempt to breach the opponent's defenses. Jen Xin, is this the best you can do to claim the title of the continent's strongest attack, Douluo? Are you merely tickling me? The Demon Bear Douluo taunted. In truth, the onslaught from Sword Douluo exerted immense pressure upon him. Each strike inflicted unbearable pain, yet he endured with remarkable fortitude. I wonder how long you can bask in your pride, Sword Douluo remarked coldly. In the next moment, a black-purple beam surged forth, striking directly at the body of the Demon Bear Douluo. Instantly, the Demon Bear Douluo felt as though he were a deflated balloon, utterly limp and devoid of strength. Regardless of how hard he tried, the beam was a soul skill unleashed by Han Li, known as the Defensive Breachlight. While it possessed no lethal power, any target illuminated by it experienced a rapid decline in defensive capabilities. Sword Douluo sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward Han Li, astonished to find that, even while engaged in battle with Bibi Dong and Ghost Leopard Douluo, Han Li could still provide them with support. Sword Douluo, act quickly. Han Li urjaludli. Nodding, Sword Douluo once more brandished his long sword, soaring into the sky before plummeting rapidly. No, stop. Shrek Seven, you must cease at once. The demon bear, Douluo, trembled, his legs giving way as he gazed upon the descending cold light. His previous arrogance utterly vanished, replaced by desperate pleas for mercy. Demon bear Douluo, your sins are grievous and beyond count. Today, I shall deliver retribution on behalf of the suffering masses. Sword Douluo proclaimed with solemnity. The sharp seven-killing sword cleaved through the clouds, forcefully piercing the body of the demon bear Douluo. A chorus of agonized cries erupted, blood gushing forth, painting the scene in gruesome red. Thus, the demon bear Douluo met his demise. The Thousand June Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo were twin brothers, both wielding the dragon staff as their martial spirits, and both were formidable super Douluos with soul power reaching level 95. Having cooperated for over a century, their synergy was unparalleled. When they united their strength, they rivaled even a 98-level super Douluo. Their adversaries were none other than the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan Giant Ape. It was evident that the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan Giant Ape were at a disadvantage, perpetually on the defensive. In terms of companionship, Deming and Erming had spent far more time together than the Thousand June Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo. However, Deming and Erming seldom fought in unison, resulting in a lack of combat synergy. Moreover, having previously endured an ambush from numerous elite members of the Spirit Hall, they bore significant injuries, diminishing their power. These two are truly formidable, the Tianqing Yomang remarked, unable to contain his frustration. Han Li is correct. Any sensible soul master would avoid a direct confrontation with me. The Titan Giant Ape finally grasped Han Li's teachings. Take, for instance, the duo they face today. The Titan Giant Ape's strength could undoubtedly crush them, yet they deftly evaded his attacks, opting instead to strike elsewhere. The state of the two soul beasts continued to deteriorate. You are no match for us. It would be wise to surrender now and spare yourselves further suffering, the demon subduing Douluo declared. In your dreams, I would rather die than submit to your spirit hall. The Tianqing Yomang retorted defiantly. Very well, you have chosen your path. With that, the demon subduing Douluo and the Thousand June Douluo launched another assault. Just then, Han Li timely unleashed a barrage of searing fireballs, obstructing their advance. Doming, Adaming, find a way to suppress them with your domains. With Han Li's timely reminder, the Tianqing Yomang and Titan Giant Ape came to a realization, immediately deploying their signature skills. The slow field and gravitational field enveloped the Thousand June Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo in an instant. Both domains were focused on control, causing their movements to become sluggish, as if burdened by immense weights. Han Li would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Two powerful soul skills surged forth with lightning speed. This is bad. Run. The Thousand June Douluo shouted. The demon subduing Douluo, too, sensed the impending crisis. However, they were ensnared by the domains of the two soul beasts, rendering immediate escape impossible. They could only watch helplessly as the soul skills bore down upon them. The soul skills struck true. The violent impact dealt a grievous blow to the two Douluos, causing them to spew forth blood as they plummeted toward the ground. At that moment, the Tianqing Yomang and Titan Giant Ape also launched their attacks. The former swung his tail, while the latter unleashed a punch. Their sheer size rendered even physical strikes formidable. The Thousand June Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo were left battered and bruised. Whether it was Sword Douluo's execution of the demon bear Douluo or Deming and Erming's wounding of the demon subduing and Thousand June Douluo, Han Li's assistance was indispensable. Without his long-range support, victory would have been far more elusive. Naturally, Han Li was rewarded by the system. For the demon bear Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and demon subduing Douluo, Han Li could siphon 5 years of their lifespans each. Additionally, he received 2 soul skill rewards, the Universal Crossing and the Fiery Demon Bear Fist, both offensive soul skills wielding the power of 9th-level soul techniques. Han Li was overjoyed. Although he had acquired numerous soul skills in the City of Slaughter, most were of mediocre power, with few comparable to the might of 9th-level techniques. Furthermore, the lifespan of the 9th soul ring of his first martial spirit increased by 50,000 years. At this juncture, Han Li felt a twinge of gratitude toward the Spirit Hall. Without them, where would he find such powerful opponents to battle? How could he have earned such rewards? If one were to liken the Douluo continent to a game, the Spirit Hall would resemble a treasure-laden side quest. Han Li found himself rather fond of this sensation. Yet, while some reveled in triumph, others were engulfed in despair. At this moment, Bibi Dong was taken aback, her expression exceedingly grim. She could hardly believe that within a mere incense stick's time, All 7 of the elite fighters she had brought were either injured or slain. The once favorable situation had rapidly devolved into chaos, far exceeding Bibi Dong's expectations. The initial numerical advantage had culminated in her becoming isolated and vulnerable. Who could understand this sense of disparity? With a misstep, she herself might meet her end in this cursed locale. Bibi Dong's ascent to the position of Pope had demonstrated her cunning. Even in dire circumstances, she maintained her composure and clarity of thought. Clearly, continuing to assault Han Li and his companions was an unwise course of action. With both Bibi Dong and Ghost Leopard Douluo unable to suppress Han Li alone, how could she possibly contend with all 4 of them? It seemed that fleeing was her most prudent option. Yet Bibi Dong was loath to yield. She unleashed several soul skills, seizing the moment while Han Li defended himself to rapidly retreat to the side of Ghost Douluo's corpse. There, she piled the bodies of Bone Daw and Demon Bear Douluo together, placing her hands upon them and employing a secret technique to absorb their residual soul power. Bibi Dong understood that to turn the tide, she must find a way to break through her current limitations. Absorbing the soul power of these 2 might propel her to level 99. The still-breathing Thousand Jun Douluo, demon-subduing Douluo, and Ghost Leopard Douluo watched in shock, their hair standing on end. Bibi Dong was truly a demon, showing no mercy even to the dead. However, Han Li and his companions were not mere decorations. They would not allow Bibi Dong a moment's respite. In the next moment, under Han Li's leadership, the Sword Douluo and the 2 great soul beasts charged forward together. The duo and the 2 beasts launched a combined assault on Bibi Dong. During this fierce engagement, Han Li found the energy to unleash several soul techniques in other directions. These techniques were aimed at Qianjun, Ghost Leopard, and Jiang Mo, the 3 Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Unliarburad no compasión. Intent on exterminating his foes to eliminate any future threats. The 3 Spirit Hall Douluo were perilously close to death. Yet they had exhausted all their soul power and stamina in the preceding battle. They lamented the fleeting glory of their lives, realizing that they too could meet their end. Who would have thought that we, brothers, would one day fall? Sighed Qianjun Douluo. I also never expected to perish alongside you, Ghost Leopard Douluo added. Regret surged within them as they pondered why they had accompanied Bibi Dong to the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts. Had they not followed her, perhaps they would have escaped this fate. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. A series of blinding flames descended upon them, instantly reducing the 3 Douluo to ashes. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong successfully drained the remnants of soul power from Ghost Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of soul power coursing through every fiber of her being, as if she were a wellspring of boundless strength. A golden light erupted, and Bibi Dong's aura surged dramatically. She had successfully ascended to the 99th level before she could revel in her triumph. She immediately began employing secret methods to attempt communication with the Rakshasa god. The power of Han Li and his companions was immensely terrifying. Bibi Dong was uncertain whether her ascension to the 99th level would be sufficient to vanquish them. For the sake of caution, she resolved to harness the power of the Rakshasa god. Why have you suddenly contacted me? Came a dark and sinister voice from the depths of Bibi Dong's heart. This voice belonged to the Rakshasa god. Are you not filled with hatred for Han Li? Bibi Dong inquired. Indeed, I wish nothing more than to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. The Rakshasa god recalled past grievances. Han Li is right in front of me, she stated. Then kill him at once. Bibi Dong replied, they are numerous and powerful. I fear I lack the capability. The Rakshasa god understood her intention to seek the divine inheritance. Oh, not bad. In just a few days, you've ascended to the 99th level and indeed qualify for divine inheritance. Very well, I shall grant you this convenience. But do not forget our pact. As her words faded, an immense divine power enveloped Bibi Dong. This was the aura of the Rakshasa deity. However, fully inheriting the powers of the Rakshasa god was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Moreover, Han Li and his companions' attacks were imminent. Although Bibi Dong possessed twin martial souls and abundant soul power, she could not manipulate multiple soul techniques as fluidly as Han Li. Chapter 182. The Weapon of the Rakshasa God? This implied that Bibi Dong could not simultaneously withstand such a barrage of soul techniques. It seemed that she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate move. Bibi Dong bit her lip, as if making a significant decision. Just as a multitude of soul techniques were about to strike her, the phantom of her first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, manifested behind her. Ninth soul technique, Immortal Body. This was a life-preserving auxiliary skill derived from a 100,000-year soul beast the Death Spider Emperor. The immortal body came with two abilities. First, even if her body was shattered by an enemy, it could slowly reconstitute. Second, it allowed her body to become energy, regardless of the state. As long as her opponent had not reached godhood, BB Dong could never be completely killed. The soul techniques crashed into BB Dong, generating violent explosions. Yet they failed to deliver a fatal blow. This is troublesome. Hanli could not help but exclaim. He was well aware of BB Dong's soul technique, but regrettably, he had no god-level means to exchange for in the system. All Hanli could do was relentlessly bombard BB Dong with soul techniques. Even if she did not die, she would undoubtedly be severely injured, and her recovery would demand considerable time. At that moment, an ominous shadow of the Rakshasa scythe descended from the sky, hurtling towards Han Li and his companions. The sword Douluo and the others sensed the formidable power of the Rakshasa scythe and summoned all their strength to resist. Is this the weapon of the Rakshasa god? Han Li raised an eyebrow, remaining calm amidst the turmoil. Clearly, the Rakshasa god could no longer restrain herself from intervening. While she could not physically manifest on the Douluo continent, she could project part of her power to assist. In the next instant, Han Li grasped the scythe tightly, swiftly infusing it with his dense soul power. Charged with soul power, the scythe radiated a brilliant light, seemingly elevating its might several levels. Han Li aimed at the position of the Rakshasa scythe, hurling his own scythe, accompanied by a barrage of powerful soul techniques. Let's see whose scythe is mightier, Han Li remarked with indifference. In the high sky, the Rakshasa scythe collided forcefully with Han Li's scythe, instantly unleashing a powerful shockwave. The sky darkened, clouds gathered, fierce winds howled, and strange phenomena erupted, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. After a brief clash, Han Li gained the upper hand, successfully dispelling the shadow of the Rakshasa scythe. The Rakshasa god was furious, roaring in rage. She longed to tear Han Li apart in that very moment. She could not project her full strength, and given the distance, her power was certainly diminished, resulting in this setback. However, this very interruption inadvertently granted BB Dong precious time. Seizing the opportunity while Han Li and the others were focused on the Rakshasa scythe, BB Dong stealthily transformed her body into energy and swiftly vanished from sight. Han Li, we must pursue her, urged the sword Douluo. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can capture BB Dong and eliminate her, peace will be restored to the Douluo continent. Both great soul beasts echoed the sentiment, agreeing that this woman was no ally and had nearly brought about their demise. To their surprise, Han Li stopped them, slowly stating, "Let her go. After battling the Spirit Hall's formidable experts for so long today, I feel satisfied. I am reluctant to expend further time and energy chasing after BB Dong. Moreover, with her immortal body as a safeguard, killing her will prove exceedingly difficult. She will undoubtedly hide in some secluded corner to recuperate. It will take her several years to regain her peak state. With the protection of the Rakshasa god, even if we were to catch her, killing her will still be a challenge. We should return and recuperate first." Han Li addressed the sword Douluo and the others. Today, their victory over the Spirit Hall's numerous elites was entirely thanks to Han Li. Thus, they acquiesced to his decision. As soon as Han Li finished speaking, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating BB Dong. You may siphon 20 years from her lifespan. Ding! You have acquired the 9th soul technique, Immortal Body. Ding! You have received a reward of an additional 100,000 years to your 9th spirit ring." Han Li's expression brightened, marveling at his fortuitous luck in acquiring BB Dong's troublesome 9th soul technique. Though this 9th soul technique lacked offensive power, it was a coveted skill for every soul master. Who can guarantee that they will not encounter unforeseen circumstances one day? Ding! Congratulations to the host for shattering the Rakshasa scythe, allowing for the accrual of a century of lifespan from the Rakshasa deity. Han Li was overjoyed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This time, he had truly reaped significant rewards, as the system had even included the Rakshasa deity in the count. Ding! You have received a divine soul ring as a reward. Simultaneously, the system shop has activated a hidden deity exchange page due to this battle. This implies that Han Li can now accumulate lifespan to exchange for deities in the future. This is undoubtedly the most pressing need for Han Li at present. Han Li meticulously examined the lifespan required for exchanging deities. To his astonishment, he was quite taken aback. The deities were categorized into 5 levels: Level 3 deity, Level 2 deity, Level 1 deity, Major deity, and Supreme deity. The lifespan required for each category was as follows: 100,000 years for level 3, 200,000 years for level 2, 300,000 years for level 1, 500,000 years for major deity, and 800,000 years for supreme deity. Of course, beyond these 5 types of deities, there existed a unique entity known as the self-created divine position. The lifespan required for this self-created position was even more staggering. If the self-created position was below that of a major deity, it would necessitate an additional 50,000 years of lifespan. Conversely, creating a major deity or supreme deity would entail an extra 100,000 and 200,000 years of lifespan, respectively. There also existed a more advanced form of self-created existence, the self-created divine emperor, which required an astonishing 2 million years of lifespan for exchange. Han Li felt a sense of despair. What a predicament! After finally being able to exchange for a deity, the lifespan required was so exorbitant. How could one not feel compelled to seize it? Han Li could not help but click his tongue in resignation. Indeed, the divine positions were not easily attainable, with even the lowest level 3 deity requiring 100,000 years of lifespan. It appeared he would need to seek opportunities to roam the Douluo forest diligently, gathering lifespan from soul beasts, or else he would never be able to accumulate enough. Even though the lifespan that could be accrued from soul beasts surpasses that of humans, it would still take an eternity to gather the required amount. Having received substantial rewards and comprehended the information regarding deity exchanges, Han Li finally noticed the conversation between Douluo and the 2 soul beasts. Bibi Dong is truly formidable. Withstanding the combined onslaught of the 4 of us and still managing to escape, Douluo remarked wistfully. Indeed, despite being our enemy, Bibi Dong is undeniably a remarkable individual, commented the sky blue bull python, offering a high appraisal of Bibi Dong. The Titan giant ape concurred, believing that apart from Han Li, Bibi Dong was the most powerful human soul master they had encountered. No wonder, under Bibi Dong's leadership, the martial spirits thrived. Just moments ago, Bibi Dong had faced our attacks head-on and was still able to retaliate with such formidable techniques, granting herself a chance to flee. Douluo continued to reflect on the prior battle. Douluo pondered, if he were in such a realm, he could at most inflict heavy damage upon the enemy, but could not achieve what Bibi Dong had. The technique Douluo referred to was, of course, the sudden emergence of the Rakshasa scythe. Han Li interjected that shadow of the Rakshasa scythe was not conjured by Bibi Dong. It was the handiwork of the Rakshasa deity, who colluded with Bibi Dong to siphon evil power, wreak havoc, and strengthen themselves. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Douluo and the others were left in shock. A deity. Despite being top-tier soul beasts and human soul masters, the concept of a deity remained exceedingly distant for them. In their minds, deities were exalted beings, omnipotent entities. Mortals could never hope to contend with the divine. Han Li discerned their apprehension and fear, saying, "It's merely a level 1 deity. It's nothing of great concern. In due time, I shall ascend to the divine realm and vanquish that Rakshasa deity." Han Li proclaimat confidently. Had these words come from another, Douluo and the others would likely have dismissed them as mere jest, but when they fell from Han Li's lips, they resonated with undeniable credibility. And as for Bibi Dong, you need not worry. Although she possesses a unique soul skill and cannot be slain at this moment, she has been severely injured by us and will not be able to stir trouble for quite some time. In this battle, aside from those of title Douluo level, Han Li had also eliminated many soul masters at the soul Douluo level. The lifespan that could be accrued from the Spear Hall members he defeated amounted to a century in total. However, the largest portion came from Bibi Dong and a few of her subordinates, given their high exchange value for lifespan. Currently, Han Li lacked the requisite lifespan to exchange for deities. Reflecting on the recent unlocking of numerous high-quality martial spirits in the system shop, Han Li decided to exchange for 3 martial spirits directly. These included Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor, Douluo's 7-killing sword, and a defensive type, the Black Tortoise. Subsequently, Han Li utilized the remaining lifespan to acquire soul rings for these 3 newly obtained martial spirits. In no time, these 3 martial spirits were fully equipped with soul rings, all starting from 10,000 years, effectively granting Han Li an additional 27 soul skills. Well then, with the crisis averted, it's time for Douluo and me to return. Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, you should also head back to the Douluo forest. Han Li stretched lazily and stated. Perhaps noticing that the 2 great soul beasts still bore expressions of lingering shock, Han Li offered them some reassurance before departing. Rest assured, the enemy has been mostly dealt with and can no longer wreak havoc. Thank you so much, Han Li. Without your and Douluo's intervention, My brother, and I would likely no longer be among the living, expressed the sky-blue bull python with immense gratitude. Han Li humbly responded that it was merely a trivial effort on his part, not worth mentioning. After bidding farewell to the two great soul beasts, Han Li observed the corpses of many Spirit Hall members strewn about. He casually gathered these bodies for transport. Sword Douluo looked at Han Li with a puzzled expression and inquired about what he intended to do with the corpses. They can serve as nourishment for the beasts. The flesh of such high-ranking soul masters is exceedingly nourishing, far better than leaving them here, Han Li explained. The astonishing battle that erupted in the vicinity of Heaven-Do City inevitably drew the attention of various factions. The Heaven-Do Empire dispatched soul masters to investigate. But by the time they arrived, the battle had long since concluded, leaving the scene in utter disarray. The remnants of information were scant, with not even a single corpse remaining, rendering them clueless about the specific occurrences, save for the vague inference that a powerful presence had battled there. How strange. There was clearly great commotion just moments ago, yet we arrived to find nothing, one soul master remarked. This may be fortuitous for us. If we had encountered those strong beings and inadvertently revealed our presence, we could have been killed along with them, commented another older soul master, sounding like a seasoned professional. Brother, who do you think was the strong presence that fought here? I suspect it was the Spirit Hall members. They have been conspicuously absent during the ongoing high-level Soul Master Tournament, and only they had the time for this, another speculated. Let us head back and report. I still wish to see the progress of the tournament, the group muttered as they departed the scene. Meanwhile, Han Li and Sword Douluo successfully reached Heaven-Do City, but instead of heading directly to the tournament venue, they made their way straight to the prince's residence. Senior Sword Douluo, please wait for me here for a moment while I attend to some matters, Han Li said with an impassive expression, although uncertain of Han Li's intentions. Sword Douluo nodded in trust. Han Li produced the token bestowed upon him by Qian Rinxue and smoothly entered the estate. Standing in the spacious courtyard, Han Li meticulously scanned his surroundings, quickly honing in on the concealed serpent spear Douluo. As the heir to the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue could not possibly be alone here, and serpent spear Douluo was tasked with her protection. Han Li raised his hand, directing a gust of energy towards a specific location. In the next moment, a man with a buzz-cut clad in golden armor sprang forth. How did you perceive my presence, kid? Serpent Spear Douluo inquired, astonished. As a mid-ranking title Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall, his strength was formidable, though not on par with Ghost Leopard Douluo and others. Isn't it quite simple? Han Li retorted, charging towards Serpent Spear Douluo and unleashing a fierce assault. Serpent Spear Douluo countered with all his might. Yet he soon realized that his opponent's power far exceeded his own. With a mere flick of his scythe, Han Li shattered Serpent Spear Douluo's true form. You are too weak, Han Li remarked indifferently. In less than 3 minutes, he effortlessly incapacitated Serpent Spear Douluo. Congratulations, host, on defeating Serpent Spear Douluo. You may absorb 10 years of his lifespan. Having dealt with this potential adversary, Han Li strode confidently into the grand hall of the prince's estate. Before long, he discovered Qian Rinxue within. At that moment, she was still masquerading as Shrek Seven, the prince of the Tiando Empire, and appeared quite astonished at Han Li's arrival. Qian Rinxue, hello. What brings you here? She asked, perplexed. You must have heard the beast roars from afar, right? Those were emitted by 2 soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. Bibi Dong intends to hunt them down to acquire soul rings for her second martial soul. Anli continua. This time, Bibi Dong has brought 7 titled Douluo, including 4 offerings and several soul Douluo. Unfortunately for them, I have eliminated them all. Qian Rinxue was profoundly shaken. Yet recalling her current guise, she maintained a facade of detachment, striving to avoid revealing any obvious flaws. And what of Bibi Dong? That vile woman managed to escape using her outrageous martial soul skill, but I severely injured her. She will find it difficult to recover in the short term. Anli rapli esluri. Qian Rinxue, though skeptical, did not fully believe Han Li's words. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li called out her name directly. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. How did he know her name? This shouldn't be possible. Her disguise was nearly flawless. So much, so that even the Emperor Shui Yi had failed to unmask her identity. What are you calling me for? I don't understand. She feigned ignorance. Then, she pretended to regain her composure and headed outside, seemingly intent on summoning Serpent Spear Douluo. What do you intend to do? Anli interjecta, blocking her path and gazing intently into her eyes. Just a little matter. I will return shortly. Qian Rinxue replied dismissively. Han Li chuckled at her response. If you're going to find Serpent Spear Douluo, I suggest you save your energy for he has already been incapacitated by me. How do you know Serpent Spear Douluo? Qian Rinxue stammered, her composure faltering. No, wait. Who is the Serpent Spear Douluo you mentioned? I have never heard of him. Have you not realized how clumsy your acting is? Anli Ramarka, exasperata. Since Qian Rinxue was stubbornly playing the role of a dead duck, Han Li decided to pierce through the veil of her pretense. He laid bare her true identity, her background, and the purpose of her presence in the Tiando Empire. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's emotions were beyond articulation. How could this young man know so much? Fortunately, they were the only two in the hall. If a third party were to discover her identity, it would spell disaster. Han Li, how do you know all this? Qian Rinxue forced herself to remain calm as she queried. And what did you mean by your earlier statement? Surely you jest. How could you have incapacitated Serpent Spear Douluo? Qian Rinxue and Han Li's initial encounter had been in the Stardew Forest. At that time, Serpent Spear Douluo had gone to intercept the suddenly appearing Titan giant ape, leaving Qian Rinxue to battle the 10,000-year soul beast alone. The fight had been particularly arduous for her, but fortunately, Han Li and Xiao Wu arrived just in time to save her and help her obtain a soul ring. Qian Rinxue had been eager to recruit Han Li and Xiao Wu to the Spirit Hall, but they had declined her offer. Their next encounter was at the prince's estate. Since then, Qian Rinxue had been quietly observing Han Li's every move. She was aware of his extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Yet how could someone of his age possibly defeat a titled Douluo? As for how I know, that is not for you to inquire. It is my secret, unliruplia, and I am not joking. I truly have incapacitated Serpent Spear Douluo. His expression was earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. This is impossible. Han Li understood that Qian Rinxue would find it hard to accept his word alone, so he resolved to demonstrate his power through action. In the next instant, torrents of soul power surged from within him, and his martial soul began to emerge. Qian Rinxue had previously witnessed Han Li's scythe martial soul and had once thought the greatest flaw in him was his lack of a high-quality martial soul. However, the scythe he now revealed seemed to have undergone a profound metamorphosis, appearing sharper than ever, with flames flickering along its blade. This is my first martial soul. Unlistata calmly. Soon, Han Li's second martial soul materialized before Qian Rinxue's eyes, a magnificent fire phoenix, its crown strikingly prominent. You possess dual martial souls. Qian Rinxue exclaimed in astonishment. Before she could finish her sentence, a more shocking revelation unfolded. 3 additional martial souls manifested in succession. They were the Death Spider Emperor. Akin to Bibi Dong's, the 7 killing sword, resembling that of Sword Douluo and the Black Tortoise. Each of these martial souls was, without exception, of exceptionally high quality. Every soul master desired to possess a top-tier martial soul, as it could elevate their potential. Yet Han Li possessed no less than 5. Unbelievable. You must be deceiving me. Qian Rinxue gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps, overwhelmed by confusion. Dual martial souls were already a rarity on the continent, but 5? Such a phenomenon was beyond her comprehension. Han Li offered a faint smile, fully understanding Qian Rinxue's astonishment. The strength he exhibited surpassed the conventional understanding of soul masters. This world is far stranger than you can imagine, Han Li articulated deliberately. As all 5 martial souls fully materialized, they were accompanied by their corresponding soul rings. The Scythe and Fire Phoenix martial souls boasted a uniform array of 100,000-year soul rings, their crimson radiance exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The remaining 3 martial souls, while slightly less impressive, still possessed a complete set of 10,000-year soul rings, their dark, profound rings embodying a subdued, yet formidable presence. Qian Rinxue was utterly astonished. The fact that Han Li possessed 5 martial souls was already astonishing enough, but on top of that, he had equipped himself with such an extraordinary soul ring. Though Qian Rinxue could not perceive Han Li's soul power level, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppressive force that nearly left her breathless. It seemed as if a mere flick of Han Li's wrist could spell her demise. Now you understand how I incapacitated the Serpent Spear Douluo, right? Han Li remarked with a cheerful smile. Qian Rinxue remained silent, gazing at him with the eyes of one who beheld a monster, all the while maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. There is no need for such wariness. If I wish to harm you, no amount of effort on your part could prevent it. That is simply the truth. Qian Rinxue found his words to be reasonable and began to attempt to ease her tense state of mind. Let me share some information regarding Bibi Dong with you. I am aware that she is your mother, yet you likely know little about her. Han Li continued, launching into a detailed narrative, revealing that in her youth, Bibi Dong had fallen for a seemingly inept soul master well-versed in martial soul theory. none other than the master, Yu Xiaojiang. At that time, Bibi Dong was utterly captivated by the master, even contemplating eloping with him. However, her teacher, the previous pope of the martial soul hall, your father Qian Xuanjia, learned of this and was consumed with rage. Han Li recounted these past events with a calm demeanor, and Qian Rinchue's repeated shock appeared to settle as she listened intently. Bibi Dong was Qian Xuanjia's most prized disciple, the most talented soul master he had ever encountered. Naturally, he did not wish for her to be led astray by someone he deemed a waste. In a bid to retain Bibi Dong, Qian Xuanjia ultimately made a dark decision. He orchestrated her violation, resulting in her pregnancy. The child she bore was none other than Qian Rinxue herself. You must now understand why Bibi Dong harbors such disdain for you, even to the point of loathing, Han Li inquired. Bibi Dong viewed Qian Rinxue as the spawn of a demon, believing she should never have been born, and thus she often directed her unprovoked vitriol towards her. Rather than merely berating Qian Rinxue, it could be said that Bibi Dong was venting her own frustrations at the injustice of fate. Qian Rinxue's emotions were profoundly complex, clearly. Han Li had no reason to deceive her, and the likelihood of his words being true was immense. She had never anticipated that Bibi Dong could have such unspeakable burdens. Han Li generously allowed her some time to process this overwhelming influx of information. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Rinxue finally broke the silence. I recall you mentioning when you arrived that you had already dealt with her. Han Li nodded, finding no reason to conceal the truth, and openly acknowledged it. I express my deepest sympathy for Bibi Dong's past experiences, and I lament her plight. However, this cannot serve as an excuse for her present actions. Han Li stated with righteous conviction. He suggested that perhaps the trauma of that event had triggered a profound transformation in Bibi Dong, unleashing her darker inclinations. Since then, Bibi Dong's ambitions had swelled, turning her malevolent. When confronted with the hapless Qian Xuanjia, she showed no hesitation in ending his life and framing Tang Hao for his demise. This was all to facilitate her ascension to the papacy, thereby satisfying her lust for power. I trust you can sense that Bibi Dong's ideology is perilous. If this continues unchecked, one day, the Douluo continent will surely be wrought with suffering, littered with corpses, and engulfed in chaos. Is this the vision you wish to behold? Han Li fixed his gaze steadily upon Qian Rinxue, awaiting her response. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Rinxue shook her head, raised by her grandfather, Qian Douluo. She possessed a kind heart, unlike Bibi Dong's cruelty. The reason she had taken the initiative to infiltrate the Tiando Empire was to subdue it with minimal cost. Her goal was to inherit the imperial throne, which, while inevitably necessitating some bloodshed, at least spared the general populace from suffering. Have you heard of the Rakshasa god? An Li inquired. No. Qian Rinxue replied, bewildered. You must be familiar with the angel god? An Li prasaon. Qian Rinxue nodded affirmatively. She had often heard her grandfather speak of the angel god. He had told her that her lineage was a successor to the angel god, and given her talents, she had a promising chance of becoming the next incarnation of the angel god. The Rakshasa god was a first-tier deity, the antithesis of the angel god and one of the two malevolent deities governing dark thoughts, embodying all negative emotions in the world. In her quest for greater power, Bibi Dong was willing to ally herself with the Rakshasa god, and in today's battle, she had begun to accept the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. However, she had not yet matured sufficiently and had been forcefully repelled by Han Li, rendering her unable to recover for at least a year or more. Having laid the groundwork, Han Li finally revealed his primary objective for this visit. He hoped Qian Rinxue would return to the martial soul hall to succeed the position of pope. But he urged her not to emulate Bibi Dong's ambition to dominate the world. Rather, she should contemplate how to do good for both the soul master community and the common folk. Qian Rinxue took Han Li's earnest counsel to heart, vowing to live up to expectations and restore peace to the continent. Observing her profound sense of duty, Han Li felt a sense of relief. Confident that he had not misjudged her character. Having resolved this matter, Han Li exited the prince's residence, departing with the awaiting sword daw to reunite with the others. The match had long since concluded, and they hurried to the Shrek resting area. Within the resting area, the members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu and her companions, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, were anxiously awaiting Han Li and the sword Douluo's return. They feared that something might have gone awry outside. Had it not been for the lack of title-level strength on their side, Bondo might have been unable to restrain himself from seeking them out. Principal Flander, you all should return and rest. There are more matches ahead. Ensure the students are prepared and well-rested, Ning Fengji advised. Very well. I trust that Han Li has the favor of destiny on his side and will surely be safe, Flander replied, leading the others away. Only the three women, Ning Fengji and Douluo, remained in the resting area. After what felt like an eternity, the familiar voices suddenly broke through. We're back. Han Li and the sword Douluo pushed open the door. The tension that had gripped everyone finally dissipated. You finally returned safely. We were so worried, Xiao Wu exclaimed as she rushed forward to embrace Han Li. Han Li chuckled softly, gently stroking Xiao Wu's hair. What is there to worry about? You all know my strength well enough. Then, at the urging of the group, Han Li and the sword Douluo recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that the Martial Soul Hall had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to hunt the two great soul beasts, only to be nearly annihilated by Han Li and his companions, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration. The Martial Soul Hall had long been accustomed to arrogance, and now it was their turn to face a setback. Douluo expressed his satisfaction, recalling the time when several titled Douluo from the Martial Soul Hall had besieged them. Had it not been for Han Li's formidable strength, they likely would have perished that day. Yet, this was not the most outrageous part. Bibi Dong, in a desperate struggle against four opponents, somehow attracted divine-level power. We were on the brink of being overwhelmed, yet this did not daunt Han Li. Sword Douluo exclaimed with excitement. The crowd could not help but shout in amazement, astonished that Han Li could now engage in a contest of strength with a god. His prowess was indeed remarkable. Douluo lamented with regret, wishing he could have participated in this battle. Such an excellent opportunity for combat had been seized by Sword Douluo, leaving Douluo unwilling to accept his fate. Chapter 186, Shrek vs. the Star Luo Royal Team. In battles of such high caliber, Soul Masters often glean insights that enhance their strength. Douluo, now unable to compare with Sword Douluo, felt a profound sense of loss for missing such a valuable opportunity for practical experience. Xiao Wu, however, was even more concerned about the two formidable soul beasts, appearing quite restless. Han Li reassured her, indicating that he and Sword Douluo had arrived just in time. The Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape had only sustained minor injuries, which were not life-threatening. There was also some good news. The threat from the Spirit Hall had finally been eradicated. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face brightened with joy. Aside from Han Li and his companions, many others in Heavendo City had also heard the roars of the two soul beasts, leading to much speculation within the city. However, only Han Li and his group knew the precise details. The general populace remained focused on the fiercely contested Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. After 3 days of intense competition, 10 teams had advanced to the third round. Among the elemental academies, all except for the Tianshui Academy had successfully progressed. This clearly demonstrated the astonishing strength of the elemental academies, whose prowess was indeed commendable even when viewed across the entire continent. In truth, Tianshui Academy also possessed the capability to advance. It was merely unfortunate that they faced the Thunder Battle team, another elemental academy. The Heavendo Empire's representative team boasted as many as 7 entrants in the top 10, including the elemental teams, the Heavendo Royal Academy, Shrek Academy, and 2 teams supported by soul sections. This outcome brought immense joy to the nobility of the Heavendo Empire, led by Emperor Shui. Zhao Wujing and Flinder were particularly elated, as Shrek had consistently triumphed in this soul master competition, gaining widespread renown. It was believed that following this competition, many young soul masters would flock to enroll, heralding a significant growth phase for Shrek Academy after years of quiet development. Amidst the audience's anticipation, the final round of the third stage commenced. The Thunder Academy team and 1 team from the Star Luo Empire had a bye. The highly anticipated Shrek Academy faced off against the Star Luo Royal Academy team. The main members of the Star Luo Royal Academy included Davis, the elder brother of Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhiyun, both of whom possessed approximately level 35 soul power, making them the backbone of their team. If they could ascend to the soul sect level by the next competition, coupled with their formidable martial soul fusion techniques, they would undoubtedly serve as the core combat strength of their team. Previously, during their time in the Star Luo Empire, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing had been defeated by Han Li and his companions, aware that they were all soul sections. Ubabe, Fan Li, Ning Rungron, and Xiao were not participating in this match. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun had conducted extensive reconnaissance, and the revelation of Zhu Zhuqing's soul king-level prowess was no longer secret. They could not help but marvel at Zhu Zhuqing's rapid progress. Her ascension to the soul sect level had already surpassed their expectations, let alone her now being a soul king. Nevertheless, having traveled far from the Star Luo Empire and fought their way to the finals, They were eager to take a chance. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them. Moreover, this would also provide them with an opportunity to vent their frustrations. The upcoming duel featured two teams vying for the championship title. The strongest Dark Horse team from the Heaven Do Empire, Shrek, and the Seed team from the Star Luo Empire, the Royal Academy team. We are certain they will deliver a spectacular battle that will leave us breathless. The host, a charming young woman, stood atop the arena holding a microphone, her voice resonating loudly. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited. The audience fervently rallied behind their favorite teams, as if the louder they cheered, the closer they would be to victory. Given that this was the home ground of the Heaven Do Empire, supporters of Shrek were in greater numbers. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the two teams made their entrance in turn. Notably, Hanli had specifically arranged for Dai Mubai to take the stage. The confrontation between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing against Davis and Zhu Zhuyan promised to be a thrilling spectacle. Though they were siblings, in many respects, they resembled adversaries. "I can't believe you two dared show up for a beating," Zhu Zhuqing remarked coolly. Upon hearing her words, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan were instantly reminded of that painful memory, gritting their teeth in anger. "Zhu Zhuqing, have you taken some sort of drug? How could you possibly ascend to Soul King in such a short time?" Davis scoffed. "Even if you were Soul King, what difference does it make? The outcome is still uncertain," Zhu Zhuyan added. Indeed, even if Zhu Zhuqing's rise to Soul King was the result of some miraculous enhancement, she would undeniably possess the strength to suppress a soul sect. However, the Star Luo Royal Academy team was not without hope. Davis and Zhu Zhuyan had conducted their research and found that the overall strength of Shrek Academy's other members was rather mediocre, with particularly dismal performances in previous matches. There were even instances of two-ringed Soul Masters among them, merely filling numbers. This further bolstered their confidence. It is essential to note that in the finals, the competition was not solely about the individual strength of Soul Masters, but also heavily emphasized teamwork capabilities. No matter how outstanding a Soul King's prowess, it would be challenging to secure victory alongside 6 ineffective members. "Oh, isn't that my worthless brother?" Davis suddenly spotted Dai Mubai and coldly remarked. Dai Mubai's situation was quite akin to Zhu Zhuqing's, if not worse. He had been under Davis's oppression since childhood, nearly suffocating under the pressure. This is why Dai Mubai had left the Star Luo Empire for Shrek Academy to cultivate earlier. "You, Dai Mubai, your expression is rather grim. It seems you couldn't escape your fate after all. Let us settle this today," Dai Mubai thought to himself. After all, he had faced enough setbacks while training with Han Li and the others, receiving quite a few beatings. His soul power level had not experienced a remarkable increase, but his resilience had soared, allowing him to withstand challenges with remarkable fortitude. The battle begins. Zhu Zhuyan charged forward, heading straight for Zhu Zhuqing with remarkable speed, akin to a shadow darting past. However, Zhu Zhuqing was even faster, effortlessly evading Zhu Zhuyan's attack and stealthily positioning herself behind her. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhu Zhuyan was unprepared, Zhu Zhuqing launched a punch, sending Zhu Zhuyan flying. On the other side, Davis and Dai Mubai also engaged in combat. Both possessed the same white tiger martial soul, with strikingly similar soul skills, and their fighting styles were characterized by direct confrontations. Their fists collided with tremendous force, exemplifying the aesthetic of violence. Chapter 187. Zhu Zhuqing is so cool. Davis initially believed he could easily dominate his brother Dai Mubai, yet when the battle commenced, the latter did not fall behind at all. "What level is your soul power now?" Davis could not help but inquire. "Level 35. Dai Mubai replied defiantly. Davis was utterly astonished, feeling incredulous. It is worth noting that when Dai Mubai left home, his soul power was barely at a level above 20. How could it have surged to match his own in such a short span of time? How on earth did you achieve this? I see now. It must be that girl Zhu Zhuqing who imparted her methods to you." Dai Mubai let out a cold snort, offering no response. For he was acutely aware of the journey he undertook to reach a level where he could rival Davis. It was undoubtedly due to the emergence of Han Li and his companions. Indeed, Han Li and his friends had pummeled Dai Mubai on numerous occasions, subjecting him to repeated humiliation. Yet, this also ignited within him an insatiable desire to grow stronger. It was in this oppressive and challenging environment that Dai Mubai made rapid progress. "You should focus on how to defeat me first," Dai Mubai declared, launching into a more ferocious assault. Although Davis and Zhu Zhuyan possessed remarkable talent, their youth rendered them not the strongest members of the Star Luo royal team. The most formidable among them was their captain, a soul master of over 40 levels, endowed with a high-quality beast martial soul. With a mere leap, he soared several meters into the air, descending gracefully amidst the others from Shrek Academy. "I'm here to play with you," he proclaimed with a smirk, exuding arrogance and dismissing the others entirely. Tang San and Ma Hongjun quickly assumed their combat stances. Ma Hongjun was the first to unleash several lines of phoenix fire, propelling them directly toward the captain. The Soul Master Captain, however, made no attempt to evade, effortlessly extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wrist, showcasing his overwhelming dominance. "This person is incredibly strong," Ma Hongjun exclaimed as the captain charged towards him, delivering a colossal punch that sent him flying, spinning through the air before he finally landed. His right cheek swollen and bruised. First soul skill bind, Tang San quickly concentrated his soul power to counterattack. From the ground emerged numerous blue silver grass vines, encircling the Soul Master Captain like a multitude of tentacles from all directions. Blue silver grass? I never imagined Shrek would have cultivators of such a worthless martial soul. The captain scoffed dismissively. Yet, Tang San's blue silver grass was far from ordinary. Many had underestimated it and paid the price. Nonetheless, the Soul Master Captain possessed formidable strength. His first soul skill, Beast Transformation, significantly enhanced all his attributes upon activation. With a mere flick of his power, he repelled the blue silver grass and swiftly closed the distance to Tang San, attacking with his beast-like claws. In a moment of peril, Tang San summoned the blue silver grass to mitigate the impact of the claw strike. Nevertheless, he still felt the aftermath, leaving him dazed and disoriented. "Encountering me is truly your misfortune." After gauging the strength of Shrek's team through preliminary tests, the captain concluded they posed no threat and felt free to unleash his full assault. No longer holding back, he unleashed a new wave of attacks with all his might. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and the other Soul Respect seniors from Shrek combined could not withstand this overwhelming onslaught. They were mercilessly beaten, emerging with bruised and battered appearances, looking utterly defeated. However, not all of Shrek Academy was at a disadvantage. Zhu Zhuqing had thoroughly dominated Zhu Zhuyun, clearly taking the opportunity to settle some personal scores. Given the numerous times Zhu Zhuyun had previously put her in peril, Zhu Zhuyun was left entirely without any spirit to retaliate. This battle awakened her to the realization that her sister had already undergone a transformation, becoming a being beyond her reach. Daimubai, leking Tsuzuking esse terrifying prowess, ultimately fought Davis to a standstill, with both sustaining severe injuries, appearing quite ghastly with bloodied heads. Up to this point in the match, the Douluo Royal team held an undeniable numerical advantage, having only lost 2 members, Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. In contrast, Shrek Academy was left with only Zhu Zhuqing capable of continuing the fight. Observing the favorable turn of events, the Soul Master Captain could not contain his arrogance. Having heard of Shrek Academy's formidable strength and their status as favorites for the championship, he had anticipated a worthy opponent. However, he was utterly disappointed by their fragility. "Little sister, your ability to defeat Zhu Zhuyun truly exceeded my expectations. But no matter how capable you are, you cannot contend with all 5 of us. Let me offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise to surrender now to spare yourself further suffering," the captain coaxed with feigned gentleness. Zhu Zhuqing, cold as ice, fixed a steely gaze upon the Soul Master Captain, unperturbed by his taunts. In the next instant, she surged forward without warning, moving so swiftly that she left behind a trail of afterimages. The captain's smile faded, his expression shifting to one of shock as he anxiously tracked Zhu Zhuqing's movement with his eyes. 5th soul skill, Phantom Connection. Zhu Zhuqing's figure abruptly materialized at the center of the arena, mere steps away from the remaining 5 members of the Douluo Royal team. With the activation of Phantom Connection, her form transformed into a series of interconnected phantoms, each attack diminishing in intensity, yet still formidable. "All of you go down," Zhu Zhuqing shouted emphatically. Her assault was so sudden that it caught them completely off guard. By the time the Soul Master Captain and his comrades attempted to execute their signature soul skills in response, they were struck by Zhu Zhuqing's attack, forcibly interrupted. Subsequently, the rhythm of the match was entirely seized by Zhu Zhuqing. The audience could hardly glimpse her presence, only witnessing black shadows flitting across the arena. Meanwhile, the members of the Douluo Royal team were thrown into disarray, unable to withstand such an uncanny onslaught. In a brief span, they were all sent flying out of the ring, including the captain, the strongest among them. Match concluded. Only Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy remained standing. This final scene was far too easy for Zhu Zhuqing, with not a hint of pressure upon her. "Goddess Zhu Zhuqing, Taikuloantai. Zhu Zhuqing shall prevail. Shrek shall triumph. The audience's cheers echoed fervently. Chapter 188. Shrek Academy vs. Shunfeng Academy. Zhu Zhuqing had long grown accustomed to such adulation, and coupled with her inherently aloof and reclusive nature, she remained remarkably composed. On the other hand, Flinder was overjoyed, completely ignoring the bruised and battered Tang San and others. His attention solely focused on Zhu Zhuqing. Han Li's words rang true. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's strength alone was sufficient to propel Shrek into the top 5. Joining Shrek Academy and advancing to the top 5 were the Blaze Academy and Shunfeng Academy. Aside from the Douluo Empire's team that received a bye, all other 4 spots were claimed by teams from the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Empire erupted in jubilant celebration, while the spectators who had traveled from the Douluo Empire were left dejected. The teams from the Tiando Empire undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Their losses were not unjust, but rather a testament to their inferiority in skill. Soon, the time arrived for the drawing of lots for the 4th round of the finals. The Blaze Academy was exceptionally fortunate, securing the only bye in the tournament. Consequently, during this 4th round, the Blaze Academy team could afford to rest and observe the concealed strengths of other teams. In stark contrast, the Kamikaze Academy faced dire misfortune, unable to escape the impending confrontation with the Shrek team. Previously, Kamikaze Academy had encountered Shrek, but had forfeited each time without engaging in a true battle. This time, however, they could not employ the same strategy, as the tournament was nearing its conclusion. A single loss would result in immediate elimination. Even though they were acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength, the Kamikaze team resolved to fight valiantly, hoping for a chance to soar to new heights. In the Kamikaze Academy's lounge, the team members and their leading instructor gathered to discuss the imminent clash. "We're doomed. Shrek Academy has not lost a single match since the tournament began. How can we possibly compete?" Lamented several of the less formidable members, their faces downcast. At that moment, the instructor interjected, asserting that while Shrek was indeed formidable, they were not invincible. Through careful observation of Shrek's previous matches, they had discerned certain insights. The Shrek team appeared to lack cohesion. As long as they did not provoke the recognized powerhouses, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, there was a significant opportunity to overpower Tang San and Dai Mubai, potentially eliminating them from the competition. Ultimately, the Kamikaze Academy would unite all their strengths to confront the opponent's strongest members. If all goes as expected, this will be our final match in this tournament. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, you must not waver. We must showcase the spirit of Kamikaze Academy, the instructor proclaimed, his words igniting a renewed fervor in the team members, who eagerly anticipated the chance to face Shrek in battle. On the day of the match, it was the year 2039 in the Douluo calendar, the same edition of the Soul Master Tournament, in which the original Shrek 7 Monsters participated. Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Kamikaze Academy's team for the next tournament, was still merely a 35th level Soul Sovereign. With eager anticipation, he prepared to make his mark in this final match. On Shrek's side, a change in personnel saw Zhu Zhuqing replaced by Xiao Wu, while the other members remained unchanged. As the match commenced, Feng Xiaotian unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Twin Wings of a Gale. A pair of massive azure wings unfurled from his back, granting him the ability to soar into the sky, ascending to a height that afforded him aerial dominance. This ability was truly astounding among soul masters of the same rank. The strategy of Kamikaze Academy was straightforward. The captain, at the soul sovereign level, would engage Xiao Wu to hold her at bay, without the need for direct confrontation. Delaying her was sufficient. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian would take on the role of the primary attacker, launching fervent assaults on the remaining members of Shrek Academy. His martial soul, the Gale Dual-Headed Wolf, was a variant of the mid to high level Gale Demon Wolf, capable of both brute force and agility, akin to the wind wolves among soul beasts. In terms of quality, the Gale Dual-Headed Wolf could rival top-tier martial souls. Each time Feng Xiaotian activated his martial soul, a faint azure light surged within him, causing his body to transform. His muscles and bones swelled, his stature expanded. His hair turned azure, and a wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder, exuding an aura of grandeur. In the original tale, Feng Xiaotian was exceptionally gifted, having developed a unique soul skill of terrifying power, later serving as the vice principal of the 4 Elements Academy due to his formidable capabilities. Had it not been for Tang San's extraordinary talents, Feng Xiaotian might have been regarded as the strongest among the younger generation of Douluo continent. With his first soul skill, Wind Blade Array, in the sky, Feng Xiaotian extended his palm and unleashed 10 semicircular wind blades, which darted downward with lightning speed. Tang San and his companions hurriedly dispersed, desperately evading the onslaught. Yet the other members of Kamikaze Academy worked tirelessly to seal off their positions. Just from Feng Xiaotian's initial soul skill, Shrek's team suffered significant injuries. Following that, Feng Xiaotian unleashed his second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession, a type of enhancement skill. In this state, his attack power, speed, and defense attributes received a staggering 50% boost. Feng Xiaotian commenced a rampage, and due to Tang San and the others being weakened from the previous Windblade assault, they struggled to defend themselves. After much effort, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and the others were all knocked to the ground, unconscious. Although Dai Mubai possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, Feng Xiaotian found him somewhat challenging to contend with. However, Kamikaze Academy also had a 39th level Soul Sovereign. This Soul Sovereign's martial soul might not match Dai Mubai's quality, but his soul power level was undeniable, and he easily overpowered Dai Mubai. Kamikaze Academy maintained almost flawless control over the battlefield. Their success was primarily due to Xiao Wu not intervening. Observing her teammates being overwhelmed, Xiao Wu realized it was time for her to turn the tide. She became serious and launched a powerful punch at the Soul Sovereign captain who had been holding her back. The captain had initially believed his speed surpassed hers, allowing him to evade harm, but it became evident that he had been overly optimistic. Xiao Wu had simply chosen not to deal with him swiftly. With one punch, she sent the captain crashing to the ground. Witnessing Xiao Wu's devastating prowess left the members of Kamikaze Academy dumbfounded, just as Xiao Wu prepared to systematically eliminate the others. Feng Xiaotian decisively shouted, "Referee, we, Kamikaze Academy, concede." Chapter 189. Harvesting Soul Beast Lifespans in the Star Do Great Forest. Very well, I declare Shrek Academy the victors, the referee stated, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wu then halted her offensive, unable to suppress her disappointment. Why did you concede so soon? I hadn't even unleashed my full potential yet. This is so boring. Feng Xiaotian and his team approached to assist their fallen captain, slowly exiting the arena. They understood they had lost to Xiao Wu alone, not to the rest of Shrek's team. If it weren't for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, I feel that the two of us could have taken down the Shrek team single-handedly. Feng Xiaotian lamented to the captain. Life is not filled with what-ifs. A loss is a loss, and we can accept it, the Soul Sovereign captain responded with a sense of clarity. He advised Feng Xiaotian to intensify his training upon their return, striving to catch up to Xiao Wu before the next tournament. The future belongs to you. The next match would feature the Thunder Academy team from the Tiando region against the previously by team from the Star Luo Empire. The latter had only their captain at the Soul Sovereign level, and overall, their strength could not rival that of the Star Luo Royal Academy. Conversely, the Thunder team was the second best in the Tiando region, just behind Shrek Academy, boasting the moniker of perennial runner-up. They found it simple to handle a team of this caliber. As the battle commenced, before the opposing team could react, the Thunder Academy members formed a formation, continuously unleashing high-voltage electric shocks. Aside from a Soul Sovereign captain, all other team members were rendered unconscious. Ultimately, the captain, too, was defeated amidst the onslaught of their attackers. The Thunder Academy's team achieved victory in this match with minimal effort. With the conclusion of the fourth round, the top three contenders of this Continental Senior Soul Master competition were determined: Shrek Academy, Thunder Academy, and Blaze Academy. The three teams faced off in pairs, with rankings based on their final performance. Shrek Academy, bolstered by the prowess of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, triumphed effortlessly, clinching 2 consecutive victories and rightfully earning the title of overall champion of the tournament. The confrontation between Thunder Academy and Blaze Academy concluded with the former emerging victorious. With a record of 1 win and 1 loss, Thunder Academy secured the runner-up position, while Blaze Academy, having suffered 2 defeats, found themselves at the bottom as the third-place team. Despite being in third place, the members of Blaze Academy were still elated, as they had successfully made it into the top 3, a significant honor. The Tiando Royal Academy had aimed to secure third place and contend for second, but ended up with nothing, leaving them quite disheartened. A sentiment echoed by Xingluo Royal Academy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this edition of the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition has now concluded. The top 3 teams, please come forward to receive their rewards. The host announced with a beaming smile. As champions, Shrek received the most substantial rewards. However, to Han Li, Xiao Wu, and others, these prizes seemed rather ordinary, stirring no emotional response within them, even eliciting a hint of amusement. Tang San, Zai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun also felt the rewards lacked allure, particularly given the severe beatings they had endured during the tournament, making the effort-to-reward ratio seem disproportionately skewed. Emperor Shui Yi was overjoyed by this outcome, having long awaited the day when a team from the Tiando Empire would claim the championship. The entire Tiando Empire celebrated as if it were a grand festival. Yet, amidst the empire's revelry, a significant event transpired. The Crown Prince Shui Qinghe mysteriously vanished. The Crown Prince's sudden disappearance caught Emperor Shui Ye's attention, prompting him to dispatch the royal guard for a night search. However, after several days of fruitless efforts, no progress had been made. The third prince, Shui Lang, was immensely pleased, believing this to be the fulfillment of Han Li's prophecy, and that fortune was finally smiling upon him. If this situation continued to develop, the position of Crown Prince would inevitably fall into his hands. After the tournament, Han Li expressed his intention to take Xiao Wu and the other two girls back to the Stardew Forest once more. This time, he did not bring Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo along, as they knew Han Li's current strength surpassed theirs, and thus felt reassured. Before long, Han Li and the three girls arrived at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Han Li seemed disinclined to venture deeper immediately. Instead, he began engaging in battles with nearby soul beasts, though he merely defeated them without intentionally wounding or killing them. Han Li's actions were aimed at harvesting a substantial amount of lifespan from the soul beasts. Once he accumulated enough lifespan, he would be able to exchange it for divinity in the system shop. The three girls did not comprehend Han Li's motives, yet they chose to remain by his side. Given their elevated levels of strength, the soul beasts in the outer regions posed no challenge for them, rendering any combat unbeneficial, which led them to refrain from intervening. Han Li prioritized hunting in the outer regions due to the abundance and relative weakness of the soul beasts there, allowing for swift victories with a mere punch or kick capable of toppling one or a group of soul beasts. Each encounter yielded lifespans ranging from 1 to 3 years. And after a period of time, he amassed over 10,000 years of harvestable lifespan. All right, let us proceed deeper, Han Li said. They first ventured into the inner regions, then made their way directly to the core area, where Han Li defeated countless soul beasts along the way, acquiring a wealth of harvestable lifespan. In the core area of the Stardew Forest, Xiao Wu was delighted to see the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape once again. Both soul beasts had fully recovered from their previous injuries. Seeing them unharmed as Han Li described brought her great relief. That little lake is infused with a rich essence of life. Training in its vicinity will yield remarkable progress, Han Li remarked casually. He then instructed Xiao Wu and the other two girls to stay behind while he went out to attend to some matters. Han Li's so-called matters still revolved around acquiring harvestable lifespan. This process was by no means thrilling. With Han Li's current strength, no soul beast posed a threat to him. Approximately half a month later, Han Li returned. During this interval, he successfully acquired over 500,000 years of harvestable lifespan. Such an abundance was sufficient to exchange for a deity. However, Han Li, finding it unimpressive, chose not to redeem it immediately. It seems you all have not been idle during my absence, Han Li remarked, his gaze sweeping over the three girls. Noticing their significant progress, he decided to further enhance their strength. In no time, he elevated Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power to the level of Soul Saint. Fantastic! We have finally become Soul Saints. Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly. Han Li, take us to obtain soul rings, she urged, brimming with anticipation. Han Li shook his head, explaining that the soul spirits they had previously acquired were of several tens of thousands of years of cultivation, already sufficient to meet the requirements for their 7th soul ring. Upon careful inspection, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing realized Han Li's words were indeed true. They had truly become soul saints. This is wonderful. We are finally catching up to Sister Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong said excitedly, her joy palpable. Xiao Wu, with a hint of arrogance, retorted that if they wished to catch up to her, they would need to train for several more thousand years. The three girls burst into cheerful laughter, and Han Li, having grown weary from his efforts to gather lifespan from soul beasts, decided to rest in the core area for a few days. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were thrilled at the prospect, seeing it as an excellent opportunity to spar with Han Li. They eagerly implored him for another bout. Han Li, feeling exasperated from his numerous battles with soul beasts over the past few days, expressed his weariness. The threat from the spirit hall has been mitigated. No one will trouble you two now, so there's no need for such urgency in enhancing your strength, he stated. Han Li spoke the truth. The only beings capable of threatening the two mighty soul beasts were likely the few high-ranking offerings from the spirit hall who had yet to make an appearance. However, These formidable individuals typically followed the commands of the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, who had no reason to oppose the two soul beasts. The two soul beasts argued that one must remain vigilant even in times of peace. After all, enhancing their power now could prevent unforeseen troubles in the future. I never expected you two to grasp the wisdom of preparing for a rainy day. Quite impressive, Hanli praised, considering the two soul beasts' foresight. He pondered for a moment before deciding to assist them. This time, I will unleash my full power without holding back. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, I will train with you for 3 days, Hanli stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two soul beasts were instantly invigorated, their spirits soaring. You said it, Sister Xiao Wu. Bear witness to ensure he doesn't backtrack. The sky blue bull python exclaimed eagerly. The 3 girls, led by Xiao Wu, had never seen the 2 forest overlords so animated, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the eyes of the azure bull python, their strength indeed paled in comparison to Han Li's. However, as soul beasts, they possessed a tangible physical advantage. Even if they could not overcome him, their formidable bodies could endure for a considerable time. The corners of Han Li's mouth curled upward slightly as he inquired if they were prepared. Once the 2 soul beasts nodded in affirmation, Han Li decisively initiated his assault. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to test the potency of the 3 martial souls he had recently acquired. When dealing with the surrounding and inner factions of soul beasts, he found that he required none of these martial souls. His scythe alone was sufficient to secure an effortless victory. Subsequently, Han Li transitioned to his 3rd martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, and unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the Death Spider Web Binding. In the blink of an eye, he expelled a vast expanse of deep purple spider silk, a formidable control technique whose efficacy grew exponentially with his own strength. The deluge of webs caught the 2 soul beasts completely off guard, evoking painful memories of the day they faced BB Dong. Wasn't this the technique and martial soul of that woman from the spirit hall? How could you wield it? The azure bull python exclaimed in disbelief. Han Li calmly explained that he had previously acquired an exceedingly rare treasure that allowed him to silently replicate others' martial souls, thus endowing him with their respective abilities. Neither of the 2 soul beasts nor the 3 girls had ever heard of such a treasure. Nevertheless, they trusted Han Li and chose to believe him, as they could find no more plausible explanation. In no time, the deep purple spider web ensnared the 2 soul beasts tightly, rendering them immobile while simultaneously subjecting them to a toxic assault. Though the poison was not overwhelmingly strong, it proved to be quite bothersome. Han Li has grown even stronger, Xiao Wu murmured. If others experienced a gradual increase in strength akin to addition, Han Li's advancement resembled a multiplicative escalation. Such a pace of improvement was unparalleled. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and the others had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. With a smile, Han Li remarked, "If you cannot withstand my initial control skill, how will you counter the subsequent onslaught?" Almost immediately, he launched 4 deep purple projectiles in the direction of the 2 soul beasts, imbued with poison and formidable lethality. Under normal circumstances, any soul master below the rank of soul sage struck by these projectiles would meet an instant demise. Azure Bull Annihilation Fandev. The azure bull python bellowed. The sky darkened ominously, and distant thunder rumbled through the thick clouds. Several bolts of azure lightning descended from the stormy heavens, striking the 2 soul beasts and instantly obliterating the spider webs that ensnared them. Cunningly, the azure bull python had weakened the attack's ferocity just enough to dispel the webs without inflicting unnecessary harm upon himself or the Titan giant ape. Once freed, the Titan giant ape unleashed its full power, executing its ultimate technique, the gravity domain. The overwhelming gravitational force forced the incoming projectiles to the ground, dissipating them. "It appears you two have indeed grown significantly," Han Li complimented. "Of course, we would never remain stagnant," the 2 soul beasts replied, their spirits lifted by Han Li's praise. However, it was evident that Han Li's next offensive would be even more ferocious. Han Li then employed BB Dong's signature technique, the Spider Emperor clone. A doppelganger identical to Han Li materialized before them. Having obtained the Death Spider Emperor, he had further enhanced this ability, allowing the clone not only to wield the first 7 soul skills of this martial soul, but also to utilize the first 7 soul skills of Han Li's other martial souls. This augmentation significantly amplified the fighting prowess of the clone, setting aside the soul skills rewarded by the system. The clone could execute a staggering 35 soul skills, an utterly terrifying number. The main body and the clone had clear roles. One would engage the azure bull python, while the other confronted the Titan giant ape. The clone shifted to its fifth martial soul, the legendary defensive martial soul, the black tortoise. This top-tier martial soul, steeped in the bloodline of ancient divine beasts, was more than capable of suppressing the Titan giant ape. I shall engage you head-on, defeating you in the very domain where you excel, the clone declared with malice. Bring it on, the Titan giant ape replied, unperturbed, exuding confidence in its own strength. Once more, the Titan giant ape unleashed its gravity domain, a technique that was highly taxing yet deemed necessary for seizing the initiative. The formidable gravitational force bore down upon the clone. If it were anyone else, even the reclusive high priest of the spirit hall would struggle to withstand such an assault, inevitably succumbing to its effects. However, Han Li, fortified by the strength of the black tortoise martial soul and his formidable 100-level soul power, withstood the tremendous gravity with sheer tenacity. How is this possible? The Titan giant ape exclaimed, incredulity etched upon its face. This domain contained a measure of gravitational law, and ordinarily, no non-divine entity could perfectly resist such an onslaught. In truth, it was entirely reasonable for Han Li to evade the oppressive effects of the gravity domain. With a soul power level of 100, and given the existence of divine entities capable of instantaneous ascension, combined with his 5 martial souls and a total of 45 soul rings, each martial soul and soul ring enhanced Han Li's physical constitution and attributes significantly. Fourth soul skill, Black Tortoise's Repulse. Suddenly, a colossal phantom of a divine tortoise materialized behind Han Li, its verdant form exuding an aura of dominion. The Titan giant ape, witnessing this, gathered its might into its fists and surged forward to meet the challenge. The Titan giant ape's fist collided with the black tortoise's hard shell, generating fierce shockwaves. Ultimately, it was the Titan giant ape that found itself at a disadvantage. What? A loss in terms of raw power? The Titan giant ape struggled to accept this harsh reality. Seizing the moment of the Titan's stupor, Han Li launched a relentless barrage of attacks, each executed with astonishing force. Han Li overwhelmed the Titan giant ape, driving it back step by step. Meanwhile, Han Li's main body faced the Azure Bull Python, primarily utilizing the 7-killing sword from the sword Douluo. Grasping the sharp blade, he soared into the air, his speed akin to lightning, his strikes sharp and decisive. Even a formidable Azure Bull Python found little room for counterattack. Sluggish Divine Claw. The Azure Bull Python had waited patiently and finally seized a moment to unleash its powerful technique. A claw-shaped Azure Phantom shot forth like a swift sword. This sluggish Divine Claw, a potent soul skill embodying both control and aggressive offense, would inflict terrifying power upon any struck target, significantly impairing their mobility afterward. "Dumming, you're still too hasty," Han Li remarked, unperturbed. For him, this attack was exceedingly easy to evade. With a mere sidestep, he dodged the Azure Bull Python's desperate strike. In a matter of moments, within the span of a single incense stick, the two soul beasts found themselves utterly subdued, their tempers extinguished. "Behold, I have granted you an opportunity," he remarked, a hint of innocence in his tone, as if he were not the one who had just soundly defeated the two formidable spirit beasts. The duo of spirit beasts, thoroughly chastened, acknowledged their defeat and vowed not to pursue further sparring sessions with Han Li. Their encounter with Han Li's extraordinary prowess ignited a fierce determination within them to elevate their own abilities, striving to catch up to Han Li's remarkable capabilities. However, the prospect of overtaking Han Li was no trivial endeavor. Absent any external aids, it was nearly an impossible feat over the course of the next 3 days. Han Li and the 3 women luxuriated in their surroundings, basking in a leisurely atmosphere akin to a vacation. "It is time for us to return." Han Li stretched languidly and declared. "Where shall we go now? Back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Xiao Wu inquired. "No, I have a more intriguing destination in mind, but I shall keep it a mystery for now. You will understand when we arrive," Han Li replied with a cheerful demeanor. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 spirit beasts, Han Li and his companions departed from the Stardow Forest. As they journeyed, the 3 women soon discerned their destination. They were en route to Spirit City. If one were to select the 3 most opulent, grand, and renowned cities on the Douluo continent, the list would undoubtedly include Spirit City, Heaven Do City, and Starluo City. The latter 2 serve as the capitals of the 2 great empires, while the former is the very heart of the Spirit Hall, where the iconic Pope's Hall resides. Should nothing unforeseen occur, the finals of the next high-level Spirit Master competition for the entire continent would take place in Spirit City. Anli, Witout Azitation, soared directly above the Pope's Hall. Coincidentally, Qian Rinxue was on the plaza of the Pope's Hall, organizing the Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall. After parting ways with the prince's mansion, Qian Rinxue had spent the entire night contemplating, and the following day, she hurried to Spirit City. She shared her thoughts with Qian Douluo, who wholeheartedly supported her. Qian Douluo had long intended for Qian Rinxue to succeed Bibi Dong, and this was merely an expedited process. With Qian Douluo's backing, Qian Rinxue smoothly ascended to the position of Pope, although many within the Spirit Hall were devoted followers of Bibi Dong. Her current disappearance rendered them hesitant to oppose Qian Douluo. Intruders. The Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall swiftly assumed battle stances. The Pope's Hall, a place of great authority, had always enforced a no-fly policy. Thus, the brazen act of flying high above was an undeniable affront to the Spirit Hall. An Li, fully aware of the hostility emanating from below, remained unfazed, relishing the escalating chaos. He deliberately unleashed his immense aura, which immediately stirred numerous hidden powerhouses. Many of the worshippers, led by Qian Douluo, emerged from their sanctuaries, including the second worshipper, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, at level 98, and the third worshipper, the Azure Phoenix Douluo, at level 97. These individuals were once unparalleled masters, seldom leaving the worship hall. Their recent emergence was prompted by the significant events within the Spirit Hall, namely Qian Rinxue's ascension, which Qian Douluo deemed an opportune moment for them to stretch their legs. Unexpectedly, they encountered Han Li's visit. It's him. An astute recognized Han Li's identity. Qian Douluo and the others soon realized that Han Li was the one who had severely wounded and even slain many of the Spirit Hall's elite. Particularly, several worshippers had met a grim fate at Han Li's hands. Qian Douluo and his companions harbored deep-seated grievances against Han Li, but they had been unable to ascertain his whereabouts until now, which had restrained their actions. With Han Li presenting himself before them, they could no longer remain passive. You are Han Li. You have repeatedly opposed our Spirit Hall, and we harbor a blood feud. Now that you have come, we shall settle the score, Qian Douluo declared, summoning his six-winged angel spirit, exuding an imposing presence. Heh, are the people of the Spirit Hall merely grandiloquent? Han Li retorted with a cold smirk. I must reiterate, it was your Spirit Hall that first provoked me. This is entirely of your own making, Han Li added. This assertion held true, initially, upon discovering Han Li's extraordinary talent. The Spirit Hall sought to recruit him. After his refusal, they resorted to schemes to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, Han Li was not someone easily subdued by the Spirit Hall. Had he been like any other young prodigy, defying their overtures, he would have likely met an untimely end long ago. You were the one who opposed the Spirit Hall first. Do not spread your deceit here. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo bellowed. In front of such a multitude, they could not possibly acknowledge any wrongdoing on the part of the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, the Golden Crocodile Douluo unleashed his spirit and charged at Han Li, initiating a barrage of attacks. With an air of calm, Han Li waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly countering their onslaught with powerful soul techniques. Observing this, Qian Douluo, impressed by Han Li's abilities, joined the fray. Intent on defeating Han Li in tandem with the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile boasted soul power levels of 99 and 98, respectively, making them the strongest within the congregation of worshippers. The onlookers from a Spirit Hall believed that with the two worshippers attacking together, Han Li was doomed. Yet, in this lavish display of might, they found themselves utterly unable to vanquish him. Qian Douluo unleashed the Angel Domain, a formidable realm that could forcibly purify the opponent's soul power, restricting their strength while enhancing his own. Once this domain was activated, other Spirit Masters found it exceedingly challenging to contend with. Is it your domain? How does it compare to mine? An Li's lips kurlatin tu aslikt smila. In the next instant, he unleashed several domains of his own. The Killing God domain, the Gravity domain, the Slowing domain, and the Seven Killing domain, all of which were top-tier realms, overlapping to produce a terrifying effect. What? How can you possibly command so many domains? Qian Douluo and the others gazed at Han Li in astonishment. Each domain-type skill was exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire, and Han Li's mastery of such an array was indeed perplexing. Under the control of multiple domains, Qian Douluo and his companions found it nearly impossible to launch any attacks on Han Li, let alone move freely. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Han Li transformed into his fourth spirit, the Seven Killing Sword. With the thunder of the seven kills, I shall cleave through the heavens. An Li declarat. His hand sweeping forth as countless sword shadows rained down like a torrential downpour. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, leaving the spectators beneath utterly dumbfounded and profoundly shaken. Under the relentless assault of the sword rain, the three foremost masters of the Spirit Hall were brought to their knees, each sustaining severe injuries. Anli, samingli una fakta, remarked with a click of his tongue, you Spirit Hall members are remarkably fragile. Whether it be Bibi Dong or the two of you, you're all far too weak, leaving me without any inclination to engage you seriously. Han Li's taunts were delivered with exquisite finesse. The members of the Spirit Hall were left utterly speechless for countless years. No one had dared to speak so brazenly to them. The golden crocodile Douluo, driven by a desire to reclaim his pride, charged again. Ha! Striking a rock with an egg, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Han Li, in this instance, could not even be bothered to unleash his martial soul. He merely concentrated his soul power within the palm of his hand. As the two adversaries drew near, he swiftly unleashed a powerful strike. This blow landed squarely upon the chest of the golden crocodile Douluo, causing excruciating pain to reverberate throughout his entire being. With deliberate intent, Han Li's soul power invaded the golden crocodile Douluo's body, rapidly wreaking havoc on his meridians. In a matter of moments, the Douluo felt his entire body grow weak, akin to a deflating balloon, as his soul power drained away at an alarming rate. The surrounding soul masters suffered a similar fate. The golden crocodile Douluo collapsed helplessly to the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise. What have you done to us? He demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li. Do not fret, I have simply rendered you powerless. You shall no longer be soul masters, but rather akin to ordinary mortals. Han Li replied with a smile. Though his expression was radiant, it appeared particularly sinister and terrifying to the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue. A soul master's cultivation is of utmost importance, and to be reduced to a state of ineptitude left them questioning how they could possibly continue to live. Setting aside the crushing disappointment they felt, they had undoubtedly offended many along their journey. Previously, their formidable strength deterred any would-be challengers. However, now, who would fear a powerless individual? This fate was far more unbearable than death itself. Douluo was equally furious, unable to fathom Han Li's aptitude for torment. The golden crocodile Douluo had been his close friend for many years. Enraged by this thought, Douluo charged at Han Li. Have you lost your mind to come here to meet your demise? Han Li exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Do you not perceive the chasm of power that lies between us? With one hand, he seized Douluo's form and, unbeknownst to him, siphoned away all of his strength. However, Han Li did not employ the same method of punishment on Douluo. After all, he was the grandfather of Qian Renshua. Should he become incapacitated or perish, it would plunge her into profound despair. Thus, out of consideration for Qian Renshua, Han Li chose to show leniency. Nevertheless, punishment was inevitable. With a slight exertion of force, he scattered a significant portion of Douluo's soul power, reducing him to approximately level 92. Han Li hoped that, in the future, Douluo would possess enough strength to safeguard Qian Renshua. In this battle, Han Li had drained a decade of life from each of the three adversaries and unexpectedly triggered a critical reward, gaining 3 9th-level soul skills, 2 primarily offensive and 1 more defensive in nature. Furthermore, all of the soul rings of his first martial soul increased their age to 100,000 years. The most delightful surprise for Han Li was the final reward, the angel deity. This was likely due to his defeat of the angel deity's representative on the continent. After all, an angel deity, even at the lowest tier, was still quite remarkable. Ubabe, Fanli, possessing lufti y aspirations, regarded this ordinary first-level deity with disdain and chose not to ascend to godhood with its aid. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua hurried toward Douluo to assess her grandfather's injuries. Fortunately, they were not severe, and with some time for recuperation, he would recover. Qian Renshua was not naive. She quickly discerned that Han Li had shown restraint toward Douluo. Thank you for sparing my grandfather, she expressed gratefully. With Han Li's formidable power, if he desired to annihilate the Spirit Hall, it would be but a matter of moments. How could Qian Renshua dare to provoke such a powerful figure? Do you recall our first encounter? Chapter 193, To See God Island. Qian Renshua vividly remembered that day when she faced a formidable 10,000-year-soul beast, being forced into retreat while her protector, the snake spear Douluo, was rendered helpless. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Han Li and Xiao Wu, she might have met with grave misfortune. Do you know? I have an acute ability to read people. I can distinctly sense the kindness that resides deep within your heart, Han Li said gently, a smile gracing his lips. He expressed his confidence in Qian Rinchua's ability to manage the spirit hall, though he could not resist imparting a few words of caution. Qian Rinchua, you must ensure that the spirit hall is kept in check, avoiding the reckless ambition displayed by Bibi Dong, whose downfall serves as a cautionary tale. You also need to hasten your own cultivation, striving to inherit the legacy of the angel deity as soon as possible, Han Li advised earnestly. Qian Douluo was taken aback by Han Li's words, utterly astonished that he knew the ultimate secret of the spirit hall, a topic he had yet to broach with Qian Rinchua. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at him and continued. You must be curious as to how I came by this information, correct? There is nothing in this world that I do not know, and you have personally experienced my strength. In the future, you must diligently nurture Qian Rinchua without harboring any ulterior motives. Otherwise, even with her identity, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Han Li further asserted. Let it be known that even if the angel deity were to arrive here, they would still fall before me. I understand, Qian Douluo replied weakly. The supremacy of strength was paramount. Han Li's power entirely justified his audacity, and Qian Douluo no longer dared to act recklessly in his presence. Even if he had no fear of death, he would still be concerned for the safety of his beloved granddaughter, Qian Rinchua. That is all I wish to convey. I must take my leave now, Qian Rinchua. Do take care of yourself. With that, Han Li leaped into the air, soaring high above, accompanied by the three women as they boldly exited the Spirit City. Single-handedly infiltrating the Pope's palace of the Spirit Hall and emerging unscathed, no one dared to impede his progress. Han Li was the first in history to achieve such a remarkable feat. Qian Rinchua gazed at Han Li's receding figure, her emotions a tumultuous mix. This seemingly capricious man was decisive and ruthless toward others, yet exhibited an unusual kindness toward her. This stark contrast stirred within her a unique sentiment towards Han Li. However, in her eyes, Han Li belonged to a different world, and perhaps it would be best to maintain a certain distance. On the journey back, Xiao Wu inquired, Han Li, the Spirit Hall has committed numerous atrocities. Why do you not eliminate them all? Xiao Wu, known for her explosive temper, often acted impulsively. Han Li patiently explained. The Douluo continent requires the existence of a powerful force like the Spirit Hall. Their prior misdeeds stemmed primarily from a flawed leadership. Qian Douluo is relatively decent. His fury towards me is merely a consequence of his friend being slain. However, his son, Qian Xuanji, possesses a rather poor character. How could a legitimate pope of the Spirit Hall commit such acts against his own disciple? Fortunately, Qian Xuanji did not hold his position for long before being eliminated. His successor, Bibi Dong, is no better. Consequently, the Spirit Hall's reputation has plummeted in recent years. However, with a kind-hearted individual like Qian Rinchua at the helm, leading the Spirit Hall, everything will improve. Moreover, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. There is no need to turn the continent into a river of blood, unless those individuals have grown weary of life itself. Han Li remarked with a smile, I intend to lead you to a wondrous place. What place? Inquired the three girls. Intrigued. Sea God Island. The trio had never heard of such a location. Only a select few elder members of the Soul Master community were familiar with the legends surrounding Sea God Island. It was an island adjacent to the mainland, cloaked in a lush forest, serving as a sacred ground for sea soul masters and a sanctuary for the sea god. Surely, you have heard of Qian Douluo and Tang San? Han Li posed the question. Ningrongrong noted. Having listened to many tales of soul masters from her father and the two great Douluos, including the exploits of these two top-tier geniuses, Qian Douluo and Tang San had once stood at the pinnacle of soul masters, both possessing the formidable rank of 99. Unfulfilled by their achievements, they chose to embark on an expedition to Sea God Island, only to find themselves outmatched by the sea god Douluo. Is the sea god Douluo truly more formidable than a rank 99 Douluo? Xiao Wu curiously asked. Without hesitation, Han Li replied, Of course, I am the strongest. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing could not contain her curiosity. What is a sea soul master? Sea soul masters are those who dwell near the ocean, their martial spirits often embodying the peculiar flora and fauna of the sea. The ocean is their domain, in combat upon its waters. A sea soul master of the soul Douluo level can easily triumph over a land-based title Douluo. Under Han Li's guidance, they swiftly proceeded towards Sea God Island. Han Li, mindful of his accumulated lifespan, engaged in battles with encountered sea soul beasts. Amidst the vast ocean, these creatures proved to be more formidable than many found in the Stardow forest, yet they posed little challenge to Han Li. He effortlessly vanquished numerous sea soul beasts, garnering substantial lifespan in the process. Xiao Wu and her companions were awestruck by the exotic appearance of each sea soul beast. Seizing the opportunity, they earnestly requested to experience combat with these creatures firsthand. While Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, felt little impact. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly realized that fighting in the ocean significantly hampered their agility. As speed-oriented soul masters, their performance was inevitably diminished without solid ground beneath them. However, their prowess remained undeniable. Even if somewhat weakened, they were still invincible against the sea soul beasts, barring any ancient creatures exceeding 10,000 years. Wow, that seahorse is enormous. Look, we even encountered a giant octopus. The three girls exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Beyond their unusual appearances, the combat capabilities of the sea soul beasts were equally impressive. They harnessed the ocean's power in battle, amplifying their techniques several-fold, making them exceedingly challenging adversaries. Chapter 194. Even the invincible Poseidon falls. If they pressed on at full speed, Han Li and his companions would soon reach Sea God Island. However, Han Li deliberately slowed their pace, dedicating considerable time and energy to battling sea soul beasts. Through his efforts, he ultimately amassed an astonishing 1,000,000 years of lifespan. What a remarkable figure. Han Li felt fortunate that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Defeating a sea soul beast yielded significantly more lifespan than those obtained from the soul beasts of the Stardew Forest. Naturally, Xiao Wu and her companions also benefited immensely from these encounters. Xiao Wu accumulated a considerable amount of lifespan, which Han Li converted into soul power for them. After half a month, all three girls elevated their soul power levels to above 90. Thus, Xiao Wu and her companions finally ascended to the ranks of title Douluo. Han Li was aware that lurking in the nearby waters was a sea soul beast with a cultivation of 1,000,000 years, known as the deep-sea demon whale king. They had yet to encounter this 1,000,000-year beast, but Han Li was not overly concerned. "I think I see Sea God Island," Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly into the distance. As expected, a vast island loomed on the horizon amidst the open sea. Han Li recalled that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were aware of Sea God Island's existence and had dispatched individuals there on several occasions. Yet, the 7 Douluos of Sea God Island, renowned for their formidable strength, had consistently repelled Spirit Hall's soul masters, resulting in heavy losses, including 2 Douluo-level experts and numerous elite soul masters. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall had to abandon any attempts to reclaim Sea God Island, which underscored the island's formidable power. Han Li descended with the three girls, landing majestically at the island's edge. Their arrival immediately attracted a throng of vigilant soul master guards, all of whom were sea soul masters, eyeing Han Li and his companions with suspicion. "What is your purpose here?" one of them cautiously inquired. "We have come to pacify Sea God Island," Xiao Wu declared boldly. Her audacious statement took everyone by surprise. Fortunately, Han Li possessed the strength to back it up. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Wu's words might have proven perilous. "Are these Spirit Hall minions causing trouble again? Brothers, let us unite and eradicate these lackeys of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's brazen proclamation, the Sea Soul Masters immediately assumed a combat stance, rushing forward. Their primary mission was to protect Sea God Island. Before Han Li could intervene, Xiao Wu and her companions had already leaped into battle. For these ordinary Sea Soul Masters, the three girls were more than sufficient. Having participated in numerous skirmishes, their teamwork was impeccable. Ning Rongrong concealed herself behind the two girls, activating her 9-treasure glazed tile martial spirit. At present, Ning Rongrong could provide her teammates with 6 different types of enhancements, including boost to strength, defense, soul power, speed, attack, and the strongest attribute of the target. Each enhancement boasted impressive values. With Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu could effortlessly contend with opponents of the title Douluo level. Charm. Xiao Wu's enchanting ability instantly bewitched a large number of Sea Soul Masters, disrupting their movements. Following this, Xiao Wu unleashed her bow, while Zhu Zhuqing executed her nether-piercing thrust combined with Nether Shadow Clone, rapidly charging towards the enemy. The two girls resembled invincible war deities, effortlessly cutting through the throngs of Sea Soul Masters. In the end, those Sea Soul Masters could hardly comprehend how they fell to two girls barely past their 10th year. It was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of their lives. The overwhelming strength exhibited by Xiao Wu and her companions soon attracted the attention of Poseidon, the Sea Douluo. Poseidon's entrance was nothing short of spectacular. Descending from the heavens like a celestial being, standing an impressive height of 1.8 meters and clad in a flowing robe, Her ocean blue hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Poseidon was not only striking, but exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Much like Bibi Dong, she wielded a scepter adorned with dazzling gemstones. How audacious! Who dares to challenge the authority of Sea God Island? Poseidon, in a towering fury, unleashed his soul, the sea god. An overwhelming and oppressive aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Such trivial skills, woman. You're playing with fire, Hanli quipped, invoking a popular internet meme. This remark left Poseidon momentarily at a loss. Unwilling to be outdone, Hanli too released his immense aura, managing to firmly suppress Poseidon. How could this be possible? Poseidon felt an utterly terrifying power. As the high priestess of Sea God Island and the sea god's emissary, her level 99 soul power far surpassed that of an ordinary individual at the same level. Normally, beneath the gods, no one could defeat Poseidon. Quickly regaining her composure, Poseidon summoned a powerful torrent of water with a wave of her hand, akin to a high-pressure water cannon, capable of inflicting significant harm. Any ordinary soul master with less than 99 levels of soul power would surely be vanquished by this move, their lives hanging by a thread. Let me impart a lesson to you, Hanli said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, he shifted to his fifth martial soul, the black tortoise. This divine beast harnessed the power of water elements and unparalleled defense. While the black tortoise may not rival the sea god in controlling the ocean's might, a high priestess wielding a fraction of that power was still easily manageable. Black tortoise's power. At Han Li's command, the torrent of water dissipated, and, simultaneously, a phantom of the black tortoise loomed in the sky, roaring mightily. The unleashed force completely subdued Poseidon. Panic set in. Who exactly are you? To Poseidon, Han Li's ability to so forcefully overpower her indicated that he possessed god-level combat strength, an existence not to be trifled with. Enough of this child's play, Han Li declared, his patience waning. In the next moment, without Poseidon detecting his approach, Han Li stealthily appeared behind her. With a swift strike, Poseidon plummeted to the ground. This unadorned blow sealed her acupoints, rendering her incapable of channeling her soul power for a brief period. In her current state, Poseidon was akin to a lamb at the mercy of the slaughterer. Should Han Li choose, a mere flick of his finger could lead to her obliteration. However, Han Li harbored no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Poseidon or incapacitating her. Chapter 195. Ruthlessly assaulting the 7 sacred pillars Douluo. You may do as you wish, Poseidon remarked, maintaining her composure upon realizing her predicament. Since assuming the role of High Priestess of Sea God Island, she had long since placed life and death beyond her concerns. Unlike that venomous woman, Bibi Dong, Poseidon had once contemplated eliminating Tang San, but ultimately refrained. Her motivations being understandable. If Tang San were to ascend as the sea god, it would signify her downfall. Fearless of death, she still harbored one regret. Who told you I intended to kill you? Anli Raturta. From now on, you will obediently remain by our side. Should you disobey, I shall annihilate Sea God Island. He threatened. Han Li's words held considerable weight. Naturally, Poseidon wished to prevent the destruction of her home. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li resolved to engage in some fun with the 7 sacred pillar Douluo. Sea God Island boasted 7 sacred pillars, each corresponding to a city. With approximately 1,000 inhabitants each, loyal followers of the sea god. The island was home to over 3,000 sea soul masters, known as the Sea God Warriors. Guardians of the sea god. Among these sea soul masters, the 7 sacred pillar Douluo were the most formidable, consisting of the Sea Maiden Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, Seahorse Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, Sea Delusion Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Dragon Douluo. Their soul power levels range from 91 to 96. Although their soul power levels were slightly inferior to those of the offerings of the Spear Hall, they thrived in the ocean, exhibiting no lack of strength. Just as Han Li prepared to seek out the 7 sacred pillar Douluo, they unexpectedly approached him. They immediately recognized the subdued Poseidon. You scoundrel, what have you done to Lady Poseidon? Release her at once, or we shall slay you. The 7 sacred pillar Douluo, stripped of their usual composure, erupted in outrage. Poseidon, their esteemed high priestess, had earned their utmost respect, and they had all, to varying extents, received her care and concern. Do you possess the strength to challenge me? Amnitonta. Indeed, Han Li's ability to defeat the high priestess Poseidon attested to his formidable prowess. Yet, despite recognizing his strength, they were compelled to confront him with all their might, for it was the very essence of their existence as the 7 sacred pillar Douluo, as the strongest among them. The 95-level Sea Dragon Awe initiated the first wave of attack without hesitation, unleashing his self-created soul skill, Ocean Impact. This was a sacrificial technique, capable of amplifying attack power by 200% in a defenseless state. A torrent of seawater surged forth, unstoppable. Han Li, unfazed, found himself grasping the 7-kill sword, its presence unknown until now. He leaped into the air, the sword expanding to the size of a mountain peak. With a powerful swing, he cleaved through the oncoming waves. A sword that can sever rivers truly exists, gasped the Sea Dragon Douluo and his companions, astonished. In truth, the sword Douluo could achieve the same feat, but it would require far more soul power than Han Li expended. A more prudent approach would have been to swiftly evade. Witnessing the failure of Sea Dragon Douluo's attack, the Sea Spear Douluo followed suit. The Sea Spear Douluo wielded a high-quality weapon martial soul, the Spear of the Sea. After activating his weapon soul's true form, he immediately unleashed his most powerful 9th soul skill, Silence, the Sigh of the Ocean. A single-target soul skill, the Sea Spear Douluo concentrated immense energy into a point, causing the golden spear to swell, the terrifying energy fluctuations distorting the space around it. This attack was incredibly swift. Once locked onto a target, evasion was nearly impossible. Not bad, but still too immature to defeat me, Han Li assessed coolly. In the face of the Sea Spear Douluo's ultimate strike, Han Li countered with the 7-kill sword. In Han Li's hands, the sword seemed to wield power surpassing that of the sword Douluo. Han Li also activated his weapon soul's true form, merging his soul with the 7-kill sword, unleashing astonishing explosive force. He charged forward at high speed. The two terrifying energies collided, resulting in a series of relentless explosions. Waves of shock rippled through the earth, causing the ocean to churn violently. Ultimately, the Sea Spear Douluo was sent flying, rendered incapable of further combat. In stark contrast, Han Li remained composed, as if he had done nothing at all moments before. The remaining sacred pillar Douluo resolved to swarm him, seeking to leverage their numerical advantage against Han Li. Yet, they were ultimately far too naive. In the face of absolute strength, the advantage of numbers appeared exceedingly feeble. After a period of acclimatization, Han Li has become adept at seamlessly switching between different martial souls during combat. This feat is undeniably more challenging than the distraction control passed down through generations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In a vast expanse of Douluo continent, both past and future, only Han Li has achieved this remarkable ability. After all, possessing twin martial souls is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, and having 5 martial souls is unprecedented. Following an arduous battle, the Saint Pillar Douluo found themselves increasingly on the defensive. At this juncture, both Sea Dragon Douluo and Sea Spear Douluo had regained their strength. The 7 of them huddled together, resolved to channel the power of the Sea God to vanquish Han Li. In the ocean, the Sea God is invincible. However, the manifestation of that power by the true Sea God is an entirely different matter from that of others. Han Li employed his most proficient hit-and-run tactics, unleashing a multitude of soul techniques to effortlessly counteract the Sea God's power. Previously, during the battle at the outskirts of Tiando City, even the fearsome scythe of the Rakshasa God was neutralized by Han Li, let alone this borrowed power of the Sea God. It is likely that only the Sea God himself could pose a challenge to Han Li. Nevertheless, the Sea God and other deities cannot casually descend into the mortal realm. The 7 Saint Pillar Douluo were repelled by Han Li, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out copious amounts of blood. They felt utterly helpless, wondering how this young boy could be so formidable. Even the power of the Sea God was ineffective against him. What were they to do? Are you done yet? Anli inquirat nonchalantly. The 7 Saint Pillar Douluo and High Priest Poseidon were at a loss for words. Rest assured, I did not come to destroy Sea God Island. I merely wish for my friends to participate in the assessment here. Han Li finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. The group led by Poseidon wore expressions of confusion, thinking, if only you had said so earlier, we were not preventing you from participating in the assessment. Was it necessary to create such a commotion? Were you merely showcasing your skills before us? However, since Han Li harbored no murderous intent, this was indeed good news, as it signified the alleviation of their crisis. Chapter 196, Assisting Zhu Zhuqing and the 3 women to become divine beings. Under Poseidon's guidance, Han Li and his companions soon arrived before Saint Pillar. You must consider carefully, although your strength is formidable, once you accept the trial, there is always the possibility of retreating midway or even facing death, Poseidon cautioned. Hearing Poseidon's words, Ning Rongrong displayed a look of trepidation, questioning, "Can we truly pass this so-called sea god trial?" However, Xiao Wu, undaunted, boldly declared, "We are already this strong. What is there to fear?" At present, Xiao Wu and her companions had attained the rank of title Da, albeit without acquiring the corresponding soul rings. It is truly remarkable for individuals of their age to possess such strength. If even they could not pass these trials, one must wonder who in the world could succeed. With Xiao Wu's confident declaration, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's unease dissipated, replaced by a mindset brimming with confidence. According to Poseidon, the sea god would tailor the trials based on the participant strength, ranging from low to high difficulty, white, yellow, purple, black, and the top-tier red assessments, corresponding to the colors of soul rings over different periods. Successfully passing from the white to the purple assessments would allow them to remain on the island as Guardian Soul Masters, while the black assessment would correspond to the Guardians of the Seven Saint Pillars and the red level to the High Priest. Subsequently, Xiao Wu and the three women stepped forward, and upon testing, it was revealed that the trial they faced was the pinnacle of the 9 assessments. Instantly, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. It is worth noting that even the 7 Saint Pillar Douluo faced trials of merely several black levels, and here they were, confronted with such a challenging ordeal. The three women's attainment of the highest level of assessment was undoubtedly due to their power being recognized by the sea god. This was certainly a testament to Han Li's assistance to the three women. Han Li, however, did not partake in the trials like the three women, for his current strength was sufficiently formidable, rendering such methods unnecessary for his advancement. In fact, it would merely be a waste of time. Tiaowu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing joined forces and, in a short span, successfully completed all the requirements of the top-tier 9 assessments. This left the inhabitants of Sea God Island utterly speechless. Throughout the assessment process, the three women also garnered a plethora of rewards, including divine soul rings that filled in all the soul rings they were lacking, each one a vivid red. The three ladies had now solidified their status as genuine title de law, their strength unparalleled. Notably, Zhu Zhuqing caught the sea god's favor during the trial, receiving the opportunity to inherit the divine essence of the sea god. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing would soon become the first among them to ascend to divinity. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. High Priest Poseidon, undoubtedly, bore the greatest sorrow, for with each individual inheriting the sea god's divinity, her own demise drew nearer. Having lived for over a century, she felt her time was ample. Yet her heart still harbored regrets. In a sudden act of benevolence, Han Li expressed his intent to step out briefly. Upon his return, he astonishingly brought Tang San along with him. Not long ago, Han Li wreaked havoc in the city of Slaughter, demolishing it, and the Slaughter King, whom he had rendered unconscious, inadvertently broke free from the control of the Rakshasa god. Han Li employed a peculiar method to awaken Tang San's consciousness and informed him of Poseidon's situation. "Tang San, is that you?" Poseidon's face instantly glistened with tears. She had thought she would never see Tang San again in this lifetime. "It is I. We have finally reunited." After reminiscing, Poseidon felt no more regrets and willingly opened the door for Zhu Zhuqing to inherit the divine essence of the sea god. However, Zhu Zhuqing's current soul power level was still far from maxed out, and hastily inheriting the sea god's position posed significant risks. After deliberation, they decided to return and bolster their strength first. On their journey back, Han Li inevitably engaged in numerous battles with soul beasts, acquiring a substantial increase in lifespan. Xiao Wu and the three women benefited from this, and with Han Li's assistance, their soul power levels all reached 99, officially entering the ranks of peak Da. At last, Han Li gathered enough lifespan to fulfill his desires, exchanging for a self-created divine position of God Emperor level in the system all. Han Li achieved the status of God Emperor, transforming into an invincible being that stood above all. Now, Han Li felt that even the collective power of the gods in the divine realm would not match his prowess, a power that brought him immense satisfaction. Subsequently, Han Li aided Zhu Zhuqing in fully integrating the sea god's divine position. Zhu Zhuqing became the first among the three women to attain divinity. "Oh dear, Zhuqing has become a deity. Will we also ascend to divinity?" Ningrongrong Saitenbyosli. Han Li assured her that it was quite simple. In the blink of an eye, Han Li redeemed a level 1 deity for both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in the system all, showcasing his wealth. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were overjoyed, joining Zhu Zhuqing and Han Li as true deities. Now, There was no one on Douluo continent who could rival them. Han Li remarked with a smile. Upon reaching land, Han Li resolved to return to the Spirit Hall once more. Following the lessons learned from the previous encounter, the Spirit Hall was now particularly compliant. They remained the most formidable force within the Soul Master community, yet they no longer bullied others with their might. With a regal demeanor, Han Li and his companions arrived above the Papal Hall, drawing the attention of the multitude. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue, swiftly ascended to join Han Li. Han Li, what brings you back again? She inquired cautiously. Have you noticed any changes in us? After pondering for a moment, Qian Rinxue replied, I feel as though you have been reborn. Merely standing there evokes a sense of reverence within me. Han Li and his companions could not help but chuckle at her words. Han Li declared, we four have ascended to divinity. At this revelation, Qian Rinxue's expression morphed into one of astonishment, disbelief evident in her eyes. You became gods just like that? How many days has it been? Come, let me take you to the Stardow Forest to enhance your power, Han Li said, extending his hand. Taken aback by the unexpected invitation, Qian Rinxue hesitated before ultimately accepting. Before departing, she made sure to inform her grandfather, Qian Douluo, of their plans. Qian Douluo felt reassured about Qian Rinxue's association with him. Xiaoxue, go without worry. I shall handle the Spirit Hall, he reassured her. In the Stardow Forest, Han Li's group traversed its depths. How should I enhance my strength? Qian Rinxue curiously asked. Simply engage in battles with spirit beasts. You needn't worry about being overwhelmed. For we are here, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Following his advice, Qian Rinxue sought out various spirit beasts to battle, quickly accumulating considerable life force. Chapter 197. The two great spirit beasts ascend to divinity. Han Li was remarkably effective, elevating Qian Rinxue's spirit power to the 99th level in one go. She immediately sensed the transformation within herself, her mouth agape in shock. Is this truly real? She gasped, struggling to accept the astonishing reality. Han Li gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, of course it is. Now let us acquire something splendid. They ventured deeper into the heart of the Stardow Forest, whereupon the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape greeted them with evident joy. You have finally returned. We have been dreadfully bored during your absence. Qian Rinxue, witnessing the two forest overlords for the first time, instinctively took several steps back in fright. Is this your friend? The sky blue bull python queried, pointing at her. Han Li nodded. Her mother is Bibi Dong. You are quite familiar with her, I presume? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's name, both spirit beasts involuntarily gasped. Not long ago, they had nearly perished at her hands. Fear not. Her daughter is not like her. Qian Rinxue can be trusted. Han Li reassured them with a smile. Subsequently, Han Li summoned all the spirit beasts nearing their demise and selected one particularly suited for Qian Rinxue. The spirit ceremony commenced anew. In no time, Qian Rinxue acquired her own spirit. This is astonishing. It resembles a spirit ring, yet is distinctly different, she exclaimed in awe. This is a delightful invention of mine. Consider it a gift, Han Li jested. While assisting Qian Rinxue in acquiring her spirit, he also procured the missing spirit rings for her. Now you can smoothly inherit the angel god-s divinity upon your return, he stated with satisfaction. Thank you, Han Li. Qian Rinxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape were utterly astonished at the prospect of this young girl ascending to divinity. Although they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, they understood all too well that the fate of spirit beasts was often to fall short of achieving godhood, a feat far more arduous than for humans. By the way, I forgot to mention that Xiaowu and the others have also ascended to divinity, Han Li recalled. As he spoke, the group radiated divine energy, summoning fierce winds that swept through the entire forest, leaving the two spirit beasts speechless. How did you accomplish that? They stammered in disbelief. Han Li assisted us in inheriting our divinities, Xiaowu replied with a beaming smile. Finding the two spirit beasts quite amiable, Han Li decided to extend his generosity, directly aiding them in attaining their own divine statuses. The two spirit beasts, overwhelmed with joy, expressed their gratitude profusely before attempting their own ascension. Soon, the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape successfully achieved their divine positions without any complications. Thus, the assembly of gods under Han Li's banner had grown to 5, each of whom was at least a first-level deity, news that would undoubtedly astound the world. After departing the Stardow Forest, Han Li led Xiaowu and the others in pursuit of Bibi Dong. Since ascending to the position of God Emperor, he had developed an extraordinary sense of perception, allowing him to locate anyone he sought, regardless of distance. Under this newfound ability, Bibi Dong was left with no place to hide. In a secluded corner of the Sunset Forest, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged, recovering her strength, when she suddenly sensed a terrifying aura, one that transcended that of mere soul masters and was unmistakably divine in nature. A flicker of excitement surged within her. Could it be that the Rakshasa god had chosen to descend personally to aid her? Surely, if the Rakshasa god arrived, dealing with a mere Han Li would be effortless. However, Bibi Dong had not only focused on regaining her energy, she had also discreetly sent out a clone to gather intelligence. Aware of the current state of the Soul Master realm, she knew that Qian Rinxue had succeeded her as the Pope of the Spear Hall. What she yearned for most was to make a triumphant return and show the world the fate of those who dared to oppose her. As she prepared to rise and welcome her unexpected visitor, she was taken aback to find Han Li and his companions before her. "What are you doing here?" Bibi Dong instinctively recoiled several steps. "Did you truly believe I would not be able to find you? Anlis lips kurlatintu a fain smila. This is impossible. I erased all traces of my presence. Unless a divine powerhouse were to come, it should be impossible to detect my exact location," Bibi Dong exclaimed, panic evident in her demeanor. "My goodness, how did you know I'd already become a divine being?" This revelation plunged her into despair. For Han Li had outpaced her in reaching the threshold of divinity. With this realization, she found herself utterly defenseless. After years of painstaking effort, I believed I could unify the continent and achieve monumental greatness, only to be defeated by a few naive children. How absurd, Bibi Dong lamented, her spirit faltering as she began to mock herself. "You even brought her here," Bibi Dong noted, her gaze falling upon Qian Rinxue. "Mother, this should be the first time I properly address you as such, and perhaps the last," Qian Rinxue stated without hesitation. "I have come to understand the hidden truths of the past, and I know you had your reasons, but why must you persist in making erroneous choices? If it were not for Han Li's emergence, I shudder to think how the Douluo continent would have been transformed by your hand," Qian Rinxue declared with righteous conviction. Bibi Dong laughed, though her smile was eerily unsettling, evoking a sense of dread. In truth, she had long since devised her future plans. On one hand, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qian Rinxue. On the other, she recognized that Qian Rinxue was innocent. Thus, her strategy was to help the Spirit Hall seize control of the entire continent before inheriting divinity and ascending to the divine realm. Yet, fate had proven to be an unpredictable adversary, and she ultimately could not escape her reckoning. "I concede. Do as you please," Bibi Dong closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Bibi Dong is the mother of Qian Rinxue. Although Han Li harbors a strong disdain for this malevolent woman, he ultimately grants her a chance at survival. Han Li completely nullifies Bibi Dong's formidable powers, rendering her incapable of existing as a soul master. Following this, he allows her to succumb to her own demise. With the troublesome Bibi Dong dealt with, Han Li returns to the Spirit Hall accompanied by Qian Rinxue and others. "What? Little Snow, you've already ascended to rank 99? Qian Douluo exclaims in disbelief. In less than a month, Qian Rinxue has made such remarkable progress, which is truly extraordinary. It seems that allowing Qian Rinxue to associate with Han Li was indeed a wise decision. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue formally begins to inherit the divine essence of the angel god. The Qian Douluo lineage is inherently tied to the legacy of the angel god, making the assessment for the angel's inheritance remarkably straightforward. Qian Rinxue can be said to have inherited the divine essence almost effortlessly. Chapter 198, Ascending to the Divine Realm, Vanquishing the Rakshasa God. Witnessing his granddaughter attain godhood, Qian Douluo is overwhelmed with joy, as his greatest wish has finally been fulfilled. Simultaneously, he envies Qian Rinxue for encountering a benefactor like Han Li. Had he lived in the same era as Han Li, perhaps he too could have experienced such prosperous times. The divine realm is in a state of shock. It is well known that achieving godhood is an exceedingly arduous task. Even with immense personal strength, one cannot ascend without divine backing. Typically, a child of destiny capable of becoming a god emerges only once every several tens of thousands of years. Yet, to their astonishment, the Douluo world has given rise to so many deities in such a brief period. Especially concerning is one god whose power is immensely formidable, posing a significant threat to them. The pantheon of gods convenes to deliberate on these recent upheavals. At that moment, Han Li and his companions, including Xiao Wu, storm into the divine realm and directly confront the Rakshasa god. "You, I told you I would come to find you." Han Li greets the Rakshasa god with a smile. The Rakshasa god, bewildered, displays a look of incredulity. What is happening here? This young man truly ascended to godhood. Just how great is his fortune? Most crucially, the Rakshasa god senses that Han Li's aura far surpasses her own. She is no match for him. In a panic, she attempts to flee and seek assistance from other deities. Did I grant you permission to leave? Han Li raises an eyebrow and speaks nonchalantly. With a mere flick of his hand, an invisible cage materializes, ensnaring the Rakshasa god. Despite exerting all her strength, she cannot break free from its confines. Han Li, what have you done to me? The Rakshasa god cries out in desperation. The methods employed by Han Li are beyond her comprehension. Rakshasa god, your sins are grievous. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and bring your reign to an end. Han Li declares calmly. I was wrong. I shall never oppose you again. Please spare me. The Rakshasa god pleads, utterly disheveled. However, Han Li is not one to show mercy. He understands that leaving a being like the Rakshasa god alive would only perpetuate future calamity. Divine retribution. Han Li murmurs with a slight smile. In the next moment, a radiant sword of light, imbued with the force of divine law, descends from the heavens, aimed directly at the Rakshasa god. The overwhelming energy swiftly reduces her to nothingness, both body and soul annihilated. A first-tier god cannot withstand even 5 seconds before Han Li. The arrival of Han Li and his companions creates a disturbance in the surrounding space. 3 enforcement gods from the divine realm swiftly arrive on the scene. Based on the circumstances, they deduce that Han Li has slain the Rakshasa god. Who are you to willfully slay other deities? Do not presume that the divine realm lacks order. The 3 gods bellow, immediately launching a fierce assault on Han Li. The heavens spin and anomalies erupt, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Were they to engage in battle on the Douluo continent, they could obliterate the land with but a mere flick of their fingers. This exemplifies the terrifying power of divine beings. Though the 3 enforcement gods are among the strongest in the divine realm, even their combined might struggles to shake Han Li. Freeze. Han Li kadi souffle, and the 3 gods become immobilized as if struck by a stasis spell. He then rewards each of them with a resounding slap. In the long eons since their ascension, none have dared to treat them so outrageously. They seethe with rage and charge at Han Li once more. However, their efforts are in vain. Han Li easily overwhelms them. Ultimately, Han Li grows weary of their antics, unleashing a divine force that once again halts them in their tracks. You 3 are not entirely wicked, so I shall spare your lives, Han Li states benevolently. Allow me to elucidate why I took action against the Rakshasa god. She clandestinely contacted the lower realm, luring the human soul master Bibi Dong into inciting chaos, and she also interfered with the Shura god's legacy. Had I not intervened in time, the Douluo continent would have been a scene of carnage, with countless lives lost. The 3 gods are taken aback. They had not anticipated the Rakshasa god to engage in such nefarious schemes. If true, she indeed deserves the death penalty. You 3 have truly neglected your duties. As enforcers, you have not acted like enforcers at all. Allow me to administer justice in place of the world's laws, Han Li states impassively. The 3 gods feel a surge of fear. Surely Han Li's punishment will be severe. To their surprise, however, he merely assigns them the task of cleaning. This leaves them bewildered. What kind of punishment is this? How can a great god be reduced to sweeping the floors? Yet, they comply without protest, having recognized Han Li's overwhelming strength. To resist him would be tantamount to courting death. Other deities gather curiously, and upon witnessing the 3 enforcement gods dutifully sweeping the floors, they are struck with astonishment. The 3 enforcement gods bow their heads low, humiliated, their dignity thoroughly shattered. Once they have completed their task, Han Li instructs them to summon the other gods for a meeting. After a while, in a vast conference room, Han Li occupies the central seat, flanked by his friends and companions. Behind them are numerous local deities. Greetings, everyone. I am Han Li, the newly ascended god. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Han Li remarks with a smile. Upon arriving in the divine realm, I discovered that I am the strongest, so I shall take on the role of the spokesperson. I trust there are no objections. As he surveys the room, no one dares to voice dissent. After all, even the 3 enforcement gods have fallen before Han Li. How could the other gods hope to oppose him? Despite their exalted status, they're not so different from ordinary mortals, easily intimidated by strength. Thus, Han Li effortlessly assumes control over the divine realm. His first order of business is to secure stable positions for his friends. He begins by introducing Xiao Wu and others to the assembly of gods. Xiao Wu, The goddess of the moon, Zhu Zhuqing, the sea goddess, Ning Rongrong, the nine-color goddess, Qianrenxue, the angelic goddess, the celestial blue bull python, the god of control, and the titan great ape, the god of strength. All six of them are distinguished as first-level deities, having been further empowered by Han Li's secret arts, rendering their true capabilities even more formidable. Even the enforcers of the divine realm may find it challenging to contend with Xiao Wu and her companions. Henceforth, these six shall join the divine council, overseeing the affairs of the divine realm, Han Li stated with a calm demeanor. In Chapter 199, Ruling the Divine Realm and Living a Blissful Life, Han Li refrained from mentioning himself, as he had long accepted his role as the president of the Divine Council, a status that had become widely acknowledged. No gods present voiced opposition. On the contrary, they unanimously expressed their agreement. With their addition, vitality surged through the divine realm, enhancing its overall state. They remained in the divine realm for a full decade. Over the course of 10 years, Han Li, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qianrenxue all matured. Of course, this was entirely due to Han Li's influence. Once one ascends to divinity, their appearance remains eternally unblemished, preserving youth. However, Han Li evidently did not desire his companions to perpetually retain their youthful forms. Thus, he discreetly harnessed the power of a certain principle, allowing them all to grow into the prime of their lives. This was also a shared aspiration among the young women, who longed to mature and become graceful young ladies. Han Li, tall and handsome, exuded an aura befitting a superior being with deep, penetrating eyes. Throughout the divine realm, one would be hard-pressed to find a deity as strikingly handsome as he. It was said that many goddesses had previously sought Han Li's affection, wishing to become his partner, only to be rebuffed. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qianrenxue stood gracefully, each embodying unique beauty. Xiao Wu remained vivacious, her long, slender legs ever restless, and her enchanting visage reminiscent of a celestial being. Ning Rongrong embodied the quintessential princess, adorned in a dark green gown, her silver hairpin accentuating her innate nobility. The reticent Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual demeanor, yet her figure had become more exquisite after a decade of growth, elegantly curvaceous and full. Zhu Zhuqing's presence on the streets guaranteed her a multitude of admiring glances. As for Qianrenxue, she represented an entirely different style. She was the only blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl among them, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations. Upon achieving divinity, Deming and Erming could assume human forms, with Deming tall and slender, while Erming was robust and powerful, both exuding an aura of maturity. One day, Deming and Erming unexpectedly visited, grinning as they spoke. "You children have lived together for so many years. It is now time for you to consider establishing families. Why not marry each other? It would be cause for celebration." Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qianrenxue, who had spent so much time with Han Li, had long understood each other's feelings, though they had never broached the subject, leading to a moment of shyness. "Oh dear, Deming and Erming, what are you suggesting? Are you implying that all four of us should marry Han Li? That seems rather improper," Xiao Wu shyly remarked, an unusual moment of vulnerability for her. Han Li laughed heartily. "Why not? Would you all refuse?" The four girls exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken sentiments. Xiao Wu, having spent the most time with Han Li recently, had developed a deep sense of reliance on him and was the first to harbor feelings for him. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, having spent considerable time with him. Han Li had aided them in enhancing their powers, making him their ideal Prince Charming. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's influence, they would likely have expressed their feelings much sooner. As for Qianrenxue, after Han Li helped her ascend to divinity, she fell hopelessly in love with him. "We are willing to marry Han Li," the four girls declared in unison, their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Tisdalikda, Fan Li Mansedi. Deming and Erming immediately began preparations for the wedding. Life in the divine realm often bore a monotonous quality, with much time spent idly. Thus, such joyous occasions must be celebrated grandly. On the day of the wedding, nearly all of the divine realm's inhabitants gathered to offer their congratulations, each bearing a gift, the atmosphere filled with jubilation. When Han Li and his companions first arrived in the divine realm, many had presumed him to be a tyrant, intent on sowing chaos. However, they gradually recognized their error. Although Han Li and his friends acted according to their own will, they were unyielding in matters of importance, organizing the divine realm with meticulous care, ensuring its tranquility. Consequently, The god's perceptions of Han Li and his companions shifted, leading to genuine admiration. Congratulations, Fan. Who would have thought you would marry 4 beautiful maidens at once? Truly fortunate, remarked the 3 chief enforcers, all smiles. I concur, Han Li replied with a grin, clad in a pristine white ceremonial robe, standing there gazing into the distance. In due time, the brides arrived, all adorned in immaculate white wedding gowns, holding bouquets of flowers as they gracefully approached. The gods were left spellbound, exclaiming in awe at their beauty. As the 4 girls stood before Han Li, the efficient Deming posed a question. Han Li, do you vow to marry these 4 girls, dedicating your life to love, cherish, and protect them? Without hesitation, Han Li nodded, I do. Deming continued, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Qian Renxua, do you pledge to marry Han Li, honoring him, safeguarding him, and standing by his side for all your days? We do, they affirmed. In the presence of the gods, Han Li embraced his beloved brides, drawing them close. Wives, I humbly ask for your guidance in the days to come, Han Li beamed. Husband, the 4 girls responded with enthusiasm. Joy radiated from all those present. Meanwhile, in the human realm, on the Douluo continent, Tang San, Dai Mubai Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were still diligently training, unaware of why their progress was so slow, remaining at the Soul Sect and Soul King levels. They felt deep sorrow, as they recognized that their accomplishments paled in comparison not only to the present Han Li, but even to the Han Li of a decade prior. Are we destined to be mere mediocrities? Tang San lamented. Flander, on the other hand, basked in glory 10 years ago during the Advanced Soul Master competition. Han Li and his companions had claimed victory, elevating Shrek Academy status. Rumors circulated that Han Li and the others had ascended to divinity and entered the divine realm. Shrek Academy transformed into a prestigious institution renowned for nurturing deities. Gradually, more and more individuals flocked to Shrek to train, solidifying its status as the continent's premier academy. Flander, as the esteemed principal of this illustrious school, enjoyed a high social standing and considerable wealth. Forever grateful to Han Li, he recognized that all he had today was due to Han Li's efforts. Flander yearned to see Han Li and his companions once more, willing to treat them to 100 or even 1,000 lavish meals if necessary. At the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the sect leader Ning Fingji and the sword Bon Duo often gazed skyward, reminiscing about Han Li and his companions. How wonderful it would be if they could return. They sighed. I truly miss the days spent with Han Li and the others. Meanwhile, Han Li and his companions enjoyed a stable, blissful, and joyful life in the divine realm.